After you are reborn, the first thing you do is to kill all the people who bullied you, because in a month, everyone will be reincarnated into a fantasy world, and their next life will be determined by the merits or sins of this life. Some people have merits as vast as the sea and are reincarnated as fighting Buddhas. Some people have sins as deep as an abyss and are reincarnated as 8-armed demons. And some people have insufficient sins and merits, so they can only be reincarnated as maggots. When you walk down the street covered in blood, your sin value has reached 7,208. At this moment, a young girl riding a motorcycle wants to invite you to join an evil organization, but you coldly say, "I choose the path of merit," leaving the young girl bewildered. Then you return to your room and take out your phone. In your past life, it was said that by tapping an electronic wooden fish, you could gain merit. You eagerly open the App Store, start downloading the software, and also remember to download a cheat. Once everything is ready, you just need to make a slight attempt. Add 1 million merits. Instantly, all your sins on the panel disappear, turning into a long string of merit values. Originally, clicking once would only give you 1 merit point, but with the help of the cheat, clicking once equals 1 million merits. All you need to do next is to open the cheat, wait for the countdown to end, and start the reincarnation. At this time, a message came on the phone. You have been invited by Little Time A to join the chat group of the evil organization. You have been invited by Little Time A to join the chat group of the elite organization. You smirked mischievously, interestingly, and also happened to be invited to the elite organization. In the elite organization, regardless of good or evil, only those with high enough merit or sin value can join. In the past life, it was said that only 1 in a million people could be invited to join the elite organization. By now, there are already many people in these two chat groups, and your joining instantly sparked discussions among the group members. As the focus of both chat groups, you remained calm and did not reply. Those who can be in these chat groups are likely to be ruthless or talented individuals. In a city, only 3 to 5 people may be selected, not to mention being reincarnated in another world. Even on the blue star, they are undoubtedly the chosen ones. After all, out of the global population of 7 billion, only tens of thousands of people can predict anomalies in advance and join large organizations. It's better to be low-key in the early stages. Soon, the attention of everyone shifted to the next person joining the group. At the same time, you also join some schools or other ordinary chat groups, because after reincarnation, these chat groups will also be directly transferred to the individual's reincarnation system. As time passed, on the last day, a new function suddenly appeared on the panel, which could roughly predict the situation after reincarnation based on the amount of merit or sin, one's own fate, and one's actions in life. You glanced at your chat group, where everyone was discussing their entries and what they might turn into. In these 31 days, you have infiltrated all 10 major profit organizations. You remained very indifferent to this and then looked at the reincarnation entry displayed on your panel. The Emperor, ruling over the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The great Emperor is revered and does not see immortals. You are not surprised at all, because your merit has already exceeded 90 trillion. As time passes, it is already approaching the last day at midnight. You guard your 10 trillion merits, watching the time, waiting for the final countdown. With the changing of time, the sky is filled with purple chi, exuding a divine and mysterious aura. Within the purple chi, there are also images of true dragons, immortal phoenixes, Qilins, deities, and immortal kings, and everyone disappears in an instant, all beginning their reincarnation. 9 heavens and 10 earths are divided into 9 heavenly worlds and 10 earthly worlds, vast and boundless. Any one of the earthly worlds can accommodate trillions of stars. Hundreds of millions of blue star people reincarnated in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, causing a complete uproar in countless chat groups with messages constantly flooding the groups. The environment of the 9 heavens and 10 earths is extremely harsh, especially with various demon beasts and evil spirits in the wilderness, making everyone's situation even more brutal. Before long, most chat groups were filled with wailing as everyone encountered unimaginable shocks. Compared to the tragic experiences of ordinary people after reincarnation, the members within the 10 Great Prophets organization have a very good environment for their rebirth, especially the leaders of the 10 great organizations, who are highly regarded by all members. Some have the bloodline of the vermilion bird, some have the body of the thunder-condemning king, and some have reincarnated as bodhisattvas. You are extremely bored brushing through the group chat, especially when you see many reincarnated individuals actually recruiting followers in the group. You can't help but laugh. The 10 realms and the 9 heavens and 10 earths are just for show. There was no way to compare it to the 9 heavens, especially the top 3 ranked heavens. Within the 9 heavens, there were quite a few true dragon's children, great emperor's own sons, reincarnations of emperor's soldiers, and divine bodies and holy bodies. not to mention the descendants of these king bodies and divine beasts for an unknown number of generations. Don't even come close to dipping your toe in the water. But how come I haven't been reincarnated yet? Sugu's heart was in a state of muttering. Though, a number of bigwigs, in the 10 prophetic organizations, have gained very impressive origins. But Sugu was still waiting. It was as if his own merit was so high that, for a moment, he could not find a suitable origin. This couldn't help but leave Sugu speechless for a while. It's not good to have too much emotional merit. At this time, Sugu, who was in the transmutation channel, a message popped up on his panel, and when he looked at it, it was from Lee Wife Consort. Wife Consort Lee was a friend Sugu had made within the 31 days of the countdown, a core member of the Supreme Goodness Organization, and previously a young, beautiful mayor of the Blue Star Federation, with a background that seemed like it could lead to the heavens. To put it in regular people terms, it's pretty wow, because he appreciated Sugu. He did not take care of him during the last 31 days. How's your transmigration origin, little brother? Do you need your sister to shelter you? I was born in the central state of the Extreme Happiness Land, which is ranked number 1 among the 10 lands, and became the young palace master of the number 1 power, the Extreme Happiness Palace. I'm still in line. The results will come out later, Sugu responded with a smile. Though, the first thing a transmigrant should be aware of when surviving in the 9 heavens and 10 lands is not to reveal easily their true information after being transmigrated. But as for Lee Wife Consort, Sugu was still quite trusting. A month of contact down. Let him know. Lee Wife Consort can become the core of the most good organization. The heart is indeed kind and gentle, but also very intelligent and capable. It's a certified Madonna, not a sanctimonious whore. Well then, remember to let me know when the results are in. If, on the other hand, you haven't transmigrated to the land of extreme happiness, I'll come to you when I've grown up, and you'll have a wave first. Consort Lee Wife returned. Also, don't easily submit to the other people of the 10 major organizations, as if it involves a battle of chi luck. If you submit at this time, your future chi will diminish and be taken away by the other party. Okay, Sugu replied with a smile. Regarding his identity after his reincarnation, Sugu had no intention of hiding it. After all, to witness an emperor, one needed to have an invincible heart, and with his post-reincarnation status, there was no need to hide it. The only thing I have to worry about might be that when the time comes to reveal my identity, I don't want to scare Lee's wife's consort. Gentlemen, are you willing to submit to this seat? I am the son of the yin-yang demon sovereign of the land of departed scale. Someone in the extreme evil organization was the first to speak, wanting to shock the internal members and gather the minions. Within the 10 prophetic organizations, none of them had a clear affiliation, and even the group leader could not order others, because, after transmigration is equivalent to starting everything over again, even if there were some constraints before, after transmigration, there is no binding force. So, some core members, after feeling powerful, would collect minions in the group and try to be the real boss of the organization. The land of separation. It seems to be ranked second among the 10 lands. Yin-yang demon sovereign? This one seems to be one of the top 10 explicitly strongest in the departed scale lands. My god. This origin is a straight pull full. I'm also in the land of leaving scale, and the boss covers me. I will bow down. There's also me. Although I was reborn as the son of the demon king, there is certainly no comparison between a demon king and a demon lord. There were nearly 2,000 people in the extreme evil organization group, all of whom were the absolute elite of the transmigrants. There are many who have been reborn into the land of the departed. Instantly recognizing the weight of the yin-yang demon sovereign's son, many people directly defected. In other ordinary groups, there were even countless followers who wanted to flatter and beg for a cover. However, the son of this yin-yang demon sovereign was extremely demanding, and some ordinary reincarnations simply wouldn't accept them. They could only have the sense to shut up. Ridiculous, don't you know that there is a sky beyond the sky? The group owner and the administrator have not issued a word, and you dare to recruit people directly? It's only the son of the yin-yang demon sovereign. The yin-yang demon father may not only have you as his son. There were quite a number of people who had not been born in the world after their reincarnation who jumped out and were very upset about the attitude of the son of the yin-yang demon sovereign. The fact that they haven't spoken means they're not transmogrifying well. The son of the yin-yang demon sovereign opened his mouth with a cold smile. You can also recruit minions if you think you are powerful. I'll scandalize to say it up front. I am destined to push across the departed scale lands and ascend to the 9 heavens. Friends of the departed scale lands, if you join me now, not only will you be able to save your lives, but you will also have endless glory. But if I don't defect, if I'm met in the future, it's only death. It moved a lot of people. That's about as close to a threat as you can get. Especially some transmigration identity is not very good. The heart is even more internal speculation, incomparable passive. Although, most of them were not in the departure scale land, but within other lands, they were afraid that the other bigwigs would follow the trend and also push like the son of the yin-yang demon sovereign. Well then, I'll be ugly too. I'm a hybrid demon ape of the current earth. Within me flows the bloodline of the legendary fighting monkey ape that can rival a true dragon. Friends of the present earth? If you don't submit now, when will you? As luck would have it, other transmigrants who felt they were from the top of the heap began to threaten to take people in as well, with each big brother stepping forward. Except for the administrators and group owners who hadn't been vocal, who felt bad and didn't mess with them. The ordinary members of the extremely evil organization group, they were all starting to be questioned by name plus threatened, worthy of being an extremely evil organization. It's just overbearing. Seeing this, Sugu smiled blandly. Other prophetic organizations, there are quite a few that take minions, but most of them are all voluntary. The extreme evil organization, on the other hand, is a direct threat. Name the threats except for the bad ones. Little brother, who do you want to defect to? How about waiting for the group? Lin Luiying, who had invited Sugu to join the club, inquired. Her status in the extreme evil organization was not low, because she had invited Sugu to join the organization. She was more concerned about him, trying to lift him up a bit. You can defect to the group leader. Don't look at the group leader has been diving, but his identity will only be against the sky. But who knows? Sugu directly said blandly. Why should I defect to someone else? And it can't be them who defect to me? Now that he's been named, there's no point in playing dead. He didn't need to play dead either. That's just stating the facts. But others didn't see it that way because these words were posted directly to the group. Hence the instant uproar. All the members of the group were beyond shocked. Even the administrators and group leaders who had dived in were surprised for a moment. Kid, you're an ordinary member and you dare to say that? You're wild. Say, what's your status? You'd better come from a heavenly enough origin, or you'll really die when you meet us. Some of the bigwigs who had previously put out words and recruited little brothers instantly became furious and opened their mouths ferociously. The people in this organization can be sinful villains. How could they tolerate an ordinary group member pretending to be arrogant in front of them? My name is Sugu, Sugu said indifferently. Sugu? Never heard of it? What's coming? In the previous life, was there any giant man named Sugu? There wasn't. Was there? Is it a name that was reincarnated in this life? The crowd was puzzled. Didn't even know who Sugu was. Soon, this name will resound through the 9 heavens and 10 lands, Sugu said with a casual demeanor. As the words landed, his entire person had been enveloped by the 9-colored immortal radiance and had not entered the 9 heavens and 10 earths, finally beginning to be reincarnated. Chapter 6, The Rebirth of Sugu. Ha ha ha, where did the middle child come from? How dare you say such retarded words? And this name will resound through the 9 heavens and 10 earths? Simply ridiculous. He doesn't think that, having been reincarnated, he is the protagonist of a novel. Does he? Lin Luiying, you invited him in? What kind of vision do you have? To pick a dumbass to come in? Don't say I didn't give you face. Hurry up and get him to change his mind. And I might even be able to spare his life. Sugu's words landed on the ground, directly causing the entire extreme evil organization's members to almost faint from laughter. It's not that they're low on laughs. Rather, the fact that this is happening is ridiculous. How vast are the 9 heavens and 10 earths? 7 billion transmigrants. Those born against the heavens cannot be counted. And the name will resound through the 9 heavens and the 10 earths? It was those bigwigs whose transmigratory identities were heaven-defying and had hopes of pushing across a land and ascending to the 9 heavens that didn't dare to be so arrogant. Currently only dare to be in the extremely evil organization and recruit some minions. Obviously, none of them took Sugu's words as true, gave unbridled ridicule. The anger that had been there before turned into pity and teasing, thinking that Sugu's brain is a bit abnormal. It was Lin Luiying, who also had an ugly face for a while, kind of wanting to cut with Sugu, unwilling to be the one to invite him into the club. However, there was no response from Sugu. For, he has begun to transmigrate, or rather, he has responded, by his own behavior. The first day of the 9 days, the central sky, also known as the 3000 immortal realms, the center of everything and the end of everything. Nowadays, the most glorious and powerful immortal domain among the 3000 immortal domains that no one questioned was the Lingxiao immortal domain. It was also the territory of the Lingxiao dynasty, the Lingxiao heavenly dynasty, an ancient Dao lineage that had existed since the opening of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, inherited countless chances and had a supreme status, with countless supreme emperors and true immortals having appeared in their ancestry. At its peak, all the 9 heavens made pilgrimages and all the 10 lands were backyard gardens. The real world is not a king's land, and the world is not a king's subject. Even though it was somewhat declining nowadays, it was still the strongest force above the 9 heavens. There isn't one. Today, the entire 3,000 immortal realms were shaking, especially in the sky above the Ling Xiao immortal region. Countless visions appeared. Purple energy comes from the east, the Taoist ancestor preaches, the true dragon hovers, the immortal phoenix cries, and the 100 saints come to the court. This moment, the 3,000 immortal realms were all shaken. Countless supreme beings who were in seclusion within the forces all violently opened their eyes, horrified. This movement, such a vision, my heavens, there's a supreme celestial pride born in the Ling Xiao dynasty. It was the immortal great emperors of old who descended into the world, and they might not even be able to make such magnificent movements. Inside the Ling Xiao dynasty, countless celestial courtiers and royal clan elders were breathing heavily, looking at the vision in the sky, their whole bodies trembling with excitement. This is the sign of the supreme Ling God body, descending into the world. My God, the legendary supreme Ling Xiao divine body. For ages, it has only descended once, and it is none other than the Jade Emperor of our celestial dynasty. In that era, our heavenly dynasty was weak, and was already in decline. It was the Jade Emperor, who came out strongly, and was the sole ruler for millions of years, suppressing dozens of eras. It was the Jade Emperor who came out of nowhere, and was the sole ruler for millions of years, suppressing 10 eras, and bringing our heavenly kingdom to glory. Heaven blesses my Ling Xiao celestial dynasty. Countless powerful people of the heavenly dynasty were ecstatic. Meanwhile, deep inside the imperial palace of the celestial dynasty, inside the lofty and incomparable imperial palace, a baby, amidst all the anticipation, successfully descended into the world. At the moment of the descent, all the visions blossomed completely. 3,000 great avenues were manifested. The prevalent golden lotus descended from the sky. Countless gods and Buddhas blew their dharma, and the 10,000 people collectively bowed down in worship. The infant had only just descended into the world, and it possessed an endless imperial might that caused everyone to resist the urge to submit, because he was born an emperor, being burdened with the supreme physique Ling Xiao divine emperor body. Feeling the movement around him, and the comments of the people around him, the baby's eyes twinkled, and the corners of his mouth turned up a fraction. Not a bad place to come from in this life. That's right, this baby was none other than the reincarnated and reborn Sugu. After knocking on the wooden fish cheating to accumulate 10 trillion merits, successfully reincarnated into one of the most powerful forces, Ling Xiao heavenly dynasty, but also very body only exists in the legend of the supreme physique, Ling Xiao God Emperor body. It's a pity that there was a change in the great Tao. I wanted to draw on the power of the great Tao to nourish the immortal fetus, but it turned out that it caused my royal grandson to be born prematurely. I also wonder if it will affect my royal grandson's future achievements. An old man off to the side, chagrined. The old man's name was Xiao Wushang, the imperial lord of the previous generation of the Ling Xiao heavenly dynasty, and Su Gu's grandfather in this life. Although he had already abdicated, he was also in a high position of power within the heavenly dynasty, and at the moment, as if he had gone insane, he was furiously pounding on his chest. Several other clan elders, too, were beating their chests, chagrined and blaming themselves. The reason is simple: premature birth also means imperfection, a lack of life. Even if it was the supreme Ling God body, its future achievements would be greatly reduced. It seems to be a merit transmutation that caused himself to be born prematurely. Sugu was clear in his mind. In his last life, the crown prince of the Ling Xiao heavenly dynasty, who was not a reincarnated person, only descended into the world a few years afterward and was extremely brilliant. One's own merit was against the heavens, occupying the other side's opportunity to cross over when this fetus had not gathered consciousness, and thus was born prematurely. Even he felt a pang of pity at the thought. Although this opening was already heaven-defying enough, even though he was born directly above the 9 heavens, and was also born within the first lineage of the first power of the 9 heavens. Even with the flawed Ling Xiao divine emperor body, it was still the strongest physique in the 9 heavens. But it's not perfect after all. However, before Su Gu could regret it for too long, congratulations to Transmigrant Su, whose merit exceeds $100 trillion, and who has been awarded the supreme birthday gift pack. 8-star immortal perfection roots. Next moment, Sugu only felt that an unrivaled power, like a volcano, erupted from his body. Meanwhile, holy light from heaven, Sugu's aura rose to the sky. His body's chi and blood was like thousands of oceans, as if he could wrestle a true dragon immortal phoenix cub that claimed invincibility with its physical body. And his body's spiritual energy was even more immense. Even if it was an immortal descendant's young age, it was far inferior. With just one breath, it was like a black hole, crazily devouring the heaven and earth essence within the temple. The crowd of clan elders shook and were horrified. looking at Su-gu in unison. Then, boom, 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 under the attention of all the people, the infant's realm, in fact, broke through one after another. Spirituality, Shin torso, divine transformation, yin and yang, celestials, conjugation, meta-infant, all things come to one. The crowd was all stupefied. The body trembled and the heart nearly exploded. It's quite unbelievable. Break 8 realms in a row? Metamorphosis mystic realm great circle? How is this possible? Wasn't he born prematurely? It's just that a normal Ling Xiao divine body can't even do this, right? However, this is the truth. This baby has just been born. It has already metamorphosed into the 8 great realms of the mortal realm. All complete. What's it called? Born extraordinary. Mixed without flaws. One must know that even the countless heavenly prides within the 3,000 immortal realms, if they wanted to complete their metamorphosis, they would have to polish for several years, or even a dozen years, and this was still under the tilt of having countless resources, and Xiao had only been born for but a quarter of an hour. This news, if it were to be spread out, would definitely cause countless heavenly prides and supreme beings in the outside world to doubt the world and their lives. Chapter 7 Wholesale Old Man. It's worthy of being a legendary physique. Even if it was born prematurely, it's still able to break 8 realms in a row. The great circle of metamorphosis means that the mixed element is flawless. It was not affected by the premature birth. But how is this possible? It's unbelievable. Countless old people look stagnant by the scene in front of them. To subvert the cognition, they have never seen a premature birth. Can also be mixed without defects? Just the next instant. We'll all be excited to know additional. Good. My good royal grandson has the qualifications of a great emperor. When the Shao martial saint saw the scene, he was even more filled with tears and great sadness, and at this moment, his hands were dancing, and he couldn't help but look up to the sky in joy. Immortal level perfect foundation? As the name suggests, this foundation will allow you to break through all realms without any bottlenecks until you become an immortal? That's right. When Su-gu heard this, he was not surprised, much less proud, and was calm. It's perfectly normal to have such a result when you've opened yourself up. This world's heavenly destiny shall once again belong to our Ling Xiao heavenly kingdom. When my grandson becomes an emperor, all the immortal realms of the 9 heavens will come to court. Humph. The Jun family only produced a shackle-breaking desolate ancient sacred body. How dare they clamor to be the strongest force in the 3,000 immortal realms? Too naive. The ancient royal clan Kirin's nest produced a Qi Ritian who carries the blood of an emperor Kirin, and then dared to challenge our Ling Xiao heavenly dynasty, saying that there is no one in the younger generation of our heavenly dynasty, and wanting to snatch the Cyan divine realm under our control, is simply laughable. There's also the Xian heavenly domain's Xian heavenly sect, which only recruited a measly 7-vertex Linglong sword body, and actually dares to entertain the idea of no longer making offerings and breaking away from the control of our Ling Xiao heavenly dynasty? Bizarre. Although the Ling Xiao heavenly dynasty was extremely brilliant, with the current imperial lord, Su-gu's biological father in this life, going to the boundary sea in order to explore a higher realm and strangely disappearing, the Ling Xiao heavenly dynasty couldn't help but have a few more enemies. The Qilin nest, Koan Pang Den, and other ancient royal clans were the forces that did not get along with the celestial dynasty. Within the human race, there were also many upstarts such as the Jun family, the Jiang family, the Ji family, or other imperial dynasties that wanted to challenge the authority of the heavenly dynasty. At the same time, there are hidden dangers in places such as the hidden world, foreign lands, and forbidden areas of life. However, the upper and lower tribal courtiers of the Ling Xiao heavenly dynasty all believed that these internal and external problems would be resolved with Su-gu's arrival. Let's call him invincible. Xiao invincible. Husband said that the chaotic world is coming, and low profile only leads to death. When one pushes across everything and suppresses the heavens of all worlds, only then can one become an emperor and an immortal, enjoying great freedom and liberty. An incredibly weak voice rang out. It was none other than Su-gu's mother in this life, Gzue. At this moment, although she was still weak and pale, but after all, her cultivation was profound, and she was not in any serious trouble. She had already put on her clothes and cedar, and walked out of the maternity ward, and opened her mouth to the crowd. She was the previous generation of the Ji family's goddess, and the current empress of the Ling Xiao heavenly dynasty, a mother of the world, with a noble temperament and a powerful aura. At her words, none of the crowd of clan elders and honored ministers on the field dared to take them lightly. Only, when these words came out, all the princes, ministers, and clan elders of all clans could not help but suck in cold air. Is this too high profile? The battle for the throne is bloody and brutal, and there are no longer a few forces that secretly covet our heavenly kingdom. They will definitely go to great lengths to make a move against this child. It's too high profile to just name it invincible. With the name of invincibility, plus the legendary Ling Xiao divine body, wouldn't the other forces rack their brains to lay out an attempt to pit this child? There is no such thing as 1,000 days of defense. If you are invincible, you are invincible. Xiao Wushang's qi was overbearing. Humph. The crown prince of the Ling Xiao dynasty, need to keep a low profile? The clan elder ministers were once again shocked and appalled, unable to speak. What did the old emperor say just now? Not only do they not intend to keep their royal grandson low, but they also directly promise that newborn child a crown prince? One must know that the Ling Xiao heavenly dynasty had been passed down for countless years, counting on something other than the firstborn son inheritance system. Rather, the sage is king and the strong are honored. Within the Ling Xiao heavenly dynasty, there were tens of thousands of people in the younger generation of the royal family. However, there were only 8 people who had obtained the status of a prince and were qualified to compete for the position of the crown prince and inherit the great lineage. These 8 people casually take out one, can shock a sight of heaven and earth, stunning an era, making countless prides deplore the fact that they were not born at the right time. All the goals of the 8 emperors were to compete for the position of the crown prince. For this reason, they have even made countless efforts. Now, all of a sudden, it was announced that the crown prince position had been given to a newly born baby. Wouldn't they go crazy? Who would be convinced? Such a high profile has resulted in external enemies and internal enemies. Is this really good for this new baby? However, Xiao Wushang's words had just landed. Good. Only to hear a vast and incomparable voice rang out, and immediately afterward, the entire heavenly dynasty bloomed with divine light. The countless old ancestors dormant underground, the true underpinnings of the celestial dynasty, all released their divine might, shock and awe the world's curmudgeons. Instantly, the scene was in an uproar. My God, this is the 27th ancestor. The 26th ancestor has also awakened. There are also 25 ancestors, 24 ancestors, 23 ancestors. This ancestors have actually come out en masse. It's worthy of being the legendary Ling Xiao divine body. The old ancestors have come out of the world. This is to protect Invincible. If anyone dares to harm Peerless, it will be an immortal battle. The old ancestors are confident in Peerless. They think that he can easily suppress the current generation of heavenly prides. The position of crown prince is as worthless as a bag of gold. With the old ancestors protecting the Tao, in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, who would dare to take a shot at Invincible? All the clan elders and honored ministers, their faces suddenly changed. Their breathing was rapid, and they were overwhelmed with excitement. They knew that they were worried, more than they should have been. Xiao Wuxi's natural talent was still above their expectations. Immediately after that, the entire heavenly dynasty, all the clan elders, ministers and lords, also released their auras as much as they could. At this moment, the 3,000 immortal realms were not easy to shake. The sun and moon were upside down, and the great Tao resounded in unison. This was the Ling Xiao celestial dynasty, informing the world that if there was that old man who dared to use his size to bully Xiao Wuxia against him, then it would be war with the celestial dynasty, and there would be no end to it. As for the battle of the celestial pride, they had confidence in Xiao Wufei. Xiao is invincible. Su Gu was silent for a moment, and sort of embraced the name. Being an orphan, he, too, took the name Su Gu on his own, with no special emotions. Being able to be given a name by a family member may not be too normal for an ordinary person, but for Su Gu, it was a luxury that he naturally would not resist. From today onwards, I'm Xiao Invincible. Su Gu's eyes flashed. In a new life, he must suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths and be truly invincible. He believed that this was the original reason why countless old ancestors within the celestial dynasty had come out as much as they could. They wanted to witness him, pushing across everything, and in the meantime, everyone is finally transmogrified. The world chat room feature appeared on the panels of all transients. The communication of the transmigrants was finally no longer limited to those group chats, and they could speak in the world channel. Instantly, countless messages quickly brushed the screen. Chapter 8 8-star achievement. Shocking countless people. And in the meantime, the reincarnated and reborn world chat room was filled with all sorts of messages. Quickly brushing the screen. Actually opened the world channel? What other surprises do you have that I don't know about? Damn, it's all true. I actually reincarnated and traveled as a cockroach? Nope. I'm afraid of cockroaches. If I had known, I would have done more good deeds. It's okay to do evil. Such a big foot. No, who will save Beg? I've crossed over too. It's just the setting. The family. Damn, I'm really a minotaur. Where is this place? My God. The restroom? Nah, the High Council. I'm a snake? Damn, even though it's true that a snake can have 2 kunai, but I was a female before. Ha 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 ha. Tian who opens the door. I am the son of heaven's destiny. As soon as I was born, I was concluded by my family to have the talent of a Yuan-ing elder. What? You can cultivate immortality there? Why can I only study and take exams here? I'm not bad either. Having just been born, I've been betrothed to the daughter of another great family. I heard from my family that our two great clans have Jindan ancestors sitting on their side. Jia. It shouldn't be too simple for our two families to join forces and dominate Yuten City and crisscross the entire world. Envious. I'm envious. Where are you? When I come of age, I'll join you. I'm not exactly pretty, but I'm flirty. The global chat rooms are filled with wailing. Some people cry out in despair and then, without being heard from, simply die a violent death. There are also some people, complacent and excited, thinking that they are the son of heaven's destiny, able to push across the heavens and dominate the 10,000 realms, becoming the novel protagonists that Dragon Aotion. Only, in the midst of the lively debate. Ding! Congratulations to Transmigrant Sue, for being the first transmigrant to break through to the spiritual movement realm, the first to break through to the Xian body realm, the first to break through to the divine transformation realm, the first to break through to the yin-yang realm, the first to break through to the celestial realm, the first to break through to the Jindan realm, the first to break through to the Yuan-ing realm, and the first to break through to the everything returns to one realm. Receive an 8-star reward, perfect indestructible scripture. Wow! Instantly, the chat room exploded straight away, like setting off a nuclear bomb. My god, don't be so outrageous. Didn't they all just come out of their mother's wombs? How did he become a Gi ancestor? Crushing a Yuan-ing ancestor? Ah! He was transformed into something. Couldn't have been reborn as a true dragon? Or a descendant of an immortal god? I'm so envious. Envious. Just how much merit did he have in his previous life? Born directly at the end of our line? This Su. It couldn't be the reincarnation of the Tang monk. My god. What exactly was he in his past life? Shocked voices abounded. Within the world channel, billions of people were horrified by this. Immediately after, congratulations to Transmigrant Blake something, becoming the second among the transmigrants to step into the spiritual realm, and receiving a 3-star reward, Angel Wings. Congratulations to Transmigrant Mikami Sam, who has become the second person among the transmigrants to step into the Xian Torso realm, and has been awarded a 3-star reward, the Mirror of Dual Cultivation. Congratulations to Transmigrant Yi Mao, who has become the second person among transmigrants to step into the realm of divine transformation, and has been awarded a 3-star reward, the Great Rejuvenation Healing Technique. Congratulations to Transmigrant Zhao, who has become the second person among the transmigrants to step into the yin-yang realm, and has been awarded a 3-star reward, the Holy Sword by June. Congratulations to the transients, a large string of transmigrants. Although they came from all over the world of the earth, they had all acquired a good origin, and were considered to be the children of heaven's destiny, born to be extraordinary, and attracting heaven and earth visions. Then, the rewards were gained. It was just that their rewards were more than 100,000 times worse than what Xiao Wuxia had obtained. Xiao Invincible was born mixed and flawless. The 8th realm of metamorphosis was at the grand round, and the 8 consecutive first kill achievements that he received were 8-star rewards. And up to now, there was not a single person whose cultivation realm had stepped into the celestials, let alone anything about becoming a Jindan elder ancestor, or a Yuan-ing elder ancestor. The strongest reward they get is 3 stars. Is it comparable to Xiao Wuxi? The corners of Xiao Peerless' mouth rose as he watched the system broadcast within the Transmutation World channel. Worthy of a Dragon Aotion opening. It's not in vain for me to carry a name so Dragon Aotion, the once Su Gu, now Xiao Wuxi faintly said. However, before Xiao Wuxi could lower the upturned corners of his mouth, another system alert sound came to mind. 9888888888888. Ding! A private service has been created for the host. Ding! The global achievement system belonging to the host is still open. But in the future, you will no longer receive achievement rewards belonging to civilians. Ding! Congratulations to the host on obtaining a stronger exclusive merit draw function. Ding! Refresh lottery location. Immortal weapon peak. Private service? I'm alone in the system? The corners of Xiao Wuxi's mouth rose as his smile grew wider. Although, without the achievement rewards, you get a stronger private system. This life is truly going to be invincible. Not only did he have an unrivaled family history, unrivaled natural talent, and an unrivaled private system, not to mention transmigrators, even the demonic prides of the 9 heavens and 10 lands were not even half as good as him. Immortal weapon peak? This seems to be one of the holy places within the Ling Shao dynasty, harboring countless divine weapons, and it's rumored that there are even emperor weapons sitting there. The young generation of the Ling Shao dynasty all have the opportunity to ascend the immortal artifact peak and obtain a divine weapon that suits them for temporary use. Xiao Wufei's eyes flickered. Before he was reborn, his cultivation had reached that of a saint, and he had an understanding of the many things that happened within the 3,000 immortal realms that were the central heavens. With a status like his own, he can go to the immortal artifact peak at any time. Xiao Wuxi's smile intensified. Very much looking forward to the first systematic draw in my life. Even more so, he was looking forward to obtaining the legendary quasi-imperial artifact on the immortal artifact peak, the Lingxiao Heavenly Mirror, able to illuminate all realms and see everything in the world. For him, if he got it, he could easily and clearly gain insight into who the Earth transmigrants were and find their bearings. End some past grudges early. Of the 10 prophetic organizations, the moment also blew up, because there are a number of people who get achievements, and a high percentage. After all, they were meant to be the elite of the 7 billion people of the blue planet. Within the group of extremely evil organizations, you see, my name, Zhao Rixing, just born broke the achievement and got a 2-star reward. Invincible. That transmigrant who claimed to be the son of the Yin-Yang demon sovereign was incomparably proud of himself in the group. Don't look. The highest transmogrifier to receive an achievement reward is 3 stars. But how many 3-star rewards are there in total? Now, is there any one of you who doesn't want to be one of my men? He was in a good mood, because the 2-star rewards that he had obtained were very important to him, and could help him develop quickly, become the favorite son of the Yin-Yang demon sovereign, and then crisscross the land of departure from the scale. Especially, he also looked towards the avatar of that arrogant person Sugu. This kid, he's recognized reality now, hasn't he? Only, after his words were spoken, he received no response, because everyone in the entire Extreme Evil organization was discussing who that Su was. It's not just the Extreme Evil organization, but the 10 prophets, who are all talking about it. Everyone else, the strongest achievement rewards were only 3 stars, and this Su was able to get an 8-star reward? Should we be so outrageous? Chapter 9, Milk-Loving Invincible. What's going on? The Yin-Yang demon's son finally noticed the atmosphere in the group and began to scroll through the group messages. The whole thing was dumbfounded. The heart felt like it was being clutched in a hand. His face changed, and his breathing was rapid and unbelievable. Break 8 realms in a row. 8-star reward. What kind of monster is this? It turned out that he hadn't even cared about the others before and had only looked for his own name in the messages. Not caring at all that Sugu, who had been reincarnated as Xiao Wuxi, had created the achievement of granting 8-star rewards, tyranny his 2-star rewards. For a moment, he was ashamed. He was only a 2-star reward and he dared to think of invincibility? Hadn't he drifted? Which giant is this Su? Who knows his heel? He also joined in the discussion, apparently, also more interested in the true identity of Su, as well. Only, no one answered, because they knew very well that among the people with the surname Su that they had befriended in their previous lives, there was simply no one who could make it this far. Su Gu, Su Mao, hiss. It couldn't be that cocky middle child that just came in, could it? He was, confident before? In the midst of speculation, someone snapped to think of Su Gu, with a very strange expression on his face, and his heart was shocked beyond measure. He said, how? Reincarnation has to do with merit and sin. How could someone who can accumulate so much merit and sin be nameless? The name Su Gu, we've never even heard of it before. Moreover, he seems to be a youngster. It can't be that Su guys. The crowd instantly rejected it, unwilling to believe that Su Gu, who had been reincarnated as Xiao Wuxi, was the Su Mao of the world. Notice. Looking at the discussion in the group, Xiao Wuxi shook his head for a while. It's true, when the truth is too far beyond perception, no one will believe it even if you tell them directly. However, because his accomplishments are so amazing, previously, the transmigrators, who had swelled to boundless proportions, were doused with cold water and apparently laid low. It didn't take long. That Su, is that you? Wife Consort Li also sent a message inquiring about Xiao Wuxi. Right, Xiao Wuxi didn't hide it at all. Before I was reincarnated, my name was Su Gu. The reincarnation system hid the information and called me Su. Ha! Wife Consort Li was directly stunned. She had never dreamed that Xiao Wuxi would directly admit it. How is this possible? She had sent the message over, but she had only wanted to poke fun at Xiao Wuxi. I didn't expect that I would be poked fun at by Xiao Wuxi. It better be, or else, there's something in store for you. How dare you impersonate Mr. Su's giant? Wife Consort Li pretended to be shy and angry. However, it was immediately followed by concern. Don't joke about it. Have you transmigrated the results yet? No need to be embarrassed. It doesn't matter if your origin isn't too top-notch. When I grow up, then, I'll cross the 10 lands and go to pick you up. You stay put first. Okay? I'm in the Ling Xiao Heaven Dynasty. As for where in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, I don't know for now. Xiao Wao Xi's heart moved, and without hiding it, he said to Li wife consort. There was no direct statement that he had been reincarnated within the first line of the most glorious power of the Ling Xiao heavenly dynasty in the central heaven on the first day of the 9 heavens. Even if he said it, wifey Li wouldn't believe it. When she grew up and ascended to the 9 heavens, she would naturally know. Ling Xiao heavenly dynasty? It should also be a great power in the 10 lands. There is no problem with self-protection. When I suppress the extreme happiness land and cross the heavens, I will go to pick you up. Remember to wait for your sister or wife consort. Li relieved Su Gu. Since none of them knew that they were transmigrated to that place, it meant that Su Gu's status after his transmigration would not be too high. But, since they dared to call it the Heavenly Kingdom, in a short period of time, there shouldn't be any danger. Time passes. 3 years have already passed. For 3 years, a sea of messages rolled through the world channel every hour of the day. Yang, a transmigrant, was caught by a fishing man and was devoured by a fish on his way to fishing. He died. The transmigrant, Zhang, was swallowed by a ferocious beast. He died. All the time, people are dying. In just 3 years, 7.8 billion transmigrants were actually left with less than a few hundred million. You can see the cruelty of this transmigration. Sure, there are also reincarnated people who have amazing merits in their previous lives, and in this life, they have excellent origins and good fortune, and have gained a great creation, and they are living as the sons of fortune. The reincarnated person, Yi, was thrown into a cliff by his parents and was taken in by a Yuaning elder of the cliffland, and was blessed with a great creation. The transmigrant Li, at the age of 3, caught a copper coin, which was actually an ancient 9th grade spiritual object, and gained spiritual power to infuse his strength, which exploded to the celestial realm. Of course, even more amazing, achievement-creating beings exist. Transmigrant Wang Mao has successfully broken through to Jindan, becoming the second to break through to Jindan, receiving a 3-star reward. Reincarnator Li, who has successfully taken in a Jindan realm mount, is the first to take in a Jindan realm mount, and receives a 2-star reward. Who the hell is getting those achievements? And the chance? Who the hell is getting it? It's obviously so hard for me to even stay alive. The chat room was filled with countless voices of complaint and envy. But do you perceive it? 3 years ago, that ruthless person who was born with 8 realms perfected just after he was born seems to be unmoved. It shouldn't have fallen already, right? Or maybe become wasted? This kind of thing is still relatively common in novels. After all, if you are too demonic, you are bound to be targeted by countless forces and powerhouses, and then try to assassinate them. The topic of conversation among the crowd landed on Xiaowaxi. Over the past 3 years, within the chat room, there was hardly any discussion that didn't involve Xiaowaxi. However, with Xiaowaxi's silence for nearly 3 years, with no news in sight, the crowd's discussion had changed from the previous shock to pity and relief. Thinking that Xiao was invincible, he had either been invalidated or had fallen, and as the protagonist being discussed, Xiaowaxi had no interest in caring, because now he had even more trouble. Mother, I don't need milk. Xiaowaxi burst into a sweat, wearing his wide robe. He was about to run outside. How old are you yourself? 3 whole years old. Gzue, who was the empress of the Ling Xiao dynasty, was still chasing after breastfeeding. During these 3 years, he didn't even have to come out of the gate of the heavenly palace, and he was raised by Gzue as a doll. He was not allowed to cultivate at all, and every day, besides eating, drinking and sleeping, he was listening to the lectures of the old ancestors, which was euphemistically called polishing the foundation of the Tao. This was also the main reason why he hadn't moved in 3 years. Silly child. You had bad luck and were forced to give birth prematurely. There is a deficit in your life, so of course you have to make up for it. Gzue pretended to be angry and spoke forcefully. In her eyes, Xiaowaxi was now too young to absorb divine medicines that were Teutonic, and could only be absorbed and digested through her before feeding them to Xiaowaxi, so that the sky can be invincible, make up for the deficit of premature birth, and forge the foundation of immortality. Said a burst of self-reproach, hating his own incompetence, actually caused Xiaowaxi to give birth prematurely. Xiaowaxi was speechless for a while. I have no deficit in my foundation. If I'm like this, I'll be laughed at by the outside world. What kind of 3-year-old doll still eats milk? He's not a 2.5-year-old kid anymore. With that, he tried to resist. However, where could it escape Gzue's jade hand? It was directly lifted up and force-fed. This killing motherly love was suffocating him. Boom! That night, Xiaowaxi was hot and dry. For 3 years, although he didn't cultivate, the accumulation of energy didn't fall. The energy in his body had reached an unimaginable level, and at this moment it had already begun to rage like a volcano about to erupt. The time has come to cultivate the divine hidden mysteries. Xiao Wuxi's eyes flashed with excitement. In an instant, electricity flashed and thundered, changing the sky. Golden-colored qi and blood filled Xiao Wuxi's entire body. It seems as if an unimaginable kind of metamorphosis is about to take place. In the Imperial Battle Hall, the long-abdicated Xiao Wushang was condescending in the hall of battle, preaching to the royal heirs or the heirs of certain honored ministers. The metamorphosis mysterious realm corresponds to the Dantian, and when all 8 realms have been perfected, it will be the 8 realms of the divine hidden mysterious realm. The divine collection is divided into 5. The divine collection of the kidney, the divine collection of the heart, the divine collection of the lungs, the divine collection of the spleen, and the divine collection of the liver, which correspond to the attributes of the 5 elements. When the 5 viscera are perfected, the spirit sea can be opened, the divine palace built, and the true spirit lit. The teenagers below were all willing and mesmerized. To be able to listen to the Xiao martial sage's sermon was a chance that countless giants could not even beg for. They naturally cherished it beyond measure. Suddenly, a young man with brocade clothes and an extraordinary demeanor opened his mouth and inquired, "Imperial Grandfather, what about the realm after divine hidden? And how should we cultivate?" Ha ha ha, thinking too far ahead. A metamorphosis mystic realm has trapped you guys for 7 or 8 years. This divine hidden mystic realm. You guys have to cultivate for at least 30 years as well. If it was an unusual cultivator, it would be even longer. Probably not possible without 500 years. The heavenly martial sage laughed out loud. Obviously, it was thinking of his own grandson, and only grandson, Xiao Wuxi. He was an existence that was born at the grand circle of the metamorphosis 8th realm. There aren't many of them in the ancient world. Breaking through the divine hidden mystic realm should be very swift. It's going to be 30 years? That long? What about the invincible clan brother? I guess it's only 20 years or so. That's not necessarily true. The invincible clan brother is 3 years old and he's still drinking milk. Ha ha ha, I have a feeling that he'll outlast us. These emperors, as they laughed and joked, remembered Xiao Wuxi. All of them are of royal blood. Who doesn't want to compete for the crown prince's position? The royal lord's position? All of them regarded Xiao Wuxi, who had caused a horrifying anomaly 3 years ago, as a competitor with a sense of urgency. Of course, as the matter of Xiao Wuxi being 3 years old and still breastfeeding gradually spread, most of them, the royal sons, were no longer in awe and had more than a hint of contempt for Xiao Wuxi. Xiao Wushang shook his head slightly without saying much as he listened to the children's comments below. Old Imperial Lord, children speak childishly, don't take it to heart. The old eunuch at the side said with trepidation. He could know that Xiao Wuxi had just been born, and had been given the title of crown prince by countless old ancestors and dynasty great powers. These children, with this kind of speech, have actually violated a taboo. Not to mention, it was still in front of Xiao Wuxi's own grandfather. It's not a problem, Xiao Wushang said with a faint smile. Showing weakness to the enemy is a good thing at all times. If, however, the outside world looked at Xiao Wuxi the same way, it would be even better. Xiao Wushang came to be interested and laughed. How long do you think it will probably take for Invincible to reach divine hidden perfection? This old slave, how can I guess? After all, His Highness the Crown Prince has only been taught the divine hidden cultivation method by the old Imperial Lord today, and has not yet begun to cultivate, so I can't see how much progress has been made, and the old slave is too stupid to do so, and even more so, he can't speculate accurately, the old eunuch said. Feel free to say, how can guessing be completely accurate? Xiao Wushang came to be interested. 15 years, a normal heavenly pride. It takes 30 years. A born emperor like the Crown Prince world only needs 15 years to be perfect. The old eunuch's eyes flickered, and he said with great fervor, 15 years? Xiao Wushang shook his head and laughed. You underestimate my pro-royal grandson too much. I'll say a number. 3 years. In less than 3 years' time, the divine hidden shall be perfected. After polishing the foundation of the Tao for 3 years, the next cultivation would be watertight. Giving him another 3 years would be enough for the 5 viscera to be perfected. 3 years? The old eunuch's mind trembled. So soon? Is that possible? Even he, the personal eunuch who had been following Sage Xiao Wu, was a bit disbelieving. It feels too metaphysical. Because, it was the top celestial pride of the 3,000 immortal realms who wanted the divine hidden mysterious realm to be perfected that would take more than 10 years, let alone 3 years. It's simply impossible. However, before he could reconfirm it, a vision suddenly came from the distance. Rumble, only to see the sky purple gas hanging in the air. The air is a fairy shadow to send auspicious God's glory for miles. The visions cover the sky, alarming countless people in the celestial kingdom. This is 5 elements of immortality delivering auspiciousness? This is a vision that can only appear in the divine hidden mystery realm. When one cultivates to perfection, and in the entire history of the Celestial Dynasty, this kind of vision has not been able to appear a few times. That direction. It seems to be the Crown Prince's palace. The flesh on the old eunuch's face was trembling, shocked to the core and quite unbelievable. This can't be right? Even the Shao martial saint was a bit dazed. Just today, he taught his grandson the cultivation method, and he made a breakthrough? Moreover, it's still the great perfection of the 5 great divine treasures, cultivated to the extreme? And even more so, it has attracted a vision? How can you be so outrageous? This is what those great emperors couldn't even do when they were teenagers. It wasn't just him. The bigwigs who were in the know all had horrified faces, shocked by Xiao Wufei's heaven-defying talent. What a demon this is. Wouldn't dream of doing that. Ji Ziyue had even run to Xiao Wuxi's hall, her expression dulled with unimaginable joy and excitement. Xiao Wuxi, on the other hand, was serious about breaking through the realm. He's had so much milk over the years. It's all life essence. Every drop is a supreme treasure medicine, and is more suitable for baby's body type. These 3 years of precipitation had long since made Xiao peerless, with a solid foundation and a body filled with unimaginable power. Breaking through the realm was nothing more than what Ri should have done. Rumble. Xiao Wufei's entire body blossomed with divine light, and one of the 5 viscera, all of them flickered with immortal radiance. Like an immortal's mansion, 7-colored chi and blood rolled and surged throughout his body as his power exploded. Chapter 10, the strongest kidney in all ages. Boom! The breath was like a rainbow, and it went straight to the sky. Xiao Peerless hung in the air, the great Tao resonated, and the 9-headed true dragon silhouettes, crossing over from the depths of the void, finally disappeared into his kidneys, transforming into thousands of holy lights that contained endless power. This vision, was it my son's invincible divine collection of kidneys that broke the limits of the ages, and then attracted the guardianship of the 9 true dragon shadows? This is the legendary 9-dragon kidney protector. Not bad for my son, possessing the strongest kidneys in the ages. Ji Ziyue froze in place, lost in thought and murmured, then thoughtfully said, "This is just right. We can marry a few more immortal forces, to escort my son to become an emperor. Even more so, it can open up branches for the first line of the Xiao family and continue the ancient splendor of the Celestial Dynasty." The outside forces, apparently, were also startled by the commotion, as well. In the 3,000 immortal realms, an ancient lair where the true Qi flew and stepped, and the immortal Lin whispered. A voice of shock came from it. Surprisingly, it has broken the ancient extreme realm. This generation of the Ling Xiao Heavenly Dynasty's heir has good natural talent. Ha! It seems that we can't let him grow up peacefully, in the middle of another forbidden area of life. An ancient but extremely pleasant female voice came out. Humph! If it's the strongest heart in the ages, we still need to be afraid of it. The strongest kidneys in the ages? Destined to become nothing more than a waste dominated by the lower body. Not to be feared. In different words also came from an ancient nest where yin and yang converged under the sea. In this life, the path of the emperor will be revealed. And my clan, Koan Ping Zi, has already grasped the unearthly immortal scripture, the 8-9 heavenly feats. He's just one of the strongest kidneys in the ages. My clan Koan Ping Zi can suppress him with a lift of his hand. Obviously, Xiao Wuxia didn't know that he had just casually made a breakthrough that had caused such a shock. Even if they knew, they wouldn't care. The reason is simple. He's not done yet. There's still a breakthrough to be had. Boom! His body, once again, bloomed with light, immediately following. In the void, within the land of endless chaos, it actually flew once again. The 9-headed immortal phoenix shadow, hovering over Su Gu's heart. 9 phoenixes protecting the heart. The secret collection of the heart has also broken the limit of the 10,000 years? This is the strongest heart in the ages? Ji Ziyue was so excited that she couldn't even speak, her whole body trembling and frantically swallowing her saliva. It wasn't just her. All the Heavenly Dynasty clan elders and supreme beings were all shocked. By this scene, all 3 views are turned upside down. But, it doesn't end there. Immediately afterward, the 9-headed Xuanwu silhouette, stepping into the air, swept towards Xiao Wuxi's spleen, silently guarding it. Xianwu protects the spleen. The 9-headed Qilin silhouettes, which spanned the 8 directions, came from beyond the 9 heavens and disappeared into Xiao Wuxi's liver, transforming into streams of light to guard it. Kirin protects the liver. There was even a 9-headed Koan Peng silhouette that broke through the sky and similarly swept towards Xiao Wuxi's lungs, silently guarding them. The kunai protects the lungs. This. All 5 organs are the strongest in all ages. My god, this is something unheard of in all the ages. Not bad for my son. However, the kidneys are the most prominent. After all, they are guarded by 9 true dragons, and the 10 fowls of the ancient world are led by the true dragons. Ji Ziyue cried tears of joy and pride. as if she had already seen Xiao Wuxi achieve the throne of the emperor and have a full house of children and grandchildren. There is no mother who would not want to have grandchildren, not to mention the hope that his son would become an emperor. That's two wishes to fulfill at once. It wasn't just her, but countless clan elders, as well as old ancestors throughout the heavenly dynasty, all roared out once again, their hands dancing with excitement. Previously, many unidentified powerhouses thought that Xiao Wuxi was born prematurely, had insufficient roots, was still breastfeeding at the age of 3, and that his future achievements would actually be average. But now, undoubtedly, it was a hard slap in the face. An average future achievement to have the strongest 5 organs in all of history? That's an unprecedented feat. And before, the powerful members of the immortal forces who had spoken out in contempt all fell into a deep silence, shocked beyond words by the sight before him. In the face, so to speak. At this point, if it's talking, it's a stiff upper lip. One could only secretly resolve that he must find a way to get rid of this heaven-defying Xiao Wufei. Otherwise, the throne of the great emperor would not be his. In the hall of imperial battles, the Xiao martial sage had already come out of his shock and cried tears of joy as he looked up to the sky. Ah, the strongest kidney in the ages. In our lineage, the heirs are scarce, and the burden of spending and spreading the leaves is considered to fall on invincible. After becoming an emperor, one will surely give birth to countless emperor sons. It won't be difficult to suppress the 3,000 immortal realms for eternity. His first reaction, surprisingly, was that Xiao Wuxi had the strongest kidneys and would be able to give birth to more heirs. Instead, all 5 organs were the strongest in all ages. The focus is kind of odd. As well as, in the war room, the imperial princes who had previously made fun of Xiao Wuxi for being 3 years old and still breastfeeding were already dumbfounded, their faces pale, and they dared not even think about this scene to death. This commotion, it's actually the invincible clan's younger brother, who attracted it. This is the rhythm of being truly invincible. He's only 3 years old and he's still breastfeeding? And then the 5 secret realms of the divine deposit have been perfected? And they're all the strongest in the ages? We just laughed at him for being a milk eater? We don't even count as trash in front of him. These emperors, directly, had their Dao hearts shattered, their eyes darkened, and they lost hope. With Xiao Wuxi around, who else could become a prince? In the global transmigration chat room, the heat is overwhelming. The discussion about Xiao Wufei still hadn't ended. Even in the group chat of the 10 great organizations, there were quite a few people talking about Xiao Wuxi. That Mr. Su, he hasn't moved for 3 years. He shouldn't have really fallen, right? The son of the yin-yang devil. See the World Channel. So being discussed, Su did not say anything. At once, the heart and mind excited. A sense of foreboding. Su might actually hang up. What is a whale that falls on everything? If, for example, Su fell, then that would really mean that everything would be born. All the other transmigrators who had been pressurized could also blossom. I'm afraid he's holding back a big wave. Someone hesitated and then said quietly. At these words, the scene was silent. Then, how can that be? The mixed world demon ape spoke. Achievement rewards are the root of our transmigrants' resistance to the heavenly prides of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The achievements of the previous years are the best to obtain. And there's no one who doesn't even want the achievement rewards in order to keep a low profile. Indeed, the other members of the group thought carefully for a split second, and then they also felt that it made sense. Ha ha ha, it seems that it has indeed fallen or been invalidated. Our spring has come. Give me another 20 years and I can definitely ascend to the upper realm. Open the road to hegemony. The son of the yin-yang demon sovereign was in a brisk mood and said, not only them, but also the group members of other organizations. All of them were happy. It was determined that invincible Xiao had fallen. However, before they could start celebrating, suddenly, inside the global transmigration chat room, thousands of golden lights emerged, and a line of large characters, emerging from the air, shone to the extreme, nearly blinding the dog eyes of all the transmigrants. Congratulations to Mr. Su who, in the secret realm of divine hidden treasures, broke the extreme realm of the 10,000 ancient times, harboring the strongest heart in the 10,000 ancient times, the strongest kidney in the 10,000 ancient times, the strongest liver in the 10,000 ancient times, the strongest spleen in the 10,000 ancient times, and the strongest lungs in the 10,000 ancient times. The scene was precipitously quiet. All the transmigrants, they froze, couldn't believe my eyes at all. When it was confirmed to be true, there was an outcry, like a nuclear bomb had been detonated. No way, he really held back a big wave? Grass? Divine hidden mysterious realm. What the hell is that? The realm after the transformation mystic realm? Damn it! I'm still in the luxury of becoming a Jin Dan ancestor. How is it that you're already 5 great divine hidden perfections? Moreover, it's still the strongest in all ages. Are we no longer in the same dimension? Were you born in the immortal world? giant, begging for a hug, and, soon enough, there were transmutants, who found the blind spot. My god, his kidneys, they're actually the strongest in all ages. Damn, I'm so envious. If I had kidneys like that, I would definitely sleep all over the heavens. As long as they're female and can take human form, sleep with them all. The World Channel and countless other group chats completely exploded. Previously, the people who had decided that Xiao Wuxi had been invalidated had all gone silent, their faces so blue and depressed that they were practically about to cry out. It's just too much of a no-brainer. Is this still human? It's outrageous to this extent. They were, originally, still confident, but now in front of Xiao Wuxi, they were completely dimmed. It was like the difference between dust and the sun, causing despair and the doubt to crumble. It was only in the midst of the discussion that the crowd quickly realized something was wrong. But did you guys find out? Big Brother Sue. This time, it seems like we didn't get an achievement reward. Right. It really doesn't seem like it. Instantly, all the transmigrators were flabbergasted. Then looked strange. Is it hidden? Or not? It's impossible to hide. I just got an achievement reward. There's no hiding feature at all. It must be that he's too powerful. The transmutation system, it's no longer giving him support. Someone guessed. So, our chance, isn't it coming? Sure enough, the kingdom of heaven has not yet been decided. And you and I are both dark horses. That person Sue. We may not have no chance to catch up. At that moment, some of the transmigrators who came from a good background and had already achieved quite a lot changed greatly. Excitement and thrill written all over their faces. Previously, they had no desire to challenge Xiao Wuxi at all. Because, straight up, it was crushed, not a level of existence. And now, they clearly saw an opportunity to challenge Sugu. One was thrilled. This also led to the fact that within the 9 heavens and 10 earths, some divine sons and holy daughters or crown princes and noble daughters in many ancient Tao lineages suddenly looked up to the heavens and danced with excitement. Apparently, they were the very same group of transmigrants as Sugu. Now, they feel like they can again. TSK, how could you guys know that even though I don't get any more achievement rewards, I activated a stronger private lottery system? The corner of Xiao Wuxi's mouth rose as he watched the discussions in the group and in the World Channel. This joy can only be enjoyed alone. Because, no one would believe it if they said it. Chapter 11, Being Too Handsome is a Bother. Brother Sugu. Good news. Great news from heaven. The smile at the corner of Xiao Wuxi's mouth hadn't even been put down when Li wife consort sent a message. Very excited and thrilled. He could even brainstorm the movements of Li's wife and consort. A 3-year-old, delicate as if she were a porcelain doll, stunningly beautiful girl child, dancing with joy. How to think, how to feel funny. What's the good news? Xiao Wuxi inquired. In these 3 years, his contact with Li wifey princess had not been broken, and through her, he had learned a lot of information about the transmigrants. He didn't miss any of the in-group discussions organized by the 10 prophets. However, because he was too heaven-defying, the pressure on these transmigrators was too great, and all of them were diving into cultivation, no longer collecting little brothers all over the world to pretend to be a bully in the group. That's Sue. He's been sanctioned. Really? That's awesome. He shouldn't even be able to earn achievement rewards in the future. Here's our chance. Wife consort Li could not hold back the joy in her heart and said to Xiao Wuxi. Xiao Peerless was speechless for a while. Good for you, you black fan. To blacken the rightful owner. He's tempted to say, I'm that CO. I wasn't sanctioned. I just switched to a stronger hang. And y'all don't stand a chance. However, the other party would not believe it even if he said it, so he could only go along with the other side of the road. It is indeed heavenly good news. He can't obtain achievement rewards and directly misses out on countless opportunities. In the future, he will definitely be caught up by you. It's us. Together, we will make our name resound through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Wife consort Li corrected Xiao Wufei. Then, with a bright smile and a hint of bragging intent, said, I've gained a lot of achievement rewards in these 3 years. The strength has been raised to the Jin Dan realm. How's that? Sister, I'm awesome, right? Awesome. Xiao Wuxi did some math and realized that with such a strong origin, he was only 7 great realms ahead of her. She is indeed awesome. He. You don't even look at who I am? The number 1 heavenly pride of the extreme happiness land. Li Zuanfei was in a happy mood and was proud of herself. Without further ado, my master has arranged a task for me. If I can complete it, I will have a chance to be recognized by the king's artifact of the palace. A king artifact, I don't even dare to think about how happy I could be if I were to get it. With that, she looked grave again and turned to Xiao Wuxi. You remember meticulously, when my cultivation becomes successful, I will go to that laborious Ling Shao dynasty to pick you up. At that time, you can let you play with it. My king's weapon. And the extreme happiness Earth Palace cultivation method I gave you, how are you practicing? Remember to ask me if there's anything you don't understand. I'm now a Jindan ancestor. Fine, I'll listen to everything you say, so go ahead and get busy. Cheer up. You'll definitely be able to defeat that Su Mao. Xiao Wuxi smiled brightly. He did some more math, though, and the divine soldier ranks were divided into law weapons, spiritual weapons, king's weapons, mighty soldiers, saints' weapons, saint king's weapons, great saints' soldiers, supreme weapons, quasi-emperor's weapons, and emperor's weapons. A king's weapon, within the Ling Xiao dynasty, could only be considered a novice weapon. He wouldn't even look at it. However, it was a well-deserved treasure for the lower world. To be given the opportunity to contract with such a supreme treasure, he was heartily happy for wife consort Li. Group chat. The son of the Yin-Yang demon sovereign, who had kept a low profile for a long time, was once again active. It was as if he had wrote again after learning that Su had been blocked. Su Gubrat, are you still alive? It's been 3 years. Your name, how come it hasn't resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 lands yet? Hey, my cultivation level is already at the celestial realm. How's that? Isn't it envious? Now that Mr. Su has been sealed again, I believe it won't be long before I can replace him. The son of the Yin-Yang demon sovereign had been using those words almost every so often over the past 3 years to poke fun at Xiao Wuxi. In fact, it wasn't just him, it was everyone else in the group of extreme evil. It's all going to be a daily punchline. From the previous mocking teasing, it has also turned into snickering and flirting. Xiao Wuxi had already become an indispensable group favorite in the group. Sometimes, if Xiao Wuxi didn't reply for a long time, there would be people who would worry if he was in danger. Even, in order for Xiao Wuxi to live longer, there were quite a few people who shared some of their own survival experiences with him. Although, these experiences, to Xiao Wuxi, were as useless as poop. Yeah, still alive yet? Mr. Su has fallen. So here's your chance. This is the heavens helping you. Without Mr. Su, I believe you'll soon be able to make your name resound through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. You have to cheer. The group's daily routine began in verbally flogging Xiao Invincible. The most exaggerated thing was that Xiao Wuxi had the feeling that this was going to become a terrier within the transmogrifier. The other 9 organization clusters, after discovering that Xiao Wuxi was also among them, surprisingly all began to follow their lead as well. I'm alive. Don't worry, I'll definitely be able to make my name resound through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Thank you all for your support. Xiao Wuxi returned blandly. Don't care about this blatant flirting, making fun of them, having fun with themselves. Of course, now that he was in the group, or in the world channel, no one would reply back when he spoke. There's nothing you can do about these people either. Rather, it's better to reply in a light manner. And, when he obtained the Lingxiao heavenly mirror, everything would be different. He would then be able to localize the location of these groupies, and then, blasting them with precision along the netting, give them a little bit of heavenly shock. The 10 lands? It's just the backyard of my Ling Xiao dynasty. As he spoke back, the group buzzed again. Only, the conversation got sidetracked and started discussing weapons. As long as one was a cultivator, one would not fail to be interested in divine weapons. I've gotten a spirit weapon. It's still a top-grade spiritual weapon. The hybrid demon ape in front of him arrogantly opened his mouth. Very pretentious. Awesome. The big man is familiar with me. Cut. What's so great about a top-grade spirit weapon? I'll soon be able to get an extreme-grade spiritual armament. The son of the Yin-Yang demon sovereign said indifferently. 3 years old, getting an extreme-grade spirit weapon. Novels don't even dare to write like that. Awesome. Worthy of being the son of a Yin-Yang demon sovereign of the Saint realm. Eyes familiar to me. Without any surprise, many members of the group were surprised. To them now, an extreme spiritual artifact was almost as good as an aircraft carrier in their previous life. If they can get it, they can go straight to the top. Kid Su Gu, what do you think? The son of the Yin-Yang demon sovereign very pretentiously inquired of Xiao Wuhu, saying, indeed powerful. Xiao Wuxi laughed. It had already been decided that after obtaining the Lingxiao heavenly mirror, he would focus on taking care of this Yin-Yang demon sovereign's son. Subsequently, Xiao Wuxi did not water group casually over the eyes of the transmutation of the global channel within the discussion. Did not have any care, very calm and indifferent. Do not see a trace of arrogance get up out of the heavenly throne room. It was as if he was a person who was fine, as if the person who had just attracted the ancient anomaly was not him. Now, he was going to go to the immortal artifact peak, raffle and fetch the quasi-emperor soldier. Xiao Wuxi walked out of the heavenly palace. With his feet on the golden phoenix of the Saint realm, he flew towards the immortal artifact peak. He had wanted to keep a low profile, which was why he rode on the second most inferior of the mounts prepared for him by the various old ancestors. but it turned out to be an instant attraction for countless people. Wow! Which old ancestor has come out of the gate? A golden phoenix of the saint realm as a mount. My god! It's unheard of. What? A child is riding on top of the golden phoenix? What a handsome young man. Who is he? What's the story? Everyone was stunned by Xiao Wuxi's divine face and aura and were talking and speculating about Xiao Wuxi's name. Such an extraordinary aura. It's simply a heavenly god descending from the heavens. His identity is definitely not simple. Damn. Why do I feel my heart beating faster? I'm not going to fall in love with him, am I? I'm a yellow flower girl. How can I fall in love with another man so casually? But he's just too attractive. A top-tier noblewoman from a heavenly dynasty family. Her pretty face crimson and blushing. Couldn't help but sneak a look at Xiao Wufei. The emotion in her eyes could simply be drawn out. Could it be that he is the legendary new prince? The little prince who was born only 3 years ago at the great circle of the mortal transformation realm, and who just now even created the ancient extreme realm of the 10,000 ancients. Really? He's so young. Can he really have the strongest kidneys in the ages? Oh my god. He's looking at me and smiling at me? I lost it. So handsome and cute. The most crucial, he also has the strongest kidney in the ancient times. Hiss. So want to experience being ridden by him, some female celestial pride with a stunningly beautiful face and a delicate body. Is even more heart and soul, wanting to get into the wrong. This caused Xiao Wuxi's brows to furrow slightly. For the past 3 years, he had never gone out because he was too young and his mother had always believed that his roots were damaged due to his premature birth. It was safe to say that no one out there had ever seen him, much less known his true colors. Originally, Xiao Wuxi thought that he wouldn't cause any furor by going out this time. After all, one had chosen one of the most straddling mounts, but he had made 1,000 calculations. But he had still underestimated his position in the hearts of the various old ancestors, and how handsome he was. The worst mounts were all in the saint realm. Although only 3 years old, he was already handsome as if he were a work of art. Enough to make all women, all hormones explode, heart and soul, crazy for it. Even more so, countless male cultivators, eclipsed, ashamed of themselves. It could be said that all the princes, lords, and ladies' children in the celestial dynasty were all startled by Xiao Wuxi's aura, and were unable to move their gazes away at all. What horrible folk! A cold shiver ran through Xiao Wuxi. For some reason, he had a feeling that if he fell into the hands of those crazy women down there, he would only be squeezed into invincible dryness. I'm still just a 3-year-old kid. Golden Phoenix, hurry up and go to the immortal artifact peak. Xiao Wuxi hurriedly urged the golden phoenix at his feet. Immortalizer peak. As Xiao Wufei approached, the countless divine weapons on the weapon peak were rioting. It was very frantic. Like he was welcoming the arrival of Xiao Wuxi. Such a strange change alarmed countless people, especially the heavenly dynasty disciples on the immortal artifact peak who wanted to acquire a divine weapon. What's going on? These divine weapons, why do they feel like they're in heat? It's not me, is it? The crowd gasped in shock and disbelief. You have to know that usually all the divine weapons and holy weapons on the immortal weapon peak can be high and cold. That is, some noble girl Daozi came to pay homage, but they were also indifferent. Such a vision can be unheard of. Look, where? There's a teenager. These divine armor sacred weapons, are they welcoming him? Impossible. No one in the entire immortal artifact peak's divine soldier sacred artifacts can affect them except for imperial artifacts. Some heavenly prides instinctively questioned it, only to be completely stupefied in the next instant after seeing Xiao Wufei, who was slowly stepping into the air, as well as the violent reaction of the divine soldier's sacred weapon. Wherever invincible Xiao went, it was the center of boiling. Is it really him? My god, this is outrageous. Besides, he's really handsome. It's like the unearthly exiled immortal has descended. Is it some new prince that was born 3 years ago? The crowd was stunned and incredulous. Even if he was no longer convinced, he was now convinced. Some of them are even breaking down in their Taoist hearts. If they wanted to take the divine soldier's sacred artifacts, there were also conditions. There was a layer of prohibition on this immortal artifact peak, and they were already able to climb as high as the sky just by ascending. Not to mention, being able to gain the favor of a certain divine soldier's sacred artifact and then give it away. To be able to impress one of the worst divine weapons, they all felt that they were burning incense. 2. Wouldn't dream of doing that. And at this moment, Xiao Wuxi just casually stepped on this place, causing the entire immortal artifact peak to scratch its head with millions of divine armaments and sacred artifacts. How can this be acceptable to them? Within a short period of time, once again facing the praise and shock of the crowd, Xiao Wuxi's expression was already calm. Naturally realized that he was originally handsome, and in his last life, there were countless female cultivators who wanted to double cultivate with him, and in this life, the body is pulled full, and the natural qualities and temperament are full. so he naturally possesses even more charisma. It's no exaggeration to say that if charisma is full 100, a conservative estimate would put him at about 1000. When it opens up, the charm will probably be even higher. Alas, when the time comes, there is trouble. Without caring about these sons and daughters of the heavenly dynasties, Xiao Wufei stepped on the golden phoenix and swept out extremely towards the weapon peak. The divine weapons and holy weapons on the way became stronger and stronger. To the eye, there were all sorts of top-grade divine weapons: mighty soldier, sacred weapon, sacred king's weapon, great sacred weapon, half-step supreme weapon. The king's weapon wasn't even qualified to enter it. There are even more styles than you can imagine: knives, guns, swords, tripods, towers, boats, bells, shao, zither, etc. Casually, taking one piece and throwing it out would be enough to create a protagonist in a novel. It could cause the countless populace that had been reincarnated from around the globe to be thrilled to the point of orgasm in place. However, to Xiao Wuxie, all of these weapons were still too much of a vegetable. Currently, I'm still too young to utilize the strongest emperor weapon in this world, so let's just take a random quasi-imperial weapon and use it. Xiao Wuxie was very self-aware and said, the top of the immortal artifact peak, the clouds were stacked up, and the surrounding runes were born and tumbled, and the great Tao appeared, emitting all sorts of divine light and immortal radiance, so sacred and incomparable that it was almost like the immortal realm. At the same time, the suppressive force here was strong to the extreme. It feels, well, like the abyss of immortality. It was also fortunate that this immortal artifact peak was specially opened for the young celestial pride of the celestial dynasty, and the celestial pride was under much less pressure. If it wasn't a young heavenly pride of the heavenly dynasty, even a peerless supreme being would have to instantly fall here, because 9 quasi-imperial weapons were enshrined here. 9 quasi-imperial weapons, each occupying a direction, were enshrined in 9 majestic and incomparable divine halls. The divine hall's rainbow light surged into the sky, the surrounding Dao entwined, and the divine light was 10,000 fathoms high, as if a true dragon was sleeping. 10,000 feet away from these 9 divine halls, a young man with a strong aura, black hair like a waterfall, deep eyes, and a long spear in his hand that seemed to be able to pierce through heaven and earth, was climbing towards one of the divine halls. Old 8 probably heard the wind as well, and before he himself had even left the gate, he had his followers come and take possession of a quasi-imperial weapon first. Still, it's a shame it's a step too late. And in the center of the most central shrine, a figure dressed in white, imposing, looking as if he was a gentle gentleman, a heavenly deity, spoke blandly. Chapter 12, Lickspittle shall not die. Old 8 is still a step too late. The man in white with an extraordinary temperament was the third prince, bearing the Tsung Tian hegemony body, one of the strongest physiques in the 3000 immortal realms, with countless followers and a formidable reputation in the 3000 immortal realms. It was also a seated candidate for the throne of the imperial lord of the heavenly dynasty. Wherever he goes, he is the center of it. The old 8th in his mouth was naturally the 8th prince. He could tell at a glance that this was the 8th prince hearing about the birth of Xiao Wuxie, and fearing that the quasi-emperor soldier on the immortal artifact peak would be seized by Xiao Wuxie, he sent out his own followers to guard the quasi-emperor soldier that he wanted first. When the seclusion was over, one would come back to try to gain the recognition of that quasi-imperial soldier. Unfortunately, Xiao Wuxie had already arrived. With how much the old ancestors favored him, all of these quasi-emperor armaments would be selected by him. Although, for the time being, Xiao Wufei was still too young to be recognized by the quasi-emperor weapons. No one else would be allowed to get their hands on them. However, he, the third prince, was not here to watch the show, nor was he here to take a certain quasi-imperial artifact. He knew that he was at a level that was currently not recognized by the quasi-emperor artifact. Rather, he wanted to ask one of the emperor's daughters here to be his protector. As for Xiao Wuxie, a young child born prematurely with a congenital deficit was just a young child that he had never placed in his eyes. Speaking of this, his gaze was fiery and mixed with very complicated emotions as he looked deeper into the divine hall. Still missing? He muttered out, disappointed, as dull as if his heart had been clutched. It's been a full decade. He's been coming every day for the past 10 years, with immense obsession and sincerity. In return, there was only disappointment over and over again. Third prince, please return. My master, my family, is not going to be a protector for someone else. Inside the divine hall, an attendant spoke back. This maid, who looked 17 or 18 years old, had a head of blonde hair in big waves, as if it was a waterfall, crystal dazzling. The face was even more exquisite, and the temperament was elegant and luxurious. The body was exquisite and proud. The natural talent is even more amazing, and he carries a 7-knuckle heart, placed in the outside world. It was definitely a goddess sought after by countless male cultivators, and it was the royal daughters and noble daughters of some great powers that might not be able to compare to her. She, on the other hand, is here as a maid. It was evident that the owner of this divine hall had a magnificent status. Although the maid was polite on the outside, she was annoyed on the inside. This third prince, he doesn't look in the mirror either. What is the status of one's master? Ah, the emperor's daughter. The woman who almost became an emperor in the past. It was only because he was born in a bad time, in an era with great emperors, that he was pressured by the heavenly Tao to win and failed to become an emperor. Even those few old ancestors of your heavenly dynasty who leaned back, when they met my master, they had to be treated as superior guests. What qualifications do you have to ask my master to be a protector? If that's not possible, worshipping a teacher is fine. Third Imperial Prince Xiao Minghua clenched his teeth, very torn, almost somewhat grief-like, and opened his mouth. As long as one was an individual, one should be able to tell that this Xiao Minghua had some special emotions towards that imperial daughter. The reason why, all along, he had wanted to ask her to be a protector, instead of worshipping her, was that he hoped to be together in the future. After all, in this world, a master is like a parent. If, in the future, he really gets together with his own master, it would be a great disrespect. Now, when he says such things, it is evident that a great compromise has been made within him. Sorry, that won't work either. Servant Li Xingyue shook her head. She didn't even have to be briefed, because, from beginning to end, the imperial maiden didn't put him in her eyes. She viewed Xiao Minghua as if she were a god in the sky viewing a mortal on the ground, and it was impossible for her emotions to have any ripples. Please also ask Miss Xingyue to inform me. Sorry, it's me who was abrupt. Xiao Minghua let out a final sigh, also knowing that he was a bit out of line, and after a dumbfounded laugh, he let it go. Then he was poised and ready to get up and leave. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future, and it would not be too late for him to marry this place's emperor's daughter when he became an emperor. And outside, this is the 8th prince's follower, Black Earth. It is said that the body is a piece of bloody earth in the forbidden zone of life, an earth stained with the blood of a suspected great emperor. The natural talent is very strong. The surrounding heavenly dynasty disciples all took a deep breath and looked at the black soil in front of them, horrified. They were also all top-tier heavenly prides, either royal bloodlines or ministerial scions. Their talents were all astounding, and when placed in the outside world, they were all absolute unparalleled heavenly prides. Ironically, I will be able to become a saint in the future, sitting on one side of the world. At this moment, either they were attempting to strike a higher status, wanting to be recognized by a certain sacred artifact or sacred king's artifact, or, similar to Black Earth, was guarding the divine soldier. For some prince, it was just that they were all on the periphery, and there was no way for them to get close to the divine hall that enshrined the quasi-imperial soldiers. This was the reason why the crowd, watching Black Earth step closer to one of the shrines, gasped in shock. Just one more step. The further he went, the more Black Earth felt that the pressure was so strong and terrifying that it was going to crush his entire being, and his body was no longer oozing Han water, it was oozing blood, and his entire body was trembling. No, I must complete the 8th prince's mission, even if I die. Darkness swallows the sky. Looking at the divine hall that was getting closer and closer, Black Earth's face was hideous and completely crazy, and he even desperately cast a divine ability, causing his entire body to burn. A cloud of black aura enveloped him as he desperately charged towards a shrine. Originally, the figure that should have fallen and stopped there, actually really ran wildly towards one of the divine halls. He's crazy? Such desperation. The crowd was stunned and shocked. Marvel at the strength of Black Earth's natural talent. Only, it was followed by a strong sense of incomprehension. It's really incomprehensible. Let alone the 8th prince. Even the top 3 ranked princes are currently not qualified to take the quasi-imperial soldiers. Besides, there are a total of 9 quasi-emperor soldiers here, all of which are ownerless. Who would steal from your 8th prince? Just stand guard below and make a show of declaring sovereignty for the 8th prince. There's no need to risk your life and run to the front of the temple. The crowd murmured and looked at Black Earth with mocking faces. All of them think that this Black Earth has no brains. Doing so is just a useless exercise. The intention of those royals was, quite simply, to get their followers, to stay here, to do something similar to the effect of using something, to take a place in a library or a restaurant. Declare your sovereignty over a certain quasi-imperial artifact and wait until afterward to gain recognition. It wasn't true that they were told to guard the quasi-emperor artifacts and not let anyone else touch them, so it doesn't matter if it's far away. At the same time, there was a shake of the head. This pressure was too heavy, and it was too difficult to climb upwards. All of them, who were self-consciously proud of their pride, were unexpectedly not qualified to approach the divine hall. However, Against the appalling pressure of the immortal artifact peak, Black Earth actually did climb step by step to one of the divine halls. Finally, Black Earth breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling the pressure of the quasi-emperor artifacts around him. He didn't have the slightest look of pain. All he had was the quasi-wind on his face and a comfortable smile. He accomplished the task given to him by the 8th prince. Then, stretching out his palms, he tried to climb with difficulty to the hundreds of meters of ground in front of the door of the shrine, guarding it for his male son, the 8th prince. This is the last stage. The other celestial pride, all of them were greatly shocked. He actually succeeded. Terrific. There aren't many followers of the 8 great emperors who can make it this far, are there? Wait, someone's coming. Suddenly, in the midst of their discussion, the crowd of celestial pride looked as if they had discovered something, and they suddenly raised their heads to look forward. Then, one by one, all were dumbfounded, only to see a young child with unparalleled handsomeness and transcendent aura, like the incarnation of the heavenly Tao, riding a golden phoenix, stepping into the air and arriving, as if an exiled immortal from the heavens had descended to the earth, and the divine weapons around them all trembled violently, like greeting their masters. How is this possible? Everyone gasped out in shock. The divine weapons here. The grade has been terrifying to the extreme. The weakest are all quasi-supreme artifacts. In particular, they were even more surprised to find that the 9 divine halls, which had been silent for countless years, and which even the 8 great emperors had failed to evoke resonance, had blossomed with an unimaginable divine radiance at this instant, woken up by that toddler, and in the most central divine hall, a stunning figure that suppressed the 10,000 paths, with its back against the chaos, with countless stars manifesting, with an overwhelming aura, as if it was invincible, violently opened its eyes. Chapter 13, How can I be his teacher? I can only be a maid of honor. Is that you? In the most central divine hall, a stunningly beautiful figure that suppressed the 10,000 paths, with its back against the chaos, and its temperament overwhelming, as if it was invincible, snapped open its eyes, its face agitated, and its heart trembling incomparably, and said, "It must be you. You're finally back." The emperor's daughter's eyes flickered, mixed with very complex emotions, excitement, elation, as well as apprehension and nervousness, not knowing what to do, even a bit of disbelief. And outside, everyone was overwhelmed by the commotion. The beloved followers of several emperors, who were absolute heavenly prides outside and expected to become saints, could be said to have been through thick and thin, and it was almost hard to surprise them. At this moment, incomparably stunned, he looked at the young child in front of him. It was like seeing the most incredible scene in the world. In the world, worldviews are turned upside down. The heart of the word is crumbling. Even the imperial princes could not be impressed in the slightest. The high and cold to the extreme quasi-imperial artifacts actually seemed to be scratching their heads at this time, as if licking a dog, very actively, in a plea for that child to pick. To be honest, this was a scene they had only seen in brothels. Please, your quasi-imperial weapons. In this world, other than the emperor's weapon, you guys are the strongest weapons. Even the old man couldn't do this, right? Can you guys just tighten up a little bit? Hiss. He's so handsome. So handsome. The crowd couldn't help but place their gazes from the quasi-emperor artifacts on the 9 divine temples on Xiao Wufei, and immediately afterward, they couldn't help but exclaim in shock. It was hard for them to understand how it was possible to be handsome and transcendent to such an extent on a small child of 3 years old. It's almost like a real fairy has come down to earth. But, it is true. Swish. The clan elders of the Ling Shao dynasty, sensing the commotion, all transformed into rainbow light and arrived in an instant. In millions of years, there had never been any turmoil at the immortal artifact peak, not to mention such a drastic upheaval. They have come to explore. Then, one by one, they were petrified in the air. You say that this is the movement made by Xiao Wuxi? Hiss. What other surprises does he have that we don't know about? Having just created the 5 great 10,000 ancient extreme realms, now you've actually obtained the recognition of the 9 Paragon Emperor artifacts at the same time? We didn't go off the deep end here? It's these clan elders that are doubting the world. No, it's not that Peerless has gained the recognition of the 9 Paramount Imperial artifacts. It's that the 9 Paramount Imperial artifacts are yearning for Peerless recognition. Xiao Martial Saint's voice drifted in from a distance. He forced himself to calm down, but he still couldn't help but tremble with excitement as he spoke. Hiss. The clan elders once again sucked in cold air. Don't look. The descriptions are not that far apart, but the results are worlds apart. Before that, for millions of years it was the super heavenly pride within the heavenly dynasty that knelt down to the 9 quasi-imperial artifacts. And now, it had completely flipped, turning into the 9 paramount imperial artifacts kneeling to Xiao Peerless. You guys guard invincible. Don't let him encounter danger. Xiao Wushang also took a deep breath and didn't descend yet look for his good royal grandson, Xiao Wuhu, but instead landed towards the central divine hall. Lord Imperial Maiden, I'm sure you've already seen my grandson's divine talent. I wonder, Lord Imperial Maiden, if you have any ideas about being my grandson's teacher? Xiao Wusheng directly ignored the third prince who was in the outer hall, looking dejected as if he had lost his love, and entered the inner hall in a flaming hurry, looking respectful and careful, to which one of the imperial maidens who had her back against the chaos and her aura was incomparably vast, and said, even though, as the previous imperial lord of the heavenly dynasty, his power was unfathomable, and his status in the imperial dynasty, and even the entire 3,000 immortal realms, was exalted beyond compare. However, he still didn't dare to be half disrespectful in front of this imperial daughter. Previously, he hadn't even dared to open his mouth and ask the imperial maiden to come out and teach Xiao Wuxi. I'm afraid that the imperial daughter in front of me won't be able to see it. It was only now, with Xiao Wuxi first breaking the 10,000 ancient extremities realm and then drawing the 9 paramount imperial artifacts to their knees, that he had the courage to open his mouth. However, in his full anticipation, the imperial daughter on the seat, who was like an immortal deity from the 9 heavens, actually shook her head slightly. Sure enough, Xiao Wusheng's restless heart cooled down again. It still doesn't work. This result was something he had kind of expected. After all, this emperor's daughter in front of her was an existence that had almost become an emperor in the previous era. It's just that he was born at the wrong time. In a time when there were emperors. When an era, there are great emperors sitting in the town. Then no matter how strong and heaven-defying your natural talent is, you will not be able to prove great emperors again. That's the rule. Even this emperor's daughter, who almost broke this rule in the first place, she couldn't look at Xiao Wuxi, and although she couldn't accept it, she could understand it. Didn't you see that the third prince, whose talent was equally impressive and almost suppressed the pride of his generation, visiting daily to request a visit during these 10 years, was not qualified to see this imperial daughter? Just, the imperial maiden's next words, however, stunned the Xiao martial sage, as well as her consort, Li Xingyue. What makes me qualified to be the teacher of the peerless prince? With my abilities, I may not be qualified to be Lord Invincible's maid. The imperial maiden on the divine throne spoke faintly, seemingly calm, but the chaotic breath and 5 elements immortal light that stormed behind her betrayed her, proof that she was also very apprehensive. What? And upon hearing these words, Xiao Wusheng and Li Mingyue, it was as if they had suffered a thunderbolt from a clear sky, their heads almost exploding, incomparably doubting their ears. What did they hear? An emperor's daughter with an unparalleled position, comparable to the heavenly ancestor, invincible in the world, and who had almost become an emperor, was saying that she was not qualified to be Xiao Wuxi's teacher? More so, she wasn't even qualified to be Xiao Wuxi's maid? Poof! The maid, Li Mingyue, directly went limp and fainted. Fainted from shock. I'm dreaming. I must be dreaming. Xiao Wusheng's heart was thumping, and it didn't feel far from exploding. Didn't believe my ears at all. Who can make an imperial daughter a maid of honor? It was the Chaos Emperor at the time. He wasn't even qualified. Xiao Invincible. He is a 3-year-old child. What can he do? Yes, it was true that he had high hopes of becoming an emperor in the future. But, one day without becoming an emperor was ultimately a bubble. In the midst of his consternation, the Empress, however, had risen. At that moment, heaven and earth blossomed with divine radiance, and the 10,000 paths resonated in celebration. Behind her, endless chaotic auras and vast star silhouettes flickered, with an aura so profound that it could cause countless strong people to lose themselves, and her beauty is said to be the best of all time. The third prince at the time, is only look at the eyes of the emperor daughter's portrait, said, or a picture can only show her beauty 1,000th of the portrait, and then the spirit of the dream, completely to the emperor daughter unrequited love up. The third prince in the outer hall, sensing the movement in the inner hall, was overjoyed. I knew that my sincerity had still impressed the imperial maiden Sama, Lord Imperial Maiden, willing to be my protector now. He watched with excitement and apprehension as the imperial maiden transformed into a stream of light and flew out of the inner sanctum, and just by watching from afar, he felt like he was soothed. He didn't even dare to think about how happy he could be if Lord Empress was willing to be his protector. He couldn't even hold back tears of joy at the thought that he would soon get what he wanted. Just, in the next moment, his expression froze. The emperor's daughter's figure swept through the outer hall, and from beginning to end, she didn't even glance at him. The emperor's daughter came out of the temple. Not for him. Woohoo! He nearly cried out inside, nearly breaking down. It was such a sad story. However, what saddened him even more was yet to come. Chapter 14, Subjugating a Quasi-Emperor Artifact. No way. This can't be true. Originally, the heavenly pride Black Earth, who desperately could finally get close to the gate of the divine hall, swallowed his saliva and frantically wanted his head, unwilling to believe this scene. How is this possible? With all his might, he could not step through the doors of the temple. Just approaching the gate, one has used all means to fight for one's life. On the way, it was even more arduous, and could be said to be one bloody step at a time. But this young child, beautiful and handsome to the extreme young child, surprisingly, it came to the top so easily, like a tourist sightseeing visit. It was even recognized by the 9 paramount imperial artifacts. Yes, he knew that Xiao Wuxi's natural talent was quite unbelievable, but he was just a 3-year-old child. This immortal artifact peak, although it required a high level of natural talent, it also tested the ascender's physical endurance, heart, enlightenment, and other comprehensive abilities. No comparison, no harm. Compared to this young child, he, a young celestial in his 20s, was the one who looked like a real child. No, even his male son, the 8th prince, it was actually not as good as the other side. This was because the 8th prince, who he considered himself to have the qualifications of a great emperor and majestic talent, was almost 30 years old and had not been able to obtain the recognition of any of the quasi-imperial artifacts here. Not long ago, because of trying to forcefully gain recognition, he was even injured by the backlash. Not to mention, being recognized by 9 quasi-emperor artifacts at the same time. It must all be an illusion. Right, this must be an illusion. Even if such a person does exist, it can't be a child. Black Earth's body was trembling and his consciousness was blurred as he was muttering over and over, unwilling to believe the scene in front of him. Then, in the midst of his gaze, the figure of that young child gradually became clearer. It was coming his way. No, rather, it was coming towards this temple he was guarding. No, he awoke with a start, his eyes bloodshot and he let out a mournful scream. At this moment, he came to his senses completely. He remembered his duty, his male son, the reason for him to come to the immortal artifact peak. The divine artifacts within this divine hall are favored by my family as son, and I would like to ask this imperial prince to exchange them for another one. Black Earth took a deep breath and hurriedly got up, turning to Xiao Wuxi in front of him and saying in a nonchalant manner. As he spoke, there was a hint of displeasure in his words, because, according to the rules, since the quasi-emperor artifact in this divine hall was being looked at by his son, and he was even looking at it in front of the divine hall, this Xiao Wuxi shouldn't come back. To come is to provoke, provoking the authority of his male son. Although, he knew that the young child in front of him, with his heavenly birth, should be the new prince who was born 3 years ago to the perfection of the mortal realm. But, he was not afraid in the least. For one thing, there was confidence in his son, the 8th prince. All were imperial sons. All had hopes of competing for the throne of the imperial lord, and all had the qualifications of great emperors. His own male son's status was not lower than that of Xiao Wuxi. He didn't have to grovel. Secondly, he knew very well that this Xiao Wuxi looked incredibly strong and heaven-defying, but in reality, he was not useful, because Xiao Wuxi was born prematurely. There was a loss of innate nature. The foundation was damaged. Don't look at the extreme splendor now, but the cultivation path behind it was basically equal to being broken. All things considered, this Xiao Wuxi was not even worthy of giving his family's son his shoes. At the same time, he was confident in his own strength. 2. Although he wasn't the imperial son of the Xiao family, he was an unearthly heavenly pride who was very famous in the outside world. After more than 20 years of cultivation, his cultivation was far above that of Xiao Wuxi. What does he have to fear? Xiao Wuxi looked at the roadblocker in front of him and raised his eyebrows slightly, surprised. It was very hard to figure out how invincible one's posture was, all of it. Surprisingly, there are villains who come up to him and make him pretend to be in his face? Sure enough, this world, there's never a shortage of brainless villains. Sugu indifferently glanced at Black Earth and said, "Go back and tell your son-in-law that the quasi-imperial artifact in this divine hall, the Lingxiao Heavenly Mirror, is mine, and if he is not convinced, he can come to the Lingxiao Treasure Hall to find me." He was too lazy to get into a fight with such a brain-dead villain. Just deal with his son, the 8th prince, once and for all. Joke. What qualifications do you have to snatch away my male son's things with a single word, and let my male son go to you? Black Earth said subconsciously. This is also the one in front of you, with a special status. If in the past, if someone dared to talk to him like this and fall in face of his male son, he would have already slapped out his palm and killed him, unbridled, before Xiaowu enemy could say anything. The surrounding clan elders who had been attracted to the area became furious and enraged, casually waving their sleeves. Boom! The Black Earth's body retreated violently. ruthlessly impacting on the low, blood and flesh crumbling, almost dying, his breath withering. It's still them holding their own. Otherwise, this black earth, it's dead. Roll. Have your son roll over and apologize to Invincible. The clan elder at the head had cold, deep eyes. He was genuinely angry. A heavenly pride like Xiao Wuxi could be said to be the palm of the entire heavenly dynasty. That is, the old ancestors, all of them were obedient to him, and didn't reward him with a lot of immortal pills. These clan elders, who were too eager to fight for favor, how could they tolerate Xiao Wuxi being bullied? Black Earth's mind was shaken and his worldview crumbled. This is what's going on. It should be known that in the past, the Battle of the Princes was always a fight between the juniors. Even if the two princes fought out a real fire, they didn't see the clan elders come down to intervene. And now, he hadn't even said 2 words before he was slapped half to death by the clan elder? And when he raised his head and looked at the clan elders that filled the sky like stars, all of them furious and breathless, as if they wanted to find trouble with him and the 8th prince, he almost fainted in fear. This Xiao Wuxi, what on earth is the origin of this? How can you be favored by so many clan elders? No, it's not fair. The clan elders, how can they be involved in the battle for the crown prince? I'm going to tell my son that my son also has the support of countless clan elders behind him. Black Earth's face was pale, gritting his teeth, hiding all the unwillingness and aggravation within his heart. He looked fiercely at Xiao Wuxi and turned to leave. Xiao Wuxi didn't care about Black Earth. His expression was calm and collected as he walked into the divine hall. Inside the temple, a mirror hung in the air, but it gave the impression of a world, thick, vast, and vicissitudes, carrying an unimaginable divine might. The 5 elements around them sank, the light of Hongming flickered, and the great roads were all forced to hide. It was none other than the legendary quasi-imperial artifact, the Lingxiao Heavenly Mirror. At the moment, it exudes a sense of impatience. It was like a supreme beauty, showing off her perfect body, and then, the beautiful eyes showed if nothing else, the eyes of a pitiful, let-it-be-picked person. Anyone else would have already been excited and apprehensive to walk up and take possession of it. However, Xiao Wuxi's expression, remained calm and unruffled. To him, this would have been a breeze, if he wasn't too young. With his status and the strength of the Lingxiao Heavenly Palace, it would have been painless to take out an imperial artifact for him to use. Will you follow me? Xiao Wuxi inquired. Swish! The heavenly mirror of the heavens had been impatient for a long time, and just after Xiao Wuxi's words had landed, the heavenly mirror of the heavens had already transformed into a stream of light, and landed in Xiao Wuxi's arms like a sticky cat. In the meantime, a line of 7 colored gold letters automatically appeared on all the transmigrator panels. Transmigrant Su has successfully received the quasi-imperial artifact, being the first transmigrant to receive the quasi-imperial artifact. Chapter 15, Facepalm with the Emperor's Daughter. Where was the Lingxiao Heavenly Mirror half unwilling? Willing as can be. This stance made those clan elders above feel strange. It's too strange. How could they not feel unfamiliar when the high and mighty quasi-emperor artifact of the past had become Xiao Wuxi's licking dog today? Sure enough, that line is so true. It's not that icebergs aren't delicate. It's just that they haven't met their sweethearts. This saying was just as valid for weapons. It's not that imperial weapons don't lick dogs, but that they are invincible before encountering Xiao. And at the same time, Transmigrant Su has successfully received the quasi-imperial artifact, being the first transmigrant to receive the quasi-imperial artifact. A large word that shimmered with a 7-colored luster and was so vast that everyone couldn't ignore it surfaced above the panels of all the transmigrators. This, Li wife consort, who had just obtained the recognition of the Extreme Happiness Palace, the Jin Palace King's artifact, was originally dancing with joy, and had been unable to resist wanting to send a message with Xiao Wufei to share the good news with him. However, when she saw the line of large words that popped up on the panel, her expression instantly froze. Her face was strange, and she lowered her head very stiffly, looking at the king's weapon in her hand. Instantly unscented. What a load of crap this is. Barf. The king's weapon almost fell straight out of his hand. Wang Qi was also very grumpy and aggrieved. It did not know why, but suddenly saw a trace of dislike in the eyes of Consort Li's wife. What a slag woman this is. You got me and you're starting to resent me? What's wrong? Wifey? The Extreme Happiness Palace Master noticed Consort Li's wife's anomaly and said with concern, "No, it's fine." When wife Consort Li said that, tears were already flowing out of her eyes as she simply said, "Master, do you think I have any hope of being recognized by a quasi-emperor artifact in my life? What are you dreaming about?" The Extreme Joy Palace Master was surprised and said. The 3-year-old Li wife consort cried even more miserably. It's a real people pleaser. He himself had only just received the recognition of a king's artifact, and as a result, that 1,000 killer Su had gained the recognition of a quasi-emperor's artifact? Although, she didn't know exactly how big the gap between a king artifact and a quasi-emperor artifact was. But yet, she knew that under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for her to obtain a quasi-emperor artifact in her entire life without thousands of years of hard work, as well as amazing luck. It's not just her. All the surviving transmigrants were silent at this moment. Feel the unimaginable storm. The heart of the path breaks down. Quasi-emperor weapon. This broadcast, sure there's nothing wrong with it? Is this Su still human? Did this Su, in his lifetime, save the planet? Sumo giant. Where are you? I'm willing to give you monkeys. I'm very flirty. Thighs. Please give hugs. I'd like to be. For you. There were no surprises, and a brief silence was followed by countless gasps of surprise. The chat room, then, changed completely. The name given to Xiao Wuxi became very respectful. All sorts of shows of high emotion and ass-kissing and wanting to hug. Meanwhile, inside the evil organization, my top-quality spirit weapon. It doesn't smell good anymore. The mixed devil ape was originally still too excited to calm down over the fact that he was about to obtain a top-grade spiritual armament, and was showing it off all over the world. At the moment, there was no light left in the eyes. How many orders of magnitude is the difference between my extreme spiritual artifact and his quasi-emperor artifact? I'll do the math. According to the secret code my father gave me, behind the spirit weapon is the king's weapon, and behind the king's weapon is the mighty soldier. Behind that? Sacred weapons, sacred king weapons, great sacred soldiers, quasi-supreme weapons, and then, only then, are quasi-imperial weapons. The Yin-Yang demon emperor had been hesitant, not having much cognizance of the power of the quasi-emperor artifact for a while, and after comparing the canon, he stood up violently, his expression numb and the corners of his mouth twitching. 1,000 killing Su. How did he do it? Surprisingly, it's 8 levels higher than my extreme spiritual weapon? He couldn't have transmigrated to the first day of the 9 heavens, and then, also transmigrated to the number 1 power within the first day, and still within the direct lineage, right? Some people can't help but speculate. Perhaps this was the only situation that could do all the things that Su had done before. It seems like it's a real possibility. He's born at the end of our rope. These bigwigs, at this moment, also finally began to complain about its own origin. And thanks to that, because Mr. Su is too heaven-defying, there's no way for him to obtain the achievement reward. Otherwise, there's really no hope for us to chase after it. Someone said with a look of emotion. We don't envy him. At his young age, he is bound to be very miserable without a goal to strive for, and we have no choice but to succeed. Someone sourly said. Sure enough, it got the achievement. Xiao Wuxi was not surprised by this, though, by all accounts, he had already created 2 amazing achievements in a row, and if the system hadn't been upgraded, he could have been rewarded with 2 very impressive achievements. The odds are that the rewards you get from a normal sign-up lottery are not as good as these 2 rewards. But, he was not at all distressed, because, in the early stages, achievements are indeed easy to get, but later on, it's harder to get them again. Still, the draw is more stable. Source: it doesn't show the draw yet. Do I need to walk to the very center? Xiao Wuxi pondered as his gaze fell into the centermost divine hall. There were 8 of the 9 divine halls, located in the 8 directions, while the one in the center was the most majestic and full of extraordinary. If an unusual powerhouse or celestial pride were to just look at that divine hall, they would probably already be dizzy and have their chests sinking. Xiao Wuxi played with the Lingxiao heavenly mirror before getting up and preparing to walk towards the divine hall in the center. And just then too, a silhouette that fell from the sky. The woman's face was so beautiful that even Xiao Wuxia was actually in a state of distraction. Just see, she 3,000 green silk like waterfall, long and messy, fluttering in the wind, a body of ice skin and jade bones, shrouded in chaos gas, a pair of bright eyes, flashing surplus luster, as if within the 5 elements of heaven and earth, so that all with her eyes, cannot help but heart and soul melting, for the sinking. As for the body, it was impossible to pick a single fault, perfect to the extreme. It seems like the standard for great beauty is just that. What filled her with the most charm was the bronze mask that she wore on her face, half covering her cheeks and revealing only a small part of her immortal face, but it was also dreamlike and mesmerizing. This was simply the most beautiful woman that Xiao Wuxi had ever seen. More beautiful than his mother. More beautiful. There was even a sense of mysterious vicissitudes of age. You're finally back. The imperial maiden looked at Xiao Wuxi, her eyes filled with light, her heart was apprehensive and excited, and she was already lost in thought as she murmured, "You are?" Xiao Wuxi said with some hesitation. He had to hesitate because, from this woman, he could sense an aura that was even stronger than his own grandfather Sky Marshal Saint. as if this was a great emperor. Invincible. She's an emperor daughter, an existence that almost became an emperor in the previous era. You have to treat her carefully and try to ask her to be your protector. The heavenly martial saint's transmissions came one after the other. Even if it was a voice transmission, Xiao Wuhu could hear the excited nervousness and apprehension of the Xiao martial saint. Once again, it was clear that the woman in front of her was of a very high status. Chapter 16, the third prince's heart is broken. Imperial daughter as a servant. An emperor's daughter? Almost became an emperor in the past? Xiao Wuxi raised his eyebrows slightly, somewhat surprised. He knew that this absolute woman had a very honorable status, but I didn't realize it was so high. Of course, the current peerless woman had obviously suffered an accident and had physical problems. Her battle power was no longer at its peak, but she was still an absolute giant on the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was an existence on the same level as his Xiao family's ancestor. Otherwise, his grandfather, Xiao Wu Shang, who had been similarly as a generation of Dragon Ao Tian, second to the sky and second to the air, putting nothing in his eyes, would not have been so apprehensive and nervous. If, let her become her own protector, wouldn't she be invincible? However, he did not speak easily, because, look at the gestures and words of the other side. She knows herself? Or is it a case of mistaken identity? Sure enough, still don't remember Nui Nui? The imperial maiden was in a trance and was very lost. However, it was as if she had expected it, and she then regained her demeanor, becoming as apprehensive and nervous as before. A little girl-like posture, pretty face red, eyes have been a little red, eyes soft, love. This gesture, if an outsider saw it, would surely smack his lips. After all, this lord is a generation of ruthlessness, notoriously vicious, suppressing and devouring countless celestial pride. He took the body of a mortal and condensed it into the legendary chaos body that was able to rival the Ling Xiao divine emperor body. At one time, he had been known as an absolutely ruthless man, an unearthly devil. In the chaos emperor's later years, when he was still suppressing the heavens and earth, he almost succeeded in his impact on the imperial throne, taking away the chaos emperor's heavenly destiny. Although, it was the original Ling Xiao heavenly dynasty that insisted on protecting the empress. The chaotic emperor was in his later years and didn't want to offend the Ling Xiao heavenly dynasty, and the other forces that had been seriously injured by the empress had no way of taking the Ling Xiao heavenly dynasty. The empress had only luckily survived after failing to impact the empire. However, being able to be deadlocked by the Ling Xiao heavenly palace was indicative of how strong she was. This kind of existence, in the eyes of the crowd, was noble and transcendent to the extreme, absolutely majestic and unsmiling, and it was impossible for anyone to cause her attention and waves. At the moment, in front of Xiao Wuxi, it appeared so. So, this is what the legend says. Not that the sister is not delicate, but that she has not yet met her beloved? The quasi-imperial artifact kneeling from before was simply weak compared to this scene. In the central shrine, although the third prince was a little disappointed that the imperial daughter wasn't here to find him, nevertheless, he ran out with great anticipation. Even if, for example, she goes out for other things, it has nothing to do with him. But, if by some fluke, one could view her from afar, her true form, his dreams may smell good in the future, could be happy for years. Greetings, third prince. Some of the previous generation's strongest members of the heavenly dynasty, who were practicing near the divine hall, polishing their foundations and honing their wills with the help of the might of the quasi-emperor artifacts, immediately saluted respectfully when they saw Xiao Minghua rushing out. In the supremely brilliant Ling Xiao heavenly dynasty, to be able to become a generation of imperial princes, one was bound to be a supreme heavenly pride, possessing the ability to suppress a generation of heavenly prides, and being ranked third meant that his natural talent, even amongst the imperial sons, was an extremely top-notch existence. Future accomplishments are unlimited, whether it was within the celestial dynasty or outside. It was recognized and respected by countless powerful people. Prestige is high, countless noble daughters of great powers were in love with him, and the number of people who wanted to be his followers was even more endless. Good, good, all good. When I become an emperor, all of you will enjoy eternal glory, because, being able to take a look at his dream goddess's face from afar, Xiao Minghua was in a good mood and said with a smile on his face to the various offerings and the mainstays of the celestial dynasty around him who saluted him. At the same time, the movement of his feet, however, did not stop. Instead, they scurried out in a hurry, fearing to miss the opportunity, at one point, of the goddess's face. However, as he looked up with excited apprehension, nervous excitement, and a few moments of joy, he saw a scene that made him almost faint. Pain. It hurts too much. He surprisingly saw his own goddess, always high above, cold and lonely, as if the absolute gods, the unearthly immortal emperor daughter, actually little girl posture. Imploring look at Xiao Wu invincible. That, not long after being born, a toddler of only 3 years old. Xiao Wuxi. This kind of sight, honestly, he didn't even dare to dream about it. At this moment, it happened to Xiao Wuxi. No, he hissed and growled inwardly, his chest so heavy he could barely breathe, and he fell heavily to his knees, the look on his face incomparably sad. It even seemed as if snowflakes had drifted around. No one could know how much his heart really ached. You are what you are, even if you start over and don't remember the past, nor remember me. Yet, I remain me. In the last life, you served as a bright light, giving me light and hope in the midst of despair. In this life, I will be your constant companion and help you to regain your throne of immortality. The emperor's daughter's eyes were resolute, and the look she gave to Xiao Wuhu became softer and softer, changing her posture, speaking softly and even with a few hints of a pleading-like voice. This gentleman, I have no home to go to. I wonder if you can take in the little girl to be your maid. I wish to help you to ascend to empire and become immortal. Xiao Wuxi froze. It wasn't just him. The Xiao martial sage who was paying attention to everything was completely unable to sit still. What? Her words before. She really wasn't being polite. She actually really wants to be my grandson Invincible's consort? This. Am I sure I'm not dreaming? I, Sun Wufei, have the potential to become an immortal. Xiao Wu Shang, who had traveled across the 9 heavens and 10 lands and had experienced countless vicissitudes and storms, also felt dreamy at this moment. His breathing was short, and his heart was beating violently, as if it was about to explode. Their faces were so agitated that they became engorged with blood and turned red. How so? Is it because of the Ling Xiao Divine Emperor body? That existence that has saved the Imperial Daughter is actually our Jade Emperor? Invincible is his reincarnated body? No. In this world, there is no past life, even if there was. If there was an Invincible, without an absolutely strong, heaven-defying qualification that would make an Emperor's daughter bow down, it would be impossible for her to willingly become a maid. Being a teacher, being a wife is fine. The ancestral land of the Ling Xiao dynasty shook, and even the clan elders couldn't sit still in shock, swallowing in secret. Moreover, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that this former imperial daughter who had almost become an emperor had actually said that she wanted to help Xiao Wuxi ascend to become an emperor and become an immortal. Become immortal. It's been a long time since there's been a true immortal in this world, hasn't it? Countless years now. The path to immortality was broken a long time ago. The great emperor is at the end of his tether. Become an immortal? They don't even dare to think about it. However, since the imperial maiden said that Xiao Wufei was expected to become an immortal, perhaps he could really create the impossible and eventually be able to become an immortal. At the thought of this, they, the old ancestors, buried in their coffins for countless years, were actually excited as if they were children. Xiao Wuxi, who was the main protagonist of the incident, remained silent for a long time, and then looked down at himself. He admitted that he was handsome. Super handsome. But the charm shouldn't have reached the level that would make the legendary emperor's daughter fall for it and be willing to be her consort. After all, maids of honor were the equivalent of slaves with a higher status in this world. There's no freedom to be had. But if, instead of being a maid, he was to be his protector, or a follower, he would not be so shocked. It seems that, in her opinion, I had some karma with her in a previous life, and, to be exact, was heavenly gracious to her. She's here to return the favor. Xiao Wuxi pondered for a split second, and then he too understood. As for mistaken identity, he didn't think such a being could be mistaken. I told you, just being reborn as the prince of the Ling Xiao heavenly dynasty and bearing the Ling Xiao divine emperor body would cost me so much merit. Guess that includes having a dangling past life as part of who I am. Of course, since she is willing to be my consort, it also shows that my natural talent is really strong. It makes her self-conscious that she can't get along as an equal. Then, after substituting for a while, the protagonist perspective of Long Ao Tian's novel, the excitement, too, calmed down. This is the base of the protagonist of Dragon Ao Tian. Okay, to be assisted by you is truly a blessing in my 3 lives. Xiao Wuxi pondered for a moment and opened his mouth blandly. However, then looking at the pitiful empress, his heart moved, and for some reason, the ghost softened his words. I'd like to give you a home. Immediately afterward, the heavens spun and the earth shook as the 3,000 great roads manifested. There are even more endless visions that are brewing. Chapter 17, Concealing the Heavenly Chance. I'd like to give you a home. Xiao Wuxi naturally wouldn't refuse, and it was genuine. He could tell that the emperor's daughter in front of him, who had once been deep in darkness and looked strong, was in fact very pitiful. He would treat her well in the future. Of course, he wouldn't be foolish enough to give up just because he was moved. This kind of emperor's daughter, to be a maid of honor, it simply shouldn't be too pleasurable. Okay. At the same time, in his ears, the voices of countless people were also transmitted. Hurry up and agree to it, the Shao martial sage said excitedly, afraid that their grandchildren, who have a brain fart, or are too young to know better, will then turn it down. Then, at that time, even if Shao Wuxia was his grandson, the grandson he favored to the extreme, he would still have to give him a fat beating. Invincible. Listen to old ancestor. This sister is the gentlest and loveliest woman in the world. She won't harm you. With her as your consort, you will live in happiness for the rest of your life. She's a poor person. You must treat her well. The old ancestors were also opening their mouths to advise. Some of the old ancestors who knew about Empress Daughter's past even exuded a hint of relief. Not only were they happy for Shao Wuxia, it seemed as if they were even happier for the emperor's daughter. And, just at the moment when Shao Wuxi agreed to do so, surprisingly, the heavens revolved, the sun and the moon turned upside down, the 3,000 great roads manifested, the chaotic aura hung upside down, all sorts of divine light and immortal radiance raged, and the heavens and the earth shook. There are even more endless visions that are brewing. Obviously, the matter of the imperial daughter being Shao Peerless consort was so horrifying that it startled the heaven and earth avenue. It was as if before, Shao Wuxia had broken the 10,000 ancient extreme realm and attracted a vision. As for the imperial maiden, after hearing Shao Wuxia's phrase, "I'm willing to give you a home," her heart, which had been cold for countless years, actually melted a little, and tears flowed from her eyes, scratching the bronze mask on her face and falling. The heart was incredibly warm. Couldn't help but want to hug Shao Wuxi. What an annoying vision. This kind of thing can't be known to the outside world. Because of that, Shao Peerless descended into the world, and the awakening of several of the old ancestors within the heavenly dynasty ancestral ground. They all stepped forward in unison, working together to cover up the heavenly chances. Even an imperial artifact was used. They, though, didn't want Shao Wufei to lay low and wanted him to push across the 9 heavens. However, it was not expected that one day Shao Wufei would accept an emperor's daughter as a maid. This news, if it were to leak out, the other 8 heavens would not be mentioned. Just the immortal forces within the 3,000 immortal realms would have to sit up and completely blow up, to desperately ambush and kill Shao Wuxi, a young, and in the eyes of the outside world, prematurely born and congenitally deficient Shao Wuxi was not enough to make them do anything. But add a female emperor who almost became an emperor in the first place, and it would be a completely different story. Those immortal forces that were in a hostile relationship with the Ling Shao dynasty would definitely do whatever they could. Although, the Ling Shao heavenly kingdom was actually not afraid. However, it was afraid that the outside world would really know about this matter and wouldn't dare to easily target Shao Wuxi, so that Shao Wuxi wouldn't be able to get enough and properly honed, and it would also hinder Shao Wuxi's future development. After all, you can't become a great emperor without grinding. Boom! Along with that, the old ancestors struck out. The vision that was about to brew completely dissipated. The sky is covered. The memories of some of the surrounding clan elders, mainstays, and celestial pride were all blurred and erased. The only memories left behind were those of Shao Wusheng and the third prince. Because, such means of erasing memories would more or less affect talent. The third prince, his talent was also very strong. He was a rare heavenly pride of the heavenly dynasty. He had the posture of a great emperor. If there was no Shao Wuxi, he might really have hoped to become the imperial lord of the heavenly dynasty and achieve the position of a great emperor. I believe that he will not talk nonsense about this matter. Shao Wusheng, with his strong talent and still being Shao Wuxi's grandfather, would be even less likely to spread this matter out. No, please, old ancestor, erase my memories. The third prince was in tears and in so much pain that he was frantic, and don't want to have, at all, memories like that. If, for him to forget and not know that the imperial daughter had become Shao Wufei's consort, he might be able to remain immersed in his fantasies, being able to be silly and happy all the time. This is your calamity. How you fight through it is up to you. In response, an old ancestor blandly said. The third prince's expression was stunned. Then, continue to agonize. In particular, when he looked at the imperial maiden who was so excited because she had heard Shao Wuxi's consent that her pretty face was scarlet and very out of sorts, he almost went crazy. After all, the choice of the empress daughter was not to be Shao Wuxia's master, or a protector, or even a follower, but a maid of honor. He'd be more evil if he thought about it. He would even have the feeling that the goddess he loved and loved to the point of his own humility was actively trying to become like someone else's plaything. At the very least, if the emperor's daughter became his maid, he would not be able to resist. No, I can't watch her go astray. He Shao invincible. A premature baby. What virtue and what ability. At the thought, He ran out very out of breath, tearing his heart out. Why do you, such an honorable being, spoil yourself like this to be his maid? I was at your door, begging for 10 years, and you wouldn't even look at me. What makes him your master? Xiao Wuxi raised his eyebrows slightly, somewhat displeased. What's with all the mindless villains everywhere? However, before he could react, what are you? The imperial maiden's expression was indifferent, changing from the delicate and gentle in front of Xiao peerless. Her divine might was untouchable, and with just a thought, the incomparably appalling greatness had already suppressed it. Put. The third prince flew directly backwards, golden blood, sprinkled all over the sky, straight up moribund. Being hit hard, he grieved even more. As the honorable third prince of the Lingxiao heavenly dynasty, he was endowed with the Tsungtian hegemony body, an invincible physique, and he had been begging for 10 years in front of your divine temple. As a result, you don't even recognize me, and ask me what it is? His heart, which had been dead just moments before, was now actually being killed all over again. As a matter of fact, he should also be thankful that he had a very good physique and was born in the Lingxiao heavenly kingdom. Otherwise, he would have already been obliterated. Although the imperial maiden didn't know the third prince, she knew that he should be more important to the Lingxiao heavenly palace. That's why he was left alive. Of course, there were a few moments of disdain for the sake of it. Hiss. Xiao Wuxi blinked, his expression slightly stunned. So overbearing? Then, there was endless joy. Such a killing intent like an abyss. The overbearing power shaking the heaven and earth of the supreme imperial daughter. The only one who smiled at herself. The feeling is not too great. Nui has an ungrateful favor to ask, and I'd like to ask for your help. Seeing that there were no more in the way, the imperial maiden was probably also afraid that Xiao Wuxi would also be suspicious because the third prince was suspicious, so she wanted to give a reasonable explanation for her behavior. A reasonable explanation. Or maybe that was supposed to be what was in her heart. You name it, anything I can do to help, I will, Xiao Wuxi very skillfully said. This kind of plot, in the long Aotian online novel, is also often staged. That is, if you help me with one thing, I'll pour you in. Of course, this was only the treatment of the protagonist of Long Aotian. It's impossible for the average person to have one. The imperial maiden's face showed a hint of joy and at the same time a hint of grief as she said, my brother fell in a secret realm, and his remains have not been able to get buried. What secret realm? Su Xiao Invincible was not surprised and said, the ancient land of Taichu. The imperial maiden spoke, only young heavenly prides can set foot in it, and it's so treacherous that it may be the only one in heaven and on earth who can do it. The Gongzi, said the man, with a flash of fire and adoration in his eyes. It was as if he had already seen Xiao Wuxi's domineering, handsome and transcendent overwhelming figure as he crisscrossed the Taichu ancient land. The ancient land of the beginning of the earth. Such an overwhelmingly ferocious place. It was she, who was unable to set foot in it even when her chaotic body was at its peak. Only her own male son was able to do so. Activate the second merit draw site. The ancient land of the beginning. Before Xiao Wuxi could respond, his own private system, however, prompted. I can't believe I triggered the second merit draw place. Just a casual remark can trigger it. I knew that this private system is much stronger than that mass civilian-like achievement reward system. Xiao Wuxi showed a hint of a smile on his face. No problem. Naturally, he would not refuse. More also have confidence in yourself. And, Xiao Minghua, who had been knocked out and was in a sorry state, had likewise heard their conversation, and his eyes were deep and resolute as he said, Humph, Empress Sama, I will show you that I am the one who is truly worthy of your trust. Xiao Wuxi doesn't deserve it. Just wait. The one who enters the Taichu ancient land and brings back your brother's remains will only be me. Xiao Minghua. As for blackening and then joining forces with other forces to target and design a plot against Xiao Wuxi, he didn't think that way. Nor could there be. In fighting? Mutilation of your own countrymen? What kind of stupid and patternless little man would do that? He didn't give a damn. If he really wanted to compete, it would be a fair and open competition. He was confident that he could defeat Xiao Wuxi, a premature child. Chapter 18 Raffle. Golden Legend True Dragon Treasure Bone. No need to serve me, Xiao Wuxi softly said. Although, a nearly invincible existence like the emperor's daughter was willing to be his consort. However, that was because of his past life, which added a lot of points. Naturally, he wouldn't really use such an honorable emperor's daughter as a maid. In this way, he would consume her goodwill. Surely, believing himself to be soon, he would be able to conquer her completely. Use your charm, not that past life. When the time comes, that's when she'll really be treated like a maid. I will always stand by your side, my lord, and protect your path. The imperial maiden had no opinion and knew that if she kept following Xiao Wuxi around, It would not be conducive to his training and growth. Then it was imploring and full of anticipation, hidden in the air. It will only appear when Xiao Wuxi is in need. Gongzi, can you hold Nui Nui? When she hid her figure, the emperor's daughter's mind was tense and a little timid. Hesitating for a long time, she finally summoned up the courage, and with a slightly trembling voice, she said like a small woman. Xiao Wuxi was stunned. Then, looking to the other's delicate and exquisite body, and then to himself, the body of a young child. Are you sure it's me hugging you and not you hugging me? I don't know why. At this moment, he had a picture of a small horse-drawn cart floating in his mind. Then, the heart could not help but lament. Still too small myself, even with the strongest kidneys in the ages. He had never been so eager to grow up. Good. Xiao Wuxi naturally wouldn't refuse. Gently wrapping his arms around the emperor's daughter's waist, his mind did not have any ripples. It was very plain. If, instead, it was someone else, this close proximity to the imperial maiden, I'm afraid that I would be so excited that I would lose my temper and not be able to control my hands and legs. The emperor's daughter's body was cold, like a piece of ice. It's like a piece of jade again. While being held by Xiao Wuxi, her jade body trembled slightly, as if she had been electrocuted, and she instinctively stepped backward. It was an experience she had never had before. All her life, growing up in killing and despair, she had never been in close contact with a male, or even any other living being, so close. A long-lost warmth surfaced in the Empress' memory. However, immediately afterward, Xiao Wuxi let go of his hand. At the bottom of the Empress' heart, a trace of loss surfaced, completely hidden in the air. My lord, you must grow up quickly. Only a cold and indifferent, but endlessly easy words were left behind. I will ascend to the emperor and become an immortal, smoothing out all the past sorrows for you. Xiao Wuxi nodded his head, and in the surrounding space-time turbulence, the imperial maiden had her back against the chaos, her feet stepping on the 3,000 great Tao, her head reflecting the thousands of stars, her aura rushing straight to the 9 heavens and 10 earths, sitting steadily on the divine seat as if she were an immortal true god, quietly guarding Xiao Wuxi, and at the same time, one of her jade hands quietly brushed her cheeks, lifting the bronze mask on her face, revealing a horrifyingly divine face. However, has been rolling red. It was hard to imagine that a generation of ruthless men who, in the eyes of the outside world, had killed countless people like the embodiment of hell, would also blush. In fact, all of her performances today were completely beyond the crowd's perception. The Empress mattered. The hanging hearts of the other ancestors within the ancestral lands, including the Shao martial sage, were finally put down. Then, there was the uncontrollable joy. I believe that in the countless years to come, they would not be able to help but laugh out in relief when they thought of this day. Who in the ancient and modern world could have accomplished such a feat? To make an emperor's daughter, who once almost became an emperor and was nearly invincible, become a maid of honor? Only he, the crown prince of the Lingxiao heavenly palace. Xiao is invincible. Xiao Wuxi, however, did not leave there. Instead, he pushed open the door of the temple in the very center straight away. He's going to raffle it off. Ding! Congratulations to the honorable host. Merit 10 consecutive draws. Congratulations on winning the Golden Legend. 7-star reward. The True Dragon's Treasure Bone. The system's voice fell. In an instant, an incomparably strong figure that looked like an absolute true dragon descended from the sky, rolling up countless layers of space. Thousands of worlds shook. It's like a real dragon descending into the world. Endless living beings, all submissive. Even Xiao Wuxi, who was accustomed to seeing great scenes, was still trembling. And then, the corners of his mouth raised in an unimaginable smile. This obtaining a reward, surprisingly, was the legendary True Dragon Treasure Bone. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, besides the human race, the 10 most powerful beings were once called the 10 Fierce Ones, suppressed the ages of the ages. It was also that they were too heaven-defying, and it was difficult for heirs to be born, resulting in the pure-blooded 10 murderers being so rare that it was almost impossible for them to appear in the world. Otherwise, the 9 heavens and 10 lands will be honored by them. Even so, the Qilin nest, Koanpong nest, and the like, which had only inherited part of their bloodline, were all immortal forces that dared to challenge the divine might of the Lingxiao heavenly palace. The true dragon, on the other hand, is the head of the 10 evils. The True Dragon Treasure Bone, which only pure-blooded true dragons could possess, had the treasure techniques of the true dragon lineage condensed on it, and whoever grasped it would be able to become an alternative true dragon. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for a true dragon treasure bone to appear in the world. It was the true dragon's nest that didn't have the true dragon's treasure bone. In addition to being related to the extreme rarity of pure-blooded true dragons, It was also related to the fact that they would take the initiative to crumble their treasure bones before they died, preventing foreign clans from stealing their treasure arts. I didn't realize that the system road was so wild. Even the true dragon's treasure bone. The key thing is that it's only a 7-star reward. Looks like there are a lot of good things. Xiao Wuxi gathered his mind. Sit on your knees. Straight away, he practiced in the central divine hall. Here, to those who couldn't withstand the pressure, it was no less than hell. But to Xiao Wuxi, it was like the immortal realm. However, the technique he practiced was not the true dragon treasure technique recorded above, on the true dragon treasure bone. Rather, it was the 8-star reward perfect undying scripture that he had obtained by breaking the achievement earlier. The perfect imperishable scripture. He had already inquired about its followers, being in existence that far surpassed the 10 fierce treasure arts. After cultivating it, one would possess an invincible physical body. The original 10 foul heavenly horned ants had obtained half a volume of the undying scripture and then bucked the trend to become 10 fowls. More than that, it has become synonymous with power. After all, the true dragon treasure technique with the treasure bone was only a 7-star reward. The perfect undying scripture with only one content message could be rated as an 8-star reward. And the difference was naturally obvious at a glance. Perfect imperishable scripture. There are 2 types of cultivation. One type of ordinary cultivation draws the power of heaven and earth to polish one's physical body and open up the stars in one's body. And the more profound way of cultivation is to cultivate with the 10 murderous relics. Gather the 10 fierce true spirits to protect your body. I've already learned the true dragon treasure art on this true dragon treasure bone. This bone contains an unimaginable amount of true dragon power, so it's too appropriate to use it to cultivate the perfect undying scripture. Xiao Wuxi was already engaged in enlightenment. The scene within the central divine hall was naturally unknowable to the heavenly pride on the immortal artifact peak. However, the old ancestors who had been paying attention to Xiao Wuxiao were puzzled. What's going on? Why are you sitting directly on the floor? Is it tiredness? It's also that he's been through so much today. Performed too many miracles. He's 3 years old after all, so he's probably tired of falling asleep, right? While the old ancestors were relieved, they were also a bit distressed and looked at Xiao Wuxia with a doting look in their eyes. Existences like them had actually seen through a lot, and had long since become less attached to the matter of their children and grandchildren. Xiao Wufei was still the only child that caused all the dormant old ancestors to collectively dote on him to the extreme. Wait, this movement, he's not resting. Rather, he's trying to break through. What? Another breakthrough? Didn't he just break through? The old ancestors hadn't been relieved and heartbroken for too long, and one by one, they all stared wide-eyed, their hearts shaken to the extreme. It was them, the strongest people in this world. The heavenly ancestors who had been dormant for countless years and witnessed the vicissitudes of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, who had begun to doubt the world at this moment. Shocked by Xiao Wuxi, he doubted the world. Chapter 19 Xiaoxinglong's anger. How did he break through again? My God, he's still human. Even the old ancestors, who had been sleeping for countless years and were ancient to the extreme, couldn't hold their heads above water and exited in shock. This invincible is really not going to stop until all people's perceptions have been subverted. My son, it's too heaven-defying. Surprisingly, he broke through again? Xiao Wusheng's heart trembled, and he could no longer use words to express his feelings, almost dancing with his hands and feet. What did you say? Not only did Xiao Wuxi snatch my quasi-emperor artifact, even more so, having hordes of clan elders bullying you out of your way? Is that true? Within the palace of the 8th prince, thunderous anger resounded. The mansion that the 8th prince resided in was brilliant to the extreme. Situated in the air, a cluster of palaces. With the splendor of the Ling Shao dynasty, the place was naturally unimaginably large. Each of the palaces, all of which were underpinned by star cores, were viewed from afar as if they were a starry sky, flowing with rich star power. The shrine where the 8th prince often resided was located in the center, with the surrounding shrines arching over it. The 10,000 stars arched over the Ziwei star in the same way. It also highlighted the 8th prince's desire to compete for the throne of the imperial lord and achieve the grandeur of an immortal emperor. Every word is true. I will vouch for it with my head. Black Earth spat blood. His breath was weak, and his face was filled with grudges, aggression, resentment, and unimaginable anger. They also said that they want the male son to roll over and apologize to that prematurely born Xiao Wuxi. The battle for the crown prince should have been a fair fight. This is an ancestral tradition, unshakable. Those clan elders, why would they dare to openly favor him? Xiao Wuxie, wasn't this not putting his son, the 8th prince Xiaoxinglong, in his eyes? It is a great humiliation. Good, very good, they're really good. In the middle of the palace, wearing a silver-gray star robe, his breath was strong, and his eyes were subjugated by the breath of endless stars. The entire person was like a weakened version of the Star Glory God King, which was daunting. He was none other than the 8th Prince Xiao Xinglong, bearing the legendary purple micro-star body, able to mobilize the power of the stars. At the time of his birth, the violet microstar flickered and rained down endless starbursts, causing his cultivation to reach the celestial realm and the mortal transformation mysterious realm just as soon as he was born. Although, compared to Xiao Wuxi's birth, which was the peak of the returning to the first realm and the great perfection of transformation, it was 4 great realms lower. But, after all, Xiao Wuxi was a premature baby with insufficient roots, not to be feared, since they are unkind. Don't blame me for being unrighteous. Xiao Xinglong's eyes were cold and angry to the extreme. If, for example, it was only Xiao Wuxi who had struck out and shocked his follower, Black Earth, he wouldn't have been so angry. But the other party was having the clan elder make a move. If he this could endure, he wouldn't have to be called the 8th prince. However, just as he crushed a token, he was about to shake people and get those clan elders who stood up for themselves to join him in striking out for justice. Star Dragon, confused, don't do anything stupid. Hurry up and apologize to Invincible. You dare to touch Invincible even with your small body. That follower of yours, don't keep it either. A person from a foreign race? How dare you openly contradict Invincible? No big deal. What he faced was the angry rebuke of countless elders who supported him. This scene directly made the furious Xiao Xinglong confused on the spot, completely dumbfounded and very unbelievable. He was not expecting it even in his dreams. How is this different from what was imagined? You're the clan elders who support me. How is it that you can stand in line with the Sky Invincible? Called invincible more than he did. Obviously not too long ago, you guys said that I could definitely become the Imperial Lord of the Celestial Dynasty and become an immortal emperor. So how is it that as soon as Xiao Invincible descended into the world, you guys just mutinied like that? What? When Black Earth heard this, he first froze, and then, his heart contracted violently, as if he had been grabbed violently, and he was short of breath. His face blackened, and he almost fainted. Unimaginable fear surfaced in his mind. Why is that? Why would even the clan elders who supported Xiao Xinglong support Curfew Peerless? Could it be that he really did wrong? Don't other followers, too, get to bump off other royals? Is Xiao invincible and too special? But he's a preemie. By what right? No, I'm not convinced. This is all a trick you guys are playing on me. Xiao Xinglong, I defected to you because I thought you had the vigor to become an emperor. But now it seems that I overestimated you. You're just a rat. Die. When Black Earth saw Xiao Xinglong walking towards him, his entire body trembled. The power within his body instinctively mobilized, and his body tensed. Although, Xiao Xinglong was intending to relieve him and wanted to show that he would not kill him, but he had already been gripped by fear. Seeing Xiao Xinglong walking towards him, he thought that he was trying to catch him, and he directly cursed and showed ferocity on his face. Surprisingly, he didn't intend to sit back and wait for death, and stormed towards Xiao Xinglong to attack. Don't! Xiao Xinglong's face changed slightly. You will always be my loyal. His words, before they fell, the Black Earth body, which had crumbled, killed by a clan elder. The following offenses should be executed. In the future, all followers of the Imperial Prince must know who is the master of the Heavenly Dynasty. A follower of a foreign name dares to contradict the Emperor of the Heavenly Dynasty. Guilty as charged. The clan elders opened their mouths to pronounce judgment. If, under normal circumstances, Black Earth wasn't a capital offense. After all, Xiao Wuxi didn't even care. But he even dared to launch an attack on Xiao Xinglong. What was this if not looking for death? Then, the crowd of clan elders then saw that the 8th prince had an icy expression, holding a long spear in his hand, lifting Black Earth's head, and walking towards the outside. Xiao Xinglong, where are you going? Xiao Xinglong's figure did not stop as he faintly said, go and apologize to Clan Xiao Invincible's brother. By the way, let's see what makes him so virtuous and capable of being favored like this by all the clan elders. The faces of the clan elders all changed color. Don't worry, I won't mess around. I am a prince of the Heavenly Dynasty, and the peerless clan brother is also a prince of the Heavenly Dynasty. One loss is a loss, and one honor is an honor. It is indeed Black Earth's fault for contradicting the peerless clan brother. But, I'm just not convinced, very unconvinced, just looking for him to spar. Lower your realm and spar with him, Xiao Xinglong said with a deep and incomparable expression. But, he was also very sensible. It won't kill itself. The crueler the place, the more important it is to keep warm. The 9 heavens were the most cruel, and their Ling Xiao Heavenly Dynasty, as the number 1 force in the 9 heavens, was naturally the most skilled at group warmth. The clan elders breathed a sigh of relief. Star Dragon is at the Divine Palace realm, and Invincible is too young, only at the 5th organ realm. When he strikes normally, Star Dragon is bullying the young with the big, but if he lowers his realm, it's still okay. depressing the realm and comparing it to a 3-year-old invincible. Although, it's still a bit of a suspicion of bullying the young. But, at least Xiao Xinglong won't be defeated too miserably, and it's also considered to have left a covering. This one turned out okay, and in the central shrine of the immortal artifact peak, Xiao Wuxi naturally didn't know about this. Of course, even if they knew, they wouldn't care, because he had completed his breakthrough. From the 5 divine viscera realm, he reached the spirit sea realm. A 7-colored spirit sea opened up within Curfew Peerless, like the heavens had opened up and chaos had restarted, turning the tables. The interior even seemed to possess a true dragon roaring. And then, the true dragon fell, and the endless power within its body transformed into unimaginable and mysterious power that fell into the spirit sea, causing the Xiao Peerless spirit sea, which was already strong to the extreme, to metamorphose once again. Everyone didn't know that there was a hope of cultivating the legendary strongest spirit sea of the ages by using the true dragon's precious bones. And that, yet, is not all. The power of the true dragon treasure bone, plus Zhao's invincible natural talent. Could it only be so? Break! Xiao Wuxi's aura changed once again, and he was already impacting the divine palace realm above the spirit sea. Hiss! Surprisingly, he broke 2 realms in a row, achieved the divine palace, a 3-year-old shrine? All the old ancestors, who had calmed down, swung up again. Chapter 20, The Koan Pang Nest's Calculations. The 8th Prince's Challenge. A 3-year-old divine palace realm. If you look at the 10,000 ancient era, you won't be able to find one. Millions of years ago, it seems that the Jade Emperor, who also bore the Ling Xiao Divine Emperor body and subdued the entire 9 heavens, didn't seem to be able to achieve this level of success either. Even the old ancestors, who had long since stopped asking questions and were so ancient that they didn't know how many years had passed, couldn't remain calm and exited in horror. Although, they had witnessed the rise of countless great emperors, including a number of great emperors that had been born within their Lingxiao heavenly dynasties, none of them had been able to achieve a level like that of Xiao Wuxia. No, it's far less. Don't be shocked. Hurry up. An old ancestor, already somewhat numb, shuddered. Invincible has broken the 10,000 ancient extreme realm again and again and again. This time it's the strongest spirit sea in the ages and the strongest divine palace in the ages. Should we continue to make a move to cover up the heavenly opportunity? This is too shocking to let others know. What if the outside world knows that the heavenly prides of those powers are inferior because of this and don't dare to trouble Invincible? What? Broke the Vanguard Extreme Realm again? How many times a day is he doing this? Hearing the 23rd ancestor's words, the few other awakened old ancestors were instantly numb. Cognition is completely subverted. Even, there were already plans to awaken a few more higher-ranked old ancestors. I don't know why. They feel a little ho can't help it. Come on. Covering up the sky is also very labor-intensive. Okay. Otherwise, why do you think the speech is trembling? Do you really think it's just excitement? Apparently, they never dreamed that. 3 years ago, when Xiao Wuxi was born, they were still incomparably overbearing, saying that they didn't need to cover up the heavenly chances, so that everyone would know how strong their Lingxiao heavenly dynasty prince was. They were able to shelter Xiao from invincibility, but who knew that in just 3 years' time, they would have to take the initiative and cover up the heavenly chances for Xiao Wuxi. And of course, now they can shelter. Covering up the heavenly chance was more about wanting to put Xiao Wuxi in the right kind of trouble to exercise. Otherwise, it will be difficult to achieve greatness if it is not honed. Trouble? The last thing they are afraid of is trouble. Just cover up the part and don't let Invincible be counted by those old-timers with the fate or curse techniques. The scions of those immortal forces, each of them incredibly conceited, thinking themselves to be invincible, won't be timid about invincibility. The 23rd ancestor opened his mouth. The other old ancestors looked at each other and nodded in agreement. So, although the visions were not magnificent, the entire 3,000 immortal realms were in turmoil. It's already dark. The immortal forces blew up, countless supreme beings, awakening from their slumber. In all the major forbidden zones of life, there were also unearthly old men probing out their divine senses. This generation of the Lingxiao dynasty has produced an extraordinary heavenly pride. Within one day, it's not even enough to accomplish the strongest 5 organs in all of the ages. But it's even possible that the strongest spirit sea in all of the ages and the strongest divine palace in all of the ages have also been accomplished. Stronger than the old man back then. Don't put gold on your face. A supreme powerhouse spat in his heart. And then, with a solemn expression, he said, "This sun absolutely can't be kept." A place where a phoenix was hovering, but an icy and disdainful voice rang out. "Humph. The Xuanwu nest has already projected that the strongest heavenly pride of this generation of the Lingxiao dynasty was indeed born prematurely. The roots are damaged and there is a loss in his destiny, so it is not enough to be feared. They are merely trying to create momentum and collect the world's chi to use it to change their destiny against the heavens. But they seem to be doing it very successfully. A foreign domain ancient imperial clan spoke up, scornful. In any case, Xiao Wuxiao was real, breaking the 7 great 10,000 ancient extreme realms in one day today. None before. A place where yin and yang converged under the sea. The most powerful person in the Koan Pang nest spoke indifferently. Success? With my Koan Pang nest around, it's impossible for them to succeed. My clan has its own celestial pride to subdue him. After all, back when he was born, we were already preparing. Killing him is as easy as a slap in the face. There's even no need to use my clan's Koan Pengzi. Good. After hearing his words, the other immortal forces fell silent. Since the Kunlun nest had prepared for it, and so confident, it's bound to come in handy. Congratulations, 3 Kunzi, on receiving a drop of ancestral blood rewarded by the old ancestor. Strength will surely increase greatly. What is this? 3 Kunzi, but I've been ordered by the old ancestor that as long as I ambush the 3-year-old prematurely born child of the Lingxiao dynasty who is still breastfeeding, I'll be able to obtain another drop of ancestral blood. You know, even Koan Pengzi only got 3 drops of ancestral blood. That premature child, however, seems to be quite something. It's the legendary Lingxiao divine emperor body. In the Koan Pang nest, many celestials were in awe. In the Koan Pang nest, a male absolute heavenly pride could be called a Koan Zi, and a female absolute heavenly pride could be called a Peng daughter. Similar to the royalty of the Lingxiao dynasty, Koan Peng Zi, on the other hand, was equivalent to the prince of the Lingxiao dynasty. All of them are extremely powerful existences. In particular, this 3 Kunzi who had obtained a drop of ancestral blood, the strength was even stronger than unimaginable. Feeling the shocked, envious, and skeptical looks of the people around him, 3 Kunzi looked relaxed and smug. Old ancestor has already paved the way for me a long time ago. The Python Sparrow dynasty's submission banquet. He'd better not attend, or it'll be his death. Is the sky obscured? Xiao Wuxi saw that the sky visions were not drastic, and in the transmutation channel, no notices surfaced. It was then known that this should be the old ancestor of the Lingxiao heavenly dynasty, who had covered up part of the heavenly chances. For that, he didn't care. Anyway, he doesn't feed on achievements now. He collected his breath. This cultivation, in addition to breaking through to the divine palace realm, it also took the physical body and cultivated it to an unimaginable level. 100 stars of power had opened up in the body. Each power star is 1,000,000 pounds of enormous power. These stars will also continue to metamorphose, step by step, from ordinary power stars, metamorphosed into gold power stars, deity power stars, true dragon power stars, and so on. When condensed into billions of stars, these stars could also metamorphose into countless power galaxies, eventually evolving into power universes. The most crucial thing was that after utilizing the true dragon treasure bone to cultivate the Undying Sutra, he would be sheltered by a true dragon spirit at all times on the surface of his body and outside of his body. This would allow him to additionally possess a physical strength that was comparable to that of a true dragon of the same realm. At this moment, he felt like he could hammer an asteroid. But he was also aware that it was just his illusion. What the exact strength was, he actually wasn't too sure himself. It would be nice to have a sandbag. With a sigh, Xiao Wuxi walked out of the central divine hall and returned to his own heavenly palace amidst all the attention. And that's when, in front of the heavenly palace, there was actually, at some point, an airy, incomparably unearthly figure standing in front of the heavenly palace, with one hand carrying the head and one hand holding the divine spear. It was none other than the 8th Prince Xiao Xinglong. The surrounding area was even more piled up a long time ago. Here comes the sandbag. Xiao Wuxi's eyes narrowed slightly at the sight and the corners of his mouth rose. Clan peerless brother, I came to apologize to you. My followers shouldn't have contradicted you. He's dead. This supreme pill, on the other hand, is my compensation. Xiao Xinglong stared at Xiao Wuhui, looking at his harmless face, and associating it with the fact that he had robbed his quasi-emperor artifact and forced his beloved to die. The anger in his heart couldn't help but burn in his heart, and he icy coldly said, "But I defy you. I'm going to spar with you. Of course, I naturally won't bully the small with the big. I can suppress my realm, the same realm as you, or even one realm lower than you. As long as you beat me by 3 moves, I will willingly support you as the crown prince in the future." Hearing Xiao Xinglong's words, the scene instantly erupted in an uproar. Straight up fried, a direct contest between the princes. In the old days, it was very rare. However, the crowd then looked at Xiao Wuxi before shaking their heads slightly, still feeling that it was not right. After all, Xiao Wuxi was too young. It's only 3 years old now, and even if you depress the realm, isn't this still bullying the young with the big? However, Xiao Wufei, however, was indifferent and said indifferently, "There's no need for you to press the realm. We're originally in the same realm. Let's directly spar. If you can catch one move from me, count it as a win for you." Chapter 21. I haven't even made a move yet. Why are you on your knees? The news that the 8th Prince Xiao Xinglong was going to spar with the new Emperor Curfew Peerless spread instantly. It actually attracted thousands of Heavenly Dynasty's celestial pride to watch in a very short period of time. In front of the Heavenly Palace, the spiritual light flickered, and countless handsome men and women dressed in gorgeous vestments sped in, quietly hovering around. The sight was beyond amazing. No way, the Honorable 8th Prince is actually going to spar with the Peerless Prince? This is too shameless, isn't it? The Dragon of Heavenly Stars. Chapter 22. Blasting along the net with precision. All the spectators on the field froze, being completely stunned by the scene in front of him. The shocked look could not be assuaged for a long time. That's too scary. The incomparably strong 8th Prince didn't even have the qualifications to make Xiao Wuxi make a move? Who the hell is premature and preborn? This is too outrageous, isn't it? Their divine souls, they were all shocked to leave their bodies. Stopped with great difficulty. Chapter 23. He's a god. Xiao Wuxia had thought that he had not long ago broken the 5 viscera ancient extreme realm, recovered the quasi-emperor artifacts, and so on, and had been notified by the entire channel, depressing the crowd of celestial pride who couldn't catch their breath. In a short period of time, these transmigrants, too, would not dare to touch the wind again. However, who knows? Take out the people in the kneeling or silence. In the mouth high people, still not a few. Su, 9 heavens and 10 earths. I am honored. The great Tao for all ages. I am heaven. I admit that Su is very strong, but he, chapter 24. The extreme cold demon emperor, can be too invincible. Across the Lingxiao heavenly mirror, Xiao Wuhui casually waved his hand down towards the extreme north of the scale land within the mirror. With the heavenly mirror and the great formation added, it was like a god. In an instant, the extreme north of the scale land was in turmoil. The winds were raging, the sky and earth were gloomy, and the thunder walked like a dragon, so powerful that even the heavens seemed to be shattered, and the great Tao was about to be worn out. How dare you? Who dares to make a move against my extreme cold demon cave? Just looking for death. In the cold devil's cave, the monstrous devil cultivator is tyrannical. Chapter 25. The 10 Earths Chi-Lux struggle. Black powder becomes a loyal dog. Could it really be Su Mao, giant? Because, when he saw my slanderous curses in the group, he sent down a thunderbolt of punishment. Li Hanbing, the son of the extreme cold demon emperor, had his body trembling and was shocked to the extreme. Long gone was the spirit of the previous one. Wincing, very desperate and self-condemning. But, how is this possible? I hid my identity. I'm still far away from the scale land. There is a barrier separating me from the 9 heavens. Chapter 26. Laying out the 10 lands, group administrator finally appears. One must know that the 2 people, Mixed Devil Ape and Li Hanbing, in the group, were Xiao Wuxi's famous black powder. At this moment, it was a reversal of the norm and started kneeling down Xiao Wuxi, especially the Mixed Demon Ape, clearly the last instant, was still arrogant and untamed and mouthed crazy words. In the next instant, he directly changed his mouth and labeled himself as Zhao's invincible loyal dog, a master of face changing. If the people were told that nothing had happened in this, they would not believe it. Chapter 27. I want you to help me to unify the land of extreme happiness. Are you willing? Brother Su Gu just happened to be looking for you. Seeing Xiao Wuxia striking up a conversation with herself, Li wife concubine was instantly happy and joyful, as if she were a real toddler and generally naive, saying, "You have no idea. Amazing melon. That Su Mao giant is actually able to influence the 10 lands. Just don't be horrible." Xiao Wuxi smiled and did not say anything. I'm Sui, how could I not know? Chapter 28. I want you to help me and unify the land of extreme joy. I want to contend. Xiao Wuxi faintly said. Brother Su Gu. You, consort Li's wife's eyes rounded in horror, her mouth wide open. In her perception, the Extreme Joy Palace was the #1 power in the Extreme Joy Land, and being able to descend directly, it was almost impossible to not be discovered within the Extreme Joy Palace, even if it was only a Dharma body. Unless we can avoid the probes of the powerful men and formations in the Palace of Extreme Happiness. Chapter 29. Learning the 9 Secrets. Anaconda Sparrow Dynasty submits. I can't go out on an adventure yet? Xiao Wuxi was speechless for a while. He had thought that he could go out and suppress the other celestial pride of the 3,000 immortal realms and obtain rewards from the lottery in the process. As a result, he was told that he was restricted from going out because he was too young. Currently, he could only move around in the Lingxiao Heavenly Palace. It wasn't a concern for his well-being. Lingxiao Tian Dynasty, fearless, rather, I'm afraid he's too young and immature. Chapter 30 Royal Daughter of the Python Sparrow Dynasty, Miao Yi. The Python Sparrow Dynasty, surprisingly, wants to submit again? Or to submit to me, Sun Wufei, by name? Xiao Wusheng frowned slightly. The Python Sparrow Dynasty, although not an immortal power, was a renowned power, unique domination of the Python Sparrow immortal domain. Although, compared to the Python Sparrow immortal domain and the Lingxiao immortal domain, whether it was the area, the concentration of aura, and the number of opportunities, they were all far inferior. Finished, after all, not all forces can be compared to the Lingxiao dynasty. Chapter 31 The Old Ancestor's Heart's Desire. Platitudes pulled full circle. That'll do. Xiao Wuxi breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that his mother and grandfather would take matters into their own hands and arrange some unsightly girls for him to be his fiancé. At that time, it was expected to be unpleasant. Since they have it in mind, they are relieved. Of course, even if his mother did arrange a very top-notch marriage for him, he would have to look at the situation and decide whether or not to agree. Deeply favored by his ancestors and clan elders, he was in the Celestial Dynasty. Chapter 32 Otherworldly Fairy. And a heavy hand. Time passed, and the army of the Python Sparrow Dynasty, unable to resist at all, practiced defeat. The army of the foreign realm is already at the city's doorstep. The entire sky above the Python Sparrow immortal region was shrouded in an unimaginable miasma of evil indulgence. Eerie and terrifying. Your Majesty, why haven't the reinforcements come yet? The enemy is already going to hit the capital city. I implore Her Majesty to move east. It can no longer be guarded. The court, all the ministers. Chapter 33 Shocking the First Fist of the 3000 Immortal Realms. Miao Yi's jade face was slightly stagnant. Her face was pale, and a sense of fear surged out from the bottom of her heart. This plot development, how it was different from what she had imagined. This Xiao Wuxi, isn't he here to join forces with her? Trembling, he looked towards the enemy troops around him, as well as the green-scaled eagle sage. The green-scaled eagle sage's complexion changed slightly, didn't take any chances. If he couldn't figure out the relationship between Miaoi and Xiao Wuxia, he would be very passive if he ventured out. Chapter 34 Son of Luck Yihan, Conspiracy of the Two Dynasties of Python Sparrow. Pust. Blood splattered and splashed onto Miaoi's stunningly beautiful and pretty face. It caused Miao Yi's delicate body to tremble. Her face to turn white as if she had fallen into an ice cave, so fearful that her whole body shivered. Her pride shattered, and she completely recognized the reality. No, don't kill me. I would give you a maid of honor. The entire Python Sparrow dynasty can be given to you. Miao Yi knelt on the ground, her golden hair draped open and hanging to the ground, kowtowing again and again, tears streaming down her face, begging for forgiveness in fear. Chapter 35 Mythical Weapon. Mysterious Source. Xiao Wuxi, you didn't expect it. This is our ploy against you. Otherwise, why would we let a stupid woman like that be the queen? We've been playing house with her for 10 years, just for today. The Chancellor of the Python Sparrow Dynasty, his face grimaced and laughed. This was excitement to the extreme. And behind him, several other old ministers of the Python Dynasty and the Bird Dynasty also wept with joy, as if they had won half of the lottery. Chapter 36, The Man Behind the Curtain Revealed. 3 Kunzi, what are you laughing at? Your time to die has come. Wang Python opened his mouth icily, with a shadowy and fierce expression. Come to die. With that, he mobilized the power of the boundary and operated a special spell formation, preparing to devour Xiao Wufei's qi. But the next moment, yes? Xiao Wuxi's expression remained unchanged, bathing in divine light, his aura transcendent, as if he was an unearthly exiled immortal. With a wave of his hand, he saw a stream of light descend. Chapter 37, Suppressing 3 Kunzi. So strong, worthy of the honorable 3 kunai. He's already in the four-pole realm, right? He's only what? 20 years old. Simply a demon. It is said that 3 Kunzi is the most promising person in the Kuanpeng cave to challenge Kuanpengzi. The followers of the surrounding 3 Kunzi, looking at 3 Kunzi Kunho, with his strong aura and invincible divine might, all let out gasps and screamed out. 4. This battle of the absolute heavenly pride. They don't have any. Chapter 38 True Dragon Treasure Technique shows God's might. Koan Hao's despair. Your strength. How can you be so strong? Koan Hao looked at Xiao Wuxi, who was cloudy, as if nothing was wrong, with a transcendent and dusty temperament, as if he were an exiled immortal, and his forehead veins rippled, his heart fumed, his face grimaced, and his mood stormed with rage, which was very bad. He had come this time, but he had made an incomparably high-profile claim that he was able to easily decapitate Xiao Wuxia, whether it was in the Kuanpeng cave or in the 3000 immortal realms. Momentum was created. Now, play hard to get. Chapter 39, There's Kuanpang meat to eat. Heavenly soldiers and generals make their appearance. Heavenly rats. How dare you? In the distant void, a majestic and incomparable voice suddenly came from the sky. This voice, strong to the extreme, caused heaven and earth to tremble. Vast divine might covered the sky. Under everyone's gazes, a huge body that looked like a mountain, 1,000,000 feet in size, came down from the heavens above. Skin like a continent, shimmering with eerie divine light. A single body position covering heaven and earth. The void all opened up. Chapter 40, Capturing the Kuanpang, Subduing the 8 Directions. When did Emir Kuanpang Den Paramount dare to act recklessly in front of my heavenly dynasty? In the void, countless powerful and incomparable existences stood. It stood straight up all over the firmament. The vastness was so extreme that it caused the great Tao to tremble. The scene was practically the same as the scene in the myths and legends where the heavenly soldiers and generals captured the Monkey King. No, it's more majestic. Immortal radiance in 10,000 strands. Divine light unceasing. Dense and brilliant. Chapter 41 New Merit Drawing Place, 12 years old adult banquet. Kill them all, Xiao Wuxi said indifferently. As the words landed, those heavenly prides on the field, their faces changed drastically, despairing beyond measure, and their hearts were even more extremely chagrined. They followed 3 Kunzi, expecting that 3 Kunzi would be able to lead them, vie for the imperial throne, and grant them endless glory. This time, all of them followed along, also wanting to see 3 Kunzi with their own eyes, abusing and killing Xiao Wuxia. However, the result was that 3 Kunzi was killed by Xiao Wuxia with the lift of his hand, and they're going to. Chapter 42 Heaven's Remarkable Kuanpang Zi, Yihan's Mysterious Followers, Ling Xiao Tian Dynasty. Such humiliation, Kuanpang Cave, will definitely make you pay. While Xiao Wuxi returned blandly, the Kuanpang cavern completely exploded. Countless Kuanpang clan elders, their expressions were cloudy and burning with rage. There were even quite a few old ancestors who raised the sky and roared. Not only did they abort an extremely gifted descendant 3 Kunzi, the strongest member of the clan, Supreme Koan Fu, was even more blatantly treated like a fish, by the Lingxiao heavenly dynasty, by the. Chapter 43, Hostility of the Transmigrants, Wide Invitation to the Groups. Meanwhile, it wasn't quiet in the Transmogrifiers discussion group, a small cluster, to be exact. The members inside these small groups are the administrators and group leaders of the Prophets organization. Although they had been diving in the group before, their reincarnated identities were one stronger than the other against the heavens. Any one of them taken out would be enough to suppress the likes of Li Hanbing and the mixed demon ape who hadn't been funded by Xiao Wuxia before. Chapter 44, The Object of Marriage. Shocking the world. What a great stroke. To summon the 3,000 immortal realms. Is this an intention to invite all the forces of the immortal realms? So strong. Just a spirit sparrow that transmits messages has such a strong aura and pressure. It can even hang my family's old ancestor. With this commotion, if the 9 heavens weren't separated from each other, the Lingxiao heavenly dynasty would likely invite the 9 heavens everywhere. The point is, there really aren't many forces that would dare not give face. The 3,000 immortal region, which had been silent for 5 years, was once again bustling with activity. Chapter 45, Forbidden Love. Desolate ancient sacred body. 10,000 clans coming to the palace. Time passes. In an instant, another year has passed. There were only 10 or so days left before Xiao Wuxi held his coming-of-age banquet. Countless forces had already departed, on their way to the Ling Xiao heavenly palace. The sound was so great that it caused the entire 3,000 immortal realms to be agitated. Everywhere, ancient warships, flying magic treasures, and powerful mounts could be seen in the sky, flickering with immortal splendor and spiritual light as they headed towards the Lingxiao heavenly dynasty. It's like a pilgrimage of thousands of forces. Chapter 46, Zhang Liu's Sharp Intuition. Trouble on the scene. The Great Luo Academy. To think that it has sent a great sacred soldier in 2 supreme pills. Tianxian Holy Land. Even sent a cut of golden thunder god bamboo. Although it's only at the great sage level, it's a supreme treasure that specializes in striking the divine soul. Legend has it that the ancient imperial soldier, the god-striking whip, was refined from the golden thunder god bamboo at the immortality pill level. Many people's eyes went red. Too many treasures. These congratulatory gifts, if any of them were to be circulated, would certainly cause heaven and earth to be in turmoil, with countless forces. Chapter 47 There is nothing on earth that we share with the world that is invincible. What are they all looking at me for? Xiao Xinglong came from afar, seeing everyone's eyes on himself, and realizing that his appearance was not quite timed right, and that he might have stolen the limelight from Xiao Wuxi, he hurriedly said, "Although I am indeed handsome, I'm still far from being compared to a peerless clan brother, so there's no need to look at me like that." Shoo, the crowd all sighed. However, immediately afterward, the crowd was in a state of shock. Coerce. Chapter 48 Yihan's Provocation. Unmarried couple's first meeting. Sorry, I didn't suppress my cultivation just now, and accidentally the realm broke through on its own. Casually breaking the 10,000 ancient extreme realm attracted some annoying movements, and there was some delay on the way, so please bear with me, Xiao Wuxi faintly said. When the words landed, all the clamor, as much as possible, stopped. Countless people stared, their mouths open, in shock. At this moment, they wanted to open their mouths very much, but they didn't know what to say, being deeply broken in defense. Very much. Chapter 49 Conflict breaks out. Yihan. The scene was silent at first. With that, complete agitation ensued. The gazes of countless people fell towards Yihan, who stepped out from the crowd. The crowd was amazed. Thinking through his head, he couldn't even figure out how this kid, on Earth, dared to speak out and provoke at Xiao Wuxi's coming-of-age banquet. I don't see. The Kunping cave hates Lingxiao Heavenly Kingdom and Xiao Wuxi so much, and there's a Kunping son within the clan who is said to be invincible, but he doesn't even dare to come to pick a fight. Chapter 50 Yihan breaks defense. Invincible steps out. Yihan, you despicable and shameless villain, dare to mess with my master? Really looking for death? Miao Yi walked slowly, unimaginable anger surfacing on her face. This is not a disguise. Rather, it's really angry. Over the years, the Celestial Dynasty had thoroughly investigated Yihan, and everything in the past was clearly recorded, letting her know, this Yihan, just how unbearable, just a scumbag with better chi. Comply with. Chapter 51, Suppressing Yihan. One palm surprises the world. 51. Chapter 51 Suppressing Yihan. One palm surprises the world. Chapter 51 Suppressing Yihan. One palm surprises the world. The sword opens the gates of heaven. Yihan's violent outburst was out of everyone's expectation. In his Dantian, Sister Tower Spirit had long since lost her temper and desperately tried to stop Yihan, but as it turned out, it couldn't be stopped at all. The surrounding guests, many of them exclaimed in shock, because this Yihan, indeed, had some skills. Surprisingly, he was already among the four extremes realm. Although Xiao Wuxi has a strong natural talent and has broken the 10,000 ancient extreme realm one after another, he is, however, still too young. In response, Xiao Wuxi was very calm and did not have any surprises. This sword technique, it's actually the lost 100 myriad sword technique. It had to be said that although this Yihan's brain wasn't very good, but his talent and fortune were without comment. Is it possible that you are going to betray me too? Afterwards, Xiao Wuhu's gaze fell towards Jun Zizai. The surrounding clan elders, too, could not help but tense up. Yihan was completely blinded. Facing this scene, his heart contracted violently. His blood almost stopped beating. He simply could not believe it and hissed hysterically. Obviously, sensing movement. Then, the might unabated blasted down towards Yihan. So, it was really treating Yihan as a fly. Ugh. It was also commonly known as the mighty realm in the outside world. This is very much so. It seemed like she had really misjudged Yihan. Hearing these words, Sister Talon was completely heartbroken and silent. This was Xiao Wuxi, cultivating the perfect imperishable scripture and cultivating the 10 fierce true spirit body protector. After saying that, a stream of light surged out from Yihan's dantian and entered Yihan's entire body. The scene was hilarious. Pressing down on Yihan, one must know that the Yihan just now had reached the harmonization realm. No wonder, Xiao Wuxi's demeanor didn't change a bit from beginning to end. People still like to see this as opposed to going through the normal process of a bar mitzvah. Who can stand up to the pride of the same era? Feeling this heaven-shaking might, Yihan was so horrified that his face turned pale and his pupils suddenly shrunk. This was because the great celestial sovereign ranked as the fourth realm in the supreme mysterious realm, and was countless times stronger than the Kuan-Fu quasi-supreme sovereign from before. At his peak, the 100 Myriad's great celestial sovereign was able to obliterate the Kuan-Fu quasi-supreme with the lift of his hand. Silence. It is said that the 100 Myriad's great heavenly father at that time, who had hopes of impacting the quasi-emperor realm, somehow suddenly disappeared into the 3,000 immortal realms without a trace of news again, not to mention leaving behind a legacy. There are rumors that she was killed suddenly and her remnant soul fled to the outside world. It was some of the holy ground saints' sons who were all frowning at the moment, not having the certainty of victory against the enemy. With a sound as if heaven and earth were opening up, a sword light like a waterfall streaked out as if it could open up the heavens and the earth. She knew in her heart that helping him this time would completely expose her and then she would be captured by the Celestial Dynasty. However, there was only so much that could be done to save Yihan. Some of the clan elders of the Celestial Dynasty, their eyes narrowed slightly as they quietly mobilized their own power to guard the perimeter and protect Xiao Wuxi. This, Tower Spirit, what are you doing? Why are you only giving me this much power? Are you going to get me killed? Hurry up and help me. Feeling his surging power, Yihan laughed out loud, very pleased with himself, and performed a divine ability that he had never been able to perform in the past. Now, it seems that this Yihan should have gotten lucky and obtained the inheritance of the 100 Myriads' great heavenly father. It might take some effort to deal with Yihan. Surprisingly, he had broken through several realms in a very short period of time. I know, the spirit of the true dragon was cultivated with the precious bones of the true dragon, and thus was very real. It is the perfect state, possessing a terrifying 3 billion pounds of enormous strength. In the air, a huge manapong, like the head of the heavens, descended from the sky. They had gained insight into the presence of the tower spirit sister. A sigh, if anything, echoed in the surrounding space. Sister Talon, help me, even if this tower spirit, a quasi-emperor, dare to make a scene at the heavenly dynasty feast, he would still have to fall here today. Yi Han, this is the last time I will help you. Sister Tower Spirit sighed and opened her mouth. Her mood was dull and lost, very sad and desperate. Yes, deadly silence, ranked to the amazing realm of harmonization, the secret realm of the limbs. There were 7 great realms, the first to the 4th pole, corresponding to the limbs, and then, there was the harmonization realm, the divine bridge realm, and the heavenly realm. To be able to be 28 years old and among the 4-pole mysterious realm, even though it was only the 2nd pole, in some holy places, one could even hope to be a candidate holy son. Although it was only a short promotion and the realm might still fall afterwards, it still startled countless guests. Zhang Liui's expression changed slightly, although she knew in her heart that Xiao Wuxi would not lose. She was still a little worried. It can't be. This is impossible. Yihan couldn't help but roar out in anger. The void was shaking. With this random strike by Xiao Wuxia, the heavens and earth shook, the Qiankuan changed color, and the sound of divine thunder resounded in the 9 heavens, which was immensely powerful. This physique, among the 3,000 strongest physiques in the ages, can be ranked in the top 1,000. Very impressive. The most crucial thing was that Yihan's sword light was very complicated and mysterious. The whole person flew out backwards like a cannonball, then smashed heavily on the ground. The aura on Yihan's body instantly skyrocketed. Even though they knew that Xiao Wuxia had the certainty to suppress Yihan, they didn't expect that it would be so easy. However, it was a pity that they had provoked the celestial dynasty, and they really didn't have the guts to step in and save Yihan. Even so, it provided him with unimaginable power. At this moment, Yihan broke through 3 great realms in a row and was promoted to the harmonization realm. The moment he struck, it was a huge force of 3 billion pounds. It could simply shatter a 1,000-foot mountain with his hand. And that's just physical strength. Behind Xiao Wufei, 2 shadows, the true dragon and the Kuan Pang, faintly emerged. The true dragon's shadow was very real, while the Kuan Pang's shadow was somewhat deflated. It's open. Bet on whether or not His Highness the Invincible can suppress Yihan in 10 rounds? Because, at the time of his entrance, he had already broken the realm and was among the dragon transformation mysterious realm. Igniting the divine fire, formally became a divine flame realm cultivator. In the face of Yihan's long brewing and powerful attack, Xiao Wuxi's expression remained unchanged. Very shocking. However, it didn't work. It was a very simple slap down. Was this still the same Xiao Invincible that he despised so much? At the same time, he couldn't help but have a question rise up in his mind, which was that Xiao Wuxi was only 12 years old. How could he be so strong? The crowd exclaimed, recognizing Yihan's methods. One sword opens the 9 heavens. Such an outstanding wild heavenly pride. If slightly cultivated, it would be a pillar of the sect and family. Now, the move that Yihan had performed was not only powerful, but also very mysterious, and it was obvious that he had comprehended its true meaning. It's like a star collapsing and setting off a nuclear bomb. The giant hand of 7-colored mana instantly annihilated all the sword lights with a destructive force. Each great realm, like the other great realms, was divided into 4 realms, before, during, after, and consummation. 7-colored chi and blood rushed up to the sky, immobilizing the whole body to meet the attack. He didn't sit back and wait. Within his body, 3,000 stars of power flickered, bursting out with power beyond imagination. There were even some forces of old antiquity that had gotten up the idea of taking on disciples. Just, after all, the increase in strength was at least 10 times higher in a short period of time. What a strong means. No wonder he dared to come and cause trouble. If it wasn't for his peerless highness, who does real dripping, it might have really been successful in touching the porcelain. The crowd exclaimed in shock. They had already put away their contempt for Yihan. Some of the strongest people on the field raised their eyebrows slightly and looked odd. The Kuan Pang spirit, on the other hand, was cultivated with the blood and bones of both Supreme Kuan Fu and Kuan Hao. The materials used were too poor, not too perfect, and it would need to continue absorbing the power of the Koan Pung before it could be fully solidified. Everyone was stunned by this scene, and was unable to speak for a long time, and even, the looks on their faces, were completely stiff and dull. All the power, converging on the long sword in his hand. Immediately afterward, the entire room cheered and completely boiled over as countless guests were shocked. During these 5 years, Xiao Wufei's strength had skyrocketed, and the power stars that he had opened up within his body by practicing the perfection imperishable scripture had reached 3,000. When the time came, he would step in and suppress Xiao Wuxi again. That's it. Suppress him fiercely. Humiliate him fiercely. Even if you can't suppress him, it would be good to suppress and injure him, forcing out some of his cards. Boom! Yihan had no surprises, and was slapped to death by the incomparably strong 7-colored mana palm, instantly causing his entire body to explode in blood, and his flesh and blood were flying. The only one who was excited and joyful was Jun Zizi, who heartily shouted in his heart, "Rumble!" A collision occurs and the sight is horrifying. Speaking to the Tower Spirit Sister in his dantian, he said, "Not good. Master is in danger." Niaoli Yi's face changed drastically and she was worried. Just now, in order to help Yihan, she risked exposure and mobilized her origin power to save her life, only to be scolded in return. Isn't it simple to use Yihan as a fly swatter? If his fiancée Jiang Liui was here and had the need to prove his innocence, Yihan would have been harvested long ago. Why wait until now? It is a supreme sword technique created by the 100 Myriads Great Heavenly Father. It is capable of capturing hundreds of sword meanings from heaven and earth for its own use, and when practiced to great completion, it will achieve the 100 Myriad sword body. This is too strong. One might even call it counterintuitive. Yihan is only the appetizer. Jun Zizi, this leak, is the main dish. He's been jumping for so long. It's about time he got karma. Chapter 52, Depriving Yihan of his luck. 1 second to remember. 3Q Chinese website www.3q.com. Wonderful novels without pop-up windows for free. Chapter 52, Depriving Yihan of his chi luck. My god. One move and a second? What realm is the current peerless highness? This Yihan, even though he came from a small place and belongs to the wild heavenly pride, he just erupted a strike from the harmonization realm. Surprisingly, he was slapped over by your highness? The most crucial thing is that His Highness Invincible is only 12 years old this year. At this age, with this kind of strength, it's hard to come by in all ages. No wonder it was able to break the 10,000 ancient extreme realm one after another. After a brief moment of dumbfounded dismay, the crowd on the field then completely gasped. The heat is overwhelming. Shocked at how powerful Xiao Wuxi was, some female celestial pride were even more mesmerized. So handsome. That's the perfect husband. Yanda Jiangjinluo, with a golden light in his eyes, was very excited. This one, she wanted to share the service of Xiao Wuxi with her sister-in-law, Jiang Liui. Unfortunately, Jiang Liui looked solemn, and it was clear that there was no negotiation. As for, is it right to think like this? To be able to stand up to Junzi? Jiang Jinluo did not have a mental burden. Before, although she felt that Xiao was invincible and more handsome than Junzi's eye, she didn't have the idea of not keeping her womanhood. But, now that he saw it, Junzi openly supported Yihan in the limelight, slapping the face of Xiao Wuxi and her sister-in-law Jiang Liui, revealing his stupidity, arrogance and shamelessness. She was really up to the idea of breaking off her engagement with Junzi's eye. Shocked, the people on the field also looked at Yihan with disdain. This guy, he's really superb, ungrateful, greedy, self-absorbed, wants to eat soft food, and is so brainless. He couldn't have, really, come to provoke your highness's divine majesty without preparing anything? To come to Doyle and realize that the clown is himself. When moral righteousness couldn't stand, he became enraged and tried to make a move. As a result, it was also suppressed by a slap. This is too much, right? It's really just a matter of luck to get this far. The voice of mockery was not concealed. There was no way. This Yihan was just too extreme. Scum of the earth, so to speak. Still a wasteful scumbag with no self-awareness. How can this be? How can this be? Yihan looked pale and his blood was almost drained, but he didn't care about the grief on his body. Instead, they wallow in the pain of failure. He had actually been suppressed by Xiao Wuxi, a 12-year-old, with a slap on the wrist. How is this possible? He had allowed his omnipotent tower spirit sister to give him help, and his strength completed skyrocketed, but he was still defeated. This Xiao invincible, is he still a human being? It's also too ferocious. And, the murmurs around him made his heart ache even more. He did it all the way through. Why before? Doing so receives countless appreciations, and now he's being reviled by all? Is it because you've lost? In a world of the weak and the strong is righteous? But the reason he lost was entirely because Xiao Wuxi's body was just too good. No, I'm not at fault. The fault is all yours. It's because you're so powerful. Yihan was unable to accept this result and was very unwilling to do so. He performed the unique trick of the Son of Qi, the desperate explosion. Not knowing where the strength came from, it actually supported him to stand up. Against Xiao Wufei, he even hysterically executed a mouth attack. You're just lucky to have been reincarnated into the imperial family of the Celestial Dynasty. With so much power and authority, any resources for you to squander. That's why you've gotten where you are today. That's why, to this day, EE doesn't dare to speak from the heart, and can only be forced to serve as your maid, and speak out against my will to accuse me. Therefore, the guests on the field all had anger and dared not speak out, not daring to stand on the side of justice, and could only speak out to taunt me. That's why you're so strong and can defeat me so easily. Because, you have all the resources you want. I, on the other hand, came from a humble background, but I have come to this point step by step, from start to finish, all by myself. I didn't rely on any outsiders. If you don't have the power behind you to back you up, you're nothing in front of me. The more Yihan spoke, the prouder he became. I want to create an image of an innocent young man who comes from a humble background but struggles and fights hard, one step at a time, with perseverance and upward mobility. In the past, it was always appreciated by countless bigots, but his words, at the moment, were like setting off a nuclear bomb. The scene completely exploded. Though, some strong people were moved by it and were very supportive of him. However, more heavenly prides and powerhouses, however, had angry faces, wishing to slap this fool without self-knowledge to death right now. Unbeknownst to them, how many of those who could come to the banquet in the Celestial Kingdom did not have big powers at their backs? Was this an attack on Xiao Invincible, or a mockery of the crowd? There were already some holy sons and godchildren of immortal forces who had privately informed their followers that they were prepared to wait for the matter to end and settle this fellow. The prerequisite was that Xiao Wuxi didn't kill him. Ridiculous. Xiao Wuxi smiled indifferently, as if he had heard the funniest joke. Raise your hand. A scene emerged in front of the crowd. This was the ability of the Lingxiao heavenly realm. Also the research he had people do ahead of time. The images were all about some of Yi Han's encounters. Since he wanted to Kahan leak, how could he not prepare anything? To Karma, let the leak be Karma's heart. Then all the guests in the arena were nonplussed. Because, in the picture, Yi Han could be said to be so lucky that every time he went to a place, he was able to find a local backer and gained quite a few chances. And then, luring the wolf into the house and pitting his backer to death, while he turned and ran away in hypocrisy. I'll get my revenge in the end, he shouted. 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. Among them, there are also a number of backers who are rich women, shamelessly asking rich women for power, possessions, and cultivation resources. It's a proper little white boy fixer-upper. You said that you fought all by yourself? Xiao Wuxi said blandly. This, Yi Han looked embarrassed, his face purple for a while and red for a while. It was very much a setback to his self-esteem and his bottom line. He completely did not expect that Xiao Wuxi had come with such a hand. Tell the people all about him. His self-respect stung like a pinprick. He's a complete clown. It was conceivable that even after leaving the Heavenly Kingdom today, there could not be any more forces or people that would take him in and give him a backer. As soon as he thought of this, Yi Han became irritated and said, "What's wrong? Is there a problem? They are investing in me by giving me the chance. I will repay them. Although, many of them have already fallen. Besides, it's what I deserve, all on my own personal ability to acquire it." With that, he regained his confidence. You come from the same background as me. You're nothing. It was just that these words of his were so ridiculous in the ears of the crowd. If you're a soft touch, you're a soft touch. So don't talk about personal abilities, and don't talk about independent personalities. Moreover, he even said that with the same origin, His Highness Invincible couldn't compare to him? The charms of His Highness the Invincible, who wants to eat soft food, is to eat softly and hard in front of the Empress. What does he count? The crowd was all happy. Miao Yi even shook her head one after another. She thought that she had, before, understood Yi Han well enough to be disappointed enough in him, but now she realized that she had been conservative before. He would only disappoint you more. Jun Zizi's face was also ugly, wanting to furiously smack himself. How could he, before, have stood up for this fool? As for, Zhang Liui's gaze was always on Xiao Wuxi. Watching him deal with this matter and getting to know his character, the result was very satisfying. It's unhurried and handled in a way that matches her trippy outlook. You guys? Yi Han clenched his fists and clenched his teeth in anger. He knew that he had come to the wrong place, that this was a gathering of the world's families and gatekeepers, and would not empathize with him half as much. The previous setup, it didn't work. He completely miscalculated. The most crucial thing was that his previous good fortune seemed to have run out. Until now, the goddess of fortune hadn't even patronized him. To be honest, he had never imagined that he would be defeated so completely and in such a sorry state today. Thick with humiliation, it rolled over and brewed in his heart. Already had the intention to retreat. No longer entangled. Intends to leave. Because entangled also have no results. Just looking for their own uncomfortable. However, he swore that he would definitely get back this humiliation today. When the time comes, all the guests in the arena will be exterminated. I'll remember today's shame. I'll get it back one by one. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Don't fool the youth. Yihan opened his mouth, very determined and tragic, rendering the atmosphere very magnificent. If it's a small place, maybe there really is a ton of support. But this was the Lingxiao Heavenly Kingdom, and it was Xiao Wuxi's coming-of-age banquet. No one ate him up. They just thought there was something wrong with their brains. Is this some kind of really place? Come and go as you please? How do you want to leave? Xiao Wuxi looked playful. Are you living in a dream? Wasting this prince such a long time. Are you playing? Leave your life behind. What do you want to do? Yihan turned around, his face stiffening. Is this a silencing? Can't you be generous in front of all these guests? What a bunch of villains he'd met before. He chose to let him go. Then, he practiced hard, bumped into a big chance, and his strength increased, and then destroyed the other party's whole family. How come here? All the routines, they don't work. Sister Tower Spirit, quickly think of a way to save me. You said before that you could save me. Yihan frantically called for help, wanting the Tower Spirit Sister in his dantian to save him. He knew that the Tower Spirit Sister's former strength was that of a great Heavenly Father. It was 4 great realms stronger than a quasi-supreme. There must be a way to get him out. The reason why he, this time, was so confident and dared to come looking for trouble was also all because of the promise of Sister Tower Spirit. Even if doing so would cost his Tower Spirit Sister dearly. But he was confident that he would grow up and heal the origin wound for Sister Tower Spirit. At the same time, he looked flustered, yet he was strong and calm as he sneered. Xiao Wuxi, you're afraid that I'll threaten you in the future after I'm gone? You're afraid of me? Agitation, as stupid as it seemed, often worked. He knew. What's with the threats? When you're angry, don't you like to destroy people's families? Now that you've made me angry, why do you think you can walk away? Xiao Wuxi laughed. People, do you need a reason to kill an ant? The whole room was laughing. However, some of the holy sons and godchildren of the immortal forces had a bout of chills. Obviously, substituting a bit. Draw a conclusion. Never mess with Xiao Wuxi. Yihan was as if he had lost his life, and when he heard Xiao Wuxi's words, his entire body went cold. Fearful to the extreme. Keep calling out to the Tower Spirit. As a result, there was no response for a long time, and Yihan ended up bursting out, feeling like he was being tricked. Sure, you can leave if you want, but stay for something. Xiao Wuxia looked playful and said with a wave of his hand. 10,000 streams of light flashed and fell horrifyingly towards Yihan's dantian. This leak, he didn't intend to harvest it all at once. With the Lingxiao Heavenly Realm present, it could monitor Yihan's every move, and Yihan couldn't turn over. No! What are you doing? Yihan was completely flustered, showing a hint of fear on his face and was desperate. Because, Xiao Wuxi had actually snatched the small tower in his dantian, stealing his Tower Spirit Sister. It was the source of all his confidence. It was also the bottom line that he dared to break into the sky invincible adult feast of the Lingxiao Heavenly Dynasty. He had everything he had today thanks to the support of the little tower. Without the help of Sister Tower Spirit, he would be a small town scrapper right now. He always believed that as long as the little tower was there, he could never be alright and was destined to achieve greatness in the future. Because, Tar can do anything. But now, his little pagoda, to his surprise, had been discovered by Xiao Wuxia, who wanted to take it away. Isn't this completely depriving him of his future and robbing him of his hope? How could he take it? It's worse than killing him. Premiered the latest. Chapter 53, Sister Tower Spirit submits. New mythical weapon. Desolate ancient tower. 1 second to remember. 3qwww3q.com. Wonderful novels without pop-up windows free to read. Chapter 53, Sister Tower Spirit submits. New mythical weapon. Desolate ancient tower. Xiao Wuxi, you're despicable and shameless. Facing Xiao Wuxi, depriving himself of the small tower in his dantian, Yihan's face changed drastically as he tried to escape. But, are you scolding me? Xiao Wuxi's expression was playful and his eyes were cold, said the man, slapping the lid down. The heavens were shaking and the layers of clouds were crumbling. It can be seen in its divine power. The countless celestial pride on the field were all chilled by it. If one was hit by this slap, one would have to lose a layer of skin even if they didn't die. Ah! Miserable screams resounded through the poor world. Yihan's whole body crumbled. His flesh and blood fell apart. His limbs, his organs, his 6 internal organs, his whole body's bones, all began to crumble. The pain that drilled into his heart made him grimace. His fingers pierced deeply into his palms, making him want to faint. You made a mess of this crown prince's coming-of-age banquet for no reason, and tried to slander this crown prince several times, so you should be punished by 9 clans. This crown prince was kind enough to spare your life, but instead of being grateful, you dare to curse this crown prince? Do you want to die? Or do you want to be put to death? Xiao Wuxi's words fell icily. It was like thousands of thunderbolts that fell towards Yihan. When Yihan heard these words, his pupils suddenly shrunk, and his struggling body violently stopped moving, forcibly holding back his anger and grief. He's scared. A complete admission of weakness. Even if he lost the small tower, with his fortune, he could still have a chance to rise again. But if you lose your life, you lose everything. Worthy of being a son of Qi, in order to live, you can endure this. Seeing this, Xiao Wu enemy let out a cold laugh. With that, he raised his hand and drove the spiritual light to fall towards Yihan's dantian. Your Highness, please slow down. I would like to submit. Just as Xiao Wuxi continued to move his hand to take out the small tower in Yihan's dantian, a delicate and incomparable voice rang out. The person who spoke was none other than the tower spirit. She took the initiative to come out because she was afraid that Xiao Wuxia, in the process, would destroy Yihan's dantian and waste him. Although she was disappointed in Yihan, but after spending so much time together, she still had some feelings after all. Her words rang out, causing countless guests in the arena to narrow their eyes slightly. Some of the strong cultivators had previously detected something strange in Yihan's dantian, but they just didn't know exactly what it was. Looking at it now, it should be the residual soul of some great power, hidden in some treasure. Could it be that legendary 100 Myriad's great heavenly father? She used to be a supreme beauty honored as the 100 Myriad fairy. At its peak, it suddenly disappeared without a trace, causing an era to regret it. Otherwise, she actually has hopes of striking the imperial throne and becoming a female emperor. The guests were all interested, concentrating and looking at the field. They guessed that the 100 Myriad sword technique that Yihan practiced came from the teachings of the 100 Myriad's great heavenly father, only to see a stream of light that shimmered with a white holy light, as if it were sheep's fat, causing the eyes of countless guests to blossom with a divine light and their breath to catch. The origin of this little tower is remarkable. At the very least, it was a supreme artifact. Xiao Wuxi's eyes flickered as he casually waved his hand, obscuring the small tower's divine light and taking it into his arms. Outside, he might not know the origin of this small tower, but he knew it very well. This wasn't a supreme artifact or a quasi-imperial artifact, but a mythological weapon. It was about the same heal as the fragment of the 6 Paths reincarnation plate he had obtained earlier. This small tower, called the Desolate Ancient Tower. Of course, it was only the part of the mythic weapon Desolate Tower that had only the top 2 floors. The real Desolate Tower had a total of 12 floors. The only difference may be the 6 Paths of Reincarnation disc, which corresponds to the mystical source reincarnation realm. As for the Desolate Ancient Pagoda, the corresponding mysterious source is the Desolate Ancient Immortal Dream. But, whether it was that mysterious source, it was the greatest place of opportunity in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Even the great emperors were moved by it. It's unattainable. Refreshing the 5th lottery location, Desolate Ancient Immortal Dreams. Xiao Wuxi raised his eyebrows slightly, somewhat surprised. The reason was simple. When he had gotten the 6 Paths reincarnation plate fragment before, he hadn't refreshed the draw location, and had thought that the connection between the mythic arms and the mysterious source didn't have the means to refresh the draw location for himself. I didn't realize that the Draconic Tower could. It should be that the 6 Paths reincarnation disc fragment is too small, while the Desolate Ancient Tower is a 2-tiered tower, and the connection with the mysterious source is a bit closer. Xiao Wuhui guessed in his heart. That makes 5 locations for his draw. They were the Taichu Ancient Land, the 10 Lands, the Lower Realm Source Land, the Adult Feast, and the newly refreshed Desolate Ancient Immortal Dream, Adult Banquet, raffled off right away. Then, the 10 Lands, the Lower Realm Source Land, and the Desolate Ancient Immortal Dream were all somewhat difficult to reach. The good thing is that the Taichu Ancient Land, which is relatively easy to travel to, will be coming out soon, so not only can we go then, and bring back the corpse of the Emperor's daughter's elder brother, but we can also draw prizes along the way. Wow! Between Xiao Wuxi's thoughts, thousands of streams of light flickered at the banquet, and a stunningly beautiful woman, who was astonishingly beautiful, appeared in front of the eyes of all the people. It was a beautiful, mind-blowingly gorgeous face, eyes like autumn water, as beautiful as ink paintings, skin like solid fat, teeth like jade shells. The style is magnificent. That kind of bland, gorgeous, and some light cold, not angry and self-contained temperament, but also people for the heart and soul. It is the best color in the world. On the field, perhaps only Jiang Liui, who was burdened with an innate Tao birth, could press her. For a moment, all the guests were breathing heavily. Only, at this time, she was not an entity, but a special kind of spirit body. While it might be difficult for ordinary people to notice, some of the heavenly prides and powerhouses on the field were insightful at a glance. Sure enough, it's 100 Myriad's great heavenly father. This kid, Yi Han, is really lucky. Surprisingly, he was able to obtain the support of the 100 Myriad's great heavenly father. No wonder he dared to come and make a scene at the heavenly feast. The crowd was moved, very shocked, and even more incomparably envious. This treatment of Yi Han was simply like a protagonist in a talkative novel. What a stroke of luck! A town scum, obtaining a divine soldier of great origin, and being instructed by the supreme female immortal inside the divine soldier. Step by step, he is heading towards the strongest. But, unfortunately, he messed with the wrong person and offended Xiaowu enemy. Now Yi Han's foothold has been taken away by his peerless highness. Without the support of the 100 Myriad's great heavenly father, he is nothing. The momentum, too, is breaking. The crowd couldn't help but face a sneer, especially when he thought of Yi Han saying that it was all up to him alone that he had come this far. This step on the field once again confirmed how ridiculous Yi Han's words were. How dare you say that you started from a humble beginnings when you have the backing of the 100 Myriads of great heavenly creatures? I can submit of my own accord. But, you have to release Yi Han and make a promise that you won't even look for his reckoning in the future. The 100 Myriads great celestial goddess clenched her shell teeth. To think that her hallowed great celestial sovereign, when should she be reduced to submitting to others? But in the Ling Shao dynasty, even if she was at her peak now, she couldn't escape even if she wanted to, and in the end, she could only submit. After all, the great celestial father of the past might be worth a lot of money within other forces in the outside world. In the Ling Shao dynasty, nothing counts. Rather, it would be better, in the meantime, to have Xiao Wuxi make another promise not to liquidate Yi Han afterwards. No! When Yi Han heard the words of the 100 Myriad's great heavenly father, he became anxious and tore his heart out. You can't submit to him. In his heart, he had long since taken the 100 Myriad's great heavenly father as his own wife. Now, would it be possible to watch the 100 Myriad's great heavenly father submit to Xiao Wuxi? He had already been robbed of a wife by Xiao Wuxi, and now, having come to seek justice, he was surprised to be robbed of another wife. He wanted to die. At this moment, he was chagrined beyond measure and regretted coming on this trip. It was he who drifted, before going too smooth. Even let him think that he had the ability to mess with the Ling Shao heavenly kingdom. Who knew that he would end up in such a miserable situation? Yes, Xiao Wao Xie glared at Yi Han, who instantly became honest and looked at the 100 Myriad's great celestial father and smiled. In that case, let go of your mind and let me plant a slave mark. What? The 100 Myriad's great heavenly father's face changed drastically. It was completely unexpected to be planted with a slave mark. If it was just a verbal submission, she had every hope of breaking away in the future and still had something to look forward to. But once she was planted with a slave mark, she would be completely unable to turn over, and could only be the slave girl of Xiao Xiao Invincible. Yi Han couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to resist. He couldn't accept, no matter what, that the 100 Myriad's great heavenly father had been planted with a slave mark. Previously, he had thought that with the emotions that the 100 Myriad's greatest heavenly father had towards him, even if he had defected to Xiao Wuhu, he would still be in the celestial dynasty with his heart in him. Even, it can give him a lot of help. When he grew up, he would definitely step on the heavenly dynasty and rescue the 100 Myriad's great heavenly father in Myriad EE. But the 100 Myriad's great heavenly father, if he were to be planted with a slave mark, he would be completely controlled by Xiao Wuxi and would be gone from him forever. What are you guys thinking about? Thinking of pretending to defect to me, giving him a chance to grow, and then when he grows up, he'll come to the door and destroy my Ling Shao heavenly kingdom? Rescuing you out? Xiao Wuxi laughed. Don't you guys think that it's a bit too beautiful to think about? Though he, the heavenly kingdom, does not fear all enemies, however, it doesn't mean that it will be a wrongdoer, directly strangle the throat of their destiny, so that they are completely unable to turn around and can only be reduced to leaks. I'll give you one last chance. Let go of your mind and let me plant a slave seal. Otherwise, Yi Han will die now, Xiao Wao Xie said, and a palm was about to cover and press down at Yi Han. No! Facing this kind of offense, Yi Han was unexpectedly directly stunned. Stop! The 100 Myriad's great heavenly father trembled. Xiao Wuxi stopped his movements and quietly looked at the 100 Myriad's great heavenly father. The 100 Myriad's great heavenly father struggled extremely hard inwardly, and in the end, as if resigned to his fate, he said, I can agree, but you'll never get my heart by doing this. Are you sure you want to do this? Your heart, is it worth much? Xiao Wuxi sneered. You're just one of my slaves. There really are smug little fairies everywhere. Who the hell are you? If you didn't represent most of Yi Han's chi, who would want you? You want to use it, and you have to remake your body. Money loser. The 100 Myriad's great heavenly father's delicate body trembled slightly. Her face pale as she looked at Xiao Wuhu. Shocked, she had thought that Xiao Wuxi accepting her submission was a slander of her body. Knowing that in the past, she had been a stunning fairy who had amazed the 9 heavens, with suitors lined up from the first day to the 9 heavens. She was also thinking of lending her charm to keep herself from being bullied by Xiao Wuxi. But looking at Xiao Wuxi's demeanor, he was truly treating her as a slave. There were no waves of emotion, like looking at a toolman. Her charm, it didn't help a bit. The heart of the 100 Myriad's great heavenly father instantly fell to the bottom, very desperate, silent for a long time, and finally said, "You are a devil." Then, incomparably humiliated, he let go of his mind and accepted Xiao Wuxi's enslavement. Yi Han, remember to go to the 100 Myriads Valley. It can give you the chance to avenge me. And before accepting the enslavement of Xiao Wuxi, the 100 Myriad's great heavenly father was incomparably unwilling, and quietly transmitted his voice to Yi Han. Yi Han, who had been pretending to be dead, sensed the movement, and his original mood of frustration and sadness instantly dissipated, and he was excited. At the same time, it was even more so when he felt that in his dantian, there were actually 2 other forces. A power that seemed to be able to shift space was used to allow him to avoid being tracked and teleported along with him when he left the Celestial Dynasty. The other force was a token-like being. It's supposed to be a map and token leading to the Valley of 100 Miracles. It turned out that the reason he had not been able to get a response when he had called out to Sister Talon earlier was because she was leaving him a way out. I knew it. Sister Talon loves me. Xiao Wao Xie. Just wait. When I rise again in the east, I will definitely make you regret it beyond measure. While Yi Han was elated, his heart tore and roared inside, filled with anger and resentment towards Xiao Wuxi. Unbeknownst to them, all of the tactics they thought were brilliant were within Xiao Wuxi's insight. Ridiculous, plotting in front of me? The clan elder standing behind me doesn't even fear a great emperor and doesn't know that you're plotting. Xiao Wuxi faintly laughed in his heart. 100 Myriads Valley? It will soon be mine. The 100 Myriads Valley, belonging to a hidden power, was hidden in a special secret realm, which was said to contain a very large number of chances, as if it was an immortal realm on Earth. It's just that it's usually hidden and hard to find. Xiao Wuxi's smile tightened. Immediately afterward, with an unchanged expression, he planted a slave seal within the 100 Myriad's great heavenly father's divine soul. From now on, you are my slave girl. Call out to your master. Xiao Wuxi said to the 100 Myriad's great heavenly father. Lord, man. 100 Myriad's great heavenly father's face was pale. His delicate body trembled, a thick sense of humiliation brewing in his heart, but he didn't dare to disobey. Her voice was small, but to the crowd on the field, it was like a bolt from the blue. All the guests couldn't believe their eyes. Xiao Wuxi had actually enslaved the 100 Myriad's great heavenly father? This is outrageous, isn't it? Big Chapter 4, 000 words equals 2 chapters. Please vote. About 8 o'clock or so, 12 o'clock or so, 1 chapter each. Premiered the latest. Chapter 54 Shaoan War debuts. The pattern of the Imperial Princes. Chapter 54 There is nothing on earth that we share with the Emperor. Chapter 54 There is nothing on earth that we share with the Emperor. Lord, people. The 100 Myriad's great celestial dignitary was incomparably humiliated. Her pretty face scarlet as she trembled. She swore she had never suffered such humiliation. And in the future, for the rest of his life, he will be humiliated in this way. Just thinking about it makes the future look bleak. However, looking at Yi Han who pretended to pass out, she let out another long sigh, feeling like it might be worth it if I did. Funny as a clown. There was nothing more interesting than watching the imperial princes of the Celestial Dynasty fight within themselves, but it takes brains to do things, and it's still the 4th-ranked prince. You can get lost, Xiao Wuxi said indifferently. At the same time, because it is step by step, in the border area battlefield constantly killing, from a small soldier to the position of the prince, feet on the ground, without any relationship strokes. Competition is fine, but keep it in private. Open infighting in front of so many powercomers? Isn't this a disgrace to their heavenly kingdom? A powerful person from a force couldn't help but say at the sight. Although Xiao Wuxi has strong natural talent, he's too young and looks a bit like an internalized crown prince. Worried, Xiao Wuxi let the tiger return to the mountain. But, no matter what, it was still a great celestial exalt powerhouse from the past, and it was extremely valuable. Just a little bit of secret information and cultivation tips were enough to make a heavenly pride, whose strength skyrocketed in a short period of time, and whose future achievements would increase greatly, just immediately after. It felt weird that she had been single all her life, and although she wasn't young, she could actually be considered a young girl because of the long lifespan of the great celestial father. A kick on Yihan, who was pretending to be dizzy. What a love affair, Xiao Wuxi lamented. When they saw the visitor, the 8th prince of the Ling Xiao heavenly dynasty, Xiao Xinglong, and the 6th imperial daughter, Xiao Qin, changed their faces slightly and their hearts were grave. Therefore, he is also most averse in this life to injustices arising from relationships. If, Your Highness, the peerless, is truly made a prince today, it is indeed a bit unorthodox. It's just a treasure-hunting mouse, Xiao Wuxi said indifferently. The intention was to take the place of Xiao Wuxia and suppress Shaowan War. Although, the current 100 Myriad's great heavenly father was only a soul body. However, he did have good luck, and he really is a person of great fortune. Running away like this might even bring trouble to the heavenly kingdom. Sky Wan battle. Legendary. It could only be considered tame compared to the other amazing things their invincible highnesses had created. Feeling Xiao Wuxi's killing intent, his face changed slightly and he darted out of the hall without looking back. Instantly, many powerful forces ventured out, and it was a pity that they let Yihan run away and failed to kill him. Said Xiao Wuxi is going to be the crown prince. The guests on the field, all of them were shocked. Otherwise, he should be able to get a lot of treasures from Yihan, a great chi master. Twisting his head in the direction of the great hall, beside Jun Zizi, a follower with good natural talent could not help but open his mouth, and, as a result, became the 4th prince. Here to trouble His Highness the Invincible? Jun Zizi only sent someone to inform Xiao Wao enemy of the fact that he was going to be inducted as the crown prince. Informing Xiao Wanzhuan, it was a bit of a bad influence to have a public fight between Xiao Wuxia and Shaowan War. But when she stepped in to suppress Shaowan War, the situation was completely different. Against other sons of Qi, it was also easier to suppress them. Among the 3,000 physical qualities of the 10,000 ancients, it could be ranked in the top 500, which was very astonishing, and it could mobilize the shadows of 10,000 ancient warriors for its own use in battle, which made it extremely powerful. Of course, this person was not familiar with him because this person was a royal prince of the heavenly kingdom. Although he came from the royal family of the celestial dynasty, his parents had died early and his family had fallen on hard times, so he could only join the army to fight. Banquet. Countless people were still immersed in shock and envy. If he knows what he's doing, he shouldn't ever see a celestial again in his life. You're overthinking it. The heavenly dynasty has been established since the opening of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and even if a great emperor were to stand here, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly against the heavenly dynasty. How much power can a fool like him have? What waves can Yihan make? Xiao Wuxia, you wait. When I find the 100 Myriads Valley and cultivate my supreme immortal skill, I will definitely kill you. Outside the great hall, Yihan's face was grim, his killing intent surging, as if he was a demon god coming out of hell. The fury is like an abyss, the temperament is rigid and lonely, and it looks very cold and domineering. Jun Zizi looked unsightly, clenching his fists, his back teeth grooves crunching as he looked grimly at the smiling and kindly Xiao Wuxia. Boom! As a result, he had actually obtained the inheritance of the War Emperor in a certain ancient battlefield. On the contrary, Xiao Xinglong and Xiao Qin Maiden had ugly faces as they glared angrily at Xiao Wanzhan. He had been in closed-door cultivation, but just now, Jun Zizi had actually sent someone to summon him, Xiao Wanzhuan's breathsword, as if 10,000 troops were on the verge of battle, suppressing the heavens, a horrifying attack brewing, without any hesitation, directly toward Jun Zizi to suppress. Xiao Wuxi was cool. Not only did he not lose face, but he also got a small tower of treasures for nothing. And the 100 Myriads great heavenly father as a slave. Asterisk. Count what? How can it count? Jun Zizi was enraged. Otherwise, Yihan would not have been able to, from a small remote city, rise strongly. Xiao Wuxia's expression was calm when he saw Xiao Wanzhan walking towards him. He, on the other hand, had lost face because of his blatant support for Yihan. He was Jun Zizi's confidant and knew that Jun Zizi wanted to embarrass Xiao Wuxi, and now that Yihan had failed, Jun Zizi also sat down. It made him a little hesitant, especially when he saw his beloved sister-in-law, Jiang Liui, imploring Xiao Wuxi. He couldn't help but want to storm out. Did master really let him go? Heavily glancing at the Lingxiao heavenly palace, then, he turned around and left. Otherwise, the end will be beyond miserable. With the Lingxiao heavenly mirror and the heavenly dynasty clan elder watching, Yihan's every move was within his grasp. The one who walked into the great hall was a young man wearing pitch-black battle armor. In the future, access to opportunities will be simpler. Xiao Wanjun then did come. Godson, are we just going to let it go? The hearts of the crowd were alarmed. Their gazes were grave, and their attention was all on the visitor. This is not a male/female relationship. Count on his life. That's when a figure slowly walked into the great hall. I can't believe I let him teleport away. Yihan still wanted to play dead. Jun Zizi sneered. Do you need me to make a move? Just now he has been calling himself this prince. The Python Sparrow Dynasty Empress, Miao Yi, who was on the side, couldn't help but say, is he? If Yihan was the biggest loser tonight, then he was the second biggest loser. I can't believe it's him. Sure enough, it's here. Jun Zizi's smile grew wilder. Treating Yihan as a son was more or less inappropriate. Pretend to be dead again, and you can really die. Xiao Wuxi said. You're the villain who wants to provoke the relationship and feelings between our brothers? What a way to find death. Then, with his body's ferocious aura and roiling killing intent directly locking onto the smug, wanting to watch the show, Jun Zizi. After all, the position of the crown prince of the celestial dynasty has always been reserved for the strong and the virtuous. In that case, Shaowan warrior must be unconvinced inwardly. An existence that was able to make the crowd's hearts tremble and the two heavenly dynasties' imperial princes look grave could be imagined to come from a very small source. Even his fiancée, Jiang Zhenlua, didn't have much of a crush on him anymore, and kept her gaze hotly focused on Xiao Wuyu. Even Jiang Liuyi looked grave and mobilized his own power. It drew countless guests on the field, snickering and laughing. Not only were they despised by Kong Ryui, this should be here to stop Xiao Wuxi from becoming the crown prince, right? One can't help but think that he's here to crash the party. Obviously, it was treating Xiao Wuxi as a true junior clan member. The 100 myriad sword technique inheritance it created was even more priceless. From then on, he awakened the top physique, the battle abyss divine physique. This Yihan, he was a great chi master. After all, he is also the one I watched grow up. Almost as good as my own son. 100 myriad's great heavenly father defended. Only, under the gazes of the crowd, Xiao Wanjun, whose entire body was carrying anger and rage, actually smiled at Xiao Wuhu, in a very simple and doting manner. No one doubted that if Xiao Wanjun dared to openly provoke Xiao Wuxia, the two of them would directly strike. Hastily changed his words. He is the disciple I watched grow up. Doesn't seem like a surprise. Swish. Yihan hurriedly got up, terrified, with a complex expression, and looked at the 100 myriad's great heavenly father in the void, and had wanted to kowtow 3 times to show that he was serious about his feelings, but he was kicked away by Xiao Wuxi. Xiao Wuxi, however, didn't care at all. The other powerhouses calmly retorted, clearly not taking Yihan seriously. Shocking the world. The guests looked playful, with a wisp of a teasing smile on their faces, said the man, his smile growing wider. With the 100 myriad's great heavenly father submitting, and the small tower being refined by him, Xiao Wuxi was more than enough to feel a vast force of qi falling towards himself. Especially, at this moment, he was carrying an unimaginable rage. Yes, this is the man he called. And at this moment, such an existence had become Xiao Wuxia's slave. How can they not be shocked and envious? However, the crowd of clan elders from the Lingxiao Heavenly Palace were calm. Just after leaving the sphere of influence of the Celestial Dynasty, his figure suddenly disappeared and he activated the teleportation talisman left for him by his sister. The Tower's spirit. Is the great celestial soul body great? They had a whole bunch of truly great heavenly beings. He's even here? After all, his Tower spirit sister had just served as a slave girl to Xiao Wuxi for his sake, and for him to crawl up and run away now was more or less ungrateful. The eyes flickered with baleful light, as if the reflection of an ancient battlefield was flickering, and between opening and closing, it seemed as if the sounds of war were bursting forth with divine light. It's also said that it's an internal decision, because Xiao Wuxia's father is Xiao Zhenshi, the current imperial lord. What is this if not a provocation to their brotherly relationship? What is the position of the prince compared to the glory and splendor of the kingdom? It doesn't count for such a despicable villain, daring to scheme against him and the heavenly kingdom like this, really seeking death. Chapter 55, for Emperor Xiao Wanju takes a shot. Jun Zizai speaks out of his mouth. 55. Chapter 55 to 4 Emperor Xiao Wanju strikes out. Jun Zizai speaks out. Chapter 55, for Emperor Xiao Wanju strikes out. Jun Zizai speaks out. Xiao Wanjun's move caused all the guests in the arena to be incredibly surprised. He had rushed here with such vigor, but he wasn't even looking for trouble from Xiao Wuxi. Rather, it was to suppress Jun Zizai. The reason for this was that Jun Zizi was deliberately stirring up trouble. The crowd was shocked beyond belief. No wonder the heavenly dynasty was the #1 power. Just the pattern of the clan's heavenly pride crushed all the heavenly prides of their power. Meanwhile, the gazes of the crowd all fell upon Jun Zizai. Instantly, Jun Zizi became the center of attention in the room. The Jun family is really bold. His face was ugly and he was in a very bad mood. The feeling that this Jun Zizi gave to the crowd of celestial pride was like the ultimate villain in a talkie novel. No need to care. We need to have faith in the fourth prince. Saying that, his body's aura skyrocketed, and his golden chi and blood spanned across, as if he could shake heaven and earth, as if he were a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. My first and second emperors are both out training, and the third emperor is also in seclusion, just in time, to give him the chance to flaunt his power. It wasn't that he felt that Jiang Liui wasn't a match for Jun Zizi. However, shut your mouths. In their perceptions, being able to achieve the divine flame realm at the age of 40 was already an absolute heavenly pride. 30 years old. That's a demon. It's a disguised form of protection for him. One after another. A world of fame. Simply lost. Go back to the clan and wait for your punishment. Today, he was going to prove to Jiang Liui and Jiang Jinluo who was the man who could be worthy of them. This statement once again caused the four directions to boil. Shocked by Jun Zizai's realm and pressure. The strength of the two physiques is comparable. Jun Zizai was similarly furious. His forehead veins rippling with shocking killing intent. She had, before, disliked Jun Zizai, and now she was even more revolted. Come, fight me, and if you lose, you will voluntarily break off your engagement with my sister-in-law. His cultivation level has actually reached the great power realm, and on his side, there were also two clusters of gold-colored flames suspended as if they were blazing suns. Incomparably blinding. Lady Xiaoqin also had a gloomy face and a sad, apprehensive look on her face. Before Xiao Waoxia could take a stand, Xiao Wanzhuan said to Jun Zizai, so strong. Since, there was no need to make his fiancée throw her head in the ring when she couldn't win magnificently. Xiao Wuxi spoke faintly, very calm and collected, and pulled Jiang Liui. Jiang Liui hesitantly looked at Xiao Wuxi. At the same time, he was very depressed and looked at Xiao Waoxia and Xiao Wanzhuan in a very unfavorable manner. Is this really feeling winged? But now this unwarranted provocation is very bad. Letting Jun Zizi apologize gave both sides a step down from making the conflict bigger. The crowd on the field was stunned and quite unbelievable. But how old is he? 25 at most. Don't apologize yet. I don't know what Xiao Wuxi is going to do. Before, standing up for Yihan, and now he even dares to openly sow discord between the imperial princes of the celestial dynasty. As a matter of fact, before Xiao Wuxi was reborn, this Jun Zzz was indeed one of the greatest heavenly destiny villains in the 3000 immortal realms. And in the Emperor's path, he was even more of a lawless and unscrupulous person, setting off countless upheavals. It's divine fire. He ignited divine fire. He's a divine fire realm cultivator. It seems necessary for me to take my sister's place and discipline you. The guests from all the major powers were all talking, looking at Jun Zizai and the Jun family elders with a very playful and even somewhat gloating expression. How is it that all these princes of the celestial dynasty are not ready to play their cards? This Jun Zz was so strong, relying on his age, that Xiao Wuxi might not really be his match. Before, it was understandable for Jun Zz to stand up for Yihan. After all, Jun Zz was doing it in the name of doing good for his sister-in-law. Jiang Liui, Xiao Xinglong and Lady Xiaoqin's faces changed slightly, and they couldn't help but worry about Xiao Wuhu. Jun Zizai, you are too reckless. Let's watch the show first. Offending the heavenly kingdom in such a manner. After today, the Jun family might not have a good time. You, a brainless Shaoan warrior who only knows how to kill the enemy, are also playing a counter-routine for me? The matter has come to this. It's time for this divine son to make his move. Couldn't figure out why he was so calm and collected. Sibling, why do you need to do it? I'll do it. After all, it was the legendary desolate ancient saint body. I really misjudged him. Even Jun Zizai's fiancé, Jiang Jinluo, was incomparably disappointed and furious. Its heart is in the right place. Your opponent is me, only 12 years old, slapping her husband in the face in front of her, with a reputation for doing her good, and even more so for not listening to her words. Just the breath blossomed, actually causing countless guests on the field, shortness of breath, chest sullen. Now, in the eyes of the guests in the arena, his name was only equated with stupidity. No need. Jiang Liui's face was grim. His aura spread out and he was incredibly bored. The innate Tao fetus and the desolate ancient sacred body were both special physiques that ranked around 50 out of the 3000 strongest physiques in the ages. Come on, dumbass. They can't even think about it. It's amazing that there are still beings that can do this. The few clan elders beside Jun Zizai had long been sweating and pale. His fiancé, Jiang Liui, was obviously even more diligent, always cultivating in a low-key manner, both in terms of realm and strength, above Jun Zz. Surprisingly, He threatened to challenge all the heavenly pride of the celestial dynasty. If, for example, the heavenly pride of the celestial dynasty could not respond appropriately, such as defeating Jun Zz, the face of the celestial dynasty would have to be greatly lost. Today, if he conceded again and apologized with Xiao Wuxi and the heavenly kingdom, then he would be completely reduced to a laughingstock for others. Going to be a shrunken head turtle? Jun Zz laughed. Very disdainful. In that case, today, I will suppress all the heavenly pride of your heavenly dynasty all by myself. In this situation, Xiao Wufei was too young and was obviously not a match for the other party, while the celestial dynasty clan elders were also unlikely to be involved in the heavens' remarkable battle of the heavens, and the other celestial dynasty emperors were either in seclusion or in trials, so she was the only one in the entire scene who could suppress Jun Zizai. It's okay for Xiao Wuxi to be uneasy with the routine. What's going on? 25? So strong. They had long been too enraged to tolerate it any longer and chided out. However, wanting Jiang Liui to be magnificent and easily suppress Jun Zizai was still somewhat difficult. This situation, the slightest carelessness was going to cause the Jun family to decline for it. Jun Ziz's expression recovered as he indifferently looked at Xiao Wuxia and directly picked his words. You don't deserve my sister-in-law. Though, the position of the divine son of the Jun clan in the Jun clan was equivalent to that of the son of heaven in the celestial dynasty. The battle between the two for the right position was actually logical. Jiang Liui was not going to be able to straighten out by Xiao Wuxi's laid-back calmness. The heavenly dynasty's celestial pride, with their faces flurrying, were burning with anger. Worthy of being the legendary desolate ancient saint body that was born to open the shackles, there were quite a few heavenly prides on the field, and even the heirs of immortal forces, who were very proud of themselves, but standing in front of Jun Zizai, they were definitely just ants. Even Yihan from before was like a clown in front of Jun Zizai. This Jun Zizai, he's also too detestable, simply a despicable villain. This Jun Zizai, he was also too arrogant. Xiao Wuxi smiled at Jiang Liui, whose expression was tight and somewhat worried. But who let Xiao Wuxia be too young? These clan elders, too, had favored Jun Zz before. The divine might of the desolate ancient saint body was displayed to the fullest. Xiao Xinglong took a deep breath and clenched his fists, showing that he wasn't as relaxed as he claimed either. One must know that if one messes up today, the heavenly kingdom will lose face, and it happened at Xiao Wuxi's coming-of-age banquet, and along with it, Xiao Wuxi will be reduced to the laughingstock of the 3,000 immortal realms. Before she could think about it, loud noises were already coming from the field as the battle between Jun Zz and Xiao Wanjua had already started. Chapter 56, True Phoenix Treasure Technique, Xiao Wuxia's outing. 1 second to remember 3Q www.3qdo.com. Wonderful novels without pop-up windows for free reading. Chapter 56, True Phoenix Treasure Technique, Xiao Wuxi Strikes. All watched the show. Xiao Wuxi's expression was calm, without any ripples. It was as if he did not place Jun Zizai's provocation in his eyes at all. Rather, he looked towards the center of the battlefield. Since Xiao Wanzhan had rushed here in a hurry, let him show it. Furthermore, only if Xiao Wanzhan and Jun Zz had fought, when he made his move to suppress Jun Zz, the crowd would know how strong he was. There will be no illusion that I'm okay. It would also be more convincing. Him, the Prince of Heaven. This, all the celestial pride of the celestial dynasty would be skeptical, although their hearts were still hanging in the air. But the battle between Xiao Wanzhan and Jun Zz had already begun, and the only thing they could do at this moment was to cheer for Xiao Wanzhan. Told you, you're not good enough. Jun Zizai's expression was cold and contemptuous as he sneered at Xiao Wanjua. All of you go on, there might still be hope. He not only wanted to make Xiao Wuxia lose face today, but he also wanted to make the entire Ling Xiao heavenly kingdom lose face. As the words landed, a move probed out and countless golden chi and blood streaked across, transforming into a golden phoenix that suppressed towards Xiao Wanzhan. This spell avatar. Around them, some of the strongest members of the great powers stared in astonishment. This mighty divine ability made them think of a taboo divine ability. Shaoan warrior's expression was flat as he blasted out a fist as if it was an overwhelming divine rhinoceros suppressing it. His mana surging. The heavens are shaking, as if it could shatter space. This was a supreme law created by a divine rhinoceros race supreme in the past. Very impressive. He performed one of the moves called Rhino Dome Hand. Boom! The two people's attacks collided as if two stars had crashed together, and the sky collapsed. Within the battle plate realm evolved by the Grand Formation, some of the surrounding mountains began to collapse. So strong. These two are both amazing. There can only be one great emperor in an era, and I can't be sure if this great emperor, in this life, is them. But I can be certain that the two of them can definitely achieve supremacy as long as they don't die young. Countless heavenly prides and cultivators of the older generation couldn't help but marvel. It's shocking. Lamenting the heroes. The collision between the two was amazing. And although they were both only divine flame realm cultivators, the divine might that erupted was like that of two saints. Xiao Wanzhan's body retreated violently, looking ahead with a grave expression, his arms vaguely tingling a little. Obviously, the collision just now didn't have much of an upper hand. On the contrary, although Jun Zizai's figure had also retreated, he was very much floating and relaxed. But that's all. Jun Zizai laughed coldly, probing his hand to suppress it once again, roaming the sky with golden chi and blood, sometimes transforming into a phoenix palm, sometimes transforming into a golden chakra. The divine might was vast to the extreme. It shouldn't be wrong. It's true. It really is the legendary True Phoenix treasure art. The crowd on the field lost their voices. True Phoenix treasure art. The 10 Fierce treasure art alongside True Dragon treasure art and Koan Peng treasure art. It was rumored that this was a method created by the 10 fierce men of the ancient times that had experienced countless epics. And even in today's great emperor era, it was still astonishing to be stronger than the average great imperial law. Under normal circumstances, only the 10 murderers' descendant communities could learn the treasure arts of the various clans, and they would not be outsourced at all. Even the pride of the 10 murderous communities rarely had the opportunity to master a complete 10 murderous treasure art, and most of them could only learn some of the scattered moves of each tribe. At this moment, however, Jun Zizai had cast the True Phoenix treasure art. Could it be that Jun Zizi has obtained the inheritance of the True Phoenix nest? Some of them looked odd. The True Phoenix nest, like the Qilin nest and the Kuan Peng den, were all top-tier immortal forces of the foreign races. The regulation of one's inherited treasure art was very strict, and it was not transmitted out at all. Even if someone accidentally obtained the treasure art of the True Phoenix nest, they would be obliterated by them. The crowd speculated that it was likely that Jun Zizi had been blessed with great fortune and had accidentally obtained the True Phoenix treasure art. However, the fact that he dared to cast it out was really beyond the crowd's expectations. Sure enough, arrogant enough to not be afraid of the True Phoenix nest's liquidation, he's entitled to be mad, too. With this kind of strength, this kind of natural talent, and with the backing of the Jun family, one of the 4 great families, if it were me, I would only be even madder than him. The scene was hilarious. The crippled True Phoenix treasure art is just that. Xiao Wanzhan's eyes flashed slightly, and the fury on his body grew heavier and heavier as he struck out once again. This time, instead of activating that supreme Dharma sect of the divine rhinoceros clan that he had previously cast, he cast the inheritance of the war great emperor. 100 battles to become an honor. Behind Xiao Wanzhan, hundreds of warrior silhouettes emerged, and with every silhouette that appeared, Xiao Wanzhan's power skyrocketed by 1 point. These are the enemies he killed in battle. Now, it became his battle spirit. It's the great emperor's law, the law of the great emperor of war. Shouting sounds rang out from all around. Everyone was in high spirits. This is the kind of high-quality fighting they rarely see. Only then did he see Jun Zizai execute the ancient 10 fierce laws, and now Shaowan War had already sacrificed the emperor laws of the war great emperor. Countless people were exceptionally looking forward to the outcome of the battle between the two. Though, the True Phoenix treasure art that Jun Zizi had cast might not be complete. However, the True Phoenix treasure art was, after all, a 10 murderous treasure art that could crush the laws of ordinary great emperors, and only the laws of those great emperors at the very top of the ages could be compared. Thus, even if it was only a crippled True Phoenix treasure art, when it was performed, the power was actually no weaker than Shaowan battle. Boom! In the battle plate realm, space crumbled and the firmament trembled as if it had reverted to chaos. There was an army of 100 battles and a True Phoenix hovering, and the fluctuations of the fight caused countless people to be alarmed. Come to die. Jun Zizi gave Xiao Wanzhui a high look, not realizing that this 4th prince of the celestial dynasty could also be so strong. However, it was still too far from him. He cast out the divine ability of the Jun clan, the seal of the human king, the seal of the ocean, the seal of the heavenly mountain, false air technique. All of these sorts of divine abilities were melee killing techniques, and Jun Zizi himself was the desolate ancient saint body with the strongest physical body claim, and he was like an immortal god of war after performing them. All of them have amazing powers. This is too strong. Is this the strength of the Jun family's divine son? The hearts and minds of the crowd were shaken. They also couldn't help but start looking at the Jun family anew. No wonder, lately, they dare to provoke the heavenly kingdom. So, it's out of the blue. A pride of heaven. But, Shaowan War is not paper. He grew up in the army to kill. Kill the actual battle is not too rich. Perform the law of the warlord. The void behind them was filled with battle spirits. When he struck out at random, the void behind him seemed as if it was about to crumble. Let alone a divine flame realm cultivator. Even a void god realm cultivator would have to be seriously injured if they were hit by such an attack. However, after colliding and entangling for countless rounds, Junzi's eyes expression, always flat, as if he had not moved at all. This caused countless celestial pride on the field to reveal shocked expressions. Must not lose. This is the peerless clan brothers' coming-of-age banquet. The heavenly dynasty's celestial pride, such as Xiao Xinglong and Xiao Qinlov, were even clenching their fists and were very nervous, because Junzi was only striking out casually, not moving in a real manner, and it was already this terrifying. How terrifying would it be to get serious and put your best foot forward? Shaowan warrior, however, was still falling into the wind, and the look on his face, too, was becoming more and more grave. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that if the fight continued, the odds were that Shaowan War would lose. Why hasn't Xiao Wanzhan War used his divine body yet? To continue like this is to lose. How do you move it? He has a divine body, but Junzi's eye doesn't? The desolate ancient sacred body will only be stronger than the battle abyss divine body. That's not necessarily true. There are no weak physiques, only weak people. In case Shaowan battle god physique develops stronger than Junzi, it will be able to turn the tide, the crowd argued, and some of the heavenly dynasty's celestial pride, anxious, couldn't help but look for a way to break the situation for Xiao Wanzhan, but it was mercilessly rebutted by the surrounding guests. The crowd was talking. Only a loud boom was heard. It was like two stars colliding, splashing countless divine thunderbolts to explode. In full view of everyone, Xiao Wanzhan's figure retreated violently, flying thousands of meters, his chi and blood surging upwards, blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. His battle abyss divine body, although not weak, was ultimately inferior to the desolate ancient saint body. The only thing you can do is to lose. It was also true that Junzi was still looking relaxed and very pretentious at the moment, and had not suffered any injuries. Wow! The scene was in uproar. Looking at the scene in front of them, countless people stood up with strange faces. The ending is actually set in stone. Shaowan War could actually be declared defeated. Under normal circumstances, it was normal for Heaven's Pride to win or lose in a duel. However, in the situation before him, with such a defeat by Xiao Wanzhan, the face of the Ling Xiao heavenly dynasty might be about to be trampled under Junzi's feet directly. Is this the prince of the Ling Xiao dynasty? Junzi smiled contemptuously. It's nothing more than that. Scumbag, what's the point of being smug? But it's just that the first and second emperors of my heavenly dynasty are both away, and the third emperor is in seclusion and has no time to deal with a clown like you. Wait to be subdued by the returning second and first emperors. Countless sons and clan elders of the celestial dynasty were filled with righteous indignation and indignation. Still, a wisp of humiliation couldn't help but surface within. The celestial dynasty has never yet been humiliated. Not even when a great emperor came to the door. Even if only briefly humiliated. They can't take it either. This is indeed a dereliction of duty on their part. Not to mention, this was still Xiao Wuxi's coming-of-age banquet. If they really let this Junzi flaunt his power, their crown prince, wouldn't he be reduced to a laughing stock? Completely leaving behind black material. Even if they recovered afterward, it would be difficult to wash away. Even, there was already a heavenly pride ready to go call the closed third prince. Damn it, my battle abyss divine body. I almost managed to develop it to the level of 1,000 battles. Otherwise, I would definitely be able to suppress him easily. Xiao Wanzhan's eyes were bloodshot and his killing intent was shocking. Very unwilling and angry. Very unhappy with his losing move. Especially listening to Junzi's eyes taunts. Again, Xiao Wanzhan took a deep breath, looked at the heavenly dynasty's pride, the countless expectant eyes, and gritted his teeth. Today, you will lose. For the glory of the celestial dynasty, he cannot lose today. Don't know what's good for you. Since you want to get down on your back, I'll fulfill you. Junzi said icily. He was also a little annoyed. This imperial prince who was only ranked 4th in the heavenly kingdom had managed to tangle with him for so long. This caused him, the first divine son of the Jun family, to lose face. Since that's the case, then I'll let you see the true divine might of my desolate ancient saint body. ZZ was incomparably cold. Intending to fight a quick battle, he catalyzed the desolate ancient saint body to suppress the enemy. As the words landed, 100 saintly visions unexpectedly coalesced in the void. This was the battle vision of the desolate ancient saint body. 100 holy pilgrimages, incredibly strong, countless guests on the field, feeling the divine might, all heart and soul. Chest unexpectedly felt a sense of dullness, shortness of breath, very depressing, to the amazement of the crowd, begging for it. Xiao Wanzhan smiled similarly coldly, his physique glowing as he similarly activated his battle abyss divine body. The countless guests, all of them took a deep breath, their expressions wonderful. On the other hand, The countless celestial pride of the celestial dynasty were extremely worried. The battle of physique. No one would engage in it until it was absolutely necessary. Because, once injured, the foundation may be affected. Even if Shawan battle could win in the end, if he could not win too easily, it might affect his potential and future achievements. Com premiered the latest. Chapter 57, Suppressing Junzi's Eye. 1 second to remember, 3qwww, 3q. Com. Wonderful novels without pop-up windows for free. Chapter 57, Suppressing Junzi's Eye. The physical strength of Junzi's desolate ancient saint body was originally above Xiao Wanzhan's battle abyss god body. Not to mention, Junzi's luck was against the heavens. Having acquired a desolate ancient sacred body corpse, using it to further develop the sacred body vision. This was, also, the reason why he dared to provoke the entire heavenly pride of the heavenly dynasty. The physical visions of the two men had not yet met. Unexpectedly to everyone's surprise, Xiao Wanzhan's physical vision had actually begun to collapse. Along with his body, he couldn't help but stagger. Come to die. Seeing this, the corners of Junzi's mouth rose and his eyes flashed with icy coldness. Raising his hand was a palm to suppress it. Bang! A golden phoenix directly clawed at Xiao Wanzhan's dantian, wanting to take advantage of the situation and completely waste Xiao Wanzhan. Not good. Watch out. Seeing this, Xiao Xinglong and Xiao Qinmaiden let out a cry of alarm and tried to rescue them, but it was already too late. How is this possible? Xiao Wanzhan's pupils suddenly shrunk. His face changed drastically, and he was inwardly surprised, not realizing that the desolate ancient sacred body, which had previously been called a wasted body, had a vision that was so strong that it was to this extent. The degree of development, even more so, is above him. He wanted to dodge, but he also realized that it was too late, and a wisp of panic could not help but appear on his face. Why haven't the clan elders come to the rescue? Some celestial pride was very worried and anxious. Although it was said that the battle of the heavens pride, by default, the older generation of powerhouses could not intervene, but if they really didn't care, it would be a big loss if Xiao Wanzhong was invalidated. Right at this moment, a figure, extremely fast, appeared in front of Shawan War. With just a wave of his hand, he easily defeated the attack that was trying to seriously injure Xiao Wanzhan. It's time for the farce to end. At the same time, an indifferent, as if heaven's rules, though gentle and incomparable, but heart-shaking voice, echoed in the air. Your invincible highness. The crowd looked at the front of their eyes, the white-clothed figure like an exiled immortal, slightly stunned and appalled. Some of the guests, moreover, had blank brains. Obviously, all of the people did not expect that at this time, Xiao Wuxi would come forward. Not only did he stand out, but he easily defeated Junzi's attack and saved Xiao Wanzhua. And most crucially, Junzi at this moment, could still be casting a physique vision. It's appalling. It was some of the clan elders who had trouble dealing with it. Even Xiao Wanjun was suppressed. And at this moment, the vision of the desolate ancient saint body was unexpectedly suppressed. It was suppressed by Xiao Wuxi's words. That would be a little too amazing. Worthy of being the legendary Ling Xiao Divine Emperor body. It is said that this physique can be ranked in the top 10 of the 3000 physique list of the ancient world. It's not weaker than the sacred body Dao fetus and the chaotic body. It's more than one level stronger than Junzi's desolate ancient sacred body. It seems that although he is young, he may not be without a fighting chance against Junzi's. The crowd let out a deep breath of shock. Previously, he had heard of the heaven-defying nature of the Ling Xiao Divine Emperor body, only that this physique had only appeared once a million years ago, and almost no one had truly appreciated its divine might. Now that I've seen it, it's true to its name, only to be followed by a pang of pity, because it was rumored that Xiao Wuxi, born prematurely, had damaged potential and would not achieve much in the future. Even Xiao Wuxi broke the 10,000 ancient extreme realm one after another, and was fully supported by the celestial dynasty in an attempt to gather the world's chi and change its destiny against the heavens. Invincible clan brother. Xiao Wanzhan looked flustered and was worried and blaming himself. If, for example, Xiao Wuxi was injured because of him, he would probably blame himself for the rest of his life. At the same time, there was immense shame. Originally, he wanted to suppress Junzi's and support Xiao Wuxi, but as a result, he was defeated by Junzi's and lost his lordship. Invincible. Jiang Liui also changed color slightly and couldn't help but take a step forward, fearing that her future husband, who was not a match for Junzi's, might be damaged. The mana in her body was raging and she was already ready to save Xiao Wufei and suppress Junzi's. Even Junzi's fiancé, Jiang Zhenluo, looked tense and glared angrily at Junzi's. This Junzi is too much. Isn't this humiliating her sister-in-law's fiancé? The good feeling towards Junzi's had already dropped to a negative value. Who dares to badger me? Seeing that his prey had been saved, Jun Zz's anger rose from his heart, his expression clouded with murderous intent. However, after seeing the person who struck out, who was no one else but Xiao Wuxi, he burst out laughing, very eerie and evil, and said, "Invincible Xiao, finally stop being a shrinking violet? Break off the marriage contract with my sister-in-law and I can leave now. You're overthinking it." Xiao Wuxi's expression was indifferent and calm, without the slightest bit of nervousness. Instead, he said, "It just so happens that I also feel that you and Zhang Jinlua are not suitable for each other. So break off your engagement with her now and I can spare your life." The words landed on the ground, and the aura on his body shot up. How is this possible? This aura. It can't be wrong. It must be the divine fire. He's also ignited the divine fire. A 12-year-old divine flame realm? This is too counterintuitive, isn't it? The crowd was shocked as their mouths grew and their eyes widened. They had never dreamed that Xiao Wufei's realm had reached the divine flame realm as well. Upon seeing this scene, all of the celestial dynasty's children who had been nervous before breathed a sigh of relief. In Jiang Liui's beautiful eyes, there was even a flash of a strange color. Zhang Jinlua is almost transformed into a little fangirl. Face dog disease. Seek death. Jun Zz's eyes flickered as he heard Xiao Wuxi's words and he directly stormed off. This Xiao Wuxi really deserves to die. Not only stealing Kong Ryu away from him, but also his fiancée Kong Yanlo? Can this be tolerated? No man can stand it. Furthermore, Xiao Wuxi's physique was too heaven-defying. At only 12 years old he was already at the divine flame realm, several times stronger than him. He absolutely could not be allowed to grow up. At the very least, he should be prevented from collecting his chi and changing his destiny against the heavens. Jun Zz's words landed on the ground. Probing his hand out, a dozen golden phoenix shadows flying behind him. A horrifying divine light that seemed like it could shatter the heavens. It caused countless guests in the arena to be shocked. This Jun Zai, when he had just fought with Xiao Wanzhan, he had actually retained his hand. However, Xiao Wuxi raised his hand and waved it. The true dragon shadow roared and rolled up the layers of clouds in the 9 heavens, as if a true dragon had descended, its divine might spreading across the 8 wastelands. Wherever it passed, everything crumbled. The battle plate realm that they were in was shaking, and was on the verge of collapsing. What? True dragon treasure art. The guests were once again shocked by the sight in front of them. Some people even stood up in direct excitement. Ah, the true dragon treasure technique. Another 10 fierce treasure art. Moreover, it was still a treasure art at the top of the 10 fowls. The most crucial thing was that they actually felt that Xiao Wufei's true dragon treasure art was more spiritual and real than Jun Zai's true phoenix treasure art. This is most likely the complete true dragon treasure art. This is amazing. The true dragon treasure technique. But it's never outsourced. It's rumored that even the true dragon's nest doesn't have the full version. The crowd was hot and excited out loud, and the two on the field had collided. Boom! Jun Zai's golden phoenix shadow directly collapsed and was completely crushed by Xiao Peerless True Dragon's shadow. Moreover, the True Dragon's shadow might, without any restraint, came down towards Jun Zai. True Dragon treasure technique? It's even stronger than my True Phoenix scattered stance? Jun Z's expression changed drastically, somewhat unable to believe it. He couldn't believe that this brat, who was at least a dozen years younger than himself, had mastered a divine ability that was even stronger than his. Still, you're too young to dare to get close to me. Jun Zi followed, his face grim and murderous, his body's golden chi and blood rippling, clenching his fists, converging the tips of his fists, and blasting towards the face of Xiao Wuxi, who was coming towards his suppression. The desolate ancient sacred body. What was strong was the physical body. Dare to get close to him. Don't want to die. Is that so? Xiao Wuxi's words fell, and a strand of ice coldness flashed across his eyes. Lift your hand and probe. The 3,000 power stars in his body, and the 2 indestructible true spirits of the true dragon Kuan Pang, flickered together. The power was, in an instant, approaching 5 billion pounds. 3,000 power stars, plus 3 billion pounds, and 2 indestructible true spirits of the true dragon Kuan Pang, plus 2 billion pounds. In a flash, all the power exploded. Bump! The 2 men's fists clashed. The sight was horrifyingly loud, like a star had been detonated, and at the same time, it was accompanied by a mournful scream. Jun Z's fist, surprisingly, crumbled and exploded into a bloody mist. But Xiao Wuxi's fist, however, was unharmed. Not only that, the divine might did not attenuate in the slightest, blasting towards Jun Z's entire arm. Crackle! As if firecrackers were going off. Jun Z's entire right arm was blasted into a bloody mist by Xiao Wuxi's punch. Jun Z's figure retreated violently, covering his broken arm, his face pale with shock written all over it. Can't believe it. Not only him, but the entire audience of guests. all of them lost their voices, already doubting the world. Premiered the latest. Chapter 58, Holy Eucharistic Pill. Possibility of achieving a Holy Eucharistic Tao fetus. 58, Chapter 58, Holy Eucharist Treasure Pill. The possibility of achieving a Holy Eucharist Tao fetus. Chapter 58, Holy Eucharist Treasure Pill. The possibility of achieving a Holy Eucharist Tao fetus. Quiet. Deadly silence. Everyone was dumbfounded, staring wide-eyed, their minds blank. It was simply hard to accept the scene in front of me. Who would have expected that Xiao Wuxi, who was thought by the crowd to be unable to take Jun Zizai's 3 moves because he was too young, would in turn subdue and injure Jun Zizai? And it's still crushing on all fronts. Physical visions were crushed, divine ability techniques were crushed, and even the fleshly strength that the desolate ancient sacred body was proud of was crushed. Was this the strength of the Ling Xiao divine emperor body? I knew it. The invincible prince is the strongest, like a demon from hell. Moreover, after refining it, it was basically useless, because the user was limited to the legendary innate Tao fetus. The probability of this was even smaller. This is the legendary 9 secrets, as good as new? Behind it, it seemed as if thousands of sacred shadows stood, towering over heaven and earth, as if they were divine emperors suppressing heaven and earth. These are the 2 avatars, the phoenix dazzling sky from the true phoenix treasure art's scattered moves. Damn it! A reincarnate in his previous life had obtained a prescription for refining the desolate ancient sacred body pill. When many guests saw this, their pupils shrunk in unison, shocked and creeped out by the sight before them. Not bad for a future chirography villain. The mood was similar to that of the 2 people, Xiao Xinglong and Xiao Qinlove. In an ordinary divine flame realm, one would be thankful to have a stable and indestructible divine flame. Even Jun Zizai and Xiao Wanzhuan, the top prides of the 3,000 immortal realms, had only managed to ignite 3 divine flames. Xiao Wuxi's eyes flashed as he recalled something. Jun Zizi stepped in and subdued countless people. Jun Zizai's roar of fury resounded through the clouds as he looked down at his burst-open arm, and sensed Jiang Zhenluo's and Jian Luyi's expressions towards Xiao Wuxi, his face grimacing with murderous intent. It's always him who treats others like prey, and who treats him like prey. Originally, he only wanted to make Xiao Wuxi's reputation fall into disrepute, but now, he had changed his mind. The scene was in uproar. The medicinal effect is no worse than the supreme pill. If it was an unusual cultivator who had broken an arm, although it was not fatal and could grow back, he would definitely not be able to fight for a short period of time. Not only has he mastered the true dragon treasure technique, he has also learned the Dozi secret of the 9 secrets, divine fire. The corners of Xiao Wuxi's mouth rose, but in the eyes of the crowd, it was oozing. That strong fluctuation was like a true phoenix coming out of the world and a god king destroying the sky. The mighty pressure fell from the sky. Xiao Wuxie, I admit that you have completely angered me, and the price of angering me, can you bear it? Otherwise, it wouldn't be favored by so many clan elders. Jiang Zhenluo was even more mesmerized by Xiao Wuxi's handsome posture. There was no way. Who let her herself be a yen dog? And Jun Zizai was too unbearable. And in just a short time of a banquet, she lost all her goodwill. And then in front of Xiao Wuxie, it was no longer hard to hold back what she had in her heart. Sacred body treasure pill? Furthermore, with the Jun family's heritage, they naturally know how to cultivate the desolate ancient sacred body, and are bound to have stored quite a few supreme precious medicines within his body. To be able to be reborn with a severed limb is also acceptable. Invincible. You really aren't as simple as the outside world perceives you to be. Behind Xiao Wuxi, 10,000 strands of divine light emerged, and his aura skyrocketed. Previously, the people of the celestial dynasty, who were still worried beyond measure, all breathed a sigh of relief and looked excited and ecstatic. However, this Dan formula, which is too difficult to obtain for others, seems to be of average difficulty for me. Moreover, it's of great use. Rumor has it that the blood of the desolate ancient sacred body is the ultimate treasure medicine. Unbridled. No wonder the clan elders didn't move at all, letting Jun Zizi make a fuss. So it turns out that they know how powerful the peerless clan brothers are. Jun Zizi said coldly, the value of the leak has been demonstrated. Wow. I declare that from now on, Xiao Invincible is my only male god. The gaze that looked at Jun Zizai was as if a hunter was staring at his prey. They are both imperial sons of the celestial dynasty. How can Xiao Wuxi be so heaven-defying? The feeling is that I've made a fool of myself, and the invincible clan brother alone is able to suppress the scene. Xiao Wanzhan was relieved and at the same time a little despondent. Being hit hard, an old man from a great power lost his voice. Xiao Xinglong, Xiao Qin female too, looked at each other, excited and pleased at the same time, but also a long silence, very difficult to accept. The broken arm, instantly born, was as good as new. A single divine ability was comparable to a great emperor's full method. so it was evident that it contained gold. That's Big Brother Invincible. It can't be that he's also taken a liking to me. Jiang Jinlua blushed immensely. The surroundings all seemed to be transformed into a golden ocean. Invincible clan brother. It's so strong. I didn't see it wrong. Did I? A full 9. There would even be a divine flame realm cultivator in the world who has opened up 9 divine flames? He was going to find a chance to waste Xiao Wao Xie. Boom! Jun Zizi blasted out with a fist as monstrous chi and blood surged. Worthy of being a top-tier heavenly pride. The pressure was indeed amazing. It was as if the crowd heard a God King roar as a God King silhouette, draped in golden divine light, stepped on a golden phoenix and shattered the void as it blasted towards Xiao Wuxi. Feeling Xiao Wao Xie's eyes, Jun Zizi's anger blazed, as well as the great avatar of the Jun clan, the seal of the divine king, worthy of being the first divine son of the Jun family. The 9 divine flames, moreover, directly subverted the crowd's cognition. By countless transmigrators, it was rated as the most ribald Dan formula. Zhang Liui's hanging heart, too, finally fell, and could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, looking at Xiao Wuxi's figure very tenderly. Although they were somewhat displeased with Jun Zizi's arrogance, they had to admit that Jun Zizi's strength was indeed unmatched. It was worthy of being an existence that broke the 10,000 ancient extreme realm like drinking water. Make the field countless guests chills, some heavenly pride, but also instinctively shrink neck, very terrified fear. This is the manifestation of breaking the 10,000 ancient extreme realm. It turns out that the 10,000 ancient extreme realm he just broke was actually the divine flame realm, the strongest divine flame realm in all of the ages. What was even more remarkable was the 9 divine flower-like flames beside them. With that, a golden-colored energy burst forth. It's a real people pleaser. The medicinal effect was very counterintuitive, and after the elixir was taken, it could cause the innate Tao fetus to metamorphose into a saintly body Tao fetus. It was just that. For this pill, it was too difficult to use the desolate ancient sacred body origin as the Q and add several kinds of immortality pills. Jun Zizi's aura, on the other hand, was completely unaffected. Now, it was actually looking forward to being seen by Xiao Wuxi and marrying him. Xiao Wuxi's smile grew wider when he saw this. Casually, a secret taken out could be on par with the full laws of most great emperors. Before, she was still fighting for Jiang Liui, thinking that Xiao Wuxi was too much of a womanizer to be a good thing when he even planned to marry multiple women. As if he hadn't just been hurt, like a nuclear bomb dropped into a crowd, it completely exploded, even beyond, and if one were to take a closer look, one would realize that all of these shadows were deducing Jun Zizi's means. Someone spoke up to explain, and the crowd realized, because it was simply impossible to refine it. The materials were too difficult to obtain. Xiao Wuxi probed his hand out and cupped his hand to make a seal. And as soon as Xiao Wao Xie made his move, it was 9 divine flames. If the 10 murderous treasure art was a top-level divine ability pioneered by the exotic foreign races, the 9 secrets were the top-level divine abilities pioneered by the human race. How is this possible? Especially when she remembered that, just now, Xiao Wao Xie wanted Jun Zizi to break off the marriage contract with her. She was even more flushed. Some of the celestial pride, looking dumbfounded. It's the fighting word secret. At this moment, Xiao Wuxi activated the Dozi secret. Instantly, all of Jun Zizi's spell aptitudes were imitated and recorded, and he could cast them at will. At the same time, it was an insight into Jun Zizi's weak destiny. With that, a fist blasted out, and heaven and earth trembled, and the 9 heavens were subjugated. Chapter 59 Kill it. That old guy too. 59, Chapter 59 Kill it. That old guy kill it too. Chapter 59 Kill it. That old guy kill it too. 9 divine flames. The true dragon treasure art, plus one of the 9 secrets, the fighting character secret. This kind of achievement, if you casually achieve one of them, you can be proud of the crowd. He actually did all 3. That's too heavenly, isn't it? Not to mention the guests on the field. Even the Ling Xiao Heavenly Dynasty's group of heavenly prides and clan elders were stunned for a while. These tactics are amazing. In particular, Xiao Wuxi was only 12 years old at the moment. Heaven and earth quake. Maybe they will even go to war with the Celestial Kingdom. The Jun family was the second highest ranking existence among the 4 great families of the human race. A mournful scream rang out. However, it was clear that they had still underestimated Xiao Wuxi's methods. The other sons of the Heavenly Dynasty on the field were also smiling grimly and contemptuously. But it turned out to be just useless. Recognizing the person who had been sent flying, it was not Xiao Wufei, but Jun Zizi. Xiao Wuxi was standing calmly in place, his purple clothes hunting, noble and indifferent, like an absolute exiled immortal, mesmerizing everyone. And what a humiliation! Even less acceptable was the result of his defeat. Some of the older cultivators of the major powers had their hearts trembling and spoke out in horror. After all, it was only 12 years old, and it was rumored that only once had he gone out for a trial. Isn't that funny? If, just like that, Jun Zizai was released, the name of the celestial dynasty, the number one power in the 9 heavens, could be ceded to another power. The sight was horrifying to the extreme. Moreover, this old ancestor directly named the old emperor of the celestial dynasty, Lord Xiao Wu Shang, so it seemed like he should be pushing it very high. Pust! Kill it! In an instant, the 9-headed golden phoenix silhouette behind him became solid and incomparable, as if a true phoenix had descended, its feathered wings vibrating, tearing apart the heavens and suppressing toward Xiao Peerless. The mountains crumble. Before, he had stared at his prey in the same way. Right now, he was almost half killed by Xiao Wuxi's punch. Furthermore, as the first divine son of the Jun family, he had purposely brought along an elder ancestor with him this time when he went out. It could protect him. That look, he knew all too well. He couldn't accept that Xiao Wuxi was better than him. Jun Zizai, who was fighting with Xiao Wao enemy, felt Xiao Wao enemy's appalling attack and his pupils suddenly shrunk in shock. Ridiculous. Xiao Wuxi's smile became even colder. It was like a collision between a true dragon and an immortal phoenix. It was surprising and unexpected. Xiao Wuxi's expression was calm, without any ripples, and his previous attack was even more unchanged. A large half of his body was shattered, and blood flowed horizontally, staining the 9 skies. Jun Zizi was horrified, fully activating the desolate ancient sacred body, a layer of golden divine light spreading across the surface of his body, his chi and blood like a sea, wanting to repair his injuries and stop his body. Your invincible highness, have mercy. He's still just a child, trying to escape the clutches of Xiao Wuxi. Mercy is not in the hands of the military, and goodness is not in the hands of power. Not to mention, in this metaphysical world of the weak and the strong, when he was about to be sanctioned, he came out and said that he was a child and was innocent and should be exonerated. He screamed miserably, his eyes bloodshot. The two men's attacks clashed together. Even more, the injury was aggravated because of his strong effort to stop his body from storming back. The Jun clan elder who had followed Jun Zizai here, his face pale, cried out in shock, and prayed with tears streaming down his face. It was some of the older generation of cultivators who took a deep breath, their hearts beating violently, somewhat difficult to bear. It made him, for a moment, somewhat unable to be from, simply unacceptable. The scene was clamoring, and all the guests and children of the celestial dynasty couldn't help but stand up, looking excited and shocked. All the heavenly prides were appalled and couldn't help but tremble. They were on the verge of falling to their knees. On the side of the celestial dynasty, Jiang Liui, Shaowan warrior, Xiaoxingblong, and the others, their hanging hearts were finally put down, and gratifying smiles appeared on their faces. The previous arrogance and cockiness completely disappeared, and his demeanor was flustered and wretched, because he had always been proud of himself and felt that his talent was invincible. There was even an appalling and incomparable divine might that suppressed it. Under the eyes of everyone, a sword light fell horrifyingly. Heaven and earth seemed to be separated, widely shining in the 9 states, shattering space, causing all the guests on the field to tremble with fear. His heart was hardened, and he was completely determined to abolish Xiao Wao Xie. In the supreme mysterious realm, under a great emperor, one is called invincible. The great celestial sovereign, on the other hand, was the very top of the great realm in the supreme mysterious realm. Previously, the 100 myriads greatest heavenly father who had been enslaved by Xiao Wuxia had horrified countless people with just the state of his divine soul, and now that a living greatest heavenly father had appeared before them, it was even more difficult to remain calm. This was because, surprisingly, he saw a very faint trace of coldness in Xiao Wao Xie's eyes. Jun Zizai's eyes were cold, and they were filled with jealousy and anger. Boom! At that time, the 3,000 immortal realms might be in turmoil. As for the retreat, it was normal for there to be casualties in the battle of heaven's pride, so there is a great heavenly ancestor protecting the Tao. It's Jun Zizi. Jun Zizi no longer cared about any poise, panicked beyond measure, screaming miserably, desperately standing up and fleeing outside. Even if he was burdened with the desolate ancient saint body, and his body had even contained the medicinal effects of countless precious medicines in advance, it was impossible to recover in a moment. But now, of all these things that Xiao Wuxi had done, he couldn't even do any of them. The scouts of the Jun family hadn't told him that Xiao Wuxi was so heaven-defying. Don't they say premature birth, congenital deficiencies, and breastfeeding at age 3? According to reason, at this time, he should not be deeply involved in the world, and still have a fear of life and death, and would not be so ruthless. Everyone on the field all sucked in a breath of cold air. Is this the innate look? Humph. So what? In front of me, You're still trash. Thinking of this, Jun ZZ catalyzed his body, the countless precious medicine divine might that he had contained in advance, and poured it into his true phoenix scattered stance with all his might. If, on the other hand, Jun ZZ was killed, the Jun family was bound to be enraged. What a pain it is! At the same time, a faint voice rang out. No one stepped in to stop them when they committed a heinous crime. The brilliant divine aura shone in the void, causing the 9 heavens to stir, the 6 heavens to tremble, and shattering the earth and mountains of the battle plate realm. Blood stains the sky. In particular, Jun ZZ was the first divine son of the Jun family, and the heavenly pride that was stared at by him like this, no matter who it was, the end was incomparably miserable, either being tortured to death or becoming a lifelong waste. And in the meantime, an indifferent and cold voice filled with supreme divine might resounded from the sky. The man who had cast the Do Z secret had long ago modeled the attack that Jun ZZ might cast afterward. This voice, very domineering, was like divine thunder in the 9 heavens, causing the Qianquan to shake and the 8 wastelands to tremble. 9 divine flames? Great accomplishment of the battle character's secret? How is this possible? The sound dissipated and the smoke faded. This might is the great heavenly Father. Who dares to save you? Making a scene at this prince's coming-of-age banquet and openly insulting my heavenly kingdom. I ask, who dares to save you today? It's quite unbelievable. In the midst of the crowd's incomparably expectant eyes, a figure was like a cannonball as it crashed into a large mountain behind it with a loud bang. Xiao Wao Xie smiled blandly, and between the lifting of his hands, 7-colored divine light burst forth, blasting towards Jun ZZ, as if nothing had happened. No! No! Old ancestor, save me! He's going to kill me! There's an old ancestor from the Jun clan. The power is too much. They completely did not expect that Xiao Wuxi would be so ruthless. Even the leaks in his sights are to be ruthlessly harvested and sustainability exhausted. As the first divine son of the top immortal power, the Jun family, the future heaven's destiny villain, he had never suffered such treatment. It had never been him who abused others, tortured them, and humiliated them. Confident, so that the whole heavenly dynasty, give him this face. As he looked towards Curfew Peerless, who was slowly walking towards him, a rare strand of panic actually surfaced in his eyes. The battle of the heavens' pride is point to point. Xiao Martial Saint, are you really going to condone your grandson and kill my clan's heavenly pride? Those who offend him will not end well. Your Highness, the Invincible, is going to kill. No wonder, he, Jun ZZ, dared to be so wild and make a scene at the heavenly prince's coming-of-age banquet. With this stance, he didn't look at all like he had just gone through a great battle. The person who spoke was no other than the old imperial lord Xiao Wushang, who had been named by that great heavenly ancestor of the Jun clan. By the way, I'm talking about killing that old man, Xiao Wushang added. Chapter 60, Slaying the Great Celestial Being. 26th Ancestor Strikes. Chapter 60, Killing the Greatest Heavenly Dawn. 26 Ancestors Strike. Chapter 60, Killing the Greatest Heavenly Dawn. 26 Ancestors Strike. When the Jun family's great heavenly ancestor stepped in, and even named the Xiao Martial Sage to let him go, almost everyone felt that Jun ZZ was, this time, completely able to get away with ease. After all, the great heavenly father was an absolute giant in the 3,000 immortal realms. Who dares not give him face? I knew that old ancestor would step in to save me. Jun ZZ was even halfway to popping champagne, a desperate smile on his face as he cried tears of joy and complacency. Although, in his original plan, he wouldn't have been this reckless at all, openly causing a scene at the Xiao Invincible Adult Feast, provoking the entire Ling Xiao heavenly claims, and belittling the Ling Xiao heavenly claims. What reality has done belongs to the behavior of the top after he breaks the defense step by step. But even so, what can be done? That's why the crowd was shocked. Sure enough, moral abduction. Everywhere. It's pretty unbelievable. Today's shame will be returned tenfold. No, 100-fold. However, immediately afterward, the words of the old imperial lord Xiao Wushang, who hadn't stepped forward, directly exceeded everyone's expectations. We should, for the greater good of the human race. You guys are really looking for death. My God? The movements on Xiao Wao Xie's body did not stop, and with a casual grab, the roiling spiritual light coalesced, and the divine might swept over him, and he was about to fall towards Jun ZZ's. You want to take away Jun ZZ with just a few words now? Swish! In the sky above, the great heavenly ancestor of the Jun clan, instantly became furious, his voice like thunder, shaking the 9 heavens and 10 earths and shattering countless heavens. The Jun family is absolutely dead set on protecting him. No one dared to not take Xiao Wuxi's words seriously because Xiao Wuxi's identity was already that of the crown prince of the celestial dynasty. A sword light, as if it could cut through all the stars, traveled through time and space and landed on the face of the Jun family's grand heavenly father. However, they clearly chose the wrong people. Deserve to die. ZZ's natural talent is good. In the future it will be the main force to defend against the foreign races. It shouldn't be folded over such a trivial matter. There is indeed something wrong with what Jun ZZ did today. However, after all, they are just children and don't know much. Even the divine weapon in his hand crumbled on the spot. Could it be that the Celestial Dynasty could still go to war with the Jun family over this matter? Big deal. Why doesn't he just apologize? Thinking of this, his gaze was very cold as he looked at Xiao Wuxie, his expression shadowy and his killing intent surging. Tell you what, how about I make him apologize and let the matter drop? It's worthy of being the Ling Xiao dynasty. In that case, it would be impossible for him to force his hand and give a rescue to Jun ZZ, who was within the Celestial Dynasty. In that case, wouldn't the 3,000 immortal realms be completely thrown into turmoil? Did we really hear right? Or are we dreaming? The Grand Heavenly Father of the Jun clan above was completely enraged, burning with rage, his divine might surging, not even testing the waters, but about to strike out in fury. But, the old Imperial Lord Xiao Wusheng of the Celestial Dynasty, just so lightly said that he would kill it? The sons of the Celestial Dynasty, although not surprised by this result, were still excited and thrilled, even to the point of shedding tears over it. It wasn't that they were afraid and didn't dare to carry out Xiao Wusheng's orders. Is that so? Xiao Wuxie's expression was playful as he faintly said, then what if the Jun family is no longer around? This was the Ling Xiao dynasty that they were willing to give their lives to guard, always be their strongest backer, won't let them suffer a bit. Bold, Marshal Saint Xiao, you're really looking for death. The old Imperial Lord, Xiao Wusheng, actually opened his mouth and said that he would let Xiao Wuhui kill Jun ZZ. A random strike would have the power to shatter the heavens and earth. Towards the place where the Xiao Marshal Saint was, he suppressed it. He just made a big mess of a titty-eating brat's coming-of-age party. And what could it be? This is the great Heavenly Father's divine might. However, the maintenance of an emperor formation was incomparably resource-consuming. Not even the average immortal power could afford it. This is an emperor formation, reduced to a pile of scrap metal. The Lingxiao Heavenly Kingdom didn't dare to do that. The sky was filled with flickering runes and light ravaged the heavens and earth, condensing into a sword chi that was like an ocean. The crowd was staggered and very much in shock. He was the first divine son of the Jun family. Along with this voice, there was also the sound of the sky shattering. Although, the Celestial Dynasty had killed one of the Kuanpang Cave's quasi-supreme exalted before. A great celestial exalted was 4 great realms higher than a supreme exalted. And besides, the Kuanpang Cave was a foreign race, while the Jun family was a human race. Besides, the battle of the heavens pride, there's no need to be so serious. However, before the crowd had time to be frightened, the sky array pattern appeared in the void. The great emperor's chi filled the air, and 3,000 great avenues appeared, as if a great emperor had revealed his divine might. Did we hear right? The sea of energy around him raged and boiled, converging towards him. Although there were old ancestors in the Celestial Dynasty that could threaten his life, he knew very well that such existences should all be sleeping at this time. Rumble. Sword light that was enough to open up the sky and land fell directly from the sky. Below the line, his hallowed great heavenly father was able to give steps to this extent. This is the time to remember the righteousness of the human race. He was going to use his full strength to break through the imperial formation and forcefully rescue Jun ZZ. Jun ZZ's eyes exploded and his expression changed drastically, incomparably shocked and terrified as he looked at Xiao Wuxie, who was walking towards him, and trembled. The old ancestor has already pleaded for me. You can't kill me. I'm the first divine son of the Jun family. Killing me won't stop the Jun family. The crowd gasped and sucked in cold air. He's just a younger brother in front of the imperial formation. What did Xiao Wuxie mean by that? To destroy the Jun family? This is horrible. As for his own safety, he never worried about it. It's just a couple of bad words about heaven. What? Generally for immortal forces, emperor formations weren't used much at all, only when they suffered an extinction disaster. When they heard the words added by the Xiao Marshal Saint, the field that was originally incredibly lively, as if a volcano was erupting, instantly fell silent. The group of clan elders in charge of the imperial formation trembled. This is the imperial formation, worthy of being a heavenly dynasty. The depth is just profound. Even the imperial formation can be on at all times. Did I not hear me when I said kill him? The crowd of guests on the field, their hearts beating violently, their breaths shortened, and their faces turned red. The great celestial father's face, too, not only him, but all the guests in the arena, were shocked, sweating, and their blood stagnated. Their surprise and consternation, however, didn't last long. He was a great heavenly father, an existence that came to the heavenly dynasty and the heavenly ancestors all had to respect. And not only did Xiao Wusheng not give him face, But he even dared to say that he wanted to kill him along with him? Does he think it's been so long since he's killed someone that he can't lift a knife? The June clan's great heavenly father, who had his blades chipped from his hands in the sky above, changed greatly and his face stiffened in a very unnatural manner. They are very skeptical of the world, used to guard the forces behind him after his fall. Ka-ching! 26 ancestors in different voice sounded from afar. Ha! Xiao Wuxi couldn't help but sneer. Jun Zizi was like falling into an ice cave. They were surprised when they heard Xiao Wusheng's first words. Feeling worthy of being the number one power in the 9 heavens, it was just overbearing. It's useless for anyone to mess with their heavenly kingdom. The Lingxiao celestial dynasty didn't dare to move him. If the heavenly martial sage doesn't accept it again, what are you doing? Rather, the 26th ancestor came. The old imperial lord of the celestial dynasty actually said that he would kill that great heavenly ancestor of the June clan. As well, not only did the sword light chopped down by that June clan's great heavenly father annihilate as much as it could, after realizing that there was no way to forcefully take Jun Zizi away, the grand heavenly father of the June family opened his mouth in indifference and solitude. Seeing this, the Xiao martial sage was impatient, his divine might equally rampant, his aura not weaker than the June family's great heavenly father in the slightest. Hiss! Immediately afterward, the scene exploded poorly, as if a nuclear bomb had been detonated in place. You know, this is the greatest heavenly father in the 3,000 immortal realms. It was an absolute giant, and amongst the top immortal forces, it was the bottom of the bottom. Lightly will not come out of the world. That would be a bit insensitive. Previously, when Jun Zizi wanted to abolish Xiao Wanzhuan, why didn't this pussy come forward? In fact, but Jun Zizi had entertained the thought of dethroning him countless times. Offend this great heavenly father. Everyone was frozen. Their brains were blank as if they had been bombed with a nuclear bomb. Their bodies were stiff as if they were petrified, and they were very skeptical of their own ears. Martial saint, you loser, killing a chicken or a dog, using to catalyze an imperial formation? Quiet, deadly silence. Emperor formations were not rare and were found in many immortal forces. It was a great emperor who had spent a great deal of effort to burn formation patterns, open formation eyes, and lay down a great formation that could reveal a hint of his own imperial might. Could it be that the Lingxiao heavenly kingdom was really going to conquer the June family? No! A mournful and frightened, desperate voice rang out. Chapter 61, Killing the June family's great heavenly father. Martial saint, you loser, killing a chicken or a dog, using to catalyze an imperial formation? 26 ancestors in different voice sounded from afar. The martial saint to the heavens was very dissatisfied and opened his mouth to rebuke. At the same time, as the words landed, a sword light opened up the sky, as if it could cut through the stars in the sky. It's the heavenly ancestor who has struck. This divine might. This is the legendary grassword sword technique. So strong, it feels like it's better than the June clan's great heavenly father. Chapter 62, Depriving the desolate ancient sacred body of its origin. Jiang Zhenluo is a common maid. He doesn't even deserve to be my fiancé. How could I have been so blind to enter into a marriage contract with him in the first place? Jiang Zhenluo's face was ugly, and he had the feeling that he had eaten. Very sick inside. No matter how you look at it, this Jun Zizi doesn't deserve her awe. In addition to the face value, it's also a looker. However, his face value, in front of Xiao Wao enemy, was nothing. If he really wanted to marry Jun Zizi, he might as well be Jun Zizi's concubine. Chapter 63, Drawing the Dragonless Heart Technique. Ah! Jun Zizi's screams of misery nearly shattered the clouds with grief and rage, several times wanting to storm out, but only capable of impotent rage and frequent spitting of blood. Miserable as hell. In the end, in order to avoid being too humiliated, he chose the same means as Yihan. Pretend to be dizzy. This is what happens when you offend the Prince of Heaven. Serves you right. Good people do not do. Prefer to be. Seeing no good in people. One can't even. Chapter 64, The Holy Eucharist is already an invincible path. More precious bones, more paths. The party came to an end. All forces, return as much as you can. Everything seems to be returning to peace. The truth has made huge waves. The entire 3,000 immortal realms were hotly discussing everything that had happened at the Xiao Peerless Adult Feast, especially after hearing that the old ancestor of the Celestial Dynasty had decapitated the Grand Heavenly Father of the June family, and that Xiao Wuxi had wasted Jun Zzz. Countless living beings were chilled to the bone and were very palpitating. Once again, there was a clearer perception of the strength of the Heavenly Kingdom. Idol. Chapter 65, Secret of the Realm and Sea. New lucky draw location. Good Jiang Zhenluo's face showed delight. Her pretty face was scarlet, and with a deer in the headlights in her heart, she hurriedly ran off to get ready to wait on Xiao Wuxi to soak in the hot spring. The ancestral land of heaven. You are patient. You have never taken the initiative to open your mouth and ask about your father until now. 26 Ancestor smiled brightly and looked at Xiao Wufei with great relief. The more you look at it, the more you appreciate it. Xiao Wuxi is already very pleasing to the eye, or else he wouldn't be able to make the entire celestial dynasty's elders and clan elders, all of whom favored him. Chapter 66, the Taichu Ancient Land will be opened. Old routine duty saves the protagonist. Xiao Wuxi was showing joy. Suddenly, he noticed the imperial daughter with a stunningly beautiful face, quietly standing in front of him. A smile that warms up heaven and earth. The 100 Myriads Valley might be coming out. Just in these few years. Master, you must not miss it. It is said that the 100 Myriads Valley hides the opportunity for the Ling Xiao Divine Emperor body to transform. The imperial maiden's expression was solemn, with a slight hint of delight. Strong people in her realm, all of them perceive. Chapter 67, the great ambition of Koan Pengzi. Xiao Xinglong looked excited and delighted. It wasn't just him. The Taichu Ancient Land, although it was a forbidden area of life, the periphery was relatively safe, yet it had many supreme treasures. An extremely large number of heavenly prides were waiting for the opening of the Taichu Ancient Land, desired to obtain a certain supreme treasure and then soar to the heavens. The Taichu Ancient Land, it's finally opening up? Xiao Wuxi's eyes flashed. Not too surprising. In his position, he has known for a long time that. Chapter 68, Yi Han meets a good man again. The opening of the Taichu Ancient Land not only caused the indigenous celestial pride of the 9 heavens and 10 lands to be restless. The major group chats of the Transmigration organization were equally unbelievably lively. The ancient land of Taichu? The topmost relic in the 9 heavens and 10 lands? What a super event this is. It's a pity that I'm unexpectedly trapped in the lower realm and have no way to participate. Blood loss. There are many transmigrants who compare the 9 heavens and 10 earths to the realization of the legendary game of. Chapter 69, groups of heroes converge. Arrival at the Taichu Ancient Land. The entire Taichu immortal region became turbulent because of the opening of the Taichu Ancient Land. Countless heavenly prides and cultivators rushed to the Taichu immortal region. Top-class mounts, flying boats, and air lofts, sweeping through the air, were bustling with activity. Many of these teams were recognized as followers by sharp-eyed cultivators. Most are from immortal forces. This kind of absolute secret treasure, with its internal chances, would basically be controlled by immortal forces. They were not surprised. Chapter 70, the Women's Commotion. Taishu Holy Sun Luoji. The crowd was shocked beyond belief. One must know that the Taichu ancient city had a supreme status and frequently had immortal forces set foot in it, and had long since seen nothing strange about the heavenly prides or powerhouses of immortal forces. Whenever an immortal power's heavenly pride or a strong person arrived, the reaction of the Taichu ancient city was always bland. Everything is as it should be, much less make such a big fuss and send out so many clan elders to greet them. Even the old city lord had come out of the city to greet him. Who? Chapter 71, slutty girl Li Pinky. Metaphysical touching. Thought he was too scared of death to come. Taishu Saint Sun Luoji faintly said. The words were flat, but they carried an unimaginably cold intent. If regular people were here, they would only have been scared by Luoji's aura and pissed their pants. He and the holy maiden of Taishu, who considered themselves to be chivalrous immortal couples, often fought for justice and punished evil. In the eyes of the two of them, Xiao Wuxi was a deservedly vicious person. The power of the people. No. Chapter 72, responding to bumper cards. Luo Ji takes action. Pust. Blood splatters. Xiao Xinglong was just not far away. Sensed the movement, swept through the air and arrived. Strong shot. Hand lance. Without any accident. Through Li Pink body. He knew in his heart that he could not testify against himself in the face of such things. Rather, it's about making the other side throw in the towel. After all, the person who wronged you knows better than you do. That's why he came out strong. As long as this man is dead. Chapter 73, Avenge on the spot. Lady Xiaoqin and Xiao Xinglong. Are the two of you treating me? The saint son of Taishu. As if I don't exist? The voice of Taishu Saint Sun Luoji rang out. When they heard this voice, Xiaoqin girl and Xiao Xinglong and the others, their faces changed slightly. In plain sight, a figure killed in the distance, riding a blue light, runes flashing, aura vast. It was none other than Luoji. His blue hair fluttered, his eyes bursting with divine aura, his body flickering with blue divine light, as if he were a monumental battle. Chapter 74, do unto others as they would have them do unto you. Amidst the crowd's gasps of surprise, Xiao Wuxi's feet stepped on the auspicious clouds and stood in the void, looking down on Luoji with great calm indifference. Such poise caused countless female cultivators to blush with excitement. Xiao invincible! A violent shout rang out, accompanied by an explosion of mana that was like an ocean. Luoji's breath skyrocketed as he pointed his toes and leapt up violently. A sea of divine light wrapped around his body surface. These divine lights were none other than the special power of the Great Void. Chapter 75, Waste Luoji, and he still wants to say thank you. It shouldn't be. Before she died, Pinky Lee showed despair and endless chagrin. It had never occurred to me that Xiao Wuxi was so overbearing. Even if they took out a supreme-level treasure, they would still have to kill them. If she had known this, why would she have messed with Xiao Wuxi? The scene was precipitously quiet. Looking at Li Pinky, who had turned into flying ash, the cultivators around the entire Taichu ancient city could not help but swallow their saliva. Pinky Lee can become a Taishu saint. Chapter 76, Leak After Leak. Taishu Holy Maiden's Rage. Everyone was shocked beyond words. After a long period of silence, it seemed as if he still couldn't accept that Luo Ji, the saint's son of Taishu, had been wasted by Xiao Wuxi just like that. It wasn't until they heard Luo Ji protector step forward and thank Xiao Wuhu that the crowd came back to their senses. Is this the first condition of the first power? While the scene was in an uproar, countless cultivators in the surrounding area all looked at Xiao Wuxi with great admiration, like looking at a teenage emperor. Chapter 77, the Tai Holy Maiden Yi Xian Gui's Origin. Illusory colored clothes concerns. I will make a move to suppress Xiao Wuxia. A stunningly beautiful young girl slowly walked, surrounded by countless heavenly pride. As she appeared, everyone on the field, their gazes fell on her. The eyes of the crowd looking at her were even flashing with unimaginable esteem and fervor. Obviously, she had an extremely high status in the Taishu Holy Land, with all the stars in her favor, towering over her. She had delicate features, a long blue and purple dress, and her skin was as fair as jade. Chapter 78, Picking Up Treasure. Ancient Land Opening. Kuan Peng Zi's Provocation. Not bad for a master. On the way, Niaoi Yi's eyes were wildly enthusiastic. Her face flushed, and she was very much in love with Xiao Wuhu, even a little sick. It wasn't just her, but Xiao Xinglong and Xiao Qingirl and a bunch of other sons and daughters of the Lingxiao Heavenly Palace were at this moment holding Xiao Wuxi in the highest esteem. The prince is simply a man of God. Not only did he easily waste Luo Ji, but he also made the empty void Taoist return the supreme grade 7 colored glazed jade given by His Highness the Crown Prince. Chapter 79, Kuanpeng Zi's future wife submits. Chi Dragon stops the way. Chapter 79, Kunshin Zi's future wife replies. Chi Dragon stops the way. Chapter 79, Kunshin Zi's future wife replies. Chi Dragon stops the way. Xiao Wuxi, you're not afraid, are you? If you're afraid, then roll back. You're not worthy of being my enemy. Up above, Kuanpeng Zi stepped into the air, and behind him were the clan elders and celestial pride of the Kuanpeng Cavern, sneering at Xiao Wuhu below, speaking without any restraint, looking for death. Xiao Xinglong was furious and naturally couldn't stand Xiao Wuxi being insulted like this. There will be a chance to clean him up. Xiao Wuxi shook his head to stop the furious Xiao Xinglong and said to Kuanpeng Zi, I've heard that you've set foot on the path of returning to your ancestors, and that your meat is infinitely close to that of a pure-blooded Kuanpeng, incomparably delicious. When you enter the ancient land of Taichu, hide away from me when you see me. I'm afraid I won't be able to help myself and stew you up. You! Kuanpeng Zi's face was hideous and his killing intent was astonishing, itching to kill Xiao Wuhu on the spot. In the 9 heavens, who dares to talk about eating their Kuanpeng clan? It's also invincible in the sky. If, however, it was just a simple verbal attack, he would naturally not care. But the Lingxiao Heavenly Dynasty, who had captured and killed an old ancestor of his Kuanpeng den only a short while ago, invited all the Heavenly Dynasty's children to a banquet. This was the shame and grief of their Kuanpeng cave. Xiao Wuxia's words were completely rubbing salt into the wound. Nature can't stand it. Humph. In the ancient land of the Taichu, it's not possible to say who will see who will flee. However, he was ultimately the ultimate heavenly pride of the Kuanpeng Cavern, aiming to achieve greatness. With great temperament, his mood had already calmed down, and his expression was shadowy as he spoke to Xiao Wuhu. As his words fell, without any hesitation, he led his own group of juniors and plunged into the Taichu ancient land. He only needed to confirm that Xiao Wuxi would not retreat from the battlefield and dare not set foot in the Taichu ancient land. Next, he had 10,000 ways to make Xiao Wuxi regret offending him. With Kuanpeng Zi taking the lead, the other heavenly prides who were watching no longer hesitated, and all of them were like dumplings, utilizing their spells and magical abilities to fly towards the Taichu ancient land. The Taichu ancient land will be the starting point for me to achieve greatness. Whether it's Xiao Wufei or Kuanpeng Zi, they will all just be stepping stones for me. The Taishu Holy Maiden was cold, arrogant and lonely, like a snow lotus on the heavenly mountain, with a chilly air that raged, standing in the void and watching the countless celestial pride that didn't enter the Taichu ancient land, with the corner of her mouth lifting up with a hint of a smile. There's a kind of ecstasy that the mantis is catching the cicada and she's the yellow bird. After all, she was holding an ancient sword, and in the outskirts of the Taicho ancient land. It was a completely flat ride. That special divine iron, too, shall belong to me. Yi Han's expression was resolute and determined. He knew in his heart that although he was no match for Xiao Wuxi, nor Kuan Peng Zi, nor the Taishu sacred maiden, he wasn't worried at all. Because, well, he got lucky. It always turns out to be a good thing. This time, he would lurk and hide in the shadows to fish around, watching Xiao Wuxi and the others fight, and finally stepping in to take away all the treasures when they fought to the death. This kind of drama has been played out many times before, so he's confident that he can still continue to be successful. Breaking into the open portal of the ancient land of Taichu, what came into view was a special passageway, surrounded by dark and eerie black fog, with a depressing atmosphere. Ahead of the passage was another portal. Within the passageway, a sea of celestial pride could be seen, speeding forward, scrambling to be the first, afraid of falling behind. Obviously, they were afraid of the chance, being snatched by those who arrived first. The group of celestial pride from the celestial dynasty, including Xiao Xinglong and Xiao Qinlov, all followed behind Xiao Wuhu and similarly sped towards the portal ahead. After traversing the passage and walking out of the portal, you will be randomly transported to the outskirts of the Taicho ancient land. Although it's only the periphery, it's extremely dangerous, and there have been countless heavenly prides that have fallen inside. When you go in, don't rush into action. First meet up with the neighboring celestial children. The heavenly Qin lady urged the other celestial pride of the celestial dynasty as she sped away. The look was grave, because the casualties are really high. Even if these heavenly prides, all of which were from their heavenly dynasty, might fall in 1 or 2 out of 10 of them at that time. My lord, please be slow. Suddenly, a crisp sound came. It's transmissions. Xiao Wufei raised his eyebrows slightly and didn't look around, but he, who was in charge of the quasi-imperial artifact Lingxiao Sky Realm, already knew who was transmitting the voice. I am a human woman who was plundered by Kuan Peng Zi, and driven by him as a maid. Xia Yuechan introduced herself and said, this kind of behavior would easily be suspected by Xiao Wuxi, not trusted, and easily discovered by Kuan Peng Zi, and then end miserably. So, she was distracted and nervous. Speak. Xiao Wufei looked playful and said, what is the matter with you transmitting your voice to me? Advise your lordship not to go any deeper. Kuan Peng Zi has already refined 5 drops of ancestral blood, and his natural talent is comparable to the Kuan Peng ancient emperor's own son. The cultivation level has even reached the void god realm. Xia Yuechan was slightly relieved that Xiao Wuxi had not directly ignored her, so there was hope that she could persuade Xiao Wuxi to turn back. Is that so? Xiao Wuxi's expression remained unchanged. Although, the realm of the accidental Kuan Peng Zi, after all, most of the heavens pride, the realms were probably still stuck in the 4 extreme mysteries realm of harmonization, divine bridge, or heavenly passage. Anyone who could ignite divine fire and become a divine fire realm cultivator was a phoenix. There were 8 major realms in the dragon transformation mystic realm, which were divine flame, void god, true god, heavenly god, divine king, divine emperor, and Tao god. A void god realm heavenly pride would be even less, almost none. However, coincidentally, he, Xiao Wufei, was also at the void god realm. Thus, there wasn't much of a reaction to the news that Kuan Peng Zi's cultivation had reached the void god realm. Right. Once Gongzi truly sets foot in the Taichu ancient land, he will make his move to ambush Gongzi. He has placed quite a few foreign celestials for this purpose, and used them to search for and test Gongzi Yu. Xia Yuechan worriedly said, I know that Gongzi's natural talent is above him, but he is ultimately much older than Gongzi, so there is no need to fight him for the time being. In her eyes, it was as if Xiao Wuxi would surely die as long as he entered the Taichu ancient land. Xiao Wuxi laughed. That's them you're talking about trying? As he said that, Xiao Wuxia looked ahead, at the group of foreign tribesmen who were blocking the road, and the smile on his face became more and more teasing and icy. How did this? Them? When Xia Yuechan saw this, she was immediately startled. Her pupils suddenly shrunk, and her heart was unbelievable as if it was being violently clutched. She naturally recognized these foreign celestials who blocked the road. It was Kuan Peng Zi who had bribed or invited the foreign celestial pride that was targeting the peerless of the heavens, but she hadn't expected at all that they would dare to make a move against Xiao Wuxi here. One must know that this was only a passageway into the Taichu ancient land, and could not be considered inside the Taichu ancient land. There was no fear of spooking the snakes and letting invincible Xiao know what to do. It soon dawned on her. This was because these foreign celestials actually felt that they would be able to capture Xiao Wuxia alive. You're Xiao Wuxi? Very tugging indeed. But unfortunately, you've met me. A fury of a voice rang out. Instantly, all of the heavenly pride within the passageway had their scalps tingling as they hastily backed away, looking fearfully at the being who had opened his mouth to speak in front of them. he was not a human being, but a foreign pride. If it was an unusual foreign race's heavenly pride, the crowd of heavenly prides naturally wouldn't have moved so much. He is the Chi Dragon who, some time ago, burned 3,000 miles of fire. A terrifying existence with true dragon blood flowing in its body. Next to him, there were the same ancient fae of great origin, mythical beast in Pixie. Chapter 80, Exterminating the Demon Rhinoceros. Self-inflicted injuries of the foreigner race. 80, Chapter 80, Exterminating the Demon Rhinoceros. Foreigner's self-inflicted injuries. First shift. Xiao Wuxia, you are indeed very strong, but unfortunately in front of me, you are nothing. The Chi Dragon roared, its gaze locking onto Xiao Wufei in front of it. Even more sudden attack. Mouth-spitting dragon breath. Some of the surrounding human prides simply cannot react in time. Will be blazing dragon breath, burned into flying ash. There were screams and screams. It's pretty bleak. What should have been a lively scene became horrifying. The Chi Dragon was at the head of the group, with the brave dragon and mythical beast hovering to the left and right. And behind them, there were other desolate beasts, huge in size, with a horrifying sense of oppression flickering from their bodies. It was as if countless absolute demonic gods had come from hell. The breath was even stronger to the extreme. Each and every one of them was surrounded by subtle and terrifying divine flames, proving their cultivation. All of them were divine flame realm Fey pride. This. Divine flame realm. A few of their desolate ancient Fey beasts are actually at the divine flame realm. The crowd of celestial pride who were blocked in the passageway and didn't manage to enter the Taicho ancient land. Seeing this scene, all swallowed their saliva, their eyes full of vibrations, and were terrified. The divine flame realm, in their opinion, was absolutely powerful. Even before, the Taishu Saint's son, who had been wasted by Xiao Wuxi, was only at the divine flame realm perfection realm, worthy of being a desolate ancient remnant. This Chi Dragon, with true dragon blood flowing in his body, his natural talent may not be inferior to those dragon sons and grandsons of the true dragon nest. There's also mythical beast in Pixie, both of which are no weaker than ordinary holy sons and daughters of holy lands. They provoked Xiao Wao Xia by name. Xiao Wao Xia is going to mention the Iron Plague now. This is normal. He, Heaven Dynasty, only some time ago, killed an old ancestor of the exotic royal race Kuanpong Den and cooked and shared it, completely offending the exotic race to death. It's only right to be retaliated against. Some of the celestial pride who felt they had the strength to stay in the passageway, their gazes all fell on Xiao Wuxi. The face showed a hint of playfulness. In the face of these powerful divine flame realm heavenly pride, it was difficult for even the cultivators of the older generation to remain calm. The slightest mistake will cost you your life. Not to mention Xiao Wuxi, who had only just held his 12-year-old coming-of-age banquet not long ago. My lord, I know their weaknesses and can help you escape. In the dark, Xiaoyuan said with incomparable worry, fearing that Xiao Wuxi was in danger. When that time came, there would really be no one who could resist Kuanpong Zi and rescue her. However, flee? Why would I run away? It's just a bunch of mole crickets. Xiao Wuxi's expression was calm, always remaining aloof. Looking at the foreign celestials blocking the front, their faces grimacing and very pleased with themselves, he just slightly raised his hand. Boom! 7-colored golden mana exploded from his body, setting off monstrous waves. Converging in his hand, he formed a long sword that seemed to be able to cut through the 9 heavens and shatter thousands of stars. It was the grass character sword technique that 26 ancestors had taught him. Not only was it one of the legendary 10 fierce treasure arts, it was also one of the 3 supreme sword techniques. The power could only be described with the word terrifying. Posturing. A Taiku purple demon rhinoceros beside the Chi Dragon erupted with astonishing divine might, roaring up to the sky as its fury skyrocketed, charging out towards Xiao Wuxia. A mere human teenager can be destroyed with the lift of a hand. There is no need for Boss Qileng to make a move. The ancient purple demon rhinoceros was incomparably tyrannical, and the unicorn on its forehead blossomed with countless purple runes, seemingly containing divine light that could shatter everything in the heavens and the earth, causing the heavens and the earth to vibrate and quake, and penetrating towards Xiao Wuhu. This is the natural aptitude of his clan. That's what makes the Fae so strong. Although the human race had saint bodies or god bodies that were incomparably strong, they were all awakened by luck and could not be inherited in a stable bloodline. As for the foreign races, as long as the purity of their bloodline was high enough and they belonged to a powerful race, then they would be able to freely perform their group's natural aptitude, which would not be weaker than the human race's saint body or god body. It's worthy of being a swift ancient remnant. Some celestial pride was very alarmed. They had thought that the Chi dragons and braves, as well as the mythical beasts, were the strongest. The other foreign race prides were just making up the numbers, but now it seemed that they were the ones who had underestimated the other foreign race's pride. All of these foreign celestials were extremely strong. With their talents, Even if they were unable to become the first Saint Sons in the immortal Holy Land, there was still no problem with being ranked as the third or fourth Saint Sons. Perish. When Xiao Wuxi saw the Taiku purple demon rhinoceros running to kill, his expression remained calm, and the sword light in his hand fell in a dashing manner. At that moment, thousands of seven-colored sword lights enveloped the sky, as if they were cutting open the heavens, possessing the divine might to shatter the heavens and the earth. Boom! The collision took place, and the sight was beyond terrifying. Countless amounts of light and heat raged on. Just the aftermath of the battle caused the countless heavenly pride onlookers. Their hearts and minds trembled, their faces showed fear, and they retreated back and forth. However, the crowd had not yet come to collect their minds and watch the outcome of the battle. A mournful and incomparable scream could be heard. Blood stains the sky. A figure like a mountain, with countless traces of blood, as if it were a meteor, shot violently toward the back, knowing that it had crashed into a mountain and river, crumbling countless mountains and rocks, and only then did it barely stop, but its breath was still shriveled, and its vitality was on the verge of dissipating. It was none other than the Taiku purple demon rhino that had been arrogant and incomparable before. No! How is this possible? Feeling its own trauma, as well as looking at the broken devil rhinoceros horn on its forehead, the swift purple demon rhino's eyes were bloodshot and it let out a mournful hiss that was quite unbelievable. Couldn't accept that he'd lost. To be precise, it was impossible to accept that he had lost in just one move. He trembled as he looked ahead, hoping to see Xiao Wuxi in the same position as him. However, Xiao Wuxia was standing in place as if nothing was wrong, and his gaze was falling on him in a cold and disdainful manner, like looking at a mole. No! The Taiku purple demon rhinoceros Dao heart was completely shattered. A mouthful of blood was spat out, and there was only one breath left. At this moment, it could no longer be strained, and it directly collapsed to the ground, its eyes filled with despair and fear. And so it fell. Quiet, deadly silence. Everyone looked dumbfounded, quite incredulous, with their eyes wide open, as if they were petrified on the spot. They knew that Xiao Wu's enemy was very strong, and that this ancient purple demon rhinoceros, most likely, was not Xiao Wu's enemy's opponent, and that his strike was mostly just a test. Although he would lose, he should also be able to test out some of Xiao Wuxi's methods. However, no one expected that the incomparably strong swift purple demon rhinoceros had fallen just like that. Seconds. One move in seconds. What's there to say? Worthy of being a desolate ancient remnant seed, taking a move from me and not dying in the first place. Xiao Wuxi was slightly surprised and exclaimed in admiration. The crowd on the field was once again speechless. Is that a human thing you're saying? It is also fortunate that the swire purple demon rhinoceros has already died. Otherwise, even if it does not die, it will be infuriated to death. Some of the foreign race's heavenly pride standing behind the Chi dragons were all terrified at the sight of this scene and backed up, surprisingly having the intention to retreat. Invincible Xiao was too ferocious. They were wondering if they were not being a bit foolish in doing so. Obviously, terrified. It's yours. With a movement of conviction, the devil rhino horn on top of the head of the swire purple demon rhino flew down towards Xiao Xinglong, who was following his side. Ancient relic species. The whole body is a treasure. Blood, flesh, bone, skin, etc. This ancient purple demon rhinoceros, even more so, the forehead of the devil rhinoceros horn, contains his whole body essence, is the ultimate treasure? Of course, to Xiao Wuxi, it was nothing more than garbage. That's why it was rewarded to Xiao Xinglong. How can this be good? Xiao Xinglong touched his head, embarrassed, but did not refuse, and his body was honest enough to accept it. After all, this purple demon rhinoceros horn is a great tonic with aphrodisiac properties. Not everyone had two invincible kidneys like Xiao Invincible. So strong. In the distance, Xiaoyue-chan in the shadows watched the blossoming flowers, the deer in her heart thumping. It was hard to be immune to Xiao Invincible's handsomeness and power. She had secretly admired Xiao Wuxi, but now that she had seen Xiao Wuxi with her own eyes, such a handsome sight, it was naturally difficult for her to hold herself. Only, immediately afterward, her face suddenly changed. Not bad. You're pretty good. How dare you kill my little brother? You're already dead. The Chi dragon's expression was furious, burning with rage and seeping with fury, and he even raised his hand and probed out, but instead of suppressing toward Xiao Wufei, he landed toward a golden lion next to him. This was also a desolate ancient relic species, and its strength and talent were similar to that of the swift ancient purple demon rhinoceros. No! The golden lion's face changed greatly, very frightened, want to hide, but simply too late. Directly by the Chi dragon raised his hand to kill, all the flesh and blood, but also swallowed into the stomach by the Chi dragon. The crowd of celestial pride on the field were all shocked by this scene. Then, there was the same shock at the power of the Chi dragon. What a bunch of devils. In order to show that they are not weaker than the invincible clan brothers and to give confidence to the juniors around them, they even mutilated the juniors around them as a way to show how powerful they are. Seeing this, the Shaoqin woman saw the Chi Dragon's intention at a glance, and was very annoyed, feeling that these foreigners, all of them deserved to die, were very despicable. Are you ready to die? The Chi Dragon swallowed the golden lion's flesh and blood and spat out human words, looking down at Xiao Wufei in a very lonely and arrogant manner. Of course, you are qualified to become my battle pet, and if you submit, I can spare you from death. Chapter 81, Tofu Stew with Loach in the Evening. 81, Chapter 81 Eating mud loach stewed tofu in the evening, Qilong version, second shift. Xiao Wuxi, you already have a way to take your death. Be my battle pet and I will spare you from death. The Chi Dragon opened its mouth arrogantly, looking down on Xiao Wuxi as if scrutinizing prey. The look on his face even carried a sense of charity, as if Xiao Wuxi being able to become his battle pet was a gift from him. What kind of tiger and wolf word is that? Surprisingly, he claimed that he wanted to take Xiao Wufei as his battle pet. The crowd of celestials on the field hadn't yet had time to be surprised by Qilong's rant. On the side, the mythical beast with the same horrifying aura, as if it was a demonic god walking from the abyss, had its gaze fixed on Xiao Wuxi, blossoming with bloodthirsty radiance, as if it had seen a tasty food. He likes to eat people, and he especially likes to eat the special body of the human race. Xiao Wufei was in the Lingxiao Divine Emperor body, which was the ultimate human physique that was comparable to the chaos body and the Tao fetus of the innate sacred body. A fatal temptation for him. When he heard Qilong's words, he couldn't help but snort out a laugh. Battle pet? You actually want to take a human race as a battle pet? They, the human race, are also worthy of becoming our battle pet? They are only worthy of becoming blood food in our mouths. As the mythical beast spoke, countless purple divine thunderbolts bloomed behind his back, shrouding the four directions like a party of thunder pools dropping down, emitting an unimaginably tyrannical aura. Their words instantly triggered the atmosphere in the arena. He was even more arrogant, going so far as to say that Xiao was invincible and wasn't even worthy of being their battle pet, and could only be reduced to food. Xiao Wuxi is the crown prince of the Ling Xiao dynasty. Are they so arrogant that they have real skills? The crowd was shocked and dismayed. It was also fortunate that the ones who spoke these words were a group of exotic heavenly prides. It wasn't the pride of the human race, or else they would really doubt their ears, but it was also all very angry. Because, not only did this group of foreign races heavenly prides disparage Xiao Wufei, they even slandered the entire human race in passing. However, after noticing the terrifying aura on Qilong and the others, all the grievances could only be swallowed. Just by looking at their aura, they really seemed to have the stamina to say that, damn it, Xiao Wuxi is too young, did not come to a strong period. This group of foreign celestial pride is so many in number again. If, the great prince of the Ling Xiao heavenly dynasty, no, only the second prince Xiao Superman is on the line. It will definitely make them regret saying this. The crowd muttered in their hearts, regretting that Superman Xiao hadn't even come, or else they would definitely be able to beat the out of this group of mouth-breathing exotic boys. Unfortunately, it was Xiao Wuxi who was present. There was no other stronger heavenly pride in the passageway. It could only allow this group of foreign celestial pride to flaunt its power. Looking in front of him, at these few mouth-breathing desolate ancient relics, Xiao Wuxi shook his head slightly, feeling ridiculous and curious. Do all of you Taiku Fei only grow meat, not brains? What did you say? Hearing Xiao Wuxi's words, whether it was Qilong, mythical beast, or Pixie, all of them looked slightly stunned, somewhat skeptical of their ears. How dare Xiao Wuxi say that their foreign race only grows meat and not brains? Isn't that calling them brainless? What they, this group of beasts and ferocious birds, detested most was being scolded for having no brains. I'm sure there's not much of a brain, and I can't even understand human speech. A trace of worry surfaced on Xiao Wuxi's face. Such food, if you eat it, will it affect your IQ? He spoke calmly and casually. The words are even more charming and magnetic and mesmerizing. But the attitude, however, was too indifferent, sightless, as if all living beings were ants. Seek death. The Chi Dragon instantly became furious. All the scales seemed to stand up, and the sky was filled with red flames that seemed to ignite space and distort the heavens. Temperatures are rising rapidly. The earth began to dry up and the mountains around them crumbled. Since you want to die yourself, then I'll fulfill you. The mythical beast was also enraged. The divine thunder behind him exploded, igniting the layer of clouds and setting off a storm of purple thunder. The power of the fury igniting the air and filling the air with the smell of smoke. The entire heaven and earth were shaking. God's thunder rolled and wild winds arose. Many slightly weaker heavens pride, just because they were too close, were injured by the aura, their faces unsightly, their mouths chattering blood, and they retreated violently in succession. It wasn't just them, but the other foreign races' heavenly prides, too, all instantly stormed out. Originally, they viewed Xiao Xia as their prey, and now that their prey not only didn't beg for forgiveness, but instead was speaking out of turn and opening their mouths to denigrate them, how could they endure it? Your Invincible Highness, how can you provoke them like that? What's going to happen now? Do I want to be exposed? Xia Yuechan, who was hiding on the side, changed her face again and again, anxious and worried. Although she didn't understand why Xiao Wao enemy was trying to provoke those beasts and ferocious birds, she didn't want Xiao Wao enemy to be in danger, and was struggling with whether or not to expose herself and step in to help. She had followed Koan Peng Zi and had seen the power of Qi dragons, mythical beasts, and braves, all of whom were the top heavenly prides of the foreign domains, bearing ancient bloodlines, each of which was capable of sweeping away the vast majority of the human race's heavenly prides. Otherwise, Koan Peng Zi wouldn't have told them to block Xiao Wufei to test the waters. The numbers are so high again. Any other juvenile pride would have been abashed when faced with Xiao Wuxia's situation. Even Koan Peng Zi did not have the confidence to retreat in one piece. Her thinking, it hadn't lasted. The battle has been fought. It was actually Xiao Wuxi who struck first. A true dragon and a Koan Peng silhouette emerged behind him, guarding him. It set him off in an unbelievably divine way, as if the heavenly exiled fairy descended to the earth, causing countless female cultivators on the field, their hearts and minds swirling, their faces flushed. He just casually waved his hand, and the 5,000 power stars in his body, all of them blossomed with divine radiance, and 5 billion pounds of power converged on top of his fist's blade. At the same time, the power True Dragon Spirit and power Koan Peng Spirit, hovering around, once again provided 4 billion pounds of power. At this time, his power came to an appalling several billion. In an instant, 7-colored Qi and blood filled the sky like an ocean pouring in. The True Dragon Treasure Art was activated. It condensed into a golden dragon shadow in the air. The dragon roared and shook the sky like an absolute true dragon, towards the Qi dragons and other foreign celestial pride to suppress. True Dragon Treasure Art. How could you possibly have the True Dragon Treasure Art? The Qi dragon was immediately shocked, as if it had seen the most unbelievable scene in the world. He was a Qi dragon with a trace of True Dragon bloodline flowing in his body, and thus was incomparably eager to practice the True Dragon Treasure Art, because, as long as he mastered the True Dragon Treasure Art, his bloodline would be able to continuously return to its ancestor and eventually become a pure-blooded true dragon. But, it has been sought after. He had heard about Xiao Xia before, and was suspected of casting a true dragon treasure technique. However, he felt that what Xiao Xia had executed was nothing more than a true dragon scattered stance, and was not worth a single sunrise. But now, he had completely changed his previous attitude, and what Xiao Wufei had mastered was the complete True Dragon Treasure Art. It's truer than the True Dragon's Nest legacy. This True Dragon Treasure Art, it's mine. With greed on his face, he flicked his tail and grabbed in front of Pixie and Mythical Gaby and shot out violently, all his scales erupting with divine flames and falling towards Xiao Wufei in a skywide manner. It was as if a sun had been detonated. This was one of the innate divine abilities of his Qi Dragon clan, Purple Flame Obsidian. Any cultivator on the field who fell into it was bound to have their body ignited. However, Xiao Xia did not react in any way, and was very flat and calm. The offense in his hands did not enhance, or decay, in any way. Instead, it remained as before, pressing forward, arrogant. The Qi dragon sneered. Only, in the next instant, the Qi dragon's scales exploded all over its body, and its tail stood upright, its expression stunned to the extreme. Boom! The two men's attacks collided. Everyone instinctively closed their eyes, fearing that they would be blinded by the bursts of divine light. But, as it turned out, everything was incredibly calm. Xiao Peerless' attack was like a true dragon descending into the world, and it was as powerful as a bamboo, crumbling wherever it passed. The strongest attack of the Qi dragon was like paper mache, instantly reduced to nothing. No! The Qi dragon's face changed drastically, finally waking up from its beautiful dream. Its face was hideous, its whole body bursting with mana. Wanting to escape. Run away from what? A chorizo has to look like a chorizo. Seeing this, Xiao Wuxi smiled blandly and raised his hand to wave it again, transforming it into a monstrous mana giant hand that seemed to be holding up the sky. It was actually like grabbing a Qi dragon in his hands like a loach. Xiao Wuxi, you're too crazy. Let go of me. Qilong spat out blood in a hurry and was furious. Although he was shocked at how powerful Xiao Wuxi was, he couldn't accept being insulted like this. The body began to burn violently, wanting to break free from Xiao Wuxia's great hand of mana. He's already putting up a fight. The flames on his body possessed the divine might to ignite everything, and just the little sparks that splashed out caused the surrounding celestial pride to change color and dodge in succession. Even so, There were still celestial pride who were hit by the sparks and directly burned up, almost dying. But the next moment, boom! Xiao Peerless' large hand of mana was not only fine, but it was also like flinging a leather strap, dropping him heavily to the ground. And the instantly unimaginable impact caused him to be bloodied and dizzied. Put it away. We're having loach stew with tofu tonight. Xiao Wuxi's hand pinched a spell and sealed the chi dragon that had settled down and threw it to Miao Yi, telling her to put it away and wait for the evening meal. Then, his eyes fell on the mythical beasts and the mythical beasts, such as the mythical beasts and the mythical beasts. Those are some fine ingredients. Chapter 82, Invincible Eater Xiao. 82, Chapter 82 Eater Xiao Invincible, 3rd Shift. Chapter 82 Eater Xiao Invincible, 3rd Shift. Put it away and go back to make loach stew with tofu. Xiao Invincible expression indifferent. Very casual actually chi dragon suppression. Confined to a magic weapon fish basket. Thrown to the expression has been stagnant Miao Yi. Wow. Instantly, the entire audience of cultivators was in an uproar. They were in deep shock. Their minds all exploded. Their brains went blank. It was unbelievable. What did Invincible Xiao just say? To take chi dragons as ingredients? Moreover, the name is so insulting that it is called loach with tofu. Is this a loach? This is the honorable chi dragon. There was a true dragon bloodline flowing in his body, with a powerful talent and a long lifespan. It is an incomparably rare and powerful desolate ancient remnant species. It was some immortal realm giants that longed for the forces behind them to have such an existence guarding them. Even if it was Xiao Peerless, who instantly suppressed the chi dragon and then took it as a mount, they wouldn't be too shocked surprised. You're so arrogant. The animal was shaking with rage. He wasn't too familiar with Qilong. And he wasn't even Qilong's little brother, but rather an equal, not a deep friendship. But, after all, just like Qilong, he was a desolate ancient remnant seed. Seeing Qilong being humiliated by Xiao Wuxia in this manner, how could he endure it in his heart? Next to him, that lofty and incomparable brave, was in the same mood, his eyes bloodshot, his killing intent tyrannical, and he was very eager to break Xiao Wuxia into pieces. Roar! Under the fury of the mythical beast and brave animal, the Chi Dragon's group of little brothers were all hysterical and angry from the heart, with their auras storming out of their bodies as if they were about to launch a fatal strike at any time. What are you going to do with all these ingredients? Again? Xiao Wuxi looked at the other desolate ancient remnants in front of him and looked hesitant. Very hesitant and entangled. Mythical beasts and pixie beasts. How can we eat them better? Steamed? Or braised? How about a barbecue? Seek death. Xiao Wuxia's words fell, causing the animal's fur to explode. And the thunder behind him was like the wrath of the heavens, causing the entire heavens and earth to darken. And as far as the eye could see, it seemed as if only his thunder was everlasting. The brave man similarly stormed out. The purple gas behind him rushed into the sky, and the divine might was so vast that it seemed like it could shatter the sky. If they were angry when the Chi dragons were captured, they were only saddened by the death of the rabbit, and at this moment, their anger was coming from the insults that Xiao Wuxia had hurled at them. It's always been them who eat people. When has anyone dared to say that people eat them? Mythical spirit thunder extinction. The mythical beast was the first to make a move, casting the mythical beast treasure art. The mythical beast race was not of a low grade, and although the mythical beast treasure technique that had been passed down was not comparable to the 10 fierce treasure techniques, it could still be equivalent to an ordinary great emperor's technique. And this mythical beast thunder spirit destruction was a move in the mythical beast treasure art that was so terrifying that it was unimaginable. It was already close to the moves of an unusual 10 fierce treasure art. At this moment, his body was covered in surging thunder ons. Endless runes emerged, and his entire body, descending from the sky, swooped down on Xiao Wufei. It was like an ancient thunder beast, tyrannical and wildly dazzling, and the air contained a destructive aura that was very loud. This one fell. The void trembled and the earth and sky shook. This move is too strong. The heavenly Qin maiden, Xia Yuechan, and the other heavenly pride generation all had a feeling of chills through their bodies. They asked themselves, if they were to face this strike, they would definitely have to bleed on the spot. So strong. Yi Han, who had sneaked in, saw this scene and took a deep breath of horror. Worldviews, all of them, have taken a bit of a hit. Shocked beyond words. It's him who will have a hard time taking this move. Indeed, there are people beyond the sky. The 3,000 immortal domains are vast and boundless, and demonic heavenly prides come out one after another. I should be vigilant and not underestimate the heroes of the world. Yi Han was alerted in his heart that he must not underestimate the other heavenly prides. However, a cold smile appeared on his face immediately afterward. Of course, these few heads, whether it is natural talent or heart, compared to me are much worse, including Xiao Wuxi as well. They are just a good family lineage. If they are at the same starting point as me, they don't even count as farts. and are not worthy of a single sunshine at all. Yihan muttered out, confident. Although he would not underestimate other heavenly prides, he firmly believed that he was the strongest heavenly pride in the 3,000 immortal realms, and that the position of the future great emperor would definitely be his. It's best if I can seriously injure Xiao Wao enemy. At that time, I won't need to hide and can suppress Xiao Wao Xia. In his heart, he expected the two beasts, Pixie and Mythical Beast, to join forces and suppress and injure Xiao Wuxi. In his opinion, Pixie and Mythical Beast had the strength. Not bad for a hero of my heart. Hearing Yihan's grandiose words, the illusory colorful clothes, who was hiding in the dark, had a face of infatuation and adoration. This is the beauty in the eyes of the lover. Only, immediately afterward, she looked at Xiao Wuxi and couldn't help but be a little shaken. Obviously, Xiao Wuxi was more perfect and stronger, like an insurmountable mountain. Every time she saw Xiao Wuxi, she had a heart tremor, her heartbeat quickened, her breath caught, and she didn't dare to look directly at him for fear of being bowled over by his charms. Yihan might not end up too well if he made an enemy of Xiao Wuxi. I must help Yihan. It's too hard for him to rise from the minutest of minutiae and make his way up. Illusory color cloth made up her mind. Naturally, she didn't know that Yihan had relied on soft food all the way. She only felt that Yihan's life was very inspiring and legendary, and it deeply touched her heart. Boom! Illusory colorful clothes and others, such as Yihan, were lost in thought. There was a sudden, earth-shattering tremor from heaven and earth, like setting off a sun. As it turns out, the battle has already been fought. Just the aftermath caused the sky and earth to light up, destroying countless mountain peaks around them, with a compelling aura. All the bystanders, whose chests were heavy and oppressive, backed up, and even closed their eyes and covered their ears for fear of being stabbed in the eyes and shocked in the ears. How did this happen? The animal's voice rang out, bleak and high-pitched. It makes the whole heaven and earth sad and desperate. It was then that the crowd saw the sight before them. Just see, Xiao Wuxi's expression was indifferent, very cloudy, and he stood with his arms folded. And in front of them, the mythical beast that, in the last instant, was incomparably strong and had erupted into a shocking strike, intending to suppress Xiao Wuxia, had been completely dismembered. Blood spilled into the air. The hearts and minds of all the people trembled. Looking at Xiao Wuxi, his face was filled with fear. That's too mean. Even if it was enough to lightly defuse the animal's attack, it was even possible to dismember the animal alive. It's like dismembering a cow or a pig. Prepare to use it like a dish. One must know that this was a mythical beast of the divine flame realm, the ancient remnant. Among the other immortal forces, all of them could have served as the second holy sun or second divine sun. Their strength was absolutely strong. However, in front of Xiao Wuxi, he couldn't hold up a single move, and was simply dismembered into ingredients like a chicken or a dog. No, this can't be possible. I'm dreaming. The brave man who had intended to make a move together with the mythical beast, but was just a beat slower, had his scalp explode and his heart felt like it was being clutched violently, almost unable to breathe, and was terrified as he looked at Xiao Wufei in front of him. At this moment, Xiao Wuxi was the devil in his eyes. Escape! Without any hesitation, the attack that had already been brewing and was about to fall towards Xiao Wuxi instantly dissipated. His entire body's essence and blood burned, and he madly turned the wind and fled forward. Escape? What kind of barbecue am I going to have if you run away? Xiao Wuxi's face was cold and displeased. As the words fell, the grass character sword technique operated. A sea of sword chi converged, and sword light burst out, and with a casual wave, the sky and the earth seemed to split in two, as if it possessed the power to open up the sky and the earth. Swish! Next moment, the brave body lurched and stalled, then was dismembered and processed into barbecue ingredients. On the verge of death, the brave man was incomparably desperate and chagrined, and should never have messed with the devil that was Xiao Wuxi. Too powerful. It's too vicious. It had always been them who treated the human race as blood food, never thinking that one day, they would be used as ingredients by Xiao Wuxi, cooked and eaten. Chapter 83, Laying out the Taichu Ancient Land. Beginning to Karma Chives. 83, Chapter 83 Layout of the Taichu Ancient Land. Beginning of Karma Leak, First Shift. Many heavenly prides, seeing this scene, had their hearts as if there were shocking waves churning. Capture the Chi Dragon. Dismember the mythical beast and the braves. This is something that is impossible to do in the eyes of the common man. However, Xiao Wuxi did it so easily. Damn, he's actually gotten stronger again. Yihan's pupils shrunk with deep scorn. Even if he was pretentious, he felt the power of Xiao Wuxi. Still, more emotions were resentment and jealousy. If he hadn't injured me and let me recuperate for half a year, my cultivation, how would I have fallen behind? Otherwise, I should be the one in the scenery right now. He really deserves to die. Yihan's face was livid and very toothy. Unable to accept this scene, he couldn't accept that Xiao Wuxi was better than him. It was thought that Xiao Wuxi had progressed faster than him because he had been seriously injured and had been recuperating for half a year. It was even more unacceptable that Xiao Wuxi was so scenic. Who does he think he is? He should be the one who is surrounded and admired and even adored by the crowd. Is this his peerless highness? No wonder he was able to become the crown prince of the number one power, the Lingxiao heavenly dynasty, at such a young age. Xia Yuechan, who was beside Koan Pengzi, had a shocked expression on her face, completely cognizant of Xiao Wuxi's power. In her beautiful eyes as she looked at Xiao Wuxie, unknowingly, there was already a hint of a different emotion mixed in. Thanks to that, I had been worried that His Highness Peerless would be no match for these desolate ancient relics. Xia Yuechan was suddenly dumbfounded, realizing how ridiculous she was. It was only then that she realized how ignorant she had just been, that she had severely underestimated Xiao Wuxi. There will be a mouthful soon. Xiao Xinglong, Xiao Qin Maiden, as well as Miao Yi and the other celestial dynasty's celestial pride were shocked, but more than that, they were still surprised and excited. Very excited. Who's ever eaten Qi dragon meat? Mythical beast? Pixie meat? It was some of the quasi-supreme ancestors that didn't have this blessing, and when it's over, they'll be able to get the light and follow His Highness the Crown Prince and eat the meat as well. When they thought of that scene, they felt that the gods were just like that. Boom! And just as everyone was shocked, a tremor came from within the Tai Chu ancient land. Countless mysterious meanings filled the heavens and earth. This is a supreme treasure coming out. Instantly, all the heavenly prides, all of them were pumped up and their attention moved away to look within the Tai Chu ancient land. There were already celestial pride who sped towards the exit of the passageway like crazy, not wanting to lag behind others and miss the opportunity. The originally fearful and desperate group of desolate ancient relics were overjoyed at the sight of the situation, taking advantage of the chaos to escape and fly towards the exit. Your Highness Peerless, the little woman can't stay any longer. It will be detected by Koan Pengzi that something is wrong. I hope that Your Highness Peerless will bear with me. Afterward, my little daughter will help Your Highness Peerless deal with Koan Pengzi. Xia Yuechan said with great determination. The words landed on the ground, and his figure flickered and disappeared. Walking out of the portal, he entered the true interior of the Tai Chu ancient land. I'll go too. Yihan looked at Xiao Wuxie with a shadowy expression, and after silently saying that it was not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years, his eyes flickered, and he was equally unwilling to show any weakness. As his mana surged, and he performed the escape technique, charging forward, Phantom Clothes breathed a sigh of relief. She had been worried about Yihan clashing with Xiao Wuxi after she had seen how powerful Xiao Wuxi was. The ancient land of the great beginning was vast and boundless, and even if it was just the periphery, the probability of Yihan and Xiao Peerless meeting was almost zero. So that's where the real potential for conflict lies. Seeing that Yihan still preserved his senses and did not rush up to trouble Xiao Wuxie, illusory colored clothes showed a hint of joy, knowing that Yihan's trip was completely safe. Let's go too. Xiao Wuxi gave all the ingredients to Miaoi, and then took the lead to walk out of the passageway and enter within the Tai Chu ancient land. Xiao Xinglong, Lady Xiao Qin and Miao Yi and the other celestial dynasty's celestial pride came out of their shock and hurriedly followed. Right behind them, Pust, just entering the Tai Chu ancient land, endless bizarre black fog rolled in, containing unimaginable unsettling meaning, and even more wisps of dark matter. These dark substances are capable of infecting and defiling all living things. Even more so, there was no way to resist it with mana, and one could only rely on one's own heart to resist it. As soon as they are infected, they become dark beings with no intelligence and only know how to kill. No! Soon incomparably mournful screams rang out. A large number of celestial pride and cultivators were directly affected by the power of darkness, eroding their minds and infecting their bodies, becoming dark beings with bloodthirsty eyes and hideous faces. At this point, they no longer had any sense and only knew how to kill. Boo! Xiao Wufei's brows knitted slightly as he casually waved his hand, and a large number of dark beings in front of him, their bodies directly exploded, dying miserably on the spot. Straight out of the way. Some cultivators saw this and rebuked loudly, believing that Xiao Wuxi was too heartless. Then, the same slap in the face. Xiao Wuxi was always cold and indifferent, looking forward blandly. Just ahead was an ancient battlefield, releasing an unimaginably compelling divine might. One's heart trembled and one's legs and feet went weak. In the surroundings, however, the figures of Xiao Xinglong and Lady Xiao Qin and the others were nowhere to be seen. It really is a random teleportation. Xiao Wuxi wasn't too surprised, much less flustered. The heavenly realm of the heavens operated. In an instant, a bird's-eye view of the entire outskirts of the Tai Chu ancient land surfaced on the Lingxiao heavenly realm. With a single movement of the mind, the scene of any place in the periphery could appear on the heavenly realm. As for the inner perimeter, the Lingxiao heavenly mirror was powerless to probe. After all, it was a forbidden zone of life. Even the great emperors didn't dare to go deeper. However, Xiao Wuxi had the map that Miao Yi had gotten from picking up the pieces and was equally unperturbed. This ancient battlefield should have just appeared. It should be the one that caused the commotion and changes outside. With such a sign, it seems that the probability is that there is a supreme treasure about to come out in this ancient battlefield. However, while the periphery of the ancient battlefield is easy to step on, the core area is extremely oppressive, making it difficult for an ordinary heavenly pride to force a breakthrough, and a token should still be needed. Instead of looking for Xiao Xinglong and the others first, Xiao Wuxi first clarified the situation at hand. After analyzing the situation to the letter, it was only then that he began to utilize the Lingxiao heavenly realm to search for traces of Xiao Xinglong and the others. By the way, they also searched for Yihan, Koan Ping Zi, and the Holy Maiden of Taishu, Yi Xiangue, and their traces. Secret treasure hunt. Don't know where the treasure is? It's always good to follow the son of Qi. Interesting. Soon, the corners of Xiao Wuxi's mouth rose as he looked at the several screens on the Lingxiao heavenly realm, revealing a hint of playfulness. The three of them, surprisingly, all have their own purposes and know that the chances there, truly worthy of being sons of fortune. He couldn't help but marvel at these sons of Qi. Luck is really good. All sorts of luck and fortune. All sorts of chances to just pick up. However, he could understand that these sons of Qi, after all, were the means that the 9 heavens and 10 lands had used in order to deal with the army of transmigrators, so it was normal for them to be a bit perverted. Star Dragon, you and Lady Xiaoqin keep an eye on Yihan. With a casual wave of his hand, Xiao Wuxi projected himself in front of Xiao Xinglong and Xiao Qinmu with the help of the heavenly realm of the heavens. It was as if he was making a video call with Xiao Xinglong and Xiao Qin female. They were informed of their command. Yes, Xiao Xinglong and Xiao Qin girls' faces changed slightly. Although they were surprised at how heaven-defying Xiao Wuxi was, even in the forbidden zone of life, he was able to do whatever he wanted like this. It was simply not too terrifying. But, they quickly calmed down and said they were used to it. Following the guidelines given by Xiao Wuxi, he went to keep an eye on Yihan. Koan Ping Zi has his sidekick Xiaoyuechan keeping an eye out for me, so I can be the first to know if there's a situation. As Xiao Wuxia pondered, his gaze eventually fell towards the Taishu sacred maiden Yixuanqi, who had been crossing over in the heavenly realm, towards the center of the ancient battlefield. Then the first leak of my karma will have to be you. The corners of Xiao Wuxi's mouth rose. Chapter 84, the greater the ability, the less the responsibility. Chapter 84, the greater the ability, the smaller the responsibility. Second shift, Chapter 84. After Xiao Wuxi's layout was completed, he walked into the ancient battlefield. The dark matter on the ancient battlefield grew denser and denser. As long as one was an individual, one could know that it was the appearance of this ancient battlefield that caused this opening of the Taichu ancient land to undergo a strange change, caused minor dark unrest. In the ancient battlefield, there was an unsettling aura emanating from everywhere, and in addition to that, there was the unpleasant odor of blood and rotting corpses that was so thick as to be despairing. Ghost fires of all colors float in the air. There was dried, stinking, blackened blood all over the place. There were even countless fallen bodies. These corpses, all mutilated in black, had a strange and unsettling aura, as if they could stand up at any time. They were supposed to be ancient monks who had now died in battle and turned into special monsters under the erosion of dark matter. It was eerie as far as the eye could see. Some cultivators, just watching from afar, couldn't help but soften their legs and feet, and their bodies trembled, not daring to set foot. In fact, this part is correct. Boom! With the many heavenly prides, the moment they stepped onto the ancient battlefield, these corpses of soldiers on the ground, violently stood up, their eyes blood red and their faces hideous, transforming into dark demonic corpses and pouncing towards the surrounding heaven's pride. Their flesh was like divine iron, invulnerable to swords and spears, and they even had the power that could shatter mountains and rivers, and they were many times more powerful than the dark beings that those cultivators had been infested and transformed into. The surrounding heavenly pride, as long as they were caught, without any accidents, the entire person would be torn apart as a whole, like hand-torn chicken. What's worse, these dark demon corpses carried a very dense dark substance on their bodies. Even if there were some celestial pride that could resist these demonic corpses, they would still be infested with dark beings. Almost instantly, a sea of heavenly pride and cultivators were slaughtered, and blood flowed into rivers. The scene was cruel and bloody beyond compare. However, Xiao Wuxi, was bored and yawned. These dark devil corpses, in front of him, were similar to mole crickets, and with just a wave of his hand, they turned into mincemeat and exploded into the air. Your Highness, help me. When some of the distressed celestial pride saw this, they immediately showed joy, as if they had seen a savior, and turned toward Xiao Wuxia for help. Rolling and crawling, he tried to crawl to Xiao Wuxi's side. Such a move naturally drew countless demonic corpses toward Xiao Wuxia, saying that they were asking for help. They actually didn't ask for Xiao Wuxi's opinion at all, but rather held the goal of drawing the demonic corpses over so that Xiao Wuxi would have to step in and swat away the demonic corpses for them. Roll. Xiao Wuxi's expression was indifferent as he raised his hand and waved it, slapping the heavenly pride that wanted to run to seek shelter. Not to mention the large number of demonic corpses they attracted with this move. Miao Yi and the others. He could remember clearly the sight of being touched in the Taichu ancient city. At that time, there were quite a few heavenly prides who fell into the well and watched the fun, speaking out to pressure Miaoyi and the others. Among them were these heavenly prides. When the sons of the celestial dynasty needed their help to prove their innocence, none of them stepped forward. Now that they are in danger, they still want him to save them? Dream on? In the distance, the corners of the mouths of the crowd of celestial pride, who had also wanted to force Xiao Wuxia to help them kill the demonic corpses, twitched when they saw this. This prince of the Lingxiao heavenly palace was indeed ferocious enough. It's better not to mess with it. The idea of defecting to Xiao Wuxi was completely gone. After all, being chased by a demonic corpse might not necessarily lead to death, and messing with Xiao Wuxi would inevitably lead to death. How can this place be so horrible? Where is my highness? How? Deeper into the ancient battlefield. Miaoyi's face was pale, terrified and panicked, and somewhat at a loss for words. Upon entering the ancient land of Taichu, you will be randomly transported. She shouldn't say whether she was lucky or unlucky to have passed directly to the interior of the ancient battlefield. Then, it was surrounded by a sea of demonic corpses. It was also fortunate that her natural talent, which was good in itself, was also a daughter of Qi fortune. Although, it was only after being accepted as an heir by a certain mysterious power that her Qi luck reached its peak. It was not to be underestimated now. During the time she had followed Xiao Wuxi, she had even not pulled down her cultivation. And now her strength was equally not bad. Her situation was bad, but these demonic corpses, in a short period of time, had not been able to subdue her. And just then, a dark golden light shone like a dark golden divine thunder, containing an unimaginably terrifying aura as it blasted down in front of Miao Yi, carrying a monstrous might. What? Miao Yi's pupils suddenly shrunk, very flustered and desperate, and hastily dodged. The sky was filled with mana. Although he barely dodged the other party's attack, he consumed almost all of his mana and was incomparably wretched. What kind of monster is this? When she took a deep breath and fixed her eyes forward, she was instantly startled by the sight before her. In front of him was actually a dark golden demon corpse. Unlike the ordinary almost naked demonic corpse, this dark golden demonic corpse was still wearing dark demonic armor, and its breath was even more powerful and terrifying, clearly reaching the level of the pre-divine flame realm. As for Miao Yi, she hadn't stepped into the divine flame realm yet and was currently only in the Tong Tian realm. She saw nothing but death on this golden demon corpse. There was no hope of winning at all. Could it be that I'm going to fall like this? Miao Yi's face showed despair and was very sad and unwilling. She had heard that some heavenly prides were so unlucky that they were directly randomly teleported to dangerous places and then died on the spot. It's just that the probability of that happening is very small. She thought it wouldn't happen to her. Unexpectedly, such an unlucky thing had happened to her. Die. The dark golden devil corpse was very raw and spat out human words, as if it was mechanical and cold. His body's fury aura stormed out as he once again pounced towards Miaoyi. The dark spear in his hand erupted with ebony divine light, like a ferocious divine rhinoceros, carrying the terrifying divine might of shattering mountains and rivers. Miao Yi's pupils suddenly shrunk, knowing that they could not be hard to shake, and while terrified, they urged a recluse technique. Gritting their teeth, they were going to ignite their essence blood, preparing to flee. Although, igniting the essence blood to escape would be very costly. Not only would it be seriously injured, but it would also overdraw the potential. But it's better than dying here. However, next moment, boom! All that was heard was a dull thud. The dark golden devil corpse that should have been clawing and waving its teeth, terrifying and ferocious as if it were a demon, pouncing towards Miao Yi, unexpectedly exploded directly. Miao Yi was stupefied and looked ahead warily. Then, instantly bursting into tears, excited and ecstatic, like a kitten, he pounced straight up. Master, you're finally here. I thought I'd never see you again. Without any surprises, the person who had just struck out was no one else but Xiao Wuxi. He didn't let Miaoyi, with Xiao Xinglong and the others to keep an eye on Yihan. That is, he knew that she was in the ancient battlefield and her situation wasn't too good. It's okay, I'm coming. Xiao Wuxi relieved Miaoyi, and as his words landed, he casually waved his hand again. and the second and third dark golden demonic corpses that were killing in the distance similarly exploded out of thin air. My god! So strong! Niaoyi Yi's heart trembled. Being so handsome by Xiao Wuxi's strike, just a single dark golden demonic corpse had caused her to despair. These dark golden demon corpses, on the other hand, were like ants in front of Xiao Wuxi, who crushed 3 of them to death with just a wave of his hand. Follow me. After Xiao Wuxi relieved Niaoyi, his expression was indifferent as he continued walking towards the front. He had already seen the Taishu Holy Maiden Yi Xuanji, the core area of the ancient battlefield, crisis all over the place. In addition to the menacing and incomparable killing field, the surrounding area was even guarded by hundreds of dark golden demonic corpses. It was as if there was a great treasure hidden inside, and in front of the hundreds of dark golden devil corpses, a figure, like a ghost, quietly arrived. Her appearance is overwhelming. Her body is exquisite and slender. Her temperament is even more cold and arrogant, and there are hidden holy lines flashing on her eyebrows. It was none other than the Holy Maiden of Taishu, Yi Xianwei, finally arrived at the core area of the ancient battlefield. I'm really lucky that I came across the ancient battlefield coming out right after I arrived, or else I would have to spend a lot of effort searching for it. What does that mean? It means God is helping me. Yi Xuanqi smiled brightly, somewhat pleased with herself. The treasure she was looking for on this trip was inside, and she would get it soon. Chapter 85, Mouse Sister. You're a bit ungrateful. Chapter 85, Mouse Sister. You're more or less uneducated. Third shift. At the core of this ancient battlefield, there are 108 natural killing fields, and there are even hundreds of dark gold demon corpses of the divine flame realm guarding it. It's the void god realm powerhouses who step foot and fall. Other than me, the one who possesses the ancient sword token, no heavenly pride can enter. Yi Xuanqi had a wide smile on her face. At this time, she was finally no longer high and cold. Her face was flushed and she was so proud of herself that she couldn't even help but dance with her hands. It's so exciting. When she thought that she was about to obtain the ultimate supreme treasure and become a junior supreme, suppressing an era, she could hardly hold herself. Between her words, she held the ancient sword of the token she had obtained from the Yi family's ancient cave and weaved forward. The ancient sword blossomed with divine radiance, as if it were a sheltering magic weapon, sheltering Yi Xuanqi's safety. The journey was safe and uneventful, with no danger encountered. The field that could obliterate everything was not energized. Those dark gold demonic corpses that were like hellish deaths didn't move either. Soon she came to the deepest part. As far as the eye could see, an ancient and grandiose divine hall, permeated with an ancient aura, towered over it as if it were a pillar holding up the sky. Boom! Sensing the token in hand, Yi Xuanqi stepped in, and the door to the divine hall automatically opened, in which there was no danger, and the hall was empty, with only a coffin. Inside the coffin, a vast and lurid mysterious power is hidden, full of temptation. Yi Xuanqi walked into the divine hall, her whole body trembling, soothing as if she was having an orgasm. The inside of the divine hall was very different from the outside. Both the outskirts of the ancient battlefield and the outskirts of the ancient land of the Taichu were a dead land filled with dark matter, making it very difficult for cultivators to replenish their mana. Inside the divine hall, the aura was as thick as liquid, and the Tao rhythms were even directly manifested, as if it were an immortal realm on earth. She just stood here for a split second, but she actually felt as if she was going to break through, or even ascend to the heavens. She didn't dare to imagine how precious the chance inside the coffin would be. Outside, strange, this Yi Xuanqi's aura, from the beginning to the end, not only hasn't declined, but how come it's starting to grow now? Within the Taichu ancient city, the crowd of supreme beings that had gathered were surprised out loud. They were all the protectors of the various heavenly prides, or the supreme beginning immortal region. Since they were unable to watch the specific scene within the Taichu ancient land, they utilized their great magical powers to mark the sense of the heavenly pride, using the strength of those sense to determine what happened to the heavenly pride. Soon, the change in Yi Xuanwei's aura caught the attention of the crowd. Everyone else's breath, to some degree, has weakened and is in a bad position, but only hers is growing. My God, her breath is still growing. This level of growth, is she about to break through? Is this some blessed place she has traveled to and is about to obtain a certain supreme treasure? The hearts of the strongest people were astonished and envious. To be able to be called a supreme treasure in the Taichu ancient land, it was a quasi-supreme powerhouse that would be red in the eyes when they saw it. With that said, the crowd looked towards the empty void Taoist of the Taishu Holy Land and an old ancestor of the Yi clan with pleasing faces. Yi Xiangui was not only the Taishu Holy Maiden, but also the Yi family divine maiden, and if she could use this to rise up and become a future great emperor, the contemporary influence of the Taishu Holy Land and the Yi family would naturally increase greatly. Taoist Emptiness smiled brightly and looked at the group of clan elders from the Lingxiao heavenly dynasty as he said in a conspiratorial manner, I've already said that the Taichu ancient land is incredibly dangerous. It's not as if you can get treasures just because there are a lot of people. What's the point of going with a bunch of royal sons and daughters? Oh, are you pointing at our Lingxiao heavenly kingdom? The clan elders of the Lingxiao heavenly palace had their eyes narrowed slightly, and a strand of ferocity flashed in their eyes. I didn't mean that. The empty void Taoist's face was unsightly and the corners of his mouth twitched, and even though his heart was burning with rage, he didn't dare to say anything more. One can only curse in secret. What do you want? Soon your royal sons and daughters, including Crown Prince Xiao Wuxi, will all die inside. Why hasn't His Highness, the Invincible, moved yet? Could it be that, on this trip to the Taichu ancient land, His Highness the Crown Prince will be suppressed by Yi Xuanqi? Even though they shot back at the empty void Taoist, the group of clan elders from the Lingxiao heavenly palace couldn't help but furrow their brows slightly. The reason was simple. Up until now Xiao Wuxi hadn't moved much. It's very unorthodox. As a matter of fact, not only was Xiao Wuxie, but even people such as Lady Xiao Qin and Xiao Xinglong did not move much. This caused them to be very worried, fearing that Xiao Wuxi would run into difficulties and not be able to get the right opportunity, and be robbed of the limelight and treasures by Yi Xuanji. Inside the temple of the ancient battlefield, chance I'm coming. Yi Xiangui approached the coffin, forcibly holding back the excitement in her heart and holding the ancient sword token. She was about to open the coffin to receive the inheritance and obtain the supreme treasure. However, it was at this time that an incomparably cold voice rang out. You treasure-seeking rat. You can be really inkless, wasting this prince's time. Next time remember to be a bit more nimble-handed. This voice, which was very casual and calm, fell on Yi Xuanqi's ears, but it was like a bolt from the blue. Quite startled, he craned his head to look. As expected, he met Xiao Wuxi, who was like an exiled immortal in the sky, out of this world. For a moment, she was actually a little distracted. Xiao Wuxi? Why are you here? However, immediately afterward, her face changed dramatically, surprised and unbelievable. Even if Xiao Wuxi had been following her, those killing fields and dark gold guards outside shouldn't be able to break through for Xiao Wuxi to be able to break through. Oh, you mean those pesky mosquitoes? Naturally I swatted them away. Xiao Wuxi smiled indifferently, very calm and collected. However, in his deep eyes, coldness flickered. Mosquitoes? Swatting? How is this possible? The corners of Yi Xiangui's mouth twitched, her mind almost popping, not believing it at all. What are you bragging about? And mosquitoes? And you flattened it? Those dark gold demon corpses are enough to tear and eat you 100 times over. No matter how you broke in, this will be your grave today. Yi Xuanqi snorted coldly, her killing intent as if it were substance. Outside, she was a famous good person who punished evil and promoted good, and she was disgusted with the villainous style of Xiao Wuxie. Not to mention, Xiao Wuxi had also brutally wasted her companion, Taishu Saint's son Luoji. She and Xiao Wuxi had long been deadly enemies, wanted to subdue and kill Xiao Wuxi. Previously, there had been no opportunity, but now that Xiao Wuxi had taken the initiative to send it to her door, she could be too happy. Mouse sister, aren't you overestimating yourself a bit? Xiao Wuhui shook his head, wondering how Yi Xuanqi could be so fanatically confident. However, she wanted to be brutalized by herself, so let's give her that. Let her also experience the despair and pain of Yihan, Jun Zizi, and Luo Ji. Sister rat? Yi Xiangui stormed out on the spot. Her eyes were about to spit fire. Xiao Wuxi had actually treated her as a treasure-hunting rat. This was too much of an insult to her. As the words landed, his body's breath soared, and the cold air spread across the sky, as if an ice phoenix bloomed with divine might, causing the air to quake with a great momentum. Cold void ice seal decree. Yi Xuanqi didn't hesitate, and was directly a killing move, suppressing towards Xiao Wuxi. Overrate yourself. Xiao Wufei's expression was cold, and endless mana, from the wheel and sea mystic realm within his body, surged out, setting off monstrous waves. 7-colored golden mana surged and coalesced into a dragon, as if it was an absolute true dragon, capable of shattering the stars of heaven and earth. Just the aura shakes people's hearts and minds, making their legs and feet feel weak. And this was just a random punch from Xiao Wuxia, without using any spell aptitude. How is this possible? Feeling Xiao Wuxi's powerful attack, Yi Xuanqi, who pounced out, had her face change drastically and her pupils suddenly shrunk. Very grave, knowing in his heart that his current attack was no match for Xiao Wuxi. Instantly, he activated the Saint Emperor bone in his brow, bursting out a ray of Saint Emperor's might. This innate sacred Emperor bone in her brow, at this stage of cultivation, was simply the existence of a king bomb, and there had never been a heavenly pride that could defeat her. When the two men's attacks collided together, boom! The scene was incomparably terrifying and appalling, as endless ripples of mana spread out as if they could destroy everything. and the entire divine hall shook violently as space trembled. However, it was Yi Xuanqi who flew out backwards, blood spilling out as if it was raining. In a sorry state, Xiao Wuxi still stood in place, looking calm and relaxed, as if the world's exiled immortals had just descended to the earth, without the slightest sign of having just experienced a great battle. Chapter 86, The Six Paths Reincarnation Plate Vibration. The possibility of collecting all the mythical immortal armaments. 86, Chapter 86, The Six Paths Reincarnation Disc Vibrates. The possibility of collecting all mythical immortal armaments. First shift. Under the collision of the two men's attacks, ripples of mana raged and aftermath spread out, but it was Yi Xuanqi who was shaken back. Yi Xiangui's body flew backwards, like a kite with broken strings, retreating hundreds of meters in a row. His chest sank, a mouthful of blood spat out from his mouth, and his entire arm even crumbled open with countless bloody gouges, blood splattering. His appearance was very miserable. Her beautiful eyes, which were like icy vapors, carried an unprecedented level of shock and astonishment. What's going on here? She had activated the sacred emperor bone in her brow, so why was she the one who was injured? Amidst the consternation of Yi Xuanqi's beautiful eyes, there was still hesitation and indecision, as if she was doubting the world. She even wondered if it was a demon of the mind. On the opposite side, Xiao Wuxi was calm and just looked at his hand lightly and said, "A bit of strength. I'm surprised it could shock me and almost graze my skin." One must know that not only was he the Lingxiao divine emperor body, he had also cultivated the perfect imperishable scripture. His fleshly body could be called invincible. 90% of the heavens' pride were no match for his slap. Therefore, he didn't often use his full strength, and when he encountered an enemy, it was a slap down and the opponent became a meat cake, similar to swatting a fly. He didn't expect that Yi Xiangui would be able to take one of his palms without being crippled, and almost counter-injured him, which was a bit of a level. But Yi Xiangui was already high-minded and proud, and when she heard Xiao Wuxi's words, she directly flushed red and spat out a mouthful of blood in anger. It's being pissed off. Is this human language? If it was in the past, if she had activated the Holy Emperor Bone and executed a full-strength strike, she would basically be able to declare that the battle was over and that she had won outright. As a result, this time it was himself who was injured, and Xiao Wuxi only suffered pain and didn't even scrape his skin. Crucially, just this was still praised by Xiao Wuxia. Then how bad was she in the eyes of Xiao Wuxi? The sacred emperor bone in your brow is very strong, but unfortunately, you have failed to develop its power and can only utilize it in the simplest way. It's too unlucky to meet you as its master. Xiao Wuxia said as he urged his mana to perform a divine ability from the grass character sword technique and chopped forward. Yi Xuangui's Saint Emperor Bone was a natural Saint Emperor Bone that possessed infinite mysteries. The power was only one step behind the legendary Supreme Bone. It was stronger than the physique of 90% of the heaven's pride. It was Jun Zizai, who had the desolate ancient sacred body, who would have to lose if he fought with her, even if he was not careful. Unfortunately, Yi Xuanqi was too high-minded and had been pursuing other powers, miscellaneous but not refined, failing to develop the true divine might of this holy emperor bone. You're teaching me things? You're worthy of it, you 3-year-old loser who's still breastfeeding. Yi Xuanqi was mortified, as if she had suffered a great insult. How do you know the true divine might of my sacred emperor bone? With that, she struck again. The sacred emperor bone in the center of his brow flickered with holy light. She executed the Yi family sword technique with one hand and the Taishu emperor technique with the other. The runes on the back flashed with divine light, showing off their powerful might. Sword and fist-ons, enriched with holy light, fell towards Xiao Wuxi. The void shattered, carrying an appalling divine might that destroyed the sky and the earth. This was one of the powers of the sacred emperor bone in the center of her brow, causing her divine soul to be incredibly powerful and able to easily execute 2 emperor laws. Each of these 2 imperial laws was strong to the extreme, and by adding them to each other, they were able to achieve the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. A sword cuts through the stars. Xiao Wuxia merely performed the grass character sword technique, and a vast and majestic sword light appeared, as if heaven and earth were in turmoil and countless stars were in fear, and a vision of the stars crumbling in the sky even surfaced in the air. With one sword strike, the divine aura dazzled the world, and the mana was so vast that heaven and earth were separated. The 2 men's attacks clashed with a vast and terrifying sound, like 2 stars colliding together. This time, Xiao Wufei activated the perfect imperishable scripture. A star of power shone, and the spirits of the true dragon of power and the Koan Pang of power manifested, instilling massive amounts of divine power. Let this sword, truly, possess the power to open the heavens. Boom! A deafening sound rang out. It shook the 8 directions and resounded through the 6 directions. The entire ancient battlefield began to tremble. But, in the midst of this collision, there was still a figure that flew out miserably. It was none other than Michelia. His clothes were shattered, Blood and flesh were blurred. Both of his arm bones were cracked, and his face was pale. She felt like she was going to die. If the first collision with Xiao Wuxia was just a minor injury and harmless, this second collision with Xiao Wuxia was the one that almost killed her. How is this possible? How could I lose? Yi Xuanqi's face turned pale, and with a trembling hand, she incredulously touched the sacred emperor bone in her brow. The sacred emperor bone had dimmed. Her arms, too, were all broken, even revealing white bones. Not bad for your highness. Niao Yi, the maid, had an incomparable look of adoration in her eyes and cheered. Although she had confidence in Xiao Wuxia and thought that he wouldn't lose, she really didn't expect that Xiao Wuxia's battle against Yi Xuanqi would be like abusing a vegetable, directly crushing it. After all, who in the entire 3,000 immortal realms hadn't heard of the name of the saving suffering Taishu Holy Maiden? Surprisingly not dead? Xiao Wuxi was a bit surprised. Could it be that you are also a daughter of Qi? You? Yi Xuanqi's chest sank, so infuriated by Xiao Wuxi that she could no longer speak. What kind of talk is that? I've fought all over the 3,000 immortal realms and I've never been seriously injured. But you've seriously injured me in 2 moves. And you're still not satisfied? At this moment, she was inwardly chagrined. She really hadn't expected Xiao Wuxi to be terrifying to this extent. It wasn't wrong for Jun Zizi and Luo Ji to be wasted. The thought of it was grim, and she showed a hint of determination on her face. Eat my sword! Yi Xuanqi shouted violently, holding the relic ancient sword in her hand as she stabbed out towards Xiao Wuxi. Immediately following, another hiss. Ancestor, please help me. With her own blood, she ignited the ancient sword in her hand, aiming to awaken the corpse sleeping in the coffin. That was the supreme powerhouse that had this very big connection with their Yi family, even if he had fallen for countless years. However, if his corpse was revived, it still possessed untouchable power. Of course, there was a price for her doing so. After all, the corpse in that coffin was likely to be demonized, and if it was awakened, the probability was that the enemy would be indistinguishable from her, and it was likely to strike out at her as well. But she was in a situation that was so bad that it was a last resort. Your Highness, watch out for the coffin in front of you. Niao Yi's face changed drastically and she opened her mouth in panic. She was the first to notice the difference in the coffin because she was watching the battle. As for Xiao Wuxi, his expression was calm and unforced as he looked at the coffin that was beginning to stir, his eyebrows slightly raised. This was because the fragment of the 6 paths reincarnation plate that he had previously obtained within the Python Sparrow dynasty had actually trembled slightly. What is this situation? Could it be that there is a fragment of the 6 paths reincarnation plate buried in the coffin? Moreover, that fragment is still big? Xiao Wuxi murmured mentally. The fragments of the 6 paths reincarnation plate, and the small tower that he had deprived from Yihan during his own coming-of-age banquet, both belonged to mythic weapons. And if they were just fragments, they were of average power, not even as good as quasi-emperor weapons. Worthless to him. It's also just the mysterious source they're associated with that can be used for the lottery. After all, there were extremely many imperial artifacts within the Lingxiao Heavenly Palace, so when he had sufficient cultivation, he would be able to naturally possess them. But if, however, it is possible to find all of them, that would be great. This was an ancient immortal soldier capable of suppressing an imperial artifact. I remember, in my last life, when I fell, there were already hints of this. At that time, the more high-profile ones that could be called terrifying sons of Qi were holding weapons that were mythic weapons. Moreover, they are about to collect them all. Xiao Wuxi's eyes flashed with essence. If, moving forward, it will inevitably be the Son of Fortune who collects all the complete mythical immortal armaments and then takes on the outer reincarnate. He was in a euphoric mood and was thrilled, because, in this way, he might really be able to collect all of these mythical weapons. All of them. Just, circle the leaks and harvest them along the way. The leaks will help themselves to the collection. Mythical immortal soldier. Things are getting more and more interesting. The corners of Xiao Wuxi's mouth rose as he casually slapped over Yi Xuanqi, who was coming towards him to kill. And then, with a flash of light in his eyes, he held his 5 fingers in a false grip, and his monstrous mana condensed into a sword. Once again, he activated the divine ability of the grass character sword technique, one sword chopping star. It fell straight towards the coffin that rioted up as if an absolute demon was about to come out. Chapter 87, Binding Saintess Yi Xuanqi, Facing the Ultimate Demon Corpse. 87, Chapter 87, Binding Yi Xuanqi, a Holy Maiden, Meeting the Ultimate Demonic Corpse. Third shift. Outside. Inside the ancient city of Taichu, the crowd of supreme beings who had gathered to watch were all wide-eyed and incredulous. What's going on? Yi Xuanqi's aura. Why has it started to decline rapidly? Is this in danger? If we keep this up, we might even lose our lives. Some of the most powerful people exclaimed in shock. The clan elders of the Taishu Sacred Land and the clan elders of the Yi clan all had their hearts and minds trembling. and their expressions were tangled with worry and anxiety. Still, more than anything else, it was unbelievable. The reason was simple. It was too fast. Yi Xuanqi's state decayed too quickly, and in just a few breaths, she had fallen from her peak state to the bottom. By all rights, in this situation, an enemy should have been encountered. But where did such a strong enemy come from on the outskirts of the Taichu ancient land? With Yi Xuanjia's strength, it was completely possible to push across the outskirts of the Taichu ancient land. At this moment, they would rather doubt themselves and wonder if it was the great divine ability they had cast, which had gone awry, than to suspect that Yi Xuanqi had really encountered danger. She wouldn't have encountered and then been suppressed by Xiao Wuxi, would she? There was a certain Powers clan elder who took a deep breath and couldn't help but guess. How could it be? But it was dismissed outright by the interruption. Xiao Wufei is very strong, but even stronger? He's still a teenage pride, or the youngest one. So how could he defeat Xin Gui so easily? The empty void Taoist of the Taishu sacred ground was the first to sit down and open his mouth to retort. That's it, the Yi family elder picked up. Although the reasoning is like this, the change in Xiao Wufei's aura fits too well. That clan elder, swallowing his saliva and hesitating for a split second, couldn't help but analyze. Just now, Xiao Wuxi's aura is also climbing, similar to the climb of Yi Xuanwei's aura before, which means that Xiao Wuxi has also stepped foot in the place where Yi Xianwei is. Then, the auras of Yi Xuanqi and Xiao Wuxi declined almost simultaneously. It's just that Xiao Wuxia declined less, almost nothing, whereas Yi Xuanjia's aura declined in a straight line. This means that they exchanged blows, and the result was brutal. Xiao Wufei was unharmed and Yi Xuanqi was seriously injured. The faces of the group of supreme powers on the field all changed slightly. Can't argue with that. It does seem reasonable to analyze and explain it that way. This is impossible. There's no way my goddess is this weak. This can't be. There's no way my crown prince is this weak. However, almost at the same time, the clan elders of the Yi clan and the Ling Xiao heavenly dynasty all opened their mouths angrily, as if they had been greatly insulted and were unwilling to accept this analysis. It's just that while the content is similar, the meaning is very different. As the words landed, the atmosphere on the field steeply condensed into an eerie silence. The clan elders of the Yi family and the Taishu sacred land froze for a moment, and when they reacted, their eyes turned red, itching to fight the heavenly clan elders. What's your attitude? According to this analysis, your family's crown prince are second to my family's goddess. You guys still feel aggrieved? Still think that my goddess or holy maiden, who encountered your crown prince, doesn't deserve this kind of performance? Then how unbearable was Yi Xuanqi, the goddess and holy maiden of their two families, in the eyes of this group of clan elders of the Lingxiao heavenly palace? It's so insulting. They almost raised their swords and fought with the clan elders of the Lingxiao dynasty. The group of clan elders from the Lingxiao heavenly palace also froze. No way. These old fools really dare to think? How dare they think that their holy maiden or divine maiden would be able to survive 2 moves against their Prince Zhao's invincible hands? No, 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 no. Where's the honeyed confidence coming from? However, seeing their stance, the clan elder of the Ling Xiao dynasty snorted coldly, his expression solemn and unkind. What? Want to get physical? Is it because you think there are so many of you that we in the celestial kingdom will fear you? The clan elders of the Ling Xiao dynasty did not half back down, and no need to back down. As the number 1 power in the 9 heavens, they had never yet backed down. The empty void Taoist's teeth ached with anger. The Yi family's old ancestor also took several wild and deep breaths before he could suppress his anger. After all, he didn't dare to fight. Don't wait until the Taichou ancient land closes. It'll be ridiculous when my Taishu sacred land's holy daughter returns with a full load and your crown prince fails to return. The empty void Taoist had a shadowy expression and said in a conspiratorial manner, when the time comes, we'll see. The celestial dynasty clan elder was very calm and casual, not putting the words of the empty void Taoist in his eyes at all. After knowing that their own crown prince, Xiao Invincible, had already made his move, they had no more worries. The outside world didn't understand the terror and heaven-defying nature of Xiao Wufei, and they, the celestial dynasty clan elders, understood it best. He is the only being who can become immortal in the afterlife. Kill all the great emperors in seconds. Xiao Wuxia, I have to admit that your life is indeed good. With a heavenly talent that defies the heavens and the support of the entire Ling Xiao heavenly palace, you were able to defeat even me so easily. Yi Xuanqi, who had been slapped away by Xiao Wuxi, was not only not grieving or angry, but was instead laughing, very pleased with himself. But, in the end, you're still too far behind me, because you don't have a brain. As the words landed, not only did she not exert any means to stop herself from being sent flying, She instead took the initiative to accelerate and make herself fly even faster. She was going to use it to escape the temple, or even escape from the ancient battlefield. That was her ploy. Otherwise, when the demonic corpse in the coffin really woke up and reappeared on Earth, it would be difficult for her to escape. Pretending to attack Xiao Wuxi would not only allow Xiao Wuxi to help her escape, but it would also delay Xiao Wuxi, preventing him from escaping the divine hall in time and then being slaughtered by the demonic corpses. Ridiculous. Xiao Wuxi sneered at the sight. Next moment, behind Yi Xianwei, countless mana suddenly exploded, like a woven net, and steeply swooped down on Yi Xianwei, wanting to trap and bind her within. What's going on? Yi Xuanqi's pupils suddenly shrunk. Her expression drastically changed, and she was panicked, desperately trying to resist, but realizing that it was too late to react. Surprisingly, it was directly bound within the mana net. When you think someone else is stupid, you'd better ask yourself first if the person who is really stupid is yourself. Xiao Wuxi raised his hand and called out, and the mana net that had trapped Yi Xuanqi inside flew back into the divine hall as if it was being tugged, landing beside him. Did you move it? When? Yi Xuanqi's face turned pale. Then she realized that it was Xiao Wuhui who had moved on her, and incomparably miserably said, "How could I not know? What do you think?" Xiao Wuxi smiled and asked rhetorically. It was just. Yi Xuanqi's pupils shrunk slightly. Her heart felt like it had been kicked violently. Her expression was stagnant, and she sat on the spot, very skeptical of the world. If you really tried your best to escape, I might not be able to catch you, but on the contrary, you even felt smart and pretended to attack me. So naturally, I found the opportunity to lay down a means and gave it a direct catch back. Xiao Wuxi looked at Yi Xuanqi, who was stunned and despairing inside, and smiled indifferently. This was the truth. These first divine sons and daughters were the heart and soul of an immortal power. They are usually equipped with a Taoist protector at all times. Instead, when they entered restricted secret realms where Tao protectors could not set foot, they would be given life-preserving items, such as supreme-level teleportation talismans, protective force shields, and so on. Of course, the protective means that could be used in the outer reaches of the Taichou ancient land were all worth their weight in gold. It was Yi Xiangui who would feel heartbroken even if she used it. Therefore, she made a fool of herself and wanted to pretend to attack Xiao Wuxi, and with the power of Xiao Wuxi's attack on her, she flew out backwards and left this place. It was precisely because of this that she was so distracted herself that she didn't even notice that Xiao Wuxi had tricked her into moving on her, thoroughly restricting Yi Xiangui from using the life-preserving item, grabbed her back. Roar! And just a few moments later, within the coffin, a strong to despairing breath pressure was emitted. The source of the scourge of the entire ancient battlefield was the bizarre corpse in the coffin. And now, he's awakened. What can you do if you capture me? Still going to die? Yi Xuanqi's expression changed drastically, from sadness to joy. Her expression was even a bit arrogant as she opened her mouth to Xiao Wuxi and threatened. Now release me and take out an immortality pill to compensate for my loss. I can then join forces with you and deal with this monster together. This monster, and a certain old ancestor of my Yi family, have a deep relationship. I can deal with him. Otherwise, you're just waiting to die. Silly fork. Xiao Wuxi looked deeply at Yi Xuanqi. Then, looking at the demonic corpse that slowly climbed out of the coffin, a hint of impatient excitement appeared on his face as he said, "Finally, a decent bit of sandbagging." Chapter 88. Putting all your strength into shocking a demon corpse. Boom! The lid of the coffin was directly impacted open by a monstrous force, and a terrifying black mist composed of dark matter rushed out like a giant python. At the same time, there was also a strong and extreme supreme pressure that erupted. In an instant, the entire periphery of the Taichou ancient land was in turmoil. An incomparably dense dark substance broke through the firmament and swept out, starting to spread outward from the ancient battlefield. Almost all the celestial pride, at this instant, noticed the Chapter 89 fragment of the Six Paths Reincarnation Plate. Method of winning. The collision between the two parties was so appalling that it was as if a nuclear bomb had been detonated. Waves swept through, and just the aftershocks spread out, sweeping away countless demonic corpses from the ancient battlefield. This movement it's a supreme-level dark corpse demon. All of the heavenly pride on the ancient battlefield were all trembling at this moment, looking up with a face full of fear, looking in the direction of the divine hall, and their pupils suddenly shrunk, their hearts almost stopping beating, shivering. They just feel. Chapter 90. Suppressing the demonic corpse. Digging up Yi Xuanquan's treasure bones. A quick fight? Tough talk. Yi Xuanqi directly opened her mouth to taunt, very unconvinced, not believing that Xiao Wuxi could have any quick fighting methods, and instead opened her mouth to threaten. Ancient Sword Elder. It's not something you can fight against. The dark matter here is so dense that it will erode your mind and grow his strength. And if you continue to compete like this, you are bound to lose. Let me go and I can team up with you to work against him. Are you sure? Xiao Wuxi indifferently. Chapter 91 Reincarnation Realm's Hidden Secrets. Letting the tiger return to the mountain. Same time. Within the Tai Chu ancient land, countless celestial pride were shocked by the shocking movement and looked towards the core of the ancient battlefield. At once, they were deeply shocked by the sight of the ancient battlefield. Is that really a prince of the Lingxiao Heaven dynasty? Jesus, give me a quick slap. Did I see it right? He's shaking. That supreme level bizarre corpse demon hard? Is he really a juvenile heavenly pride? And not some old monster? Chapter 92 New Merit Drawing Ground. 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist. Is it really okay to just let her go? Miaoi said with some hesitation. This is tantamount to letting the tiger out of the bag. She realized that her own highness seemed to be a bit too kind. Releasing Yi Han, releasing Jun Zizi, releasing Luo Ji, and also releasing Yi Xiangue. These could all be supreme heavenly prides. Their fortune, family lineage, and heart were all top-notch. Even if they were wasted, it was entirely possible for them to rise again and return to the top. Just let it go. Risky. Chapter 93 Ancient Sword Supreme Secret. Emperor Grade Material Blood Red Devil Iron. Xiangue, where is the precious bone in the center of your brow? The Yi clan's old ancestor asked in a sharp voice. The chances within the Taichou ancient land and whatnot. It didn't matter. What mattered was that Yi Xiangue couldn't have a Lhasa without the sacred emperor bone. Yi Xuanji was a waste of space. The Yi family's initial investment and future earnings will all go down the drain. Not only would she be chastised, but even the entire immortal Yi family would be shaken. The supreme medicine that had been given. Chapter 94 Conflict breaks out. Yi Han is shocked. Time passes. Yi Han struck out and entered a canyon after resolving some of the dark beings and the celestials that followed closely behind. The canyon is eerie, with a narrow entrance, but the interior is huge. All around them was dark and unimaginable blood and water, and demonic-like guards of powerful dark beings, each of which was enough to cause the heavenly pride outside the arena to tremble in fear and trembling. But for some reason, these dark beings, surprisingly, didn't make a move against Yi Han. Let go. Chapter 95 Illusory Color Clothes. Fighting Demon Ape. The surprise is yet to come. Seeing that Yi Han was surprised, the corner of Xiao Xinglong's mouth rose, revealing a smug look. He was also the top heavenly pride. But following Xiao Wuxia on this journey, he first encountered Jun Zizai, then Luo Ji and Yi Xiangue, all of them being the first saint sons and godsons of immortal forces. It made him incredibly suffocating. Couldn't cast at all, lining him up as if he was a vegetable. Now facing Yi Han, finally the field. Chapter 96 Xiaqin Girl's Violent Blood Transformation. Xiao Wuxi's strong appearance. Kneel and bend down now, and perhaps I can spare both of your lives. Yi Han had an ugly mouth and managed to gain the upper hand, so naturally he would no longer hide his heart. Humph, afraid of you guys? The Xiaoqin woman looked lonely and proud, and as the only imperial daughter of the Lingxiao dynasty, she was naturally incomparably arrogant. If she hadn't witnessed Xiao Wuxi's power and known that she wouldn't be able to compete against him, she might have even attempted to compete for the emperor's throne. It was naturally impossible to fear the 2 men and an ape in front of him. Chapter 97 Illusory Colorful Clothes Terrified. Yi Han's bitter meat trick. Yi Han's body was violently jerked away, coughing up blood, incomparably wretched and angry. Who? How dare you sneak up on me? Yi Han's eyes flashed with a strand of ferocity, as if he was a furious lion, very angry. If it had been usual, he might have kept a low profile, but now he has found a backer. With the illusory clothes, who else would he be afraid of? A mere mole cricket that can be destroyed with the lift of a hand is worthy of this prince's sneak attack? Firmament. Chapter 98 Yi Han begs for forgiveness. Illusory colorful clothes submission. What? Sai, you're the holy maiden of the 100 Myriads Valley? Hearing Xiao Wuxi's words, Yi Han, who was seriously injured, stared at him with wide eyes. Quite unbelievable. He never dreamed that the opportunity to enter the 100 Myriads Valley that he had been searching for was right beside him. Then there was a surge of anger. If you are the holy maiden of the 100 Myriads Valley, why are you hiding from me? Yi Han opened his mouth to question illusory color cloth. He's angry. Have guts. Chapter 99 Yi Han dies. Upon hearing Xiao Wuxi's voice transmission, illusory colored clothes, who was still apprehensive, immediately breathed a sigh of relief and showed a hint of a smile on her face. That's what you said. I'll bet you. Without any hesitation, illusory clothes directly agreed. The reason is simple. She knew Yi Han and knew what Yi Han was like. He is very righteous and values emotions. Would never betray her to stay alive. Not to mention, Xiao invincible. Chapter 100 Building the Magic Sword 1000 Blades. Going to suppress Koan Pine Z. Xiao Wuxi. You're going to die today too. How dare you trick me? Yihan was incomparably furious, like a god of death coming from hell. At this moment, he chose to explode himself. Before he died, he had nothing but resentment towards Xiao Wuxi. If it wasn't for Xiao Peerless, he would have continued to level the playing field until he became a giant of the 3,000 immortal realms, to be proud of the masses. However, everything is gone for him now, the three that he considers to be off limits. Chapter 101, Strange Massacre. Koan Pine Z shocks the world. The outskirts of the ancient land of Taichou. It was filled with a thick darkness. The atmosphere was oppressive and very oozy. And in the midst of this dead silence, suddenly, a burst of hissing came and broke the silence. Ah! No! Don't eat me! No! Each and every one of the heavenly pride that should have been unruly and unparalleled, sweeping across the 8 directions and then harvesting countless treasures. All of them showed despair and screamed miserably. This scream, like seeing. Chapter 102, Shaking Kuan Peng Z Hard. Chapter 102, Hard to Shake Kuan Peng Z. Chapter 102, Hard to Shake Kuan Peng Z. By doing this, you are making an enemy of the entire human power. Xiaoyuechan stood behind Kuan Peng Z, trembling with fear. Earlier, Kuan Peng Z had told her that he was going to go deep into the inner perimeter of the Taichu ancient land. It was expected that he would enter silently. As a result, it turned out to be such a bloody mess before entering, to slaughter all the heavenly pride involved. She had been following Kuan Peng Z all this time, and had always thought she knew him well enough, but now it seems that he is still too underestimated. This Kuan Peng Z was actually able to be strong to this extent. He was actually able to kill all the heavenly pride within the Taichu ancient land with a single thought. More than that, it can dominate the legendary dark beings. You know, the dark beings are the main force that set off the dark unrest. At all times, it is synonymous with unparalleled horror and despair. Kuan Peng Z's power caused Xiaoyuechan to feel terrified, and for the first time, she lost her confidence in Xiao Wuxi. Xiao Wuxi was still too young after all. Just the human forces? Kuan Peng Z's expression was indifferent, without any ripples. Instead, he even laughed out loud and said, there are other foreign forces that should already be raging as well. He didn't just target the human forces this time. All the celestial pride on the field, whether they were human or alien, were all within his pit kill range. He would use the entire heavenly pride within the Taichu ancient land to forge his own path of returning to become a pure-blooded Kuan Peng. As for being hunted by all the forces, he couldn't care less, because he was about to enter the inner perimeter of the Taichu ancient land, the true forbidden zone of life, and at that time, not to mention these forces, even if a great emperor came, he couldn't do anything about it. It's a pity that Xiao Wuxi doesn't know where he's hiding. He alone can stand up to 100 heavens pride. No, 1,000. Kuan Peng Z's face showed pity and regret, and his eyes even flashed a strand of ferocity. When he completes his metamorphosis, Xiao Wuxi will surely die. This was the first man who had upset him. As for those women of Xiao Wao enemy, he would love them instead. Don't worry. You will always be number one in my heart, my only future first wife. Kuan Peng Z looked at Xiaoyuechan and doted on her. He was truly in love with Xiaoyuechan. Otherwise, it wouldn't have inked her for so long without moving her, just to get her heart. Xiaoyuechan's face was unnatural, while inwardly she was sending a message to crazy Xiao Wuxia through the heavenly realm talisman that Xiao Wuxia had left for her. Nervous and apprehensive. Hurry up and escape. Kuan Peng Z has hidden his strength and means. His strength is at least in the true God realm. Moreover, it can dominate dark beings. The current him is frantically slaughtering the internal heavenly pride, and is even searching for your location. Xiaoyuechan was praying, hoping that Xiao Wuxi would be able to escape this calamity. Otherwise, if Xiao Wuxia were to fall, she would have absolutely no possibility of escaping from Kuan Peng Z, from the hands of Kuan Peng Z. Kind of. Xiao Wuxi, who had just taken out the blood-red demon iron and was preparing to walk out of the canyon, looked playful and smiled broadly after receiving Xiaoyuechan's transmission. Finally, no more little trash. I hope he's a competent opponent. Xiao Wuxi clouded over and said very calmly, what happened? Niao Yi was always paying attention to Xiao Wuxi's reaction, and when she saw that Xiao Wuxi's demeanor had changed, she couldn't help but inquire, what? How is this possible? He, Kuan Peng Z, how can he be so strong? When Xiao Wuxia told the crowd all about what had happened in the outside world, not only did Niao Yi look shocked, but even illusory colored clothes and Lady Xiao Qin and the others, their pupils suddenly shrunk, their breaths shortened, and they were very unbelievable. Couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Shocked, they were all still only in the divine flame realm, or even the Tong Tian realm, while Kuan Peng Z had actually crossed over the divine flame, crossed over the void god, and achieved true god, and to manipulate and dominate legendary dark beings? Is this what the clan elder said, that there are people in the outside world beyond the sky? The illusory colorful clothes looked gloomy, and the pride they had before was shattered. Before, she actually didn't think much of the outside world's heavenly pride, believing that she was already able to suppress the group. However, now she realized that she was wrong. So wrong. Not only has he been reduced to being Xiao Wuxi's slave girl, that Kuan Peng Zi is even more perverted than Xiao Wao enemy? How should we escape? Directly crush the teleportation talisman? Xiao Xinglong inquired. A supreme-level teleportation talisman, although precious, had to be used at a time like this. Flee? Why run away? Hearing Xiao Wao Shanglong's inquiry, Xiao Wao Shanglong's expression was indifferent and very cold as he said, "The one who should flee is him." The words landed. Xiao Wuxi walked out of the canyon without moving, because he knew that as long as he stepped out of the secret realm, he would be sensed by Kuan Peng Zi. At that time, Kuan Peng Zi would naturally kill strongly. Fittingly. Ha 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 ha, there's no gate to hell in Xiao. You throw yourself in. Originally, I thought that I wouldn't be able to kill you this time. It seems that your destiny has destined you to have today's calamity. A domineering voice came from the air, looking down upon the world, as if it was a supreme demon, strong to the extreme. Rumble. For a time, the heavens and earth shook, and all the living beings in the entire periphery of the Taichou ancient land trembled. It was as if the Jedi devil had struck. It was Kuan Peng Zi who descended. This movement, Xiao Invincible and Kuan Peng Zi have exchanged blows. A heavenly pride felt the commotion and was instantly delighted, a ray of hope surfacing in his eyes. And what's the point? It's Xiao Invincible, and he's going to die. He's too young, while Kuan Peng Zi is at least at the true God realm cultivation. It's no exaggeration to say that he is the #1 heavenly pride, and there isn't a single young heavenly pride that can be his opponent. The other trapped, waiting to be killed celestial pride, looked dejected and became more and more desperate. It was not thought that Xiao Wuxi could be a match for Kuan Peng Zi, not only inside, but even outside within the ancient city of Taichou. This change in aura, Xiao Wufei and Kuan Peng Zi have encountered each other. Is the ultimate battle coming? Can Xiao Wuxi save the day once again? It's hard, almost impossible. Even the crowd of supreme powerhouses were dejected and not hopeful, because Kuan Peng Zi was too strong, beyond common perception. What? The celestial clan elders all had palpitations and almost fainted. Their worst fears had happened. Kuan Peng Zi finally managed to find Xiao Wuxi. What can be done about this? Our crown prince, although his natural talent is far superior to Kuan Peng Zi's, is too young. The celestial clan elders were worried beyond measure. Lord Imperial Maiden, please make a move to save His Highness Invincible. Some clan elders with extremely high status, who didn't know that Empress Dowager was Xiao Wuxi's consort but knew that Empress Dowager was secretly guarding Xiao Wuxi, anxiously summoned Empress Dowager, wanting to have Empress Dowager step in at the critical moment and save Xiao Wuxi. Humph. Not this time. The Kuan Peng Cave clan elder, who was hiding in the shadows and didn't dare to show his face, smiled icily after noticing the small movements of the Heavenly Dynasty clan elder. This time, no one would be able to save Xiao Wuxi. This was because, if the Heavenly Dynasty had a powerhouse beyond the Heavenly Father level strike, the supreme giants sleeping within the Taichou ancient land would also strike, and within the ancient land of Taichou, illusory colored clothes and the others, looking at Kuan Peng Zi's strong descent, all had their pupils shrinking in horror. The opponent's aura was too strong. It was like a teenage great emperor. However, Fishy, you're bloated. Xiao Wufei, however, had no panic. His expression was light, very cloudy, as if a supreme immortal god had fallen to mortal dust, and said blandly, but it doesn't matter, grilled and eaten. Expanding or not expanding are all the same flavor. Chapter 103, Slaughtering Dark Gods. Suppressing Kuan Peng Zi. Fishy, you're bloated. Xiao Wuxi looked at Kuan Peng Zi's strong descent. His expression was light and cloudy, but it doesn't matter, grilled and eaten. Expanding or not, it's all the same flavor. It's only a battle of words. Kuan Peng Zi's face sank in anger, itching to devour Xiao Wuxi immediately. However, he quickly let out a cold laugh as his gaze crossed over Xiao Wao Xie and landed on illusory colored clothes. Niu and Lady Xiao Qin. Chapter 103, Slaughtering Dark Gods. Suppressing Kuan Peng Zi. We're really worrying about nothing. The crowd of clan elders from the Ling Xiao dynasty looked at each other and then laughed recklessly. Before, they had thought that they had sufficient knowledge of Xiao Wuxi's power. Now it seems that they were overthinking it. Xiao Wuxi's talent was so powerful that it was simply unimaginable. So what if Kunsight can dominate dark beings? So what if he's old? So what if he's fused 5 drops of Kuan Peng ancestor blood? It's still the same. Chapter 104, Kunshin Pengzi's Death. The legendary 8-9 heavenly feats. The inner perimeter of the ancient land of Taichou. How is this possible? How can I lose? Kuan-Peng Zi's face showed horror. His expression stiffened, and he trembled. Even after using the Golden Cicada, ancient emperor's imperial law of the Golden Cicada, the divine soul escaped and disappeared into the Taichu ancient land, briefly escaping from danger. One was still immersed in disbelief. There's a sense of perception being turned upside down, already skeptical of the world. And still, the defeat was so easy. Chapter 104, Kuan-Peng Zi's death. The legendary 8-9 heavenly feats. 106, Chapter 106, Kuan-Peng Zi's death. The legendary 8-9 heavenly feats. Chapter 106, Kuan-Peng Zi's death. The legendary 8-9 heavenly feats. This 8-9 heavens technique, worthy of being an immortal technique, is indeed beyond the norm. It's actually able to cultivate a primary body and a secondary body. And as long as the primary body and secondary body don't die at the same time, they can be resurrected indefinitely. Xiao Wuxi faintly said. Just now, he had found a topography from one of Kuan-Peng Zi's many treasures. It contained some descriptions of the 8-9 heavenly feats. However, it was impossible to deduce and learn the 8-9 heavenly feats based on the topography, because this topography was forbidden by Kuan-Peng Zi. As long as he died, everything related to the 8-9 heavens technique would automatically be destroyed, leaving only some of the remnants behind. In that case, it seems that the Kuan-Peng Zi that just fell is the secondary body. The main body should be hidden somewhere, and no one knows about it. Xiao Wuxi spoke out his own inferences. What's just a secondary body? The main body is stronger? How is this possible? Xiaoyue-chan reacted the most, because she had been following Kuan-Peng Zi, basically not leaving much. Not only did she not know that this Kuan-Peng Zi was a subbody, even no one within the Kuan-Peng cave knew. Surprisingly, it's the legendary 8-9 heavenly feats? But how can it be so strong if it's just a secondary body? Illusory colored clothes came from an ancient hidden power and knew a little bit about the 8-9 heavenly feats, and there were cultivators who had cultivated the 8-9 heavenly feats a long time ago. Supposedly, it was a monkey. By doing so, we have achieved immortality. Even, it made a big fuss in the heavenly court. Thinking of this, illusory colored clothes looked at Xiao Wuhu with a strange expression, because, at that time, the heavenly court was established by the Ling Shao heavenly dynasty. At that time, it was the period of the Ling Shao dynasty's decline, and the heavenly court's binding power over the 9 heavens and 10 earths was already weakening. Although, there was an underlying powerhouse who stepped in and suppressed that monkey, and with the supreme treasure, the 5 elements mountain, he was suppressed for 5 million years. In order to guard that monkey, the heavenly court also sent people to establish the Tao on the 5 elements mountain. Later, a great emperor even came out of the 5 elements mountain, and became an immortal force in the process. However, the Ling Shao heavenly dynasty was completely made a laughingstock by that monkey, the binding force of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, but also more and more poor. The heavenly court organization, basically can be regarded as the name of the real dead. Of course, later on, the celestial dynasty had regained its splendor a few times, establishing the celestial court several times and ruling the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In this way, it also reflected the heaven-defying nature of the 8-9 heavenly feats. But, what deeply shocked Phantom Clothes was, usually, when one cultivates the 8-9 heavenly feats, the subbody that is separated from the main body is much weaker than the main body. That Kuan-Peng Zi subbody was so strong, how heaven-defying should the main body be? It was something she couldn't even imagine. Yes, how could he be a subbody? Could he be a main body? Xiao Xinglong and Xiao Qinlong were clearly aware of the connection as well, and inquired with trembling voices. Kind of hard to believe. What do you mean? That Kanai-san from just now, was he strong? Xiao Wuxi froze for a moment, looking at illusory colored clothes and Xiaoyue-chan and the others in surprise. Funny, didn't you see? He raised his hand and suppressed that Kuan-Peng Zi? What's so strong about Kuan-Peng Zi? At that moment, the people on the field, all of them were speechless for a while, looking at each other. Who can compete with you? You're so sick. Xiao Wufei collected his thoughts and said, it doesn't matter whether he's a main body or a secondary body. In front of me, he's like an ant. As the words landed, he looked towards the inner perimeter of the Taichu ancient land in the back and said with a gloomy expression, I'm going into the inner circle to bring back the remains of a friend. The emperor's daughter's brother, of course, was also considered his friend. His main purpose for coming to the Taichu ancient land this time was to bring back the remains of his emperor daughter brother. Next, it's the merit raffle and the harvesting of leeks. You want to enter the inner circle? Illusory colorful clothes was instantly shocked and said in disbelief, are you crazy? It's extremely dangerous there. The inner perimeter of the Taichu ancient land was the true forbidden zone of life. The outer perimeter could only be considered an extension of the forbidden zone of life, and the degree of danger between the two could not be compared at all. Not to mention them, Even some great emperors didn't dare to easily go deep into the forbidden zone of life. You guys go back. I'll just travel by myself. Don't worry, it won't be dangerous, Xiao Wuxi faintly said. This was not an exaggeration, but a statement of fact. He was invincible where only heavenly pride could set foot, and where the old generation powerhouses could set foot. The Lingxiao heavenly palace behind him was invincible. No matter how you look at it, there is no danger. This, Xiao Xinglong and Xiao Qing Maiden both looked hesitant, worry written all over their faces. Niaoyi was also torn beyond belief. On the contrary, it was Xia Yuechan who seemed to have a convert frenzy, with incomparable admiration and unconditional trust for Xiao Wuxi. I am willing to go with master, Xia Yuechan requested. As soon as she opened her mouth in this manner, several other people rushed to open their mouths, wanting to follow. Xiao Wuxi shook his head and rejected them all. Finally, the gaze fell on the illusory colorful clothes, who hadn't said anything, was very silent, and clearly had a heart of gold. All of you go back. It's troublesome for me to guard you from breaking in there. Illusory clothes? You follow me, Xiao Wuxi faintly said. Ha! The illusory colored clothes, who had been cursing Xiao Invincible to enter and then fall in body so that she could gain her freedom, changed her face greatly and was very surprised. I thought it was a pain in the ass to carry? Why do you want me to follow? She was sultry. You haven't returned to your heart yet. It doesn't hurt this prince to die, Xiao Wuxi indifferently said. This is also carried in order to bring her back to her heart. If, however, this illusory colored clothes was just an ordinary holy maiden, he would have suppressed it long ago. And bring her back? How is that possible? But, after all, illusory colored clothes was 100 Myriads Valley air, and the 100 Myriads Valley was hiding the 100 Myriads immortal grass that his physique Lingxiao divine emperor body had been promoted to. I'm heartbroken with myself, illusory colorful clothes said with an incomparable inner grudge, but there was nothing to do but follow. Master, be careful, Xia Yuechan worried. Everyone else, too, sent their blessings, fearing that Xiao Wuxi was in danger. Xiao Wuxi didn't say much as he directly stepped into the portal of the inner perimeter, entering the inner perimeter of the Taichou ancient land. In here, the Lingxiao heavenly realm is no longer useful. However, Niaoyi was lucky enough to obtain a map of this place. The corners of Xiao Wuxi's mouth rose. These sons and daughters of Qi, whether their natural talent was strong or not, and whether their brains were there or not was left aside, but their luck was really good. The truth of the matter is that God feeds the food. All sorts of chances, simply picking them up at random. Even he, the hanging wall, was a bit envious. You've got a lot of guts. You really dare to come after me. Just as Xiao Wuxi stepped into the inner circle, an icy voice rang out. This is, the illusory color clothes, who had followed him apprehensively and nervously, heard the voice, and instantly sweated, as if he had fallen into an ice cave, and was terrified. It just felt like being stared at by an absolute god of death. Xiao Wuxi's expression was calm as he blandly looked ahead. The one blocking the way in front was no other than the dark Qilin Zi who had just subdued Kuan Ping Zi's divine soul. More than that, in the air, there are even several illusory figures suspended. Each figure, as if the gods and devils are as great as the back of the great Tao. Chaotic atmosphere floating. The dome of the sky was shaking and space was fluctuating. Obviously, they were the most powerful people within the Taichou ancient land. Every single one of them, on the outside, could cause the 9 heavens and 10 earths to tremble. Finished, illusory colorful clothes face was pale, already frightened by this kind of lineup. To the 6 souls, just came in and was discovered. This is dead. On the contrary, it was Xiao Wuxi, whose expression was always calm, who said indifferently, "You're going to stop me?" Chapter 107, Suppressing the Dark Qilin Sun. Chapter 107, Suppressing the Dark Qilin Sun. Chapter 107, Suppressing the Dark Qilin Sun. You're going to stop me? Xiao Wuxi's expression was calm and collected. It was as if he didn't put the crowd of forbidden area powerhouses in front of him in his eyes at all. The illusory color clothes suddenly had a big head and looked shocked. These 3 supreme beings were all at the supreme cultivation level. A true supreme being, not a quasi-supreme like Kuan Fu who was previously suppressed by the heavenly dynasty. Every single one of them is an immortal domain giant. Even in their 100 Myriads Valley, she didn't often see such an existence. As a result, Xiao Wuxi had such an attitude. Not even a bit of politeness. Unbridled. Little child, you're looking for death. The forbidden area supreme in the very center raged, his breath bursting out. The entire firmament trembled as if in awe. Are you deceiving me that there is no one in the celestial dynasty? A voice as cold as refreshing came from the depths of the void. The entire Taichou ancient land, all the living beings, did not have time to react. Above the Taichou ancient land, there were several old men whose auras were strong to the extreme standing in the air. They were the elders of the heavenly dynasty who had followed them. Although, there was no qualification to be Xiao Wuxia's protector. After all, there was the Empress. But, in the face of some cats and dogs, there was no need for the Imperial Maiden to make a move yet, and it was sufficient for them, the clan elders, to make a move. The powerhouse that awakened within the ancient land of the beginning of the earth was a supreme being? Which of the few of them is not a supreme being? Looking for death. The forbidden area's supreme being who had just voiced his anger and shouted at Xiao Peerless. His face turned green and he raised the sky, lifting his hand to probe and explode his breath, blasting outwards, wanting to subdue the Celestial Dynasty clan elder. Otherwise, there will be a loss of face. Noisy. In the distant void, however, an almost heavenly condemnation-like voice was heard, as if it had already transformed into the Tao, and the pressure caused the entire 3,000 immortal realms to tremble. For a moment, all the beings on the field froze. It was the owner of the Taichu ancient land, the Taichu Tao Father, who spoke out. Stop the clash between the two sides. Is this the strength of the Celestial Dynasty? Even the forbidden zone of life, it doesn't dare to easily offend? The powerful people outside were surprised. The Supreme Secret Realm. There were 7 realms. The Quasi-Supreme, Supreme, Lesser Heavenly, Great Heavenly, Supreme Xuanzuan, and God of Creation, as well as the strongest, the Chaotic Daozuan. The realm above that was the Great Emperor's secret realm that could suppress an era and establish an immortal power. It could be said that a Taofather powerhouse was already the strongest at the moment. The Taichou ancient land, with the Taichou Tao Exalt in attendance, was still so scornful of the Ling Shao Celestial Dynasty, so it was evident that the Ling Shao Celestial Dynasty was terrifying. Count yourselves lucky, otherwise, you'd already be dead. The forbidden area's supreme being that had just been there, with his icy eyes, naturally wouldn't strike again after being rebuked by Taichu Daozuan, but it didn't mean that he didn't have any emotions. Ridiculous. Have we, the Ling Shao Dynasty, ever been afraid of anyone? The Celestial Dynasty clan elders, all of them snorted coldly and said with disdain on their faces, you guys can also make a move now, and there's no harm in letting your family's master make a move together. You, the leading forbidden area supreme. His face was ugly, his killing intent raging, and his teeth itching with hatred, but there was nothing to be done. Old ancestor Qinglian, I'll suppress Xiao Wuxi. The dark Qilin Zi, who had been silent all this time, looked provocatively at Xiao Wuhui and said in a lonely manner, if you don't want to die, you better get lost now. Otherwise, within the Taichu ancient land, if I want to kill you, no one will be able to stop me. He is not false in this statement. Although, they were in the inner perimeter of the Taichu ancient land, it was a fringe area that still had a rank pressure to win. Except for those strong enough to step in below the true God realm, no other strong person could step in. The deeper in you go, the more this suppression, the more it will gradually diminish. In other words, if he really wanted to kill Xiao Wuxi, no one would be able to stop him. Illusory colored clothes was a bit abashed and said to Xiao Wuhu, let's leave. This heavenly pride in front of her, she hadn't seen it, much less heard of it, but just by looking at his aura, he knew it wasn't to be messed with. It's supposed to be a legendary ancient freak. This is again the ancient land of Taichu, the land of others. Why should I leave? A mole cricket is just blocking the way. Xiao Wufei's expression was indifferent. Today, no one can stop me. God stops God. Buddha stops Buddha. And if the Forbidden Zone Supreme Beings block me, then a few Forbidden Zone Supreme Beings will die. Arrogant. The dark Qilin Zi's forehead veins rippled, and his anger was like substance as he directly struck out, suppressing towards Xiao Wuxi. Kirin shocking sky tread. The angry shouts resounded through the firmament. Kirin treasure art. Illusory color cloth lost her voice. She recognized her weakness completely. It was true that there were people beyond the sky, and it was her who had been arrogant before. The celestial pride of this world would only get stronger one by one. Is it that Qilin Zi who defected to the Taichu ancient land hundreds of thousands of years ago? Outside, many supreme beings were astonished. They all hung in the air, looking down on the Taichu ancient land and gaining insight into all of this. The place where Xiao Wuxi and the dark Qilin Zi were, the strongest of the strong, in turn, were able to directly probe with their divine sense, direct attention to everything on the battlefield. They recognized the dark unicorn sun who had struck a trip down memory lane. It was because the Qilin Zi of hundreds of thousands of years was truly strong and unrivaled, and was known as one of the strongest few heavenly prides in that era at that time. Boom! Under the dark Kirin sun's exertion, a black Kirin, suffused with an ancient and dark aura, slowly emerged from behind him, not an imaginary shadow, as if it were a real unicorn. Countless runes surfaced around them, and dark divine light spread. It caused the heavens and the earth to tremble. The 10 fierce Qilin treasure art was worthy of being one of the strongest spells that had been tested through the ages. Scary as hell indeed. If that's all it is, Your little life. I'm afraid you'll have to account for it here today. Xiao Wuxi's expression was indifferent. It had to be said that the dark unicorn son was indeed very strong. There wasn't the slightest problem with calling it a top-tier heavenly pride. But, in front of him, it was still too weak. Too weak. As the words landed, divine light blossomed on Xiao Wuxi's brow. Holy Emperor Bone unleashed. Instantly, a blazingly gorgeous divine haze ravaged the heavens and earth, as if the heavens had landed down to baptize a divine calamity. The two moves collided. The wind and thunder shook. The earth and sky trembled, and ripples of mana swept out across the four directions. Just the aftermath of the battle could destroy everything around them. Even the illusory colored clothes, who was also a top-tier heaven's pride, had a huge change of face and retreated back and forth. If other celestial pride were here, even if they were to face the aftermath of the battle, they would definitely be either dead or injured. And in the midst of this horrible collision, only to see, the dark Qilin Z was like a kite that had broken its strings, falling from a high altitude, spilling blood and staining the sky red. Even though he had supreme armor to resist it, he was directly penetrated through his body by the divine light that had just been sent through his body. How is this possible? The dark Qilin Z's pupils suddenly shrunk as he stared at Xiao Wuhu with a deadly stare, his entire body trembling, terrified and unbelievable. He couldn't believe that he had been injured so easily, and still seriously injured. He wanted to know about Zhao's invincible state. However, when the divine light dispersed, all the aftermath dissipated. Xiao Wuxi stood blandly, a purple and gold robe fluttering, as if he were an absolute true immortal, transcendent. The dark Qilin Z's face instantly froze. It was as if he had seen the world. The most incredible scene. Chapter 108, Sweepstakes Heavy Pupil. Path to Invincibility. Chapter 108. Chapter 108, Sweepstakes Heavy Pupil. Invincible Road. Chapter 108, Sweepstakes Heavy Pupil. Invincible Road. The dark unicorn son's brain went blank and had frozen. At one point, I began to doubt myself. He had fantasized about countless results of battles with Xiao Wuxia, and there had been defeats, but he hadn't even imagined that it would be such a result. He was seriously injured in one move, and Xiao Wuxi looked flat and didn't have anything going on? Is that possible? Before, he had thought that Kunpeng Z's failure to injure Xiao Wufei was because Kunpeng Z was weak. In hindsight, he was wrong. So wrong. The feeling is that Xiao Invincible is too strong. Wow. It wasn't just him. The countless powerhouses who were paying attention to the stop were all staring with wide eyes, surprised and astonished. Unbelievable. Interesting. You're not even dead. Xiao Wuxi's expression was playful and surprised as he said. He knew that the weakness of these dark god beings, so he purposely used the divine ability that came with the sacred Emperor Bone to suppress the dark Kilinzi. Unexpectedly, the dark unicorn sun didn't just vaporize. How is this possible? The clan elder of the Taishu sacred lands face changed drastically. Quite unbelievable. My heavens, this sacred Emperor Bone, it's actually capable of being so strong? The Yi family's clan elders reacted even more than he did. This was because the divine ability that Xiao Wufei had used was from their saint daughter, Yi Xuanqi. They were well aware of the potential of the sacred Emperor Bone. It was also known that the sacred Emperor Bone came with a divine ability that was as terrifying as it was. However, Yi Xuanqi had never been able to play around with the sacred Emperor Bone, and he hadn't even been able to perform the sacred Emperor Bone divine power. As a result, Xiao Wufei, the bandit, had done in such a short period of time what Yi Xuanqi had not been able to do in 20 years. Put. The dark unicorn son spat out blood again, nearly dying of anger. It was already suffocating enough that he himself, an ancient freak, had lost, but he also had to be taunted by Xiao Wuxi. The point is that he hasn't been able to refute it. I was careless just now. The dark Qilin Z took a deep breath and took a medicinal herb. His body's aura skyrocketed, and a pair of feathered wings coalesced behind him, resembling a true phoenix. The state of the self is not only back to its peak, but up is further. This is the legendary True Phoenix treasure art. The ability to heal yourself and restore mana in the midst of battle. This is the True Phoenix treasure art. My god. He's actually practicing a True Phoenix treasure art? But it looks like it should just be loose moves. The loose moves are also incredibly strong. The two treasure arts of the Qilin and the True Phoenix, when performed in conjunction, are actually able to be balanced so well, and in this way, will be able to explode with unimaginable might. Xiao Wuxi is in danger. Although he has a heavenly talent, he's still too young and his methods aren't comparable to the dark Qilin Z. Those who were paying attention all had their hearts and minds trembling, their faces showing regret, and they had already sentenced Xiao Wuxi to death, thinking that Xiao Invincible defeat is a certainty. Useless. Xiao Wuxi's expression was indifferent. The divine abnormality of the Ling Xiao divine emperor body was catalyzed. 10,000 rivers and mountains emerged behind them. Countless river and sea dragon gods, 10,000 square mountain gods revealed their true forms, and even more endless kingdom shadows emerged, with patches of subjects within them offering sacrifices. It was the Jiangshan form attack of the Lingxiao Divine Emperor body. What exactly is your physique? The Dark Qilin Z, who had just restored himself to his peak state, changed his face drastically and hurriedly resisted. He's going to crash. What kind of physique did Xiao Wuxi really have? If it was the Lingxiao Divine Emperor body, then what the hell was the Holy Emperor bone just now? Moreover, he was only in his teens. Right. So how did he develop the Lingxiao Divine Emperor body to this extent as well? Boom, boom, boom. Several collisions in quick succession. The Dark Unicorn Sun retreated violently in succession, blood splattering from his mouth. And even if he had the true Phoenix treasure art sheltering him and was able to nirvana and nourish his wounds, it was simply useless. Xiao Wuxi stomped down, directly stomping the Dark Qilin Z to the ground. You seek death. The Dark Qilin Z was furious. He had never been insulted like this before, burning his body desperately, already storming away, wanting to rush away from Xiao Wuxi's attack and escape. Boom! Xiao Wuxi's eyes flickered slightly as he looked at the Dark Qilin Z, who had become a bloody man and was frantically fleeing, and did not chase after him. It's not about raising leaks. This Dark Unicorn, it doesn't qualify as a leak. Rather, just now, the system reminded him that he could merit a lottery. Still conscientious, not letting me walk to the center of the Tai Chu ancient land. The corners of Xiao Wuxi's mouth rose. Naturally there was no hesitation. Direct merit draw. Successfully arrived at the ancient land of Tai Chu, and started the merit 10 consecutive draws. Congratulations on successfully drawing the 7-star reward. Heavy pupils. Oh, the corners of Xiao Wuxi's mouth rose, revealing a bright smile. The heavy pupil was also a top-tier physique, on the same level as the supreme bone, the desolate ancient sacred body, and the innate Tao fetus. Among all the physical qualities in the vanguard, it was able to be ranked in the top 100, or even the top 50. Moreover, if one absorbed part of the origin of the chaos body, or part of the origin of the sun body and Tai Yin body, one would be able to advance to the legendary chaos heavy pupil. It would become the same ultimate physique as the innate sacred body Tao fetus, Lingxiao Divine Emperor body, chaotic body, and heavenly emperor bone, the strongest in the ages. Trying to escape? Xiao Wuxi felt the changes in his own eyes and looked at the Dark Qilin Z who was frantically fleeing, his eyes deep. Just in time to try out my own heavy pupils. Instantly, endless divine light raged, only to see, within the light of Xiao Wuxi's eyes, thousands of thunderbolts and divine rainbows erupted, and a celestial sword, as if carrying the divine might of severing the heavens and earth, streaked out. What's going on? How is it that the eyes of the Prince of Heaven are also glowing? This kind of might, what a strong aura. Is he practicing one of the pupil arts? Nah, a pupil art. It's impossible to achieve this level. Why do I feel like I'm facing a teenage great emperor? I'm going to kneel. Some of the heavenly pride's hearts and minds trembled and almost prostrated themselves on the ground. Even some of the older generation powerhouses were so wide-eyed that they almost jumped up. They certainly knew that Xiao Wuxi's bottom line, but it is simply not to be believed. Can't accept it. Because, well, it's amazing. This is the legendary heavy pupil. My God. 3 top-tier physiques. The crowd trembled. At this moment, Xiao Wufei's eyes were resplendent with divine radiance. Endless runes flickered, and the great Tao was humming. This aura was as if an immortal heaven and earth had descended into the world. Intimidating. Even some of the dark beings within the Tai Chu ancient land were unable to withstand the pressure and directly knelt down. They were already slightly restrained by these physical gods of the human race. As for Xiao Wufei, at this moment, he was directly displaying the divine differences of the 3 top-tier physiques. The sacred emperor bone, the Lingxiao divine emperor body, and now the heavy pupil. It was like one mountain after another, 3 mountains in all, smashing down on them, making it difficult for them to catch their breath. This is heavy pupil? What kind of monster are you? The Dark Unicorn Sun was completely terrified, and his Tao heart crumbled. What kind of monster was this that could have 3 top-tier physiques? Each one, if developed well, could suppress an era and achieve greatness. Before he had time to tremble in fear, he saw Xiao Wuxi's attack, which had already fallen, and suddenly his soul was in a state of panic, and he trembled in a threatening voice. You can't kill me. This is the Tai Chu ancient land. If you dare to kill me. Before the words fell, Xiao Wuxi's attack had already landed, directly crushing his body. Chapter 109, The Imperial Daughter Strikes. Chapter 109, Empress Daughter Strikes. Chapter 109, Empress Daughter Strikes. Junior, don't you dare touch him. The Cyan Lotus Supreme Being from the ancient land of the beginning of the earth was furious, his breath bursting out as he lifted his hand towards Xiao Wuhu to suppress him, to save the Dark Kiriko. As he struck out, the surrounding heaven and earth shook, and the divine might was so vast that it seemed like it could destroy everything in the world. Dare to act against the crown prince. Die and come. The celestial dynasty clan elders similarly struck out. The great war erupted. Countless powerful people were shocked by this sudden sight, their minds going blank. The battle of supreme beings was rare to see once in thousands of years in the past. Now it just exploded. Moreover, there were at least 6 or 7 supreme beings at war, on both sides combined. It was hard to imagine that the incident was caused by just one junior, Xiao Wuxia. No! In the last instant, the dark Qilin Zi was still complacent that the supreme being of the Tai Chu ancient land had stepped in to shelter him, but immediately afterward, his face was ashen and he wailed desperately. The celestial dynasty clan elders, to their surprise, did not hesitate to go to war with the Tai Chu ancient land to indulge their crown prince in killing him. Xiao Wuxi's attack did not decay in any way. It's as if you've been expecting this for a long time. Do me a favor and spare his life, right at this critical moment. In addition to the Tai Chu Daofather, who had just spoken out and had fallen silent afterward, spoke once again. The voice was grand and the breath was vast. The aura was countless times stronger than these supreme beings. The faces of the celestial clan elders changed slightly. They felt threatened. Although, the celestial dynasty does not fear any power, including the forbidden zone of life. But this was after all the territory of the Tai Chu ancient land. If the Tai Chu Daofather made a bloody strike, they might have to suffer some damage, or even lose 1 or 2 people. You hear me? You can't kill me. The dark Qilin Zi was covered in blood, covered in wounds, and was in a sorry state as he stopped his body, looking at Xiao Wuhu with raging killing intent and a fierce face. In his heart, he was already calculating how to make Xiao Wuxi pay in the future. Give you a face? What face do you have in front of my heavenly kingdom? Xiao Wuxi's smile was icy cold without a hint of movement as he looked toward the place where the Tai Chu Daofather's breath coalesced in the distance and spoke indifferently. As the words landed, he waved his large hand, and the endless divine light of mana converged into a huge palm, as if it were 5 mountains. It suppressed down towards the dark unicorn sun. You dare to disobey even the words of elder ancestor Tai Cho Dao. Aren't you afraid of bringing calamity to the Ling Xiao heavenly kingdom? The dark Qilin Zi's pupils suddenly shrunk. His heart beat violently, and fear was written all over his eyes. He was genuinely terrified and scared. This Xiao Wuxi is a madman. It doesn't follow a pattern at all. If he were to be attacked like this and given a slap, he, who was already seriously injured, could be declared dead. One can only continue to make threats. Unfortunately, his threats continued to have no effect. Boom! Xiao Invincible's attack fell. The divine light slap covered the pressure, and blood splattered the sky. The dark Qilin Sun's entire body shattered. His flesh and blood exploded, and his divine soul was directly annihilated. His face was marked with shock, fear, regret, and doubt. Obviously, to the point of death. He hadn't figured out just how Xiao Wuxi had dared, in spite of the words of the Tai Chu Daofather, to kill him. He wasn't the only one who didn't get it. All the supreme beings on the field were also blank, frozen on the spot. Really? Is it that vicious? Can't you see? Even the Tai Chu Daofather has spoken out, and it's still a euphemism to protect the dark Qilin Zi, and you're just going to kill him like that? You won't even give face to the Daofather? My god, what kind of being is he? Sure it's not a demon? Illusory colorful clothes were all dumbfounded by this scene, and their legs and feet were so weak that they almost fell to the ground. Hiss! It was the group of clan elders from the celestial dynasty who were shocked and surprised. Obviously, what Xiao Wuxi had done was beyond their expectations. For a while, the clan elders looked grave. There was no intention of blaming Xiao Wuhu. It was just that the anger of the Tai Chu Daofather was indeed not easy to bear. After all, this was an invincible existence under the great emperor mysterious realm. The group of supreme beings from the ancient land of the beginning of the heavens had their eyes wide open in anger, staring at Xiao Wuxie, their anger as if it were substance, worthy of being the prince of the Ling Xiao heavenly dynasty. Can really be one more than the other exuberant? Xiao Jin, sure as your age, would not dare to be so reckless in front of the old man. The voice of the Tai Chu Daofather rang out. It was very calm and easygoing, with vicissitudes and mysteries. But, anyone who is a human being can hear his anger in his words. In fact, there's no need to listen to the tone. Just by listening to the content, one could tell that Daofather Taichu was furious. Xiao Jinshi was none other than the current imperial lord of the Lingxiao heavenly dynasty, the previous crown prince, and the father of Xiao Wuhu. This is telling Xiao Wuxi that even your father wouldn't dare to be so unbridled in front of me. As expected, the words landed on the ground, and the attack of the Taichu Daofather followed closely behind. Pay the price. The voice of the Taichu Daofather was icy cold as his attack fell, as if the entire dome of the sky had directly exploded. At his level, just a random thought could wipe out all enemies. The crowd of supreme powerhouses on the field were all chilled to the bone. The supreme beings of the celestial dynasty all had their faces changed drastically, their pupils plummeting in horror. They couldn't even catch such an attack. Inside the Taichu ancient city, almost everyone closed their eyes, unable to bear to see Xiao Wuxi being beheaded just like that. Some female cultivators, moreover, were in tears, very sad and desperate. But, right at this moment, an even more dusty and indifferent voice rang out. Taichu, after all these years, you still haven't grown half as much. As the words landed, the void collapsed, the great Tao hummed, and an invisible ripple swept out, crushing the attack of the Taichu Taofather. The entire Taichou immortal region was shaking. Finally, an absolutely beautiful and transcendent figure manifested. It's none other than the Emperor's daughter. Wearing a bronze mask, he sat in the void, the great Tao around him humming and the chaotic chi gulping. The face was overwhelmingly beautiful, and the body was superbly proud. The green silk hung down and fluttered in the air, as if it could pull the great Tao. God's face is dreamy and beautiful. There is even a sense of the mysterious vicissitudes of age. This is, inside the ancient city of the beginning of the earth. All of the most powerful people were stagnant and their minds were blank. They simply couldn't have expected that there would be a woman who was so dreamlike that she was able to easily resist and defuse the attack of the Taichu Taofather. This was clearly an existence on the same level as the Taichu Taofather. The same level. Many supreme beings, both male and female cultivators, were captured by the Imperial Maiden's corner of the face, capturing their minds and marveling at her beauty and power, as well as her mystery. Who on earth is she? So stunningly beautiful, fantastic and legendary. Why is it that I've never heard of her? She's such a good match for Xiao Wuxi. If Xiao Wuxi's strength can also match that of a Tao Lord, they're practically made for each other. Some people were hesitant, not knowing the Emperor's daughter's followers. There were also people who looked at Xiao Wufei, whose face was as handsome as an exiled immortal, and this fantastic and mysterious peerless female immortal, and fell into a daze, thinking that the two of them were a perfect match. Could it be some old ancestor of the celestial dynasty? The forbidden area's supreme beings, who were still complacent, changed their faces and became abashed in their hearts, guessing if it was one of the heavenly dynasty's old ancestors. The other party's aura was too strong, and just a single glance caused them to be abashed in their hearts. Imperial Maiden, it's incredible that you would stoop so low as to be a protector for him. Taofather Taichou visibly froze for a moment, and then, quite unexpectedly, said, however, the words were laced with thick anger. Chapter 110, Imperial Daughter is mighty. Taichu Taofather is defeated and concedes. 110. Chapter 110, Imperial Daughter is mighty. Taichu Daozuan is defeated and admits. Chapter 110, Imperial Daughter's might. Taichu Daozuan defeated and admits to goat. Imperial Daughter? What? It's her? As Venerable Taichu Dao's words fell, the crowd of supreme beings, all of them, were in a state of shock, instinctively swallowing their saliva. Who is the Emperor's daughter? Some who were unaware of the situation became more and more alarmed by the sight of it and inquired suspiciously. That legendary woman who had shaken a great emperor hard, but wasn't she seriously injured by the great emperor? How could? Someone in the know explains. When this statement came out, the four directions set off waves of shock. In the perception of the crowd, within tens of thousands of years of an era, great emperors were always the most dazzling and invincible. Even a quasi-emperor powerhouse facing a great emperor would be suppressed with just a thought. The emperor's daughter, however, had turned the crowd's perception upside down. She was so powerful that words could not describe it. In times when there were great emperors, they were also able to harden against great emperors. Moreover, the emperor's daughter was very mysterious and no one knew where she came from. There were even rumors that she was a great emperor in her previous life, who had fallen from her realm on her own in order to seal herself for eternity. There were also rumors that after having a hard time with that unlucky great emperor, she didn't die, but instead quietly became an emperor in a certain era not long after, changed his name and established a monumental sanctuary, the Yu-Light Sanctuary. In short, this imperial daughter, although not a great emperor, was not much lower than a great emperor in the eyes of the crowd. Now, the identity of the imperial daughter was revealed, and the four places were in an uproar. What was even more shocking to the crowd was the fact that such a transcendent existence as the Imperial Maiden was not only alive, but had even become Xiao Wufei's protector. No, what right does he, Xiao Wuxi, have? Just because he's good looking? You have to know that the Imperial Maiden, she's an existence that doesn't even care about the face of a great emperor. Some of the most powerful people, very ghostly, did not want to believe this, because some of the most powerful people on the field were ancient people, since they were sealed to the present day. And when they were young, they had immense admiration for the emperor's daughter. In their hearts, the identity of an emperor's daughter should have been incomparably honorable. Naturally, it was unacceptable that the Empress daughter had condescended to protect Xiao Wuxi's path. Surprisingly, there is an Emperor daughter protecting the Tao, the Forbidden Zone supreme beings. Their pupils suddenly shrunk. No wonder Xiao Wuxi dared to be so unbridled. My God, your protector. She's actually an Emperor's daughter. Can you get her to sign an autograph for me? My entire clan is a fan of hers. Illusory colored clothes, who was very resistant to becoming Xiao Wao enemy's maid, was at this moment excited like a little fangirl who had seen her idol, and said to Xiao Wao enemy, they are all women in the 100 Myriads Valley. Naturally the most admired of the women is the most legendary of all the empresses. Condescending? Are you worthy to judge him? The Emperor's daughter voice is cold and indifferent, very mysterious and vicissitudes, sitting high above the avenue, as if an ancient immortal, dialoguing with Taichu Daozuan. Murder flashed across her brow. Disliked. His master. Being belittled. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiao Wuxi was still very weak, she might have directly informed the world that Xiao Wuxi was her son. As for Taigu Daozuan, she didn't have a good face. Even, there was a grudge against him. Her brother, whose remains were trapped in the ancient land of Taichu, had tried to set foot on it a few times. But of course, she was no longer a celestial pride. So if she wanted to find her brother's remains, she could only force her way in. This Taichu Daofather had blocked her a few times. The Taichu Daofather's face changed and changed. He had never been in this situation before, and it was stifling. Wanted to retort, but was afraid that the Imperial Maiden would fight up. He occupied the Taichu ancient land and utilized the power of the Forbidden Zone of Life. Although he wouldn't fall, he would still be in a sorry state. Seeing Taichu Daozuan silence for a while, not daring to answer the Emperor's daughter, many of the surrounding powerhouses and celestial pride were all in a state of shock. To be able to force the Lord of a Life Forbidden Zone to such a point was truly rare. The energy of this Xiao Peerless was even greater than they had imagined. The battle of the heavens pride. The older generation must not get involved. A few of my men in this matter did something wrong and will be punished afterward. Daofather Taicho was silent for a long time before he finally spoke. At these words, the four directions were quiet. The crowd looked like they doubted the world. The honorable and incomparable Lord of the Forbidden Zone of Life had gone soft? A straight-up admission of guilt? Master. The crowd of supreme beings and supreme powerhouses from the Taicho ancient land were all trembling slightly, their eyes trembling. Unexpectedly, one day, their hallowed Taichu ancient land would have a day to bow down. For his part, Xiao Wuxi didn't have any surprises and had expected it. Since that's the case, let's give these few seniors of mine some compensation. They never strike for nothing, Xiao Wuxi blandly said. Xiao Wuxi, don't you go too far. The Green Lotus Supreme Being was outright furious. His face blackened, hysterical, and unable to endure. This Xiao Peerless, not only had he killed their ancient freak Dark Qilin Z, but he had also swept away their face, even the majesty of the Taichu Daofather. As a result, now Xiao Wuxi even wanted to make amends. Anyone else would not be able to take it. As the saying goes, the more you think about it the more angry you get. And a few other Forbidden Area Supreme Beings, they couldn't help themselves. Since that's the case, let's battle, the Imperial Maiden said indifferently. It's been a long time since I've slaughtered a Supreme. The displeased group of Forbidden Area Supreme Beings were all dumbfounded, their heads lowered, not daring to speak at all. Emperor's daughter, they couldn't afford to mess with her, as it should be. Venerable Taichu Dao smiled faintly. It seems like it doesn't matter. This reaction was like that of an elder, who was pleased and gratified to see his outstanding offspring. With that, he casually waved his hand and several streams of light fell. This is, in an instant, several supreme clan elders of the Ling Shao Heavenly Dynasty all had surprise on their faces. In front of them, each levitated a leaf of various shapes and colors. Tea leaves from the immortal pill of enlightenment tea tree? There were supreme powerhouses that were very red-eyed and envious when they saw this scene. The immortal pill of immortality, no matter when, no matter before anyone, was the most precious of treasures. Even a supreme powerhouse would have to be moved when they saw it. If it was an imperial medicine with roots, even a great emperor would be thrilled and excited. The tea leaves of this enlightenment tea tree, which was only available for 1,000 years, could cause enlightenment if brewed and drunk, and was also of great use to supreme powerhouses. The most crucial thing was that it would only be digested within the Taichu ancient land and basically wouldn't be circulated, so it was also more precious. This, Ni Day, Taichu Daofather, actually really compensated them? And it's still Gnosis tea leaves. The surrounding area resounded with roaring cries of shock. It was even if he was able to make the Taichu Daofather suffer. This is too dreamy. The compensation has been given. Now can you leave? The Green Lotus Supreme Being's face was indifferent, and he said with great displeasure. Xiao Wuxi indifferently shook his head. I still have the remains of my friend in there, and I'm going to bring him back. The supreme beings of the forbidden region of life's faces changed slightly. They all looked at the Empress in unison, naturally knowing that Xiao Wuhui was trying to bring back the remains of the Empress brother. However, the remains of the Imperial Maiden's brother are the legendary sun body. It's of extraordinary value. Previously, the Emperor's daughter had tried several times and failed to take it away. Let him enter, Venerable Taichu Dao said indifferently. What? Supreme Green Lotus was shocked. Previously, the Emperor's daughter tried to grab it and didn't even give it. So why should she give it this time? Or in the case of them being humiliated, the Imperial daughter from before was forcibly intruding, trying to break the Forbidden Zone suppression and take away her brother's remains, so it would shake our very foundation. Since Xiao Wuxia wants to take it away with his skills as a heavenly pride, let him be, Venerable Taichu Dao said. Saying that, a wisp of ice flashed across his brow, provided that he has that ability. Chapter 111, Deep into the Ancient Land of the Taichu, I am invincible of course. Chapter 111. Chapter 111, Deep into the Taichu Ancient Land. I'm invincible of course I'm invincible. Chapter 111, Deep into the Taichu Ancient Land. I'm invincible of course I'm invincible. If he's really capable, so what if we let him take it away? But if he is not capable, but he will die. The words of Dao Father Taichu were cold, and a wisp of killing intent flashed across his brow. He was, no matter what, a party of Dao Lords, the master of the Taichu Ancient Land. How could one not have fire when being pushed around like this by the Empress and the Lingxiao Heavenly Palace? Upon hearing Dao Father Taichu's words, the corners of the mouths of the other Forbidden Area Supreme Beings who were originally still unconvinced rose up with a playful expression, and the light in their eyes as they looked at Xiao Wufei was icy cold. I can't believe I actually agreed. Having been forced like this, you still let Xiao Wuxi deep into the Taichu Ancient Land? Some cultivators were shocked and found it unbelievable, marveling at the strength of the Ling Xiao dynasty and the imperial daughter. You're overthinking it. In this situation, if we really let invincible Xiao enter, would he dare to enter? The inner perimeter of the Taichu Ancient Land was already incredibly dangerous, with countless heavenly prides falling, and now, Xiao Wuxia has offended the master of the Taichu Ancient Land to death, so as long as he goes in, he's bound to be taken care of. Although, there are rank pressures and prohibitions that prevent the older generation powerhouses from intervening. But, it's simply not too simple for them to get a young heavenly pride killed. Some supreme beings raised their eyebrows slightly, seeing that Dao Father Taichu had ulterior motives, thinking that Xiao Wuxi didn't dare to go in. The group of clan elders from the Celestial Dynasty were also shaken at this time, with tangled feelings written all over their faces, wanting to open their mouths to persuade Xiao Wuxi to come back. But, again, he was afraid of angering the Emperor's daughter. After all, Xiao Wuxia's trip was mostly for the Emperor's daughter, and the remains of the friend he intended to bring back was actually the Emperor's daughter's brother. There's no need to hurry, my lord. The Imperial Maiden's eyes slightly drooped as she looked towards Xiao Wuxia, her eyes filled with gentleness as she thoughtfully transmitted her voice. My brother's remains, which have been in there for long years, don't need to fight for those years. She was obviously a little worried too. Although, it was believed that Xiao was invincible and would not fall, it would be troublesome if he was injured and it affected his future achievements. It would be better to wait a little longer and come back to break into the Taichu Ancient Land when the years come up and the cultivation level is further advanced. I have my measure. This Taichu Ancient Land can't help me yet, Xiao Wuxi faintly said. It is not that he is boastful and inflated. As long as it was a pride of the same generation, he could easily suppress it. After all, he was in existence with 3 top-tier physiques, the Lingxiao Divine Emperor Body, the Heavy Pupil, and the Sacred Emperor Bone. As for the terrifying and incomparable terrain traps within the Taichu Ancient Land, he had the Lingxiao Heavenly Realm, as well as the map given to him by Myriad EE, so he could easily dodge them. Then it will be a hard day's work. Sir, the Imperial Maiden pondered for a moment, and a ray of soft light flashed in her beautiful eyes, trusting, as long as Xiao Wuxi said that he was fine with it, then it was really fine. A group of clan elders from the Lingxiao Heavenly Dynasty, seeing this, hesitated for a long time and finally could only open their mouths. Your Royal Highness, don't worry about exploring. If we encounter any plots and traps, our Heavenly Dynasty will definitely exterminate their Taichu Ancient Land. You guys, hearing this, Supreme Blue Lotus almost stormed out. Never been so belittled before. But, they really have no way to refute it. The Lingxiao Celestial Dynasty was even able to defend the Boundary Sea, so it really wasn't too difficult to exterminate 1 or 2 life forbidden zones. Wait for death. These Forbidden Zone Supreme Beings could only secretly curse Xiao Wuxi for being in danger within the Taichu Ancient Land. When the time comes, no one will be able to save him. What are you waiting for? Follow your master. Xiao Wuxi glanced at illusory colored clothes, who was still a bit dumbfounded, and opened his mouth. You! Phantom colorful clothes blushed with shame and a bit of sultriness. She really didn't want to be Xiao Wuxi's slave girl. Originally, the heart was cursing Xiao Wuxi for the millionth time and dying inside as well. However, he did not expect that Xiao Wuxi would want to take her in with him. Instantly, she felt bad about the whole thing. You're a freak. I'm not. Obviously. Illusory colored clothes was very frightened of the inner perimeter of the Taichu ancient land, because it was true that countless top-tier heavenly pride had died, especially when it was still the case of offending the master of the Taichu ancient land, who was going to be pressurized by the upper pressure. Can you let me wait outside? It's too dangerous inside. I might be dragging your feet for you, master. Phantom colorful clothes pleaded as if she were enduring humiliation. The big watery eyes were all filled with pity and pleading. One could not bear to refuse. Don't worry. This prince is able to shelter you. Xiao Wuhui naturally knew what illusory colored clothes was thinking and said indifferently. Saying that, he didn't care about her and went straight ahead and deeper. Phantom clothes hanging hearts fell straight down to a low point. One can only follow it with a hard, trembling head. The crown prince of the Ling Shao dynasty. He actually went in? My heavens. Just don't shoot to be assassinated by the supreme being of the Taichu ancient land? There was an uproar outside. Concentrate. Don't dare to be distracted. Afraid to miss the clash that erupted between the two sides. The two of them, Xiao Wuxi and illusory color clothes. The further they went, the denser the dark matter became. There was a sense of oppression all around, as if there were countless man-eating beasts that were watching. The interior was desolate, filled with an ancient, vicissitudes, primitive atmosphere, as if a dusty corner of a desolate ancient world. Xiao Wuxi's expression was leisurely and calm. However, when he waited too long to move forward, the earth suddenly shook, countless runes were suspended, and Tao formation patterns spread. Suddenly, the surrounding pressure seemed to have become countless times stronger, as if a Tarzan had pressed down. What is it? Illusory color cloth's figure trembled and almost fell. A trace of gravity flashed between her brows. Is this touching the mechanism? Right, Xiao Wuxi casually said. Didn't I say you had a map? How come you still touched the organ? The movement of this organ looks like it's going to kill you. Phantom color clothes was horrified and panicked. She originally had an invincible Tao heart, and if her previous mindset came here and encountered such a situation, she certainly wouldn't have panicked. However, after encountering Xiao Wuxia, her invincible Tao heart was directly shattered. The mind is broken. It's a shortcut, Sugu said blandly. Ha! Illusory colorful clothes stared wide-eyed and shocked. You're not mistaken, are you? To take a shortcut, even at the risk of your own life? I don't know if you're a little bit confused. Taking the safe road is nothing more than taking time. Right now, her resentment was too great. She couldn't wait to die with Xiao Wuxi. This master, it was so infuriating. Only, before she could think more, several bronze arrows, descending from the sky with a sharp aura, broke through the air. After the arrow, a green peacock silhouette even emerged. It contains monstrous power. Peacock burying heaven and earth. Your peerless highness, you've actually set foot in the peacock burial ground, one of the 10 most treacherous places in the Taichu ancient land. It is said that this place has turned into a killing formation because of the fall of a Daoming peacock at the Daozun level. Each attack is equivalent to the full force of a peacock clan heavenly pride of the same realm. What? My god! Wouldn't that many attacks be? The supreme beings outside who had been watching all took a deep breath, surprisingly tensing up instinctively. Does it look good for Xiao Wuxi? Because peacock burial heaven and earth was too menacing. It was said that in the later stages, they were able to burst out 100,000 arrows together, and each arrow was equivalent to a strike from a peacock clan heavenly pride of the same realm. One must know that although the peacock race was not as good as the 10 fierce races such as the Kuan Pang and the True Dragon, it was still a top foreign race. No worse than Chi dragons and braves. An ordinary heaven's pride wouldn't be able to catch a single arrow, let alone 100,000 of them. Boom, boom, boom. But just as the crowd was surprised and discussing, Xiao Wuhui had already struck out, and a true dragon spirit swept out. It was none other than the spirit of true dragon power from the perfect undying scripture. Wherever they passed, all the arrows were like rain, being blocked as much as possible, dissipating out of thin air without splashing a single ripple, even if, in the end, the arrows increased to a staggering number of 100,000. They were still unable to shake the spirit of true dragon power. As such, Xiao Wuxi was also naturally unharmed, his expression indifferent and without any ripples. But outside, there was complete silence. Quiet, deadly silence. Chapter 112, Stepping into the Emperor's Life-Snatching Land. Meeting the Emperor's daughter's brother. Chapter 112. Chapter 112, Stepping onto the Emperor's life-snatching ground. Meeting the Emperor's daughter's brother. Chapter 112, Stepping onto the Emperor's life-snatching ground. Meeting the Emperor's daughter's brother. Everyone froze, shocked beyond words by the scene in front of him. Of course they knew that Xiao Wufei had strong natural talent and was invincible in the same realm. However, they did not expect that Xiao Wuxia would be able to be invincible to this extent in the same realm. 100,000 peacock arrows couldn't hurt him a bit, simply beyond anyone's expectations. Worthy of an existence that has been breaking the 10,000 ancient extreme realms since birth. Every realm, the strongest in all ages, sure is scary. The crowd of supreme beings trembled with fear. However, immediately afterward, an unimaginable ferocity flashed in the depths of his eyes. In that case, Xiao Wuxi would be even less able to live. If, however, Xiao Wuxi was allowed to grow, he would inevitably be another heavenly emperor. The Lingxiao celestial dynasty was bound to rule the 9 heavens and 10 lands again and establish the heavenly court. How could they allow this to happen? Even if, for example, many of them were human forces, they would not agree to Xiao Wuxi growing up. It seems that the Lingxiao dynasty is doing a good job, and if it really continues, it's really possible for him to change his fate against the heavens and make up for the deficit caused by his premature birth. The Green Lotus Supreme Being's eyes flickered slightly as his killing intent surged. Though, also shocked, it was not too much of a shock, because he knew very well that Xiao Wao enemy was born prematurely and had insufficient roots. As long as he interrupted this momentum of Xiao Wao enemies plundering the world's chi to make up for his own deficits, Xiao Wao enemy would certainly be insufficiently strong and insufficient to be feared. Internal, as the arrows fell to the ground, in the surrounding earth, surprisingly, they began to come out on a corpse that had already decayed, but was filled with a dangerous aura. These were the strongest members of the Peacock clan, who had transformed into special dark beings after their deaths. Each one is incredibly strong. Now that you're dead, don't mess around. Xiao Wuxi was already a bit impatient, and with a wave of his hand, a large hand of mana that seemed to be able to suppress the heavens coalesced in the air. Wherever it passed, everything turned into flying ash. These peacock race demonic corpses that had slaughtered countless celestial pride had already made a complete curtain call before they had even made their full debut. Hiss! My god! The illusory colored clothes, who in the last instant had been incredibly grudging and thought that she would surely die, sucked in cold air and looked at Xiao Wuxia in shock, practically fainting. The impact of this scene was too much. It was directly beyond her knowledge. It feels like the worldview, all of it, has been turned upside down. Old ancestor, why are you covering my eyes? What happened? Was it too bloody for us to watch because Xiao Wuxi died? Not only was illusory colored clothes worldview turned upside down, even those supreme powers of one side outside had their hearts trembling, and hurriedly prevented their own heavenly pride from going to see this scene. I'm afraid that these celestial pride, seeing it, will have their Taoist hearts crumble. It's finally quiet. Let's go. Xiao Wuxi tugged at his sleeve and faintly said to illusory colored clothes. Good. The illusory colored clothes were clearly immersed in shock, their hearts and minds trembling. What a monster this is. It's too bossy. Because, don't want to take the long way around and just take a great evil place, and tear it down? According to what the Imperial Maiden told me, and what the map shows, we should be almost there. Xiao Wuxi traveled within the Taichu ancient land, pushing his way across and going directly in a straight line. All the ferocious lands and dark beings encountered in between were violently demolished by Xiao Wuxia. The supreme beings of the Taichu ancient land who watched were gnashing their teeth and trembling. There is a sense of your own home being torn down. It was also at this moment that a palace suddenly appeared in the field of vision of both Xiao Wuxi and illusory colored clothes. This palace, which was very remote, didn't have a single living soul around it, not even a single blade of barren grass. Outside, there were even countless chains that formed a prohibition, preventing the beings outside from stepping in. This is, Xiao Wuxi raised his eyebrows slightly, the corners of his mouth rising. Finally, it's here. Really? Mirage colorful clothes heard Xiao Wuxi's words, subconsciously relieved, very happy, finally arrived. Do not have to be in the heart of fear and trembling. Only, upon seeing the sight in front of him, the entire person nearly fainted, almost fainted from shock. This is the Imperial Life-Snatching Hall? Illusory colored clothes' face was pale and she wanted to cry. For some reason, following Xiao Wuxia and exploring the Taichu ancient land actually felt like breaking through a ghost gate. The prestige of this Emperor's Life-Snatching Hall was known to almost no one. No one, even she, the holy maiden of a hidden power, had heard about it. It was the existence of the third of the 10 most ferocious places in the Taichu ancient land. Rumor had it that no matter how powerful a heavenly pride was, they would only end up falling here. Those chained prohibitions around them were not set up by the supreme beings of the Taichu ancient land. Rather, a teenage great emperor, wanted to break into this emperor's life-taking hall, but not long after entering, he almost fell, and did not dare to go deeper at all, and could only escape, exclaiming evil. In order to prevent other heaven's pride from stepping on it, he had only taken out chains and sealed the surrounding area to prevent unusual heaven's pride from stepping on it. And a few decades after he left, he was certified as a great emperor. In his later years, this great emperor talked about this place, saying that the celestial pride who died in it would certainly have been able to become great emperors if they had not stepped foot in this place back then. The emperor's life-taking hall is not that there is an emperor here who will take people's lives. Rather, the heavenly pride who had their destinies taken were all great emperor destinies. Finally arrived here. Soon, you will fall here. The Green Lotus Supreme Being's tightly knit brows were finally lowered, and the corners of his mouth rose, revealing a hint, without any concealment, of killing intent. Previously, Xiao Wuxi had pushed all the way across the room, and the reason why they hadn't lost their cool was that they were clear that Xiao Wuxi would definitely die here. They've even, spiced things up a bit here, putting a little pressure on Xiao Invincible. The remains that His Highness Invincible wants to take are actually in the Emperor's Life Snatcher Hall? My god. This is bound to be impossible to take away. It's those junior great emperors that will fall if they enter it. There was a lot of chatter from the crowd outside. They weren't the only ones saying this, but illusory colored clothes was also bitterly persuading Xiao Wuxi, not wanting him to set foot in it. Not only was the Emperor's Life Snatching Hall dangerous, but there was also the pressure on Supreme Emperor Qinglian and the others. A junior emperor will also fall? I'm sorry, teenage great emperors and teenage great emperors are not the same, Xiao Wuxi faintly said, and at the same time, the heavy pupil he had obtained from the lottery had a hidden reaction. The heavy pupil could be promoted to a stronger chaotic heavy pupil if it absorbed the Sun body origin and Taiyin body origin. The fact that a reaction is being generated at this moment also means that the remains of the Imperial Maiden's brother, who was burdened with a solar body, is here. Without any hesitation, Xiao Wuxi directly struck out, breaking through all the forbidden chains. From today onwards, this Emperor's Life Snatching Hall would not exist. These forbidden chains, naturally, had no need to exist either. A divine light rushed into the sky and opened the door of the temple, which was pitch black. A cold and furious wind blew out violently, mixed with a strong fishy odor, and vast divine might. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely be scared and their legs and feet would go weak. Xiao Wuxi, however, was calm and collected. He was burdened with the Ling Xiao Divine Emperor body, the Holy Emperor bone, and the heavy pupil, as well as the various resources and top-tier treasure arts rewarded by the system. And there was no existence in the same realm that was stronger than him in all of the ancient times. What's he afraid of? Stepping directly into the temple, he walked in. Boom! It was then that the sound of clattering chains rang out in the dimness. An incomparably terrifying aura rose to the sky, like a supreme demon god, out of the world. The surrounding heaven and earth were in turmoil, and space wanted to shatter. The Emperor's daughter's brother? Xiao Wuxi's brows were slightly furrowed, anger written all over his face. His killing intent was monstrous, itching to set off the Taichou ancient land, because, even after her body fell, the Emperor daughter's brother didn't live in peace, and was transformed by the Taichou ancient land into this kind of devil-like monster. Chapter 113, Engaging the Imperial Maiden Brother. Origin Blood Mist. Chapter 113, Engaging Imperial Maiden Brother. Origin Blood Mist. Chapter 113, Engaging Imperial Maiden Brother. Origin Blood Mist. Boom! With a tremor, the entire palace trembled. The sky trembled and the void wanted to shatter. Terrifying pressure swept through the 8 directions. In Xiao Wuxi's brows, a rare wisp of anger brushed across his face. Anger at the Taichou ancient land. Only to see that there was a figure standing right in front of him, with long hair hanging to the ground, as thin as a bone, and scarlet light flashing in his eyes. The entire person's aura was extremely tyrannical, as if he was an absolute demon god coming from hell. Behind him, a great black sun of ferocious might was suspended, full of evil light. His physique was clearly the sun god physique. However, it has been contaminated with dark matter and has become a fallen sun god body, come to die. Blood light erupted in the eyes of the Emperor's daughter's brother, and his figure swept out violently. The ear-piercing sound of chains dragging on the ground resounded around him, and evil light streaked across the room. It was like an absolute demonic rhinoceros, fiercely reloading. The aura was vast beyond imagination. Boo! Collisions occur. Xiao Wuxi and the other party's figure simultaneously fell back. Kind of. Xiao Wuxi's arm was a bit sore. It's also fortunate that there's the perfect imperishable scripture, as well as the extra boost to the physical body from the heavy pupils and the sacred emperor bone. Or else, with the physical body of the Ling Xiao divine emperor body alone, one might still have to be injured. Xiao Wuxi's expression was grave. The other side is tough. worthy of being the brother of an imperial daughter, almost hurt him. His Ling Xiao divine emperor body, although it was the ultimate physique, on the same level as the chaos body, heavenly emperor bone, and innate sacred body Tao fetus, the strength of his flesh was only comparable to the sun god body, or even slightly weaker, and the strength of his magical power was only comparable to the Taiyin sacred body, or even slightly weaker as well. 4. What is truly strong is the mastery of heaven and earth, and this required, gradually developing the Ling Xiao divine emperor body, to successively awaken the earthly form and the heavenly form, in order to truly display its dominance. Therefore, going to the 100 Myriads Valley and finding what could cause his Ling Xiao divine emperor body to awaken to its hellish form, the 100 Myriads immortal grass, was very important to Xiao Wuhu. This illusory color cloth's mind was shaken, although she didn't know why there was even a fallen sun god body here. She was surprised at how powerful Xiao Wuxi was, because, at a glance, she could tell that Xiao Wuxi's realm was the void god realm, although it was already considered a top-notch existence amongst the prides of the same generation, but not the strongest. As for the fallen sun god body that fought with Xiao Wuxie, it was at the true god realm. He was even a great realm higher than Xiao Wuxia, and was even more enhanced by the dark matter of the Tai Chu ancient land. At this moment, however, he was given a punch by Xiao Wuxie to repel him and suffered some minor injuries. Xiao Wuxi, on the other hand, was unharmed. Roar! Not only was her mind shocked, even the emperor daughter's brother froze for a while, then tyrannized beyond measure, as if he was defiant, like a crazed beast, pouncing once again. In fact, he would have fallen, infected with dark matter, devoid of reason and consciousness, and dominated by tyrannical killing. Xiao Wuxie threw another hard punch, and a true dragon silhouette emerged behind his back, condensing monstrous divine might. It was the true dragon treasure technique, and the other side hard together. At the same time, his eyes shifted and looked around, in search of the organ. He didn't think that just the brother of an emperor daughter who had already fallen for countless years would be able to achieve the hefty and ferocious reputation of the emperor's life-snatching haul here. Outside, there was a lot of outcry. Everyone hadn't expected that Xiao Wuxi would be so strong that he would actually be able to cross over and harden that fallen sun god body. Simply in awe of the heavenly beings, it seems that this emperor's life-snatching haul, which we call the Fierce Land, is afraid to disappear just like that. He's too strong. It doesn't even look like a human, but like a real dragon. Right, it's too much like a true dragon, and it has mastered the true dragon treasure technique. The crowd marveled. Saying that, all of them looked at those supreme beings in the forbidden area, wanting to see what mood they were in at the moment. After all, Xiao Wufei had transformed into a home demolition fiend and had already demolished a Fierce Land, and now he was going to demolish another one. So the expressions on the faces of these Forbidden Zone supreme beings should be pretty good, right? However, at this moment, the faces of the group of supreme beings in the forbidden area were all very calm, as if they were not at all surprised that such a thing would happen. Strange, the supreme beings of all the forces were all hesitant, feeling that there was something odd going on. Could it be that there are other calculations? The group of clan elders from the Heavenly Dynasty couldn't help but thump in their hearts. Things shouldn't be that simple. It wasn't just them. Even the Imperial Maiden was somewhat moved at this moment. She had tried, several times before, to take her brother's remains, without success. Although, she was forcibly intruding at that time and was blocked by the entire Taichou ancient land. But it also shows that it's not easy to take your brother's remains. Illusory Clothes also noticed the weirdness of the atmosphere. His face shifted in expression and he looked around worriedly, his expression unsettled, heavy pupils open. After Xiao Wuxi and the Emperor daughter's brother exchanged blows for a few moments, a ray of divine light flashed violently in his eyes, as if the heavenly blade immortal sword could cut down everything in the world. Looking around, trying to figure out the cat that's hiding here. Then, one saw that underneath the shrine, there was actually a pool of blood. The interior was all black blood and water, as if it were poisonous, filled with unimaginably terrifying power. A vast greatness that covered the 4 directions and swept across the 8 wastelands. Even Xiao Wuxi, who possessed heavy pupils, actually felt a hint of piercing. Worthy of being the Taichou ancient land, what is being plotted is great. A ray of anger flashed in Xiao Wuxi's eyes. Nature sees through the underground at a glance. The entire Emperor's life-snatching hall was a trap to capture and kill all the heavenly prides, and then, collect their essence blood and special physique essence to coalesce together, and infested with dark matter, wanting to use it to brew super freaks, the ultimate dark being that can push across everything. Boom! And right at this moment, the blood pool under the ground began to roll and tumble, and countless blood mists filled up, filling the entire area around the temple. This blood mist was very demonic and evil, as if it hid thousands of absolute demons inside, causing one to tremble. Look out! Illusory colorful clothes pupils suddenly shrunk. Actually to these fog. Fear, even stormed back, and reminded Xiao Wuxi. Without the reminder of the illusory colored clothes, Xiao Wuxia knew that the mist was bizarre and powerful. The river and the mountains are only mine. Xiao Wufei raised his hand, causing his Lingxiao divine emperor body to enter the state of Jiangshan. Only a endless divine light was brewing, surging out from the sky, and both the heavy pupil and the sacred emperor bone were blossoming with divine radiance, wanting to purify away the blood mist. Die, the originally insane and tyrannical emperor female brother. The power of the whole body, surprisingly, instantly skyrocketed. The body surface cracked open countless mouths, blossoming dark blood-colored divine light, the breath of countless times stronger. The blood mist around him all surged towards him crazily, causing his strength, in an instant, to increase by countless amounts. The realm had even reached the astonishing heavenly god realm, and his demonic nature, on the other hand, is even heavier. Swish! The supreme beings outside, seeing this scene, were so horrified that their scalps actually began to tingle. Is this weird origin blood mist? But doesn't this kind of thing only exist in the Boundary Sea? How could it appear in the Taichu ancient land? Countless supreme beings were all very moved, because, recalling the fear of being dominated by the bizarre origin blood mist, the fear, previously, when the Boundary Sea broke the dike, there had been several large-scale dark upheavals, and dark matter swept through the 9 heavens in 10 earths like a tidal wave, and most of the living beings were instantly transformed into dark beings, and within this dark material tide lies the legendary eerie origin blood mist, said to come from the eerie source. Lucky beings that absorbed the origin blood mist could directly become top-tier existences among the dark beings and break through countless realms in a very short period of time. With enough origin blood mist and dark matter, one could even become a supreme powerhouse in one day. Chapter 114 9 Secrets All Character Secrets. Suppressing the Imperial Maiden Brother. Chapter 114. Chapter 114 9 Secrets All Character Secrets. Suppressing Imperial Maiden Brother. Chapter 114 9 Secrets All Character Secrets. Suppress Emperor's Daughter Brother. The crowd of supreme beings were so terrified that their bodies were instinctively trembling. This stuff is so evil. Even if they dabble in it, they may fall straight to the ground. However, just as they were panicking and wanted to make a move and join hands to erase these origin blood mists, a highly respected and very knowledgeable old man opened his mouth. It's not a true origin blood mist, but it's close enough to have some efficacy. Yes, it's not as terrifying as the real origin blood mist, it's just an imitation. Moreover, this is mixed with the aura of many heavenly prides, and it is estimated that a large amount of heavenly pride origin and essence blood has been extracted. So even if it's an imitation, it's still very rare. The other supreme beings, too, could not help but pick up the conversation. It didn't want to go to war with the Taichu ancient land. After all, in a war of this scale, once it opened wide, anyone could fall by then, and the cost would be too great. Since it was a fake bizarre origin blood mist, let's turn a blind eye and not take it seriously. However, even if it's defense, the power is not to be underestimated. In that case, Xiao Wuxi is truly in danger this time. That fallen sun god body, it's actually still absorbing blood mist to become stronger. It's too terrifying. All the supreme powers, after gazing at it for a moment, sighed in relief, seeing that it was not a true origin blood mist, but only an imitation. But, even the imitations are anticlimactic. Xiao Wuxi this time, might really be in danger. Is this the real bottom line of those forbidden area supreme beings that dare to let me in? Xiao Wufei raised his eyebrows slightly, his expression somewhat grave. The illusory colorful clothes had even been scared out of their wits and hid outside the great hall, only daring to lie down in front of the door to watch. If it was her, she might have been suppressed in an instant. Die. Above the body, a blood-red evil light bloomed, as if the hell demon god had come out of the emperor's daughter's brother, evil and impetuous, with a very hideous smile on his face. Killing intent raging, directly pouncing and heading towards Xiao Wuxi. The dark red sun suspended behind him was even more densely packed with runes, containing monstrous might. The secret of all words. Xiao Wuxi's expression was solemn as he quickly pinched up a spell. This was one of the second 9 character secrets that he had learned from the 26th ancestor before he came. Countless runes appeared around him. The great Tao were resonating, and a massive amount of spiritual energy surged towards him, making his power, too, skyrocket. However, then a soft sound came and all the visions disappeared. Sure enough, it depends on luck. Xiao Wuxi didn't care, and cast the divine ability of the true dragon treasure art to suppress the pouncing imperial daughter's brother. At the same time, he continued to pinch his hands together. Countless visions, again, began to brew, but it soon dissipated again. It's the secret of all words. My God, what kind of monster is he? How is he able to master so many top-level divine abilities? Illusory colored clothes' mind was shaken, and she was almost overcome by Xiao Wuxi. It was already time to admire Xiao Wuxi from the bottom of his heart. The all-character secret, one of the 9 secrets, was at the same level as the True Dragon Treasure Art, the Koan Peng Treasure Art, the Kirin Treasure Art, and other 10 murderous treasure arts. The fighting character secret enables the user to possess extremely high combat skills and to quickly learn the enemy's moves and aptitudes. The Kaiji secret, on the other hand, can make the user strength skyrocket 10 times, and there are no side effects. Of course, the limitations are great. The probability of success was very low, and it basically took hundreds of casts to have a chance of success. Therefore, when fighting in general, it was necessary to delay for a long time, and if the enemy noticed and chose to fight quickly, it was very likely that they would lose because they were distracted from performing this technique. In that case, it's not too anticlimactic. The prerequisite was that one could not master the complete 9 secrets, because every additional mastery of the 9 secrets would increase the success rate by 10%. My god, he still knows the secret of all words? What kind of monster is he? No, this monster must die. Even if he doesn't die today, he'll die tomorrow. When the supreme beings of the forces outside saw this scene, they were shocked and terrified, but at the same time, they were already gnashing their teeth inwardly, and were filled with murderous intent towards Xiao Wufei, as well as a hint of fear. Such a heavenly pride was too demonic and had already broken the balance. What kind of world is this? If Xiao Invincible didn't die, it would be entirely a great world for him alone. At that time, all the 9 heavens and 10 lands would return to the rule of the Ling Xiao heavenly kingdom. No power is willing. The few supreme beings in the forbidden area all looked complacent, their eyes glowing with an incomparable shade. That's what they're counting on. Why else would they want everyone to see what's inside? It was to let the outside world see how heaven-defying Xiao Wuxia was, so that all forces would be jealous and afraid of him. Then, find a way to get rid of Xiao Wuxi. Of course, this is just a casual thing to do for insurance purposes. They were confident that Xiao Wuxi would fall in the Emperor's life-snatching haul and would not be able to walk out. The Celestial Dynasty clan elder cared nothing about this, and was only happy, not troubled, about Xiao Wuxi's reversal of fortune. When have they, the Celestial Dynasty, ever been afraid of another power? Who dares to try to touch their crown prince? Just as they were each getting their own ideas, boom! The aura on Xiao Wuxi's body similarly changed violently. Originally, he was barely suppressed, but he changed the situation in an instant, and his attack was so ferocious that he actually wanted to suppress the Emperor's daughter's brother. Because he cast the all-character secret and succeeded. How? How could he succeed so easily? Wasn't it said that it had to be cast hundreds of times? How is this possible? All the strong people in the outside world, however, were all unwilling to believe it, their hearts and minds trembling and their eyes wide open. Even the Forbidden Zone supreme beings had their pupils suddenly shrunk. They associate a possibility? Could it be that he has mastered more than just this one? The all-character secret? Their hearts fluttered as they guessed the possibility. Because Xiao Wufei's fleshly body was ridiculously strong, and he was bound to have a fleshly body technique that far surpassed the Emperor's technique. And then, he also mastered the True Dragon Treasure technique, as well as the Grass Character Sword technique, and the all-character secrets. Each and every law was the strongest law in the 9 heavens. If, in addition, one mastered a few other 9 secrets, that would be too terrifying, right? It's also possible that it was just luck. Some people spoke out to reassure themselves. The crowd chimed in. However, inwardly, his determination to definitely kill Xiao Wuxi grew stronger. That worked? Xiao Wuxi was also a bit surprised. Although, within the Ling Xiao Heavenly Palace, there was a complete collection of the 9 mysteries, all 9 word mysteries, and it was also true that he did not only master one all-word mystery, but also mastered the fighting word mystery. But that's all there is to it. He was human, after all, and it was impossible to learn and master everything in such a short time. But in the space of a dozen years, it was reasonable to say that it would only increase the success rate by 10%. The impact is not significant. It should be that I harvested the leaks. Not only did I harvest those leaks' treasures of chance, along with their chi, so my chi is strong, and my luck is naturally a bit better. Xiao Wuxi quickly figured out the key and suppressed towards the Emperor daughter's brother. You just seemed crazy. Xiao Wuxia sneered. The divine weapon in his hand bloomed with a clear and cold divine light. Countless stars emerged behind him, and then, an immortal silhouette appeared as he slashed out with a sword. The sword immortal made his sword, and countless stars fell silent. Heaven and earth seemed to reopen. Roar! At this moment, the Imperial Maiden's brother actually produced a ray of panic, wanting to fight against Xiao Wuxi and exerting his strongest killing move. the dark sun behind him exploded, condensing into a 9-headed blood phoenix that swooped out. This kind of attack didn't even look like a heavenly god bursting out. Instead it looked like a god king condensing. Countless cultivators of the older generation were trembling with fear when they saw this scene. However, in front of Xiao Wuxia's invincible sword, but it was as if it was paper mache. Countless attacks directly shattered, and thousands of divine lights were like an ocean, covering and pressing down on the Emperor's daughter's brother. Boom! The Emperor's daughter's brother's body retreated violently, like a cannonball, while countless runes coalesced and transformed into chains that resembled the roar of a true dragon, entangling him in death, directly suppressing and grinding down his dark will. Chapter 115, Breaking 2 Realms in a Row. Imperial Maiden Battles Tai Chu. Heavenly Tribulation. Chapter 115. Chapter 115, Breaking 2 Realms in a Row. Empress Daughter Battles Tai Chu. Heavenly Tribulation Descends. Chapter 115, Breaking 2 Realms in a Row. Empress Daughter Battles Tai Chu. Heavenly Tribulation Descends. Xiao Wuxi's palm fell, blasting a sea of divine light onto the Imperial Maiden's brother's head. The Emperor's daughter's brother instantly let out a roaring sound, nuisance black smoke, gushing out from above his head. This was Xiao Peerless, using the divine body holy radiance to drive out all the dark matter in his body. If, in the place of someone else, even if they had crushed the Imperial Maiden's brother, it would have been impossible to take him away. It can only be destroyed, because the dark matter, possessing an extremely strong infectious power, if brought out, will infect other living beings and cause a calamity. However, Xiao Wuxia, who had the 3 major physiques, was capable of purifying the dark matter and taking away the remains of the Emperor's daughter's brother intact. Xiao Wuxi didn't waste any time and directly loaded the remains of his brother, the Imperial Maiden, who had returned to normal and was no longer corrupted, into the best spatial storage artifact, finally taking it away. It's also a relief for the Imperial Maiden. Xiao Wuxi was still satisfied and said. Then, the gaze fell to the dark red blood water below. In here, they could all be the essence blood and body essence of the top heavenly prides that had been lured and killed by the Tai Chu ancient land, possessing an extremely high value. The divinity was such that even the immortal pill of immortality was barely comparable. Break! Xiao Wuxi naturally would not have any hesitation, and directly stomped down, and immediately, the sky shook, and the entire Emperor's life-snatching hall trembled, and the ground even steeply cracked. The dark blood water, bubbling with a rolling mist of blood, revealed itself. This is illusory colorful clothes immediately stared wide-eyed, coming out of shock, stunned beyond measure. Are these, this whole pool of bizarre origin blood mist in the legend? Wow! Not only her, but even the countless powerhouses in the outside world had their hearts and minds trembling. Originally, they were all still shocked that Xiao Wufei was able to suppress that fallen sun god body so easily. As a result, so many anti-origin blood mists now appeared in front of everyone's eyes. At once, everyone was shocked. So much bizarre origin blood mist? It's all ready to condense the bizarre origin essence blood and support a few super dark beings. My god, they, the Tai Chu ancient land, have hidden so many. As the crowd was shocked, Xiao Wuxi had already taken out the heavenly realm of the heavens, and the vast divine light drooped down, shining on all of the origin essence blood, as if there was an endless suction force, sucking up all of the blood in the pool, as much as possible. It coalesced into 5 drops, bubbling with black gas, bizarre and incomparable, as if it could erode everything in the heavens and the earth. The essence blood of origin. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The supreme beings of the Tai Chu ancient land could no longer hold back and wanted to storm out. This secret was exposed and they were already upset, because, most likely, it will be scorned by other forces. And now, Xiao Wuxia even wanted to take away this precious invincible eerie origin essence blood. Naturally, he couldn't sit still any longer. Noisy. The Emperor's daughter's icy words fell. Instantly the heavens and earth chilled. Endless pressure swept across the 8 wastelands. The entire dome of the sky trembled, and all living beings shivered. The Green Lotus Supreme Being at the head of the group was even more sullen in the heart, breathing rapidly, and trembling all over his body, as if he was being stared at by a true phoenix and could fall at any time. Purify. Xiao Wufei's eyes flashed as the 3 major physiques operated. Divine light swept across, and even the bizarre origin essence blood was refined, becoming golden and crimson like the sun. Countless blazing immortal radiance spread out from these 5 drops of origin essence blood, illuminating the heavens and earth. My god! Phantom Clothes was once again shocked, horrified and speechless. Even the bizarre origin essence blood could be refined? In this way, not only were the dark beings able to use it, but even the ordinary heavenly prides were also able to use it. The effect was similar to that of the top celestial pride, such as the draconic saint body, the sun god body, and other physiques origins, which could dramatically increase strength and qualifications as well as the living dead after use. Just in time for this breakthrough, without any hesitation, Xiao Wuxi directly raised his hand and swallowed the 5 drops of purified bizarre origin essence blood as if it were in his stomach. In an instant, 10,000 strands of immortal radiance spread out. The great Tao hummed, the chaos chi submitted, and the light of the 5 elements dazzled. The aura on Xiao Wuxi's body climbed upward. Surprisingly, he had broken through to the true God realm in just a split second. And that's not all. Pre-true God realm, mid-true God realm, true God realm perfection, early heavenly God realm, mid-heavenly God realm. In the end, the aura on Xiao Wuhu's body actually stopped directly at the level of heavenly God realm perfection. This is a breakthrough to the heavenly God realm? How old is he? Just 15, right? Damn, how can he be so contrary? Are there any heavenly God realm powerhouses among the heavenly prides of the same generation? The crowd trembled and was appalled. The supreme beings of the Taichu ancient land. On the other hand, each and every one of them gritted their teeth in hatred. Is the break fast? Is it a handsome breakthrough? In exchange for our essence blood. Damn it! That was originally those 5 drops of bizarre origin essence blood that they had accumulated over millions of years and years. And as a result, it was just spoiled by Xiao Wuxi. They had thoughts of eating Xiao Wuxi alive. Originally, he wanted to pitilessly kill Xiao Wuxi, but as a result, now it was simply a loss of a wife and a soldier. And just after Xiao Wufei, after refining the bizarre essence blood, his breath was basically about to stabilize. Rumble. The vault of the sky unexpectedly began to have clouds of catastrophe converge, and thunder rolled as if it was the end of the world. This, surprisingly, it's a forbidden lightning tribulation. No good. The clan elders of the Lingxiao heavenly dynasty looked up at the dark clouds rolling across the sky, their brows slightly furrowed in concentration. A normal cultivator, cultivating all the way, would not be able to encounter a heavenly tribulation. It was even impossible for an unusual point of heavenly pride to encounter it. Only a taboo-level heaven's pride would be able to come across it. This kind of heavenly pride was generally too demonic and was envied by the heavens, and heaven and earth produced fear, and then, they would send down thunderbolts to take them away. It really is a forbidden heavenly calamity. Rumor has it that the forbidden heavenly tribulation is extremely strong, and that 10 people who cross the tribulation can only survive 1 at most. In that case, Xiao Wuxi is going to be in trouble now. For cultivators, the thing they fear most is the crossing of the tribulation. After all, it's a fight with the heavens, and if you're not careful, you're going to die. Don't worry, I'm here. The emperor's daughter's breath spread out on her body to protect Xiao Wuxi. Boom! But right at this moment, the Taichu Dao father, who had been silent all this time, unexpectedly revealed his breath as well. He's obviously had enough to put up with. Pissed off and going crazy. Successive defeats and loss of face. Before, there was simply no chance for him to make a scene, and now that there was a chance, how could he not seize it? Taichu, are you going to stop me? The emperor's daughter's long hair fluttered and her aura was astonishing and incomparably domineering. If you make a move, you will shake the foundation of the Taichou ancient land. The Taichou Dao father spoke indifferently. The attitude has been made clear. Then let's destroy even you. The emperor's daughter's aura skyrocketed. A round of sun and moon emerged behind her. Endless chaotic aura swept across the sky and the earth seemed to be engulfed as she condensed her divine might and suppressed it towards the Taichu Dao father. The great Dao trembled. Not just the Taichu immortal region, but the entire 3,000 immortal regions were shaken at this moment, terrified to the core. Strong people at this level exchanged blows, and the impact was too great. It is also possible that you have fallen. Venerable Taichu Dao snorted coldly as an imperial weapon. The Taichu sword emerged above his head, emanating a shocking imperial might, and he was about to meet the imperial maiden. Chapter 116 Eating Thunderbolt Ravage Raw. Imperial maiden chopping Taichu Dao father. Chapter 116 Eating the Thunder Tribulation Raw. Empress daughter chopping Taichu Dao father. Chapter 116 Eating the Thunder Tribulation Raw. Empress daughter chopping Taichu Dao father. The entire 3,000 immortal realms trembled as the vast divine might swept across. All living beings, they are in fear. They were fighting in the void, and the great Dao was almost worn out. When the divine might spilled out, it was creepy, and countless mountains and rivers crumbled around them. Your Highness needn't worry. We can protect your path as well. The aura of the Celestial Dynasty clan elder was rushing out of his body, and the imperial daughter's strike was stopped, as well as theirs. At the same time, they were somewhat chagrined that they should have lent the empress an Empyrean soldier. Otherwise, it could definitely suppress a Taichu Dao father easily. And now, Taichu Daozuan was holding the emperor's imperial sword Taichu sword against the female emperor, and within a short period of time, he wouldn't be defeated. The Forbidden Zone supreme beings, too, all moved, hesitation appearing on their faces. they don't want to start a big war. However, in this situation, it wouldn't be appropriate if they didn't make a move. After all, their master, Taichu Daofather, had made a move. Just then, Xiao Wufei stepped into the void, his black hair like silk, flowing with divine radiance and fluttering in the wind. The purple clothes were like gold, and his robes hunted, as if he were an absolute battle immortal. It's just a mere thunderbolt. Why do you guys think I need protection? Xiao Wufei's expression was indifferent as he raised one hand, and the perfect imperishable scripture catalyzed, manifesting the true spirit of Kuan-Pang power. A Kuan-Pang silhouette, as huge as a star, violently opened its mouth and, in an instant, all the torrents of thunder and lightning fell directly into the mouth of the Kuan-Pang power true spirit. Xiao Wuxi's body shook, 1,000 power stars, converging into a power star river. Unexpectedly a black dot violently appeared, and then expanded rapidly, coalescing into a power black hole. It was like a big black sun sitting in the center. The endless thunder, having just disappeared into the power star river, was swallowed up by the power black hole. What heavenly jealousy thunder tribulation! This is a congratulatory gift from heaven and earth. Seeing my promotion, not only did Xiao Wuxi not fear the lightning tribulation, he instead began to devour the roiling lightning tribulation. It was used as a means of hammering the perfect undying scripture. Rumble. Thunder kept falling as if it was heavy rain, but it was unable to injure Xiao Wuxi. Instead, it helped his breath climb. The physical body became stronger. Next to the two power true spirits of the True Dragon and Kuan-Pang, a third power true spirit, the Thunder Emperor True Spirit, had even faintly appeared. Thunder Emperor, also one of the 10 fierce races, stronger than ever, capable of feeding on thunder, trending thunder, and subduing enemies, simply synonymous with invincibility. This is a monster. The countless forces that were watching were dumbfounded and unable to speak. Which celestial pride crossing the threshold was not terrified to the extreme, trembling with fear of falling. As for Xiao Wuxi, he even directly devoured the thunder tribulation, treating the heavenly jealousy thunder tribulation as a congratulatory gift from heaven and earth. We still underestimated His Highness the Invincible. The clan elders of the Ling Xiao dynasty looked at each other and all shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Sometimes, Xiao Wuxi's natural talent was so strong that even they, his own elders, doubted life. Worldviews that are being reshaped. What world of great strife? I think it's the great world of he, Xiao Wufei, alone. There were powerful heavenly prides that roared up to the sky, completely insane, their Tao hearts shattered by fear. We're all just along for the ride. He's the one for this great world. If he was born, why was I born? The other celestial pride, too, all spoke in this manner, their Tao hearts shaken. That's the end of it. Xiao Wufei launched a palm, and the shadow of an unearthly thunder emperor coalesced as if he was an immortal king holding thunder in his hands, handing out a supreme strike, and the thunder tribulation cloud in the sky trembled abruptly, and then exploded, completely dissipated. All the visions, they calmed down. As for Xiao Wufei, his physical strength had increased dramatically, and not only had he condensed a power black hole, he had also condensed a third power true spirit thunder emperor. Now he could have 16 billion pounds of power in a random punch. In particular, having just broken through 2 major realms in a row, breaking through to the late stage of the heavenly god realm, it was supposed to be polished and precipitated for a period of time, and after being struck by the thunderbolt like this, there was no need to polish and precipitate any longer. It's straight up solid as hell. In the dragon transformation mysterious realm, there were a total of 8 great realms: divine flame, void god, true god, heavenly god, divine king, divine emperor, and Tao god. It was believed that it wouldn't be long before Xiao Wufei would be able to achieve Tao deity, and then, open up the sacred platform mysterious realm and become a saint. At that time, it would be a true giant of the immortal region, not a heavenly pride. It seems that my type of transmigration is the one that should be orthodox, and all other transmigrators are heretics. No wonder so many have been cleaved to death. Xiao Wuxi felt the changes in himself and smiled continuously. Imperial Maiden. I'll get back the revenge of one arm. Immediately afterward, a roar came from the void, and it was none other than Taichu Daofather. Only, at this moment, he was very bad. An arm was actually chopped off by the Empress. Although, at this realm of theirs, it was hard to die. It was just a broken arm that could easily grow out, but to be tempered to the point of being as good as new, it would require countless heavenly treasures and energy. Besides, it's not a good idea to lose face. Surprisingly, it was defeated just like that, or to a woman. That was a pretty fast run. The Imperial Maiden looked indifferent as she slowly descended from the void, with a stunning figure and a surprising aura, like an immortal female immortal. There wasn't much of a reaction when he looked towards Xiao Wuxi to pass through the lightning tribulation safely. It's as if I knew this was going to happen. Sure enough, it's also a ventriloquist. Xiao Wuxi instantly understood when he saw this scene. When Empress Dowager just did that, she wasn't worried about him at all, knowing that he would be fine. She just wanted to tempt Taichu Daofather to make a move and then violently beat him up, to avenge her brother's remains, which were transformed into a human being and not allowed to be taken away from her. The crowd was once again horrified. There was a deeper perception of the emperor's daughter's power. Surprisingly, he had chopped off an arm of the Taichu Daofather in such a short period of time. Go! Xiao Wuxi indifferently looked at the illusory colored clothes, who were about to pee their pants in shock, and said, "It's time to go to your family's 100 Myriads Valley." After the chances of the ancient land of the beginning of the earth were all in the bag, the next place that would be harvested by him would be the 100 Myriads Valley. 100 myriads of immortal grass. I hope I won't be too disappointed. He took a step out and appeared above the clouds, ready to return. As long as he obtained the 100 myriads of immortal grass, his Lingxiao Divine Emperor body would be able to go one step further and unlock the hell form. At that time, he would be truly invincible. Moreover, not only the chances within the 100 Myriads Valley, but also the heavenly pride that had gone before were all his leaks as well, such as the desolate ancient sacred body, Jun Zai, who had dug up his clan brother's supreme bone, the Taishu sacred son, Luo Ji, who had obtained the true transmission of the great emperor of Taishu, as well as Koan Peng Zi's original body in the Taishu sacred maiden, Yi Xian Gue, who had an extremely deep relationship with the Six Paths reincarnation disc. These, however, are fat and tender leaks. Xiao Wuxi's gesture as he exited the Taichu ancient land and landed in the Taichu ancient city was transcendent and indifferent. Invincible loneliness was written all over his face, to the amazement and fear of all. "Mr. Xie, help me bring back my brother's remains." The imperial daughter transmitted her voice. Her voice was soft and supple, very moved, almost in tears. In front of others, she might be a ruthless person, an imperial daughter who was comparable to a great emperor, but in front of Xiao Wuxi, in front of her brother, she was like a little girl. Truthfulness. Xiao Wuxi hadn't had time to be relieved. "Gongzi, first go back to the Lingxiao treasure palace. My brother has something for you, as a thank you gift." The imperial maiden transmitted her voice. "HM?" Xiao Wuxi was puzzled. Brother imperial maiden had something for him? Chapter 117, The Rumored True Dragon Son. Secrets of the 10 Lands. The unfathomable Koan Peng Z essence. You go back and inform your old ancestors that I will be boarding your 100 Myriads Valley shortly, so that they will be ready to greet me, Xiao Wuxi said to Illusory Color Cloth. Illusory Color Clothes looked grave and frustrated, and somewhat reluctantly said, "I will make proper arrangements, but you must keep your word, as long as, by the time I bring you into the 100 Myriads Valley, you will return my freedom." She was planted with a slave seal, and as long as the slave seal was not lifted, she would not be able to escape the clutches of Xiao Wuxi. "Naturally," Xiao Wufei said indifferently, "you don't have too high a value to me, and I don't have a shortage of maids and maidservants." "You?" Phantom Color Clothes gasped, her nose almost crooked. However, it was also clear that Xiao Wuxi was telling the truth. Although she was a hidden power, the heir of the 100 Myriads Valley, in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, she belonged to the top celestial pride. But in front of Xiao Wuxi, one could really only serve him as a maidservant. It made her lose her mind. "Even so, I want to be free." Illusory Colored Clothes looked determined. Even if she starved to death, she had been so proud all her life that she couldn't be a slave girl for someone else. There were no goodbyes, just turned and left. On the way, Illusory Color Cloth's mind was heavy, contemplating what would happen next. For the sake of freedom, we must let Xiao Wuxi enter the 100 Myriads Valley. But we can't just put Xiao Wojiao alone into the 100 Myriads Valley, otherwise it will cause a big disaster. We need to find some top-tier heavenly pride to restrain him. As Illusory Color Cloth thought of this, she turned to look at the pandemonium of the Taichu ancient land. The Taichu ancient land, this time, could be said to have lost its fortune, lose the numbness. Therefore, it was impossible for her to bring only Xiao Wuxi, no matter what, into the 100 Myriads Valley. Otherwise, by then, the entire 100 Myriads Valley might have to become Xiao Wuxi's harem. "You can go in and have a kinky party anytime you want." "Yes, we must find a heavenly pride to restrain him. He's so handsome, has such high charisma, and is as wise as a demon. It's really possible that he'll turn my 100 Myriads Valley into his private harem." The more Phantom Clothes thought about it, the more determined she became. Watching Illusory Color Cloth's departure, Xiao Wuxi's expression was indifferent, without a single ripple. He could tell exactly what Phantom Cloth was thinking, but didn't care a bit. "What heavenly pride can you find?" To fight against me? Jun Zi, Koan Pong Zi, or Taishu Zi, all are just my leaks. Xiao Wuxi smiled faintly. Then, calmly, he returned to the Lingxiao Palace, very much looking forward to what the Empress said, her brother's gift to him. Just like that, the trip to the Taichou ancient land came to an end in the midst of the ups and downs of shock. The clan elders, old ancestors, and young celestial pride of all the major powers had shock and awe written all over their faces as they left the Taichou ancient land, with no sign of it fading. In their view, what Xiao Wuxi had done had simply overturned their perceptions. It was almost as if he was a young emperor with an invincible aura. In the world of great struggles, if he did not die young, then there would be no heavenly pride that would be able to come out. It caused some of the heavenly prides who were attempting to compete for the emperor's throne to have incomparable despair and lamentation in their hearts. Talent that has been taboo. It was also born in the Ling Shao dynasty. The background is equally invincible. It was hard for the crowd to think of defeating Xiao Wuxi and obtaining the hope of becoming an emperor. Xiao Wuxi, if I don't kill you, I swear I won't be a Koan Pang. In the middle of a hidden secret realm, a figure with an overbearing aura, as if it was an immortal golden immortal, looked up to the sky and roared in anger. He is the secondary body of Koan Pang Zi. After the fall, because of the special nature of the 8-9 heavenly feats, it was reborn beside the main body. Rest the thunder for now. It's useless to be angry like this. It's hard to believe that you want me, the original body, to go out and deal with Xiao Wuxi? The risk is too great. Next to him, a figure filled with divine light, without a single ripple of emotion, towering above and intimidating, spoke indifferently. He was Koan Peng Zi's original body. The breath is unfathomable, mysterious to the core. In the outside world, there were simply no living beings who knew his secrets, who didn't know how talented he was, what his realm was, how strong he was, and so on. Even the ancestors of the Koan Peng cave didn't know. Xiao Wuxi this, take my woman, waste my flesh, insult my Koan Peng cave. How can I swallow this bad breath? Koan Peng Zi's secondary body was very reluctant to say. He wanted to take revenge so badly at the moment, and his expression burned as he looked at his own body, did want to get him out of the way. The strength of this sub-body of his was far too different compared to his main body. If the main body were to make a move, Xiao Wufei would surely fall. Don't worry, he won't live long. Being too high profile and not knowing how to hide his clumsiness will only lead to death. The Koan Peng Zi main body faintly said, if you really want him to die, you can repair a letter and send it to the True Dragon's Nest. This person, Xiao Wuxi, has mastered the complete True Dragon treasure technique, and can become an alternative True Dragon by practicing it. The True Dragon's Nest cannot allow such a situation to exist, and will surely step in to liquidate it. Let the True Dragon Son make a move? The True Dragon Son is coming out as well? Koan Peng Zi's eyes flickered, flashing with a hint of excitement. True Dragon, the leader of the 10 fowls, their heir, True Dragon Son, was naturally strong to the extreme. It was him and his main body combined that didn't dare to claim that they could defeat True Dragon Son. If the True Dragon Son were to make a move, Xiao Wufei would surely fall. Only, the True Dragon Son has always been very mysterious, not interfering in the outside world things. The outside world is even rumored. He feels that this era, too invincible, no rivals, to be self-sealed slumber, waiting for a challenging era to come out. Right, the Koan Peng Zi main body was interested and simply said, get ready, the 10 lands will be open soon. This time, the lower realms have been flooded with countless opportunities, as well as sons of the 10 lands with strong chi. If you are able to harvest them cleanly, it can help you achieve invincibility in the world. 10 lands? The Koan Peng Zi's subbody adjusted his eyebrows slightly, and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise, greed written all over his face. Apparently, the lure of the opening of the 10 lands made it difficult for him to hold himself, because, within the 10 lands, there were countless legacies and relics of ancient existences hidden, and there were many relics that could even be traced back to the immortal ancient era when there were immortals. As long as one was able to be in the 10 lands and make gains, one would naturally be able to level the playing field and soar to the heavens. I was the one who was impulsive before. The Koan Peng Zi subbody took a deep breath. His emotions collected, and laughed triumphantly. Xiao Wao Xie is so high profile, there is no need for me to make a move. The True Dragon Zi, Jun Zi and the others will naturally look for an opportunity to get rid of him, and all I need to do is recuperate, wait for the opening of the 10 lands, quietly acquire opportunities, develop smoothly, and become the strongest. In the temple of the heavenly palace, I was so worried for my mother. Xiao Wao Xie just entered the door. Ji Ziyue ran all the way, joyfully pulling Xiao Wao Xie's hand, worried beyond measure. To pull Xiao Wuxi, to shush him. It's all just some leaks. Your son can easily push himself across. Xiao Wuxi spoke out to comfort him. Knowing that next, he was bound to hear quite a bit of nagging from his own mother. He wanted to escape. However, it still couldn't offset Ji Ziyue's enthusiasm and wouldn't let Xiao Wuxi go. Xiao Wuxia could only accompany him helplessly with a very big head. Until evening. It was only then that invincible Xiao escaped. In the bedroom. Thank you, sir, for retrieving my remains. A ray of spiritual light emerged from the brow of the remains of the emperor's daughter's brother, which was a wisp of residual soul that did not dissipate and materialized as a shadow. Chapter 118, True Dragon Sun's Provocation. Immortal Region Boiling, 100 Miracle Valley Opening. Chapter 118. Chapter 118, True Dragon Sun Provokes. Immortal Territory Boils Over. 100 Myriads Valley Opens. Chapter 118, True Dragon Sun Provokes. Immortal Territory Boils Over. 100 Myriads Valley Opens. Thank you, sir, for retrieving my remains. A ray of spiritual light emerged from the brow of the remains of the emperor's daughter's brother, which was a wisp of residual soul that did not dissipate and materialized as a shadow. He was filled with golden light, as if he were a great sun, with blazing sunlight and frankness. With that, he bowed respectfully towards Su Gu, looking again, still hidden within the void, with her back against the avenue, sitting high on her throne, wearing a bronze mask. A smile spread across her face. There were no more words, because everything was unspoken. Xiao Wuxi was a bit surprised. He had thought that, with the revival of the remnants of Emperor Daughter's brother, Emperor Daughter would come out to meet him. I didn't expect to see each other. Naturally, he didn't know about the past events between the Emperor's Daughter's brother and the Emperor's daughter. The Imperial Maiden's older brother, who was an honored sun god body, had been taken in as an heir by a power that was incomparably powerful and mysterious, and even attempted to raise the dynasty to ascend. Later, that mysterious supergiant power, in order to accomplish the feat or grand wish of lifting the dynasty and ascending to the heavens, the Emperor's Daughter's brother went ahead to carry out a secret mission in spite of the Emperor's daughter's dissuasion. As a result, there was no return. The two fell out then and there. It had even caused a bad influence on the Empress Daughter, because the Emperor Daughter's brother had fallen. The people he had offended before had tried to vent their anger on the young Emperor Daughter who had no background, causing her to be hunted down by countless powerhouses and forces. Very dismal. It was the then Prince Xiao Jade Emperor of the Celestial Dynasty, later known as the Jade Emperor of Heaven, who intervened and saved the Imperial Daughter. That's why the Emperor's daughter didn't need each other. After all, it was also just a remnant of her brother's thoughts. As for the Emperor's daughter's brother, when he learned that the Emperor's daughter had grown up and hadn't forgotten to retrieve his remains, the obsessions in his heart were all unraveled and released. That's why the big smile. This is my thank you gift to the Gongzi. Thank you, Gongzi, for taking care of my sister in my absence. As the Imperial Maiden's brother said this, the remnants of his soul began to dissipate, and a ray of essence emerged from within his remains, as if it contained unimaginable power. In a flash, the avenues were humming. The origin of the sun god body? Xiao Wuxi was somewhat moved. He didn't expect that the Emperor's daughter's brother's physical origin was still well preserved, and even more so, he didn't expect that he would take out his own origin and give it to him. After all, the dead are dead. If the essence is removed, the remains will shatter. Basically, no one would want, when they die, to even have remains. Without waiting for Xiao Wuxia to speak, the remains of the Emperor's female brother, too, followed and dissipated into the air. You were born with heavy pupils. If you get my sun god body origin, you will be promoted to sun heavy pupils. You will also have a certain degree of self-preservation. Remember that the 9 heavens and 10 lands are not at peace, and there is a great terror within the realm sea. The last words were uttered as the Emperor's daughter's brother's consciousness dissipated. He had been an heir to some hidden supergiant power, and had a clearer idea of the secrets of the world. Even the sun-heavy pupil can only have a certain degree of self-preservation in the future cataclysm? Xiao Wuxi was a bit surprised. He also knew clearly that the realm sea could not keep stopping the Dark Bazaar invasion, and that the dike would inevitably break afterward, setting off dark turmoil once again. But I did not expect, even the legendary sun-heavy pupil can only have the power of self-preservation. It's too terrifying. It's fortunate that I'm the 3 major physiques of the Lingxiao Divine Emperor body, the Sacred Emperor Bone, and the sun-heavy pupil. The corners of Xiao Wuhu's mouth rose, but he wasn't too worried about the future. Moreover, the Sacred Emperor Bone will soon be promoted to a Heavenly Emperor Bone. Xiao Wuxi's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew very well that Jun Zizi, who had dug up his own clan brother's supreme bone, was unlikely to be at peace after he had finished recuperating from his injuries. It's bound to come back to haunt him. Desolate ancient sacred body plus supreme bone. This kind of natural talent, if it was possessed by an ordinary heavenly pride, It would have long since threatened to push across the 9 heavens and 10 earths in a high-profile manner. Not to mention, the heavens' destiny, villainous destiny of Jun Zz. Needless to think, next, there was a great probability that Jun Zz would head to the 100 Myriads Valley as a way to seek revenge on him. Jun chives, "I'm waiting for you to deliver the supreme bone." Xiao Wuxie's smile was a bit reckless. The more he looked forward to the opening of the 100 Myriads Valley. In this 100 Myriads Valley, not only was there the 100 Myriads immortal grass, which would enable his Lingxiao divine emperor body to open up his hellish form, there were also leaks delivered to his door, allowing his Saint Emperor bone to complete its promotion as well, and the all-important merit draw. This raffle place has been refreshed for a long time. For the next few moments, Invincible Xiao was refining the sun god body origin. In the place of the retreat, divine light shone through the 8 wastelands, the aura suppressed the 9 heavens, and countless visions filled the air, and not to be outdone by Xiao Wuxi, the old ancestors of the 100 Myriads Valley, after being lobbied by illusory color clothes, had indeed chosen to open up. It is even more notorious. Welcome to the 3000 immortal realms, all the celestial pride. This news directly caused an upheaval throughout the 3000 immortal realms. All the celestial pride and cultivators were discussing it, yearning for it. The pride of all the major powers were also preparing to go there, and the storm clouds were once again buzzing with activity. Because the 100 Miracles Valley is not only a hidden immortal force, it's very mysterious, and there are countless secret treasures inside, and all of them are female. It is said that the women of the 100 Miracles Valley, each of them are all beautiful, and can be called heavenly fairies, and there are even 100 miracles, which can make people want to die, even if you don't get their favor. It's definitely not a loss to go forward and take a look. Is it really right for us to do this? In the 100 Myriads Valley, the 100 Myriads Valley Master, whose body was exquisite, with delicate features, graceful and elegant, and whose breasts were proud, as if she was a heavenly immortal, had sorrow written all over her face. Still have a bit of a bad feeling about this. After all, to directly open up and not only allow unfamiliar women to set foot in the 100 Myriads Valley, but also to invite unfamiliar male celestial pride to set foot in it. This was something that had never been done before. Illusory Color Cloth sighed and said, "It can only be this way. Who let us already be targeted by the prince of the Ling Xiao Heavenly Dynasty? With the Heavenly Dynasty's energy, even if we hide anymore, they will still be able to find us. Instead of being found by him to be exclusive, it would be better to just open it up and attract the heavenly prides of the world, not allowing Xiao Wufei to go overboard. It can only be so." The plump and alluringly gorgeous 100 Myriads Valley Master nodded helplessly, and beside them, the 100 Myriads Valley's Grand Elder had displeasure written in the depths of his eyes. "Looks like the plan is going to be advanced. Damn Xiao Wuxi, spoiling my good deed." The news that the 100 Miracle Valley was going to open spread throughout the 3000 immortal realms. "Xiao Wuxi, if you're not a coward, don't hide and follow me to the 100 Myriads Valley." In the Jun family, Jun Zz, whose aura was so strong that he was like an absolute true dragon, raised the sky and roared, shouting at Xiao Wuxi. He shouted like this, provoking Xiao Wuxia. It directly caused the entire 3000 immortal realms to boil and stunned everyone. Before, he had been taken away from the desolate ancient saint body origin by Xiao Wuhui, and everyone thought that he was completely wasted. "I didn't expect to be back on top again, and it seems to have gotten stronger. Humph. It's time to avenge Xiao Wuxia's hatred for robbing my woman and ruining my saint body." Jun Zz's killing intent was monstrous, his eyes icy cold. It was true that he was almost wasted, but, because of his luck, he had found a line of desolate ancient sacred body remains a long time ago, so he made up for the sacred body origin that Xiao Wuxia had taken away. He also took away his clan brother's supreme bone, directly skyrocketing in natural talent, bearing the desolate ancient sacred body and the supreme bone, two super physiques. Who could compare? Meanwhile, in the true dragon's nest, a dragon's roar resounded through the heavens, causing the 3000 immortal realms all to tremble. It was the true dragon's son who was taking a stand. Is this the true dragon's son coming out? My god, is he also heading to the 100 Myriads Valley? This is a forbidden heavenly pride that made even Koan Peng Zi consider himself unbeatable. Having attracted a forbidden heavenly tribulation, he even succeeded in crossing it. True dragon, the leader of the 10 fowls, is naturally strong and invincible. More than that, he even shouted at Xiao Wuxia, letting Xiao Wuxia die and come. The crowd was shocked and their brains buzzed, not realizing that the true dragon's son had come out of the world to suppress Xiao Wuxi. I have to say, this Xiao Wuxi, although he is strong, he also has really many enemies. However, it soon dawned on the crowd more and more. Understand why true dragon's son is like this. Because the method that Xiao Wufei executed was a true dragon treasure art. This treasure art, the true dragon's nest never spreads it out. They are trying to retrieve this treasure art. There's a good show to watch on this trip to the 100 Myriads Valley. Chapter 119, The 100 Myriads Great Heavenly Father returns to his heart. Zhang Jinlua is going too. 119. Chapter 119, 100 Myriads Great Heavenly Father returns to his heart. Zhang Jinluo also goes. Chapter 119, 100 Myriads Great Heavenly Father returns to his heart. Zhang Jinluo also goes. First, it was Jun Zz's words that provoked him, and then it was True Dragon Sun's harsh words. The whole situation, straight away, changed. In the 3,000 immortal realms, it was natural that a large number of singing Shao invincible celestial pride had emerged. Expectantly, Shao Wuxi fell in the 100 Myriads Valley. Even more so, most of these chanters were Jun clan or foreign clans whose main purpose was to discredit Shao Wuxi, not letting him really monopolize the 9 heavens and 10 earths chi, change his fate against the heavens, make up for the deficit of his premature birth, and really have an invincible posture. Because Shao Wuxi was in seclusion refining the sun god body origin and did not respond at first, the questioning actually grew louder and louder. Of course, there were many supporters of Shao Wuxi. After all, the celestial dynasty ranked as the number 1 power in the 9 heavens, and there were no longer a handful of powers and people who wanted to lick the celestial dynasty. What surprised everyone was that there were a very large number of female cultivators who firmly and unquestionably supported Shao Wuxi, and could simply be called brain-damaged fans. The power. It's amazing. It made countless celestial pride envious. The next day, invincible Shao came out of the gate. The entire imperial palace of the heavens was shaking as countless visions appeared in the void. Purple energy comes from the east, immortal glory in 10,000 strands, and there is even a great sun golden crow holy beast to send auspicious. The commotion directly stunned countless celestials. My god, is this breaking the 10,000 ancient extreme realm again? Whose heavenly pride? Breaking the 10,000 ancient extreme realm is like eating and drinking water. Countless sons and daughters of the celestial dynasty, looking at this scene, were envious and speechless at the same time. They were all a little numb from the shock. They naturally didn't know that this time, the reason why Shao Wuxia broke the 10,000 ancient extreme realm was because of the physique. With the promotion of the heavy pupil to the sun heavy pupil, Shao Wufei, who was burdened with the 3 major physical qualities, officially became the strongest person with the strongest physical qualities in all of history. As expected, Shao Wuxi looked at the information sent by the clan elders and his expression remained unchanged without any surprises. The matter of the 100 Myriads Valley opening up to the entire 3,000 immortal realms was something he had long guessed. It was also guessed that Jun Zizai would not be able to sit still and send 1,000 miles to his door to give him karma. But it's amazing that a true dragon child ran out. Shao Wuxi was a bit surprised when True Dragon Z spoke out to provoke him, but he could understand. Take advantage of this effort to learn how to cook a true dragon, Shao Wufei said to his maid. Niao. After living so long, I've never eaten real dragon meat. What a failure. It's time to quench my thirst this time when I go to the 100 Myriads Valley. Ha! Seeing that Shao Wuxia had come out of the gate, Niao, who was joyfully excited and full of miss and adoration, was directly flabbergasted on the spot when she heard Shao Wuxia's words. Then, backwards, be so bossy. Whether or not the other heavenly pride dared to speak up in front of the true dragon son was one thing. Those who were confident that they could defeat the true dragon son did not have a few of them after searching through the 3,000 immortal realms. And his peerless highness, he actually wants to eat true dragon meat. Obviously, didn't even put the true dragon son in his eyes. Good. I'll study right now. Niao also couldn't help but drool and respectfully behaved. If someone else said this, they could only be said to be ungrateful. Whereas if Shao Wuxi said this, then he would definitely be able to do it. Maybe she could also get the light and have a bite of real dragon meat. It's wonderful to think about. Informed that this crown prince will depart for the 100 Myriads Valley tomorrow, Shao Wuhui said to Miao Yi, he, the crown prince, if he wanted to travel, although he didn't need to report to anyone, he had to inform all the clan elders of the celestial dynasty so that he could carry out protection work. Yes, Miao Yi said without any surprise. This time, because the interval was not long, Shao Xinglong and Shao Qin Maiden were in the ancient land of the Taichu, harvesting a large amount of resources that they hadn't had time to digest, and were still in seclusion. The other emperors, either not in the celestial dynasty, or in seclusion, or simply still displeased with Shao Wuxi, did not come to join them. Obviously, this time when he went to the 100 Myriads Valley, it would be just him alone, with his maid, Miao Yi. If you want to get the 100 Myriads Valley, perhaps finding me a suitable physical body will allow me to help you. Right at this moment, Li Shiwan, the 100 Myriads heavenly enchantress who had been silent, as if she was angry with Shao Wuhu, but in reality, Shao Wuhu was simply too lazy to take care of her. suddenly opened her mouth. The content of the words, however, was still incredibly arrogant. Xiao Wuxi raised his eyebrows slightly and came to be interested. You still dare to ask for a physical body? You are my slave girl. If you have a physical body, aren't you afraid that I will make some excessive demands? Li Shiruan's eyes couldn't help but darken, followed by a lament. Since, already, I am His Highness's slave girl, what choice do I have when really confronted with excessive demands? With these words, although she was helpless, she was also acknowledging in disguise that if Xiao Wuxi really made any excessive demands, she wouldn't refuse. In fact, she was planted with a slave mark, and there was no way she could refuse. More than that, he still believed that Xiao Wuxi was a person. This period of observation allowed her to understand that Xiao Wuxi was the ultimate heavenly emperor who would be able to suppress the 9 heavens and 10 lands in the future and uniquely rule over the ages. No matter which aspect, it was countless times stronger than that Yihan, whom she had been blind and misjudged. The 100 Myriads Valley has been passed down for countless years. It's long and incomparably long, and amongst the immortal forces, they're all extremely strong existences. It will be difficult for you to take control without my help. Li Shiruan spoke again. And as the great heavenly father of the 100 Myriads Valley, I know the 100 Myriads Valley like the back of my hand, and even have countless backhanders, so as long as you remake my flesh for me, I will surely help your highness and take control of the 100 Myriads Valley. She's kind of a broken record when she does that. Anyway, she became Xiao Wao enemy slave girl and will never be able to turn around. The 100 Myriads Valley was also targeted by Xiao Wao enemy, and was destined to be in chaos and even go into decline. It would be better to take a gamble and bet on Xiaoxiao's invincibility. When Xiao Wufei became the invincible heavenly emperor who dictated the ages, she would become a chaotic Tao father, and the 100 Myriads Valley would be glorious once again, reigning over the world. Xiao Wuxi raised his eyebrows slightly. Obviously, he was very intent. Before, he just wanted to scour through, take away the 100 myriads of immortal grass, and harvest some more leeks, not thinking about controlling the 100 Myriads Valley, because it was too difficult. The 100 Myriads Valley was, after all, an immortal power. And now, with the support of the 100 Myriads great heavenly father, all of a sudden it was possible. Deal, Xiao Wuxi said indifferently. It's natural not to say no in this case. Xiao Wuxi's trip to the 100 Myriads Valley had been finalized, but he had not responded to the outside world. There's no point, because, at all, Jun Zizi and True Dragon Sun were not treated as a dish. If you responded and fought them, you would have dropped your face instead. When we arrived at the 100 Myriads Valley, we would naturally make a move to suppress it and tell everyone the result with facts. It was just that. In this way, the voices that sang about Xiao Xiao Peerless seemed to have no intention of stopping at all. That Jun Zizi, he's simply abominable. Surprisingly, dared to provoke Brother Peerless like this. It really pisses me off. In the beginning, Brother Invincible, he should have stomped him to death with one foot instead of letting him go. Zhang Jinluo gritted her teeth and stomped her jade feet, so angry that her petite and delicate body was undulating, and her 2 double ponytails were about to fly up as if they were flying. Delicate as jade, the soulful and beautiful face wore an expression that thought it was super fierce, but was actually dull and adorable. No, I have to go to the 100 Myriads Valley as well. Saying that, she looked behind her, at the stunning beauty who was slowly walking towards her. Jiang Liui, whose aura was as transcendent as an immortal. Chapter 120, Jiang Liui travels to the 100 Myriads Valley. Goes Yihan's plot as a big male leader. Jinluo, why make such a fuss? Invincibility is invincible. No matter how much Jun Zzz and the True Dragon Sun provoke, they will only end up being suppressed. Behind the stunning jade lowly Jiang Jinluo, a silhouette, slowly walked. She was dressed in a snow-like gauze skirt, graceful and elegant. Her face was overwhelmingly beautiful. Her temperament was clear and dusty. It was Xiao Wuxi's fiancé Jiang Liui, who had a headache with such. Jiang Jinluo said, "That's no reason for you to skip class and not practice properly." "Humph, auntie, what are you talking about? I'm really angry for Brother Peerless." Jiang Jinluo puffed out her chest and raised her head, and said in a very righteous manner. Saying that, her eyes turned slightly and she said very wryly, "That's the 100 Myriads Valley. I heard that there are especially many stunningly beautiful women. Aren't you afraid that there are some women that Brother Peerless will take a fancy to? I know that you are just one of his fiancés and don't care if he finds another woman, but you can't just let any woman get close to Invincible Brother. When you go, as long as you stand in front of Brother Peerless, other women, naturally, will be ashamed of themselves and won't dare to come up and talk to them." Saying that, Jiang Jinluo grumbled, "Alas, don't say it. There is no benefit for me to say it. I'm just a housemaid. In the future, I can sleep with Brother Invincible. That's all. There is no need to fight over jealousy." You? Zhang Liui was speechless, silent for a long time, shaking her head and sighing, saying, in that case, let's go on a trip to the 100 Myriads Valley together. It just so happens that I miss him as well. Since the last time they parted, it had been half a year since they had seen each other, and she was indeed pining for him. Only hearing about Xiao Wuxi's legendary deeds not only failed to resolve her pining, but instead caused her to miss Xiao Wuxi even more. Yes, Zhang Jinluo was instantly excited and said impatiently, finally, I can meet up with Brother Peerless. The other side, Immortal Holy Land, within the ancestral land of the Taishu Holy Land, on top of an island in the void, a man with sword brows and starry eyes, with an aura like a sword, violently opened his eyes, and his aura was like a true dragon spreading across the 8 wastelands. Above his head, a great tomb of emptiness unexpectedly emerged. It was as if there was an immortal great emperor buried inside. Endless vast divine might hung down from the great void tomb and fell onto his brow, causing his aura to climb up, section by section. This person was no other than Taifuzi Luoji. Previously, when he went against Xiao Wao Xie, not only did he lose a lot of face, but he was also ruined by Xiao Wao Xie's sinews and dantian, and almost became an invalid. It was also fortunate that he was so lucky that he, who had been invalidated, just happened to fit in with the inheritance of the great emperor of Taishu, and because of the misfortune, he was able to obtain the true legacy of the great emperor of Taishu instead. Strength skyrocketed. The 100 Myriads Valley will be opening. Jun Zizi has spoken out to challenge him, and the true dragon son has spoken out to warn him, so with Xiao Wuxia's arrogant demeanor, it's unlikely that he won't go. Taishu Zi Luoji's eyes flashed with a strand of viciousness as he icily said, Xiao Wuxi, as long as you dare to go there, you will become a dead body under me. This time, he would suppress Xiao Wuxi and take revenge. He had confidence in himself because, not only had he inherited the inheritance of the great void emperor, he had also inherited some of his memories. The current him could simply be said to be the reincarnation of the great emperor of Taishu. Naturally the world is invincible. Reincarnation immortal domain. In a vast and boundless divine mountain, a stunningly beautiful figure was climbing and sprinting towards the divine mountain in the very center. This is a hidden realm. The power up here, also a hidden power, was named the Reincarnation God Sect. It was an immortal force on the same level as the Taishu Sacred Land, the desolate ancient Yi clan, and the 100 Myriads Valley. Deep and powerful, it was the Dao inheritance of the extremely famous and extremely powerful Reincarnation Emperor at his peak. Xiao Wuxia, you can really cause trouble. There are so many top-tier heavenly prides that want your life. The stunning beauty's eyes were deep with killing intent. This person was no one else but the divine daughter of the Yi family and the holy maiden of Taishu Yi Xiangui. Although she was invalidated, she had obtained the secret information informed by the ancient Sword Supreme within the Taichu ancient land. This time, he came to the Reincarnation Divine Sect because he wanted to obtain the inheritance of the Reincarnation Emperor, solve the problem of his being invalidated, as well as find all the remaining fragments of the 6 Paths Reincarnation Plate, with the secrets and guidance that the ancient Sword Supreme had informed her of. All of this was not difficult to do. She will, soon, rise again and become even stronger. However, the only pity was that when the time came, she would most likely not be able to take revenge with her own hands. By the time she came out of the gate, Xiao Wuxia would most likely have already been subdued by other top-tier heavenly prides, and killed. Xiao Wuxi, you'd better not die, because your life is mine. I'm going to kill you with my own hands. Yi Xuanqi's eyes were ice cold, her killing intent surging, itching to eat Xiao Wao enemy alive. Instead, he prayed that Xiao Wao enemy wouldn't die this time, wanting to kill Xiao Wao enemy with his own hands. The entire 3,000 immortal realms were in turmoil, countless celestial pride, rushing towards the immovable immortal domain opened by the 100 Myriads Valley. Although Xiao Wuxi was located in the center of this storm, he was calm and collected. It had already arrived at the immovable immortal region long ago, but it didn't show its head directly. The dramatic 100 Myriads Valley was open, and there were still 10 days left to set something up. Your Highness, since you have already found all the treasures to restore my flesh for me, why don't you let me use them? The 100 Myriads' great heavenly father was puzzled. With the depths of the Ling Shao dynasty, it would only take an instant to find the materials that would allow the 100 Myriads' greatest heavenly father to restore his physical body. All those materials, they're not quite perfect. Xiao Wuxi shook his head and faintly said, those aren't perfect yet. 100 Myriads' great celestial dignitary Li Shirwan was dumbfounded and said incredulously, those materials, they were all of the supreme level, much more than she expected. Previously, when she stayed in the small tower and assisted Yihan, the goal she set for Yihan was merely for him to collect a set of saint-level materials. Just this Yihan also all shocked for 3 days, very reluctant. Feel too difficult. The road is also non-stop complaints. Xiao Wuxi nodded. Let's wait for now. We might be able to find some more suitable materials here. What? Take a chance here? How can you run into a material that is more suitable than a supreme level material here? The 100 Myriads great celestial sovereign found it unbelievable and incredulous, believing that Xiao Wufei was looking at a joke. Let the flying sword fly for a while, Xiao Wuxi faintly said. It was clear in his mind that although Yi Han had died, Yi Han's chi had not disappeared out of thin air, but had been divided between him and the female lead, Miao Yi, who was supposed to belong to Yi Han. According to the normal process, Yi Han would definitely be able to find the supreme treasure here, and give it to the 100 Myriads great celestial goddess to use, to help her recover her true body and regain her strength, or even, find other means of saving your life, like getting some bigwig's favor or something. Then, after entering the 100 Myriads Valley, the 100 Myriads Valley is also bound to be in turmoil. At this time, Yi Han would also make a strong and domineering appearance, utilizing the 100 Myriads great heavenly father who had recovered his true body, or the goodwill he had gained from the big brother, to make a strong rescue and save the 100 Myriads Valley. Thus, Yi Han became the savior of the 100 Myriads Valley, and was appreciated by countless 100 Myriads Valley female cultivators, and then, opened his harem in a big way. Of course, Yi Han was dead now, but all these things that should have happened would have happened. Only, all of this would be done by him, Xiao Wufei and Miao Yi, instead of Yi Han. How is this not a kind of minotaur? The corners of Xiao Wuxi's mouth rose, revealing a hint of a smile. Xiao Wuxi's mind had not yet dissipated, when Miao Yi, who was responsible for driving the Phoenix carriage, suddenly opened her mouth. The capital city of the immovable immortal region is up ahead. Want to land? I have a special premonition, as if there is a treasure down there, waiting for me. Chapter 121 Immovable King City, Classic Drama, Holy Maiden Shuiyan's Ball. Chapter 121 The Immovable King City, Classic Drama, Seal Yi and Holy Maiden's Ball. Chapter 121 The Immovable King City, Classic Drama, Seal Yi and Holy Maiden's Ball. That fast? When Xiao Wuxi heard Miaoi's words, the corners of his mouth rose as he showed a hint of news. Worthy of being the daughter of Qi, her luck is really good. Opportunities really can't be picked up enough. Then go down and take a look. There's still some time before the 100 Myriads Valley opens anyway, Xiao Wuxi said indifferently. Good, Miao Yi said with a hint of delight on her face. She really had a feeling that if she didn't go this time, she might regret it for the rest of her life. The 100 Myriads great heavenly father, who was hidden in the desolate ancient pagoda, also detected the commotion and couldn't help but look hesitant, obviously curious as well, wondering if Xiao Wuxi could, on this trip, find a supreme treasure that was even stronger than the supreme level treasure that reshaped his flesh. The carriage landed because, in order to keep a low profile on this trip, Xiao Wuxi deliberately chose to sit on the mount belonging to Miaoi. But even so, it's caused quite a ripple. Obviously, even if Miaoi belonged to the heavenly crown prince's attendant maid, her status was still higher than that of the Daozi noble daughters of some great powers. In front of him was a huge city that was magnificent to the extreme and very vast, towering straight up into the sky. It was wide and boundless, with a strong aura, as if it was a continent, giving people an extremely strong sense of heaviness. This was the most splendid city in the entire immovable immortal region. The name is Immovable King City. It is ruled by several major clans and families, together. Of course, this was only on the surface. It was now clear to everyone that the entire immovable immortal domain was the territory of the 100 Myriads Valley, and all these cities, including the Immovable King City, were naturally the properties of the immovable immortal domain as well. In the Immovable King City, the pavilions and pavilions were filled with people. Numerous cultivators could be seen, flickering with auras and extraordinary auras. Above the sky, there were even floating islands in the sky, as if they were heavenly palaces. It was already prosperous enough, and now that the opening of the 100 Myriads Valley was imminent, a large number of other immortal realms' heavenly prides, frantically pouring in, naturally became even more prosperous. It's not bad, it's a bit more grandiose than the Taichu ancient city. It's worthy of being a city supported by immortal forces, Xiao Wuxi said indifferently. Although, the celestial pride that fought with him all originated from immortal forces, it didn't mean that immortal forces sucked. There aren't many immortal forces in total. All of them are superb and incomparable, and are absolute giants in the 3,000 immortal realms. All of them have deep roots and are not to be taken lightly. It was just that his natural talent was too strong, and his background was too invincible. So the heavenly prides of unusual forces were not qualified to fight with him, and only the heavenly prides of immortal forces were barely able to catch his eye. That's why it seems like the immortal forces are, well, a bit crappy. Compared to the heavenly kingdom, it's still too humble, Miao Yi said from the bottom of her heart. Since she was used to seeing the scenery of the Ling Shao dynasty, when she looked at other places, she only felt like a thatched toilet, and even the immovable king city created by this 100 myriads valley was pulling its crotch beyond compare. Xiao Wuxi shook his head and didn't say much. That comparison between the Ling Shao heavenly dynasty and the immovable king city would have been a bit of a bully to the immovable king city. He walked into the immovable king city with a leisurely and calm demeanor. Just after walking in, there were a few women whose temperament was very uncommon, and whose appearance was even more appealing to the city, sped over and landed in front of Xiao Wuxia, like a fairy in the sky. Instantly, it startled countless people. It's the immovable immortals. They even came to greet them personally? Don't they only greet top-tier VIPs? Who is this young man? Really? How can there be such a big row? Could it be a legendary heir to an immortal power? The crowd murmured and looked at the two of them, Xiao Wufei and Miao Yi, envious, more also immensely curious, wanting to know Xiao Wuxia's identity. It was a pity that Xiao Wuxia was surrounded by countless holy lights and 10,000 strands of immortal radiance, which was not a deliberate attempt to hide himself, but rather because it was so extraordinary that it came with its own metaphysical light special effects. Even so, except for some people with strong cultivation or who had cultivated pupil arts, they were able to see his true face. The rest of the cultivators, on the other hand, were unable to gain any insight into his true nature. Where does the gentleman come from? The immovable fairy in the lead. Oda bow. Very respectful. Will be delicate figure? All revealed. Very gentle inquiry. Trying to ask for Xiao Wuxi's heel. Boring. Xiao Wuxi shook his head, somewhat feeling uninterested. He had thought that when he picked up Yi Han's script, he would come to a play where he was looked down upon by the doorman and then pretended to hit his face. As a result, no, it was more or less a disappointment. Sure enough, someone like me, who comes with full special effects and full of compulsion. Even if he picks up Yi Han's script, he can't be the main character, Xiao Wuxi said helplessly. So much less fun. Ling Shao Celestial Dynasty, Xiao Wuxi casually said. In your place, is there a place where you can find rare and precious medicines that are sufficient to save your life? Take me there. If I find it, there will naturally be a reward. Miaoi only felt, in the dark, that there were chances here, but she couldn't sense exactly where they were. Instead of messing around in the city and trying her luck, it would be better to sift through it. So it's a nobleman from heaven. All of the immovable fairies, all of them were shocked, the fawning on their faces, undoubtedly deeper, one by one, excited and elated. My name is Peach Red. For the rest of your journey, I will follow you around and act as a guide for you. My lord, if there is anything, feel free to command. The immovable fairy at the head of the group daintily said. He said, and Oda salute. That's what answered Xiao Wuxi's question. If, however, one wishes to search for precious medicines, we have the Immortal King's Pavilion here, which contains countless rare spiritual treasures. However, your excellency comes from the Celestial Dynasty, so I think that the spirit medicine you are looking for is not of extraordinary quality, and is not something that can be found in the Immortal King's Pavilion. Xiao Wuxi's expression remained unchanged as he looked at the other party blandly, waiting for the following. Seeing that she had guessed correctly, Peach Red continued, If you want to try your luck, your excellency can go and participate in our immovable king city, the annual auction event, or, of course, you can go to Saint Seolian's ball, Sacred Maiden Shuiyan, from the Sand Wasteland Immortal region. Although she's not from an immortal power, that sultry dance, her stunning beauty, and sweet singing voice have caused her to win over countless heavenly prides. Whether it's influence or status, it's no less than a saint daughter of an unusual immortal power. If not more so, there are some heavenly prides who throw away thousands of dollars and send countless rare things in order to win a smile from a beauty. As long as Gongzi is able to win the heart of the holy maiden of Shuiyan, her treasures, naturally, will all be yours, so why worry about finding life-saving rare treasures at that time? The latter words, but Peach Blossom is in order to add interest, pleasing Xiao Wuxi preferences, and open a small joke, naturally not serious. However, Xiao Wuxi raised his eyebrows slightly and came to be interested. I'm not ashamed that I took Yi Han's chi and took his script. This time up, it's the auction house and beauty party plot. He only hesitated slightly for a split second before jokingly saying, in that case, let's go to Saintess Shuiyan's ball first, and maybe we can really be spotted by Saintess Shuiyan, and from then on, we'll be able to level the playing field. Both of these choices were like plots that Yi Han, the son of Qi, might encounter. However, considering Yi Han, along the way, there was no shortage of soft food. Perhaps the chance that should have belonged to Yi Han was at the Holy Maiden of Shuiyan's ball. Saying that, he looked at Miao Yi, seeing Miao Yi nodding, and shaking her head, and nodding again, was confusing, and a bit of a grasp on her own intuition. It seems that both plots must be passed. Xiao Wuxi laughed and said, "First, we'll go to Holy Maiden Shuiyan's ball, and then to the auction house." Only then did Miao Yi feel that the thoughts were clear and no longer felt that something was missing. Chapter 122. My brother Wang Tang is a great emperor. Trouble. Xiao Wuxi shook his head helplessly. If I had known this, I wouldn't have killed Yi Han. I didn't realize that I would have to go through the plot on my own just to get some chance. If he didn't kill him, he could wait for Yi Han to finish the plot and just karma him. Of course, there was an advantage to this, which was that one didn't have to be annoyed by that fly Yi Han anymore. It was also considered to have its own advantages and disadvantages. The suitors of this holy maiden of Shuiyan are so numerous that even the immortal forces of Saint. Chapter 123. You can go back now. Your goddess is going to accompany me. This is the Seolian holy maiden's party. Peach Blossom, who was guiding the way for Xiao Wuxi, had her eyes fall towards the incomparably prosperous immovable immortal pavilion in front of her, with a wave of envy on her face. Their kind of guidance staff, although looks bright and shiny, is very senior, but still at the bottom. This kind of high-end places simply do not have the qualification to enter. My lord, when you enter, don't be impulsive. There are many saintly princes and emperors inside, so let peace be king. Envy. Chapter 124. Direct horizontal push. Blood Demon Sect Conspiracy. The whole place was in chaos. The crowd was raging, feeling that they were being teased, wanting Sacred Maiden Shuiyan to give a statement. At this moment, the gazes of countless Heaven's Pride juniors landed on Xiao Wuxi in an unfavorable manner. It was as if he wanted to eat Xiao Wuxi alive. Gongzi, let us do this. Miao Yi took a deep breath and subconsciously took a half step back, a little short of breath. Even she felt that it was a bit wrong for Xiao Wuxi to do this, although it's very overbearing. Chapter 125. Arigato Phoenix Wutong, the legendary man. The entire crowd was appalled. Everyone was stunned and looked at Xiao Wuxi in disbelief. They never dreamed that such a scene would happen. It was indeed extraordinary that Invincible Xiao made an appearance. Previously, the crowd speculated that he might be the Holy Son, divine son of some immortal power. What he thought was an overestimation of Xiao Wuxi's identity turned out to be an underestimation. A severe underestimation. Wang Tang's younger brother, Wang Fei, who is a great emperor, is the second god of the ancient Wang family. Chapter 126. Sacred Maiden of Shuiyan willing to be a slave. 100 Myriads Valley will be opened. Quasi-Emperor Treasure Pill. The legendary Phoenix Wutong. Saint Empress Shuiyan looked at Xiao Wuxi, her eyes flaming as she completely changed her opinion. To be able to have this zither, Xiao Wuxi's attainments in the way of music were definitely not low. Even, aside from the rest, just the zither was enough to make her fall. She loved the piano so much. If, however, she could dance alone to the tune played by this zither, she even felt that it would be better to just die. In this way, Chapter 127. The group gathering. Illusory color cloth becomes a victim. Jiang Liui arrives. Surprisingly, a better material has really been found? Moreover, it's the legendary Xian Yu Peach Blossom. 100 Myriads Great Celestial Venerable Li Shirhan was excited and in a joyful mood. It's basically the best material for remodeling your flesh. Not only would it allow her to have most of the cultivation she had at her peak, but she would also additionally gain the Xian Yu Peach Blossom body. In this way, she would also possess two physiques. The 100 Myriad Sword Physique and the Xian Yu Peach Blossom Physique. The talent will rise instead of rise. Chapter 128. Conspiracy Brewing. 100,000 Sacred Mountains. F3 Gathering. The old ancestor said that the women of the 100 Myriads Valley are not allowed to intermarry with men. Phantom color clothes, double pupil sheer water. Charming as ink painting. As if the sheep fat white jade skin. Flashing ying luster. This kind of absolute beauty. But to cry out. Because, just now she realized that she was actually the colorful prize that all the heavenly prides were fighting over. As long as there is that heavenly pride that can overpower the group, 100 Miracle Valley will then betroth her. You're the one who went out and made a big mess. Chapter 129. Bravely championing 3 levels. Invincible Xiao debuts. In the end, True Dragon's Son stopped at the 89,000th Divine Mountain. Shocked countless people. Because, this already represented the True Dragon's Son, a veritable young supreme. Moreover, it was still the best of the young supreme beings. As long as you don't die young, you can become an emperor otherwise. However, the True Dragon's Son was coldly snorting and standing in the firmament. Obviously, he was, well, unhappy with the result. Those who can cross the 60,000 heavy mountains can. Chapter 130. Jiang Liui strongly protects her husband. Xiao Wuxi starts performing, and just as the crowd was curious, divine light exploded in the distance. Countless visions filled the air, and the divine might was overwhelming and lively. Everyone was instantly startled. with astonishment in their eyes, knowing that this kind of rehearsal might not even be possible for some old ancestor-level supreme powerhouses, and they all turned their heads to look. Then the crowd was even more surprised, because the person who came was not a certain old ancestor, but rather Xiao Wuxia, behind Xiao Wuxi, followed by Miao Yi and Shui Yan. Chapter 131, easily breaking records, like an immortal descending to earth. Countless people were paying attention, anticipating the outcome of Xiao Wuxia. Zhang Liu's clear, beautiful eyes were also unblinking, closely following the figure of Xiao Wuxi. I'll play along with you in this and other over-the-top games, Xiao Wuxi faintly said. The words landed on the ground, his feet stepping into the void and shrinking into inches, as if he was an absolute immortal. The speed didn't decay in any way. It was easy, even after stepping over the 60,000 heavy mountains. The pressure multiplied as if the Chapter 132, Opening of the 100 Myriads Immortal Garden. Great elders plot brewing, great war to begin. Something everyone never dreamed would happen. The divine bell unexpectedly made a cracking sound. Click here. Then, as if a switch had been broken, the entire divine bell, actually in a very short period of time, directly and completely collapsed. Instantly, countless people looked on in horror, each dazed, exclaiming in shock, swallowing their saliva, their scalps tingling, as if they had seen the most unbelievable thing in this life. The divine bell exploded. I can't believe it. Chapter 133, The Great War opens. Chives pinch each other. Glorious true dragon son. Thank you to all the heavenly prides for coming to the banquet. The juniors who have passed the test can enter the valley under the leadership of my valley elders to attend the banquet and spar with each other. And the 5 nobles who climbed to the top of the heavenly ladder and entered the 100 Myriads Immortal Garden. All the treasures in this 100 Myriads Immortal Garden will belong to you, provided you have the ability to obtain them. On top of that, the pride that comes out on top will also receive the heart of my valley's holy maiden. Illusory colored clothes. For a marriage. Pimeko, Valley of 100 Wonders. One of the earliest known landmarks in Chinese history. Chapter 134, Singling out the 3 forbidden heavenly pride. You and the others are all trash. The true dragon son, who was getting carried away, sensed the commotion. His face changed drastically, and his pupils suddenly shrunk as he hurriedly looked over. Then he saw that Xiao Wuxi was like a heavenly god descending from the earth, and as his fist fell, the heavens and earth trembled. With this strike, he was surprisingly a bit out of his depth. However, despite feeling so, the aura was not weak at all. After all, he was a living true dragon. Rat bastard, you only know how to sneak attack too. True dragon son snorted coldly. Chapter 135, Let me teach you what divine powers are. Fist crushing the 3 forbidden heavenly pride. Pust. This strike directly shattered half of Jun Zizi's divine son, splattering the sky with blood. Even if it was the desolate ancient saint body plus the supreme bone, it was still unbeatable here in Xiao Wuxia. Too weak, all of you. Xiao Wuxia opened his mouth indifferently as he stepped out with 1 foot, stomping Jun Zizi's entire person into the ground. Jun Zizi let out a miserable scream and spat out blood as his figure began to expand rapidly. Chapter 136, Great Tribulation. Immortal forces from all sides targeting invincible Xiao. Blood splatters. The 3 people, True Dragon Son, Jun Zizi, and Luo Ji, were spitting blood out of their mouths as if they didn't want any money. Their entire bodies were crumbling. Not a single bit of good flesh or bone. All of them were injured. His breath was shriveled and he wanted to die. If it wasn't for the fact that they were all urgent heavenly prides, with great fortune and vitality, they could be considered as small strong forces that could not be killed. If it were someone else, they would have already fallen countless times at this moment. How? Chapter 137, With just a slight strike, one is already invincible in the world. It is you who are against me, the imperial maiden said blandly. Could it be? Do you think you cannot be decimated by me? As the words landed, the heavens exploded and the great Tao hummed as if it was the end of the world. Although they were just words, they seemed like the wrath of God, possessing supreme divine power. At a realm such as that of the imperial maiden, a single word, a single look, would be enough to cause heaven and earth to explode in war and decimate countless celestial pride. Quiet, noisy and restless. Chapter 138, Dagalik. Immortal weapons are expected. True Dragon Son retreated violently, his entire body spilling blood and water, his flesh shattered, his divine soul heavily injured, his breath wilted, and he could almost be called dying. It could die at any time. However, his gaze at the moment was dead set on Xiao Wuxia, want to know the results. As long as he could see, with his own eyes, that he had killed Xiao Wuxi, even if he died on the spot, he would still feel happy. When all the light and heat had dissipated, everything returned to calm. Chapter 139, Capturing the Supreme Bone. Path of invincibility +1. It's your turn, you two leaks. Xiao Wuxi's expression was indifferent, without any ripples as he scrutinized Jun Zizai and Luoji. No, you can't. We've given up being your enemy. Luoji's face was blue and very apprehensive as he backed away repeatedly, already having an unimaginable fear of Xiao Wuxi. His invincible Dao heart had long since crumbled. Give up being my enemy? Xiao Wuxi laughed. How can you guys be so? Chapter 140, Crisis in 100 Myriads Valley. Conspiracy descends. The scene was in uproar. No one expected things to end up like this. In the eyes of the crowd, the situation that should have been the three forbidden heavenly prides, hunting Xiao Wuxi, had turned into the three forbidden leaks, being harvested by Xiao Wuxi alone. No one else would be able to calm down. The news from here began to spread outwards, and the immovable immortal domain and the entire 3,000 immortal realms were in turmoil. However, it doesn't end there. Leave of absence. Take a day off. I've got some things to do, but I can't get out of it today, so I'm taking the opportunity to take a day off. So I won't be updating today. Tomorrow, I'll try to make up for it with one more chapter. Chapter 142, Deep into the 100 Myriads Valley. Engaging in a fight. Attempting to crush the Blood Demon sect. Escape? Where can you escape to? The Imperial Formation has been opened, and you will all become rations for Lord Sky Demon. The 100 Myriads Valley Grand Elder's peaks rose and fell. Her body curved, and she opened her mouth with incomparable excitement and thrill. She had finally waited for this day. With her back to the Emperor Formation, she was suspended in the air, causing the strength of her forces to skyrocket by countless levels. It was like an immortal god and devil, with an incomparably terrifying bloody aura emanating from his body. In the wake of Chapter 143, Killing the Blood Demon Sex Saint Sun, Xiao Wuxi strikes. In the core area of the 100 Myriads Valley, inside the temple where the Holy Maiden was located. Why is that? Imperial formations and imperial weapons. How could she betray the 100 Myriads Valley? Grand Elder, the 100 Myriads Valley Saintess, illusory colored clothes, was pale and ugly, unable to believe what was in front of her, and there was a hidden anger burning in her eyes. However, more than anything else, it was still fear and dread. In front of her, the young master of the Blood Demon sect, Qian Zhudao, smiled grimly, surrounded by a majestic blood fury aura, as if from the ground. Chapter 144, A single thought breaks the Great Formation, causing disaster in the 100 Miracle Valley's ancestral land. Chapter 144. Chapter 143, One thought breaks the Great Formation. 100 Myriads Valley ancestral land creates disaster. Chapter 143, One thought breaks the Great Formation. 100 Myriads Valley ancestral land creates disaster. Gongchan. Illusory colorful clothes were very heart-trembling, concave and delicate body, instinctively undulating, very out of shape. Obviously, he hadn't expected to be able to see Xiao Wuxi at such a juncture. Instantly, a moving mess. The legs and feet were weak and the cheeks were burning. Xiao Wuxi, surprisingly, had really come to her rescue. If it was in the past, she would never have believed that her hallowed Holy Maiden of the 100 Myriads Valley, in a moment of despair, in a critical juncture of life and death, the one who saved her was not her own relatives, not her own honored teacher, not her own friend, but Xiao Wuxie, whom she had once regarded as an enemy, simply because she was Xiao Wuxi's maid. Only, she hadn't had time to get excited and elated. The attack of the Blood Demon Sex Saint Sun, Qian Zhudao, was actually already brewing, disregarding the Lingxiao celestial dynasty behind Xiao Wuxie, and heading towards Xiao Wuxie to subdue him. Duke, watch out! Illusory colored clothes' face changed drastically. Her already pale cheeks became paler and paler, and her heart was dripping blood, very worried about Xiao Wuxi. If it was in the past, Qian Zhudao's strength would be comparable to hers at best, and definitely not a match for Xiao Wuxi. But now Qian Zhudao, he was actually able to manipulate the 100 Myriads Valley's grand formation. In that case, how could Xiao Wuxi be a match for Qian Zhudao? In the face of Qian Zhudao's bursting offense, it was some of the valley elders that might be chilled, not to mention a generation of young prides. Swish, swish, swish. The 100 Miracle Valley elders and disciples who were infected by the blood poison standing beside Qian Zhudao retreated violently in succession, panic written in their eyes. There was a lot of fear about Qian Zhudao's attack, fleeing out of instinct for fear of being caught in the crossfire. At the same time, there was a bit more playfulness and ridicule in the eyes that looked at Xiao Wuxie, like looking at a dead man. Ridiculous. A mole cricket is still a mole cricket even if it picks up a sword. Xiao Wuxi's expression was indifferent as he looked at Qian Zhudao as if he was looking at a clown, and his eyes flashed as 10,000 shadowy divine splendor erupted. A lurid vortex blasted out behind him, filled with cold and tyrannical demonic light, terrifyingly incomparable, and the sense of oppression was powerful to the extreme. In the vortex of divine splendor, one could faintly see a vast and sprawling, with thousands of soldiers and generals towering over it, and the eyes of the 10 temples of hell opening. It was as if the legendary Hades heaven had come back to life. This was the second form of Xiao Wuxi's Lingxiao divine emperor body, hell. Of course, only in embryonic form. After obtaining the 100 myriads of immortal grass, he carefully surveyed it and utilized his sun-heavy pupil to gain insight into some of the runic secrets of the 100 myriads of immortal grass, vaguely grasping a strand of clarity before comprehending the prototype of the hellish form. After that, if he could be patient, polish it carefully, and comprehend it on his own, he would be able to develop the hellish form even without taking the 100 miraculous immortal grass and other auxiliary precious medicines. This kind of enlightenment could only be described as terrifying as hell. If the outside world were to learn of this, it would certainly set off shock waves. Even if it was known by those old ancestors within the ancestral lands, the old ancestors would be so excited that they would lose their minds. One must know that even the original Jade Emperor of Heaven, the only possessor of the Lingxiao divine emperor body before the descent of Xiao Wuxi, relied on external objects to open up the second form of the earthly palace and the third form of the heavenly court. Boom! In the middle of the fledgling form of the hell, a lurid beast with a green face and fangs, a bull's head, and a majestic breath, as if it were an absolute demon, standing on top of the heavens and oppressing the earth, stepped out. Roar! The roar rang out. Immediately afterward, all the surrounding runic formations were unexpectedly all enveloped by a stream of purple-black light. This purple-black stream of light was almost like a tidal wave, and wherever it passed, everything fell apart. The formation that Qian Zhoudu had activated was difficult for even the older generation of powerhouses, the elders in the 100 Myriads Valley, to resist. However, the bull-headed underworld general, recruited by Xiao Wuxi, gave a roar that cracked and crumbled and disintegrated. One thought, the big formation is broken. On the surrounding halls, countless streams of light collapsed, ravaging the 8 directions. The heavens and the earth trembled, and in the midst of the endless light, Xiao Wufei stood calmly, his purple and gold robes hunting, his aura domineering, as if he were an emperor of 1,000 years, an immortal god descending to the mortal world. All the cultivators, they froze. This was the protective formation of the temple where the Holy Maiden of the 100 Myriads Valley resided. It was the saints who had difficulty breaching it for a while. As a result, it was just attacked by Xiao Wuxi. The group of 100 Myriads Valley elders infected by the blood poison all wondered if there was something wrong with their eyes. Or not. No. How is this possible? In the last instant, this complacency is incomparable. Thought to be able to the 3,000 immortal domains, the most flourishing, the most powerful Xiaowu invincible, to a move to kill the money to lift the road. Looking at the scene in front of him, the heart and soul trembled. The pupils suddenly shrunk. Simply unacceptable. It's a hell of a thing. This is a saint-level formation. How could Xiao Wuxi, a young heavenly pride, resist? And in the midst of the shock, there was endless trepidation. He finally felt afraid. Xiao Peerless was even able to casually wear down the great formation he relied on. Then, with no one to rely on, wouldn't he be in danger in front of Xiao Wuxi? Escape! Without even having to think about it much, Qian Judeo fled in panic, looking so wretched that he was close to pissing his pants. What are you waiting for? Kill him for me. At the same time, while he was fleeing, he became completely ruthless and ordered those 100 Myriad Valley elders who were controlled by the blood poison to completely kill Xiao Wuxi. When it came down to it, he didn't care about the rules. What kind of junior fight is it that elders can't intervene? Within the 100 Myriads Valley's imperial formation, even if the heavenly ancestor came, he would have to bow down before him. The blood demon sect's first saint son. Kid, come to hell. Dare to be reckless in front of us. You're really looking for death. The 700 Myriads Valley elders infected by the blood poison. Their breath erupted, and all of them were actually in the half-saint realm, and their divine might was like a sea of ocean, covering and pressing down, shaking the heaven and earth, crumbling the mountains and rivers, and trembling the palaces. Half-saints, whether in the 3,000 immortal realms or the 9 heavens and 10 earths, were absolute big shots. You can start a clan and hold down a side. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become an elder of the immortal power 100 Myriads Valley. Trying to escape? Xiao Wuxi's expression was indifferent. Is it possible? The words landed on the ground, and the great formation around them re-operated. Only this time, it was controlled by Xiao Wuxi. Perish! Boom! 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 Like a divine beast and devil bird, the Banyao Valley elders that pounced on them were all decapitated by the great formation in a split second. Blood splatters. Heads rolled. All of the 100 Myriads Valley elders that pounced on them directly fell, their breath extinct. This male is too strong. The apprehension and worry that illusory color clothes had felt before completely disappeared, turning into a devout fangirl as if she were a fanatic. looking at Xiao Wuxi's handsome back, her eyes full of fire and admiration, her face full of flushing, her legs and feet soft, and her water flooding. Why is this happening? How can there be such a horrible monster in the world? Qian Zhudao, who wanted to escape, his body was like a nail, dead fixed in place, his face was stiff, his pupils were lax, and the hand holding his weapon was trembling. His Dao heart crumbled with fear. It's just that you're too weak, Xiao Wuxi faintly said. As the words landed, Qian Zhudao's body violently exploded. It's like fireworks blooming, but it was incredibly bloody. This money lift road was not even qualified as his leak. From the beginning to the end, Xiao Wuxi's expression, which had no ripples, was very calm as he twisted his head and looked towards the 100 Myriads Valley's ancestral land, where bloodlight was already rushing through the sky. The old ancestors of the 100 Myriads Valley are really not going to be able to escape this as well. The corners of Xiao Wufei's mouth rose. The more desperate they are, the more they will submit to me from the bottom of their hearts. Chapter 145, There is nothing on earth that Xiao Wuxia is willing to do to save the 100 Miracles Valley and destroy the Blood Demon sect countless times. Chapter 144, There is nothing on earth that Xiao Wuxia is willing to do to save the 100 Miracles Valley and destroy the Blood Demon sect countless times. What's going on? Lift Road is dead? What? Almost at the same time, the faces of the few Blood Demon sect clan elders standing in front of the 100 Myriads Valley ancestral ground suddenly changed, their eyes filled with astonishment. Qian Zhudao's soul light went out. In that case, it also means that Qian Zhudao is dead. Their holy son is dead. Who did it? He was able to control, in addition to the Emperor formation, all the formations of the 100 Myriads Valley. How could he have died? It's Xiao Xiao invincible. It's him, looking for death. These few Blood Demon sect ancestors, they directly stormed out. Their anger flared up, and their blood-colored divine light raged on. The entire heaven and earth shook. They were truly furious. Qian Zhudao was their most valued heir, with the stature of a great emperor, and an unimaginable amount of effort had been poured into him. Now that it had fallen just like that, and it had fallen right next to them, how could they not be angry? You must not be reckless. The Lingxiao heavenly dynasty behind Xiao Waosun can't be messed with. We can't afford to make a mistake in our 1,000-year-old event of annexing the 100 Myriads Valley. Persuade him to leave. It's not too late to avenge today's grudge in the next day. The Blood Demon sect patriarch, who was in the lead, had an iron face, veins rising on his forehead, and killing intent raging in his eyes. But in the end, he took a deep breath and chose to endure it. Boom! And just as they were arranging their means, intending to send away Xiao Wuxi, a strange sound came from the front. The ancestral land of the 100 Myriads Valley trembled. The sleeping ancestors inside realized that something was wrong and were trying to awaken. A divine butterfly shadow wanted to break free and rush out of the sky. These were naturally the auras of the 100 Myriads Valley's oldest ancestor, Kai. The Blood Demon sect patriarch snorted coldly. In an instant, several blood-colored pythons, like mountains, dazzled with a sky full of bloodlight, violently rushed out, incomparably hideous and bloody, and the commotion was so great that it caused the earth to shake and the heavens to quake. It ultimately looked like it had transformed into a chain that surrounded the ancestral land. They colluded with the 100 Myriads Valley Grand Elder and laid out for countless years, and had long been prepared, and the blood poison was like a sea not to be poured before. At the same time, the surrounding area had even long ago laid down the Blood Demon 10 extinction formation that specialized in dealing with the 100 Myriads Valley. It was clear about the Blood Demon sect's Blood Demon soldiers. Mingyu what are you guys up to? Why did the 100 Myriads Valley end up in such a state? Blood Demon sect, you are looking for death. The old ancestors of the 100 Myriads Valley roared up to the sky, their fury surging to the sky, their anger reaching the extreme. Only, there was no way to break through the seal. Not only that, but it's even being eroded. Although, the Blood Demon sect did not let two strong Blood Demon sect ancestors enter in order not to frighten the snakes, but this kind of surprise and early preparation still made these all unrecovered, self-sealed ancestral lands, and one by one weak and incomparable 100 Miracle Valley ancestors, incomparably headache and difficult to resist. It was clear in their hearts that this time, perhaps the 100 Myriads Valley was really going to meet its doom. The most crucial thing was that the Blood Demon sect and them were world enemies, and if they fell into the hands of the Blood Demon sect, I was afraid that they would not end up well. They were anxious. Emotions such as anger, panic, fear, humiliation, self-blame, and despair surfaced in their hearts. It was hard to imagine that at their level, after countless years, they would still be able to generate such emotions. Some of the disciples who hadn't been eroded by the blood poison and were still trying to resist were even more scared and trembling since long ago. The thought of falling into the hands of the Blood Demon sect and suffering unimaginable abuse and torture. They're suicidal. Don't struggle. Be a good boy and be our star fury. Ha ha ha. From today, you 100 Myriads Valley women will be completely reduced to our blood demon sex dogs. The disciples of the blood demon sect were incomparably excited. Their eyes flashed with bloodlight, hideous and greedy, very perverted as they pounced towards those resisting 100 Miracle Valley disciples and elders. This posture of theirs was enough to disgust all living beings in the outside world. Having just come out of the shock of Shao Wuxi's strong strike to harvest the true dragon son and other forbidden heavenly pride, and the Ling Shao heavenly dynasty's strong beheading of several great heavenly dignitaries, their brains were blanked out by the sudden 100 Myriads Valley upheaval. They looked at the miserable sufferings of the many female disciples and elders within the 100 Myriads Valley, and were very intolerant and unusually angry. Fists are hard. Everyone knew that the 100 Myriads Valley was a hidden force that only accepted women, and those who could be accepted as disciples by the 100 Myriads Valley were all stunning beauties. Who wouldn't want to be favored by a Ba Miao Valley disciple? But there was nothing they could do about it at all. Cultivators who are capable of helping will not make a move. In the 3,000 immortal realms, immortal battles had occurred countless times, and too many immortal forces had perished, as long as there were no stakes. When it came to this kind of situation, it was basically a matter of no concern. After all, in this kind of immortal battle, the downfall was simple, and it would be delusional to want to back out. It's bound to be immortal. If he couldn't end it and drew fire to himself, he would cause countless troubles and even cause his own forces to be annihilated as well. The gains don't pay for the losses. No, I can't be taken. Somebody help us. We're willing to pay whatever it takes. The screams resounded through the firmament. The disciples and elders, in their desperation, cried out, wanting to request rescue from the countless spectators outside. The ancestors of the 100 Miracle Valley also opened their mouths, promising countless benefits, even willing to swear an oath of allegiance, be an affiliate of the forces willing to save them. But no one responded. Hidden forces such as the 100 Myriads Valley, although they were usually quiet and undisturbed by the world, they didn't have many allies, and they didn't have deep friendships with other immortal forces, and didn't have trust or interests. Even if these old ancestors of the 100 Myriads Valley opened their mouths and promised more benefits, it was just a blank check. It was all too normal for the forces to watch from the sidelines. I beg you, Your Excellency, to be able to save the 100 Myriads Valley in the midst of this despair. The holy maiden of the 100 Myriads Valley, illusory colored clothes, looking at the chaos in front of her eyes and listening to the screams of her fellow disciples, her face turned pale, her legs and feet softened, and she fell to her knees, a line of tears flowing down her cheeks as she pleaded with Xiao Wuxia to step in and be able to save them. I am willing to be a cow and a horse for your son, forever and ever. She was sad about the 100 Myriads Valley, but no matter what, it was the place where she was born and raised. She couldn't just sit back and watch as the 100 Myriads Valley was destroyed like this. Only, she was also clear that she was not qualified to ask Xiao Wuxi to make a move. She was, after all, only one of Xiao Wuxi's attendants. She should already be burning incense if Xiao Wuxi could step in and save her as a maid. How can one ask for more? Who made this a battle for immortality? Then let's go, Xiao Wuxi said indifferently. Ha! Illusory colored clothes froze, her expression trembling slightly as she looked at Xiao Wuxi in shock. There was something about her that she couldn't believe her ears, because she never dared to dream that Xiao Wuxia had actually agreed to save the 100 Myriads Valley. Really? The illusory colorful clothes trembled, tears streaming down her face, and she said with great incredulity, naturally. Xiao Wuxia's words landed, and with a flash of his body, he was already like a true dragon coming out of the world, landing towards the 100 Myriads Valley's ancestral land. The sound was so powerful that it was like divine thunder exploding and divine dragons coming out of the sea. It caused the Blood Fiend sect disciples within the entire 100 Myriads Valley to tremble. Kid, you dare to intervene in the immortal battle between us? Hurry back. Don't cause trouble for your Ling Shao dynasty. If you get hurt, don't blame us for being merciless. Sensing Xiao Wuxia's movement, the countless clan elders of the Blood Demon sect, enraged and furious, opened their mouths, blooming their breaths and threatening Xiao Wuxia. Chapter 146 Xiao Wuxiong strikes and shakes the great celestial father. Chapter 146. Chapter 145, there is nothing on earth that we share with the great heavenly father. Chapter 145, Xiao Wuxi strikes, shaking the great celestial exalt hard. Xiao Wuxi, don't cause trouble for your Ling Shao dynasty. If you don't back away, I'm going to take the place of your family's old man and teach you a good lesson. When the Blood Demon sect's old ancestors saw that Xiao Wuxia not only didn't retreat, but even dared to kill, he was furious in his heart and said with a fierce face, in all the years that he had become an honored one, there had never been any juniors that dared to act recklessly in front of him. At that moment, the aura on his body rose up to the sky, an extreme fluctuation that vastly spread throughout the entire heaven and earth, shaking the poor world and causing countless living beings to tremble with incomparable fear. The top immortal forces such as the desolate ancient Holy Land, the immortal imperial dynasty, and the supreme great sect that were watching from the sidelines all felt this fluctuation at the first moment. Shocked. It's old man Duan Tian of the blood demon sect. He's not even dead yet. A true great heavenly father. This is an existence that had gone deep into the forbidden region of life in the past without falling. Now that he can mobilize the 100 Myriads Valley's imperial formation, his strength is only terrifying to an unimaginable level. A strong person opened his mouth, and 2 blazing golden auras exploded from his eyes. His breath was terrifying and incomparable, causing the void to tremble. It's a holy emperor. However, in front of old man Duan Tian, he felt like a small ant. More than that, his aura, far beyond the norm, actually makes my heart tremble. Another Saint Emperor's eyes flickered as if he had thought of something. They also brought the Blood Fiend sect's imperial weapon. All the powerful people were silent, feeling sorry for the 100 Myriads Valley. This was a true immortal battle, with imperial artifacts and imperial formations being used, and unless a great emperor was alive, no one could easily stop it. Crown Prince of the Ling Shao dynasty, this is going to be a hard time. The emperor formation is isolated, and Shao Peerless Tao Protector outside can't enter for a while. If we just teach Shao Wao a lesson and don't injure his foundation, I don't think the Ling Shao Celestial Dynasty will do anything to the Blood Demon sect. The crowd speculated in their minds. There was also a feeling of raising his eyebrows when he looked at Shao Wuxi. After all, Shao Invincible was too invincible, gave them quite a bit of pressure. The crowd of clan elders from the Ling Shao dynasty outside the field were also shocked, their faces shifting in an unsightly manner. It is difficult for them to do anything about this situation. However, if he did the visual sky invincibility to be taught a lesson by the other party, he was undoubtedly lost face again. One could only look towards Shao Wuxi's protector, the imperial daughter. There's nothing in the way, the imperial maiden said faintly. There was no ripple in his expression. It was like a C-pin. Just a single word caused the Heavenly Dynasty clan elders to calm down and have a bottom in their hearts. And inside the 100 Myriads Valley, which was shrouded by the imperial formation, the endless divine lines were vast. The sky was filled with tyrannical thunder. The wind and thunder rolled, and the sky and earth were gloomy, as if the world was ending. As for Shao Wao Xie, he quietly looked at Duan Tian, the blood demon sect's old ancestor whose body was like a 10,000-foot mountain, whose blood aura was like the sea, and whose might was vast, and the corners of his mouth rose, feeling amused. Teach me a lesson? You deserve it. You and others. Listen up. The 100 Myriads Valley is this Crown Prince's. All the disciples of the 100 Myriads Valley are also this Crown Prince's people. Who gave you the guts to set foot in this prince's territory and injure his people? Perish. The words landed. A great emperor's might that was invincible to the world was spread across the 4 directions. All that was heard was a loud boom. The heavens and earth trembled, and the 100 Myriads Valley imperial formation that was already in operation unexpectedly stopped operating in an instant. Buzz. The imperial artifact in the hands of the 100 Myriads Valley Master was suddenly generous with divine power, far more powerful than she had ever utilized before, shaking out an overwhelming divine aura, and actually sweeping across to the 100 Myriads Valley's Grand Elder, Li Shueqing, as if breaking through a bamboo wall. What's going on? Li Shueqing's pupils plummeted, alarmed and shaken. She would have been able to use the Emperor formation to separate herself from Mingyu Xin, and now, for some reason she bid to sever her connection with the Emperor formation. If it was just that, she would still be able to barely cope. However, the Emperor weapon in Mingyu Xin's hand had somehow skyrocketed in power. With this and that, she directly fell into an absolute passive position. The sudden change also startled the 100 Myriads Valley Master Mingyu Xin. However, a powerhouse of her level reacted at the first opportunity and was instantly overjoyed. Whatever was going on, it was a godsend for her. The divine might of the imperial artifact cut through the starry sky, sustaining the momentary outburst, and the bewildering aura of the extreme Tao caused the heavens and earth to quake. It fell straight towards Li Shueqing. Come to die. With this strike, Mingyu Xin did not hold back anything and went straight for Li Shueqing's life. Save me. Li Shueqing's pupils suddenly shrunk. His entire body's sweaty hairs stood up, and he cried out in shock, asking for help from the blood demon sect's old ancestor Duan Tian of the blood demon sect, who was about to strike at Shao Wao Xie, wanting to teach him a lesson, had a slight frown on his face. His expression was grave, and without any hesitation, he unleashed his might and met Mingyu Xin. The reason why they, the blood demon sect, were able to break through and capture the 100 Myriads Valley was all because of the support of the 100 Myriads Valley's Grand Elder, Li Shueqing. If we don't have Li Shueching, the 100 Myriads Valley would have the opportunity to counterattack. They, the Blood Demon sect, were bound to pay a heavy price. But, your opponent is me, Xiao Wuxi, who stood in the firmament, as if he was the center of heaven and earth, with his divine face and immortal qualities crushing everything, but he opened his mouth indifferently. Heaven and earth blurred, only to see that he, who was supposed to be a heavenly pride, had dared to strike out at the Blood Demon sect's Duan Tian old ancestor, who was holding an emperor's weapon in his hand. Seek death. The Blood Demon sect's Duan Tian elder ancestor was thoroughly annoyed. A ray of murderous intent flashed across his brows. He was completely unable to tolerate it, and was angered by Xiao Wao Xie. This brat, by Xiao Wao Xie, wants to seriously injure Xiao Wuxi first. A monstrous and terrifying aura of the extreme Tao suddenly descended from the depths of the celestial dome and was harnessed by old man Duan Tian, blasting towards Xiao Wao Xie. Xiao Wuxi's expression remained flat. He never did anything he wasn't sure of. When he killed Yi Han and got his script, he was already invincible in the 100 Myriads Valley. Boom! Xiao Wuxia's fist delivery actually possessed a power comparable to that of a great emperor. Behind him, a stunningly beautiful goddess silhouette that held up the heavens and earth and suppressed the 8 wastelands had a fierce aura in her eyes as she said to Xiao Wuyu, "Please master, kill the enemy for me." This stunning goddess silhouette was none other than the 100 Myriads great celestial goddess Li Shurhan. Being restored by the materials collected by Xiao Wuxia, not only was his flesh intact, but even, because the materials were too powerful, his strength was restored to its peak. It was the great heavenly father realm. At this moment, she was the sole owner of the entire 100 Myriads Valley, and she could easily activate both the imperial formations inherited from the 100 Myriads Valley and the imperial artifacts, and she was very understanding and lent her power to Xiao Wuxi, because, wanting to help Xiao Wao Xie and take down the entire 100 Myriads Valley, and behind Xiao Wuxi, the 6 paths reincarnation plate fragment and the desolate ancient pagoda fragment flashed with astonishing divine might. The power was surprisingly no weaker than an imperial artifact. Even, there have been, boom, collisions occur. Xiao Wuxi stood in the firmament, his figure unchanged, like a true great emperor. However, the Blood Demon sect's Duan Tian elder ancestor's body retreated violently, like a shooting star flying backwards, his entire body disintegrating, and countless amounts of blood spilling out. With the Emperor artifact in his hand, he almost activated the self-preservation prohibition and fled back to the Blood Demon sect. How is this possible? In an instant, the entire immovable immortal region, the small half of the 3000 immortal region to be exact, was thrown into turmoil. All the powerful people watching this stop were wide-eyed, their hearts pounding in disbelief. Why was Xiao Wuxi, who was supposed to be only a young heavenly pride and whose strength was no more than the heavenly god realm, able to harden himself against the legendary Blood Demon sect's great heavenly ancestor? Chapter 147 Blood Demon Strikes. Tao Protecting Beast. Chapter 147. Chapter 146 Blood Demon Strikes. Tao Protecting Beast. Chapter 146 Blood Demon Strikes. Tao Protecting Beast. In the Emperor formation, monstrous greatness converged on top of Xiao Wufei's fist blade. It shook the sun, moon and stars, and stirred up the 8 directions of the immortal realm. Pust. Old ancestor Duan Tian's blood spurted wildly, and his entire aura shriveled up. Even the imperial weapon in his hand was nearly dislodged. This change directly startled everyone in the arena. No one had expected that this would happen. One must know that old ancestor Duan Tian was in existence that held an imperial artifact in his hand and had the 100 Myriads Valley imperial formation at his back. In the eyes of all the powerhouses, even if they were to let the imperial maiden, or the old ancestor of the Ling Xiao dynasty come, they might not be able to make it this far. Xiao Wuxi, on the other hand, had done it. He, a young heavenly pride, who was only 16 years old, had done it. It's unbelievable, beyond anyone's knowledge. At this moment, Xiao Wuxi's expression was indifferent, without any unexpected emotions. Is this a quasi-imperial level battle power? It's nothing more than that, Xiao Wuxi faintly said. As the words landed, he unexpectedly took the initiative to throw a punch. And this time, the Lingxiao heavenly realm behind him was also naturally catalyzed. The power skyrocketed again. A strong and overwhelming aura swept out, as if thousands of true dragons had emerged. This punch almost reproduced the divine might of a great emperor. When old ancestor Duan Tian felt the might of Xiao Wao Xie's punch, his eyes changed greatly. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he actually felt a strong crisis of death. His heart sank. Xiao Wuxi actually wanted to kill him. What shocked him the most was the fact that Xiao Wuxi actually had the ability to kill him. What kind of monster are you? Old ancestor Duan Tian's teeth chattered, and for the first time, he felt fear towards a junior. He knew that Xiao Wufei had resorted to external forces. However, Being able to withstand the power of a quasi-emperor level was an incredible thing in itself. If, in exchange for the true dragon son, Jun Zz and other heavenly pride, was absolutely unable to do this degree, only to be afraid that before the Saint Emperor level of combat power, directly the flesh body cannot withstand, and directly collapsed. This showed that Xiao Wufei's talent was so powerful that it was unimaginable, far beyond his knowledge. You'll know naturally when you're dead. Xiao Wuxi smiled, but the attack on his hands did not stop. Today, if he didn't kill a Duan Tian ancestor, wouldn't he be a soft target? Do you really think that anyone can berate him? Really think I'm easy to bully? Old ancestor Duan Tian's brows burned with rage, and he was also driven to desperation, his entire body burning with the desire to fight for his life. Elder ancestor, the blood demon sect's clan elders, seeing this scene, all exclaimed in shock and pain. Duan Tian old ancestor, life expectancy is already not much. Today this out of the box to fight, even if the battle is won, after that will not live a few days. Ugh, but old man Duan Tian, however, only sighed. I'm worried that this still won't kill Xiao Wuxi. And just then, deep in the dark starry sky, there was suddenly a large hand in the sky that suddenly landed. This hand, like it was made up of countless stars, was immense, with monstrous power, wanting to break through the sky, as if it could crush the entire 100 Myriads Valley realm. This big hand appeared, the Lingxiao heavenly realm behind Xiao Wuxi, the fragments of the desolate ancient pagoda, and the fragments of the Six Paths reincarnation plate were actually all agitated, erupting with endless divine light and illuminating the heavens. This might actually really seem like a great emperor striking out. It's a blood demon. 100 Myriads great celestial dignitary Li Shurhan's face was frosty as she said icily. She knew the owner of the large hand now. The originator of the blood demon sect was not a great emperor, but a quasi-emperor. It was only in the later generations of disciples that a great emperor appeared, pushing the blood demon sect to the level of an immortal power. Great emperors, because their might was too strong, had no way to seal themselves. It could only die of natural old age at the end of its lifespan. The originator of the blood demon sect, because he was a quasi-emperor, cut himself and descended to the strongest supreme being, the chaotic Tao Father. Then, he sealed himself up as the blood demon sect's underbelly and sheltered the blood demon sect. Only, after countless years, the blood demon sect's patriarch blood demon, after countless battle traumas and the passage of years, was left with only one arm and one leg. However, the power is still amazing. Today, the blood demon sect and the 100 Myriads Valley were in a great battle that would not end in death, so of course the blood demon would not sit idly by. At this moment, the power of the blood fiend sect's lair hidden in the starry sky was mobilized, and then a strong strike was made, wanting to join forces with old ancestor Duan Tian to deal with Xiao Wufei. Swish! The clan elders outside all looked flustered and uneasy. The imperial daughter, who had been sitting on the throne, high and cold and indifferent, looking down on the world, could not help but stand up, her brows slightly furrowed. Good timing, just in time to wipe out your blood demon sect. In one fell swoop, Xiao Wuxi burst out laughing, facing such a strong enemy, yet there was no cowardice at all, only excitement. Xiao Wuxi no longer hid his clumsiness and mobilized all his power. The sun's heavy pupils bloomed with blazing divine radiance. The heavenly emperor bone reflected the heavens and suppressed the domain. Ling Xiao divine emperor body, change the heaven and earth, take the three worlds of heaven and earth, and thousands of Holy Spirit shadows to fight for himself. His aura was extremely sublimated. Since they are all at the quasi-emperor level, then I shall be invincible. Xiao Wuxi's aura was extremely sublimated and converged on top of his fist blade. It's still the same punch, a simple punch. However, it was already comparable to the invincible divine might of the great emperor's reappearance. Boom! 3 strands of extreme imperial might collided together. The result was that the blood demon sect's imperial weapon was far away. The imperial formation within the blood demon sect stalled its operation. Old ancestor Duan Tian, who was on the field, directly had his body crumble and his consciousness began to dissipate. I thought you have any ability. It turns out that long ago from the death is not far away. The old piker. Xiao Wuxi's voice rang out, incomparably domineering. A palm fell, transforming into a thunder cage, and the true dragon treasure art in the grass character sword technique operated to ingest the divine soul of old ancestor Duan Tian, who wished to escape. Then, refinement. In the cage, incomparably mournful screams resounded, and old man Duan Tian's divine soul suffered unimaginable torture. The most crucial thing was that the divine soul was disappearing little by little. Xiao Wuxi really wants to kill him. He can also kill him. Dynasty boy. Blood demon. Remember you. A genius who can't grow up is not a genius. Blood demon Deofather's voice rang out. The threats are endless. However, his figure, was retreating violently. in the midst of endless stars, a huge and incomparable star, on which were the disciples and clansmen of the Blood Demon sect. Under the monstrous greatness of the Blood Demon, he frantically fled and traveled through the starry sky, having offended the Ling Shao dynasty and exposed his lair. If he didn't run in time, he might have to be liquidated by the Ling Shao dynasty next. Where are you running away to? In the starry sky, a figure appeared abruptly, lifting his hand and pinching it, and divine light spanning billions of miles spread out towards the Blood Demon sect's compound. He suppressed it. 25 ancestors of the Ling Shao dynasty? You really want to drive everyone to extinction? The Blood Demon's mournful voice rang out. It echoed in the starry universe, incomparably unwilling and desperate. But no one responded. No, rather, what responded to him was the immortal light that destroyed everything, as well as the explosion at the Blood Demon sect's compound. I am not convinced. Our main force of the Blood Demon sect are all being Blood Demon arms and legs and feet, growing out of the eyes, dripping blood, looked dull and numb, very desperate and unwilling to say, I know, it was destroyed by my heavenly prince. 25 ancestors smiled amicably, but in an instant, he clapped his hands and shocked the Blood Demon. Boom! God's soul crumbles and all is silent. Chapter 148, I shall be the heavenly emperor. Immortal Xueling kneels and bows down. Chapter 148. Chapter 147, when I am the heavenly emperor. Immortal Xueling kneels and bows down. Chapter 147, I shall be the heavenly emperor. Immortal Xueling kneels down. The great war came to an end. All of them, however, were so immersed in shock that they couldn't catch their breath and their souls were separated. Because the scene in front of him was too amazing, totally out of their league. The monumental battle that should have turned the heavens upside down, silenced all spirits, and plagued all living beings has ended just like this? The Blood Fiends sect, which had the upper hand and was about to completely overthrow the 100 Myriads Valley, was just swept away? And it was still swept away by this junior Shao Wao Xie. It wasn't the heavenly ancestor who made the move. Those present were all the strongest or top-tier heavenly prides of some immortal forces. So what kind of big scenes hadn't they seen before? But this kind of big scene, or really have not seen. A group of ants. Destroy. After Shao Wuxi obliterated the Duan Tian ancestor, his expression was indifferent as he stood in the firmament looking down at the Blood Demon sect's children below, their faces pale and stagnant, and casually waved his hand. In an instant, the heavens and earth shook, and a terrifying pressure swept over. No! Spare my life. Attacking the 100 Myriads Valley was not my intention. It was all forced upon me. A mournful scream rang out. One by one, the Blood Demon sect's children, who not long ago had flaunted their weapons, as if they were hunters with a lofty posture, were terrified and prostrate on the ground, begging for mercy in agony. If they were any other kind-hearted people, they might have let them off the hook. But the one who made the move was Shao Wuxi. Boom! The attack fell as if 9 great suns were dropping from the sky. A terrifying pressure that pressured the palace to disintegrate, mountains to collapse, and rivers to vaporize. Even though there were children of the Blood Demon sect, they all turned into dust. This kind of miracle-like means shocked all of the 100 Miracle Valley's children on the field. These female disciples, ecstatic and with unimaginable adoration, looked towards Xiao Wufei. The love in his eyes could have been transformed into a solid body. Xiao Wufei was already charismatic and invincible, and at this moment, in the midst of a crisis, he saved the 100 Myriads Valley, saving all of the female disciples and elders of the 100 Myriads Valley from having to suffer inhumane tortures and being reduced to the Blood Demon sect's star fury. The adoration for Shao Wuxi had naturally reached an extreme level. Just looking at Shao Wuxi, it was like eating an aphrodisiac. His face was scarlet, his neck and even the so snowy white of his chest, all hung with a reddish color. His legs trembled, and his eyes were drawn. It's like the ocean is pouring in. This crown prince is not a good person, saving you and the others, but only for the purpose of subduing you and the others. Shao Wuxi nodded his head in satisfaction, pleased with the reaction of the crowd of female disciples and elders at the top of the 100 Myriads Valley. It was not in vain that, with the power of the 100 Myriads great heavenly father, he manifested himself in person. What do you think? Shao Wuxi asked the women of the 100 Myriads Valley. Finally, the gaze fell on the old ancestors and the Valley Master who could decide the fate of the 100 Myriads Valley. Buzz, 100 Myriads Valley Master Ming Yuexin. Her jade fingers were slender and white, holding the 100 Myriads Valley Imperial Soldier in her hand, revealing her delicate figure, and her transcendent and light temperament, as if she were a moon fairy, to the fullest. Just now, she had handily slain the greatest traitor of the 100 Myriads Valley, Grand Elder Li Shueqing. But, immediately afterward, the 100 Myriads Valley's imperial weapon fell into silence, never to be awakened again. This caused her mind to sigh and her eyes to darken with helplessness. not only the imperial weapons, but the imperial formations that were functioning, even automatically calmed down and no longer catalyzed. All of the 100 Myriads Valley's female old ancestors who had delicate postures and beautiful faces, and still carried a wisp of vicissitudes. All of their faces changed slightly and were very unnatural, stuck with a deep choice. It was clear in their hearts that Xiao Wufei looked handsome and good as a humble gentleman, but he was even more terrifying than the Blood Demon sect. It was actually able to manipulate the 100 Myriads Valley's emperor formations and emperor artifacts at will, so much so, that they didn't even have the power to resist. We, the people of the 100 Myriads Valley, are not eating the past. In the 3,000 immortal realms, the weak are the strong. The weak can either bow down or perish. The 100 Myriads Valley's oldest ancestor, Fairy Shuiling, let out a sigh. Her pink lips gently opened her mouth to Xiao Xie. At this point in time, there is only one way to submit to the Duke. It's just that, to subjugate your excellency. Our entire valley is naturally 100% willing, but if we are asked to submit to the Ling Xiao Heavenly Kingdom, we will never obey. She had an extremely high status as the patriarch of the 100 Myriads Valley, and even the foster mother and master of the 100 Myriads Emperor of the 100 Myriads Valley. The reason why did not fall, not even show twilight, completely is the racial talent. The body is one of the exotic royal family of the 9 Myriad Spirit Butterfly is able to constantly rebirth and metamorphosis, then, constantly self-seal. She opened her mouth and was able to represent everyone in the 100 Myriads Valley. Wow! The entirety of the 100 Myriads Valley instinctively clamored. There was dismay, surprise, reluctance, and understanding among other emotions towards Fairy Shuiling's proposal. Why? Hearing Fairy Shuiling's words, Xiao Wuxi smiled and said, "Is there a difference between submitting to this prince and submitting to the Ling Xiao Heavenly Kingdom?" Everyone on the field, listen, wondering what the difference is. Even more so, some clan elders felt that it would be better to submit to the Ling Xiao Heavenly Palace. After all, although Xiao Wuxi was strong, he had not yet grown up and was only a heavenly pride. On the other hand, the Ling Xiao Heavenly Dynasty was the #1 force in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and had even ruled the 9 heavens and 10 lands several times. There was nothing to be ashamed of in submitting to the Ling Xiao Dynasty. Who says what in the Ling Xiao Dynasty? Fairy Shuiling revealed a hint of a smile that seemed like a spring breeze. Her round of metamorphosis had just begun. Her green and green maidenly gesture was full of vigor and carried a vicissitude that was instinctively intoxicating. Of course it's those few direct lineages of the Heavenly Dynasty that say what's right. We, outsiders, can't become the direct lineage, and when the time comes, we will inevitably be reduced to cannon fodder to be consumed. And if we submit to your excellency, when he achieves the Heavenly Emperor fruit position, we will naturally be the first line. Fairy Snowling asked herself. Swish! The whole room was in an uproar. Some of the young female disciples exclaimed out in shock, and even some of the composed elders were abruptly startled. Fairy Shuiling, who holds Xiao Xie in such high regard, surprisingly, he felt that Xiao Wuxi would be able to achieve Heavenly Emperor in the future. What is heaven and earth? He who rules the 9 heavens and 10 earths is the Heavenly Emperor. From the birth of the 9 heavens and 10 earths to the countless years of eternity now, only 3 Heavenly Emperors had been produced. These 3 days of Emperor, none of them are not the generation of the ancient. Suppress all the living beings of the world, all the strong cannot raise their heads. Even more so, the future generations of strong can only look up, no heart beyond. Wanting to achieve heaven and earth could be too difficult, almost impossible. If there was anyone who dared to say in this world that he or she wanted to be a Heavenly Emperor, he or she would surely be laughed at by countless people early on, even if the person speaking is a great emperor. Only, when they questioned, before they could get out of their mouths, they all fell silent. Looking at what was in front of him, he recalled the scene he had just seen. Suddenly, it seemed as if Xiao Wuxi really did have the possibility of achieving Heavenly Emperor. In the end, there was actually nothing to do but remain silent, unable to refute. Ha ha ha, worthy of being the Fairy Shuiling who established the 100 Myriads Valley. Xiao Wufei laughed out loud, spirited and domineering, as if he was an immortal king who swept across the 8 wastelands and suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and said indifferently, "If that's the case, why don't you kneel down?" Swish! Fairy Shuiling took the lead, and the other old ancestors, clan elders, and disciples all knelt down, displaying their proud postures, and said with devotion and fervor on their faces, "We pay our respects to the Lord." Chapter 149, Promoting to the Divine Emperor Realm. 10 Earths Through the Sky. Chapter 149. Chapter 148, Promoting to the Divine Emperor Realm. 10 Lands Passing Through the Heavens. Chapter 148, Promoting to the Divine Emperor Realm. 10 lands passing through the heavens. The crowd of powerhouses and heavenly prides outside, looking at this scene, had their hearts and minds trembling, somewhat in disbelief. What's going on here? The entire 100 Myriads Valley has sworn allegiance to invincible Xiao? This is too crazy. You know, this is an immortal power. The leader, Fairy Xueling, was even the founder of the 100 Myriads Valley. Looking at the 9 heavens and 10 earths, she was an absolute giant, saying one thing and doing nothing. At this moment, he was actually kneeling down in front of Xiao Wuxi. They just felt like the sky was falling. Damn it! This Xiao Wuxi is truly damned. Who doesn't know that the disciples within the 100 Myriads Valley are stunningly beautiful, watery and incomparable, and any one of them is the goddess in the hearts of countless people. Even if we fantasize, we can at most fantasize about falling in love with a certain female disciple of the 100 Myriads Valley, and he has actually packed the 100 Myriads Valley, as much as he can? Isn't this going to be as much fun as you want to have in the future? The crowd watching from the outside was almost going crazy. Their eyes reddened beyond measure, and their hearts were incomparably hard to bear. Envy and jealousy. He couldn't wait to kill Xiao Wuxi and take his place. One must know that the declaration of allegiance by the people of the 100 Myriads Valley just now wasn't just going through the motions, but was truly binding, a kind of heavenly Tao oath and covenant. From today onwards, Xiao Wufei is the lord of the 100 Myriads Valley. You can make the female disciples of the 100 Myriads Valley do anything, can't fight back. Of course, looking at the reactions of these female disciples and the elder ancestors, I'm only afraid that they wouldn't resist. Happy maybe even too late. Ergo dispersed. Xiao Wuxia looked at the crowd outside bashfully, and with a wave of his hand, the 100 Myriads Valley was once again hidden. It disappeared from the sight of the crowd of powerhouses. This, so envious of His Highness the Invincible, collecting all the female disciples of the entire immortal power 100 Myriads Valley as a harem. Just thinking about it is awesome. The act, to the crowd outside, looked no different than turning off the lights before running an errand. The next scene in the Valley of 100 Miracles was bound to be very extravagant. A twist. 6 months passed. 3,000 immortal realms. His legend was spread everywhere. However, Xiao Wuxi, had not appeared in the public's view for half a year. Yet, no one was surprised. If they take over the 100 Myriads Valley, they can play in it for 1,000,000 years. Play as much as you want. However, Xiao Wuxi wouldn't be that bored. The reason why he stayed in the 100 Myriads Valley and didn't go out was just to stabilize his foundation and cultivate with the help of the 100 Myriads Emperor's leftover metamorphosis. As for the services of such stunning beauties of the 100 Myriads Valley as Fairy Xueling, Ming Uxin, Li Shirhan, and illusory colored clothes were naturally rare. At best, he would only relax a little bit at the end of his practice, day after day. Finally, on this day, the immovable immortal domain shook, because the Xiao Invincible Realm has broken through. Moreover, it was a step up in promotion. Surprisingly, from the Heavenly God Realm, he crossed over the God King Realm and advanced to the Holy Emperor Realm in one step. The starry sky shook and the visions continued to astound the world. Because, again, these were visions that represented the breaking of the strongest in the ages. No way? In the 100 Myriads Valley, after 6 months of driving a silver party, not only did he not injure his body, but he even crossed the Divine King Realm and directly advanced to the legendary Divine Emperor Realm? He couldn't have awakened the legendary in a dual rest saint body. Could he? How is it that the more you sink, the stronger you get? Originally, there had been countless people who believed that Xiao Wuxi, intoxicated in the land of beauty, would inevitably overdraw his potential and waste his time, ultimately taking the path of no return and falling off the altar. Who knew that Xiao Wufei was unexpectedly getting stronger and stronger? The gap between the numerous heavenly prides of the 9 heavens and him was getting wider and wider. But it was also on this day, the Wang clan of the desolate ancient family erupted with a terrifying and incomparable world-destroying immortal light that shook the heavens. The young emperor of the Wang clan, Wang Tang, was born. Meanwhile, on this day, within the 10 great Jedi lands of the otherworldly region, a star drooped down, suppressing countless immortal domains and straddling the sky above the foreign domain. An incomparably strong aura swept across the land. When the otherworldly supreme wanted to go forward to check it out, it was actually horrifying to realize that it was not some star, but a Koan Pang. This was the strongest heavenly pride of the Koan Pang cavern in the past 100,000 years, Koan Pang Z, Kunsight's own body to be exact. That Koan Pang Z's original body that had cultivated the legendary immortal technique, the 8-9 heavenly techniques. Not only that, as if they were stimulated by the 3 of them, the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths bloomed with abnormal movements on this day. Countless hidden heavenly prides, revealing their divine might. For a time, the 9 heavens, the 10 lands, and countless immortal realms were all in turmoil because of Xiao Wufei's breakthrough. Xiao Invincible is as powerful as ever. No one can catch up. An old sage sighed long and pessimistically, as if he saw the 9 heavens and 10 lands once again being ruled by the Ling Shao heavenly dynasty. That's not necessarily true. The young emperor of the Wang clan, as well as Kuan Peng Zi, who has attained great success in the 8-9 heavenly feats, are not afraid of him. There was a rebuttal. Obviously, there was a great deal of confidence in Wang Tang, the young emperor of the Wang clan, as well as the exotic Kuan Peng Zi. And just then, boom! There was another loud bang. It shook the entire 3,000 immortal realms. This time, the commotion far exceeded all the previous heavenly prides revealing their divine might. It startled countless dormant supreme beings. The 10 places in the lower realm erupted with radiant immortal light. The storm clouds are rising. Something happened in the 10 lands? This movement, hissed, count the days. It's about time. The 10 lands are opening up. Countless forces were seething, especially the immortal forces. There was no thought of comparing the world today. That heavenly pride was the most enemy. Because, the 10 lands of the lower world, to them, are pastures. It's medicine gardens. Every so often, the 10 places of the lower realm would open up and connect with the central heaven. The forces of the 3,000 immortal realms would then excitedly rush down to harvest all the heavenly materials and treasures from the 10 places in the lower realms. The time of reaping. It's here. Already. This time, the chance of the 10 lands cannot be missed no matter what. Within the forces of the crowd, the various higher-ups were giving orders one by one. Very frantic and excited. Under the leadership of the immortal forces, it has been decided to go down to the realm to harvest. However, mutations happen. Within the 10 lands, several earth-shattering auras of the extreme Tao suddenly emanated. What's going on? How could there be emperor-level divine might in the lower realms? The supreme beings of the 3,000 immortal realms immediately sensed this situation and were all shocked. Open the heavenly escape formation. Many of the desolate ancient holy lands, eternal life families, immortal imperial dynasties, and other immortal forces had opened their heaven-escaping formations to check out the strange changes in the 10 lands, and watching it shocked them even more. A giant tortoise, like a divine mountain, with a foot of 100,000 feet, held up an ancient divine hall, emitting this extreme light, with a terrifying aura, causing the surrounding breath to tremble slightly. In the unsullied ground, there was also a Tao system present, a bronze hall, surrounded by a dense bronze divine radiance, similarly emitting a terrifying and overwhelming aura of the extreme Tao. This, Supreme Divine Collection and Bronze Immortal Hall, these two great immortal ancient inheritances, have actually come out? A high-ranking member of an immortal force exclaimed. Something has happened to both the Sword Market and the desolate stone village as well. Many immortal forces, who had opened their heaven-escaping formations, saw the other changes in the 10 lands and spoke out in horror. At this moment, all the supreme beings of the immortal forces had their hearts and minds trembling as they glanced at each other, knowing that something extraordinary was going to happen this time in the 10 lands through the heavens. Chapter 150, Ancient Freak. Invincible in One World. 150, Chapter 149, Ancient Freak. Invincible in One Life. Chapter 149, Ancient Freak. Invincible in One Life. For a time, the 3,000 immortal realms were agitated. This time, the 10 earthly passages have undergone a shocking change. The ancient Tao lineages hidden within the 10 lands unexpectedly all came out and revealed their imperial might. They're trying to isolate heaven and earth, stop us from going down to the harvest, wanting to take this opportunity to send his own heir into the 9 heavens. These sons of the 10 lands, if they set foot in the 9 heavens, will hide their identities and change their faces to join some immortal power, drawing on their fortunes, perfecting their laws, and competing for the throne. Like a fish leaping through the dragon gate, there were knowledgeable supreme beings whose brows furrowed slightly, seeing through the reason behind the strange changes in the 10 lands, knowing that this was the ancient Taoist lineages of the lower realms. They couldn't sit still and threw themselves into a desperate fight to the death. It wasn't just him who could see the intentions of the 10 lands' ancient inheritance. The other powerhouses of the immortal forces all frowned slightly and saw it as well. What's to be done about this? They're desperate, Jedi through and through. During this period, even if we have monstrous greatness, we will not be able to affect the 10 lands in the slightest. A supreme powerhouse from an immortal force whispered, unwilling to lose the chance that had come to him just like that. In particular, these chances that should have belonged to them would be used to cultivate the sons of the 10 lands who would fight against their heirs. It upsets them even more. This is a great opportunity. The desolate ancient king family's family head, however, burst out laughing. What son of the 10 lands? In front of my son Wang Tong, he is nothing more than an ant. We can't descend. And those old antiquities hiding in the lower realms, supporting the Jedi Tongtian spell formation, can't make a move either. My son, Wang Tong, has the stature of a great emperor, so he can easily level the lower realms and sweep away all resources. This, an old saint emperor murmured, his eyes flickering slightly. Indeed it is like this. The sons of the 10 lands, no matter how demonic they are not even the slightest bit better than our central heavenly pride. In particular, these ancient Tao lineages, in order to help their heirs break through the limitations, enter the 9 heavens, and quickly rise to power, will surely prepare countless goodies. Wow! The scene was in uproar. All the immortal forces that had confidence in their own heavenly pride had their hearts and minds excited. They did a rough calculation. It was found that this time, if the harvesting of 10 lands could be successful, the harvest would be at least equal to the strength of the previous harvests. Harvested 10 times, these kinds of resources were enough to create a Taofather. How do you not get them excited? Ha ha ha, that's really interesting. I didn't realize that so many interesting things have happened during the time I've been self-appointed. A sword-browed, starry-eyed young man from the desolate ancient Yi clan was covered in silver armor and divine light, exuding an unparalleled aura of terror. The aura on his body was actually not too much inferior to that Wang Tang. Obviously, this was also a young emperor-level figure. It's him, the 9 Spectres Sword Emperor. He actually came out of the world too. Is this the Great World War? Some saints exclaimed, recognizing each other. The desolate ancient Yi family, like the desolate ancient Qing family and the desolate ancient Jun family, all belonged to immortal forces. This generation didn't have an existence that was too demonic though. However, there were quite a few ancient freaks of the desolate ancient Yi clan who had been passed down for countless years and whose natural talent was so demonic that they could be called taboo. These ancient freaks, all of whom had been invincible in their first life, were unwilling to become emperors in a mediocre manner, and were incomparably proud of themselves, wanting to finally triumph in the great world struggle and become the mighty emperors of legend, or mythological great emperors. Great emperors, although all of them were invincible in the current world, if one were to compare them vertically, countless great emperors had been born over the long course of ages. These great emperors, naturally, were also divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. Generally these great emperors were categorized into weak great emperors, ordinary great emperors, powerful emperors, mythological emperors, and the legendary heavenly emperors. Yi Jiuyue was one of them. It is said to be a quasi-imperial powerhouse that was reincarnated and rebuilt in a military dissolution. The strength is terrifying. In the life of his peerless contemporaries, he was honored as the 9 Spectres Sword Emperor. It meant that although he had not yet become a great emperor, he could become an emperor. He was just unwilling to do so. Ancient freaks, are they starting to come out already? In this life, the battle of the great emperors will only be exceptionally tragic. Between the crowds of supreme powers marveling, 3 or 4 more ancient freaks came out one after another, all of them invincible existences in their first life, unwilling to be left alone and choosing to come out of the world. Invincible Shao, dare you fight? The 9 Spectres Sword Emperor of the Yi family, his breath adjusted, stood in the sky, his eyes blooming with divine light, towards the direction of the Lingshao heavenly dynasty, and indifferently said, he was immensely proud of himself, knowing that Shao Wuxi is tough. There were vague signs of invincibility in this world. It was also known that it would soon go down to the world and compete for the opportunity. There were quite a few ancient freaks staring at the side. This is not a good time to fight. After all, if he fell wounded, he could easily be taken advantage of by other ancient freaks. Yet, it still chose to make a date to fight Shao Wuxi. Obviously has absolute confidence in himself. The sword in his hand erupted with a might that was barely inferior to some extreme Dao weapons. It was the same as the Lingshao heavenly realm used by Shao Wuxi, both of which were quasi-imperial divine weapons. This was his pre-reincarnation weapon, capable of erupting with greater divine might when used. As the same person was harnessing a quasi-imperial weapon, he was confident that the other heavenly prides, who had erupted, were far less powerful than him, including Shao Wuxi. Shao Wuxi's expression was indifferent, ignoring Yi Jiuyue's challenge. This kind of waste of time and energy, with little meaning, was not something he wanted to do. Shao Wuxi, are you afraid too? Yi Jiuyue was upset when he saw Shao Wuxi ignoring him. What is his status? Ancient freaks who are invincible in their first life, asking to fight you is to give you face. How dare you ignore it? He didn't say much. His body's aura skyrocketed, and the 9 phenomenal swords fury in his hand skyrocketed, permeating the immortal realm of the 8 directions and shaking the countless stars. Surprisingly, he slashed towards the portal of the Lingshao heavenly palace. This kind of divine might was what caused the ancient freak in Wangtong, as well as Kun Pengzi and the others, who were secretly paying attention to everything, to look slightly sideways. This Yi Jiuyue was indeed strong enough. Then, accidents happen. The blazing sun was in the sky, and a mountain-like crimson divine thunderbolt suddenly struck down. It landed on Yi Jiuyue. Shasta, a terrifying burst of might that far surpassed the God Emperor realm and the Tao God realm, even reaching the Saint realm. there was an infinite and overwhelmingly terrifying force that poured onto Yi Jiushi. Boom! The quasi-emperor level 9 specter's sword in Yi Jiuyue's hand suddenly popped up and flew, and his entire arm even burst open, blood staining the starry sky. When the crowd of heavenly prides and powerhouses on the field saw this scene, all of their pupils suddenly shrunk. Immediately stand by. In Xiao Wuxi, a great threat was felt. What's that? Some cultivators with weak eyesight looked at this vaguely and made puzzled noises. Couldn't figure out how exactly Yi Jiushi was blown away. It's the sun-heavy pupil. A physique that is infinitely close to the supreme physique, possesses infinite and unimaginable powers. One of them is the ability to mobilize part of the power of the sun star. Just now, Xiao Wuxi stepped in and just by utilizing the sun-heavy pupil from afar, he caused Yi Jiuyue to fall. The cultivator who saw through everything muttered in horror, astonished and somewhat unable to believe it. Chapter 151, The Lower World. War. 151, Chapter 150, The Lower Realm. War. Chapter 150, The Lower Realm. War. Horrified voices rose in all directions. This scene in front of him was enough to startle countless onlookers and powerhouses. They all knew that Xiao Wuxia was strong, but who would have thought that Xiao Wuxia would be strong to this extent? The real body had not descended, but only with the help of the divine might of the physique. He had wounded the ancient freak Yi Jiuhue, who was invincible in his first life. Moreover, Xiao Wuxia's most powerful physique was not the sun-heavy pupil, but the Ling Xiao divine emperor body. How could this result not cause the crowd to lose their voices in shock? What a good opponent. Yi Jiuyue raised his head and looked towards the great sun in the air. His eyes flickered and his aura became incomparably dangerous and terrifying. Before, I underestimated you. Otherwise, it wouldn't have made a date with you when it had just been unsealed out of the world and wasn't at its peak. He was able to perceive that Xiao Wufei was a very strong opponent. It was stronger than all the heavenly prides he had seen, but it will all come to an end. Cold light flashed in Yi Jiugue's eyes, and the 9 specter's sword in his hand erupted with a blood-colored divine aura. It's like there's some kind of seal that's being lifted layer by layer. His aura, too, drew up step by step, sweeping across the 8 wastelands and changing the heavens and the earth. Like a flawless teenage great emperor, the madness in his eyes became more and more obvious. Surprisingly, it caused the hearts of countless powerful people around them to tremble. No wonder he was shocked and injured by a single innate divine ability of Xiao Wuxi. It turns out that it was just unsealed, not at its peak. Is he going to fight for his life? I heard that Yi Jiuyue was invincible for a lifetime, slaughtering a large number of heavenly prides of his contemporaries and using their chi and blood origins to refine them into 9 blood sea seals. Every time you open a layer, your strength will skyrocket by a factor of 2. It's his biggest card. I didn't expect to use it now. Some people were surprised, seeing Yi Jiuyue's crazy idea and finding it unbelievable. However, more cultivators and celestial pride were incomparably looking forward to it. This kind of battle between top-tier heavenly pride should look good with this kind of underhandedness. 9 specters, the greater good is at stake. Just then, a handsome figure appeared in the crowd's field of vision. This was a stunning beauty with a strong aura, dressed in cultivated white clothes, standing in the sky with her hair tied up, like a supreme warrior woman or a cool female immortal. There is no womanly delicacy, truly a woman of honor. Ancient freaks of the draconian Xiao family? Xiao Yuan Mei? Someone recognized the handsome woman's heel and spoke hesitantly. Without a doubt, this was likewise a forbidden heavenly pride that had stirred up countless storm clouds and had also been invincible for a lifetime. Later, he awakens in Yi Jiuyue's era and has a slightly ambiguous relationship with Yi Jiuyue. She held a divine ruler that wielded vast divine might and was also a quasi-imperial artifact. Yi Jiushi heard Xiao Yuanmei's reminder and raised his eyebrows slightly as he looked at the big sun in the air unwillingly. He had been invincible for a lifetime, and had never been defeated. Now, just out of the world originally wanted to strongly suppress the strongest heavenly pride of the world and show off his might. As a result, it turned out that he was defeated like this, achieving the prestige of Xiao Peerless. Of course, his heart was not happy. It was just that if one really cast a layer of blood sea just like that, it would be a bit of a loss again. Today is the day I'd become obsessed. Possessing the Lingxiao divine emperor body and the sun-heavy pupil, the 2 major physiques, they are really not bad. Yi Jiuyue murmured and made a decision, choosing to back off, accept today's defeat. Of course, the main reason for this dryness was because he was indeed not at his peak at the moment and felt that today's battle was not fair. Therefore, even if Xiao Wuxi won, it would still be a victory. As Yi Jiuyue's words fell, the great sun in the sky, which had become crimson and dangerous, once again returned to normal. This inexplicable and marvelous bout came to an end so dryly. It's also kind of out of countless people's expectations, but it makes sense. After all, it would soon be time to go down to the realm to seize the treasure, and fighting to death now would only cheapen the other ancient freaks and forbidden heavenly prides in the dark. The 10 lands are moving differently, and the impact is not small. In the 100 Myriads Valley, Xiao Wufei looked at the restless forbidden heavenly pride and ancient freaks through the heavenly realm of the heavens and said with a bland expression, the Dao lineages hidden in the 10 lands are all incomparably ancient, rumored to be inherited from the immortal ancient, and have long been missed by the countless immortal forces in the central heaven. Before, they kept hiding, that they couldn't do anything about it. At this moment, they are collectively restless and want to send their heirs to the realm, so the immortal forces of our central heaven will naturally no longer be calm. 100 Myriads Great Celestial Envoy Li Shurhan faintly said, the founding ancestor of the 100 Myriads Valley, Fairy Shuiling, and the other old ancestors were very understanding and served by Xiao Wuxi's side for a period of time before falling into a deep sleep once again, because the self was too old, although youthful and eternal, with more life left, but, as the bottom of sheltering the 100 Myriads Valley indestructible, time was very precious, and after asking for instructions from Xiao Wu enemy, he sealed himself into slumber. Thus, Xiao Wuxia was left with only Valley Master Ming Yuexin by his side, as well as Li Shurhan and illusory colored clothes and other elder disciples to serve him. At first, Li Shurhan's return caused the entire 100 Myriads Valley to be excited and thrilled for a long time. After all, he was the Lord of Zhongxing, an existence that was expected to become a great emperor at that time. Now that half a year had passed, the female disciples and female elders up and down the 100 Myriads Valley had long since gotten used to Li Shurhan's return. Even Xiao Wuxi, the male lord on top, had long since gotten used to it. Can the 100 Myriads Valley have any ancient freaks down in the realm? Xiao Wuxi laughed. We, 100 Myriads Valley, have always stayed out of the affairs of the outside world, Li Shurhan said. However, if the Lord wants to, he can also wake her up and accompany the Lord down to the world to serve him. Don't bother. Xiao Wuxi casually shook his head. He just asked casually, if, on the other hand, there were ancient freaks in the 100 Myriads Valley who were planning to go down to the realm, it wouldn't be minded to bring her along and give her some chance. Since there is no plan to go down to the world, there is no need to force it. As he was talking, a huge mouth split open in the sky, and countless chaotic auras filled the air and ravaged the 8 directions, causing countless cultivators in the 3,000 immortal realms to move. The passage is open. Sure enough, a restriction has been imposed. Only young celestial pride can step in. The supreme beings of the immortal forces looked at the scene before them, confirming their previous guesses. As the crack opened, not a single person moved, all waiting for the others to open the way. The scene, for a moment, fell into an eerie silence. I'll go ahead. Yi Zhou snorted coldly, holding the 9 Spectres sword in his hand. His aura was strong, and he suddenly swept out, not entering the spatial crack. Xiao Yuanmei, the ancient freak of the Xiao family, followed in white. After a few moments, he saw that there was no movement. Swish, 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 several streams of light, as if they were long rainbows, carrying unimaginable might, causing countless cultivators on the field, their hearts and minds to be shaken, did not enter into the spatial cracks. It was those forbidden celestial pride who were hiding in the shadows. They're officially down in the world. It is time for this prince to move. Xiao Wuxi indifferently looked at everything in front of him, slowly got up, and said to illusory colored clothes, not joining with this prince? Back to master. The remains of the 100 Myriads Emperor that you rewarded me with have already resonated with me, and I will next focus my energy on refining the remains. The illusory color cloth was like a cat, rubbing up against Xiao Wufei and saying with love. She had long since been conditioned to become a loyal slave of Xiao Wuxi. Loyalty is no less than that of Niaoui. As for 100 Myriads of great emperors remains, Xiao Wuxi just rewarded illusory colored clothes with the help of stabilizing the realm, and did not refine it. After all, it was a great emperor, or the remains of a great emperor who had become an emperor with the immortal pill of immortality. It would be impossible to refine it if it wasn't the heir to the 100 Myriads Valley. Xiao Wuxi nodded slightly and didn't say anything more, but instead, his figure flickered and disappeared into the 100 Myriads Valley, and when he reappeared, his figure was already before the spatial rift. He stood calmly. There was no immediate entry. Not long after, a pouring figure in the distance slowly landed. It was no one else but Xiao Wuxi's fiancée, Jiang Liui. Chapter 152, A Sudden Change. Chapter 152. Chapter 151, Sudden Change. Chapter 151, Sudden Change. Refined successfully? Xiao Wuxi looked at Jiang Liui, who had a dusty temperament and an overwhelmingly beautiful appearance, and asked with a soft smile, aha. Jiang Liui's pretty face flushed crimson, and she couldn't help but think of her entanglement with Xiao Wuxi not too long ago. At that time, Xiao Wuxi had given her the desolate ancient sacred body pill, a gift. It could help her achieve the legendary innate saint body Dao child. She was so excited. elated, and touched to the core that she handed her body over to Xiao Wuxi. In retrospect, there were no regrets, just some blushing. To her, she had long since decided that Xiao was invincible. When he was born, he was invincible, and when he died, he was Invincible's ghost. Sooner or later, you have to give your body to Xiao Wuxi. There's no difference between giving it at the cave and giving it now. Then let's go down to the realm together, Xiao Wuxi said softly. Jiang Liui, who had awakened the innate saint body Dao Tire, already possessed the ability to suppress the ancient freak who was invincible in the first world. There is no danger in traveling to the 10 lands. Originally, his intention was that, calculating the time, when the wedding was about to take place, he would then give the desolate ancient sacred body pill to Jiang Liui, helping her to achieve the sacred body Dao fetus just before the bridal chamber, so as to savor the taste of the first time of the sacred body Taoist fetus in the bridal chamber. Unfortunately, the current situation is too turbulent. Countless demonic prides are vying to come out, and the phase of the great world is beginning to appear. I can only give her the pill in advance. It's good to know that the first time of the innate Dao fetus tastes good. It's worthy of being a double resting holy body. After achieving the sacred body Dao fetus, my body returned to its immaculate and flawless state. Jiang Liui blushed as if she knew what was going on in Xiao Wuxi's mind. Xiao Wuxi's eyes lit up after hearing these words. Tonight? Xiao Wuxi said softly. Aha! Ginger Liui nodded blushingly. Xiao Wuxi would smile. Between the two of them chatting, there were still countless cultivators gathered, watching. The crowd of cultivators, all of them, were stunned by the gesture of the two. In his heart, he only felt that these two people were so talented that they seemed to be born as a pair. Boom! Xiao Wuxi took a step ahead of him and stepped into the spatial rift. Kong Ryuyi followed closely behind. However, a sudden change occurred. In the sky above the 10 lands, 10 divine lights violently erupted, as if they could open up the heavens and bring with them a heaven-destroying divine might. At this moment, the supreme powerhouses from the 10 ancient inheritances actually shot out in unison. Take a shot at Xiao Wuxi. Unbridled rage sounded. The clan elder of the Lingxiao heavenly dynasty, his body's aura skyrocketed with a shocking aura, and without any hesitation, he directly struck out, wanting to stop this. Even the imperial daughter, unable to remain calm, decisively struck out. Only, it was a step too late. After all, the two realms were separated by a layer of heaven and earth. Seal. The 10 divine lights coalesced together, ultimately forming a huge seal that fell towards Xiao Wuhu. Xiao Peerless stood in the starry sky, looking proudly at the group of heroes, looking at the forbidden divine light that sped towards him. His expression remained unchanged. The divine light behind him was monstrous. The heavenly realm of the skies, the desolate ancient pagoda, and the 6 reincarnation discs, all of them revealed their divine might, desire to resist this. It's amazing that this could happen. The 10 great ancient inheritances would actually join forces to deal with a young heavenly pride. It means, they're scared. I'm only afraid of Xiao Wao enemy alone. That's why they're joining forces in a bid to snuff out Xiao Wao Xie. In the upper realm, countless powerhouses, all instantly understood this one truth. The 10 great immortal ancient inheritances hidden within the 10 lands made a desperate attempt to have their heirs enter the upper realm and set off the storm. However, he was uniquely jealous of Xiao Wuxi alone. Thus, at the risk of being angered by the Lingxiao heavenly dynasty, and even risking being swarmed by all the forces of the upper realm and the failure of the plan, he wanted to get rid of Xiao Wuxi. This also indirectly showed how powerful Xiao Wuxi was. In the eyes of the 10 great ancient inheritances of the 10 lands, Xiao Wufei was the strongest existence among all the forbidden heavenly prides, enough to threaten their plans. It was just that these upper realm cultivators, even though they guessed the cause, still found it unbelievable. One must know that these 10 ancient inheritances were said to have been inherited from the immortal ancient era, and were profound and powerful. It was no worse than an ordinary immortal power. 10 ancient inheritance are also to face, and each other. There are also contradictions. Normally speaking, would never join forces like this, against a young pride. Break. The Empress appeared, her eyes somber, a tripod-shaped imperial weapon in her hand, blossoming with extreme divine might as if it could shatter heaven and earth, heavily slammed toward the passage. Every once in a while, the passageway that opened between the central heaven and the 10 lands could accommodate supreme powerhouses to descend and harvest the 10 lands. Today, only heavenly pride could descend, a result of the 10 ancient forces within the 10 lands, contracting the passageway with the help of the inheritance halls and weapons. Originally, there was nothing to be done. However, these ancient forces, separating a wisp of their mind, suddenly struck out at Xiao Wufei, causing the passageway seals to fluctuate, and they could already be shaken, strike together and shatter the seal on the passageway. When did the lower realm mole crickets, Also hamstering us? The other supreme beings, who had also been upset for a long time, held imperial weapons in their hands and heavily smashed into the seals on the passageway. Boom, boom, boom. In the 10 lands, countless mountains and rivers crumbled and exploded, and a temple was turned into mincemeat. This is experiencing a backlash. It's necessary to fight a quick battle and finish off Xiao Wuxi. Otherwise, it will be a lost cause. The Supreme Hall sect leader in the extreme happiness ground, with a grimace on his face and a restless aura, nearly roared in a low voice. He was under extreme pressure. Maintaining the ceiling of the passageway between the two worlds with one hand and suppressing Xiao Wuxi with the other would have been as difficult as climbing into the sky. It wasn't just him, but the other ancient powers sect leaders were all like this as well. You're looking for death. Xiao Wufei's eyes flickered with incomparably icy coldness, bursting out with divine energy through the heavens, shattering a large amount of streams of light that suppressed towards him. But, compared to these old-timers, the realm is ultimately too low, even if there were fragments of imperial and mythical armaments. Finally, Xiao Wuxi's left arm was pierced by an astral blade and blood splattered. It was the first time he had been wounded, but not the only time. After Xiao Wuxi was injured, it was like toppling dominoes, and all the other attacks, too, scored as much as they could, hitting his body. Blood splattered in the air, and Xiao Wuxi's entire body was riddled with holes. No! Zhang Liuyi let out a miserable scream. His face was hideous, his eyes were blood red, and his entire body's aura erupted as he pounced in the direction of Xia Wei at breakneck speeds, as if he were a demonic god that could destroy the heavens. She was not the same as the realm where Xiao Wuxi descended. If she was there, perhaps, nothing could be done. The opponent's offense is too strong. The people who struck out were probably all Supreme Xuanzans. Supreme Xuanzuan, an existence that was countless times stronger than a great heavenly father. Even if, in order to maintain the ceiling of the passageway, they were unable to use their full strength and could only use less than 1,000th of their power, it was still not something that Xiao Wuxi could resist. As a matter of fact, it was already not easy for Xiao Wuxi to be able to achieve this level of success. If it was any other forbidden heavenly pride, they might have to perish in an instant, even though it is an ancient freak who was once invincible. It's a reckoning against Xiao Wuxi. Possibly, sending the sons of the 10 lands to the realm is what was done in passing. The true purpose of these old antiquities is to kill Xiao Wuxi. He was able to be so powerful. If we let him grow, the 9 heavens and 10 lands will inevitably be ruled by the Ling Xiao dynasty again. All the supreme beings, their hearts were instantly clear. He had guessed wrong before. The opponent's true intention was to kill Xiao Wuxi. This kind of sight made even the many forbidden celestial pride who had already descended to the lower realms and hovered above the 10 lands. Their hearts and minds were in awe. One had to admit that Xiao Wuxi was far more powerful than they could have imagined. Thankfully, he was targeted. Otherwise, I might not be his match. Yi Zhouyue looked at this scene with an eerie expression and said with a grave expression. Chapter 153 Xiao Wuxiong was seriously injured, and the great battle resumed. Chapter 152 There is nothing on earth that we share with peerless foe that is seriously injured. And the great battle resumes. Chapter 152 There is nothing on earth that we share with peerless foe that is seriously injured. And the great battle resumes. Ancient freaks, once invincible for a lifetime, were high-minded and looked down on anyone. At this moment, however, they were all in awe. One had to admit that one was far inferior to Xiao Wuxi. If they were to fight normally, they would inevitably be defeated. This included the forbidden heavenly pride of this world, Wang Tong, who had the posture of a great emperor, as well as Kuan Peng Zi, who had practiced the immortal technique of the 8-9 heavens, Ling Xiao divine emperor body, Sun heavy pupil, and the legendary heavenly emperor bone. As Xiao Wufei exchanged blows with the other party and displayed more and more cards, the forbidden heavenly pride who were watching on the sidelines became more and more alarmed, to the point where they even reached the point of losing their minds. And when the divine might of the heavenly emperor's bone was revealed, these heart-stricken, somber, and ashamed of themselves forbidden heavenly pride were all frantic, with fiery eyes. Heavenly emperor bone, if I get it, I will be invincible. Be invincible in this world of great strife. Achieve the mythical emperor. Wang Tong opened his mouth in excitement, bordering on mania. The divine body could not be taken away, and at most, the divine body origin would be taken away and used to forge a few acquired physiques. It wasn't much of a temptation for existences like them. But, the bone talent is different. Saint Emperor bones, Supreme bones, and Heavenly Emperor bones were transplantable and plunderable. It's not just Wang Tong. At this moment, almost all of the ancient freaks and forbidden celestial pride of the lower realms had their minds set on Xiao Wufei, playing up the Xiao invincible Heavenly Emperor bone. Xiao Wuxi was suppressed by the 10 ancient forces of the 10 lands. In a joint effort, about to die. At this point, this is my chance. Koan Pong Zi licked the corners of his mouth, showing a hint of morbid madness on his face. Although he had fused the secondary body, the memories of the secondary body were also his memories. Thus, the humiliation that the secondary body had suffered on Xiao Wuxia was also his humiliation. He could be said to be the person among the forbidden heavenly prides who wanted to kill Xiao Wuxia the most. Now that there is an opportunity, naturally, I don't want to miss it. There were no longer a few forbidden heavenly pride who thought like him. Even some of the indigenous powerhouses of the Ten Lands had their minds made up. In moderation, although Xiao Wuxi was heavily injured, he didn't panic and finally pinched out the all-character secret, his entire body's battle power instantly increasing tenfold. In an instant, the aura on Xiao Wuxi's body skyrocketed. It seemed as if a huge beast that had been silent for 10,000 years had violently opened its eyes, and the light of its eyes was cold and piercing, destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. It directly shattered all the sweeping attacks. No good. The secret of all words. The unsullied Earth's bronze immortal Hall Master's pupil shrunk slightly as he was shocked. The secret of the word all is a secret art of chance, and after using it, there is a certain probability that it will increase its own combat power by 10 times. Moreover, the stronger the probability of one's own probability, the lower the probability of success. They completely did not expect that Xiao Wufei would be able to cast it successfully. He's completely desperate. Refining a large amount of pills and immortal pills of immortality in just a split second. Boost all character secrets. Successfully cast. The Sword Abyss sect leader, who was now on the ground, said in a deep voice. There was no need for him to say it. The other powers, the Pal Mistresses, would be able to know. Today's account, this prince has written it down. Xiao Wuxi's killing intent was monstrous, and after collapsing all the attacks, his body flickered and disappeared in place. After them, it's too late. The exchange between the palmists did not last. Boom! In the upper realm, the Emperor's daughter, holding an Emperor's weapon, had already shattered the passageway seal and was about to descend. It seems as if it is like the great Emperor coming back. It seems like we made a really stupid decision. The sect leader of the Supreme Hall, feeling the might of the Imperial Maiden, couldn't help but sigh as pessimism filled the air. What folly! Never again will there be such a wise decision. The Hall Master of the Bronze Immortal Hall retorted him. Xiao Wufei was seriously injured by us. His strength is 10 times less than 1, and he will definitely be surrounded and exterminated by the other heavenly prides that are traveling with him. As for this passageway, if those supreme beings in the upper realm, all holding imperial weapons, attack strongly, we naturally won't be able to seal it. But, Xiao Wufei is too powerful, and those forces are jealous. The only ones who have truly contributed are the Imperial Maiden, and the powerhouses of the Lingxiao Heavenly Dynasty lineage. Sword Abyss's sect leader agreed. We have already won a great victory. As expected, when the sect leaders of the 10 great ancient forces and other supreme powers withdrew their minds and focused on maintaining the passageway seal, which had been shattered by the Emperor's Maiden, actually began to recover. Afterward, it will be cleared with you. The Emperor's daughter saw Xiao Wuxi vanish. Her brows were heavy, her eyes coldly swept over. Out of the crowd of power supremacists, did not say much, but to the 10 ancient powers below, coldly said, this kind of might caused the 10 ancient powerhouses of the lower realm to experience a chill in their hearts. Instinct sends goons. No one could ignore the threat of the Imperial Maiden. This was, after all, a ruthless person capable of striking a great emperor across the board. But, they had been alone for a long time, and were not afraid of her threats. Settling the score afterward won't change the fact that Xiao Wuxi will surely die. The Bronze Immortal Hall's Hall Master laughed out loud. Ahem. Xiao Wuxi coughed up blood and water. His face was pale and he wasn't in too good of a state. Of course, it's not too bad. His physique had long been far beyond the imagination of any human being, and with countless elixirs, his recovery speed was astonishing. If it wasn't for the fact that, among the means used by those 10 old pikers, the power of sealing was utilized, he might have been intact as such by now. Who? A cry of alarm came. A stunning beauty, her face pouting, fierce and alarmed, said, me. Xiao Wuxi faintly said, Xiao, Master? Extremely happy land, extremely happy palace of Li wife consort. Heard the voice. Suddenly a shock. Very incredible said. It was a voice that was all too familiar to her. Even, day and night. As for the title, although Xiao Wuxi didn't signal her to change her name, the other transmigrant prides around her all called Xiao Wuxi their masters, so she couldn't help but feel ashamed of herself, and also self-brainstormed, choosing to be Xiao Wuxi's maid. It couldn't be helped. Who made Xiao Wuxi too heaven-defying? To be his slave is actually all high and mighty. During this period of time, She and the other transmigrator geniuses chosen by Xiao Wuxia had seen their strength skyrocket after receiving payment from Xiao Wuxia. Only, shouldn't one's master, Xiao Wuxi, be in the upper realm? How did it come to be in the lower world? In disbelief, she looked forward. Instantly, in a daze, the young man in front of him, as if he had walked out of a painting, he was overwhelmingly beautiful, with a superb temperament, as if he were an exiled immortal in the sky, intoxicating and mesmerizing. Who was this if not Xiao Wuxi? This scent, she definitely couldn't recognize it wrong. Just, immediately afterward, Li wife consort's face turned pale and she said with incomparable worry, "Master, what is going on with you?" She could see the state of Xiao Invincible. Xiao Wuxi was actually seriously injured. "The situation is very bad," Xiao Wuxi faintly said. "No harm done, just some minor injuries." As he said that, his aura was still domineering, looking down on the world. It directly alarmed the palace master and a group of elders of the Extreme Happiness Palace. "Who? What kind of person dares to trespass our Extreme Happiness Palace?" There were cries of alarm. The Extreme Happiness Palace master was furious. His breath was vertical and horizontal, and he led a group of elders, killing intent raging, and said, between the words, he had already struck out. The sword strokes were so powerful that it was frightening. "Master, stop. He is." Li wife consort looked flustered and alarmed, and hurriedly opened her mouth, wanting to stop the Extreme Happiness Palace master. However, he was stopped by Xiao Wuxi with a wave of his hand. "I will first temporarily reside in your Extreme Happiness Palace for a period of time. During this period, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, the palace master will be temporarily handed over to wife consort Li." Xiao Wuxi spoke blandly. The words landed. A finger probed out, and the divine might extinguished the world as if it had shattered the heavens, overwhelmed the attack of the Extreme Happiness Palace master. A stern and incomparable arcane light rested at the center of the Extreme Happiness Palace master's brow. Chapter 154, The Administrator of the Transmigration Organization appears. Chapter 154. Chapter 153, The Transmutation Organization Administrator appears. Chapter 153, The Transmutation Organization Administrator appears. Buzz. The heavens and the earth are silent. Deadly silence. All the cultivators of the Extreme Happiness Palace were trembling in their minds and froze on the spot, being completely shocked by the scene in front of him. In their hearts, the palace master of the Extreme Happiness Palace had heavenly cultivation and was a powerhouse of the quasi-saint realm. In the Extreme Happiness Palace, the strength is not invincible in the world. The top three, but also still able to easily rank in. As a result, in front of this stunningly beautiful young man in front of him, he was not even a one-strike enemy, suppressed by a single finger. Moreover, they were able to judge very clearly that this mysterious teenager in front of them was even in a state of serious injury. Then how strong should he be at his peak? Is this really a heavenly pride? Sure, it's not some old fart? Wow! Facing the stern divine light hanging over his brow, the Extreme Joy Palace master was sweating coldly. His face was pale, and his entire body was trembling as if he had fallen into an ice cave. A strong threat of death was felt. In the last instant, she had also made a strong move, treating Xiao Wuxi as an old acquaintance of Li wife consort, wanting to forcefully obliterate him, because she had long been prepared to betroth her wife consort Li to an heir of the Supreme Hall. How could you let the old phase of Li's wife's consort go bad? That was why, in that move just now, she really didn't hold back. But who knew that this teenager was so powerful to such an extent? "Please forgive me, Your Excellency. I would like to pass the position of Palace Master to my wife and consort." Extreme Happiness Palace Chief Autumn Rain took a deep breath and compromised. This is the only choice in this situation. After all, the other party clearly possessed the power to overthrow the entire Extreme Happiness Palace. The other elders of the Extreme Happiness Palace were all inwardly apprehensive and incomparably nervous as well. Fear of relenting to Xiao Wuxi. This scenario is as companionable as a tiger. "Stand down," Xiao Wuxi said indifferently. "There is no wasting time on these people." "Wasting time? Master, what is going on with you?" Wife consort Li sent away the palace elders and the palace master, and then, with incomparable concern, inquired. "No harm done." Xiao Wuxi's expression was bland as he looked at the sky, his eyes deep and sharp as he said, "It's business as usual. Just pretend I didn't come. This is good." Consort Li wife pondered for a moment before saying with a grave expression on her face. She had already guessed in her heart that Xiao Wuxi had encountered a pursuit, and this was to take refuge. Couldn't help but be more worried. But even dignitaries like Xiao Wuxi had become in such a sorry state. She just had the intention to help, but she didn't have the power, and could only retreat with a sad and anxious face. As Xiao Wuxi commanded this, pretend that nothing happened. It was just that, although she believed in Xiao Wuxia, she was able to solve everything. the top echelons of the extreme happiness palace, however, were gloomy, speculating inwardly, and their minds were incomparably alive. That handsome young man, odds are he met his enemy and was chased here. In that case, won't we suffer an undeserved disaster? No, we can't just sit back and do nothing. The far north of the land of the extreme joy, a huge city suspended in darkness. The city was terrifying and carried an aura of vicissitude. Countless living beings, if they approached, felt as if they were being stared at by thousands of divine dragons, and could only tremble and kneel down. And underneath the huge city was a giant turtle that looked like a continent. It is he who holds up the whole city. This was the Supreme Divine Hall of Fame, one of the 10 oldest 10 places, coveted by countless forces in the upper realm, a powerful force inherited from immortal antiquity. Within this force, there are only two people, the old and the new. The old man, with his divine might, was a supreme Xuanzuan, an absolute giant even in the central heaven. The newcomers, on the other hand, are top-tier heavenly prides that can be called taboo. Any one of them is no worse than an ancient freak. At this time, in the Supreme Divine Hall, a pair of eyes that seemed to have sunk from endless darkness snapped open, flashing with a devouring gaze that was chilling. Here comes the prey. The hunt can begin. A voice with the majesty of overriding thousands of living beings indifferently rang out, accompanied by an incomparably terrifying aura that swept across. Subsequently, a huge and incomparable pool, the interior of which was filled with flowing divine origins and extracted substances of heavenly materials, resembling an immortal pool. If a regular person had the chance to take a whiff of it from the side, they would only be able to make successive breakthroughs in their cultivation. In the essence pool, a young man wearing a purple robe, with eyes as bright as electricity, slowly walked out. His posture was upright, and his aura was extraordinary. Just standing there, he had a peerless elegance. Master, please grant me a divine weapon so that I can hunt down Xiao Wuxi. The purple-robed man Zhang Sanlong's eyes flashed as he said, "Granted." An incomparably terrifying voice rang out as if it was shattering the heavens and earth. His master agreed to Zhang Sanlong's proposal. "Thank you, Master." Zhang Sanlong's face was joyful. He is the inheritor of the Hall of Supreme Being, also, a transmogrifier, and, still, an administrator-level presence among the transients. From the Prophet's organization of extreme evil, he hadn't had the confidence to fight against Xiao Wuxi. As a fellow transmigrant, he was very clear about how powerful and heaven-defying Xiao Wuxi was, causing the hundreds of thousands of transmigrants that existed to this day to sweat in fear. But now, Xiao Wuxi had been seriously injured by a supreme powerhouse of the 10 ancient traditions, and his death was not far off. With the quasi-emperor artifact Divine Soldier, he would be able to easily take Xiao Wuxi's head, take away all of Xiao Wuxi's chances. Boom! In the Supreme Divine Hall, there was suddenly an extreme fluctuation that seemed to be above everything and could shatter everything. It was a small purple and black tower. An aura rose up against the sky, cutting through the heavens. A supreme aura that caused the souls of thousands of living beings to tremble was emitted. The purple and gold divine pagoda. Zhang Sanlong took a step forward and stood above the dome of the sky, holding the violet gold divine pagoda in his hand. In this moment, he felt full of power. At the same time, the transmutation system in his mind frantically reminded. This move led to him breaking a large number of achievements and earning a number of rewards. Zhang Sanlong's face was delighted. And then, directly towards the south, he swept out horizontally, as if he was an absolute divine dragon. Along the way, he didn't hide anything and was very high profile. With the purple gold divine pagoda on top of his head, the dragon walked as if he was an immortal great emperor reigning over the world. A wave of extreme Tao fluctuations swept across the entire extreme Joyland. The countless indigenous forces in the extreme happiness land were all startled, and the internal high-level elders, their faces startled, looked up in fear, and their hearts trembled. This might feels beyond this heaven and earth. Could it be the legendary holy weapon? No, it's impossible for a holy weapon to only have this kind of divine might. It's an emperor weapon from the legends. It's at least a quasi-imperial weapon. Some of the great powers sect masters, who knew more of the secret stories, looked at this scene and trembled. I'm only afraid that the mysterious young man from the extreme happiness palace is the one who caused the trouble. Certain great powers, as if they had thought of something, said with a grave expression, heir to the Hall of Supreme Being, the one who overran our extreme happiness palace is actually an enemy of the Supreme Hall's heir. Even the legendary quasi-emperor artifact, the violet gold divine pagoda, has come out. The top echelons and palace masters of the extreme happiness palace, sensing this aura, had their hearts and minds trembling and came up with a massive amount of information. Their extreme happiness palace, as the number one force in the extreme happiness land, naturally had the support of the Supreme Hall in the dark. Previously, the extreme happiness palace master had wanted to betroth wife consortly to the Supreme Hall's heir as a concubine. That villain is finally going to die. With Lord Transmitter's hand, that villain will surely die. Zhang Qiuyu, who had been deprived of her identity as the palace master, was overjoyed and excited. It was as if he had seen Xiao Wuxi die. How can this be an heir of the Supreme Hall? Extreme Happiness Palace's current palace master, Li wife consort, felt the terrifying aura that was rapidly approaching, her face showing worry and incomparable trepidation, fearing that something bad would happen to Xiao Wufei. In a tangle, whether or not to persuade Xiao Wuxi to flee. If Xiao Wuxia wanted to escape, she could break her back with the help of the great formation of the Extreme Joy Palace, but he was afraid that Xiao Wuxi would refuse. Only, while she was this entangled, there was already a sound like a thunderous explosion in the air. Invincible Xiao, come out and die, Zhang Sanlong said aggressively. Chapter 155, Killing the Supreme Hall of Fame Heir. Great Killing of the Four Directions. 155. Chapter 154, Killing the Supreme Hall Heir. Great Killing. Chapter 154, Killing the Supreme Hall Passerby. Slay the Four Directions. Happy New Year to you all. All is well and the stars are aligned. Who is this person? A native who dares to go and kill His Highness Xiao Wufei? Someone asked. Why ask? Nowadays, in the land of extreme happiness, that native can be this high profile? Holding a quasi-imperial weapon? The celestial pride in the upper realm who were paying attention to everything. Their gazes were huge, and they all guessed that Zhang Sanlong's appearance in this manner must be to rush to the peerless sky. How can a Zhang Sanlong be a match for His Peerless Highness? Some people were dismissive. Zhang Sanlong is just the beginning. Besides, Xiao Wuxi has already been heavily injured. Right now, he's just meat on a slab. Some cultivators were overwhelmed with emotion. They know quite a few secrets. The spells cast by the supreme powers of these 10 ancient forces were so sinister and vicious that they were able to remain on the body, making it impossible for people to heal themselves. It was the junior great emperor. If he was hit, he would have to gradually decline in chi and blood, and it would be hard to hide his decline. Whereas, Xiao Wufei did not have any strong allies. Whether it was the lower realm natives or the emergency heavenly pride of the upper realm, they all wanted to gnaw him clean. This is the end of being too high profile. Zhang Sanlong exerted his rapid speed, and almost instantly, he arrived at the Extreme Happiness Palace where Xiao Wufei was. He held the violet gold divine pagoda in his hand, as if he was a monarch looking down on the world. A body's breath, climbing upwards, reached an unimaginable level, as if there was a monstrous divine might spreading across the sky. Like a teenage great emperor, he had to go all out and not be careless, even if the other party, at this moment, had already been seriously injured and their breath was failing. However, the name Xiao Wuxi was too dazzling, had represented the ultimate invincibility, the extreme heights that neither transmigrators nor sons of Qi could reach. Invincible Xiao, we finally meet. Zhang Sanlong looked at Xiao Wuxi, who was standing in the void, his face pale and coughing dryly from time to time, and said in a deep voice. Xiao Wufei looked forward indifferently, his eyes calm, but it was as if he was an immortal god king, opening his eyes and looking down on everything. He had a worldly stature and a transcendent aura, as if he was an immortal god king and an absolute immortal descending to earth. Only, the breath was weak, and there were more than a few hints of fatigue on his face. He was hurt after all. The aura on his body was also far from its peak. But, when he casually landed his gaze on Zhang Sanlong, an imposing aura that pressed down on the 9 heavens rose to the sky. Even though he was seriously injured, this invincible might still existed. Buzz. A buzzing sound was heard. The violet gold divine pagoda took the initiative to burst forth with divine might under the impact of this aura, spilling out strands of extreme Dao divine aura, vaguely trying to fight against Xiao Wuxi's aura. Zhang Sanlong couldn't help but look a few points more grave, worthy of being the top of the list that has been dominating the list for several years. Being seriously injured, the aura on his body, just spreading out, actually caused my divine tower to activate on its own, Zhang Sanlong said with a complicated expression. Such a character. He didn't even dare to think how strong he could be at his peak. Absolutely unprecedented. The usual one-world invincible ancient freaks were no match for him. If you chose to hide, why have you come to die now? Xiao Wuxi looked at Zhang Sanlong and faintly said. He knows Zhang Sanlong. Over the years, his operation in the 10 lands was no joke. The 10 great ancient powers, all of which had found their heirs, were unsurprisingly administrator-level existences of the 10 great transmutation profit organizations. Without having to think about it, one would know that the reason why the 10 ancient forces, this time, had joined forces against him, were also all these transmigrator administrators, who were secretly flirting with him, this Sanlong and the others, to be able to stand out among the billions of transmigrants and be chosen by the 10 ancient powers. Their natural talent was naturally unparalleled. And there was also the assistance of the transmigration system, so they would definitely be great characters in the future. It's just that these administrators and group owners, before, had been hiding, very discreetly and carefully. Now, to be so high profile to send to death, the genius made him somewhat puzzled. Master, Your Highness, Shao Invincible's retrospectors and servants, through the spell formation, saw this scene and couldn't help but cry out in sorrow and tears of despair. They know better than anyone. Shao Wuxi's battle was probably going to be a vicious one. This was an heir chosen by the Supreme Divine Hall. It is not that I am afraid of death, but I am steady. Now that I'm striking, I'm already fully certain. Zheng Sanlong Jejie laughed. Be confident in your strengths. Saying that, without hesitation, he directly made his move. The might of the purple gold god cauldron erupted, shaking the starry sky, and the pale divine radiance fell down, stirring up the 8 wastelands, causing the heavens and earth to shake and the living beings to tremble. Everyone who saw the scene was chilled to the bone. As much horror as possible. With such battle power, even if an ordinary junior great emperor was here, he would still have to fall. It was worthy of being a legacy chosen by the Hall of Supreme Being. The successive generations of inheritors all possessed the posture of great emperors, no weaker than the forbidden heavenly prides of the upper realms. What's more, he was also holding a quasi-emperor weapon in his hand. The power is truly terrifying. Extinguish! Shao Wuxi felt his opponent's attack, his expression flat and ancient. Just a random raised fist. A punch is thrown. In an instant, the mountains and rivers crumbled, the layers of clouds dissolved, and divine might swept across the heavens, domineering to the extreme, as if it possessed the air of dictating the ages. The terrifying and boundless might caused the entire extreme joyland to tremble. The images that all the cultivators, the celestials, watched through the great formation became blurred in an instant, obscured by the appalling aura. And when that image returned to clarity, instantly, all the cultivators and celestials fell into a stupor. Between them, Zhang Sanlong cackled more than blood. The violet gold divine pagoda hung above his head, its light somewhat dimmed, and the violet gold robe on his body was also stained by blood, giving it a deep red color. How come? Wasn't Shao Wuxi seriously injured? In a battle of this level, how could it be him who was unharmed? The crowd was shocked to find that compared to Zhang Sanlong, who was in an incomparable state of distress and whose breath was withered as if he was about to die, Shao Wuxi was calm and still stood calmly in the firmament. There was not a single injury other than the old one from before. Your Peerless Highness, it's true that you've been injured. Still seriously injured. Otherwise, that Zhang Sanlong, how could he take a hard punch from his Peerless Highness and not die? Shao Peerless followers, on the other hand, could not help but sigh when they saw this scene. They had followed Shao Peerless and had been to many secret realms, suppressing heavenly prides, stepping on holy maidens, and slaughtering godchildren. So overbearing, profoundly aware of the power of Shao Wuxi. At this moment, not to mention blasting Zhang Sanlong with a single punch, even, Zhang Sanlong's body was not even broken. It only caused him to be seriously injured. Therefore, Shao Wuxi was indeed injured. The qi and blood are decaying, no longer at their peak. The next instant, Shao Wuxi's figure had already disappeared in place. By the time the crowd reacted, Shao Wuxi's fist blade had already penetrated Zhang Sanlong's chest. Blood splattered and life dissipated. Zhang Sanlong directly fell in body. No! The sect leader of the Supreme Hall let out a mournful and incomparable hiss. This was a situation that he had not anticipated even after deducing it 10,000 times. Simply unacceptable. The heir he regarded as his pride. Not only was he unable to defeat even the severely injured Curfew Invincible, but he was even easily obliterated by Shao Invincible? Old piker, it will soon be you. Shao Wuxi looked at the land in the extreme north, supporting the passageway sealing the Supreme Hall sect leader, his eyes cold and his killing intent surging. Anyone who dares to hurt him will surely die. With that, he stepped over Zhang Sanlong's corpse with one foot and took a step forward. In his head, the voice of the system came to mind. Congratulations on arriving at the place of merit draw, the place of extreme joy. Make a merit 10 straight draw. Obtaining the 7-star treasure, True Phoenix Treasure Bone. Recommend a super cool book. Brainy and original subject matter. Face awakening. The more handsome and beautiful you are, the stronger you are. You can also awaken the abilities of leg system, hip system, waist and leg system, hand system and foot system. The face is not only strong, it's also, welcome to the show. Chapter 156, Phoenix Treasure Art. Extreme Sublimation. Wang Tong Kills. 156. Chapter 155, Phoenix Treasure Art. Extreme Sublimation. Wang Tong Kills. Shao Wuxi's eyes flickered as a cold aura reflected in the sky. It chills heaven and earth. This amazing scene directly shocked everyone on the field. How? Invincible Shao actually killed that Zhang Sanlong? You know, He's an heir to the Supreme Hall, a true forbidden heavenly pride. Not to mention that Xiao Wuxia has been seriously injured. Even if Xiao Wuxia was in his peak state, he shouldn't have been able to crush him so easily. The crowd murmured, feeling that their worldview had been turned upside down. Boom! Right at this moment, there was a loud rumbling sound, and the entire Supreme Hall was actually struck by a mountain-like thunderbolt, which was so powerful that it erupted with unimaginable destructive power. In the cognizance of the crowd, the Supreme Hall temple that had been inherited from the immortal ancient era had actually cracked open at this moment. This is Taoist tattoo for death. Rumor has it that the divine tortoise that carries the Supreme Hall is an immortal species from the immortal ancient era. The 9 heavenly Xuanwu. The bloodline is no lower than a true phoenix or true dragon. Every time the turtle shell on its body cracks, it is the time it dies for someone. I didn't realize the rumor was true. Even if the rumors are true, the divine turtle of the Supreme Hall can only substitute for death 9 times in a lifetime, which is invaluable. To actually waste it once on Zhang Sanlong. It seems that the Supreme Hall really does value Zhang Sanlong very highly. An old antiquity that had stirred up countless storm clouds and left behind countless legends in the past awoke from their slumber and paid attention to this battle. Even existences of their level let out a gasp of surprise. Xuanwu replacement armor? A strand of fury flashed across Xiao Wuxi's brow, feeling a wisp of annoyance at not being able to completely kill Zhang Sanlong. Who is he? Crown Prince of the Lingxiao Heavenly Dynasty. Then relies on the system and is equipped with the 3 great and unparalleled physical qualities of Xiao Wuxi. He will surely become an immortal emperor in the future. No heavenly pride was a match for him in a single strike. He has always acted in an upright manner, with a clear conscience, and has never used the power of the Lingxiao dynasty to oppress other heavenly pride. Now, but by the lower realm of the 10 immortal ancient legacy forces, chi force backstabbing, joint strangulation, the heart has long been annoyed, even if he was shinned and seriously injured. If he continued the battle of the heavens' pride, he might not be too angry. However, these forces, who were already like this, even continue to use external forces to help their own heavenly pride. You have lost the heart of invincibility with this behavior. The aura on Xiao Wuxi's body was climbing. The true Phoenix treasure art was in operation. His aura was extremely sublimated, and he began to recover from the state of serious injury he had just suffered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The true Phoenix treasure art, in addition to its amazing killing power, could also be used for nirvana, reversing injuries and regaining stamina to return to peak form. If it was a regular person, even if they obtained the true Phoenix treasure bone, it would basically be a fool's dream to want to learn and utilize the true Phoenix treasure art this skillfully. But, to Xiao Wuxi, it was naturally simple. Not good. True Phoenix treasure art. Where did he get so many amazing treasure arts? It's not even a matter of mastering the true dragon treasure art, the grass character sword technique, and the all character secret, but even possessing the true Phoenix treasure art? The old supreme being of the Supreme Hall's face changed drastically, his eyelids twitching and his expression cloudy with worry. Hatefully, he gave up on maintaining the passageway seal and shot out to immediately kill Xiao Wuxi. It's too scary. Ahem. Zhang Sanlong's body recoalesced above the halls of the Supreme Hall, his breath commiserating and his face terrified. He was carrying the merit reincarnation achievement system. He had received a massive amount of achievement rewards during this period of time, and he was even an heir to the Supreme Hall, so by all rights, his strength was no weaker than any heavenly pride. It definitely has the potential to become a great emperor, not to mention defeating Xiao Invincible in a severely injured condition. But he was killed by Xiao Wuxi, lifting his hand in seconds, and now looking at, breath extremely sublimated, behind the true dragon, true phoenix, Xintian sword grass silhouette, hold open the entire sky. Thousands of stars cohesion around, toward their own strong kill Xiao Wuxi. Zhang Sanlong for the first time produced the emotion of fear. Help me! Zhang Sanlong raised the sky and roared in horror and despair. Zhang Sanlong, you've disappointed us too much. A spear that could shatter the heavens and penetrate the great sun suddenly fell from the void of heaven and earth. This spear was stained with the color of blood, coming from a mysterious wilderness filled with solemnity and despair, with blood and water staining the earth black. As soon as the spear appeared, the Lingxiao heavenly realm violently erupted with endless divine light. The fragments of the desolate ancient pagoda and the fragments of the Six Paths reincarnation plate were both instantly inspired as well, and their might swept across the land, like it's been stimulated by something. Blood plains. Xiao Wuxi's face was frosty and icy. He knows that the other guys heal. Similarly, it was also one of the top 10 immortal ancient inheritance forces hiding in the lower realms, not daring to come in true form. Fearing me like this, the destiny of heaven is lost. Xiao Wuxi indifferently said. The fact that the other party was cowering like this showed that they were already afraid and didn't have the confidence they had before. The purpose had changed to testing him. Save Zhang Sanlong by the way. A forbidden heavenly pride, the posture of a great emperor, was worth a lot. The phoenix swept the sky. Xiao Wuxi activated the true phoenix treasure art, the life essence in his body, burning violently, not caring about wasting it. A breath that climbed extremely high, godless might that shook the heavens. Still a punch, however, the level of battle power had reached that of a quasi-supreme. Boom! The two powerful mights collided together. The heavens and the earth quake, the sun and the moon turn upside down. Blood Spear stormed back. Half of Zhang Sanlong's body crumbled, leaving only half of his life to be taken away by the stormily retreating Blood Spear. The quasi-emperor artifact Violet Gold Divine Pagoda that he had mobilized emitted a wailing sound. Very sad and lost. It was clear in its mind that after this stop, Zhang Sanlong would no longer have the possibility of becoming an emperor. Its hopes of changing from a quasi-imperial artifact to an imperial artifact were also completely dashed. Xiao Wuxi, you're such a freak. Heavily injured and dying, he can still burst out with this level of offense. Only, you're going to die after all. In the unsullied lands beyond the extreme Joyland, above the immortal ancient inheritance bloodplane, a voice that shook the 9 heavens rang out. You were hit by the heaven sealing technique of our 10 immortals, and not only were you severely injured, your own essence was unable to be replenished. Even if you have the Phoenix treasure art and are able to rebirth in nirvana, but you are unable to draw nourishment from the outside world. This extreme sublimation is not only short-lived, but it is also an overdraft of yourself. You are not far from death. These words of his were not addressed to Xiao Wufei, but to those ancient freaks and forbidden heavenly prides in the lower realms of the 3,000 immortal realms. Fruity, as the blood plane transmitter's words landed, above the extreme joyousness of the earth, the stars appeared, and visions covered the sky. A spatial crack spanning 80,000 miles formed steeply, blossoming with a heavenly divine radiance and condensing into a heavenly gate, vibrating the 8 wastes and the 9 heavens. The 10 lands and the 3,000 immortal domains of the central heaven were all agitated. Subsequently, a magnificent and regal, handsome and incomparable figure with an incomparable and extraordinary aura appeared in the middle of the heavenly gate, stepping towards the extreme happiness ground. His body was covered with light and splendor, radiating endless divine might, causing countless living beings to hibernate. And his aura, step by step, climbed up, and his immortal radiance shone brightly, illuminating the heavens. It even vaguely condensed a special seal in the air. This is the seal of divine destiny prototype. The visitor, the young emperor Wang Tang. Xiao Wuxi, this young emperor has come to kill you. Chapter 157. One fist suppresses 2 forbidden celestial pride, drawing the willow divine law. 157. Chapter 156. One punch suppresses 2 forbidden heavenly pride, drawing the willow divine law. Similarly, directly east of the endless sky, a gust of appalling and incomparable black mist was also spread. It was as if some great terror was brewing. It makes heaven and earth tremble. Finally, all saw a leaf that covered the sky. This is a leaf covering the sky. Is the ancient freak of the Yi family about to descend as well? Many Dao lineages and powerhouses, through the heavens I grand formation, very clearly noticed the strange movements in the extremely pleasant land in the lower realm. None are appalled. If it was when Xiao Wuxi was in his prime, would the Yi family's one-time invincible ancient freak and the Wang family's young emperor dare to provoke Xiao Wuxi like this? But now, how could Xiao Wuxi, who was severely injured and had a serious essence overdraft, be able to withstand the young emperor Wang Tang and the ancient freak Yi Jiuyue? Is His Highness the Crown Prince really going to perish? A celestial dynasty clan elder lamented. Master, the followers of invincible Xiao mourned once again. As followers of Xiao Wuxie could almost be said to have a renewed kindness towards them. Now, looking at Xiao Wuxie being severely injured and facing so many terrifying enemies alone, he was unable to help at all. One can only watch as Xiao Wuxi, alone, faced it. Even, in the end, the sadness falls. When they thought about it, they couldn't hold back their tears. However, Xiao Wuxi, laughed. He looked at Wang Tang and Yi Juyu, who came stepping into the air with a transcendent aura, as if they were immortal god kings descending, and smiled disdainfully, raising his hand as 2 punches. These 2 punches seemed to span countless layers of stars and skies, suppressing the immortal worlds and instantly arriving in front of Wang Tang and Yi Jiuxue. Boom! A strong and incomparable divine might erupted. These 2 punches, although they seemed easy, were more powerful than the world could imagine, because this was a countless number of great arts, 3 great quasi-imperial artifacts, as well as 3 great superphysiques, all acting together to burst forth. The countless indigenous beings in the land of extreme happiness all had their hearts and minds trembling, their legs and feet weakened, and they were unable to look directly at them. The mind-blowing power is just too much. The entire land of extreme joy shook. Yi Zhouyue's body retreated violently. His face changed drastically, and a wisp of incredulity flashed in his eyes. Wang Tang also changed color, not daring to have any carelessness, and hastily threw out his golden lance in a lousy manner. Wanting to resist, the situation is reversed. The raging ancient freaks Yi Zhouyue and young Emperor Wang Tang were actually suppressed. Within the central sky, the countless cultivators of the 3,000 immortal regions were all shocked by the movement of this scene, causing their hearts to vibrate. None are appalled. Such divine might. Isn't he, Xiao Wuxi, running out of oil and dying of serious injuries? Not only not fleeing? Surprisingly, you want to suppress the ancient freak of the Yi family and the young emperor of the Wang family? Could it be that this Xiao Wuxi is really a freak, and that he's even more powerful and terrifying when he's seriously injured? The crowd of cultivators were completely startled, and at this moment, their attention was focused on the Heaven's Eye Grand Formation, not wanting to miss this peak battle. At the same time, the conditions were mobilized and inquiries were made around, trying to ask for the cause, because this is all beyond their knowledge. Wang Tong, Yi Jiufeng, are you planning to deliver the human body treasure pill for me? Xiao Wuxi smiled recklessly and said coldly. As soon as he said this, Wang Tang and Yi Zhouyue's pupils suddenly shrunk, and the radiant immortal radiance on their bodies instantly dimmed. Their breaths collected, and after resisting Xiao Wuxi's attack, they actually wanted to vanish. They weren't stupid and could see that at this moment, Xiao Wuxia was not in a good state, even though he was indeed heavily injured. However, wanting to take away one or two forbidden heavenly pride was not a problem. In particular, the forbidden heavenly pride that was killed by Xiao Wuxia would most likely be reduced to a tonic for him to recuperate and recover his injuries in essence. After all, none of the heavenly prides of their level were top-notch physiques, and the medicinal properties of the physique essence, although not as good as the immortal pill, were much easier to absorb. It might be more suitable for Xiao Wuxi. Soon, everything returned to calm. Wang Tang and Yi Zhouyue were directly scared back. The spatial cracks in the sky of the extremely happy land were also restored as before. Is this the future great emperor you speak of? Xiao Wuxi sneered, revealing contempt. Even if he was assassinated by the 10 great immortal sects and was seriously injured, he could still stand proudly against any heavenly pride. Wang Tang and Yi Zhouyue, even more so, would not be in his eyes. What really made him afraid were those ancient freaks who were invincible in 3 or even 5 lifetimes, as well as the 10 group leaders of the Prophet organization among the transmigrants. In fact, not to mention the fact that he was seriously injured, he scorned. Just don't get seriously injured and face these people seriously. These existences could all be freaks that could dominate and suppress all races on the path of the later emperors, with the potential to become mythical emperors. In his last life, he just heard about these people and thought it was amazing. However, the previous life had ultimately become a fizzle, and in this life, he, Xiao Wuxi, was the only being who could uniquely determine the ages and become a heavenly emperor. 10 Immortal Sect. If you guys still have the splendor of the immortal ancient era, this prince might really have to explain himself here today. But, right now, you guys are just not up to snuff. Soon you will know who is the prey and who is the hunter. Xiao Wuxi's eyes were cold as he re-examined the calm starry sky. Immediately afterward, his gaze swept across the Hall of Supreme Beings, looking at the old Supreme Beings of the Hall of Supreme Beings who were struggling to maintain the passageway's prohibition, and did not linger as he landed on the people of the Extreme Happiness Palace. Hold this object and unify this realm. Anyone who dares to disobey will be killed on the spot. Xiao Wufei's expression was indifferent as he raised his hand and rewarded the quasi-emperor artifact violet gold divine pagoda that he had seized from Zhang Sanlong's hands to Li Wufei, who was stupefied, with tears hanging on her face, shocked and delighted. This, Li wife consort froze on the spot, unable to react for a long time. Master, what are you doing? She couldn't understand why Xiao Wuxi opened his mouth like this. If it were her, she would have kept her head down now to recuperate and recover from her injuries. After all, if he really fell here, even if he really unified the extreme happiness land, it would be meaningless. Only, with her hesitation, she hadn't hesitated long enough. Xiao Wuxi had already told her the answer. I will leave and go to another 10 lands, Xiao Wufei said indifferently. He is indeed in bad shape. If he keeps dragging it out, he will fall on his own in less than 10 years. His enemies should be able to see that, and wait for him specifically for 10 years. He struck when he was at his weakest and about to die, taking away his heavenly emperor bone and other treasures. These enemies were the ancient freaks and lesser emperors of the current generation from various immortal forces, as well as the transmigrant administrators who had obtained the countless treasures of the transmigrant birth system. When it really comes down to it, it might actually die. Therefore, he would take the initiative to go to the various 10 merit draws and deprive the forbidden heavens pride of its origin to nourish itself. As the words landed, His figure had already disappeared. The dome of the extremely pleasant land cracked open a spatial rift of tens of thousands of miles, as endless chaotic chi and spatial blades swept through, and eventually, a portal was formed. Xiao Wuxi took a step and stepped through the portal, appearing in the sky above the departure scale ground. Congratulations on arriving at the place of merit draw, the place of extreme joy. Make a merit 10 straight draw. Acquired 7-star treasure, ancestral sacrifice spiritual method of the ancients. Chapter 158, since you want to die, it will be as you wish. Use your body as a seed. The ancestral sacrificial spirit law of the ancients? Xiao Wuxi's eyes lit up as his eyes flashed with essence. The vanguard ancestor sacrifice spirit method, also known as the willow god method. It was a legendary living creature that had been sacrificed by all the living beings of the 3,000 worlds, 10,000 ancient years ago. Her strength was even more powerful than the 10 murderers, and her birth was even more ancient and honorable than the 10 murderers. As for experience, it's even more legendary. It was said that she had attempted to explore the boundary sea, but she was seriously injured by a terrifying existence on the other side of the boundary sea and fell down to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. And on the way, countless powerful people wanted to divide her body and take away her power and authority. Eventually, it was reduced to an ordinary, lightning-struck willow. It landed in a remote village in the lowermost realm, with rolling thunder in the sky. But even so, she still grew and returned to the top. Therefore, the law she had mastered was precisely the law of vitality. Even the heaviest of injuries can be recovered and surpassed from their former peaks. Looks like I got lucky. Xiao Wuxi stood in the firmament, the corners of his mouth rising as he quietly ran the willow god method. Wisps of vitality, drawn from the circumference of the sky, were brewed within the body. Originally, he could only fight 2 more matches, but now, he could fight 10 more. And, you can feed off the war. Originally, his intention was to plunder the treasures of the 10 lands and check in at the 10 lands, and he could always find a solution. I didn't realize that the system was so powerful. 2 draws in a row, both of which he needed the most. It didn't completely dissolve his injuries, but it was harmless, worthy of being a self-service system. Xiao Peerless smiled broadly. Lord Li Hanbing, the son of the extreme cold demon emperor, his body trembling with trepidation and worry written all over his face, flew out in a trembling voice. He was supposed to be a prick in an extremely evil organization. It's more of a black fan of the sky. However, after being subdued by Xiao Wuxi, during this period of time, there was no shortage of rewards from Xiao Wuxi, allowing him to rise completely, and he was already able to level with those administrators. In his heart, he was immensely grateful to Xiao Wuxie. It's no exaggeration to say that not even his father could have been so kind to him. Now that Xiao Wuxi had been assassinated by the 10 great immortal sects and was on the end of the road, about to fall, he was naturally incomparably saddened. No harm done, Xiao Wuxi blandly said. Lead the way in front. I'm going to recuperate here for a while. Good. Li Hanbing didn't dare to be slow in any way and hurriedly led the way ahead. Time passes. Xiao Wuxi had been resting for half a year in the departure scale lands. During this period of time, whether they were from the 3,000 immortal regions or the 10 lands local pride, they all chose to remain silent. Sit back and wait for Xiao to be invincible and run out of gas. On this day, the ground shakes from the dirt, because, in the sky, the purple star is dark. This meant that Xiao Wuxi was going to die. A supreme heavenly pride with strong natural talent, who should have been able to traverse the 9 heavens and 10 earths and eventually achieve the mythical emperor, was about to fall. Also on this day, White Bone City void, out of the endless darkness, hanging above the night sky, it gave off a haunting glow. Even when the stars shine, they are dimmed. The White Bone Domain, like the Blood Plains, the Supreme Hall, the Bronze Immortal Hall, and the Sword Ruins, were all ancient forces that had been passed down from the immortal ancient to the present. The White Bone Domain is finally making its move. Its air is only stronger than Zhang Sanlong of the Supreme Hall. A strong person said in a shocked voice, the cruelty of the White Bone Domain. Please bookmark. Warm tips, please turn off the smooth reading or reading mode. Otherwise the content cannot be displayed properly. It's even more scandalous. Deep in the starry sky, a heavenly gate opens up. A peerless man, imposing and magnificent, a leaf covering the sky. Beside him, there was another woman, crossing the starry sky at a rapid speed, lifting her hand and a divine ruler, which appeared in front of him. She was dressed in purple, her eyes were cool, and she was magnificent. These 2 people were none other than Yi Zhou, who had lit up before, and his fiancée, Xiao Yuanmei. Xiao Yuanmei, the ancient freak of the Xiao family who was invincible for a lifetime. She's actually teamed up with Yi Zhou, the ancient freak who was invincible in the Yi family for a lifetime. Some hearts trembled. This kind of movement was beyond their imagination. Xiao Wuxi had already been seriously injured. and after the passage of time, he had long since run out of gas. But these enemies, however, still intended to join forces. Young Emperor Wang Tang come too. They're getting real. No more trysts. All of them are rushing to kill Sky Invincible. It's just that none of them were in the departure scale lands before for fear of being counterattacked by Xiao Wu enemy at the point of death. And now that they've attacked the spatial barrier, their exertion shouldn't be small. So will they be Xiao Wu enemy's opponents? Definitely not before. Definitely now. A top-tier powerhouse opened his mouth. Saying that, he glanced at the Z-Way star above the departure scale ground, and it was all showing signs of dimming and silencing. It showed that Xiao Wuxi was already dying from serious injuries and had reached his weakest moment. How much power could Xiao Wuxi still exert at this point? Almost instantly, Yi Jiu Yue, Xiao Yuan Mei, Wang Tong, and White Bone Domain successor by Jingjing all arrived in front of the temple where Xiao Wuxi was cultivating. The powerhouses of the countless Dao lineages of the 3,000 immortal realms all utilized the Great Formation and concentrated without any distractions. Unable to bear to miss the scene that might be held up as a legend, the indigenous powerhouses of the land of separation scale were even more oppressed by the aura emanating from the four of them, so they could not move, and could only prostrate themselves on the ground, trembling. One must know that with Xiao Wuxia's funding, there were quite a few natives among them whose strength had reached the heavenly god realm. However, in front of Wang Tang and the others, they were still as weak as a mole cricket. Invincible Xiao sat cross-legged. At this moment, his body was withered, his hair was withered and white, and his skin was dry and cracked. He was seriously injured and dying, as if he would disintegrate and fall at any time. A dense aura of death enveloped its body. Your Highness, this time it's a real danger. Seeing this scene, a kind of celestial dynasty clan elder and Xiao peerless follower in the upper realm lamented. Xiao Wuxi's eyes were tightly closed. There was no reaction to the arrival of Yi Jiu Yue, Xiao Yuan Mei, and the others. He was participating in the practice of the ancestral sacrificial spirit law of the ancient world. This creation calamity, which allowed him to experience life and death, surprisingly allowed him to realize the legendary path of using one's body as a seed. He could clearly feel that there was a very short and weak newborn breath brewing inside his body. This breath, not only can it bring him back to the top, more than capable of breaking through again, reach a higher level. Invincible Xiao, come fight me. Yi Jiu Yue held the Quasi-Emperor artifact Nine Spectres sword in her hand, her body blossoming with divine radiance as she aimed at Xiao Wei, domineering and incomparable Dao. This kind of might was even stronger than before, when he had provoked Xiao Wuxia in the upper realm. He had seen the terror of Xiao Wuxi because he had seen Xiao Wuxi's terror. Therefore, this time, there was no restraint, and it was directly the strongest attack. Unsealed the sea of blood. The blood chi behind his back rushed to the sky, as if he was a supreme demonic god that had stepped out of the blood-damaged ocean, and the heavens and earth were trembling with war. In the face of Yi Jiu Yue's provocation, Xiao Wuxi looked calm and familiar, didn't put it in his eyes at all. In comparison, comprehending the way of the body as a seed is the right path. Looking for death, Yi Jiu Yue was upset in his heart. He was an ancient freak who was invincible in his first life. Surprisingly, he was ignored by Xiao Wuxi like this. Without saying anything, he directly swept his sword across the room. A sharp and incomparable killing aura instantly filled the starry sky in all directions, shaking the heavens. It caused the young Emperor Wang Tang next to him, as well as White Bone Domain successor by Jingjing, to change their faces in surprise. This Yi Jiu Yue was worthy of being an ancient freak who was invincible in his first life. Then there was an accident. Boom! Above the sky, a seven-colored divine thunderbolt suddenly dropped down. In an instant, a heaven-destroying might erupted. There was even an infinite amount of quasi-emperor might that poured out on Yi Jiu Yue. Boom! Yi Jiu Yue's quasi-imperial artifact, the Nine Spectres sword, directly came off his hand, and his body's armor instantly crumbled as he flew out horizontally, blood staining the starry sky. As for Xiao Wuxi, at this moment, he slowly stood up, a ray of impatience flashing in his eyes. Since you guys want to die, it's as you wish. Please bookmark. Warm tips, please turn off the smooth reading or reading mode. Otherwise the content cannot be displayed properly. Chapter 159, Seeing the Mythical Weapon Hell's Underworld Sheen Again. Living a Second Life? 159. Chapter 158, Seeing the Mythic Weapon Hell's Underworld Sheen Again. Living a Second Life? Boom! Yi Jiu Yue's body retreated violently, and the armor on his body exploded, staining the sky with blood. When Wang Tang and Xiao Yuanmei saw this scene, their pupils all suddenly shrunk. Immediately, he activated his quasi-emperor's weapon and stood by. Even White Bone Domain successor by Jingjing, who had been expressionless and indifferent since arriving here and who regarded Xiao Wuxi as a dead man, was instantly moved, the White Bone fury filling his body, and his quasi-emperor's soldier similarly activated. What's that? The countless supreme beings of the 3,000 immortal realms vaguely saw Xiao Wuxi's fist shaking away Yi Zhou, who had opened the seal of the Blood Sea. Through the heavens I grand formation. It made them freeze on the spot. It's too much of a shock. Isn't Xiao Wuxi dying? How can he still easily suppress Yi Zhou who has opened up? Could it be that Yi Zhou, the ancient freak who was invincible in his first life, was a counterfeit? At this point, young Emperor Wang Tang, Xiao Yuanmei, the ancient freak of the Xiao family, and Bai Jingjing, had their auras skyrocketed, blocking Xiao Wuyuan. They were able to feel a very strong threat from Xiao Wuxi, like a teenage mythological emperor. The head of the Wang family, Wang Tang's father, had been paying attention to all of this, and when he saw this scene, he couldn't help but be slightly shocked. The crown prince of the celestial dynasty is actually going to live a second life? He was naturally able to tell the state of Xiao Wuxi at this moment. Not only him, but the helmsman of the 10 major immortal sect forces within the 10 lands. When they saw this scene, all of their bodies trembled slightly, unable to remain calm. They spared no expense and assaulted and injured Xiao Wuxi. I had thought that Xiao Wuxi would surely die. As a result, Xiao Wuxi actually showed signs of living a second life. Some ancient immortals claimed that the power within each being is beyond the world's imagination. As a result, 2 doctrines have been derived. First, the doctrine of using the body as a seed. It is said that if one develops oneself and uses one's body as a seed, then one can possess superpower that surpasses that of all other men in heaven and earth. But no one has ever achieved it. Secondly, to put death to death is to live a second, third, fourth, etc. new life. This had been done by a number of great emperors, and after living a second life, usually with talent and heart, one can go even further, become more demonic, count on it. And at this moment, not only was Xiao Wuxi dying, but he was going to live a second life. So naturally, these people couldn't accept it. What are you worried about? Think he'll live a second life? How? Only great emperors, and top great emperors, who comprehend the essence of the great Tao, know the laws of life's functioning, see through life and death, and with the help of the immortality pill, can manage to live a second life. How could he, a teenage heavenly pride, do that? It's just a teenager coming back from the brink of death. The supreme powerhouse of the White Bone Domain, who was supporting the heaven and earth passage seal with one hand while gaining insight into Xiao Wuxi's situation, eventually said with a disdainful expression on his face, as he opened his mouth, the originally restless supreme beings gradually calmed and relaxed. I was the one who overthought it. Living out the second life, it's unobtainable if you're not a top great emperor. Old me just now actually thought that a juvenile heavenly pride would live a second life, but I'm really old and confused. The atmosphere was cordial as all the supreme beings spoke. However, it caused the celestial dynasty clan elders, as well as the followers of Xiao Wuxia, to turn pale and look incomparably unsightly. It's amazing that no one looks favorably on their prince. In fact, they didn't have a bottom in their hearts and felt that there wasn't much hope for Xiao Wuxi to survive the second. It's just a flashback. Young Emperor Wang Tang snorted coldly, being bluffed by Xiao Wuxi's actions just now, causing him to become infuriated and directly strike out in a rage. Again, Yi Zhou was equally unconvinced to kill out. The Great War broke out directly. Yi Zhou and Xiao Yuanmei, 2 ancient freaks who were invincible in the First World, killed in succession, with astonishing moves and killing strokes that shook countless living beings. With the power of heaven and earth from the White Bone Domain behind her, Bai Jingjing was like a god descending into the world. Her might was monstrous. The young Emperor Wang Tang, with his feet on the Great Emperor's carriage, Great Emperor's talisman on his head, and Quasi-Emperor's weapon in his hand, was incomparably honorable. One terrifying fluctuation after another shook the 8 wastelands and swept away a slice of mountains and rivers. The countless living beings in the land of separation scale were trembling with fear to the extreme. It's almost like a battle of extermination. Xiao Wuxi's expression was indifferent, without any fluctuations. True dragon hands, grass character sword, true phoenix palm, and all sorts of divine abilities were exerted. Soon, Yi Zhou was once again harping on blood, injured again and again, but recovered instantly. He didn't have the seal of the 10 immortal sect, and it wasn't difficult for him to recover himself after being injured with the help of precious medicines. It wasn't just him, but Wang Tang and the others as well. They had come this time with the idea of grinding Xiao Wuxia to death. It was only in this collision that Xiao Wuxi's injuries were not seen to be serious, vaguely suppressing the 4 directions of heavenly pride. Suddenly, Bai Jingjing roared, and an ancient zither behind her back played autonomously. The strings of the zither vibrated, wielding extreme divine might, each layer seemingly capable of wiping out everything in the world. That's the hellish medieval liar. A supreme being from the upper realm, through a large formation, saw this scene and uttered a surprised voice. He didn't even dare to confirm if this was the legendary piece of Guqin. the hell underworld harp, and the desolate ancient pagoda. The Six Paths reincarnation disc belonged to the same level of mythological weapons. It was just that, while the fragments of other mythological weapons had, more or less, appeared in history, the hell underworld harp, however, had never come out, and for nearly 1,000,000 years, they had all only been able to know that there was such a mythological weapon from the canonical texts. Viewing the hell underworld Qinin by Jingjing's hands, it was relatively complete in shape and terrifying in power, so he thought that the fragments had gathered quite a lot. Bai Jingjing's face was expressionless as she trended this hellish medieval qin, suppressing towards Xiao Wuxi. This hell underworld harp, which did not seem to have too much power, could in fact deprive others of their life force and injure their souls, and should be very restraining to Xiao Wuxi at this moment. That's your backhand? Xiao Wuxiao laughed out coldly. Although he did not despise any heavenly pride in the world, he was unable to pay attention to it either. This smile, falling in Bai Jingjing's eyes, was no less than a sneer. Soon, you will know its terror. The aura on Bai Jingjing's body erupted once again. However, Xiao Wuxi's eyes flashed as he violently raised his hand and struck out a stream of light. In an instant, the hell underworld qin, which had been refined by Bai Jingjing, unexpectedly began to fly uncontrollably towards Xiao Wuhu's side. What? Bai Jingjing looked horrified. It's just the secret of the character of soldier, Xiao Wuxi said with a slight lethargy. As the words landed, the Six Paths reincarnation plate behind him rotated, combining with the true dragon treasure art, bursting with divine light and falling towards Bai Jingjing. In an instant, Bai Jingjing's figure reversed, turning into a young girl, and then a young child. Such tactics had already caused Wang Tang and the others to feel a sense of withdrawal, and at this moment, they had a bad premonition. Reversal of reincarnation. The powerhouses watching outside also cried out in shock. This was the divine power treasure technique inscribed on the Six Paths reincarnation plate. It was said to be an immortal technique. It was just very difficult to master, and it seemed that only the reincarnation emperor, in the records, was able to perform it. Who would have thought that Xiao Wufei would be able to cast it? In fact, the focus of most of the most powerful people, however, does not lie in this. They are more concerned about the fact that Xiao Peerless has actually also mastered the secret of the 9 secrets of the word Bing, being able to refine other people's divine weapons. At great accomplishment, one can take away another person's weapon with a single thought. Although, the secret of the character of Bing, which Xiao Wuxia had executed, had not come to a great completion, and had failed to take away Bai Jingjing's hell underworld qin fragment. It had also drastically affected Bai Jingjing's battle power. This kind of talent and enlightenment was too amazing. Die, Xiao Wuxia whispered softly, raising his hand to strike Bai Jingjing, who was filled with shock and whose pupils had suddenly shrunk, unable to believe the scene in front of him. Boo! Explosive sounds rang out, and if it was in the past era, White Bone Domain's heir, Bai Jingjing, who was expected to become an emperor, fell in this way. The body's origin, before it could escape, was plundered and absorbed by Xiao Wuhui as he activated the ancestral sacrifice spiritual willow divine law of the ancient world to replenish himself. As the white crystal origin was absorbed as much as it could be, Xiao Wuxi's eyes flashed with a ray of essence. His essence shook violently, like a true dragon descending to the world, and his gaze couldn't help but fall on Wang Tang and the others who had already faltered. Chapter 160 Xiao Wuxiong shows weakness to entice the 3 forbidden celestial pride to kill, and the burial earth comes to the rescue. What? White Bone Domain successor Bai Jingjing just perished? And, how do I look at the situation? Xiao Wuxi's aura seems to have become even stronger. The sudden change directly shocked countless people. Whether it was the supreme beings of the upper realm or the natives of the various parties of the 10 lands of the lower realm, they all stared in disbelief, swallowing their saliva. Worldviews are turned upside down. Xiao Wuxi's performance had completely exceeded common sense. No, this can't be. From the immortal ancient era, the White Bone Domain, which had been passed down to the present day, resounded with mournful screams. The helmsman of the White Bone Domain was painfully unable to accept this scene. Wang Tang and the others, they're in danger. On the other hand, the various Dao supremacists of the 3,000 immortal realms were worried about the safety of Wang Tang, Yi Jiu Yue, and Xiao Yuanmei. Xiao Wuxia's aura was clearly stronger after killing Bai Jingjing and seizing its origin. Damn, he's in this situation. Why is he still so strong? Seeing this scene, Yi Jiu Yue felt like his invincible Dao heart was about to crumble. This Xiao invincible was just too perverse. Our destination has been reached. His fiancée, Xiao Yuanmei, looked solemn, and although she was shocked in her heart, she still said to Yi Jiushue in relief, Xiao Wuxi, is that all you have? Young Emperor Wang Tang's body retreated violently, pulling away from Xiao Wuhu, his face expressionless, his aura once again regaining its dignity, very transcendent. like an unearthly god king who stood tall and looked down upon the world's living beings. It was already pronouncing Xiao Wuxi's fate, as if the winner of this battle was him. Xiao Wuxi's eyes were raging with killing intent, and all of his divine abilities and treasures blocked Wang Tang as much as he could. Just then, stop the fight. Next time it will be his life that falls. Away from the scale ground, a shadowy figure with a raging aura of death faintly said. This was a forbidden heavenly pride from the burial lands. The burial earth, exclusive for one day, is very mysterious, and the living beings inside are all dead corpses born spiritually from 10,000 years ago. He appeared on behalf of the other forbidden heavenly pride to save Wang Tang and the others. This is what they agreed to before. They very much overestimated Xiao Wuxi, never holding on to the idea of killing Xiao Invincible with a single strike. This time, the four of them, Bai Jingjing, Wang Tang, Yi Jiu Yue, and Xiao Yuan Mei, had joined forces and were able to force Xiao Wuxi to display the secret of the character of Bing, which was already considered not bad. Otherwise, by the time they made a complete strike, they would be caught off guard by this tactic, and might also suffer a heavy blow. The four of them, Wang Tang, were just consuming Xiao Invincible. The more they consumed the last of Xiao Wuosun's strength, the less likely they, the forbidden celestial pride hiding in the shadows, would be replaced by Xiao Wuosun in a desperate attempt to die when they came out of the world. In fact, they still suspected that Xiao Wuxi had more cards. If it was just that, it wouldn't qualify for the 10 Lands Immortal sect to go out and count so much. What they wanted to do most was to force Xiao Wufei to forcefully exert his peak power. That was what was the biggest drain on Xiao Wuxi. The greatest. They were even more convinced that even after having just gone through a great battle, today's Xiao Peerless still had the power to fight at the final peak. Therefore, they remained cautious and were in no hurry to come out. Some of them are ancient freaks who are invincible in their second, or even third, life. The last thing you need is patience. At the same time, their enemy, too, was not only Xiao Wuxi, whose, please bookmark, warm tips, please turn off the smooth reading or reading mode. Otherwise the content cannot be displayed properly. He forbade the heavenly pride, and all of them were also competitors, and even more so, enemies. Then all the more reason to hide, waiting for the right moment. No wonder, those three losers, in this situation, still dare to speak out in front of this prince. Xiao Wuxi gathered his killing intent and looked at the newly appeared, Death-Chi wrapped Burial Earth Taboo Heavens Pride Burial Yuan with an icy smile. Does the Burial Earth want to make an enemy of this prince as well? It's just a matter of fighting for heaven's destiny together. Burial Yuan smiled faintly. I hope that when we meet next time, the Crown Prince will still be alive. As he said that, his body had begun to fade, intending to retreat. Suddenly, just then, the heaven and earth changed. Blood thunder rolled, condensing into a brilliant divine sword with a blood-colored Jarius hanging from its disc. Divine might vast, as if it came from above the 9 heavens, carrying an overwhelming killing opportunity, stabbing straight at Xiao Wufei. Then, unexpectedly to everyone's surprise, Xiao Wuxia, who appeared to be overflowing with divine might and had killed Bai Jingjing and received nourishment from its origin, actually appeared to be acting in a panic. The moves to counter this offense have been woefully inadequate. You're really bluffing. You're no good anymore. Yi Jiuyue held the 9 Spectres' sword in his hand, covered in blood, but his face carried an unimaginable grimace. He had just fought with Xiao Wuxia and was easily suppressed, heavily injured and in an incomparable state of distress. It wasn't just him, Wang Tang, Xiao Yuan Mei, all of them had been seriously injured. In the face of Xiao Wuxi, who had an astonishing aura and easily subdued Bai Jingjing, they should have fled. That taboo heavenly pride Burial Yuan, who was covered in a deadly aura and came from the burial earth, appeared to put pressure on Xiao Wuxi so that they could easily escape. But, he was too upset. The invincible one-worlder was unable to accept this result, paying a heavy price for a brief surge in his own strength. He carried out the attack. He also didn't expect his attack to actually work. Invincible Xiao is just in disguise. An unimaginable excitement surfaced in his heart as he scored a hit. Xiao Peerless was recognized as having the potential to achieve mythical emperor. If he is struck down, wouldn't he or she go down in history? Moreover, it was more likely to seize the chance of Xiao Wufei, and his natural talent and strength were greatly furthered. This kind of change directly alarmed the entire heaven and earth. All the powerhouses and heavenly prides were agitated. Had Xiao Wuxi really run out of gas? Otherwise, there's no reason to be that lousy. Swish! There were already some forbidden heavenly prides who couldn't sit still at all, exercising their haste and breaking through space one after another, wanting to descend on the departure scale land. What? Wang Tang and Xiao Yuan Mei, who were about to vanish, looked happy and excited. In that case, wouldn't they, right there on the field, be the biggest winners? The other celestial pride, wanting to arrive, were already finished. without any surprises. They no longer retreated, taking the supreme precious medicine and executing heavenly divine abilities to suppress towards Xiao Wuxia. You guys seem happy. Seeing this, Xiao Wuxia abruptly revealed a smirk. Unfortunately, you guys were happy too early. The true dragon treasure art was in operation, and the ancestral spirit willow divine law of the ancient world extracted the white crystal origin while quenching out 100 grains of vitality substance that burned rapidly, causing his power to climb upward and back to its peak. The chi and blood were raging, and the mana was surging. All the power, all gathered in one punch. Boom! The fist swept over Yi Jiuyue, directly burst his body, turned into a mist of blood. Historical, period. Please bookmark. Warm tips, please turn off the smooth reading or reading mode. Otherwise the content cannot be displayed properly. 9 ghosts. Falling. Prince. The Celestial Dynasty clan elders and the followers of Xiao Wuxia were all thrilled and ecstatic when they saw the scene through the Great Formation. Even in this state, Xiao Invincible was still invincible. No one was willing to miss this pinnacle battle of the supreme heavenly pride. All of them were in shock, unable to take their eyes off the ground. Not good. It's a trick. Run. Wang Tang and Xiao Yuanmei's faces changed drastically. Their pupils suddenly shrunk, and a sense of ill will rose in their hearts. They were swindled by Xiao Wuxi. Originally, with the burial element pressing down on them, they were able to walk away, but now they were in danger. A bunch of trash. Burial Yuan cursed angrily. His body was filled with dead qi, condensing into a long spear that shot out violently towards Xiao Wuxi, buying time for Wang Tang and Xiao Yuanmei to escape. However, in the next instant, his attack collapsed. The heaven and earth shook, and the space around him was unexpectedly disrupted. Not good. Burial Yuan's face changed slightly. His body suddenly flickered and fled, no longer daring to make any attempts to obstruct. Because, just now, Xiao Wuxi was trying to block off space, intending to leave him behind. If he dared to obstruct again, not only would he not be able to save Wang Tang and Xiao Yuanmei, he would also have to get involved himself. Chopper. Start a prairie fire. The grass character's sword technique and the true phoenix treasure art were executed, and the monstrous divine might condensed into a divine sword that could shatter the stars and the worlds, as well as the immortal divine phoenix that carried an unparalleled stream of light with waves of emperor flame, and attacked towards Xiao Yuanmei and Wang Tang. The two of them noticed the attack, but it's impossible to hide. In an instant, all means of defense collapsed, and his body began to crumble as miserable screams rang out. All the beings who were paying attention to everything, at this moment, looked dumbfounded. Xiao Wuxi showing weakness to bait the 3 forbidden heavenly pride? Please bookmark. Warm tips, please turn off the smooth reading or reading mode. Otherwise the content cannot be displayed properly. Chapter 161, Accepting Ancient Freaks as Maids, Declaring War on the World. The sudden change was shocking to the end, and all the supreme beings from all the forces in the upper realm changed their colors in unison, their eyes filled with awe. This sky is invincible. Too invincible. It was all like this, and he was still able to suppress the 4 forbidden heavenly pride. It's more about showing weakness and baiting them all to death. It caused countless cultivators and heavenly prides to call out monsters in their hearts. Simply undefeatable. Save my clan's pride. When I, the Wang family, owe you a favor. The desolate ancient king family was agitated, and the immortal domain in which it was located. The ground shook, the water backed up, the volcano erupted, and the cloudy sky was thick, so the wrath of the desolate ancient king family's ancestors was visible. Of course they couldn't do anything to see their clan's top talent die young like this. Immediately open your mouth and make a promise. Remember what you said today. Burial of Yuan. Face hesitation for a moment, and finally gritted his teeth, crushed a green-gray talisman, and instantly the whole was wrapped in endless dead gas, as if the death of the underworld dragon general, previously charged, unstoppable. It was not an attack towards Xiao Wuxi, but rather landed towards the young Emperor Wang Tang, who had been knocked back by Xiao Wuxi's punch and seriously injured. Boo! It's you who seeks your own death. Seeing this, Xiao Wuxi let out a cold laugh and blasted out a fist, heading straight for Burial Yuan's head. Boom! There was a crash. With the help of a top-tier treasure, Burial Yuan desperately received a punch from Xiao Wuhu. His body retreated violently, and while blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, he pulled young Emperor Wang Tang, shattered the void, and completely fled. Xiao Wuxi did not go after him, but just watched quietly with a deep expression. Ahem! Xiao Wufei coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face paled a few more points, and he could vaguely see that there were 10 ethereal and vast immortal Dao seals on his body, but they were incredibly malevolent, blocking all of his vitality. It made him unable to repair himself, and he could only add more injuries to his injuries, eventually falling. Even though, He had practiced the true phoenix treasure art and the ancestral sacrifice spirit willow divine law of the ancient world. He was still unable to break through the restrictions, which only allowed him to barely support himself and hang on to his breath. After all, it was the ultimate combined strike of the 10 great immortal sects inherited from the immortal ancient era to the present day, and the fact that he, a young heavenly pride, was able to make it this far had already caused countless beings to marvel. If you want to completely return to the top, you can only keep on comprehending life and death and live a second life. But, before, there were hidden signs of living a second life, condensing dozens of vital substances, but after this battle, they were also completely consumed. The state is naturally awful. A few dozen vitality substances, in exchange for those people living in peace for a while, it's worth it. Xiao Wuxi looked calm and had no regrets. Just now, he could have, with his hand raised, shattered Yi Zhouyue's temptation and let Wang Tong, Yi Zhouyue and Xiao Yuanmei retreat in a sorry state. But, he still chose to booby-trap. It was to give a warning to those heavenly prides who viewed him as prey. It is true that if you dare to beat his attention, you will die. Xiao Yuanmei's face was pale, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth, her delicate jade hand holding her chest, vaguely standing somewhat unsteadily, wanting to fall down into the air. Xiao Wuxi was too strong. She couldn't fight it at all. She, who had also been invincible in one world, had unexpectedly developed an inferiority complex at this moment. In front of Xiao Wuxi, she was like a firefly, while Xiao Wuxi was a big sun since. When she thought of this, there were tears flashing in her pretty eyes, and she looked up at the sky unwillingly, showing a hint of stubbornness and supplication on her face. She doesn't want to die. It was also hoped that the Xiao family behind her, like the desolate ancient Wang family, would release a promise that someone would save her life. But, she never waited for a response from the Xiao family in the upper realm. You don't seem to want to die. Xiao Wuxi looked at her with an indifferent face, very gentle and casual. A scholar can be killed but not humiliated. Xiao Yuanmei's delicate body trembled, had a bad premonition, and hurriedly said. She had also heard that Xiao Wuxi's favorite thing to do was to break up couples and take other people's fiancés as concubines or maids. This also made her never feel a bit of goodwill towards Xiao Wuxia. She was, in any case, an ancient freak of nature with one life to live. The heart is proud, like a mountain or an ocean. No one can shake it. It is absolutely impossible to be reduced to another person's concubine or maid. This prince, in the rush to get down to the world, there is no suitable maid to serve by his side. Are you willing to be my maid? Xiao Wuxi's words were full of sincerity. However, his figure had already disappeared into the air, and when he appeared, one hand had already pinched Xiao Yuanmei's tender neck, lifting her entire body with a surging killing intent. How? Xiao Yuanmei's pupils suddenly shrunk, and a strand of panic actually surfaced in his heart, feeling that he was too small. She didn't even manage to see Xiao Wuxia's speed. The difference is too great. It's like a piece of flotsam against the sea. Her heart is shattered. Pride also disappeared, of course, without a trace, feeling Zhao's invincible killing intent gradually solidifying, like an unearthly god devil that could overwhelm the 8 wastelands and 9 heavens. Her heart and mind trembled, and she closed her eyes as tears flowed down her cheeks. I do. When her pride was shattered, she suddenly felt that there was nothing wrong with just submitting to Xiao Wuxi. By following his side, one might be able to see even more vast avenues. Boom! Xiao Yuanmei's response was like a shocking thunderbolt that exploded down in the hearts of all the onlooker cultivators. One was horrified beyond words. That's one ancient freak, a stunningly beautiful goddess. It was once a generation of people, the heavenly maiden in their hearts, the lover of their dreams. Countless cultivators and celestial pride, willing to give her a licking dog, could only be exchanged for her cold eyes. The crowd even thought for a while that she and Yi Zhouyue were genuinely in love with each other. Countless people had envied them as a divine couple. But now, Yi Zhouyue was dead, and his fiancée, Xiao Yuanmei, not only didn't avenge Yi Zhouyue's death, but even willingly served her enemy as a maid? What maid? Who didn't know that Xiao Wufei had the strongest kidney in all of history? It's not an exaggeration to say that it's star fury. For a time, all the cultivators and celestial pride were envious, jealous, and hated Xiao Warjiao even more, cursing, why doesn't he die? You can't share the hatred of taking your wife. No. In the Yi family, a mournful roar rang out. The Yi family's group of clan elders and celestial pride were completely unable to sit still. From now on, wouldn't the draconic Yi family have another green hat on their heads? One's own heir, killed by Xiao Wuxi, even the heir's fiancée, was robbed as a maid. What is this, not a cuckold? What is this if not a great shame? Ha ha ha. Xiao Wufei seemed to know that all the heavenly prides and powerhouses in the 9 heavens and 10 lands were in agitated rage and laughed out loud. But the meaning in his words was incomparably cold. Being an enemy of this prince. This is what happens. The male ones, kill them all, while the female ones, suppress them as maids. If they are not in human form, that's even better. Just barbecue and eat them. Xiao Wuxia's words were transmitted to the 9 heavens and 10 earths, causing all cultivators and celestial pride to shudder, but they were immediately followed by incomparable anger. Too much arrogance. If it were before, declaring war on the world like this would be considered courageous of you. Now, approaching the end of oil and light, and could die at any time, to say such words is to seek death. Xiao Wuxi, I will kill you. For a time, the crowd was agitated. The wind and clouds rose, and countless urgent heavenly prides, who regarded Xiao Wuxi as the one who must be killed, leaped forward, ready to make their move. Chapter 162 Joyful Heavenly Maiden, plugging the spring eye. Though the wind is rising and there are countless people who are not convinced, however, there wasn't a single heavenly pride that dared to venture out and challenge Xiao Wuxia again. In any case, the 4 forbidden heavenly prides that had attacked and killed Xiao Wuxia, other than young Emperor Wang Tang who was saved half dead and Xiao Yuanmei who was reduced to being Xiao Wuxia's slave girl, the other 2 completely fell. An end to a legend that should have been perpetuated. Next time this kind of small fry, don't bother. After Xiao Wuxia collected the corpses of Yi Zhouyue and Bai Jingjing and deprived them of their origin, he couldn't help but shake his head in incomparable contempt. Such arrogant words rendered all the living beings speechless. Inwardly, he was indignant. This level of pride, which is not a world of invincible posture, if there is no accident will become a great emperor. There were quite a few heavenly prides and cultivators who were even their admirers. In Xiao Wuxi's mouth, he had actually become a small fish in shrimp. However, looking at the battle that had come to an end, the crowd sighed in their hearts and had to admit that Xiao Wuxi was indeed qualified to say such words. Too arrogant and rampant. But, he has this capital. Perhaps only a heavenly pride of the second world invincible, or even the third world invincible stature, will be able to strike and subdue him. It's hard to imagine how powerful he would have been if he hadn't been assassinated by the 10 Immortals sect and was dying from a serious injury. Good thing. He's going to die. It's just a trapped animal. All of the heavenly prides and powerhouses were privately discussing, and no one dared to say anything out loud. A forbidden heavenly pride, within the 10 lands, utilizing spell formations and spells, watched Xiao Wufei, silently projecting the state of sky invincibility. In the end, none of it came out. They believe that Xiao Wuxi was so arrogant and confident that he was bound to not have reached the end of his oil. They knew that at times like these, there was only one word: simmer. It simmered until the others couldn't sit still to try out Xiao Wuxi. It simmered until Xiao Wuxi couldn't hold out any longer at all. As for the wobbly purple star, they had their own judgment. Although heavenly signs can predict good and bad fortune, there are means to influence them. As long as the Z-Wei star did not completely dim, Xiao Wuxi's life and death would be unknown. Xiao Wuxi saw that no one responded. Follow, to the newly acquired maid, Xiao Yuanmei, she said. Saying that, his figure had already disappeared, and when he reappeared, he had already appeared above the white bone domain. Setting up the formation, he began to refine the origin of white bone domain transmitter by Jingjing. ********. The strongest person in the white bone domain roared out in anger, his face red with rage. He could not wait to fight with Xiao Wuxi. They knew that Xiao Wuxi was deliberately retaliating. Revenge against their heir, Bai Jingjing, for assaulting him, and revenge against the white bone domain for uniting with the 10 immortal sects to assassinate him. In favor of them, they could only endure, incapable of raging. Although Xiao Wuxi's cultivation level wasn't high and was only at the Dao God realm, however, he had quite a few quasi-imperial weapons. They were no one's rivals except for the domain lord. Their domain masters, on the other hand, still had all their minds and powers mobilized to maintain the prohibition of the passage between the central heaven and the 10 lands, preventing the supreme beings of the upper realms from descending to the lower realms. How can this be tolerated? He has run out of gas and insulted us like this. Even if we die, we can't make him feel better. Let them upper realm people know that even an ant can shake a big tree. In the end, countless radical powerhouses in the white bone domain, unable to endure it, gritted their teeth and rushed out, plundering towards Xiao Wuxi, wanting to interfere with Xiao Wuxi's cultivation. However, boom! Before they could even get close, they were wiped out by Xiao Yuanmei's raised hand. Who dares to hurt my lord? Divine might dazzled the world, and the offense was astonishing. Although she was unbeatable in front of Xiao Wuxi, she was ultimately an ancient freak who was invincible in her first life. Holding a quasi-imperial weapon in his hand, he was like a god of war in this lower realm. Xiao Wuxi wasn't interested in the outside world. In the battle just now, the little vitality once again consumed points. The aura of death on his body grew stronger and stronger. But he also, in the midst of death, came to a deeper sense of seeking the way of new life. Wordlessly, the true Phoenix treasure technique and the Willow God method operated, refining Yi Zhou's and Bai Jingjing's origins and slowly drawing vitality from death. In a flash, it was another 6 months. In half a year's time, in each of the other several places, divine light shone brightly. The Burial Earth's successor, Burial Yuan, was so powerful that he shocked a land and plundered countless opportunities. Kuanping Zi, the heir to the Kuanping Point, shook his wings, and destructive robbery shrouded the starry sky, causing countless Dao lineages in the luminous earth to tremble in fear. The young Emperor Wang Tang transformed into a devil and cast the legendary Talisman of Chaos, refining the essence of countless living beings and using it to make up for the deficit lost in the battle with Xiaohuxi. With all of this, each of the forbidden heavenly prides, each of them showed their abilities. However, none of these people made a move against Xiaohuxi, and Xiaohuxi's corresponding Ziwei Xing was always in a state of being shaky and about to go out. However, Xiaohuxi never perished. The situation just stalled. Xiaohuxi, you can really stay up. Kuanping Zi, who had fused his secondary body and primary body into one and had become incomparably powerful, had been paying attention to Xiaohuxi's state, and what surprised him was that it had been half a year since Xiaohuxi's death and he still hadn't fallen. Didn't they say that the 10 Immortals Gate seal is unsolvable even for immortals? You'll be dead in less than 3 months? This was much longer than the time they expected Xiaohuxi to be able to stay up. However, he wasn't too surprised, since Xiao Wuxiao was able to suppress the group of heroes, crushing countless heavenly prides in this world. His extraordinary means were naturally numerous. It's nothing to force a few more years. They can afford to wait. But, he was certain that Xiaohuxi was bound to enter the final stage of running out of gas at this moment. Next, it was a forbidden heavenly pride of their kind with a second world invincible stance that struck. Who strikes first? Who strikes later? Whoever could obtain Xiao Peerless Origin and Heavenly Emperor Bones, as well as various inherited treasures, and who will be replaced by Sky Invincible? Those are the things he has to think about. It was also something that other second world invincible forbidden heavenly pride considered. Dharma Cloud Earth, the realm of joy in the far north. The joyous heavenly maiden's expression changed as she looked at Xiaohuxi's hazy figure in the spell formation. Her face flushed red as she decided to make a move. Mother in charge. Never. This Xiao Invincible is truly invincible. No bullying. A handsome double-doored man with revealing clothes said to the joyful heavenly maiden. Zi Yun, Xiao Wufei is a perfect and flawless person. If he doesn't fall, he will definitely achieve mythical emperor. Now is the time when he is at his weakest, and it is also my only chance. He was bound, and dared not, to refuse the request I made, because, if he doesn't give it, I can use force. The joyful heavenly maiden said with firm eyes. The Lord Mother. Another woman trembled and said, even if we let the Lord Mother succeed, the Lingxiao heavenly dynasty will still be around, and it will inevitably be liquidated at that time. Although, the battle of the heavens pride, the forces behind it must not intervene. However, Xiao Wuxia being seriously injured by a sneak attack and then being beaten by a group of heaven's pride was not meant to be a strict battle of heaven's pride. If the Lingxiao heavenly dynasty was furious and sent down divine punishment, then the Ten Lands immortal sect might have to cease to exist. Not to mention, they rejoice in the clan. There are examples of this in history. There were many such things when someone assassinated the heavenly pride of the Lingxiao dynasty, although very few of them succeeded. Afterwards, the Lingxiao heavenly kingdom had never failed to liquidate it. The most ruthless time, the Lingxiao heavenly palace directly sank 3 immortal forces, as strong as the imperial 3 families of the human race, the 5 heavenly clans, the 13 underworld clans of the burial earth, and the 10 ancient imperial clans of the foreign lands. They were all forced to come up with offerings to quell the anger of the Lingxiao heavenly dynasty. How could they, a lower sect of the tiny joyful sect, have the virtue and ability to dare to provoke Xiaohuxi? There's no need to worry. As long as I succeed, I'll definitely have the certainty of becoming a great emperor. At that time, naturally, I won't be afraid of the Lingxiao heavenly palace. The joyful celestial maiden is determined to go. Chapter 163 Legendary Joyful Heavenly Maiden. Double Harmony Holy Body. It was a trip she had to make, because there was no way back. If she couldn't break through, she could only die. And this kind of opportunity is rare in the ages. If she missed it, she would only regret it for the rest of her life. In this life, there would never be another opportunity to communicate in depth with such a flawless heavenly pride. After all, that was the strongest kidney in the ages. Finally, with a movement of her conviction, the space in front of her trembled, splitting open countless cracks and forming a spatial portal. Connections to off-scaled ground. With a single step, he disappeared into the Dharma Cloud ground and stepped into the departure scale ground. She ended up entering the departed scale lands to search for Xiaohuxi. Her thousands of children and companions, though worried beyond measure, could not, much less dared, stand in the way. Although, if one achieves greatness, one can be invincible under the heavens. But how many great emperors have come out of the Ling Shao dynasty? There were even a few legendary mythical emperors. At this moment, Xiao Wuxi's eyes snapped open, and the corners of his mouth rose up to reveal a hint of a smile. A strand of life burst forth from the body that was about to decay and grew stronger. It seems like it's really going to live a second life. Originally, he would have fallen a long time ago, and the origin of Yi Zhou Yue and Bai Jingjing, with the help of the true Phoenix treasure art and the Willow divine law, transformed into thick vitality and supported his survival. And, all this time, he had been attending to the path of living a second life and taking on the body as a seed. Although it didn't succeed, it was a huge inspiration, and there were hundreds of vitality particles floating in his body. If, as this continues, in 3 years' time, I will be able to live a second life and penetrate the mystery of using my body as a seed, Xiao Wuxi estimated in his mind. It was incredibly difficult for great emperors to live a second life, with a staggering failure rate. For him to want to do it with a single heavenly pride was even more unbelievable in the eyes of others. It's a shocker. It's no different than a fool's dream, but here in Xiao Wuxi, it was only a matter of time before it became a reality. Unfortunately, I don't have much time to quietly dive into cultivation right now. Xiao Wuxi's eyes turned cold. He had already been regarded as prey by countless heavenly prides. It's all waiting now, but there's always sitting ducks. Therefore, he has to be proactive, thoroughly killing these heavenly prides to the bone. Let's go. Go to the next place. Xiao Wuxi slowly got up, looked at the morning white bone domain, and instructed Xiao Yuanmei. During this period of time, the strongest people in the white bone domain had disobeyed and were killed by Xiao Yuanmei. Just then, boom! A special and powerful aura erupted from the ground away from the dirt. Imperial aura filled the air, vibrate the 8 directions. In an instant, all the powerhouses and heavenly prides in the central heaven and the 10 lands felt this extreme might. Only an emperor-level divine weapon, or at the very least, a quasi-imperial weapon, could erupt with such might. It meant that someone couldn't sit still and was going to make a move against Xiao Wuxi. Moreover, looking at the aura, it was more than several times more powerful than the peak aura of Wang Tang and the others. Who? And the masters? The crowd was shocked and instantly excited, staring intently at the field for fear of missing the key. Each of these pinnacle battles was enough to leave a name in history, and they were naturally unwilling to miss them. However, in the next instant, all the living beings were slightly changed in color, especially the male cultivators, who had a flame rising vaguely in their small bellies and were restless inside. What is this feeling? Charmed? I know who. That legendary former holy maiden of the Acacia sect. Among the invincible Dao system, there were knowledgeable old cultivators whose eyes flashed with a ray of fire as they opened their mouths. The former holy maiden of the Acacia sect? Is that the one? The legendary Acacia heavenly maiden? Instantly, everyone stirred up, and the entire 3,000 immortal regions of the central heaven could not remain calm and directly boiled over. As for the indigenous beings within the land of the scale, each one of them was even more bathed in fire, and it was difficult for them to hold on to themselves. Acacia celestial maiden. A legendary figure of the generation. It is said to have spent its entire life on double time. Some call her a living Buddha. Others call her the devil. In short, she's a legend. Acacia heavenly maiden? Why is she in the lower realms? Xiao Yuanmei, who was beside Xiao Wuhui, changed his face slightly and said in a very solemn manner, "Who is the visitor? Why does it feel like these heavenly cultivators? This excited? Even the woman beside Xiao Wuxi has moved. Oh, my brother's standing up." In the white bone domain, some of the strongest people were very suspicious and wanted to figure everything out, directly activating their spell formations and peering in the direction of the visitor, only to see a woman wearing a 7-colored gauze dress, with a delicate body, an absolutely beautiful face, and a temperament that was even more enchanting and seductive, which could be described as beautiful, as if a heavenly fairy had descended from the heavens, enough to convince all living beings, if it weren't for the fact that, with her appearance, all the beings around her were on fire with their hearts and minds, wanting to start double-crossing. Perhaps their opinion of this man would be even higher. Joyful heavenly maiden, taking double breaks as the way. The more time she takes double breaks, the longer she takes double breaks, and the stronger the object of the double breaks, the stronger she can become, as well. Once in the 3,000 immortal realms of the upper world, he slept all over the world, heirs and mates innumerable, almost choking the entire 3,000 immortal realms. Unfortunately, the existence that should not be messed with was invoked, and then it completely disappeared. Everyone thought she was dead, but I didn't realize that she was hiding in the lower realms. So legendary? The powerhouses in the white bone domain, utilizing their connections, inquired about the identity of the visitor, and all of a sudden, their jaws dropped in shock. In that case, the extreme bliss female realm in Fiunland is not the territory of the joyful Zen sect, but was created by her? Acting under the name of the joyful Zen sect, no wonder she was able to hide for so long. The crowd within the land of separation was full of admiration and murmurs. Xiao Wuxi looked at the descending joyful heavenly maiden with a slight frown, though he felt legendary even after hearing about this being's exploits. But the other side is coming on strong and malicious. If it was in the past, he didn't mind fighting, but now his body couldn't handle it, and every time he fought, he would be weakened by 3 points. What is the matter? Come to die. 2. Xiao Wuxi opened his mouth indifferently. Although the killing intent was raging and locked the joyful celestial maiden in place, he himself did not want to fight. Thus, instead of directly striking out, he inquired, "You're the kidney of the ancients?" The joyful heavenly maiden's face was calm and ancient, but inwardly, she was too excited to speak. If it was said that all the people she met treated her as a heavenly nymph and revered her beyond measure, then at this moment, with Xiao Wuxi wanting to meet her, the situation was reversed. Xiao Wuxi's face instantly darkened. You might as well die. There is also no more communication and negotiation. The meaning of the joyful heavenly maiden could not be clearer. She needed her perfect foundation, her invincible talent, and her strongest kidney to refine the way of dual rest. If, however, one was able to fulfill one's wish, one would certainly be able to become a great emperor with a double rest, and, most likely, powerful emperors. But how could Xiao Wuxi look at such goods? Not to mention that she had countless mates. Even if she was innocent, Xiao Wufei wouldn't have any thoughts about it. After all, there were too many heavenly, stunning beauties around him. Chapter 164, Lesser Emperor Grade Soul Puppet. Joyful Buddha Sun appears. Battle of the Second World Invincibles. Xiao Wuxi, don't be ignorant. In this state now, this deal is definitely in your favor. You need me as a bodyguard. The joyous heavenly maiden snorted coldly. Her body's fierce aura spread out, and monstrous divine might raged out, pressing toward Xiao Wuxia, trying to force Xiao Wuxi into submission. Is this an argument? When the crowd saw that they didn't fight the first time, they thought that there would be cooperation, but who knew that before the two of them could even talk for a few sentences, Xiao Wu enemy was already furious. This joyful heavenly maiden, what exactly did she say? What else could it be? It's nothing more than wanting to take a double break with Xiao Wuxi. Xiao Wufei has perfect roots, heaven-defying talent, and is still the strongest kidney in all of history. And the joyful celestial maiden cultivates the Tao of dual harmony. So if she can dual harmonize with him, it's bound to be a heavenly opportunity. It's not impossible to grasp the opportunity to become an emperor in this regard. Although, with the quasi-emperor artifacts out in the world and the shocking energy fluctuations, it was impossible to hear the two men talking privately. There were some knowledgeable old cultivators who surmised that the two men were talking. What? How dare she? She doesn't even look at who she is? Once this conclusion was made, countless cultivators and celestials on the field couldn't sit still and exclaimed in shock. Thinks the joyful celestial maiden, too uninformed. Because, although this joyful celestial maiden, with her stunning looks and unparalleled figure, has too many men and children, any ambitious male would instinctively loathe it. Not to mention Xiao Wuxi. No wonder Xiao Wuxi was furious. How dare you disrespect your master? Xiao Yuanmei crossed his eyebrows and rested his hand on his imperial artifact, blocking in front of Xiao Wufei as he angrily shouted at the joyful celestial maiden. You're no match for me. The joyous heavenly maiden sneered, and behind her back emerged the silhouettes of 3 men with upright postures and majestic auras, looking out of the world with every move they made. As these 3 men's silhouettes appeared, the surrounding space fell into stagnation, emitting a terrifying and frightening aura. The 3 quasi-imperial weapons revived, and the terrifying and incomparable might of the extreme Tao spread from them, spreading across the entire departure scale land, causing all beings to tremble. This is, Xiao Yuanmei's face changed slightly, revealing a stunned emotion. These are the 3 lesser emperor-level heavenly prides of your contemporaries? Zhao Tiangon, Xian Di1, Sun Ren Shui. They were actually refined by you into soul puppets, Xiao Yuanmei exclaimed. It wasn't just him, the 3,000 immortal realms were also completely abuzz. And some of the older cultivators of the immortal forces were even more furious, their killing machines showing. In Xiao Yuanmei's era, there were 3 lesser emperor-level heavenly prides, and if they avoided the world and sealed themselves in the divine source, they were the so-called one-world invincible-level ancient freaks. But, instead, he met the joyful celestial maiden. By the joyful celestial maiden, the heart and soul were seduced step by step by trickery. Everyone thought that these 3, like the joyful heavenly maiden, had already fallen long ago. Unexpectedly, the joyful celestial maiden didn't die, and neither did these 3. Yes, they're not dead, The method of refining soul puppets was a very vicious secret method. It needs the other party to be 100% willing, but also has a great talent and a tough soul. And then, with the help of countless heavenly materials and treasures, and after countless cruel processes, it will strip off its flesh and body, leaving only the soul, and carve countless cumbersome prohibitions on it, and ultimately refine it into a soul puppet. Soul puppets, which could only attach themselves to their master's body, had no freedom, no sense of autonomy, but endless pain. Soul puppets can grow. When it encountered an enemy, it could be summoned to fight. Moreover, the talent, potential, and battle power were equal to 90% of what it was at its peak moment. The depreciation was not great. Being able to have a proper soul puppet, it was no exaggeration to say that the potential and strength was directly doubled. At this moment, the heavens and earth fell into silence. Not just the departure scale lands, but even the 3000 immortal realms endless Tao system. Soul puppets, with conditions that were too harsh, were already rare, let alone lesser emperor level soul puppets. It has never been documented yet. And now, the joyous heavenly maiden had not only revealed the lesser emperor soul puppets, but also a staggering 3 of them. How not to be shocked? No wonder, when there was an older generation powerhouse, they disregarded the rules and went straight down to banish her. This is indeed too much. The crowd's arguments grew more intense, while they also looked at Xiao Wuxi with complex expressions. Obviously, they didn't think highly of Xiao Wuxi. I'm only afraid that we'll soon be able to see that Xiao Wuxi has been forcibly captured by the joyous heavenly maiden for a double rest. You can still regret it now. The joyful heavenly maiden sensed the shock size of the cultivators and celestial pride. The corner of her mouth rose, and she said in a lonely manner, "Don't force me to use force." She was imperative to that process. "Stand down," Xiao Wuxi said to Xiao Yuanmei, whose face had changed, but who was still standing in front of him. At this moment, the joyful celestial maiden was already the equivalent of an ancient freak who was invincible in the second world. Xiao Yuanmei was no match for her. But Master Yu, Xiao Yuanmei looked complicated and somewhat worried. Although she had been forcibly conquered by Xiao Wuxi, she had been pretty much bowled over by Xiao Wuxi during this period of time, and was genuinely worried inwardly. "She's not enough to hurt me," Xiao Wuxi faintly said. "Toast to the world." The joyous heavenly maiden took the initiative and a 3-headed snake staff in her hand bloomed with divine radiance as it smashed into Xiao Wufei. Shasta. The heavens and earth shook violently as countless crimson sky female figures executed terrifying attacks that shook the soul and the heavens and the earth. Falling toward Xiao Wufei, Xiao Wuxi didn't have any words. A grain of living matter that burns instantly. Self-status is rapidly restored. The fragment of the mythical weapon, the hell underworld Qin, which had been seized from Bai Jingjing, played on its own with a monstrous divine might, as if it was able to deprive the world of all life. Boom! Collisions occur, vibrating the 10 earths in turmoil. The outbreak of the extreme divine might caused countless mountains and rivers in the land away from the scale to crumble, and thousands of living beings shivered and prostrated themselves on the ground, thinking that the creation deity had descended to the world. This commotion is far beyond an ordinary battle of young emperors. All of them are at least at the level of ancient freaks who are invincible in the second world. 3,000 people in the immortal realm were shocked. In the past, this level of battle was really rare to see in 1,000 years. This Xiao Invincible is too amazing. He's in a seriously injured state. Still, he's finished. The joyful heavenly maiden still has 3 lesser emperor-level soul puppets. As they were discussing, the heaven and earth changed abruptly, and as expected the 3 emperor-level soul puppets behind the joyful heavenly maiden made their move. And, meanwhile, perhaps he thought that Xiao Wuxi would definitely fall today. Or he didn't want Xiao Wuxi to be plundered away by the joyful heavenly maiden. One of the 10 lands, the land where the joyful celestial maiden came from, the land of the Dharma clouds, suddenly erupted with a shocking Buddha's light that shone through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Then, a Buddhist chanting sound came out leisurely. The Buddhist chant spread across the stars of heaven and earth, reaching the 3,000 immortal realms and calming the restless hearts of the crowd. Finally, everyone on the field saw a teenage monk in white robes, step by step, walk out from the Fayun land, shatter space, walk to the leading scale land, and descend into the battlefield. The aura on his body was vast and grand, like a true Buddha descending into the world. He came from the land of the Dharma clouds. The 10,000 paths hummed, and countless living beings bowed down. This stature is unrivaled. This is the reincarnated Buddha, son of the Maitreya Buddha sect. An old sage was incomparably shocked when he saw this scene. The Maitreya Buddha sect, also one of the 10 immortal sects, was passed down from immortal antiquity to the present day, with unfathomable depths. Moreover, the aura of this Buddha child was much stronger than the previous Bai Jingjing, Zhang Sanlong. It was also an ancient freak-level heavenly pride that was invincible in the second world. His target is also the crown prince. Is it hard to believe that the crown prince is going to die young today? A clan elder of the Lingxiao Heavenly Palace couldn't help but say as his body trembled when he felt this kind of might. Chapter 165. Even the second world invincible heavenly pride will fall. The Maitreya sect's Buddha son is actually this strong? He's also going to take a shot at Xiao Wuxi? Isn't this Xiao invincible dead? The whole room exploded. Invincible Xiao was indeed invincible, and at his peak, he had the potential to be invincible for 3 lifetimes. But now, after all, he was in a state of serious injury and dying. In the eyes of the crowd, it was already remarkable for him to be able to exert the battle power of a lesser emperor-level heavenly pride. At this moment, there was no possibility of victory against the Maitreya Buddha son and the joyful heavenly maiden. The Maitreya Buddha son, Li Tu Sheng, took a single step, a stone's throw away from the sky, exerting the extreme speed of heaven and earth, and descending into the battlefield. At this moment, Xiao Wufei, a true dragon shadow, emerged behind his back, waving his fists. Each strike brought out the might of a true dragon. The heavens and earth resonated, and the mountains and rivers crumbled. Each strike was considered a supreme strike. Without any relaxation, he forced himself to endure his injuries and ignited a grain of vitalizing substance. It actually beat the joyful heavenly maiden to a series of defeats. The 3 lesser emperor-level soul puppets behind her were similarly countered by Xiao Wuxi, utilizing the soldier character's secret to navigate 3 quasi-imperial weapons. However, the joyous celestial maiden had caused chaos in an era, connecting 3 lesser emperor-level heavenly prides into legendary soul puppets with astonishing means and extraordinary depths. And even when she was suppressed by Xiao Peerless, she was still able to remain invincible. Aren't you seriously injured? How can you still be so strong? The joyful celestial maiden was horrified in her heart, gritting her teeth and holding on strongly. Luckily, her goal was not to defeat Xiao Wuxi, as long as she remained undefeated, because she knew that as long as she made a move, there would definitely be other heavenly prides who would not be able to sit still as well. For example, the Maitreya Buddha son Li Tusheng, who had just struck out Xiao Wuxi. The poor monk doesn't want to take advantage of people like this, but there's no other way. Maitreya Buddha son Li Tusheng looked at Xiao Wufei and bowed his head to recite a Maitreya Buddha. They, the Maitreya sect, although they did not abstain from sex and appeared to be more lustful, and to the common man, it might seem like an evil demonic path, but he was truly an orthodox Buddhist path. The future lord of the Buddha's way could then only be their true Buddha, Maitreya. So there is some real guilt inside. But the strikes were also really vicious. This is a moment that must be seized. No one would choose to miss the opportunity of a step to heaven. With a wave of his large hand, a terrifying aura of the extreme Tao filled the air and erupted, so powerful that even the heavens and earth shook. Subsequently, the sound of thousands of Buddhas preaching sutras, like the ripples of the great Tao, spread extremely fast toward the distance, and everything crumbled and destroyed wherever it passed. This kind of might caused countless powerhouses to be in a trance, feeling that this was not a heavenly pride, but truly a supreme being. Although it was only with the help of a quasi-imperial soldier that he managed to make it this far. Are you the only one? Who else? Come along. Xiao Wuxi's face sank when he saw Maitreya Buddha Z killing him, but immediately afterward, he burst out laughing. Come all of you, let's see who survives to the end. He turned and threw a punch. The true dragon treasure art manifested. The same level of might crushed the Buddha sound attack bursting out from Maitreya Buddha son. However, Maitreya Buddha son was not the least bit moved, and without surprise, struck out viciously without any mercy. Every move was a supreme killing move. In the Buddhist country, it is also a ferocious skill that is heard of. Make the earth tremble. It makes the stars tremble, to the terror of the living. In an instant, Xiao Wufei fell into a disadvantage. He had never been in such a sorry state before. His arm was pierced through by the joyful celestial maiden's quasi-emperor artifact triple-headed serpent staff, and gray, lifeless blood rolled down. The blood of a normal heaven's pride should contain endless essences, like a supreme treasure medicine, with a mighty power that shines in the world. Xiao Wuxi's blood, on the other hand, was lifeless, so it was obvious how badly he had been injured. It was entirely by the breath that he had fought until now. This scene caused countless female cultivators and followers who looked up to Xiao Wuxia to have reddened eyes and tears, with intolerance and grief written all over their faces. It's too much of an injustice. Their invincible Prince Xiao, who was invincible, had suffered an unprecedented injustice, but emotionally stable, did not give up on themselves. More period of complaining and cursing, just keep swinging their fists, fighting for themselves, never give up until the last minute. Finally injured. Seeing that Xiao Wuxia was injured, the joyful heavenly maiden's face was overjoyed as she excitedly said, "Boom!" However, in the next instant, Xiao Wuhu dragged his wounded body. His large palm was like the claws of a phoenix, and violently covered one of the soul puppets behind the joyful celestial maiden. A huge force was transmitted upwards. A soul puppet crumbled and exploded. The joyous heavenly maiden's face paled as she violently spat out a mouthful of blood from her mouth. The soul puppets had been crushed one by one, and she had suffered a severe backlash as well. And at the same time, Xiao Wuxia's quasi-imperial weapon in his other hand, the Ling Xiao heavenly realm, blasted out, smashing into the chest of the Maitreya Buddha Z, splattering blood and water, a bloody mess. The scene was silent. All the watchers were silent. No one had expected that the two-second world invincible celestial pride would be fighting with Xiao Invincible in such a scorching battle. The vast and terrifying battle spread throughout the heavens. It caused the 3,000 immortal realms to tremble slightly, and countless heavenly prides of immortal forces shook at this. Is this the Great World War? In the past, it was rare to find a heavenly pride of this level for tens of thousands of years, but now they were piling up to fight. By doing this, they are already bullying my heavenly crown prince. We're just going to watch? Launch the immortal war. Within the 3,000 immortal realms, that celestial pride that dared to strike out against Xiao Wuxia in this situation. Exterminate the forces behind them. A voice came out from the Ling Xiao dynasty, shaking the 3,000 immortal realms. The countless forces in the lower realm were even more trembling. The absolute giant of the Ling Xiao dynasty. If they really wanted to fight, it would be too simple to exterminate an immortal power. As this voice came out, the forbidden heavenly prides who viewed Xiao Wuxia as their prey had somewhat less than favorable expressions on their faces, incomparably scornful of the Ling Xiao heavenly palace. But yet, it didn't dissuade the idea. It was true that the current Ling Xiao dynasty was the strongest, but it wasn't crushing the other forces. There's a lot of them. If they went together, when the time came, the Ling Xiao dynasty might not be able to destroy them all. Furthermore, the voices coming out from within the Ling Xiao heavenly palace were not the final decision, but rather a clan elder reacting to his or her ancestors in hopes that the proposal would be carried out. Incidentally, it was just a matter of making the people outside throw in the towel. Don't worry, they won't really make a move. The Ling Xiao heavenly dynasty has been passed down through the ages and pays the most attention to rules. It's really upsetting, and it's just a matter of killing some small fry at best. They won't give up everything for a single Xiao Invincible. Besides, it's not like we're the ones who assassinated Xiao Wuxia. It's the 10 lands business if they look for the 10 lands to settle the score afterward. As for the fight between Heaven's Pride, it's just this weak and strong. Take him while he's sick. An old antique from an immortal force spoke out. Ease the pressure for your own offspring. And down below, the battle was already at a fever pitch. Is there really no one left? Boring. Xiao Wuxia was seriously injured and spitting out blood again. But he didn't care about the two men's attacks and instead asked the heavenly pride of the square circle. See no movement. Xiao Wuxi suddenly shook his head and smiled regretfully. The words landed on the ground, and the aura on his body changed abruptly. In an instant, the 12 grains of living matter burned up as much as they could. The injuries on his body recovered in an instant, and the vitality in his body surged back to its peak. Without hesitation, he ignited all the living matter again, pushing the strength as high as it can go at the moment. Terrifying might directly swept across, and several quasi-emperor artifacts steeply blossomed with dazzling divine radiance, like a great sun, sweeping across the 8 wastelands. Even in the sky above, the Z-Way star, which mirrored his destiny, was not dimming. A fist blasted out, filled with an invincible aura, suppressing the 8 wastelands and overpowering the 9 heavens. The joyous heavenly maiden was blown away by the punch, being thought that there was no difference between this punch and previous punches, and was about to mobilize her strength to continue attacking Xiao Wuxi. But in the next instant, her body exploded into monstrous might, washing over her body. This power was too tyrannical and full of destructive force. She tried to resist it, but it was simply useless. Before she had time to be shocked, her whole body exploded, her flesh and blood flew, and her vitality dissipated. Even though she desperately exerted life-saving techniques, she was simply unable to gather her vitality and die a little bit, eventually fall. Heaven and earth instantly boiled. When Maitreya Buddha Z saw this, his pupils suddenly shrunk, and his dead soul was in great danger. Chapter 166, Killing Maitreya Buddha's Son. Who is the hunter? Legend of the Imperial Path. You're pretending? Seeing the scene in front of him, Maitreya Buddha Z's face changed drastically. His pupils suddenly shrunk, and his soul dared to die. He was outright dumbfounded. It's horrible. In the last instant, Xiao Wuxi, who was still dying, was actually like a different person in the next instant, like he had become a god of war. With a lift of his hand, he crushed the 3 lesser emperor-level soul puppets of the joyful heavenly maiden and exploded the joyful heavenly maiden's body. Boom! While he was still shocked, Xiao Wuxi's fist fell, the dragon and phoenix converging above the fist's aura, setting off a monstrous divine might. and wherever it passed, everything crumbled into pieces and turned into mincemeat. It directly shattered half of Maitreya Buddha's body. A terrifying and incomparable emperor's might filled the entire departure scale earth, causing the 9 heavens and 10 lands to tremble. Quiet, deadly silence. It could be said that all living beings were shocked into skepticism by this sight in front of them. Xiao Wuxi had actually been in disguise. The purpose was to bait and kill the forbidden heavenly pride that couldn't sit still. But, in the eyes of countless bigwigs, this simply defies common sense. Where did he, Xiao Wuxi, get the strength to support himself until now and still be able to erupt with such a strong might? Not good. Master, save me. A strand of panic flashed through the eyes of Mild Buddha Z, and he actually developed a sense of retreat, turning towards his master for help, completely lacking the arrogance and dominance he had when he first arrived. He's showing off. If you retreat, you've really fallen for his plan. If you do, you'll die, and if you fight with all your might, you still have a chance of survival. In the Fayun land, the Mile High sect patriarch opened his eyes, and although his face was alarmed and worried, he still gritted his teeth and opened his mouth. He's not in good shape right now either. The clan elders and imperial daughters of the Lingxiao heavenly dynasty were constantly impacting the passageway, and they could only put in their best efforts to maintain the passageway's ceiling, so they simply couldn't separate their minds from the passageway. Ah, Xiao Wuxi, you forced me to do this. Maitreya Buddha Z looked up to the sky and whistled. His eyes were blood red, his essence blood was burning, and his cultivation radically climbed upwards. He cast the future Mile sect's supreme secret technique. The power of the future can be borrowed. Of course, he paid an unbelievable price for it. At this moment, his entire body was dried up, his breath was depleted, his hair was dry, and a rotten aura emanated from above his body, wasting this prince's origin. Xiao Wuxi's eyes flashed with killing intent. He had long since treated these people as dead. Their origin was also his sustenance to restore himself. And now that Maitreya Buddha's son was squandering his origin like this, Xiao Wuxi naturally couldn't stand it. The perfect imperishable scripture was in operation, and the imperial might on the quasi-imperial weapons was tugged and gathered behind them, mirroring the true dragon treasure technique and true phoenix treasure technique, and actually condensing the overwhelming silhouettes of the 210 fiends, the true dragon and the true phoenix. In an instant, the essence of heaven and earth was drawn out and the power of the stars was mobilized. A punch is thrown. It landed directly on the chest of the Mile High sect's Buddhist son. Pust. The sound of a crisp sound came from the chest of the Maitreya Buddha son was directly penetrated, and blood was scattered all over heaven and earth. However, he was incomparably frantic as he tried to lunge at Xiao Wuxi's neck, to trade injuries for injuries. Master, look out! Xiao Yuanmei, whose mood had stabilized, looked flustered again and exclaimed in shock. Maitreya Buddha Z had already fought for his life, completely giving up his life, seeking nothing more than to escape alive, as he had not been assassinated by the 10 Immortals sect, and as long as he escaped alive, he would be able to make up for the shortfall. As for Xiao Wuxi, his body suffered from the 10 Immortal sect seal and was unable to make up for the deficit. As a result, it's very disadvantageous to fight your opponent for injuries. Even just dragging it out was not in his favor. Xiao Wuxi had prepared for this, and a shadow snapped out of the Ling Xiao heavenly realm, taking the blow for him. What? Maitreya Buddha's son's pupil shrunk slightly once again and he exclaimed in shock. He had actually seen Xiao Wuxi's double, blocked a blow for Xiao Wuxi. Only you guys have substitute means? Xiao Wuxi laughed. This was originally the ability of the Lingxiao heavenly realm, although it wasn't as good as the Supreme Hall's Xuanwu replacement armor. But, this level of replacement death was enough to do the job. What the crowd had never seen before was that he simply hadn't fallen on hard times to the point of needing to use a double as an injury. With that said, Xiao Wufei's figure had disappeared, and when he reappeared both of his fists had landed on Mile High Buddha Z. Boom! Maitreya Buddha's son's body crumbled. It exploded into countless pieces. Suddenly, the heavens and earth hummed, and a star in the starry sky, which was approaching the violet emperor star, dimmed with a bang. Countless living beings trembled tremendously. In particular, the Fayun ground, with its internal beings, had actually begun to cry. This meant that the mild Buddha son, who possessed the posture of a second world invincible, had fallen during his fight with Xiao Invincible. Invincible Xiao stood in the starry sky, looking down at the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The aura was majestic and domineering, as if he was looking out of the corner of his eye and was an immortal king who had crossed the 8 wastelands. Quiet, deadly silence. Everyone was stunned and stupefied. This Xiao Wufei, is he really heavily injured? Why don't I feel quite like that? It's almost more normal than I am normal. Asterisk 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 off to the side. You little chicken asterisk 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 asterisk. You're worthy of being compared to Xiao Wuxi? However, We've all belittled Xiao Wuxi and have been overly optimistic about this hunt. There's really no telling who's the hunter and who's the prey. In any case, from the time Xiao Wuxia was seriously injured and the crowd of forbidden heavenly pride surrounded Xiao Wuxia, 2 second world invincible heavenly pride and 3 first world invincible heavenly pride had died by now. There was also a one-time invincible heavenly pride that was suppressed and became Xiao Wuxi's maid. This kind of battle report, placed in the normal times of the past, the crowd would not believe it at all. It's only these great world struggles, which only happen once in a million years, that can happen. I can't imagine. And that's not even on the Emperor's road. If the battle for the Emperor's path is opened, 9 heavens and 10 earths, countless stars, all the celestial pride have come out in full force to compete for the deed of becoming an emperor. I can't imagine how rippling it would be. Some heavenly pride and old generation cultivators showed reverence and thought freely. Magnificent? It's tragic. So many forbidden heavenly prides, but in the end, only one person was able to become an emperor. How tragic. An old sage sighed. Then, his gaze fell on Xiao Wuhui, and his sighs became even louder. He had the hope to push everything across the board and achieve the mythical emperor. But unfortunately, he was too high profile, and was assassinated by the 10 immortal sect, and all the immortal forces heavenly pride stomped on it altogether. And even though he held out, he was still bound to die in the end. Buzz. While the crowd was shocked and fervently, heaven and earth stirred, space hummed, and countless mouths cracked open, converging to form a portal. Inside, large hands have been poking out. It fell towards Xiao Wuxi. Xiao Wuhui's expression remained unchanged as he raised his hand and waved it, his divine might coalescing as if it was a strike from a god king, crumbling the large hand and even shattering the spatial portal behind it. He was not surprised by this. It wasn't that someone was trying to attack him again, but rather, it was a strong person from the Dharma Cloudland who was unwilling to let Mile-High Buddha Z die in such a manner, and wanted to take away his remnant soul in an attempt to contain it and resurrect it. Although, Xiao Wuxi didn't think that the other party could successfully contain them until they were resurrected, he still subsequently dismantled their intentions with a single wave. Follow me. Xiao Wuxi gathered all the 2 people's origins and instructed Xiao Yuanmei, who was flushed and stunned like a little fangirl, behind him. Ha! Okay, master. If the previous Xiao Yuanmei was forced to submit, now he was completely convinced. Followed in a hurry. Only then did his face look puzzled. Where is this going? Fa Yun Di. The corners of Xiao Wuhui's mouth rose as he said indifferently. Since they dared to send someone to kill this prince, it's time for them to bear this prince's wrath. Chapter 167, Thunder Emperor Treasure Technique. Xiao Peerless Slaying. Xiao Wuxi took a step out and directly stepped into the Dharma Cloudlands. This is the home base of the joyful Celestial Maiden and the Maitreya sect. Now is the time for liquidation. If you want no one to be your enemy, you can only rely on killing. Kill out an invincible world. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled, and the Fayun land felt the descent of Xiao Peerless. Countless living beings died, and the sense of oppression was so strong that it was unimaginable. The powerhouses within the Mile sect and the Acacia sect, on the other hand, were all trembling with fear to the extreme. They knew that they were going to be liquidated by Xiao Wuxi. Instead of striking immediately, Xiao Wuxia looked around, his gaze falling through the no subordinate space to all the cultivators and celestials who were paying attention to everything. His gaze was like thunder, containing endless divine might. At the moment, his state was at the peak of what he could currently achieve. One could still continue to kill a few forbidden heavens pride. After all the remaining vital substances that were left before, were catalyzed. It wasn't that he didn't want to save either, but there was no way to save. After all, Maitreya Buddha's son, as a 10 Earth heir, is still the administrator in the Transmigrator organization, aided by the achievement system, a body of natural talent among the ranks of the second invincible, and is still one of the best. There was also the joyful Celestial Maiden, who added to the confusion. If, however, he had tried to save and not catalyze these vital substances, he might have been the one to perish. He's been pretty bad in his seriously injured state. With Xiao Wuxia's overbearing sweep, countless forbidden heavenly prides all fell silent. No response. At this moment, Xiao Wuxi's aura was like a rainbow, his invincibility revealed. If they really came out and fought with Xiao Wuxi, at the very least, they would have to have half of their lives replaced, and if they were lucky, their entire life would have to be accounted for. Regarding the current situation, not to mention that Xiao Wuxi would be besieged if he was seriously injured, they would also be besieged if they dared to be seriously injured. These forbidden celestials decided to wait a little longer. Anyway, Xiao Wuxi's death was a foregone conclusion. No matter how extremely sublimated he was, he would eventually run out of gas. Wait another year. They didn't believe that Xiao Wuxi could still explode with the power he had today. There's an upper limit to everything. Xiao Wuxi smiled contemptuously. Those who become great emperors all have an invincible heart and amazing vigor. For you to be so afraid of this prince, a person who was seriously injured in dying, the fate of heaven has been lost. After the words were spoken, the crowd of celestial pride dared to be angry, not to be agitated by him. Wait in silence. Of course, this so-called waiting was not doing nothing, but rather not provoking Xiao Wuxi, and at this time, they were harvesting the 10 lands. Xiao Wuxi shook his head and didn't say anything else. The purpose of the great killing spree was originally to stop the war. Congratulations on your successful arrival at Fiunland and the opening of the Merit 10 Draw. Congratulations on winning the golden legendary reward 7-star Thunder Emperor treasure bone in the lottery. A ray of essence flashed violently in Xiao Wuxi's eyes. The Thunder Emperor, also one of the 10 fowls, was on par with the True Dragon, the True Phoenix, the 9-leaf swordgrass, and the Kuan Pang. Learning this precious art, one is able to trend thunder. Rumor has it that the end of the treasure art is in charge of the heavenly landmine robbery. To Xiao Wuhui, controlling thunder to kill his enemies was not a small enhancement to his strength, but it was only not small. After all, he already had the True Dragon treasure art, the grass character sword technique, and the True Phoenix treasure art. One more 10 fierce treasure technique did not add much to the battle power, especially in this current state. However, it was rumored that in the birthplace of the Thunderbolt, there was a Thunderbolt pool with endless living matter inside, because the Thunderbolt represents the ultimate destruction. As the saying goes, what goes around comes around, and in extreme destruction, there must be extreme life. All of these vital substances were the same as the vital substances that Xiao Wufei had concocted within himself as a result of his participation in the True Phoenix treasure art and the ancient ancestral sacrifice Spirit Willow divine law, which infiltrated death, drew upon heaven and earth. Thunderbolt pool. Xiao Wuxi took a deep breath. He vaguely felt that the key to his breakthrough might be on the Thunderbolt pool, though, he had stepped into the regularity, and with the passage of time, not only would he be able to live a second life, but he would also be able to comprehend the mysteries of using his body as a seed. But, in this situation, who would give him the chance to enroll a little? At critical moments, it is still necessary to use external objects. For example, the Thunderdome. Kill. Xiao Wuxi turned to Xiao Yuanmei and said, I need their origin. He didn't hide anything, much less psychologize. It was too normal for people from these forces, who wanted to kill him, to fail to do so, and for him to retaliate back. Yes, sir, Xiao Yuanmei said excitedly. She wasn't afraid of trouble, as long as she could make Xiao Wuxi recover. She even felt at the moment that even if she had to die herself, it would be acceptable. Not to mention, hunting down the spirits of this realm that supported the joyful heavenly maiden and the mile-high sect to obtain the origin. No, you can't. Old ancestor save me. Miserable screams rang out, although the mile-high sect's patriarch, as a supreme being, was able to shelter quite a few people even if he supported the passageway prohibition. But, in the end, it's still too little. All he could do was watch. The higher echelons within the mile-high sect were even gnashing their teeth, feeling that this day was too much of an insult, and vowing to cut Xiao Wuxia into 1,000 pieces, but simply didn't have the courage to kill it. Xiao Wuhui laid down a restriction and sat in the void, collecting his qi and blood and breath, grasping the time to comprehend the way of life and death. The origin of the joyful celestial maiden and the Maitreya Buddha child were also refined by him and became nutrients. Your Highness, the clan elders and celestial pride of the Ling Shao dynasty, as well as the followers and admirers of Xiao Wuxia, were all incomparably shocked and excited to see this scene. Not bad for their prince. Even if he was seriously injured and dying, even if he was alone against the heavens, he was still invincible. Xiao Invincible, Xiao Invincible. No wonder he dared to give this name. He is truly invincible. A supreme being in the 3,000 immortal realms. In some forbidden zone of life. Sighed long and hard. I must kill him. Young Emperor Wangtan looked at this scene and gritted his teeth. Unable to endure it. It's hard. Although he is constantly overdrawing himself. But his bottom card is unfathomable. And there is a living essence to make up for a small amount of deficits. The ordinary forbidden heavenly pride will not be his opponent at all. If it doesn't work, just withdraw. It feels like the water is getting muddy. It's probably going to die young. A close friend of the young Emperor Wang Tang, who was also an ancient freak, shook his head in dismay. Humph, the muddier the water, the bigger the fish. Young Emperor Wang Tang sneered, still confident. My best friend looked at young Emperor Wang Tang in surprise, not understanding why he was so confident. I've been recognized by the Chaos Emperor. That symbol of chaos. It has been able to be catalyzed. Young Emperor Wang Tang indifferently said. However, anyone could feel the excitement and thrill in his words. The Chaos Emperor, although not a mythical emperor, was still a powerful emperor, equivalent to the invincibility of the Fourth World. or even the invincibility of the fifth world. Wang Tang was able to obtain its approval to drive the talisman left behind by the chaotic Great Emperor, and possess the potential to achieve invincibility for at least 3 lifetimes. That's what makes him incredibly confident. The best friend smiled and said, "Good luck then, and watch out for other competitors besides Xiao Wuxi." With that, his figure had disappeared, and he intended to retreat. A fight of this level was no longer something that an ordinary taboo heavenly pride could participate in. It had to be at least a second world invincible, or even a third world invincible. He didn't want to die, so naturally he wouldn't mess with Xiao Wuxi. Time passes. In the blink of an eye, a year passed. On this day, countless powerhouses were paying attention to the situation within the 10 lands, and they couldn't forget about Xiao Wuxi. Thought it was an unusual day. However, then the heavens and earth shook, and the Ziwei Emperor star that reflected Xiao Wuxi's destiny unexpectedly blossomed with luster and was no longer dim. In an instant, all the heavenly pride and cultivators panicked. Chapter 168, Xiaoxiao's Peerlessness Lives a Second Life. The Jun Family's 4 Invincible Ancient Freaks. On this day, the purple micro-star shone. The Ziwei star, which was bound to Xiao Wuxia's destiny, suddenly shone, changing from its previous dim, shaky signs. Everyone knows exactly what that means. It meant that Xiao Wuxi was going to get better from his injuries. It was a bolt from the blue for everyone. Turned the world's perception upside down. Trying the same old trick again? Pit our heavenly pride out to kill? Dream on. A powerhouse was in turmoil, and an elder ancestor-level existence snapped open its eyes, desperately exerting its fate divine ability, trying to figure out the truth of this matter. They felt that this must be a trick of Xiao Wuxi. It's camouflage. It was Xiao Wuxi who had deliberately influenced the heavenly signs. There's no rush. I'm coming to take a look at it at the Sky Chance. In the Immortal Power Heavenly Chance Pavilion, a great sage cultivator murmured and began to deduce the changes within the Dharma Cloud Land. Their heavenly pavilion, a force that split from the heaven-mending pavilion in the early years, was going to perish, but who knew that this lineage had actually produced a great emperor, and had even become an immortal force. Since then it has been with the mending pavilion, as close as brothers. They specialize in deducing fortunes and heavenly chances. When he opened his mouth, countless cultivators and heavenly pride showed anticipation. However, almost at the same time, that heavenly hall clan elder of the great saint realm, his face changed abruptly, his body trembled, and his mouth screamed, "It's true! It's all true!" What? The Tianji Pavilion's old ancestors, who were not taking it seriously, were also completely unable to calm down, looking solemn, and even mobilized the imperial artifacts within the Tianji Pavilion and deduced them, wanting to prove that the sudden mutation of the Ziwei Xing was Xiao Wuxi's means. Xiao Wuxi was still seriously injured at the moment, but the results, indeed, stunned everyone. Indeed it is true. The Ziwei star and the Xiaowei invincible fate are temporarily connected. And there is a newborn qi within the Ziwei Xing that is very strong, and although it is small in amount, it has the power to wash away all decay. Correspondingly, the state of Xiao Wuxi's body at this moment is also the same, although he was seriously injured, and was planted a seal by the 10 immortal sect's sneak attack, and also had a succession of great battles, constantly overdrawing his origin, and should have died a long time ago. But now, not only is he not dead, but there is a newborn qi in his body. Furthermore, this newborn qi is like the first strand of vitality that was born at the opening of the heavens, and can only be possessed by a baby when it is first descended into the world. Even supreme beings, or even great emperors, cannot acquire it afterward, unless the Tianji Pavilion's old ancestors swallowed their saliva and their bodies trembled. They were silent. Within the 3,000 immortal regions and the 10 lands, countless powers, celestials and cultivators, however, understood what the machine pavilion ancestors meant, and one by one, they also surfaced with shocked colors, their mouths wide open, their eyes wide. Unbelievable. Not good. Invincible Xiao is going to have a newborn metamorphosis and live a second life. I don't know who shouted first. Immediately afterward, the entire several immortal realms near the Tianji Pavilion were in chaos, completely agitated, with shock, fear, admiration, fear, as well as excitement and thrill. Obviously, the news that Xiao Wufei was going to live a second life was too shocking for them. How? Wang Tong, the young emperor of the Wang clan, changed his face slightly and looked gloomy. He didn't understand how exactly Xiao Wuxi did it though. In his cognizance, it was incomparably difficult for a great emperor to achieve this step. It was already recognized that one could not live a second life under the great emperor realm. Why was Xiao Wuxi able to do it? It was clear that Xiao Wuxi was already dying of serious injuries and on the verge of sitting down. It also overdraws the body one after another for peak battles. And yet, you can still impact to live a second life? But this is reality. Magic. but he had to accept it. He must be stopped. If we really let him live out his second life and recover his peak, or even go further, we will all perish. Wang Tung gritted his teeth as his face turned blue. The news is spreading very fast. First, it was the immortal forces of the human race, such as the desolate ancient family, the immortal imperial dynasty, and the absolute sacred ground that were informed of all of them. And then, it was the exotic imperial clan, and the burial ground imperial clan. Even, it didn't take long for the 10 major immortal sect forces within the 10 lands to learn of this news, learned that Xiao Wuxi was trying to live out his second life, and it's about to succeed. None of them were shocked. Is Xiao Wuxi going to live a second life? Someone said in anticipation. Originally, Xiao Wuxi was as powerful as a rainbow, unbeatable and invincible all the way. Even if they were enemies in the world, they still pressed down on all the heavenly pride and could not raise their heads. What if we lived a second life? Is this your real card? The few powerful ancient freaks hiding in the shadows, who regarded Xiao Wuxi as prey, were not surprised, much less frightened or terrified, but instead faintly said, they also had great respect for Xiao Wuxi. If they were in their place and encountered Xiao Wuxi's situation, they might have perished long ago. Xiao Peerless, on the other hand, hung tough, constantly baiting and killing heavenly pride, drawing on the origin, and causing all the heavenly pride to be afraid and throw their weight around, not daring to make a move against him. In the end, it made him procrastinate until this day. Naturally, of course, it's not easy to live a second life. Xiao Wuxi is just about to succeed now. Even, it can be said that the probability of failure is higher than the probability of success. However, no heavenly pride dare to take it lightly. All of them can't sit still, because, even if there was a 1% chance of success, they didn't dare to let Xiao Wuxi try. If it does work, then they're dead. This is a huge threat. It must be stopped. Boom! Koan Pine Z, who practiced the ancient immortal technique of 8-9 heavenly feats, no longer waited and directly came out of the world. The two chi of yin and yang condensed into a monstrous light that swept across the 8 wastelands and 9 realms. The terrifying and frightening aura caused the 10 earths to shake, the heavens and earth to quake, and space to crumble and crack open a portal. He took one step and descended into the Dharma Cloud Land, like an immortal god king overlooking the world, scornful of everything in the Dharma Cloud Land, including Xiao Peerless. In his hands, the Yin-Yang Tu Chi Wheel, a quasi-imperial artifact, blossomed with light in an instant. The 10,000 paths chimed together, and an invincible aura that pushed through the 8 wastelands flowed naturally, shaking the 9 heavens. Before, although he had fought with Xiao Wuxi, he had even lost. But, that's just the secondary body. He practiced the ancient immortal technique of 8-9 heavenly feats, which allowed him to split into a primary body and a secondary body. The secondary body belonged to the posture of invincibility in the first world, while the primary body was the posture of invincibility in the second world. And now, with the primary and secondary bodies coming together as one is already qualified to be invincible in all 3 worlds. Achieving a powerful emperor in the future was not without hope, and if, afterward, one obtains some chances, such as obtaining a strong immortal seed and cultivating a strong immortal chi, all of them can uplift one's qualifications. At that time, there was also a hope of elevating to the 4th world invincible stance, or even the 5th world invincible stance. Ultimately, it's a half-blooded kunai, the offspring of the 10 fowls. Of course their natural talent is unparalleled. Likewise, desolate ancient monarch family, a demonic aura raged. A supreme figure holding a bloodied spear walked out of the Jun clan, his breath extremely sublimated, emitting the aura of the extreme Tao as he shattered the void and followed the passageway. Entering the 10 lands, he was covered in demonic flames, and the spear in his hand, which carried the law of destruction, looked down on the 10,000 worlds, and between the opening and closing of his eyes, the stars trembled, space turned into dust, and countless chaotic chi filled the air. Is that Jun Zz's grandpa? The invincible Jun Zhantian of the 4 worlds. Some people were horrified beyond words when they saw this figure coming out of the Jun clan through the great formation of the heavens. Chapter 169, the Lingxiao Heavenly Kingdom also exploded its soldiers and went crazy. It's Jun Zhantian, Jun Zz's great-grandfather. Is he trying to avenge Jun Zz's death? A great saint exclaimed out in shock. He recognized the other party. He was someone from the same era as Jun Zhantian. There was a difference in that he had cultivated all the way to the Great Sage Realm, and after breaking through to the Great Sage Realm, he couldn't go any further, so he chose to enclose himself as the backbone of the power behind him. And Jun Zhantian, as an ancient freak, had conquered 4 eras in a row, all of which had only been self-appointed after beating up the younger generation without an opponent, seeking the true time to come out of the world, aspiring to become a powerful emperor. Of course, in his heart, he definitely wanted to become a mythical great emperor. But a mythical great emperor was just too difficult. Even an existence like Jun Tian would be laughed at by everyone if he openly said it. Feeling out of your depth. It's really him. He's even come out of the world. Quite a few powerful people from the great powers recalled memories of him. None of the looks were natural. This was because Jun Tian cultivated the devil's way, which was murderous and bloody. In the 3,000 immortal realms, it left behind a fierce reputation. As Jun Tian and Koan Peng Zi made their appearances, the forbidden heavenly prides of the other immortal forces also descended quietly, circling in the shadows, waiting for the best opportunity. Two streaks of heavenly divine light descended upon the Fion land like two great suns. An incomparably strong might emanated from his body. They are the Burial One and Burial Qing of the Burial Soil, respectively. In the middle of the foreign realm, a supreme celestial pride with crimson divine flames draped around his body also descended. As soon as she appeared, heaven and earth went agitated, and the divine fire seemed like it could ignite everything across countless spaces, instantly drying up the rivers of Fion land and making countless living beings feel blazing hot. It was none other than the Phoenix Lady from the true Phoenix Nest. 5. Forbidden heavenly pride. 4 is the unrivaled posture of the three worlds. There's another one that's in the position of being invincible in the fourth world. Is this lineup really just to kill a single Shao invincible? These are all underpinnings. Wouldn't it be a huge loss if they were to be folded here? There were old ancestors of the immortal Dao lineage whose eyes widened as they exclaimed in shock. His body trembled as he felt the scene and took a long breath. Expresses incomprehension. It's just a lower world chance fight. It's just a chance to hunt down Shao Wuxi. Is there a need for so many forbidden prides to make an appearance? It was important to know that all forces had inheritance as their first task. Immortal forces, in particular, would be incomparably restrained from going to the top, lest they attract trouble to the force, such as the third invincible posture. The fourth invincible posture of heavenly pride, precious and incomparable, not as a last resort, will not be easily released, to go with the same similar qualifications of heavenly pride. The fight. After all, if there was any real damage, it would be a great loss. That was why the crowds and forces that were paying attention to the field were so agitated. It's this exciting before the Emperor's path opens. I don't dare to imagine how lively it would be if the Emperor's road opened. The corners of some supreme powerhouses' mouths rose in incomparable anticipation. How does this make the prince? How does he fight against it? Every one of them is crazy. Such underpinnings are used at will. Just to kill my family's crown prince? The clan elders of the Lingxiao heavenly dynasty and the followers of Shao Wuxi lamented as their faces turned blue. Their prince, too, is too miserable. Could it be that this is the price of a high profile? They're all desperate. In their opinion, Koan Peng Zi and Jun Tian, at this very moment, were unable to cope with Shao Wuxia. Not to mention, two more burial earth emperors and the contemporary phoenix daughter of the true phoenix nest descended from the 10 murderers. Who can stand it? Invincible. Within the Lingxiao heavenly palace, the 26th ancestor's face was blue, looking at this lineup with incomparable annoyance. Deception. A bunch of shameless ones. How dare they send out so many underlying celestial pride to besiege a weak celestial pride of my clan who is injured? Seek death. A ray of killing intent flashed in 26 ancestors' eyes. Send a message to the ancestral lands, calling for the ancient freaks of our clan to awaken and help Shao Wuxi to cut down the enemy. As the 26th ancestor's words landed, the entire Lingxiao heavenly palace was agitated. Finally, it was time to stand up for Shao Wuxi. The scene below, their fists hardened as they watched, had long been too much to bear. If they were to fight for their heritage, who could compare to the Lingxiao heavenly kingdom? Real explosives? Who's afraid of who? Within the ancestral land of the Lingxiao dynasty, not only were there many old ancestors buried, but there were even countless ancient freaks. Previously, the reason for not doing so was only out of the restraint of the inherited vanguard forces. Follow the rules of the game, much less topsy-turvy. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been passed down for ages. And at this moment, other forces were unwilling to abide by the rules. So the Lingxiao heavenly palace naturally accompanied them. Shao Wuxi, why are you struggling like this? Pointless. Is it not good to be freed early when death is certain? Koan Peng Zi opened his mouth. The words were filled with sarcasm and snickers. He had a grudge against Shao Wuxie, a heavenly grudge, so naturally he wouldn't keep his mouth shut. The 8-9 heavenly feats, they are truly miraculous. Shao Wuxi spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression unchanged as he said to Koan Peng Zi. The corners of Koan Peng Zi's mouth rose as he angled his head. Ancient immortal laws? Certainly magical. But before he could even be proud of himself, Shao Wuxi opened his mouth with a sentence that caused him to directly break his defense. I remember you. Your dream girl can be awesome, Shao Wuxi said indifferently. He knew Kunsight. Koan Peng Zi plundered a human female celestial pride with outstanding talent and stunning appearance. and Koan Pengzi always wanted to get her heart. But in the end, that female heavenly pride was willing to be Xiao Wuxia's maid. You seek death. Koan Pengzi was furious. His body's aura rushed skyward and he was about to charge out and fight with Xiao Wuhu. Just being tough-talking. Jun Zuntian snorted coldly, stopping Koan Pengzi as he was massing his surroundings. Not wanting to fall into Xiao Wuxia's schemes, he knew Xiao Wuxi. It looked like the man was proud and complacent, with no one in sight, but in reality, he was incomparably stable and had a deep heart. If you're not careful, you'll fall into his pit. So be careful with it. You guys seem to be afraid of me. Xiao Wuxi's expression became more and more calm as he opened his eyes and slowly said. Saying that, he converged on the prohibitions around him, revealing his true face and facing these 5 supreme heavenly prides. There's no hint of nervousness or trepidation. Master. Next to her, Xiao Yuan Mei was already swallowing her saliva. This kind of scene was too hellish even for her, an ancient freak who was invincible in her first life. Xiao Wuxi did not care about Xiao Yuan Mei's reaction, but instead looked at Burial Yuan and Burial Qing of the Burial Soil, as well as the Phoenix woman from the exotic True Phoenix Nest, Luo Jiufu, and said, I have a grudge against both of them. And why are you here? It doesn't seem wise to invite trouble for nothing. Where did you get the True Phoenix treasure art from? Luo Jiuyu's pretty eyes flashed with a ray of coldness as she angrily shouted. As far as they were concerned, the human race didn't care if they fought or died. However, Xiao Wuhui had managed to master the True Phoenix treasure art. Moreover, it looked like it was even more comprehensive than the True Phoenix treasure art that they had inherited. Nature can't stand it, wanting to silence them, or plunder away the True Phoenix treasure art that Xiao Wuxia had mastered. That would be a good reason. What about the two of you? Xiao Wuxi nodded, his heart in the right place, and then asked Burial Qing and Burial Yuan, do I need a reason to kill you? Burial Qing snorted coldly. Burial Yuan shook his head and said, my clan, the Burial Emperor, wants to refine a pill that requires the heart blood of you, the Lingxiao divine imperial body. If you voluntarily let it out, we can help you deal with the others. Chapter 170 Thunder Emperor's treasure art reveals divine might. World-destroying thunder tribulation descends. Rather, they all have reasons to kill me. Xiao Wuxi laughed. Burial Yuan and Luo Jiuyu's faces were a little less natural. Although, the road to becoming an emperor is a one-wood bridge, and the competition is fierce, but they all consciously have the heart of invincibility, is a big courage, big pattern of people. And now this kind of surrounded to kill the seriously injured Xiao Invincible. The heart is inevitably still some ripples. No need for nonsense. Let's fight. Jun Wintian of the Jun family, who was gaining insight into whether or not there was a killing formation laid down by Xiao Wuhu in the surroundings, had his face steeply once again, his eyes flashed with a wisp of essence, and in an instant a supreme extreme aura swept across the 8 wildernesses. Then the heavens were steeply darkened. The terrifying and incomparable demonic flame raged out, devouring the 8 wastelands, and the extremely terrifying aura seemed as if it could exterminate the world. With this outburst, it was like he was blowing the horn for the battle. It showed that Xiao Wuxi had not made any arrangements in the vicinity. The other 4 forbidden celestial pride, without any hesitation, decisively struck out. Koan Pengzi's mixed body bloomed with divine light, the 2 qi of yin and yang dazzled, and the terrifying extreme aura that suppressed everything swept across the 9 skies. The divine might was vast, and the mountains and rivers shook. He held the yin and yang 2 qi wheels in his hands and covered the pressure, and the terrifying and incomparable black and white 2 streams of light shot out, making the space in all directions creak. The 2 of them, Burial Qing and Burial Yuan, had a deathly aura emanating from their bodies, darkness shrouding them, and a fierce aura, as if they were gods of death walking from the underworld. And the sense of oppression was so powerful that it was beyond words. One of the 2 held the Great Emperor's shroud in his hand, while the other waved the Great Emperor bone flag in his hand. Both were quasi-imperial artifacts. With a flip of his hand, endless death qi filled the entire Fiunland, shaking the domain. Luo Jiuyu of the True Phoenix Nest held the 5 birds fan in his hand, waving it around to display the supreme treasure techniques of the 5 ancient ferocious birds. The 5 divine lights were incomparably sharp, carrying the will and power to punch everything. 3,000 immortal domains, foreign domains, burial lands, 10 lands, countless forces and Dao lineages, were all paying attention to this stop, and document it. A fight of this caliber could already go down in history. However, when this battle truly erupted, the surrounding space was like an ice surface, clicking and shattering, and endless chaotic chi spread out, enveloping the surroundings. What a scene! It's impossible to see. However, it was still possible to feel that this was a shocking battle. Just seeing the extreme divine might of those activated quasi-emperor artifacts made them tremble. Not to mention, several of them were gifted, each in their own way. This was a top-notch battle of forbidden heavenly pride. There hasn't been a sight like this in at least hundreds of thousands of years. Facing 5 forbidden heavenly prides who were at least 3 times invincible, Xiao Wuxia's brows were slightly furrowed and incomparably solemn. He burned the only 21 grains of vital substance left in his body, but also, just a drop in the bucket. Although, it would allow him to briefly reach the peak of what he could achieve at this point, it would be too short a time. The enemy is too strong. This battle was a huge pressure for him. There is no certainty of victory, but it can't be avoided. It can only be hard and violently broken. Ray, come on. In the midst of the exchange, the aura on Xiao Wuxi's body grew stronger and stronger. Finally, no longer hiding anything, the Thunder Emperor treasure art was cast. Boom! The entire Dharma Cloudland was implicated. The air was covered with dark clouds. The clouds were thousands of meters high, and within them were thousands of thunderbolts that stormed around like swimming dragons. A heaven-destroying divine might erupted. These thunderbolts, brewing and waiting, eventually fell toward Xiao Wuxi like a tidal wave. This side was the bottom line that Xiao Wuxi dared to force his way through. Thunderbolt. Using the Thunder Emperor's treasure art, he invoked the exterminating forbidden thunder tribulation that had ceased to exist back in immortal antiquity. Rumor has it that during the immortal ancient period, the Thunderbolt was unparalleled in killing, specializing in killing those with demonic natural talent, slaughtering forbidden existences. For a time, the exterminating forbidden thunder tribulation became a nightmare for all cultivators. Now, although there are also thunder tribulations, but they are all small, and compared to the extermination thunder tribulation, it is a bubble of urine and a big river in the comparison. This thunderbolt, it doesn't distinguish between enemy and self. Anyone within range of being attacked will be locked out of the attack, no matter how many people there were. As long as their own strength couldn't survive the thunderbolt, they would all die. It was for this reason that Xiao Wuxi used the Thunder Emperor treasure art to draw on the forbidden thunder tribulation to deal with these few people. He's done the math. The thunderbolt that was attracted was just enough to crush the enemy's attack, and a pool of thunderbolt would appear at the end of the thunderbolt. As long as he could kill his way into the depths of the thunder tribulation, enter the thunder tribulation pool, and plunder the living matter within, living out his second life would already be a foregone conclusion. What? The 5 forbidden celestial pride. All of their faces changed drastically, their eyes flashing with a ray of panic. Obviously, they hadn't expected that Xiao Wuxi would be able to attract the legendary exterminating prohibition thunder tribulation, extinguish the forbidden thunderbolt, specializing in killing emergency heavenly pride. Thanks to the fact that they knew that Xiao Wuxi might be tampering, they still ended up falling for the trick. Boom! Thousands of thunderbolts, falling like a tidal wave, contained supreme extreme Dao might, shaking the heavens and terrifying the living beings. Xiao Wuxi laughed out loud and rushed forward to meet the thunder. Jun Zantian and the other 5 forbidden heavenly pride's faces suddenly changed. They could feel that the might contained in this thunderbolt cloud was only stronger and not weaker than theirs. To chase? Or run? If Xiao Wuxi can do it, so can we. Koan Pengzi snorted coldly, his eyes filled with determination as he similarly charged forward. Xiao invincible in this situation. All dare to meet the thunder. If he is afraid, then invincible heart is considered to be completely collapsed. This life will not have a chance to the position of the great emperor. The other 4 forbidden celestials hesitated for a split second and charged up as well. Rumble. Almost instantly, thunder fell and struck the 6 people including Xiao Wuxia. Xiao Wufei's perfect indestructible scripture was in operation. His fleshly body hardened against the heavenly thunder, and he condensed 2 vortexes in his hands, drawing on the power of the thunder, and shooting towards the 5 forbidden heavenly prides that were chasing after him. Not only could he resist the lightning tribulation, but he also had the strength left over to attack and kill others. Jun Wentian and the others, on the other hand, became incomparably wretched. After all, there was no supreme spell aptitude for controlling divine thunder like the Thunder Emperor's treasure art. The skin was directly blown apart and blood splattered. Break! Jun Zantian's eyes flashed with a wisp of gloom as the quasi-emperor artifact, the emperor slaying spear in his hand, blossomed with monstrous light and swept out, striking down countless rays of thunder, easing the pressure on the other 4. The Kingslayer spear. It was true that it had killed a great emperor. Of course, it was only a late-aged great emperor, and this was the edge of a blade that had killed a great emperor, but the might was also monstrous. It was tainted with the unwillingness and resentment of the great emperor, worthy of being the ancient freak of the Jun clan with the unrivaled stature of the 4th world. Jun Zhantian. All of the supreme beings were startled and shocked out. When Xiao Wuxi attracted the exterminating forbidden thunder tribulation, they were already incomparably shocked, and even thought for a moment that Xiao Wuxi would be able to use it to escape. However, seeing Jun Zantian being so domineering, he changed his opinion, thinking that Xiao Wuxi was still dead. Xiao Wuxi, you've underestimated me. Jun Zhantian snorted coldly, his body exploding and flashing like a black thunderbolt, weaving in and out of the thousands of thunderbolt attacks against the odds. The emperor slaying spear in his hand containing monstrous power, locking down Xiao Wufei, wants to kill Xiao Wuxi with a single blow. 3,000 thunders, Xiao Wuxi just indifferently said. As the words landed, these thousands of thunderbolts, which could no longer threaten the lives of Jun Zhantian and the others, converged to form a formation, their power skyrocketing countless times in an instant, erupting a ray of thunder that contained the greatness of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. It landed straight at Jun Zhantian. Chapter 171, Self-Defeating, Xiao Wei wins. Thunder Emperor Treasure Art. Invincible Xiao. Your natural talent is truly enviable. Jun Zhantian's pupils plummeted as a ray of astonishment surfaced in his brows. Undoubtedly, the 10 murderous treasures technique is the strongest method in the world, inherited from the immortal ancient period, and although it is no longer very adapted to the current environment, it still crushes the ordinary Great Emperor method. He had been paying attention to Xiao Wuxi, knowing that Xiao Wufei mastered a large number of 10 murderous treasure arts, such as the True Dragon Treasure Art, the True Phoenix Treasure Art, and the Grass Character Sword Technique. Such tactics were something that the exotic realm Imperial clan could not do. It has been astounding. For millions of years, no living being had ever mastered all 10 fierce treasure arts at the same time. And now, Xiao Wuxia had unexpectedly executed another 10 fierce treasure art. The Thunder Emperor's Law. Thunder Emperor Law? As Jun Zhantian opened his mouth, several other forbidden celestial pride finally determined what was in their hearts. Sure enough, it was the legendary Thunder Emperor's Law. No wonder, he was able to attract the legendary extinguishing and forbidding heavenly tribulation, and was even more comfortable in the midst of the thunder tribulation. So it turned out that he had cultivated the Thunder Emperor Law. For a time, their fear of Xiao Wuxi reached the extreme. A ray of panic even surfaced in his heart. That's an amazing talent. This time, he should never be allowed to live. Otherwise, the Golden Age, which was so hard to wait for, would be completely reduced to the stage of his Xiao invincibility. Unfortunately, you're too badly injured. Jun Zhantian's eyes were cold, his body's demonic aura boiling and shaking the heavens, hard shaking Xiao Wuxi's 3,000 thunder movements. Though blood splattered, bones and flesh were separated, his appearance miserable. But, almost instantly, the injuries on his body recovered as before. If he could be invincible in 4 eras, he would not be a mediocre person. Naturally he had the absolute strength to suppress 4 eras. Imperial blood. Xiao Wuxi's expression was solemn as he leaned his back against the thunderbolt cloud and scrutinized Jun Zhantian. It had to be said that this Jun Windian was far superior to Jun Zizi, both in terms of natural talent and means. Of course, Jun Zizi's rebelliousness as a heavenly destined villain was mainly reflected in his growth. But, this Jun Windian had also shown his face several times in the latter days, setting off monstrous storm clouds and oppressing the emperor's path. Rumor has it that the desolate ancient Jun clan once hunted down a late-aged great emperor and skinned and boned that great emperor. Xiao Wuxi's figure flickered, and the spiritual energy behind him was like a tidal wave, converging in a moment into a true dragon shape, condensing into a true phoenix in a moment, or a monstrous sword chi in a pool of thousands of thunders, suppressing it, fighting against the 5 forbidden heavenly prides, even with the power of the thunderbolt. For a moment, he had the upper hand. Xiao Wuxia's mouth remained indifferent. It seems that the rumors are true. You have obtained a full body of emperor blood. No wonder you're able to be invincible for 4 lifetimes. Wow! The scene was in uproar, and within the 3,000 immortal realms, countless Dao lineages and forces were agitated. There had long been rumors that the desolate ancient monarch family had killed a late elder emperor. Only most people didn't quite believe it, thinking it was boasting, but they didn't expect it to be true. However, the powerhouses of the major powers fell into silence, and didn't say much, because, as far as they knew, that late elder emperor and an old ancestor of the desolate ancient Jun clan were not close friends. Although, that late elder emperor, besieged by various forces, was seriously injured, it was not to the extent of being fatal. He had accepted the help of the Jun family because he believed in them, but who knew that the Jun family would choose to backstab, kill him? The desolate ancient monarch family, too, borrowed the corpse of that late-aged great emperor, and their power shot straight upwards, leaping from an ordinary immortal power to a strong immortal power. It was only later that one of the 3 imperial families, the Arakajan family, came into existence. This memory, to the Jun family, was certainly not a glorious deed, and thus it was never mentioned voluntarily, nor do they want outsiders to mention it. Since you know that, then you should also know in your heart that your time to die has come. Jun Zhantian charged across the room and hardened himself against Xiao Wuxia's attacks. And anyway, with the deluded emperor's blood flowing within his body, Whatever injuries he sustained were instantly healed. Towards Xiao Wuxi, he kept charging. The other four forbidden heavenly pride immediately felt the pressure plummet, and one by one, they all erupted with unparalleled divine abilities and counterattacked towards Xiao Wufei. When Xiao Wuxia saw this, but the corners of his mouth rose, revealing a wisp of playfulness. Boom! Before the smiles could converge, the 10,000-mile sea of thunderbolt clouds that the crowd was in turned upside down, like the sea lifting up monstrous waves and sweeping through the 8 wastelands. From the back, it directly slapped at Kuan Zi, Luo Jiuhu, and the other four. No! Burial Qing instantly died, a wisp of panic appearing on his face. This wasn't an ordinary wave lapping, but a thundercloud lapping that contained countless forbidden divine thunderbolts. An ordinary heaven's pride would die even if he received a single thunderbolt. Not to mention, being wrapped in such a large cloud of thunderbolts. Even if he, Burial Qing, was a forbidden heavenly pride that was invincible for 3 lifetimes, he would only be able to die in the face of such a situation. Not just him, but the other 3, too, fled in terror. Boom! And just then, the change occurred again. Burial Qing, who wanted to flee in fear, was actually swallowed by the Kuan Zi beside him. Not only did Kuan Zi not flee for his life, nor did he attack Xiao Wuhu, but he turned around and attacked Burial Qing, who was his ally. Not only did Jun Zhantian and the others look stunned, but even Xiao Wuhu raised his eyebrows slightly. Surprised. Jun Zhantian was furious. The situation was already a far cry from what was expected, and now that Kuan Zi was able to fight, it really became doubtful whether or not he would be able to kill Xiao Wuxi. Swish! Luo Jiuhu's pupils suddenly shrunk as his body burned. His essence and blood all consumed and used to escape. It's not just about escaping the slap of the thundercloud. Even more so, they fled from Jun Zhantian and Kuan Zi and the others. In the 3,000 immortal realms, this kind of thing was very common. They weren't actually allies, and they didn't even know each other well. It's only strategic to join forces because there is a common enemy. Since, with Xiao Wuxia being seriously injured, he would be dropped on his head. They would naturally have the same thing happen to them. Let Burial clear out. Burial Yuan's eyes were cold. Killing opportunities condensed. The Emperor Bone flag in his hand swung, setting off a monstrous might, and met the Kuan Zi who had won a move and was frantically fleeing. He and Burial Clear were of the same race. In this situation of strong enemies, between the same clan, the relationship is very close, an absolute community of interest. As long as it is not without pattern, it will be very trusting. Thus, it was impossible to watch Burial Qing encounter Kuan Zi's attack. Sorry, it's been digested. Kuan Zi laughed out loud, his entire body becoming incomparably excited and even a bit maniacal. He is a Kuan Pang. Although it was not a pure blood, it was still a returned half-blood Kuan Pang, and if it grew to the end, the remainder could even be as big as an immortal domain. Even if, right now, he was only a heavenly pride, but not at the Tao God realm. It shouldn't be too simple to devour a fellow cultivator. As he spoke, the breath on his body climbed upward, and there was a hidden tendency to compare to. No! To overpower Jun Zhantian. Seek death. Buried Yuan was infuriated, and with a wave of his hand, Buried Qing's great emperor shroud returned in fury, and together with the Emperor Bone flag in his own hand, they blossomed with light and met Kuan Zi. Invincible Xiao, help me kill Kuan Zi. I, Burial Origin, owe you a favor, Burial Earth said to Xiao Wuyu. Interesting. Xiao Wuxia's smile grew wider when he saw the scene. He obviously did not expect this outcome, but it was no exception. Kuan Zi hunted him in order to go even further, and hunting other heavenly prides of the third world's invincible stature would achieve the same effect. It's natural to do it when you have the opportunity. As he thought of this, the aura on his body steeply drew up, like an absolute demon god, looking down on Jun Zhantian, whose face suddenly changed. Chapter 172, Slaughtering the Entire Field. Thunderbolt Pool Out. Luo Jiuyu, are you going to run away too? Jun Zhantian's breath erupted like an absolute demon god, his greatness sweeping across the 8 wastelands and the 9 heavens, facing Xiao Wao enemy's attack. But he opened his mouth and drank to the ancient freak of the true Phoenix clan. Luo Jiuyu, you and I will still be able to subdue Xiao Wao enemy when we join forces. It's just too much of a risk in this situation today. Luo Jiuhu's eyes were cold and indifferent. His figure suddenly flickered and swept rapidly towards the bottom, already planning to flee. For a heavenly pride of their level, they were definitely not short-sighted people. Eyes are long. She had only killed Xiao Wuhui in order to obtain a chance while avoiding the true Phoenix treasure art from leaking out. And now that the thunderbolt had shone through and there was the Kuan Zi infighting, it was clearly not appropriate to be surrounding and killing Xiao Wuhui. The Green Mountains will not change. and the green water will flow forever. Anyway, the passage could not be opened in a short period of time, and if she failed, the other celestial pride hiding in the shadows would not sit back and watch, and would surely make a move. Today, it was bound to be impossible for Xiao Wuxi to live a second life. In that case, she still had a chance. Ridiculous. Jun Zantian smashed Xiao Wuxi's attack with a slap, his smile growing colder and colder as he turned to Luo Zhouhu and the trio of Burial Yuan and Kuan Pingzi, not hiding his disdain in the slightest. Do you really think that if the attack fails today, there will be a tomorrow? Since Xiao Wuxi dares to counterattack, he must have enough certainty. Now that you and the others are infighting and disorganizing themselves, you are no longer able to fight against Xiao Wu enemy, and the only thing waiting for you is to be hunted down by Xiao Wu enemy. With that, he jerked his spine bone. Boom! Divine might erupted. Infinite extreme Tao might raged on. This is the Emperor's bone. He completely exploded, casting all his bottom cards without hiding anything. The diluted Emperor blood and the Emperor bones that had undergone the seal of life blossomed with divine might, and the quasi-Emperor weapon in Jun Zantian's hand, hooked together, swept across the 8 wastelands with their might. Endless waves of terrifying chi rushed out. All the lightning on the way was churned to pieces. Toward Xiao Wufei, he forcefully suppressed. This incomparably overbearing scene directly stunned all the onlooker cultivators and celestial pride, all of whom had not expected Jun Zantian to be so overbearing, worthy of being an invincible heavenly pride of the 4 worlds. This feeling, even if I face him, it seems like I'm going to lose. A great sage powerhouse, his face pale, was stunned speechless by this divine might. This Jun Wentian gave the impression that one person could suppress the entire field, and the 4 people, Burial Cheng, Burial Yuan, Luo Zhouyu and Kuanping Zi, combined, were no match for him. This made Xiao Wuxi, who was already seriously injured, even more weak. That's tough. Xiao Wuxi grinned, but his body's aura, but a steep change, like the God King of the 9 heavens. In an instant, his might directly pulled up more than 10 times, his whole body burning 7 colored divine colors. The body, the soul, the spirit, all burned, putting on an act. Seeing this, Jun Zantian snorted coldly, fully energizing his quasi-emperor armament. He erupted with the strongest strike. Jun Lin whirled. Behind him, it seemed as if an overwhelming shadow had coalesced, topping the heavens and suppressing the 10,000 paths and worlds, with countless star shadows that twined around him, like an immortal great emperor. Boom! The great emperor's shadow threw a punch, and the spiritual energy of the surrounding 10,000 miles converged, rolling up monstrous waves and charging towards Xiao Wuxi. On the way, everything was annihilated and turned into dust, including space and 10,000 feet of thunder. Xiao Wuxi, however, didn't care at all and simply raised his hand and waved it. Click! A scene that stunned all the cultivators and celestials occurred. Jun Zhantian's attack crumbled. Not only that, even Jun Wentian's quasi-emperor artifact was actually surfacing with fear at this moment, trembling and backing away in succession, wanting to escape. How can it be? The secret of all characters. Jun Zhantian's pupils shrunk, his body retreated violently, like a stream of light, interspersed with the sound of stormy thunder. Completely terrified, he knew that Xiao Wuxi had mastered the all-character secret. This was a secret technique that could explode 10 times its battle power just by casting it, able to turn the tide of battle. It's just very difficult to cast in general, especially, right now. Xiao Wuxi was severely injured and overdrawn, so he could die at any time. In Jun Zhantian's eyes, it would be even more impossible to exert it. However, it was completely unexpected that Xiao Wuxi had even cast it. You're actually burning yourself? A total bust? But if you fail today and are unable to live a second life, your talent will become mediocre and you will have no potential to speak of. How could you? Jun Zhantian was completely flustered. He's scared. Only in the end, he was silent, understanding Xiao Wuxi's approach. If it were him, he would have made this kind of breakthrough choice. It's all or nothing. This crown prince will definitely succeed in living a second life today, Xiao Wuhui said indifferently. As he said that, the 7-colored divine face on his body burned even more violently and brilliantly, illuminating the heavens and eclipsing all the luminous objects in the 3,000 immortal realms and the 10 earths, just like a great emperor overlooking the world and looking down on the world's living beings. Boom! Xiao Wuxi's figure flickered and landed in front of Jun Zhantian. A palm fell. It directly slapped Jun Zhantian's head. No! Miserable screams rang out as the invincible Jun Zhantian of the 4 worlds died in resignation and despair. Blood spilled. God's soul drifted away. Perish completely. The 9 heavens cried out in sorrow, and the 10 earths trembled tremendously. Everyone was in a daze. Jun Zhantian is really dead. But, the Great War did not end. Xiao Wuxi was burning himself and giving up everything though. This cannot be reversed. Whoever does this will only die if they do. It's more desperate than being in the same place, because, during the burning process, not only the physical body would be ignited and transformed into power, but the soul and spirituality would all be ignited. However, he looked determined as his figure flickered through space and swept in the direction of Koan Peng Zi and Burial Yuan. Burial Yuan, can't you tell the form? Xiao Wuxi is our great enemy. Seeing this, Koan Peng Zi's soul flared up and transformed into a giant koan, knocking the entangled Burial Yuan away before fleeing for his life. I can't forget this debt. Burial Earth. Burial Yuan also knew that it was not good, and after threatening Koan Peng Zi, he also intended to flee. But Xiao Wuxi's figure had already appeared in front of them. Where are you two planning to go? Xiao Wufei's indifferent voice rang out as two auroras of light dangled down, crushing the endless space on their way with monstrous might. Falling towards Burial Yuan and Koan Peng Zi. 8-9 swallows the sky. Koan Peng Zi's pupils suddenly shrunk as he gritted his teeth and mobilized his entire body strength, devouring toward Xiao Wuhu. Wanting to meet this strike, he just didn't believe it. He cultivated the ancient immortal technique 8-9 heavenly feats, and he even swallowed a burial ching. His strength soared. He would not be Xiao Wuxi's desperate strike. Obviously, he had overestimated himself and underestimated Xiao Wuxi. Pust. His attack directly collapsed as a ray of divine light that Xiao Wuxia raised his hand and erupted, piercing through his brow and splattering blood. Koan Peng Zi's divine soul, trying to escape, was obliterated by the greatness that came with this might. The heavens weep and the earth mourn. All the audience froze, stunned. I am not your enemy, and I, Burial Earth, am willing to. Burial Yuan was completely afraid and trembled. Only, his words begging for forgiveness were not yet finished. Xiao Wuxi's large hand had penetrated through his chest, smashing this body of his to smithereens. Another invincible forbidden heavenly pride of 3 lifetimes fell. Only Luo Zhouyu was left on the field. Submit or die. Xiao Wuxi didn't continue to open his killing ring, but instead practiced what he had said before. If he dares to provoke him, the male celestial pride will kill him, and the female celestial pride will all be maids. Luo Zhouyu's body trembled. A little fear and despair surfaced on her absolutely beautiful delicate face. Refuse? Xiao Wuxi snorted coldly and was about to raise his hand. I will submit and be one of your maids. Luo Zhouyu closed her eyes and a crystal tear dripped down. Celestials like them were proud in their hearts, and it was simply impossible for them to submit to others. Unless, of course, the pride of the heart is shattered. Obviously, the pride in her heart had then been shattered by Xiao Wuxi. It's just that even if I submit to you and am at your mercy, you won't be able to enjoy it anymore. Luo Zhouyu gritted her teeth and said. Obviously what she meant was that Xiao Wuxi was going to die as well. Xiao Wuxi burning himself like this could only lead to death and could not be terminated. It wasn't just her. This was also the thought of all the celestials and powerhouses who were following this battle. I am indeed bound to die, but who knows? Xiao Wuxi burst out laughing. But, what if this prince can live a second life? Said. Eyes flashed a wisp of essence. Looked to the depths of the thunderbolt clouds. Finally revealed the thunderbolt pool. Chapter 173, strongly robbing the thunder tribulation liquid. Absolute fierce. Truly invincible. Extremely terrifying fluctuations swept through the 10 lands and the 3,000 immortal realms. Even some lofty saints were trembling when they saw this scene. Who could have imagined that it would have come to this? Jun Zhantian, Koan Peng Zi, Burial Ching, and Burial Yuan. These 4 existences that were expected to become mighty emperors, had perished just like that. The ancient freak of the true Phoenix clan, Luo Zhouyu, had even submitted to Xiao Wufei. For millions of years, there had never been such a tragic battle of heaven's pride. Countless people were stunned by Xiao Wuxia's strength, completely dumbfounded. His mind went blank, conquered by Xiao invincible. Some of the cultivators who had looked at him with displeasure now had nothing but admiration in their hearts. Quiet, deadly silence. It's even a little solemn. Your Highness. The celestial pride and clan elders of the Lingxiao dynasty were in tears and grief. Though, Xiao Wuxi's great display of power had convinced the world's heroes, and he was considered famous in the history of the world. But, they were overwhelmed. It was clear in their hearts that Xiao Wuxi had given up everything in the battle just now, completely igniting himself, and even if the battle ended, Xiao Wuxi would only have one way to die. The fall is final. He is an honorable heavenly being. If he lives, he will become a mythical emperor. It's a pity that the heavens are jealous. The countless supreme beings of the forces all had solemn faces and marveled in admiration. There was no pity at all for the praise, even if, not long ago, they had hated Xiao Wuxi's teeth. After all, did the ancients say that a man's death is a great thing? As long as Xiao Wuxia is dead, the things they feared about the Lingxiao heavenly dynasty uniting the 3,000 immortal realms, or even uniting the 9 heavens and 10 earths, naturally wouldn't happen. So of course they were overjoyed beyond measure. What's all the crying about? 26 ancestors snorted coldly. A bunch of little farts that only cry? All get back to confinement. As the 26th ancestor of the Ling Shao heavenly dynasty opened his mouth, it was only then that the clan elders and disciples within the Ling Shao sacred ground were able to hold back from losing their temper. But the heart grew more and more uncomfortable, wanted to voice his displeasure. Your Royal Highness, for the sake of my heavenly dynasty, before venturing deeper, if we do not offer sacrifices, there is a not low status clan elder, drumming up the courage to say. Just before he finished speaking, 26th ancestor kicked him away. Off to the side. Invincible won't even die if you little brat dies. 26th ancestor blew out his beard in anger. The other old ancestors, on the other hand, looked solemn and concentrated on Xiao Wufei within the Dharma cloudlands. Soon, the many supreme beings noticed that there was no movement in the celestial dynasty, and then their eyes violently flashed with a ray of bright light as they hurriedly looked towards the Fian land. No! How is this possible? Thunderbolt Pool? The legendary Thunderbolt Pool? The crowd was shocked out of their seats, all jumping up and down, their hands dancing, incomparably out of sorts. Rumor had it that when the forbidden heavenly pride passed through the forbidden extinction divine thunder, they would be rewarded with the thunder tribulation liquid within the thunder tribulation pool. This thunderbolt liquid contains endless vitality, from the death of the breeding, represents the newborn, not only can make through the thunderbolt of the pride, instantly alive, but also further. As a result, in the immortal ancient era, there were often forbidden heavenly prides that took the initiative to attract thunder tribulation in order to exterminate their strong enemies, using it to pit their enemies and add blood and blue back to themselves. But even the exterminating forbidden divine thunder had disappeared for countless years, not to mention the thunderbolt pool at the end of the exterminating forbidden divine thunder. As such, countless cultivators and heavenly prides only thought of this as a legend. Not really. Now that he had seen the thunderbolt pool appear, he of course couldn't sit still. Oops. It's really possible for Xiao Wuxi to live out a second life. The thunderbolt pool has manifested and is going to rain down living matter. Now that Xiao Wufei is just one step away from living out his second life, these vital substances really have the potential to help him live out his second life. The proud celestials and cultivators who were paying attention to all of this changed their faces drastically. An array of panic and worry surfaced in their eyes. The previous happiness was completely gone. Previously, the words of the very large pattern praising Xiao Wuxi had now turned into curses when they were taken out of his mouth again. Anyone else? Go stop him. He must never be allowed to live a second life. Otherwise, this invincibility of his is really going to be invincible. Some cultivators were shouting, very vigorously, without them having to open their mouths. The celestial pride hiding in various places knew that they had to stop Xiao Wuxia. However, when their gazes fell towards the wreckage of Jun Wendian and the others on the grounds, their restless hearts calmed down again. Who dares to stop this situation? To go is to die. Thunderbolt Pool? Luo Jiuyu, who was an ancient freak, also had a steep change in his face, complicated to the extreme. I don't know if I'm really happy or disappointed. With the appearance of the Thunder Tribulation Pool, Xiao Wuxi clearly had a chance of survival. The master she had just recognized. The probability was that she wouldn't die, and she naturally didn't need to be buried with him. But she will also lose her freedom completely. From then on, one could only be incomparably humiliated as Xiao Wuxi's maid. The reactions of the countless living beings and cultivators in the surroundings were naturally unknown to Xiao Wuxi, nor did he care. He looked at the thunderbolt pool in the thunderbolt clouds, flickering with thousands of divine radiance, surrounded by flashes of thunderbolt light, holy to the extreme, and permeated with an aura of ancient vicissitudes, only to see that the thunder tribulation pool trembled slightly, and 3 or 2 drops of thunder tribulation liquid leapt out from it. Don't look at it. It was only 3 or 2 drops, but the vitality substance contained, when converted, was at least hundreds of grains. It was many times more than the total amount of vitality substance that Xiao Wuxia had obtained by hunting down a large number of heavenly prides and extracting the origin before. However, Xiao Wuxia was not the least bit happy, and a strand of viciousness flashed in his eyes. In the next instant, a pair of huge thunder emperor wings spread out behind his back, soaring into the sky. It's fast as hell. A single hand probed out, a stern roll around it, as if the oceans were converging, coalescing into a monstrous dragon claw, steadily and securely with the help of the thunderbolt liquid that had landed. However, Xiao Wuxi's figure did not disappear. Rather, it instantly absorbed these thunderbolt liquids, and then its body burned even more violently, like a true sun. At this moment, the entire Dharma cloudland was enveloped in blinding light, and there was not a trace of darkness in the world. Countless living beings and powerhouses were trembling in fear and prostrated on the ground. Wuxi's actions once again stunned countless people in the arena. They all froze. The brain went blank. And even though there were countless old antiquities among them, all of which were great saints or even Saint Emperor level figures, they still couldn't figure out at all what in the world Wuxi was doing. He actually ignited all the thunder tribulation liquid directly. The power continues to skyrocket. What's he up to? Is it hard to fight with the thunderbolt pool? As the crowd was puzzled, there was suddenly a human supreme level old antique, whose body trembled slightly, and his eyes flashed a ray of incredulity as he said in astonishment, "No, it can't be. There's no way he's going to make it. No one has dared to strike the attention of the thunder pool yet." Wow! The scene was in uproar. All the living beings were shocked. The divine soul trembled. The body went limp, and looked at Wuxi as if he were looking at a god. It wasn't until this that they realized that Wuxi hadn't even looked at those few drops of thunder tribulation liquid, but rather wanted to kill into the thunder tribulation pool and forcefully rob the thunder tribulation liquid. Chapter 174, The Thunder Emperor's Origin. 100 young emperors descend. Madness. Completely insane. He actually tried to enter the thunder tribulation pool. How is this possible? Throughout history, the thunder pool has been synonymous with forbidden land that cannot be stepped on. It has never been recorded that anyone has been able to step into the thunder pool. The crowd was shocked, and a huge wave was created between heaven and earth as all the cultivators and celestial pride let out gasps of surprise, their faces showing questions. Even more so, some cultivators revealed a sneer without any concealment. Wuxi is so out of his mind that he will surely die. If he honestly refines those few drops of thunder tribulation liquid, he might actually have a chance to live a second life. Now, to give up everything and try to break into the thunder pool, I can only say that there is already a way to take death. Cynicism and sarcasm came like a tidal wave covering the sky. 99% of all living beings probably don't look favorably upon it. Not only them, but even the old ancestors of the Ling Shao dynasty, when they saw this scene, their hearts deadened and cooled halfway. Invincible. Invincible. Is this thunder pool not something that can be stepped on? Is it hard to believe that the prince of my clan has really run out of gas? Humph. What is this kid doing? Is it because we spoiled him too much on weekdays, that we spoiled him like this? Emotions such as worry, chagrin, hatred, and despair filled the entire Ling Shao heavenly palace. Those followers of Wuxi even closed their eyes, not daring to look. On the field, Wuxi's two new maids, Luo Jiuyu and Xiao Yuanmei, had their pupils wide open and their hearts pounding as they watched with unblinking eyes at Wuxi, who was like a gigantic dragon, swiping towards the thunder pool. Thunder pool forbidden land? Xiao Wufei was as powerful as a bamboo, with those several hundred grains of vitality substance. At this moment, all of his power reached its peak, the peak before he was injured. His chi rushed like a dragon, pushing everything horizontally. All of the thunder on the way was crushed by the body of. It actually did leap into the vicinity of the thunder pool. When he raised his eyes, he saw a few large golden characters floating above the thunder pool, full of majesty and vastness to the extreme. The thunder pool is forbidden. Mortals stop. Wuxi just glanced at it and without any hesitation, his body shot out violently, rushing out horizontally, charged towards the thunder pool. Boom! 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 The thunder pool was agitated, and thousands of seven-colored divine thunderstorms ripped up from the thunder pool, with monstrous power that spread across the 8 wastelands, causing all cultivators to tremble at the sight of this scene. It was as if they were being watched by the Grim Reaper. 7-colored chaotic thunder. This is the strongest type of divine thunder among the thunder tribulation. Wuxi is really dead this time. There was a quasi-supreme level powerhouse whose body trembled slightly, his face chillingly recognizing the origin of this 7-colored divine thunder, and he hurriedly opened his mouth. It's just thunder in the district. Xiao Wufei operated the Thunder Emperor treasure art. His body became incomparably magnificent, and in an instant, all the thunder actively converged towards him, not landing on his body, but in his palm. Although Xiao Wuxia was struggling, he still managed to pinch these 7-colored chaotic divine thunder, which contained extreme destructive power, into his hands and rolled them into a ball. His Thunder Emperor treasure art has actually reached this realm? Manipulate thunder like drinking water. Even the reincarnation of the real Thunder Emperor couldn't do this, right? The crowd was once again stunned. They were shaken. Before they were adamant that Wuxi would surely die, and now they still felt that a miracle would come. It's still possible that Wuxi could make history. It's not working. The Thunder Pool Forbidden Land is not only guarded by thunder, because the strongest thunderbolt is not thunder. An ancient and incomparable supreme powerhouse awoke from the ancestral land and spoke in a deep voice. He knows more. During the immortal ancient period, because of the favorable environment and the existence of immortals in the world, the strength of the forbidden celestial pride was generally several times stronger than that of the current forbidden celestial pride. As such, countless heaven-defying level heavenly prides had also been unwilling to get just that little bit of thunder tribulation liquid and attempted to rush into the thunder tribulation pool to drink it all in. However, they all suffered great horrors and none of them survived. Only a few words about the thunder pool forbidden land were passed down. Rumor has it that the thunder pond is heavily guarded by heavenly soldiers and generals. And these heavenly soldiers and generals are the juvenile immortals. They were all the youthful silhouettes of overwhelmingly invincible immortal Tao powerhouses from the immortal ancient era. Greatness is monstrous. And it's not just one teenage fairy. It's endless. Boom. As expected, before Xiao Wuxi could dispel the chaotic divine thunder for too long, the thunderbolt pool was once again agitated. And this time the great avenues were all resonating as if they were angry and enraged. In the end, the thunderbolt pool gulped a vast and incomparable divine light, which turned into a juvenile silhouette under the gazes of the crowd. Mediocre looking. However, the crowds of cultivators, who were constantly watching everything, couldn't sit still at all, and one by one, they jumped up, wide-eyed and dumbfounded, like seeing a ghost. It's the Reincarnation Emperor. The Reincarnation Emperor is actually still alive? How can it be? This is the Reincarnation Emperor's former brand, manifested by the Great Tao and the Thunder Pool. Moreover, this isn't the Reincarnation Emperor at his peak, but rather as a teenager. Some old and knowledgeable cultivators, judging the scene in front of them, opened his mouth to explain for everyone. Before the discussion had even begun, the Thunder Tribulation Pool was the scene of one movement after another. The living beings on the field were all stunned. Not just a Reincarnation Emperor teenage silhouette, but also the silhouettes of other great emperors when they were teenagers. The Thunder Tribulation Pool was surprisingly creating juvenile great emperors in a steady stream. Although it was only a shadow, this kind of battle still caused the field to fall into an eerie silence, and countless people's breathing nearly stopped. Stunned. Is this a thunderbolt too? To actually fight against a real teenage great emperor? How can this be done? Great emperor is synonymous with invincibility. Even if some great emperors, who are relatively mediocre, especially during their teenage years, may only be at the level of being invincible in their first or second life, their will is recognized by the heavenly destiny seal. Now that the brand is revived, its power has skyrocketed. Moreover, which of these teenage great emperor shadows that descended into the world are mediocre? All of them are powerful emperors. The crowd trembled in horror. However, immediately afterward they were delighted and excited. This would also mean that Xiao Wuxi would definitely die. It really is exactly as recorded in the Thunder Emperor's treasure art. The corners of Xiao Wuxi's mouth rose, and when he saw this scene, not only did he not panic, he instead revealed a hint of delight, for the simple reason that this was all expected of him. Legends, including historical records, were in error, and it was not as if no living being had ever set foot in the Thunderbolt Pool. There are living beings, a living being. Moreover, this being, who was also very special, was no other than the Thunder Emperor. Of course, strictly speaking, the Thunder Emperor originally came from the Thunder Tribulation Pool, and he was a living being within the Thunder Tribulation Pool who walked out of the Thunder Tribulation Pool and made his way through immortal antiquity, achieving the true name of the 10 murderers. It's natural to go back to the Thunderbolt Pool, and it's not hard. In this way, in his treasure art, of course, it had to be recorded that there was how to enter the Thunderbolt Pool. This was also the reason why Xiao Wuxi dared to be so righteous, because he had already had a plan in place. Chapter 175, Thunder Tribulation Pool Shattered. Xiao Wuxi out. The immortal ancient passed away, and the juvenile immortal void, of course, could not manifest. Only a few teenage great emperors can be manifested. These teenage great emperors are all powerful emperors. Now that the branding has manifested, they are all at least invincible in the third world and invincible in the fourth world. I have not cultivated immortal chi, and even if I am burdened with several supreme physiques, I am hardly a match for so many years great emperors. Xiao Wuxi looked at the at least hundreds of junior great emperor shadows rushing down like rivers, and the slightest hint of scorn appeared in his brows. That's him. If it were any other forbidden pride, at this moment, he would have long since pissed himself. Even so, he had to admit that he was no match for these great emperor void shadows. There are too many. Enough for 100. Not having condensed immortal chi and not having the natural talent to make the leap, it was natural that one could not do a fight against 100 invincible forbidden heavenly prides of the third or fourth world. I am the new crown prince of the Ling Xiao dynasty. Xiao Invincible. The 10 immortal sects of the early earth realm and the countless immortal forces of the 3,000 immortal realms were assassinated, and now that he is severely injured, he needs the Thunder Tribulation liquid in the Thunder Tribulation Pool to save his life. Ancestors, please help me. Xiao Wuxi opened his mouth blandly, incomparably sincere. This action of Xiao Wuxi caused countless viewers to be puzzled as to what this was doing. Now you're scared? How dare you want these teenage emperor shadows to help you? I'm afraid I'm not dreaming, not to mention, whether they are really conscious or not. Even if they are conscious, who would help you without a relative? No. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How did I forget about this? As the number one power in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, the Lingxiao heavenly dynasty was even a former ruler, establishing the heavenly court several times, and from the glory of the immortal ancient times to the present day, the number of great emperors that were born is absolutely beyond imagination. Throughout history, of all the great emperors born in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, at least 1/5 of them came from the Lingxiao dynasty. A great sage-level powerhouse awoke with a jolt, trembling as he looked toward Xiao Wuhu, his eyes full of unbelief. Don't ever think that the amount of 1/5 is small. One must know that there were at least thousands of immortal forces on the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The number of great emperors that were born was only tens of thousands at best, whereas, the number of great emperors born from just one power, the Lingxiao heavenly dynasty, added up to 2,000. The amount is, how you think of it, horrifying. It was important to know that a power that had given birth to a great emperor could be sealed as an immortal power, such as the 100 Myriads Valley and the Blood Demon sect. As long as 2 great emperors had been born, they could be considered ordinary immortal forces. 3 great emperors can be called a strong immortal force. The birth of 9 great emperors would be equivalent to the human race's royal 3 families, the 5 heavenly clans, the 10 imperial clans of the otherworldly regions, and the 13 underworld clans of the burial ground, all of which were ancient and immortal forces. Amidst the gasps of the crowd on the field, the 100 teenage great emperors that were rushing towards Xiao Wuxi were actually 1/3 of them, stopping in their tracks. After taking a glance at Xiao Wuxi's body, he didn't give any indication and turned around incomparably decisively to help Xiao Wuxi fight against the other teenage great emperor Void Shadows. Of this third, not all of them were great emperors of the Lingxiao dynasty, and quite a few of them were close friends of one of the old ancestors of the Lingxiao dynasty. How could a power that could rule the 9 heavens and 10 lands several times be ordinary? Thank you, seniors. Xiao Wuxi moved. He initially just held the attitude of trying. After all, these shadows are the branded manifestation of the past. Only subconscious. No thought. I did not expect it to be really useful. It had to be said that the attribute of the Lingxiao heavenly kingdom to protect its calves was engraved in its bones. No one responded. To be exact, these Lingxiao heavenly dynasty's seniors were responding with battles. The 30 or so heavenly dynasty Fang junior great emperors, naturally, could not be the opponent of the 60 or so junior great emperors. All of them were powerful emperors selected by the Thunderbolt pool for the branding revival, and each one of them was at about the same level, and there was no such thing as who was strong and who was weak. However, there was still not the slightest problem installing them for a period of time to buy Xiao Wuxi a chance to enter the Thunderbolt pool. Xiao Wufei's figure flickered as he executed various spells and aptitudes. Thunder Emperor Treasure Art, True Dragon Treasure Art, True Phoenix Treasure Art, Grass Character Sword Technique, Willow Divine Technique, All Character Mystery, Fighting Character Mystery, and Soldiering Character Mystery. The 3 physiques, moreover, are on fire. Suffice it to say, there wasn't a hint of carelessness. Boom, 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 casually slapping a few of the teenage great emperor's shadows that had rushed out. He landed straight into the thunder tribulation pool. Boom, the heavens and the earth stirred, and a strange change took place. The entire Fayun land was shaking violently at the moment. It's like the world is ending. Countless living beings could feel the great Daoan wrath, and thousands of thunderclouds storming. Unfortunately, all of them were already unable to help Xiao Wuxi. This was because Xiao Wuxi had managed to enter the thunder pool. How is this possible? Xiao Wuxi let out a gasp, shocked for the first time, only to see that the scene before him was beyond unexpected, vicissitudes but beyond dilapidated. Countless buildings crumbled, leaving behind only wreckage covered in scorched blackness, as if they had experienced a monstrous battle. This directly caused Xiao Wuxi's heart to set off shocking waves. On the Thunderbolt pool, there are actually buildings. Could it be the legendary ancient heavenly court? Xiao Wufei's heart speculated that it was probably only the ancient celestial court that could have the ability to construct a building on the Thunderbolt pool. Rumor has it that the immortal ancient has suffered a great change, and there are no longer immortals in the world. Going from extreme splendor to decline, there is a transitional period in between, known as the chaotic ancient times. It was also because the chaotic ancient was so chaotic that a break in civilization occurred, and many of the records of the immortal ancient were lost in the river of ages. When the chaos of the chaotic ancient time subsides, even though it recreates its splendor, it will never be able to become an immortal, and a great emperor is already the ultimate. In that case, it seems that the great change that befell immortal ancient was probably a man-made disaster. An unimaginably great battle took place at that time, and even a supreme forbidden place such as the Thunder Tribulation Pool could not be spared. Thinking of this, Xiao Wuxi's heart was incomparably apprehensive and worried as he searched for the Thunderbolt Pool, fearing that the great change that took place 10,000 years ago would cause the Thunderbolt Pool to shatter and disappear. Wow! Xiao Wuxi's divine sense probed out and finally sought out the Thunderstorm Pool proper. While searching for it, Xiao Wuxi froze for a moment, because the Thunderbolt Pool in front of him could only be considered a corner of the Thunderbolt Pool. Special lapis lazuli, ancient, vicissitudes, vastness, flowing with the breath of the years, full of mysterious patterns. There are ancestors in the rituals, there are divine beasts eating people, and there are even natural and man-made disasters. Inside, there was even roughly a bucket of Thunderbolt liquid, lying inside. It exudes an unimaginable aura of vitality. It was as if just by taking a whiff of it, one could directly shed one's bones and increase one's lifespan by hundreds of years. Sure enough, this Thunderbolt Pool, it was actually broken as well. Luckily, it wasn't completely intended and a corner was left. Otherwise, I'm really going to be in for a rude old time today. Xiao Wuxi breathed a sigh of relief. Although, the Thunder Tribulation Pool was shattered, and there was only about a bucket's worth of Thunder Tribulation liquid inside, it was still enough for him to use, not to mention living a second life. It could even help him open up the path of using his body as a seed. Thinking of this, Xiao Wuxi looked down below, at the young Emperor Void shadows that were still engaged in battle, and frowned slightly. The young Emperor Voiders of his Lingxiao Celestial Dynasty had fallen below and were being beaten very badly. The people of the Celestial Dynasty, must not be humiliated. My Heavenly Emperor, even more so, is not to be insulted. Xiao Wuxi put all of the Thunder Tribulation liquid into a special container, then swallowed a large mouthful of Thunder Tribulation liquid. His body's aura skyrocketed as if he were a god descending and sweeping out, steeply turning the tide of battle and helping the young Emperor Voiders of the Lingxiao Dynasty to gain the upper hand. Chapter 176 Young Emperor Battle Ends. Ancient Freak of the Celestial Dynasty emerges as the following dumpling. Xiao Wuxi could have just left. No need to waste that big mouthful of Thunderjack liquid. But, the Celestial Emperor cannot be insulted. Even if it was just the young Emperor's shadow, he couldn't be defeated. Boom! Xiao Peerless blasted out with a fist, and endless divine might erupted, shaking the heavens, and the several young Emperor's silhouettes in front of him directly collapsed. But, there are still too many opponents. A Jun Clan's teenage Great Emperor's shadow, holding thunder in his hands, seized the opportunity to sweep across Xiao Peerless, pussed, at Xiao Wuxi's arm. Several bloody gouges split open and blood flew across the room. It was actually wounded. Seek death. A ray of cold light flashed in Xiao Wuxi's eyes as he sheathed his long sword, his sword chi streaking across the sky as if he could cut through the universe's thousands of stars. The terrifying and incomparable might directly annihilated and killed the teenage Great Emperor's shadow that had killed him. Only, before he could catch his breath, there was another teenage Great Emperor's shadow that came to kill him forcefully. Since, it has been taken to the Thunderjack, the liquid, retreat, away. A broken, very vicissitude and ancient voice rang out. Xiao Wuxi looked up and forward, incomparably stunned, only to see that, amongst the juvenile Great Emperor's silhouettes from the Heavenly Dynasty camp, there was actually a figure mixed with a chaotic aura flowing from his body, like the radiant figure of an immortal god king, exhorting himself, talking, even if it's just a revival of a former brand, it can still possess a will? Xiao Wuxi's heart was shocked, not that he felt that this kind of thing was too unbelievable. He had grown up in the Lingxiao Heavenly Kingdom, receiving all kinds of knowledge irrigated, and knew that this kind of thing was not impossible, as long as the other side is strong enough to do it. It can be done close to immortality. Any brand left in the world can be revived and possess its personal will. Xiao Wuxia was just surprised that there was such an existence amongst the brandings of this group of powerful emperors. I'm only afraid that it's incomparably close to a mythical emperor. Otherwise, it would be impossible to achieve this level, Xiao Wuxi said in his heart. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth rose, and he said with incomparable indifference and composure, the Celestial Emperor is not to be insulted. That Great Emperor Void that opened his mouth looked at Xiao Wuhu in silence before turning around and killing the crowd. By default, Xiao Wuxi did what he did. The battle was renewed, incredibly intense. As for Xiao Wufei, his entire body was carrying injuries, and he was on rare fire. A sea of thunderbolt liquid was being volleyed to support him in maintaining his peak in fighting. The battle lasted for months. It caused the countless cultivators and celestial pride watching the battle in the sky to have complex faces and shocked minds as they looked at Xiao Warjiao with incomparable scorn. This Xiao Invincible, still for the coagulation of immortal Qi, is already the invincible posture of the four worlds, and is the strongest existence among them. If he is allowed to coagulate immortal Qi, and his natural talent completes the leap, that would still be great. It really is a great world struggle. Already, I'm looking forward to the opening of the Emperor's Road more and more. This world is never a stage for one person. In the world of great struggles, Xiao Wuxia will definitely not be able to suppress all the heavenly prides, and there will be even more powerful and heaven-defying heavenly prides that will come out to compete with her. The supreme powers of the major powers, with insight into everything, made predictions. To think that existences such as Xiao Wuxia were not in the minority in this life, especially when the Emperor's path opened. In this life, a mythic emperor will be born no matter what, instead of the mighty emperor we guessed before. Their words, within the 3,000 immortal realms, set off an uproar, causing countless celestial pride and cultivators to be mesmerized, only, immediately afterward, to turn into fear. The reasoning is very simple. A general will accomplish 10,000 bones withered. For the ultimate victor, this is an unprecedented golden great world, very glorious, but to the ordinary living beings, it would obviously only be a disaster. Xiao Wuxi didn't care about the comments of the beings above him. Die! Xiao Wuxi executed the true dragon hand and shattered a teenage great emperor's shadow with a single punch. Then, collapsed heavily onto the ground. But take a long breath. It's all over. On this day, he and the 30-odd junior great emperor void shadows of the heavenly dynasty ed and crushed the other 60-odd junior great emperor void shadows. Note, intention, boundary. See, the juvenile great emperor shadows of the celestial dynasty dissipated one by one. And at the very end, the great emperor's shadow that had previously opened its mouth to persuade Xiao Wuxi to leave, actually opened its mouth once again. Boundary see? Xiao Wufei's brows furrowed slightly as a ray of worry flashed across his brow. At the end of the boundary sea, there is a great terror. There is the source of all the weirdness and dark turmoil. It's just that in recent times, the boundary sea seems to be very agitated, and for this reason, the Lingxiao heavenly dynasty has sent a great portion of its forces to go and support it. This was also the reason why in recent times, the Lingxiao dynasty appeared to be in decline. It could be said that Xiao Wuxi had always regarded the boundary sea as a great enemy. Now, having been reminded by the heavenly dynasty emperor's void, he naturally paid more and more attention. The boundary sea must be resolved, of course, but the priority now is to live out the second life. Xiao Wuxi took a deep breath. His body's dead aura exploded, thick to the extreme, but any cultivator who knew a little bit about the Tao of derivation would be able to tell that at this moment, he was in a state where he deserved to be a corpse that had been dead for several years. And it is true, if he hadn't relied on his vitality substance and hung on to his breath, he would have turned into a corpse several years ago. Today, the situation is even worse. Unbroken, only a foot away from living a second life, Xiao Wuxi's figure descended from the sky. The thunderbolt cloud that had shrouded Fiunland for nearly half a year had finally dissipated. Countless living beings, seeing the long-lost light, roared with excitement. However, the various heavenly prides and indigenous powerhouses hiding in the Ten Lands shivered. The sky is invincible to a strong return, and the odds are that it's going to be liquidated afterward. It's time to go. Otherwise, if we let Xiao Wuxi live out his second life in seclusion, you and I will be subjected to a bloodbath. These past few years, we've also harvested quite a bit of wealth from the lower realms, so it's worth it. A celestial pride opened his mouth, intending to be thorough and unwilling to fight with Xiao Wuxia any longer. Only, before they could even plan to leave, the sky unexpectedly changed drastically, as the sky was filled with divine thunder flickering once again, and a terrifying pressure swept across the land. The feeling of oppression was powerful to the limit. Some of the weaker cultivators were directly pressurized and wanted to vomit blood. Shoo, 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 a peerless figure, like a meteorite in the sky, crashed down. Are these the ancient freaks of the Lingxiao dynasty? A celestial pride with sharp eyes recognized the identity of some of the figures and trembled. They are. Countless beings were shocked and stared in disbelief. It was important to know that any immortal power had inheritance as its first task, and thus, was immensely risk-averse, never placing eggs in one basket. These heavenly prides, too, usually only one or two forbidden celestial pride would appear in a single life, and the other forbidden celestial pride would choose to sleep, also known as ancient freaks. It won't be a brainwave. A large number of celestial pride coming out of the world, afraid of encountering a change. All these heavenly prides, all fell, resulting in the green and yellow. And now, this sight had turned the crowd's perception upside down. In the Lingxiao dynasty, this time, a full 20 ancient freaks had come out. What's this about? But it's over? So many people? Even Xiao Wuxia was a bit surprised. What are they here for? Could it be that there are absolute treasures hidden in these 10 lands? Chapter 177, Living the Second Life, Immortal Seed Immortal Qi, Destroying the Mile High Sect. Seniors, why have you come? Xiao Wuxi's expression changed slightly, and he inquired blandly at the descending ancient freak of the celestial dynasty. As for the name calling, these ancient freaks, although their age was similar to his, but their seniority was real high, calling seniors, as a matter of course, to help you live a second life. The ancient freak Shao Sword Emperor, who was at the head, said with a rare smile. He belonged to the strongest existence among these ancient freaks, with a four-world invincible posture, and cultivated an immortal aura. Those who knew him knew that he was an unsmiling person, cold as a sword, with a sharp aura, and unusual heavenly pride could not even meet his eyes, and at this moment, it was actually showing a smile to Xiao Wuhu. It was evident that he had already recognized Xiao Invincible. I'm surprised there wasn't a fight. I thought that with so many ancient freaks coming down to the realm in the Celestial Dynasty, they would defy Xiao Wei. Some of the powerhouses were very disappointed and said, it certainly makes sense for them to think so. All are forbidden heavenly prides, self-consciously invincible. Who would obey whom? Hence, there is also an old saying that the king cannot see the king, because, once the two kings meet, they are bound to fight to the death. Normally, these ancient freaks, too, don't serve Xiao Invincible. However, after seeing Xiao Wuxi fight to the death and help the Heavenly Dynasty Emperor's shadow suppress a strong enemy, only to prevent the Heavenly Dynasty Emperor from being humiliated, they had already recognized Xiao Wuxi. Help me live out my second life? Xiao Wuxi froze for a moment, clearly not anticipating that the Celestial Dynasty would send out so many ancient freaks. Or for yourself. It was hard to avoid some movement in the heart. We had long planned to descend. However, seeing that you were in the thundercloud, delayed in coming down, and still had the upper hand, we waited for some time. The Xiao Sword Emperor spoke. Next, you can rest assured in your closed-door cultivation, and we will protect you. With that said, there was an ancient freak of the Celestial Dynasty, Saint Emperor Xiao, who had the seal of the human emperor on his head. His eyes circled around as he coldly opened his mouth. Don't worry, all those swine who try to use you as prey will be hunted down one by us. Kill, not a single one. As the sacred Emperor Zhao's words landed, his body's breath skyrocketed, like a divine thunderbolt forcefully sweeping across the 8 wastelands, oppressing the heavens and earth to tremble. Apparently, he was also a peerless heavenly pride of the 4 worlds. It was only stronger than the fallen Jun Zhantian. Subsequently, the ancient freaks of the Heavenly Dynasty that descended were divided into 2 parts. One part stayed behind to protect Xiao Wufei, and the other part hunted down the 10 heavenly prides and indigenous powerhouses of the 10 lands. On this day, screams rang out. The cries of despair filled the sky, causing the hearts of countless forces in the sky above to tremble. This was the counterattack of the Ling Xiao dynasty. The liquidation has begun. They wanted to save their own heavenly pride, but they could only think about it, not having the vigor or the strength to do so in the first place. Gulp! The 2 maids, Luo Jiuyu and Xiao Yuanmei, who had been taken in by Xiao Wuxia, swallowed their saliva and were stunned by the scene. They had long heard of the terrifying nature of the Ling Xiao dynasty, but they simply couldn't imagine that it could be terrifying to such an extent. Thanks a lot. Xiao Wuxia gave a thank you and then didn't say anything more as he set up the forbidden system and began to close the door to prepare to live out his second life. Time passes. 2 years have passed. Boom! The Z-Wei star, which was connected to Xiao Wuxia's destiny, steeply erupted into a mutation and directly dimmed. This scene startled everyone. Is this dark? Completely dark. I knew that it was impossible for Xiao Wuxi to live out a second life. He finally died. All the celestial pride and powerhouses were thrilled and exclaimed in astonishment. However, their words had not yet come out of their mouths, but the dim Z-Wei Xing, but boomed out an unimaginable light, like igniting an ocean piled high with gunpowder. Light and heat out beyond imagination, as if a great sun was born in the darkness of the night. All the sounds of heaven and earth disappeared. Time seemed to stand still. Xiao Wufei slowly opened his eyes and stood up, his body's aura radiating out and enveloping the entire Fion land in an instant. Back on top, live the second life, all injuries and negative effects disappeared. Xiao Invincible is back. Not only that, the natural talents were all further advanced. So strong, Xiao Sword Emperor, who had been guarding beside Xiao Wuhu, had a slight change of color, startled by the aura on Xiao Wuhu's body. Already above me. This is the posture of the 5th world invincible. Not only him, but all the ancient freaks of the Celestial Dynasty were greatly shocked. As a matter of fact, all the cultivators who were paying attention to everything were shocked. Their mouths were wide open and dumbfounded. Their breaths were shortened, and their minds went blank. They anticipated that Xiao Wuxi's natural talent would be even further advanced after he lived out his second life. And yet, he didn't even think that it could be as powerful as this. 5 times invincible. Haven't started cultivating immortal chi yet. I can't dare to imagine. If he can cultivate 3 immortal chi, Wouldn't that be the equivalent of being invincible for 8 lifetimes? This is definitely qualified to achieve mythical emperor. The ancient supreme beings in the forbidden zone of life were all startled and let out low roars of fear. He's getting scared. If they really let Xiao Wuxia become a mythical emperor, then wouldn't the Ling Xiao heavenly dynasty once again unify the 9 heavens and 10 earths? And at that time, those of them who were the equivalent of cutthroat forbidden area lords would inevitably be cleaned up. Not only them, but the other immortal forces were used to being the boss and didn't want to be ruled either. Still have to find a way to stop him. A power at the helm said in his mind. And in the Dharma Cloudland, Xiao Wufei slowly got up, his body's aura returning to its peak, his cultivation ready to step into the holy realm at any time and become a saint. Still, it was tolerated. There's no breakthrough. Because, in the sacred platform mysterious realm, the forbidden heavenly pride could attempt to melt the immortal seed and cultivate immortal chi. The so-called melting of the immortal seed is a typical example of looking outward. His own limited talent had been developed to the limit, so he searched for heavenly materials and treasures to refine them into his talent. Therefore, the immortal seed is also known as extracorporeal bone, extracorporeal spiritual root, extracorporeal physique, and so on. Of course, since this immortal seed was so heaven-defying, naturally not any treasure could be counted as an immortal seed. Not only that, but immortal seeds are hard to come by. Melting and refining the immortal seed and cultivating immortal chi was even more difficult. It was some forbidden heavenly pride that might not be able to do so. Immortal seeds, Ling Xiao dynasty, naturally have no shortage of the top-tier ones. Xiao Wufei's eyes flickered, not in a hurry to make a breakthrough as he wanted to try the legendary using his body as a seed. It is said that this is the strongest immortal species, and, of course, the hardest. No living being has ever succeeded in this throughout the ages. Leaving? Emperor Xiao's sword said to Xiao Wuhu, the indigenous powerhouses and heavenly prides of the 10 lands have pretty much packed up. Xiao Wuxi shook his head. There are still 10 immortal sects that have not been cleaned up. The 10 Immortals sect was the mastermind behind his assassination. 10 immortal sects? Emperor Xiao Jian froze slightly, then said, when the passageway seal that restricts my celestial dynasty's supreme beings from descending to the realm dissipates, I will find them to settle the score. What I mean is, let's clear it with them now. With our own hands, Xiao Wuxi said indifferently. Saying that, his figure had already disappeared, and when he reappeared he had already arrived in the sky above the immortal sect inheritance mile sect on the Fayun ground. Today, there is no need for the Mile High sect to exist. Chapter 178, Gathering the Old Division, treading through mountains and rivers, calling up the divine thunder again. The heavenly dynasty has returned to its place. Today, let's kill through the 10 lands together. Xiao Wufei opened his mouth indifferently, but it was like divine thunder that swept across the 8 wastelands and resounded throughout the entire 10 lands. In an instant, all the heavenly dynasties' heavenly prides and the affiliated forces' heavenly prides were thrilled and excited, rushing towards the direction where Xiao Wuxi was. Previously, Xiao Wufei had been hunted down by the forbidden heavenly prides from all sides, and they could only watch, having long been wrathful to the extreme. Now, finally, there's a chance to get out. Naturally, there will be no slacking off. What a strong call. The ancient freaks of the Ling Xiao dynasty were also shocked when they saw this scene, marveling that Xiao Wuxi was able to respond to a single call. This was almost impossible to do in their time, because the imperial princes of the same period were also their formidable rivals, and they had not managed to be as oppressive as Xiao Wuxi. Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Time passes. Hundreds of thousands of heavenly pride, like meteors falling, excitedly landed next to Zhao Wei, directly kneeling down and saluting said. They looked solemn, resolute, and raised their eyebrows. They had gained unimaginable benefits from following Xiao Wuxia for this period of time. The heart was overwhelmed with gratitude, following Xiao Peerless in his conquest of the 10 lands. Even if the enemy was powerful, he would not turn back. It's good to be here. Xiao Wuxi laughed. It means that you guys still recognize me as the Crown Prince. After saying that, his body's aura exploded and blossomed with endless divine splendor that was so bright and dazzling that it darkened the heavens and earth and shook countless living beings. Then, vitality aura that was so dense to the extreme sprawled across, as if it was raining, showering down on these heavenly prides. It was the diluted thunderbolt liquid. Although, this amount was not worth mentioning to Xiao Wufei, to these heavenly prides, it was an unimaginable treasure. Not only could it cause their qualifications to be plucked up by countless levels, it could also cause them to completely explode once without any side effects. Your Highness, these followers were in tears, grateful and more than a little ashamed. When Xiao Wao enemy was suffering from the calamity, they were unable to help and could only watch. But now that Xiao Wao enemy had survived the calamity, he had in turn given them such a heavy reward. This is the legendary Thunderbolt liquid. Big deal. Even ancient freaks such as the Shao Sword Emperor and the Shao Sacred Emperor were startled and incomparably shocked. To be honest, these thunderbolt liquids were eye-catching even to them. Shao Wuxi unexpectedly rewarded it just like that. In a matter of moments, there were Celestial Dynasty's Celestial Pride's heavenly aptitude that went further, Celestial Pride's cultivation that went to the next level, and Celestial Pride that repaired their dark wounds and returned to the peak. At this moment, all of them burst out with power beyond imagination. 10,000 thanks, Your Highness the Crown Prince. All of these heavens' pride knelt down and bowed down, saying with gratitude. They only felt their whole body was on fire and restless at the moment, wanting to take their knives and help Shao Wuxi cut people down. It's worth it to follow such a gentleman, even if it means going through fire and water. Let's go. First destroy the immortal sect Mile Sect. Shao Wuxi waved his big hand. His body's aura rushed skyward like an absolute true dragon, and his dragon's roar swept across the land, shaking the heavens and earth. With a single step, space shattered and chaotic aura flowed, cracking open a portal, and by the time Shao Wuxia's footsteps landed, he had already arrived in front of the mile-high sect's gate. Following him were hundreds of Heavenly Dynasty's Celestial Pride with divine weapons in their hands and powerful spell formations, as well as 24 ancient freaks who were invincible for at least one lifetime. This might was enough to stir up the heavens and cause all living beings to chill. Crazy. Completely insane. They actually tried to slaughter the mile-high sect. They're just a bunch of heavenly prides. So what if they have a few quasi-imperial weapons in their hands? Within the mile-high sect, there are supreme powerhouses, even though these supreme powerhouses need to support the sealing of the heaven and earth passage. It's not something that they, the juniors, can actively provoke. In the 3,000 immortal realms, countless cultivators saw the scene through the Great Formation and directly stormed out, completely exploding, thinking that Shao Wuxi and the others were crazy. Don't kill yourself. How dare you touch the mile-high sect? One must know that this was a power that had been passed down from the immortal ancient era to the present day. Although it might not be as old as the Ling Shao Heavenly Dynasty, it was certainly older than all the other forces in the 3,000 immortal realms. They even felt that even if the passageway was opened and the supreme beings of the Ling Shao Dynasty descended to the realm, they might not be able to slaughter the 10 immortal sect. Ridiculous. What a swell. Really think you're invincible? How dare he seek trouble from my mile sect? If he dares to set foot on an inch of my sect's land, Old Ancestor will definitely suppress him. Not only in the upper realm, countless cultivators in the Fayun land were also keeping a constant eye on it, especially the cultivators within the mile-high sect, who were even more furious and on the lookout, with a bit of mockery mixed in with their words. With the Old Ancestor's shelter, they couldn't do anything about Shao Wuxi and the others out of the sect, but within the sect, they could definitely play with this group of brats who didn't know the heights of heaven. Are we really going to fight the mile-high sect? The Shao Sword Emperor was still a bit hesitant and asked Shao Wuxi. They had thought that Shao Wuxi was only planning to symbolically beat up the 10 immortal sect, to grow in power and to get out of the way, but now in this situation, it seemed like Shao Wuxi was planning to play for real. This is a bit stressful. What will be the outcome? Our crown prince shouldn't have died on the siege and died on the attack on the immortal gate, right? Shut up, crow's mouth. You all don't look favorably on this decision of His Highness the Crown Prince, but His Highness the Crown Prince has traveled all the way, invincible all the way. All the robberies have been resolved. When has he ever done anything he wasn't sure of? I feel that this time the immortal sect is bound to lose. As a matter of fact, even Shao Wuxi's followers had no idea in their hearts. As for the bigwigs from the various forces in the upper realm, they looked grave, their brows furrowed, and were clearly not optimistic either. Unable to figure out what exactly Shao Wuxi was up to, Shao Wufei looked at the Mile sect in front of him, and he could even see that a group of Mile sect cultivators and clan elders, hanging in the sky above the sect, relying on the shelter of the sect's grand formation, were looking down on him from above, arrogance written all over their faces. In response, Shao Wuxia only said indifferently, "Ray, come on." As a wave of vastly complex and mysterious words came out of his mouth, it caused everyone present to be shaken. Session snapped his head up, terrified. Is this still attracting lightning? It can't be. Even in the immortal ancient era where thunder tribulation was frequent, in order to invoke a thunder tribulation, one had to break through the extreme themselves, and their potential and strength took a leap. Not to mention, in this emperor ancient era where lightning tribulation was almost non-existent, and even if it existed, it was just for show. But their hesitation didn't last long. Rumble. The dark clouds in the sky made up for it, and the thunder wandered across the land. The terrifying pressure directly caused all the living beings in heaven and earth, their hearts and minds to tremble, and an unimaginable fear surfaced in their eyes. The thunderbolt is really coming. Moreover, it was even more terrifying than before when Shao Wuxia attracted the exterminating forbidden lightning tribulation. Thunder Goddess. Listen to my command. Perish. Xiao Wuxi opened his mouth indifferently. In the midst of the thunderbolt clouds, two peerless figures coalesced, holding thunder in their hands, and with just their breath, they were able to stir up the layers of space. Chapter 179, Terrifying Dragon Phoenix Fusion Technique, Treading Down the Mile High Sect. At this moment, everyone within the Mile High Sect could feel one or two strands of unimaginably sharp points. The old ancestors of the Mile Sect, who always mobilized all their minds and strength to maintain the ceiling of the passageway, all had their faces changed slightly. He felt an unimaginable threat from this thunderbolt, even if he could hold on to this thunder tribulation. His disciples, however, could not hold on at all. Can you really attract a thunderbolt? Is he still human? Not only did he kill his way into the thunder tribulation pool, but he can also summon a thunder tribulation anytime, anywhere? It's too perverted, isn't it? Some people exclaimed, shocked beyond belief, quite incredulous. Kill Xiao Wuxi's followers. Their morale greatly increased, holding divine weapons in their hands, forming spell formations, and killing the Mile High Sect with a ferocious aura. The disciples of the Mile High Sect hurriedly began to resist. Even more so, he catalyzed the clan's grand formation. Two thunder and lightning shadows in the sky above, violently executing two divine thunderbolts, containing monstrous might, as if a great emperor had been reborn. The divine might was so great that it directly crumbled the Mile High sect formation. The disciples of the Mile High sect were immediately killed or injured. Looking for death, the Mile High sect's patriarch, a saint, let out a roar, holding a great sacred soldier in his hand as he tried to resist. However, the moment he drew his sword, a matchless sword light raged and landed in front of him, not only crumbling his sword, but also severing his neck, as well as his life soul. Boom! The body exploded and directly fell. Shoo! 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 Ancient freaks such as the Sacred Emperor of Xiao and the Sword Emperor of Xiao also struck out, killing all the underlying powerhouses within the Mile High sect. Although the Manhwa sect had been inherited for countless years, the lower realm was always the lower realm, and the environment of the heaven and earth was far inferior to the 3,000 immortal realms. Thus, the Manhwa sect had accumulated countless years of heritage, and it was only a few saints. The only supreme powerhouse, the Manhwa sect's oldest ancestor, must still be mighty channel sealed at this moment. Otherwise, it will directly suffer a serious backlash. This is simply a lopsided situation. The crowd of cultivators in the 3,000 immortal realms or the Fianland looked dumbfounded. This is too much to expect. In their expectations, the one who was blood slaughtered should have been Xiao Wuxi. So how did it go the other way around? If it continued for a while longer, the Mile High sect would really have to perish. Deception. However, right at this moment, an ice-cold and incomparable voice rang out. A fat Buddha with a bald head and a strange smile on his face slowly walked out from the depths of the Mile High sect. Yet his aura was deep and powerful, just like an absolute demon that walked out from hell. The countless followers of Xiao Xiao invincible around him were oppressed. Their legs and feet were weak, and their newborns were afraid, only to see, he was entrusted with the mantle, stepping out step by step, and a supreme might that penetrated the heavens and the earth also emanated out. Imperial might was permeating the area, and the supreme aura was enveloping the 8 wastelands. The Mile sect's old ancestor, finally unable to sit still, stopped supporting the sealed passageway and intended to suppress Xiao Wuxi. Of course, strictly speaking, it stands to reason that there should no longer be full support for blocking access. He left his physical body there and continued to support it. It was nothing more than the other immortal sect powerhouses that had to put in more effort. And at this moment, even if he was only a soul and a dharma body, it would be enough to exterminate these foolish brats who didn't know the heights of heaven. Old Yayoi monk, hurry up! Don't dawdle. Put him to death. This is our last chance. The 10 immortal sect's supreme powerhouses urged with gritted teeth and frowning forehead veins. Very eager. It wasn't that he was eager to kill Xiao Wuxi. Rather, they're not going to last. The Mile sect's old ancestor drew out his chi and started paddling. And the empress who had broken the barrier in the sky above, as well as the old ancestors of the Lingxiao heavenly dynasty, naturally would not make a spectacle of it, and immediately increased their attacks, while these pressures were directly borne by them. One by one, their entire body dripped with blood, their spiritual energy exploded, and their chi and blood almost dried up. If it lasted for a while, just the backlash could kill them. Therefore, one could only urge the Mile High sect's old ancestor to speed up. Look out! Xiao Sword Emperor was the first to react and shielded in front of Xiao Wuhu, and hurriedly said, the Mile sect's supreme being has struck. Wait, it wasn't just him. But the ancient freaks such as the Sacred Emperor of Xiao and the others also had their pupils shrinking as if they were on the verge of a great enemy, wanting to persuade invincible Xiao to withdraw. The opponent is too strong. Although, they all had quasi-imperial artifacts, they were only heavenly prides. The other party was a supreme being and an incomparably ancient power. Not to mention quasi-imperial artifacts. Even imperial artifacts were present, so how could they resist? It's actually just one soul and one spirit. Lao dang. You're kind of looking down on me. In response to this scene, Xiao Wuxi's expression was bland, having expected it, and casually said. As he spoke, the killing chance in his eyes erupted with a flash of divine light, directly opened the all-character secret that could increase battle power by 10 times. Over here is the benefit of having Thunderbolt liquid. You can pop seeds anytime, anywhere without side effects. Dragon and Phoenix. Xiao Wuxiao blasted out, the true dragon and true phoenix silhouettes coalescing and circling together, and finally a fist was handed out with a loud bang. The void in the 8 directions collapsed, and the clouds in the 9 skies disintegrated. A matchless and vast force fell straight towards the mile-high sex-old ancestor. This is the enhancement that he gained after living out his second life. Before, although he was skilled in the 10 fierce laws, he hadn't cooperated much with each other before. Now, on the other hand, he was able to thoroughly utilize the 10 murderous laws to perfection, and the district combination technique was not a matter of concern. The true dragon treasure art and the true phoenix treasure art. He actually fused them to cast them? This is too scary. Shouting sounds rang out. In Xiao Wuxi's opinion, his own fusion technique was nothing, but for the crowd on the field, it was enough to overturn perceptions. If it was an ordinary dharma, it wouldn't be difficult to change the fusion. However, this true dragon treasure art and true phoenix treasure art are the strongest treasure arts since the beginning of time, complex and vast to the extreme, and it is considered to be a demonic talent if a normal person can successfully cultivate them, let alone make changes. Damn it! The mile-high sex-old ancestor felt an incomparably strong crisis of death. His entire body erupted with Buddhist light, his aura climbing to the extreme, and the mantle in his hand blossomed with extreme power. As he suppressed the mantle out, he didn't forget to storm back in his body and ask for help from the 10 lands. Old turtle, temple slave, save me, the mile-high sect patriarch roared. He was utterly terrified. Just now, the mantle he threw contained his extreme battle power, and the absolute light immortalized in the world. May. Boom! Xiao Peerless fist blade directly collapsed his mantle light. As for his quasi-imperial artifact mantle, it was surrounded by divine weapons such as the 6 paths reincarnation plate, the hell underworld Qin, the desolate ancient pagoda, and the Lingxiao heavenly realm. And you're afraid of that? Xiao Wuxia sneered. His body's aura changed abruptly. This time it was a fusion of the grass character sword technique and the Thunder Emperor treasure art, and he slashed out with a sword. The heavens and earth trembled with it, and all 10 lands shook violently. Boom! This sword directly broke through the defense of the mile-high sex-old ancestor, and the might of the heaven-splitting might landed on him, and his body had the feeling that it was going to crumble in an instant. No! Ah! Damn it! The Maitreya sex-old ancestor almost collapsed, going mad and roaring. You guys forced me to do this. Buddha bone relic. The true body reveals its power. Buddha's light erupted from his body, and he completely went out of his way to mobilize the Emperor artifacts in this place and his own true body. One must know that the sealing channel relied solely on the Imperial artifact and his true body to support it. If it was withdrawn, not to mention that he would be revolted, the other 9 immortal sect ancestors would also have to suffer severe revolts. The most crucial thing was that if the passageway prohibition was shattered, then the supreme powerhouses of the Lingxiao dynasty would be able to go straight down to the realm and completely liquidate it. Chapter 180, Self-Created Heavenly Emperor's Fist. Even the supreme beings will fall. Looking for death. The Maitreya sex-old ancestor was completely unable to endure it and intended to mobilize the Imperial artifact Buddha bone relic in his own true body, ignoring the risk of severe backlash and the supreme beings of the Lingxiao celestial dynasty descending into the realm. He wanted to strangle Xiao Wuxi to death. Seeing this, Xiao Wuxi's expression remained unchanged as he raised his hand and waved his hand. The true dragon roared and the phoenix sounded in the 9 skies, blasting straight at the mile-high sex-old ancestor. No, even if, for example, the mile sex-old ancestor, his entire body erupted with Buddhist light and performed the noble mysteries, it was still difficult to resist this incomparably powerful strike. He was utterly afraid. If that was the case, he might have fallen before he could even mobilize his Imperial artifact and true body. However, boom! Among the 10 lands, the supreme powerhouses of the other immortal sects gritted their teeth, and although they were unwilling to make a move, they still had to do so. We can't really ask Old Man Mile to give up maintaining the sealing of the passageway and let the supreme beings of the celestial dynasty come down to the world to slaughter them all, can we? The supreme divine hall in the land of extreme joy and the white bone domain in the land of departed scale suddenly erupted with endless divine might. Subsequently, 2 figures with boundless breath stepped out. Their speeds were so fast that they directly shattered space, shuttled through space, and stepped into the battlefield. 3 supreme Dharma bodies. At this moment, all the cultivators and celestial pride were shocked, completely experiencing the power of Xiao Wuxia. Surprisingly, it was really possible to achieve this extent, killing into the immortal sect and forcing the immortal sect supreme to release his Dharma body. However, they were unable to understand why Xiao Wuxi was so strong. He hasn't cultivated his immortal energy yet. Formation. Kill. Emperor Xiao Jian and the other ancient freaks of the Lingxiao Heavenly Palace had unchanged expressions and weren't worried about Xiao Wuxi. They just need to do their part in the fight. Thousands of streams of light rushed through, divine might subduing the world, sweeping towards the powerhouses that were killed from the White Bone Domain and the Supreme Divine Hall. They, the Earth Realm powerhouses, although their rising potential was not as good as the Heaven Realm. After cultivating for so many years, it was not difficult to cultivate into the Saint Realm. The convergence of so many saints was not a decapitation. Boom! The 3 supreme Dharma bodies, joining forces to attack and kill the peerless Xiao Xiao. Xiao Wuxi's face was calm and indifferent, but his eyes blossomed with a monstrous light and killing intent. A punch is thrown. True dragon, true phoenix, and grass-lettered sword shadows flickered. It was still the 10 fierce fusion technique. Moreover, it was a fusion of the 3 precious arts. Once again, the limits of the crowd's perceptions were exceeded. A single fist blasted out, already possessing the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, and the surroundings were filled with vast and profound Tao rules. The 3 supreme beings instantly felt a threat of death from this fist blade. No good. How is it possible for him to cast such a powerful divine ability treasure art? Damn! He's trying to create his own divine ability. Why is his talent so unbelievable? The 3 supreme beings let out exclamations of shock, incomparably terrified. They finally understood Xiao Wufei's intentions. He was actually using them as a sparring partner, attempting to create his own super divine ability based on the 10 fierce treasure art. Heavenly Emperor Fist. Xiao Wuxi gritted his teeth and for the first time, he gave up everything and attempted to strike a blow that was a step further on the basis of the fusion of the 3 10 fierce treasure arts. Directly the 4 treasure arts fused. This moment, behind him, an ancient figure appeared that topped the sky and suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths and billions of stars. Like an eternal heavenly emperor. With his appearance, everything seemed to lose its meaning and became incredibly dark. Boom! The Great War broke out directly. Not only did Xiao Wuxi not lose the battle against the 3 supreme Dharma bodies, he even gained the upper hand. The fusion of the 4 treasure arts to form the ultimate treasure art was functioning more and more skillfully, and the entire body was blazing with divine radiance. Suddenly, Xiao Wufei shook the supreme Dharma body of the Supreme Divine Hall with one punch, causing his blood to stain the sky, shocking countless living beings to the core with fear. All the cultivators on the field were deeply shocked. They had never seen that there was a heavenly pride that was capable of resisting 3 supreme Dharma bodies. Don't ever think that just because it's a Dharma body, it's not very strong. They are the Dharma bodies of the Supreme Being, capable of destroying heaven and earth with a single thought. In particular, they were also not ordinary Dharma bodies, but Dharma bodies that hid a soul and a spirit. There was a further cognizance of how powerful Xiao Wuxi was. Blood explosion. Xiao Wuxi suddenly opened his mouth, addressing his followers, as well as the ancient freaks of the Celestial Dynasty. Afterwards, he was incomparably overbearing, opening the heavenly gate with his fist and blowing away the 3 supreme Dharma bodies as he took one step into the sky, charging straight into the thunderbolt. Hearing Xiao Wuxi's order, all of the heavenly dynasty's celestial pride took a deep breath and without any hesitation, directly chose to explode, their breath rushing out of their bodies, their chi and blood raging. Boom! 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 This shocking chi and aura startled the thunderbolt in the sky. The shocking lightning tribulation that had already been induced by Xiao Wuxia had actually begun to grow stronger once again. Up the intensity. Xiao invincible. The 3 supreme beings roared out in anger, itching to break Xiao Wuxi into pieces. This feeling of powerlessness made them incomparably unhappy, charging up again, to stop invincible Xiao from ushering in a stronger thunderbolt. But, Xiao Wuxi was prepared for this. He killed out of the thunderbolt cloud with a bang, and behind him, thousands of thunderbolts converged, sounding like an ocean of thunderbolts, tilting down after Xiao Wuxi. Heavenly Emperor Fist. Thunder Emperor's Fury. With the power of the lightning tribulation, Xiao Wuxia once again executed the very skillful Heavenly Emperor Fist, which reached the extreme of its power. The 3 supreme beings' faces changed drastically, completely not expecting that they could be fooled when they fought with such tender juniors, trying to dodge, only to realize that it was simply too late. Is this the sky falling? A vast and boundless supreme might swept through the 10 lands. At this moment, all living beings felt that heaven-destroying, world-shattering, terrifying divine might, causing them to be horrified and fearful from the bottom of their hearts. Even some of the cultivators in the 3000 immortal region were affected and shivered. It was inconceivable that this might was actually erupted by a Heaven's Pride Jr. Is this Shao invincible? Invincible Shao, who is invincible even if he is the enemy of the world? Some of the invincible forbidden heavenly prides of the first world swallowed their saliva, and at this moment, they had to be unconvinced. That's it. The disciples and clan elders of the Ling Shao dynasty were all excited and thrilled. Finally, we're seeing the Shaowei invincible bully cross push again. This they were all too familiar with. From the birth of Shaowei to the present, all enemies have been pushed sideways. It has become unstoppable. It can't be. No matter how strong Shao Wuxi is, he can't be a match for the 10 immortal sect. They are older than even my Wang clan. The draconic ancient family's Wang Tang's face was pale. His body shook, and he ended up chanting curses over and over again. Yes, the godson is right. The supreme being of the 10 immortal sect just didn't make up his mind to kill him before. Now that he has completely gone out on a limb, no one will be able to survive. The followers beside Wang Tang nodded in agreement. His words had just finished. A scream came from the sky. It is of the Dharma body of the 3 supreme beings. The buzzing subdued the world, wreaking havoc on the heavens and earth, and the blood stained the sky red. This was followed by the wailing of the great Tao. The vault of heaven shook. The 3 supreme beings' Dharma bodies fell as far as they could, and were blown up in the air with a single punch by Shao Wuxi. The supreme being has fallen. The living beings of the 10 earths, seeing this kind of vision, were all shocked out loud, because this represents the fall of the supreme being. Chapter 181, Killing Again. The supreme being perished. Of course, to be precise, it was the supreme being's Dharma body that had fallen. Even so, the destruction of a soul and a spirit, for the main body, the backlash was incomparably huge, equivalent to losing a small half of one's life. The 10 immortal sect supreme beings were all shocked, with shock and anger written all over their faces. They had seen with their own eyes that Shao Wufei had played tricks, using the power of the thunderbolt to punch to death the Dharma bodies of the Mile sect supreme being, the Supreme Divine Hall supreme being, and the White Bone Domain supreme being. It was no longer possible for them to remain calm, and each one of them all felt fear. Fear of being targeted by this madman, Shao Wuxi. Even if you won't die, you'll lose half your life. But just when they thought that Shao Wuxi would leave after this great victory, but who knew that Shao Wuxi would leap up and charge straight into the clouds, killing the thunderbolt. He also wanted to continue upgrading the thunderjack cloud. As Shao Wufei's figure gradually soared, the aura on his body also grew stronger and stronger, every inch of his muscles blossoming with divine light, his battle power constantly climbing. Extreme aura filled the air. All the creatures of heaven and earth were terrified. He's trying to drive out the whole world. He's too wild. The other supreme beings let out roars of fury, anger burning in their hearts. Old man Maitreya, watch out. They wanted to warn the mile-high sect supreme being who was reeling from a serious injury. Ahem. The true body of the Mile sect supreme being, his face turned pale as he violently spat out a mouthful of blood and his body violently trembled, almost falling to the ground. The status is massively poor. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, the power of the Emperor's daughter and the heavenly dynasty's ancestor from the upper realm, who blasted the passageway seals, grew stronger and stronger. For the first time, a wisp of panic appeared on the face of the mile-high sect supreme being. It's very desperate. This channel sealing, in itself, was extremely difficult to maintain, and the slightest mishap would result in a serious backlash. What's more, in this situation, he was missing a soul and a spirit, and he was even seriously injured by the backlash. And the Imperial Maiden had even increased her efforts to break the seal, which led to the fact that he could no longer pull himself away. One can only scramble to maintain the status quo. Once he attempted to withdraw, the immense power of the heaven and earth passageway ceiling would crush him, and he would recoil and die. Shao Wao Xie, it was our fault that my Mile sect assassinated you, but we paid the price, and now that it's over, you and I have cleared our grudges. The Mile sect supreme being gritted his teeth and opened his mouth as he said to Shao Wuhu, don't look at the content as not being too sincere, but considering his status as a supreme being, it was too sincere. It's the same as the ancient emperors, who could say they were wrong and it was a great favor. If it was any other heavenly pride, being begged for forgiveness by a party supreme, they would naturally be overjoyed. But Shao Wuxi, however, snorted coldly. Too clear? The lives of you pigs and dogs are worthy of being compared to mine? If you can't kill me, you're destined to only be exterminated. Saying that, Shao Wuxi's breath stormed out, and the 6 paths reincarnation plate fragment, the desolate ancient pagoda fragment, and the hell underworld Qin fragment above his head flickered with dazzling godly auras and erupted with monstrous might, as if he were an immortal emperor reviving and trending towards an imperial artifact. All the divine might poured out, suppressing the world, and no one could stop it. It landed straight towards the mile-high Sect Supreme Exalt, whose face was white. His pupils suddenly shrunk, and he was terrified and panicked to the extreme. "Help me," he hissed desperately and sent out a plea for help. At this moment, he was truly flustered. It's simple. Xiao Wuxi really dares and can kill him. Stop. There was also the Supreme Dharma body, killing strongly, a very terrifying figure with monstrous divine might, holding a battle flag in his hand. The flag swung, coloring the sky red as it swept toward Xiao Wuxi. Unfortunately, the 10 lands were so far apart that the Supreme Dharma bodies that were close by descended quickly, while those that were far away naturally descended slowly. If, of course, 10 Supreme Dharma bodies descended at the same time, they could defeat Su Gu. But, now there's only one, and it's simply not enough. Boom! A terrifying collision occurred, shaking out monstrous waves. It caused the entire 10 lands to tremble violently. Invincible Xiao, stop. If you stop, we, the 10 Immortals sect, are willing to compensate you. Immortal pills, quasi-imperial weapons, immortal gold, and immortal seeds are all fine. The Maitreya sect supreme being opened his mouth, his eyes as bright as electricity, forcing himself to calm down as he said word by word. As his words landed, the other supreme beings spoke one after another. The 10 immortal sects actually want to make peace? Did I hear you right? They're a 10 immortal sect, inherited to a mortal ancient, incomparably arrogant. It seems like the last time, when they gave in and chose to make amends, it was 1,000,000 years ago, right? At that time, the Jade Emperor came out of nowhere, suppressing the 8 wastelands and unifying the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and the 10 immortal sects chose to submit when they saw that they couldn't resist. Above, in the 3,000 immortal realms, there were incomparably ancient existences that opened their mouths in astonishment. They knew of some amazing pasts, and thus knew even more about how uncomplicated it was to make the 10 immortal sects make amends and apologize. It can be almost impossible. And now Xiao Wuxi had done it. Xiao Wufei's eyes blazed with divine might, like an absolute emperor, indifferently sweeping over the directions of the other 10 regions before his gaze finally fell towards the mile-high sect supreme. This prince has said that you will die. Having heard what was said, the Maitreya sect supreme father was alarmed, and the other supreme fathers furrowed their brows as murderous intent surfaced and raged. Xiao Wuxi, are you really going to force us to kill you? 10 of us, kill one of you. Don't make it too easy. We just don't want 1 or 2 of our old friends to fall. Confrontation occurs. The heavens and the earth were steeply silent. The indigenous powerhouses of the Fion land had long since given up their resistance. The heavenly dynasty's celestial pride, too, all stopped briefly and did not kill again. At this moment, everyone's gazes fell on Xiao Wuxi, waiting for him to make a choice. Either, if you leave in a sensible manner, you can receive reparation and respect from the 10 immortal sect. Either that, or if you don't make a smart move, you will get the 10 immortal sect's supreme deities to fight to the death and end up with 1 or 2 supreme deities. Ha ha ha, ridiculous. Xiao Wuxi's laughter grew louder and louder. This prince needs your reparations? What doesn't the Ling Xiao dynasty have? It's only your dog's lives that can arouse this crown prince's interest. If you want to fight to the death to kill me, you chickens and dogs are not qualified. To say that supreme beings were chickens and dogs, this was probably something only Xiao Wuxia dared to say. No one has refuted the bias. At this moment, everyone took a deep breath and stared intently at the battlefield. Nervous and apprehensive, Xiao Wuxi chose to kill, unwilling to stop. Well, it's going to be a very grueling battle to follow. Fight to the death. Heavenly Emperor Fist. Xiao Wuxi drank the Thunder Tribulation liquid. His body's aura skyrocketed, and behind him, thousands of Thunder Tribulations converged in his fist blade, driving a large number of quasi-imperial artifacts as he swiped and killed the mile-high sect supreme being. Xiao Wuxi, do you really think that my father doesn't have a temper? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill you. Break! The Supreme Emperor of the Mile sect gritted his teeth and grimaced, itching to eat Xiao Wuxi. He wanted to resist but couldn't pull out, and as soon as he intended to do so, the terrifying backlash nearly churned him to pieces. Therefore, he directly intended to detonate himself, blow up Xiao Xiao invincible. If he could become a supreme being, how could he not have the vigor? Boom! Violent explosions rang out, almost capable of destroying a star, and the terrifying light and heat swept across the land, suffocating. Quiet. The heavens and the earth fell into a steep silence. Everyone held their breath and collected their breath, not daring to be the slightest bit distracted as they looked at the battlefield. I don't know if Xiao Wuxi is alive or dead. Chapter 182, The Dragon's Reverse Scale. Please go to your death. Everyone froze, shocked beyond belief. So invincible Xiao is so fierce? He forced the mile-high sect supreme being to blow himself up? There was a huge boom. The incomparably great mile-high clan exploded itself. erupting with vast divine might and shaking the heavens. Countless spaces shattered, and the heavens and earth seemed to be about to fall silent. It was also fortunate that it was in the 10 lands. If it was in one of the living stars, such a supreme being's self-detonation would probably have already completely disintegrated. Countless took a deep breath and gazed downward. The mile-high sect, which covered an area of 100,000 miles in circumference, was directly obliterated, and the countless things around it were turned into mincemeat and drifted in the air. Everything no longer exists. At this moment, everyone was searching for Xiao Wufei's figure. They didn't believe that Xiao Wuxi would die. They had long since realized what kind of person Xiao Wuxi was, seemingly arrogant and boundless, but actually more prudent and shrewd than anyone else, and wouldn't let himself be in danger. Since he dared to look for trouble from Supreme Maitreya, it also meant that he was certain of surviving. However, the crowd felt that it was impossible for Xiao Wuxi to survive. Incredibly contradictory. Master, Xiao Yuanmei took a deep breath as unimaginable worry surfaced on his face. It wasn't just her, including Luo Zhouyu, and the other followers of Xiao Wuxia, who were all in this mood of worry and apprehension. So it turns out that the Supreme Being is nothing more than that. While everyone was tense to the extreme, trying to find traces of Xiao Wuxi without turning their eyes away but to no avail, a sudden loud laugh that washed the skies and shook the 9 heavens resounded through the firmament. All the cultivators of the 3,000 immortal realms and the 10 lands instantly shifted their attention to the direction of the source of the laughter. See only, a peerless figure, standing in the firmament, long hair flying, clothes broken, aura of transcendent dominance, as if an immortal battle immortal descending from the sky, with vast immortal splendor wreaking havoc. This time, rarely injured, Xiao Wuxi looked incomparably wretched, his clothes crumbling and blood dripping from the corners of his mouth. But all the celestial pride and powerhouses on the field held their breath. Minor injuries. I can't believe it's only a minor injury. The immortal sect Mile Sect Supreme Being blew himself up. And not only did he fail to kill that arrogant Xiao Wuxi, he didn't even seriously injure him? Only lightly injured? In an instant, countless living beings' brains went blank, feeling unimaginably shocked. The Taoist heart is broken. Worldviews are turned upside down. They couldn't help but wonder if this Xiao Wuxi was really a monster. Is it really necessary to recreate the grandeur of the Jade Emperor's unification of the 9 heavens and 10 earths 1,000,000 years ago? There was almost no need for hesitation as the supreme beings of the other 9 immortal sects hurriedly opened their mouths and made promises. The attitude is unmistakable. One might even say humble. The meaning expressed is very simple. You killed the Maitreya sect supreme, but you are not allowed to hit us again. You destroyed the Maitreya sect, but you can't destroy us again. However, Xiao Wuxi was fearless and laughed continuously, with an unimaginable killing intent in his brow. This crown prince has never been in such a sorry state. If I don't kill all of you today, won't I be telling the world that this crown prince is good at bullying, and anyone can try to intercept and kill him? Reparation? Ridiculous. Kill you all and all your treasures will be this prince's. The fragments of the 6 reincarnation discs behind Xiao Wufei's back flickered, and the meaning of reincarnation filled the air. And it was with the help of these reincarnation disc fragments that he had just dodged most of the impacts of the Maitreya Supreme Being's self-detonation. Of the 3 mythic weapon fragments he had collected, the 6 Paths reincarnation disc was relatively the most complete, and had the strongest power, not weakening too much from an emperor-level weapon. On top of that, there was a large amount of thunderbolt liquid to assist. With that, Xiao Wuxi opened his mouth and swallowed another mouthful of thunderbolt liquid. Coo. In an instant, the little bit of old wound on his body also completely disappeared. Not only that, his breath was at its peak, and his mixed body light blazed and bloomed. All the chi and blood in his body was burning, extremely sublimated, and converging into an unimaginably strong and overwhelming battle force. Toast to the world. Xiao Wuxi, you're really looking for death. Hearing Xiao Wuxi's words, the other supreme beings were enraged, like volcanoes, about to go berserk, and in an instant, the entire 10 lands shook, stormy, and agitated to the extreme. Mountains collapsed, rivers evaporated, and countless living beings died horribly. You and the others flee. This father vows to kill that little brat. The remaining 9 supreme beings had already made the decision to get Xiao Wuxi killed even if they died themselves. At the same time, spread your fire. Just now, they had contacted those immortal forces in the upper realm and made a deal that as long as they could kill Xiao Wuxi, those upper realm forces, they would be able to shelter their fire. It's already worth it. The sealed passageway shook, and could collapse at any moment, because these supreme beings drew out most of their own strength, condensing their strongest spirit bodies and charging out towards Xiao Wuxia. Is Xiao Wuxi crazy, or are we crazy? It's hard to believe that today, he, a junior, can really slaughter the 9 great supreme beings? The immortal Tao system in the upper realm was completely boiling. Countless celestial pride's Tao heart cracked. Seeing Shao invincible today, this life will not have a chance at the position of great emperor. The Tao heart has been lost. Master, negotiate. The other party is too strong. Luo Zhouyu's legs trembled, his heart beating violently, terrified to the extreme. And he said to Xiao Wuhu, as an invincible celestial pride of 3 worlds, she all felt that she had no hope of survival as she was surrounded by the 9 supreme beings at this moment. It wasn't just her, but the ancient freaks of the Lingxiao celestial dynasty were also changing color in unison, wanting to speak, trying to persuade Xiao Wuhu and talk him out of doing something stupid. However, Xiao Wuxi had already moved. The space in front of him, steeply shattered, and a chaotic aura filled the air, forming a portal. With just one step, heaven and earth changed, from the land of the Dharma cloud, stepping into the land of immobility. Congratulations, arriving at the merit draw location immovable earth. Trigger 10 straight draws, obtaining the golden legend 7-star 10 fierce true dragon reverse scale. Even Xiao Wufei, who was used to seeing treasures, was emotionally moved at this moment, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. This could perhaps be considered the 3,000 immortal realms, the topmost supreme treasure. It is the original object of the 10 fierce true dragons, the most essential part of the body. Adverse scale, the dragon's scales must not be touched, and during the immortal ancient period, the 10 fierce true dragons were immortal kings, even if the true dragon's reverse scale that he had obtained was not the 10 murderous true dragon patriarch. But, even if it was an ordinary true dragon's reverse scale, it would still be enough to be unrivaled in the world. There was no need to refine it at all. As long as it was sacrificed with care, it would be an imperial artifact. Xiao Wuxia laughed out loud. His chest's grandeur dispersed in all directions. His breath was domineering, looking down on the world and the living beings, and he hung directly above the immovable earth immortal sex sword abyss. Please go to your death, Xiao Wuxi faintly said. The words landed. Boom! The aura on his body shot up into the sky, ravaging the 8 wastelands and shaking the 10 earths, causing the winds and clouds to change and the heavens to quake. In particular, behind Xiao Wufei's back, in addition to the original several mythical armaments and quasi-emperor artifacts, he had actually condensed a supreme true dragon that spanned hundreds of thousands of miles and subdued the world with divine might. The might of the true dragon was even more sweeping, and on this true dragon's silhouette, a reverse scale was especially real. Everyone was shocked again. Not only them, but even the group of old ancestors from the Lingxiao Heavenly Palace also stared in disbelief. Off the top of his head, he blurted out a word that shook the 3,000 immortal realms and the countless living beings in the 10 lands, a particularly niche word. Adverse scale, the dragon's reverse scale. Chapter 183, 10 fierce treasure bones shine in the world. Who in the world wouldn't be alarmed? This kind of supreme treasure. Where on earth did he get it from? A hoarse voice came from a supreme. They were just truly afraid. This Xiao Wuxi had too many tricks up his sleeve, didn't he? Even if the Lingxiao Heavenly Dynasty, which had once ruled the 9 heavens and 10 lands several times, had unfathomable depths, it shouldn't have given so much support to a junior. Now, even the legendary 10 fierce true dragon reverse scales had come out. Invincible. What a heavenly destiny. The chances are countless. The old ancestors of the Lingxiao Celestial Dynasty came out of their shock and marveled. Honestly, even they were a little envious. Just the assets that Xiao Wufei was revealing at this moment were already enough to make an ancient supreme being's eyes redden. Obviously, the appearance of the dragon's reverse scale made the countless great powers in the 3,000 immortal realms, who were accustomed to seeing the great world. All of them were red in the face, breathing rapidly, and could not wait to climb up to Xiao Wuhu and carefully survey them, incomparably agitated, as if they had never seen the world as a country bumpkin. Boom, boom, boom. But it was also the appearance of this adversary scale that completely solidified the 9 supreme beings' murderous intentions towards Xiao Wuxi. Before, they had a strange mind, thinking about contributing to the work and trying to find a way to get out of the situation. As the saying goes, a dead friend of the road is not a dead friend of the road. But now, in this situation, they would never dare to keep their hands off, and could only put their best foot forward. One by one, the spirit bodies suddenly descended into the world like absolute gods and demons. The 9 supreme spiritual bodies are gathered. Heaven and earth tremble with war. Blood clouds cover millions of miles. Rivers flow with blood. Mountains crumble with countless corpses. This is an ominous sign. Can it be that this battle will cause the 10 lands to perish? A Saint Emperor level powerhouse, looking at the 10 lands agitating and the visions constantly, trembled. Obviously, things had come to a head that was beyond the expectations and cognizance of most living beings. The aura of solemnity permeated the air. An aura that made everyone's hearts hairy and instinctively fearful swept across. This feeling originated from the 9 Supreme Beings' 2 deep killing chances. It sends shivers down the spine of living beings. In the air, the 9 Supreme Beings, their bodies are different, and their clothes are also very different. The only thing that is the same is that their aura is not much different. They are all strong and domineering, and their aura is like an abyss. At first glance, it was an overwhelming figure who had been in a high position for a long time. Just a single look could cause most of the heavens' pride's Tao hearts to crumble. At this moment, these 9 Supreme Beings' gazes were like thunder, all locking onto Xiao Wao enemy in unison. Their eyes were like fire. Their anger was like a sword, and if the light of their eyes could kill, Xiao Wao enemy would probably have died countless times. Xiao Wuxi's expression remained unchanged as he looked at the 9 supreme spiritual bodies in front of him, his smile still not converging as he incomparably said calmly, "Ergo, you still overestimate yourself. If this prince were you and the others, at this moment, he would have long since given up on maintaining that shaky sealed passageway and come here to kill with all his might. Seek one that is not broken." Xiao Wuxi's words landed and he had already struck out. The true dragon roared, and the true dragon treasure technique, with the support of the true dragon treasure bone and the true dragon reverse scale, coalesced into a seemingly real true dragon, killing and terrorizing to the extreme, directly charging towards one of the 9 supreme beings. "This is a true dragon treasure bone?" The 9 supreme beings spoke in unison. Apparently, Xiao Wuxi had dropped another nuclear bomb on the world. Boom! This instant, there were countless supreme beings in all of the forbidden zones of life, awakening from their coffins, their auras rushing out of their bodies as they directed their attention toward the battlefield. In the true dragon's nest, an ancient existence had awakened. His eyes were crimson, staring down at the scene below, his mouth watering. The true dragon's reverse scale and the true dragon's treasure bone. Whoever obtains these 2 treasures can become a true dragon. Nice one. And the treasure? The 26th ancestor and 25th ancestor of the Lingxiao heavenly dynasty opened their mouths in unison, stunned beyond measure, and after looking at each other without any words, they very silently chose to shake the people. They sensed that these 2 old ancestors of theirs were a bit of a pocket. 26, 25. What wakes me? The 24th ancestor awoke with some displeasure in his countenance. Beings in slumber generally didn't like to be awakened, especially old guys like them who acted as the backbone of the family. Before Zhu 26 and Zhu 25 could speak, Zhu 24 noticed the sight of the immobile ground. "Is this the invincibility you always chant about?" Hiss. True dragon treasure bone and true dragon reverse scale. Did that kid steal the 10 fierce true dragon tomb? 24 Zhou was shocked. These 2 treasures are too precious. Whoever gets it, without exaggeration, will be able to directly recreate the true dragon's nest, true dragon treasure bone, on which is recorded the method of cultivation of the true dragon clan. Is that the head of the pig gets? Learns the true dragon treasure art, can be transformed into a true dragon step by step, not to mention the reverse scale that contained most of the essence of the 10 fierce true dragon. Although the true dragon treasure bone and the true dragon reverse scale are precious, it's still a bit presumptuous to wake me up just like that. Ancestor 24 coughed dryly, presenting himself as if he was a worldly superior. Although he was shocked, but pushy, nonetheless. Just next moment, behind Xiao Wuxi's back, a true phoenix actually emerged. The true phoenix treasure bone shone among them. The true phoenix shadow, incomparably solid. The divine might is vast. The true phoenix of the intention was even more intense to the extreme. Only a little worse than the real dragon next to it. But it can also be done in a way that makes it impossible to tell the difference between what is real and what is not. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This time, it was more than just shock. The entire 3000 immortal realms immortal Dao system. This time it was a direct explosion, and all of the powerhouses went crazy. And the true phoenix treasure bone? My god, he's still robbing the tomb of the 10 murderous true phoenix? Some supreme beings trembled. Possibly, no one could ever imagine that the legendary supreme, invincible supreme powerhouses would one day collectively lose their minds and go insane. It was only because Xiao Wufei had displayed 2 underhanded cards. Hiss. Ancestor 24, who had just been pretending to be a pussy, sucked in cold air, his face complex to the extreme, and finally, looking at ancestors 25 and 26, who were looking at him in unison, he hesitated for a split second and said, "Shaker, I can't pocket it either. Don't waste any more time. Just wake up the 2 old ancestors directly this time." The 26th ancestor said. He knew Xiao Wuxi. Xiao Wuxi never fought an unsure battle. Since Xiao Wuxia said that he would kill the 9 supreme beings of the lower realm, he was bound to be certain. And now, as far as the means displayed by Xiao Peerless was concerned, although it was very strong, it was still a bit difficult to kill the 9 supreme beings. In other words, Xiao Wuxi still had shocking means that he hadn't revealed. Fruity. The crowd hadn't gotten over the shock. 2 more precious bones flickered, and with the power of the heavens and earth, and Xiao Wuxi's infinite chi and blood, they condensed into the sword character Grass and Thunder Emperor. At this moment, the true Dragon Treasure Bone, the Grass character Sword Treasure Bone, the true Phoenix Treasure Bone, the Thunder Emperor Treasure Bone, and the treasure bones of 4 of the 10 fowls were all hanging in the dome of the sky like a great sun. Under Xiao Wuxi's manipulation, he condensed his spirit body and became an alternative spirit body. Fight against the spirit bodies of these 9 supreme beings. 4 precious bones? Give me a quick shot so I know I'm not dreaming. This means that the 410 fierce treasure arts that Xiao Wufei he has mastered were not passed down from the celestial dynasty? Rather, he taught himself from the treasure bones? Damn. Fake. It's all fake. The heavens and earth were silent for a long time. Everyone was shocked by this sight, unable to react. Their brains were blank for a long time, and finally completely exploded. Xiao Wuxi, on the other hand, was unchanged, and the mythic weapon Shattered Skin behind his back was actually showing great power. Something's come up today, so I'll update a little later. Updates will be a little late today with some stuff going on. I'll probably have to stay up all night to do them. I'll be updating 2 random chapters of invalid content later on, so I'll keep a full hand. When I finish updating late at night, I'll make changes, so just refresh it, and I'll give you all a hard time. Chapter 184, Clearing Out the Remnants. Not only were the 10 murderous treasure bones reviving, even the mythical armament fragments were reviving as well. On the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, releasing the majestic and incomparable meaning of reincarnation, the years shuttled through the vicissitudes of the sea, and under the convergence of thousands of heaven and earth essences, it unexpectedly formed a monumental figure with its hands resting on the 6 paths of reincarnation and its head on top of the celestial dome, the desolate ancient pagoda, surrounded by a rich desolate atmosphere, as if it was born from the great wilderness where heaven and earth had opened up. The great Tao resonated, and the monstrous essence gathered, but it only covered the pagoda. A transparent tower was formed. Restore it in its entirety. The aura was terrifying to the extreme, ancient and immortal, shaking the 9 heavens with might, and surrounded by countless flood beasts. The hell underworld harp, playing on its own. The surrounding scene changed, as if purgatory was coming back. Countless underworld chi was like an ocean, converging at great speed, and eventually evolved into a giant that opened up the sky and the earth, with a body composed of chaos, while within the body was a side of the underworld, within which was an endless purgatory. The 3 great mythological weapons revived and a terrifying aura erupted as everyone saw an incomparably terrifying scene. In their eyes, these 410 fierce treasure bones and 3 mythic weapon fragments unexpectedly then became 7 spirit bodies. All of them are spirit bodies of amazing power. Each one of them, although in different forms, was not too much inferior to Xiao Wufei in terms of strength. Naturally, it was not too much inferior to the spirit bodies of these 9 supreme beings. In particular, these spirit bodies were likewise capable of harnessing quasi-imperial weapons, unleashing extreme might and sweeping across the land. With their appearance, the situation changed directly. The 9 supreme beings, before, were only large in number in order to suppress Xiao Wuxia. The crowd was also optimistic about the 9 supreme beings as a result. If they were truly one-on-one, they were far inferior to Xiao Wuxi. After all, they were only spirit bodies, and the subject needed to carry the sealed passageway. And now, Xiao Wuxia exerted monstrous means, shockingly condensing 7 incomparably powerful spirit bodies to fight against it. The 9 supreme beings' numerical advantage was directly of course non-existent. We are willing to reconcile. You opened your mouth. Whatever we can do, we will accept. The multitude of powerhouses who were paying attention to everything hadn't even come out of their shock when the 9 supreme beings had already changed their colors in unison, and after realizing that it was fruitless to stop them, they had even directly opened their mouths and chose to compromise. The attitude had been incredibly humble. Early on, he had prepared himself for the idea of being massively slaughtered by Xiao Wuxi. However, Xiao Wuxi's expression remained unchanged, and he simply said indifferently, "Kill you all, and all your treasures, too, will be mine." There's nothing wrong with his brain. The fact that he had taken out so many cards today had long since caused the 3,000 immortal realms to boil, and with all the forces red in the eyes, he would only be subjected to more backstabbing in the future. He didn't care, but the cost had been enormous. If he didn't clean up these 9 supreme beings, it would be a real blood loss to just collect some benefits from them. Boom, boom, boom. Breath soared, killing intent surged, and Xiao Wufei's 7 spirit bodies raged with might, directly causing the venue to turn into an earthly purgatory, with the pressure as if it was substantial, oppressing the heavens and earth to tremble. All living beings could not breathe. Toast to the world. You made us do it. Xiao Wuxi, you really deserve to die. Why did you force me? The 9 supreme beings glared angrily, their murderous hearts rising in all directions, itching to eat Xiao Wao enemy alive, completely forgetting that it was they who had assassinated Xiao Wao enemy in the first place that had caused these countless incidents. The Great War broke out. Invincible Xiao fought 1 against 2, hardly shaking the spirit bodies of the Supreme Sword Abyss and the Supreme Bronze Immortal Hall. Heavenly Emperor Fist, Thunder Dragon Phoenix Sword. Xiao Wuxi executed one of his greatest gains from this trip. The 4 great 10 fierce treasure arts combined strike. The chi and blood were monstrous. The mana was like an ocean pouring in, coalescing together and bursting out with divine light that could shatter the 9 heavens. And with a single sword strike, thunder streaked across the sky, true dragons roared, phoenixes chimed in unison, and the sword chi rolled out like a sea. The power reached the limit of what this world could bear. Wherever it passed, everything bounced and flew, space shattered, and countless chaotic auras emanated across the 8 wastelands. One for the road. One for the road. That's the only strike he can take. As long as we hold on, he can't do anything about us. All those treasure spirit bodies of his are also waterless. They can't last long at all. And in the end, they will only end up in defeat. The supreme deity of the Bronze Immortal Hall gritted his teeth and shook hard, holding the green copper rust in his hand, his entire body blossoming with green light, grimly cold and incomparable, while opening his mouth to his allies. Naturally, Supreme Sword Abyss nodded in agreement. Boom! Only, the next instant a beam of light that had coalesced to the extreme, though only a small thumb's thickness, contained the power of hundreds of suns, and directly penetrated the chest of the Sword Abyss Supreme Being. He tried to resist, but found that it was futile. Endless vitality. Escaping. How is it possible? Doesn't he have no more cards? Supreme Sword Abyss couldn't believe it and let out a shocked cry. If he followed the power of that combination technique, he would have been able to block it completely. Guessing my bottom card? The most foolish behavior, Xiao Wuxi said indifferently. Perfect imperishable scripture. The power in Xiao Wuxi's body suddenly skyrocketed, and almost instantly, the power of tens of thousands of stars blossomed. His perfect imperishable scripture was capable of constantly stacking layers. As long as one mastered enough 10 fierce treasure arts, the power could be strong enough. It was no exaggeration to say that after learning and mastering the 10 fierce treasure arts, the perfect imperishable scripture was his greatest card. Just now, just a single strike pierced through Jian Yuan's chest, seriously injuring him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 ing brats. This is a situation where you can still be slick. The Bronze Divine Hall Supreme was pale and his pressure multiplied. Unable to believe the scene in front of him, he understood what was happening, but was powerless. Just now, the 4 treasures art combination technique that Xiao Wuxi had executed was just a front. Then they would resist and reveal a break. Then, Xiao Wuxi would hunt them down with an even stronger attack. Apparently, Xiao Wuxi had succeeded. In fact, it can't fail at all. To still give them a trick in this kind of battle would have indicated that Xiao Wuxi's strength was above theirs, and that he could easily deal with it and leave it to chance. I won't be able to live, so find a way to kill him. Supreme Sword Abyss's eyes were incomparably determined as he looked towards Xiao Wuhu. Die, kid, I'm telling you, the Supreme is not to be insulted. After saying that, he was going to explode himself as well. That's the time. The Bronze Immortal Hall Supreme Deity's face was delighted as he struck out a green bronze rust that contained endless curses and highly toxic substances. Immediately afterward, the Bronze Immortal Hall Supreme revealed an incomparably smug smile. Even if the self-destruct can't kill you, this blow is enough to kill you. However, amidst the violent explosion of the Sword Abyss Supreme spiritual body, even the Earth's crust blew out, as if hundreds of nuclear bombs had been detonated, and everything around them turned into mincemeat. But, the only one left was Xiao Wufei. The Willow God Method. Xiao Wuxi let out a cold smile. A gigantic incomparable willow tree shadow appeared in the eyes of the world. Countless branches were drawn out, absorbing all the explosive fluctuations in the surroundings, and ultimately condensing a willow leaf that shimmered with streams of light. Chapter 185, Using One's Body as a Seed. Xiao Invincible. The Bronze Immortal Hall Supreme roared, his body glowing, his majestic and domineering aura erupting as he held a long sword in his hand and swept it towards Xiao Wuhu. This strike used all its power, completely out of the blue. Already desperate, it couldn't be helped that Supreme Sword Abyss had blown himself up and still couldn't take down Xiao Wuxi. There is still hope if you fight for your life, but if you don't, you will only die. The sky was filled with flickering runes, and green as emerald branches danced in the air, controlling the void of the 9 heavens, as if it was a supreme divine willow, rooted in the heavens and the earth, absorbing all the attacks. It was transformed into a sea of energy that converged towards Xiao Wuxi. Looking at the Bronze Immortal Hall Supreme being desperately trying to kill, Xiao Wufei laughed out loud and with a wave of his big hand, all the willow leaves floated towards himself, and the vast and incomparable vitality within them violently erupted. Not only did he not suffer too many injuries, but he maintained his peak, the 3,000 immortal regions. Looking at this scene, no one was already making a fuss. All of them looked grave and incomparably calm as they watched everything. Xiao Wuxi's endless layers of undercurrents had long since numbed them. And below, invincible Xiao wrestled with the Bronze Immortal Hall Supreme. After the Bronze Immortal Hall completely went out of its way, its flesh and soul burned and exploded with an incomparably terrifying might, posing a great threat to Xiao Wuhu. However, he had the Thunder Tribulation Liquid and the Willow God Method in Phoenix Treasure Art. His chi and blood were in full bloom, his mana flourished, and he was always unharmed. Therefore, it can be done without falling. Finally, in the 30th round of the exchange, Xiao Wuxi intentionally sold a break, and then chopped out with a sword that directly penetrated the Bronze Immortal Hall Supreme's head. Blood splatters. Then, boom! Like fireworks exploding, the scene was incomparably bright. The Bronze Immortal Hall Supreme, likewise, perished, leaving only mournful screams in the void. Pust. And the Bronze Immortal Hall Supreme being who maintained the heaven and earth passageway ceiling, violently spat out a mouthful of blood. His breath was incomparably weak, and his vitality was rapidly draining away. Sure enough, the Bronze Immortal Hall Supreme was not surprised and looked towards the long-dead Sword Abyss Supreme, laughing out loud, almost madly, messing with the wrong people. Maintaining the ceiling would have had to suffer unimaginable backlash. After separating a soul and 3 spirits to coalesce into a spirit, one's self was damaged, and one's strength was not strong enough to support the ceiling of the passageway, and barely supported it. Naturally, one would suffer severe damage. If you win, one soul and 3 spirits can still return in time, but it is not bad. This point of backlash, at best, seriously injured. Rest a few hundred or 1,000 years will be fine. But, the spiritual body fell, and one soul and 3 spirits were broken. Then it's just a dead end. Because, the spirit body was extinguished, suffered a severe backlash, and his strength plummeted. He simply couldn't support the backlash of the passageway ceiling, and his body fell. The words landed. Boom! His body shattered. Completely body fall. It was not a spiritual or dharma body, but a complete and utter fall of the true body. Blood rained down from the sky. The sight was beyond compassionate, and the avenues trembled as if in agony. In a short period of time, 3 supreme beings had already fallen. Mile High Sect Supreme, Sword Abyss Supreme, Bronze Immortal Hall Supreme. The 9 supreme beings have become 7 supreme beings again. Xiao Wufei looked up at the blood clouds with an indifferent expression and dropped his gaze to the remaining other supreme spiritual bodies that were trying desperately to suppress his spiritual body. Like a supreme tiger that had been starving for countless years, it could swallow the sky and devour the earth. In an instant, the remaining 7 supreme beings were sweating coldly, their faces white with incomparable fear. In fact, it's more of a pain in the ass. With the bodies of the Sword Abyss Supreme being and the Bronze Immortal Hall Supreme being falling, the pressure they needed to withstand from the passageway ceiling had skyrocketed, and they were already going to be unable to withstand it. Spell it out. Even if you die? As long as we exterminate Xiao Wuxi, everything is hopeful. The remaining 7 supreme beings, not wanting to be sitting ducks, clenched their teeth and roared. As the words landed, the 7 looked at each other and without any hesitation, they unexpectedly gave up the passageway ceiling and no longer prohibited the upper realm supreme beings from descending to the realm. Instead, in an instant, they drove their true emperor artifacts, erupting with true supreme divine might as they swept towards Xiao Wuxi. The power was astounding. Everything on the way turned into mincemeat, space shattered into pieces, and the chaotic aura exploded, all about to form an ocean, like 7 of the brightest stars in the world. From all parts of the 10 lands, traveling at breakneck speed, the pressure reached the extreme. It can be felt in any corner of the 10 lands. Countless living beings despaired to the extreme, and for a moment they thought the world was going to end. In the eyes of countless living beings, 7 immense and incomparable suns suddenly crashed down to ignite the entire world. Wow! This kind of action finally aroused the crowd of cultivators and celestials from the 3,000 immortal region who had long been numb. They totally put up a fight. The 10 supreme beings, they're actually trying to forcefully swap with Xiao Wuxia. Xiao Wuxi has actually pushed them to such a point. What a ruthless person, but he's going to be finished himself. Although, no longer maintaining the passageway seal, the upper realm supreme beings will be able to descend. But it takes time to descend, so as long as we seize this time, there is a hope of killing Xiao Invincible. Some of the heaven's pride and the most powerful, couldn't help but clench their hands, incomparably tense and apprehensive, looking downward with anticipation. In the face of their attacks, Xiao Wuxi was calm and did not react in any way. Instead, he opened his arms to meet their attacks. Master, duck! Luo Zhouyu and Xiao Yuanmei and other followers were completely anxious and cried out in alarm. In this situation, there was still hope for escape, as long as one could hold out until the Supreme Emperor of the Celestial Dynasty came down to the realm. But, giving up resistance like this is really only a dead end. Giving up resistance? Too bad I can only kill you once. Damn it. He's a little brat, but he's forced our 10 Supreme Beings and 10 immortal sects into this situation. The surviving 7 Supreme Beings gnashed their teeth, itching to torture Xiao Wuxi for 1,000,000 years. Even if Xiao Wuxi gave up resisting like this, it wouldn't be able to make their anger go away. Just as their attacks were about to fall on him, who are you going to kill? An indifferent voice rang out. An overwhelmingly beautiful, lonely and proud figure that pressurized the 9 heavens appeared in front of Xiao Wuxi's body, and hegemonically probed out a snow-white jade finger and gently pressed it. In an instant, an explosion more terrifying than detonating 1,000 nuclear bombs erupted. The attacks of the 7 Supreme Beings were directly reduced to nothing. How? Your realm? Impossible. It's absolutely impossible. Why is it like this? With your strength, you could have long ago forcefully broken the prohibition and come down to save. The 7 Supreme Beings looked at the handsome and lonely figure in front of them. Their pupils suddenly shrunk. Their hearts were shocked. Their blood was about to stagnate, as if they had fallen into a freezing reservoir, and they were terrified to the extreme, as if they had seen a ghost. The person in front of them was no other than the Imperial Daughter. Extinguish! The Imperial Maiden gently waved her hand as if she had drawn out space, and the things within range were directly turned into mincemeat, including the 7 Supreme Beings. The Supreme was strong, but the powerhouses above the Supreme were only stronger. Swish! All of the heavens' pride and the most powerful stood up, staring with wide eyes and open mouths, incomparably incredulous at the scene below. No? A quasi-emperor? Her Imperial Daughter is actually a quasi-emperor. Chapter 186 Imperial Daughter's Might. Living 9 lives to become a myth. The scene on the field was beyond the crowd's cognizance. The 7 great Supreme Beings, forced to their deaths by Xiao Wuxi, intended to make a break for it, no longer supporting the passageway ceiling, and using their own bodies to suppress and kill Xiao Wuxi. However, no one had expected the Imperial Maiden to descend from the sky with extreme speed, beyond anyone's imagination. One must know that the 3,000 immortal realms were located in the central heaven, and one would need to pass through countless layers of spatial divisions in order to descend. Even a Taofather wouldn't be able to stop the furious 7 Supreme Beings in this situation. It could be said that Xiao Wuxi was already bound to die. However, the Empress was able to save the day, as if she were a female emperor, instantly descending and sheltering the sky from invincibility, not only stopping the 7 Supreme Beings themselves, but also lifting her hand to carry out the obliteration. This kind of might could only be a legendary emperor. Even if they weren't truly great emperors, they were still quasi-emperors. Quasi-emperor? You're actually a quasi-emperor? How is this possible? The 7 Supreme Beings' bodies rapidly annihilated, turning into thousands of streams of light, roaring with incomparable unwillingness before their bodies fell. Although they were Supreme Beings, they had lived in the lower realms for a long time in a harsh environment, and just the most ordinary Supreme Beings, a random heavenly sovereign, could wipe them out, not to mention the quasi-emperor. But, now that the era was invincible, how could the Emperor's daughter become a quasi-imperialist? A quasi-emperor is also an emperor. All emperors? Every move is tainted with the Emperor's authority. The divine source is ineffective, cannot be self-sealed slumber, can only always live in the current world. As such, they can only exist in the world for a maximum of 10,000 years. After 10,000 years, you're bound to die. This was also the original reason why all the forces, with countless strong people at the bottom, were all old antiquities who had lived for countless years. Yet there was not a single great emperor. If she's an emperor to be, why doesn't her heavenly destiny show? Why? From 1,000,000 years ago, has she survived to this day? What's going on? This world, I really can't understand it more and more. Not only the 7 Supreme Beings, but the countless desolate ancient families, immortal Tao lineages, life-forbidden zones, and other forces in the 3,000 immortal realms were all agitated, and an ancient Supreme Being was revived from the ancestral land, looking at the scene below with a grave expression, like watching a miracle. Some of the older Supreme Beings who were of age were even pulling their heads bald, not even trying to understand what was going on. But, this did not prevent them from being in awe of the Imperial Daughter. Although they were unconvinced in their hearts, the Quasi-Emperor specialized in displeasure. Quasi-Emperor? Xiao Wuxi was also startled. The strength of the Empress was clearly beyond his expectations as well, but it was not a surprise. The Imperial Maiden was an existence that was able to strike a great emperor horizontally in the beginning. It was estimated that it was only quasi-emperor battle power, not quasi-emperor cultivation. Congratulations, Your Excellency. For living a second life, the Imperial Maiden's breath was transcendent. Her face was cold and arrogant and lonely, overlooking the world, causing countless living beings and cultivators to look up to her with inferiority complexes. But in front of Xiao Wuhu, she revealed a small womanly gesture that was hard to come by and was all smiles. Xiao Wuxi also laughed out loud. Woe is me! Woe is me! Although, suffered a backstabbing and played against the wind for a while, but the end result couldn't have been better. The Empress nodded her head with a smile, very pleased for Xiao Wuxi. Though, it was just a trial. From beginning to end, Xiao Wuxi's life was not in danger. Because, as long as she made a move, there was no one in the world today who could really hurt Xiao Wuxi a single hair. With that said, Xiao Wuxi showed pity on his face and said, "It's a pity that I didn't take the opportunity to cultivate my body as a seed." To use one's body as a seed, this path is very difficult to follow. The Imperial Maiden rarely showed a difficult face and said gruffly, "There are countless sages, not just our human race sages, who have attempted this possibility. Among them, there is no lack of Junjie from the immortal ancient era. Although, theoretically, by seeking from outside and using one's body as a seed, one can obtain the monstrous power that crushes all the immortal seeds in the world. The difficulty is too high. All those who have tried have failed. Even your Jade Emperor, the Jade Emperor, failed and finally had to choose to give up and choose the conventional method of cultivation. The Jade Emperor, too, chose to use his body as a seed path? The result was a failure?" Xiao Wuxi was slightly startled and his expression was grave. He could underestimate all the great emperors throughout the ages. Only he could not underestimate the mythic great emperor. These mythological great emperors, from ancient times to the present day, totaled only the number of palms. Each one of them possessed the greatness of unifying the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It was also that the times had changed and it was impossible to become immortal. Otherwise, if they were born in the immortal ancient period, they would definitely be immortal kings, not weaker than the 10 evils. It even wins. Such an existence, with his body as a seed, was defeated? However, immediately afterward, Xiao Wuxi's face lit up with joy. In that case, there is experience to draw from. He obviously wasn't going to give up. Right, the Empress spoke up. There can be lessons learned. There are 2 ways to have mythic power, also known as becoming a mythic emperor. The first is to take the body as a seed, and the second is to metamorphose in 9 lifetimes. The path taken by the Jade Emperor of Heaven is the second one, living out 9 lifetimes and eventually becoming a mythical emperor. Hiss, Xiao Wuxi raised his eyebrows in shock. What's the situation? How is it that before, no one told him that the million-year-old Jade Emperor of Heaven had lived a full 9th life? It's too anticlimactic. He himself is just living out a second life, and he's all this messed up. And, crucially, living out 9 lifetimes seems to be less difficult than taking the body as a seed? It really is so difficult. Xiao Wuhui's face darkened. No wonder no one had cultivated to use their body as a seed since the beginning of the ages. Even in the immortal ancient era, Gongzi will definitely be able to. The Imperial Maiden laughed and did not take it seriously. In her eyes, Xiao Wuxi was the Jade Emperor's similar words. His future accomplishments would certainly not be inferior to the Jade Emperor. Living out 9 lives was a guarantee. The impact is in the form of a body as a seed. Taking one's body as a seed and living out 9 lifetimes can coexist. One dare not imagine how powerful one could be if one not only took one's body as a seed, but also lived out 9 lifetimes. The Emperor's daughter yearned. This was also what she expected from Xiao Wuxi. If you want to live out 9 lifetimes, it's a bit easier after the Great Emperor realm. Let's leave these aside for now. The Empress blinked in relief. In a way, Xiao Wufei was only 18 years old and at the Dao God realm, he was able to live out his second life, which was also 1,000 years old. She continued, if you want to use your body as a seed, you must attack Jade with the stone of its mountain, collect the strongest immortal seeds, and then open the treasure of your own life from the outside in. The Imperial Maiden followed the Jade Emperor for some time. The Jade Emperor had told her about the experiences of many sages who had used their bodies as seeds and the lessons he had summarized. Now, on the other hand, she had informed Xiao Wuxi altogether. It makes a bit of sense. There isn't enough internal power to open the treasure of life. If we use other immortal species, the internal and external forces will indeed make it easier. Xiao Wuxi nodded, although he wouldn't feel that it was just that simple. There were bound to be many other difficulties, but the direction was right. The next step is to take it one step at a time. He had lived a second life at a young age, and his understanding of using his body as a seed was already deeper than others, so his path would only get better. Therefore, there was great hope. Chapter 187, 5 Elemental Immortal Seeds. The path of using your body as a seed is not a path to be taken in a hurry. You still have a lot of time to take your time. Gongzi, the Imperial Maiden, opened her mouth. Xiao Wuxi's growth had greatly exceeded her expectations. already on the road to being a seed in the body. Thus, she was incomparably certain that Xiao Wuxi would be able to succeed in the end. With that, the body was about to converge. It was impossible for her to stay by Xiao Wuxi's side all the time. Xiao Wuxi needed strong enemies as whetstones to grow. Sister Imperial Maiden, thank goodness for you. Seeing that the Imperial Maiden's body was gradually fading and about to disappear, Xiao Wuxi's face was grave and he said with incomparable sincerity. This was what he thought in his heart. If there was no Imperial daughter to protect him, even if he was the crown prince of the Lingxiao heavenly dynasty and was highly favored by the ancestors, the road would still not be as smooth as it is now. It would only be incomparably bumpy. The Imperial daughter, who had taken a great deal of pressure for him. As for the title, the Imperial Maiden did not inform the world of her name. The Imperial Maiden's figure trembled slightly and didn't turn back, but her eyes were already red and her figure completely disappeared, leaving only one easy word. I'll always be there. The silence lasted a long time. This battle ended up exceeding everyone's expectations. It's too shocking. Enough to go down in history. Therefore, afterward, all the forces, all the cultivators, were in deep shock, not knowing how to react, just silent, very tacitly. None of them discussed the battle of the 10 lands. As for, the same is true for the living beings within the 10 lands. The reason they did so was much simpler. The battle was too intense, spilling over into a sea of living beings, and most of the lower realm beings were still in a state of shock. Don't dare make a sound, so as not to invite disaster again. And so the heavenly world fell into an eerie silence, except for the followers of the Lingxiao heavenly palace and Xiao Wuxia, the 10 supreme beings, all gone. Invincible is so fierce, my God. No, we must continue our self-imposed slumber, and the future will only be bleak with Invincible in the one world. A world of great struggle? It's just a stage for the Invincible one. The crowd of ancient freaks from the Lingxiao heavenly dynasty were thrilled and looked at Xiao Wuxi with admiration. Even if they were all unruly ancient freaks who thought that the world was invincible, they were now completely convinced by Xiao Wuxi. May I ask which celestial pride was able to fight against the 10 immortal sect and completely overthrow the 10 immortal sect with one's own strength? Dig 30,000 feet into the ground and leave no grass behind, Xiao Wuxi said to his people. The 10 immortal sect supreme beings had perished. The imperial daughter had revealed her divine might as a quasi-emperor, and all the opportunities in the 10 lands naturally belonged exclusively to their Lingxiao heavenly dynasty, including the 10 immortal sects. These harvests were enough to allow a party to directly leapfrog into a strong immortal power like the desolate ancient Jun family, desolate ancient Jiang family, desolate ancient Ji family, and so on. Amazing. After all, there were 10 imperial artifacts alone, quasi-emperor artifacts and immortal pills of immortality, as well as other treasures, were countless. There was even more of the even more precious 10 immortal sects' ancient inheritance system. Even the few old ancestors who had awakened within the Lingxiao heavenly palace were laughing loudly at this moment, revealing a ray of joy and excitement. However, Xiao Wufei had a flat expression. The chances of the 10 immortal sect and the 10 lands, although huge, were not something he could see or use. Although, the 10 immortal sect claimed that they were a power that had been inherited from the immortal ancient period, with an unfathomable depth. But, with such a long period of time having passed, the depth had actually been depleted almost to the point of exhaustion. That is, it is equivalent to an ordinary immortal power. Otherwise, the 10 immortal sect wouldn't have fought to the death, attempting to enter the heavenly realm and seek a new life. Time passes. The ancient freaks and heavenly prides of the Lingxiao dynasty all gradually return to the Lingxiao dynasty. Master, aren't we leaving? Xiao Yuanmei and Luo Jiufu, who were following beside Xiao Wuxi, hesitated slightly. Xiao Wuxi didn't seem to have the slightest intention of going back. Not for now, Xiao Wuxi laughed. During this time, he traveled to 10 places, making draws one by one. Perhaps there was an early correspondence, or perhaps it was the special 10 places. The next draws were all treasure bones, with almost no difficulty at all. Xiao Wufei had assembled a whole set of 10 fierce treasure bones. It was no exaggeration to say that he could create a second Otherland whenever he wanted. It couldn't be helped. Who let with the passing of the years, the inheritance of the 10 murderous races, had long since appeared various gaps, and the true Phoenix clan's treasure art alone, was not as complete as what Xiao Wuxi had mastered. This is what we're going to. Luo Jiuyu hesitated. She had a feeling that the reason why Xiao Wuxi stayed within the 10 lands and did not leave was that the odds were that he was looking for something. Search for the legendary source of the 10 lands. Xiao Wuxi didn't hide anything. The source of the 10 earths, located at the intersection of the 10 earths, is rumored to be the source of the 10 earths. Although the space is not large, the birth of a myriad of opportunities, is the most precious treasure in the heavens and earth. 10 earth source lands? Luo Jiuyu sucked in a breath of cool air. The 10 earth source lands, Of course she had heard of them. Like thunder, rumored to be similar to the ancient immortal realm. Inhabiting it, even a pig can cultivate into a saint. However, the number of living beings that actually entered was minuscule. It's basically impossible to get in. Will it be somewhat difficult? The corresponding spatial coordinates of the 10 Earth source lands are extremely difficult to find. Not to mention there aren't too many historical materials to refer to. Luo Zhouyu was a bit disillusioned. The passageway between the 10 lands and the 3,000 immortal realms will soon be closed. If Xiao Yuan may worried. Xiao Wuxi's eyes were deep and did not respond. In his memories of his previous life, the 10 Earth source lands did open during this time period. Moreover, the person who opened it was no other than his fiancée Zhang Liuyi. He went down to the realm with Zhang Liuyi, even when he was assassinated and seriously injured, and even more so when he was surrounded by countless celestial pride. Zhang Liuyi didn't even make a move. It wasn't that Zhang Liuyi was heartless, or that Zhang Liuyi was afraid of strong enemies. Rather, Kong Ryuyi didn't know. Since setting foot in the 10 lands, Zhang Liuyi had disappeared, plunging into an ancient ruin. There was no way to know that Xiao Wuxi had suffered an assassination. In his previous life, he remembered that as Zhang Liuyi passed through the relics, the entrance to the 10 Earth source land would open. Meanwhile, there will be a large number of forbidden heavenly pride striking. They were few in number, but each one of them was a legend. At least all of them were in the position of being invincible for 4 lifetimes, and there was no lack of invincible existences for 5 lifetimes, and there were quite a number of those who had cultivated immortal qi. They had a different purpose than Kuanpeng Zi, Burial Qing Burial Yuan, and the other forbidden heavenly prides, who had descended to the realm for the 10 earthly origins. Rumor has it that there are 5 elemental immortal seeds hidden within the 10 Earth source lands, just one of several perfect immortal species in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Among the billions of trillion stars, Luo Zhouyu instinctively said divinely, the perfect immortal seed had an incomparably fatal allure to every heavenly pride. Although immortal seeds are divided into strengths and weaknesses, there is no clear grade, and the division of strengths and weaknesses is rather vague. After all, those that can be called immortal seeds are treasures of heaven and earth, except for the perfect fairy seed, perfect and flawless, taking over the creation of heaven and earth, crushing all other immortal species. As long as one obtained the perfect immortal seed and was able to refine it, one would certainly be able to cultivate 3 channels of immortal qi. The talent skyrocketed, called the heavenly pride above the invincibility of the 6 worlds. It was just that the perfect immortal seeds in the world were incomparably rare, and there were definitely no more than 10 of them. This 5 elements immortal seed is one of them. Naturally, to countless ultimate celestial pride, it possessed a temptation beyond imagination. The heavenly pride above the invincible qualifications of the 3 worlds had a more apt title: Ultimate Heavenly Pride. The full name is Ultimate Forbidden Heavenly Pride. Chapter 188. Zhang Liuyi acquires a top-grade immortal seed. 10 earthly source lands emerge, but it's so hard to find. Luo Zhouyu shook his head without hope. The legend of the 10 Earth source land resounded throughout the entire 3,000 immortal realms, and in almost every era, there were people who tried to search for it, but so far, they had not heard that anyone had found it and obtained treasures beyond imagination inside. As for the 5 elemental immortal seeds, it's even more of a bubble that you can't even dream of. Xiao Yuanmei, who was on the side, opened his mouth to concur. Obviously, it was comparable to Luo Zhouyu's thoughts. Xiao Wuxi just shook his head indifferently without saying much. Naturally, he would not tell these two that he had returned from rebirth and was aware of the subsequent developments, as well as, on the other side, Zhang Liuyi's hair was disheveled, his handsome and absolutely beautiful cheeks, stained with blood, and the clothes on his body all stood full of blood, holding a treasure weapon like a scale, standing in the sky, indifferently and calmly looking ahead. In front, there were thousands of figures, men and women, young and old, tall and short, fat and thin, strong and weak, sick and disabled. It's more like a microcosm of people of all shapes and sizes in the world, only, with weapons in their hands and blood-red light flashing in their eyes, they were like numb and incomparable machines, charging towards Zhang Liuyi. Swish! Zhang Liuyi didn't hesitate. The scale in his hand swept across the sky, and a horrifying and appalling fluctuation swept across the 8 wastelands, directly shattering the countless figures that rushed up. Still standing calmly, the eyes were indifferent. You're making a killing, and why is that? As long as you agree and become my bride, you will receive an unimaginable supreme treasure. A man with 9 dragon heads, standing at a magnificent height of 1,000 feet, stood in the firmament of the sky, with his back resting on thousands of stars and his feet stepping on the chaos, his breath sweeping across the sky, incomparably ancient, as if he was a deity that had existed for eternity. His words were like the wrath of heaven, and amidst the vicissitudes of life, they were full of majesty, causing one's heart to swirl. Jiang Liu's expression had been calm and incomparably indifferent, as if he had not heard the words. Directly ignore it. The silhouettes below were like machinery, constantly being born and charging, and she then also acted like machinery, utilizing the quasi-emperor artifact measuring heaven scale, sweeping across the sky over and over again. You shouldn't be so resistant. You have seen the passing from the path. You and I have a past. I'm one of the 28-star fairy of the immortal ancient heavenly court. You are my dowager. We have known each other since childhood, played together, practiced together, suffered calamities together, ascended to the heavenly court together, and ranked among the immortals together. You once said that we would live 3 lifetimes and be together forever. Why? Now you treat me like this. That 9-headed dragon. The great vicissitudes of the figure. His voice was already hoarse, although the deity was no longer able to possess any extra emotions, only emotionlessness, but at this moment, one could feel on his face, his agitation, excitement, elation, as well as apprehension, fear, trepidation, and loss. He had mixed emotions. The reason was very simple. Waiting for 3 ancient epochs in agony, sleeping for billions of years, finally seeing his former partner, naturally thrilled, excited and ecstatic. But the other party did not recognize himself, and did not react to him, much less move, even if he kept trying to awaken the memories of the other side. But there was never a response. Have you finished? Jiang Liu's body was calm and said lightly. As he said that, divine radiance blossomed on his body. The might of the innate holy land Dao fetus swept across the 8 wastelands, and the heavenly scales in his hands fully revived, erupting with unimaginable might. It shot out directly and violently. Target this 9-headed man. Are you not Mizuki? No. You must be. Please visit the latest address. But why are you so heartless to me? 9 dragons head of the man, hands holding his head, incomparable disappointment and trepidation, cannot accept, heartache, has fallen into the madness of the ground, facing Jiang Liu's attack. He wasn't in the mood to resist either. Boom! The heaven measuring scale was a quasi-imperial artifact. Although it was not an imperial artifact, it still contained a shocking imperial might, and with its mighty outburst, even if a supreme being was personally present, he would not dare to use his physical body to follow it. There are no surprises. This man with 9 dragon heads had his chest pierced through, and greenish-gray blood splattered, and just as it flew out, it turned into a roiling stream of light. Feeling that the vitality gradually disappeared, this ancient existence whose breath was powerful, deep, vast, and heart-trembling, its eyes instead gradually cleared and filled with relief. Sorry, girl. I'm the one who's obsessed. Life and death in this world are all predetermined. How can there be a reincarnation and rebirth? You are just one that is similar to her. That's a bit demeaning to the girl. Every flower in the world should be brilliantly open, and there is no higher or lower. Saying that, this terrifyingly powerful figure completely dissipated in the heavens and earth, leaving behind a single flame that burned with golden incandescence. Within this flame, it was filled with divine light, incomparably sacred and profound, emanating an ancient and terrifying aura at all times, as if it contained unimaginable power. It didn't go away. Like the heart, it was in constant rhythm. Jiang Liu always looked calm, without a hint of movement. Indifferent. Immortal flame, you can put it away and give it to invincible as an immortal seed. After stepping into the sacred stage, one would need to melt the immortal seed and attempt to cultivate immortal chi, a leap in one's natural talent. Immortal flame, on the other hand, was a top-tier immortal species. There were true immortals from the immortal ancient period who had fallen and were transformed by all their essence within a special environment. Boom! This flame, trying to dodge. However, it was suppressed by Jiang Liu, who raised his hand and put it into a specialized container. Just as she wanted to leave, the various shapes and figures that had originally been surrounding her began to dissolve, transforming into a greenish-golden, ice-cold, bone-chilling flame. The second immortal flame. This might be the immortal flame transformed by that water moon immortal who is similar to me. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and put it away. This was just right. 2 immortal flames, one for himself to refine and one for Peerless to refine. Boom! It was also right after she put away the 2 immortal flames. The landscape of heaven and earth changed dramatically. There were earth-shattering changes. Countless chaotic auras filled the air, and one ancient and mysterious Yellowstone divine hall after another around them began to collapse, eventually turning into mincemeat. Jiang Liu's face changed slightly, and he retreated violently, trying to dodge. Only in the next moment, a wisp of disbelief surfaced on his face. Stunned, he looked at the sight before him. Just see, after all the buildings collapsed, a spatial portal surprisingly appeared in front, emitting a spatial aura, with endless chaotic chi and spatial turbulence. flowing through it. If it was only these, then this portal could probably only be considered a relatively top-tier blessed entrance. There may be some opportunities inside. However, in the midst of the chaotic aura and spatial turbulence that was constantly escaping, there was a hidden origin emanating from it. This is where the 10 lands meet. 10 Earth Source lands. Jiang Liui snapped her head up, a ray of fire flashing in her eyes, followed by worry and nervousness. If it was truly a 10 Earth Source land, though, it represented an unimaginable chance that any random person who obtained it would be able to level the playing field. But, it also represents the ultimate danger. Once the 10 Earth Source lands came out, it was bound to attract the attention of countless heavenly prides and forces. Please visit the latest address. Chapter 189 Ultimate Celestial Pride Descends. Immortal Ancient Worlds Visitors. Boom! Heaven and earth are restless. The 10 places that had originally fallen into silence actually instantly came alive. The storm clouds are rising again. Between each heaven and earth, radiant divine splendor flashed up, intense to the extreme, and the might was so vast and vicissitudinous that it caused one's heart to tremble. This motion, what's going on? The power of origin. Could it be the legendary 10 earthly origins? This commotion, of course, could not be hidden from the immortal forces of the upper realm who were constantly watching everything below. Some ancient existences, with fiery eyes, exclaimed out in excitement and thrill. Almost instantly, they recognized the source of the commotion. Wow! The 3,000 immortal realms were in an uproar. The fluctuations caused this time were even more enormous and far-reaching than the fluctuations caused not long ago when Xiao Wufei pushed all the heavenly pride sideways and the Empress daughter revealed her quasi-emperor might. Ancient freaks and supreme ancestors sleeping in the ancestral lands awoke, their eyes showing greed. The 10 Earth Source land, containing the perfect immortal seed, the 5 elements immortal seed. As long as one obtained it, there was hope of creating a mythical emperor. But, the lower realms have been taken over by the celestial dynasty. Wei, someone said in a sad voice, a little worried. The heavenly dynasty had revealed its divine might before, causing them to be shocked even now. Afraid of what? Heaven has fallen, and we, too, are not as weak as the world thinks. The old ancestors of the various forces coldly grunted. They didn't care much about the little fights they had before. Even if Xiao Peerless suppressed all the celestial pride, he was only in the position of being invincible for 4 lifetimes, and was not yet able to be taken seriously by them. And now that the perfect immortal seed was out in the world, once Xiao Peerless got it, then at the very least it would metamorphose into a 7 worlds of peerlessness, and that would have a huge impact. Send out the troops. Capture the 5 elements immortal seed. Immortal forces from all sides finally declared war directly and mobilized their troops down to the realm. It was no longer as before, secretly twisting and turning against Xiao Wuxi and the celestial dynasty. The commotion shocked countless living beings, especially the lower realm beings. In their perspective, the sky suddenly cracked open a huge mouth, and then 10,000 celestial beings, incomparably powerful and possessing the greatness of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, descended from the sky. What's going on here? Is it hard to believe that it's going to be an all-out war? Why are all the immortal forces from all sides bursting with soldiers? If we really fought, would the 10 lands still exist? Countless beings in the lower realm were trembling, especially the crossing beings who had crossed over to the lower realm. They were even more desperate. Another big event. Unfortunately, it has nothing to do with us. We're still too weak. The protagonist of this world is bound to be Xiao Xiao invincible. The crossing beings of the upper realm were not worried that they would encounter dangers, but they were envious, as several large-scale events had been opened since they had crossed over, but none of them had the chance to participate. And naturally, there was no way to obtain the chance, even if you can attend. What? And the invincible great god is here. Who comes and doesn't send them to their death? Those administrators, are they sharp? How powerful they blow in the chat room. But in the end, in front of Xiao Invincible, they're still just giving away food? Words can't be said like that. There are dozens of administrators in the transmutation organization. It's normal for there to be strengths and weaknesses, and losing to Xiao Wuxi doesn't mean anything. Moreover, I've heard that this time, the supreme treasures that have come out are so astonishing that even those group masters can't sit still to make a move. Please visit the latest address. Although Xiao Wuxi is strong, our group master, he's not weak either. The crowd of travelers were in the chat room, arguing, and such discussions are taking place elsewhere. Almost all of the heavens' pride were muttering in their hearts. Immortal forces from all sides. Surely they couldn't fight. The cost was too great, and the slightest mishap would really exterminate the clan. Therefore, the probability is that in the end, it is still the upper tier gaming and the juniors' pride grabbing it. But what about that heavenly pride that could snatch up Xiao Wufei? Didn't you see that Xiao Wuxi was so fierce that he lived out his second life, killing 4 invincible heavenly prides like chickens, and even killing a few supreme beings? No need to be negative. The heavenly prides and immortal ancient are already on the move. There's hardly anyone among them who doesn't want the 5 elements immortal seed. What? It's all alarmed little fairy ancient? If the little immortal ancient heavenly pride descends into the world, the battle will really be hard to say. My goodness, how does it feel? This world is a bit too exaggerated. The Emperor Road hasn't even opened yet, and the heavens pride are fighting like this? All the heavenly pride and cultivators exclaimed out in shock, face shocked, incomparable agitation. The mood could not be calmed for a long time. The so-called little immortal ancient was not the world before the immortal ancient, but a special small world with an incomparably dense immortal substance and a cultivation environment that was said to be barely comparable to that of the immortal ancient, and thus was called the little immortal ancient. Most of the ancient freaks are asleep in their ancestral shrines. However, for ancient freaks whose natural talent was too strong and who had hopes of impacting a powerful emperor, or even attempting to impact a mythological emperor, even if they were to seal themselves into slumber, they would still choose a special cavernous blessed land. Hopefully, in the self-imposed slumber, some gain will be gained as well. Dare I ask the world, is there any other place than little immortal ancient, where the cultivation environment is good and cavernous blessings are all over the place? As a result, among the little immortal ancient, there were as many forbidden heavenly prides as there were hairs on the ground, and the invincible posture heavenly prides of the third world were everywhere, even the ultimate heavenly prides of the fourth world, fifth world, and even the sixth world's invincible postures were quite a few. Now that the 10 Earth Source land had appeared and the 5 elements immortal seed was about to come out, the ultimate celestial pride within the little immortal ancient world naturally couldn't sit still. Surely out of this world? 10 Earth Source lands. Luo Zhouyu looked at the scene in front of him, shocked to the extreme, and while pleasantly surprised, he looked at Xiao Wuhu with incomparable admiration. Xiao Wuxi really guessed. Could it be that he already knew that the 10 Earth Source lands were about to come out? Otherwise, how could they have stayed within the 10 lands? More so, he told the two of them that he was waiting for the 10 Earth Source land to come out. Xiao Yuanmei's reaction, even more drastic, was like a little fangirl herself when she looked at Xiao Wufei. It seems to be quite a bit faster than I remembered. Xiao Wuxi's brows furrowed slightly as he felt the movement of the 10 Earth Source land coming out of the world, and was surprised in his heart. However, it didn't matter too much. His own rebirth had long since changed everything. For example, in his previous life, Zhang Liui was only an innate Dao fetus, while in this life, Zhang Liui had already accomplished an innate saintly body Dao fetus with his help, causing some subtle changes, which was normal. Go. Xiao Wuxi collected his thoughts and without much thought, he brought Xiao Yuanmei and Luo Zhouhu, and then killed straight into the portal of the 10 Earth Source land. By this time, it could already be seen that thousands of streams of light were flashing in this direction. Among them, there was no lack of Supreme Realm powerhouses. Of course, before these powerhouses could descend, they were stopped by the Celestial Dynasty clan elders. The Supreme, within the Celestial Dynasty, was not even considered an ancestor, but only some respected clan elders, who were naturally able to easily intercept these people. It doesn't even use the Emperor's daughter. Still, it was given to the Celestials, and released. In the Celestial Dynasty, there are rules and regulations. The fight for the pride of heaven is the fight for the pride of heaven. That's a good thing. Some of the supreme ancestors of the immortal forces were a bit upset when they saw that they were stopped, but only cursed when they saw their clan's heavenly pride being released. Only, in the next instant, a stream of light flashed, like the spear of a heavenly god, directly penetrating that supreme powerhouse who had opened his mouth arrogantly. Blood spilled over the heavens and the earth, shocking the world. In an instant, there was not a single strong person who had any more words of complaint. Boom! And in the passageway, out of Xiao Wuxi's expectation, he had thought that he would be the first to arrive, but he didn't realize that there was already a fight going on in here. Please visit the latest address. Chapter 190, Pure-Blooded Beings. Someone's layout to kill the heavenly pride. The kingdom of heaven is already angry. Previously, after Xiao Wuxia was assassinated, he encountered so many heavenly prides from so many forces besieging him, and was unable to make a move due to the rules. Now, it was even more important to follow the rules and not interfere in the battle of the heaven's pride. This anger, long ago like a volcano, is about to erupt, long ago waiting for someone to bump into the muzzle of the gun. Thus, when that supreme had just spoken out of turn, a heavenly supreme stepped in and shut him up completely. In an instant, everyone gulped in shock and trembling as they looked at a heavenly dynasty clan elder hanging in the air with a monstrous aura and a shocking sense of oppression. So, these heavenly clan elders, they're not just for show. Truly every one of them, a supreme being. At this point, they finally understood that the reason why the celestial dynasty seemed to be so easy to bully was simply because they played by the rules. And if you didn't act within the rules, then the Celestial Dynasty would let you know why the Celestial Dynasty was the Celestial Dynasty. And among the passages of the 10 earthly sources, Xiao Wuxi's brows furrowed slightly as he looked ahead with a grave expression on his face. He had thought that he would be the first to arrive. Minus Kong Ryui. I didn't expect that there would be a heavenly pride arriving here long ago. Unfortunately, in my last life, I was too weak and didn't have the chance to personally participate in the competition for the chance of the 10 Earth Source Land. One could only listen to various rumors to judge the situation within the 10 Earth Source Lands. Xiao Wuxia had some regrets. All that was known was that the source land of the 10 lands was found by Zhang Liui, and even more ancient freaks came out in large numbers, and the battles were fierce and loud. As for what happened within the source land, who the final victor was, and what supreme treasures they had harvested, then there was just nothing known. Careful. Right at this moment, in the distance, 10,000 divine lights condensed 10,000 strange-looking beasts that looked like lions and dragons into streams of light that came toward Xiao Wuxi to kill him. Wherever it passed, heaven and earth trembled, space shook, and the sound waves were like thunder, incomparably appalling, directly causing the pupils of Xiao Yuanmei and Luo Zhoufu on the side to suddenly shrink. Their delicate bodies slightly trembled, and they spoke out in horror, almost out of instinct, reminding Xiao Wuhu. Boom! Xiao Wuxi's expression remained unchanged. Having long since gained insight, he simply waved his hand, separating heaven and earth, and the attack that came from the vast and overwhelming suppression was directly annihilated in the air. Everything returned to calm, as if nothing had just happened. It came pretty fast. A cold and tyrannical voice came from the front, incomparably thick and heavy, and even more so, it contained endless killing. Just the sound of it might be able to cause the legs and feet of an unusual heavenly pride to weaken and the heart of the Tao to shatter. Afterwards, a mighty and incomparable golden hair harvest appeared. As soon as he appeared, strong and extreme power poured out. The 9 quasi-emperor artifacts above his head were all reviving, and behind his back, the golden lotus of the great Tao blossomed, with 10,000 strands of divine light, and the pressure was terrifying to the extreme. Is this harvest? Ordinary hordes. They definitely don't have this kind of power. It's a pure-blooded chowder? Luo Zhouyu's face changed slightly, and his own bloodline was stirring, as if he had encountered a formidable enemy. The foreign races, they are concerned about bloodline rank. The highest bloodline is obviously the 10 royal clans of the foreign domain. That is, the 10 fierce offspring. In addition, it is those royal clans, such as the Golden Lion clan, the White Tiger clan, the Xuanwu clan, Jarius, the Horde and so on. Under normal circumstances, the True Phoenix clan could absolutely crush the Harvest clan. However, if the purity of the two bloodlines differed, such as the True Phoenix clan was only half-blooded, while the Harvest clan was close to pure-blooded, or simply pure-blooded, then this manhwa clan, naturally, can suppress the True Phoenix clan. This is the case in front of us. Luo Zhouyu was facing this head of the Han directly in front of him, and even vaguely felt suppressed. Obviously, this head of the Harvest, even if it wasn't pure blood, was infinitely close to being pure blood. Surprisingly, there's a True Phoenix clan member. Are you defecting to the human race? But it's really great, so I don't have to be looking for reasons to eat you anymore. Jinhao Zijia laughed, greed written all over his eyes, and his words were uttered along with a ferocious aura. That's the true hallowed son of the little immortal ancient? He even came out of the world too? And how did it even appear in front of us? At the beginning of the passageway, a large number of celestial pride had already poured in, and seeing the scene ahead, a few celestial pride who knew more about the little immortal ancient let out sounds of shock. It directly triggered the emotions of all the heavenly prides on the field. Those celestial pride who had just entered the heavenly passage stopped their movements at once and cautiously looked ahead, watching Jinhao Zi and Xiao Wuxi confront each other. They didn't dare to make any moves for fear of being caught in the crossfire. Jinhao Zi, they had all heard of him, a being from roughly hundreds of thousands of years ago, with an incomparably strong natural talent, cultivating an immortal chi, and although he had only pushed his way across the world for one life, he had forcefully broken into the lesser immortal ancient and defeated several monsters who were invincible for the fourth life in it. As a result, it has achieved the position of invincibility in the four worlds. It also caused quite a ripple at the time. The sound was not too much smaller than the current Xiao Invincible. Some people felt that his extreme natural talent was likely to be close to being invincible for 5 lifetimes. Of course, time is too far away. That once again the scenery is limitless, but also easy to be forgotten. Most of the heavens pride do not know too much. If not someone to remind, perhaps simply can not remember. You guys have known for a long time that the 10 Earth Source Land is going to come out? Xiao Wuxia's eyes narrowed slightly, and although he did not place the true harvest suns in his eyes, he was curious as to why they had appeared here so early in the morning. He had a vague feeling that there might be some unknown conspiracy here. This is not a secret in immortal antiquity. Another voice rang out, fierce and violent, as if it had come from the flood and chaos ancient era, and its aura filled the 8 directions and shook the 9 heavens. A gigantic and incomparable chaotic green serpent circled out from the distant sky, descending into the eyes of the world and shaking the earth. This was clearly an incomparably strong heavenly pride. Vile serpent woman. This time, Luo Jiuyu no longer hesitated. She had heard of the deeds of the person in front of her, almost the same as True Harvest Z, also close to pure-blood desolate ancient legacy species, cultivating an immortal chi, belonging to the best of the 4 worlds invincible level heavenly prides, away from the 5 worlds invincible level, just one step away. Just now it was the boss snake woman and the True Harvest Sun who were fighting. The battle fluctuated amazingly, almost shattering the entire passageway. Any old Saint Emperor, seeing that scene, would have his heart trembling and his face showing fear. And at this moment, these two seemed to have a united front, placing all of their eyes on Xiao Wuhu, full of killing intent. Xiao Wuxi, I watched that battle earlier, and I have to admit that you have good natural talent. If you cultivate a strand of immortal chi, your strength should be above us. But you, after all, have not cultivated immortal chi. Retreat now, and you may be able to save your own little life. The boss snake woman's eyes flickered. Although Xiao Wu's enemy was a human, his charisma was too high, as if he was an immortal descending from the heavens. Even she was a little throbbing, or else she might have already made a move to drive Xiao Wu's enemy away. Instead, Xiao Wuxi heard the answer he wanted from it. So it is. Someone is in the little immortal ancient, releasing a message. Inform the ancient freaks within the little immortal ancient that the 10 earthly source lands of the lower realm are about to emerge, and the 5 elements immortal seeds will also appear. Xiao Wuxi's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression playful. Let's not mention, for a moment, how the man got this information. Just say, why did that person inform the others? It's not even in doubt. It was clearly this person who wanted to pit against the heavenly pride within the little immortal ancient. Chapter 191, Imperial Daughter emerges, breathing a great terror. It seems that you are not going to retreat. True Haozi's eyes flickered with a raging killing intent as he stared at Xiao Wuhu for a long time, and seeing that he had no intention of retreating, he fiercely struck out, mobilizing a monstrous divine might. Boom! It wasn't just him, the Bile Serpentine likewise struck out. The two of them struck out in succession, and their attacks were shocking. Those who were far away were able to clearly see the thousands of True Harvest spirit bodies, as if they were torrents of water, rushing towards Xiao Wuxia, a gigantic and incomparable boss serpent, which seemed like it could dazzle an entire star, hovered to the left and right of the True Harvest spirit bodies' attack. Each and every one of them looked shocked and fearful, and their legs and feet instinctively weakened. At the same time, they were also secretly surprised that they were worthy of being the best of the 4 invincible level heavens pride, who were clearly fighting to the death not long ago, but were now joining forces to deal with their enemies. But, trying to stall for time? Xiao Wuxi's expression was calm and unmoving as he looked at the internal entrance of the 10 Earth Source land, his body's aura skyrocketing. An extreme power that seemed to be able to shake the ancient and modern worlds enveloped the 8 wastelands, causing all the living beings in this place to feel an overriding power above them. And too high on yourself. Xiao Wuxi's bland words were uttered, causing the heavens and earth to tremble violently. The other parties blocking surprised him. It seems that being buried in Kozenkuri for so long does affect the brain. He was outside. He had revealed his strength, and these two guys even dared to block it. Just as he was about to strike, Luo Jiufu transmitted, Master, be careful. I just gotten word that this True Harvest Sun and Boss Snake Woman were subdued by an ultimate heavenly pride in the little immortal ancient. They stopped the Master. They should just be testing. That heavenly pride behind them is the Master's true enemy. Xiao Wuxi looked surprised and looked at Luo Jiufu with some surprise. This intelligence, even the Ling Xiao Heavenly Kingdom, did not figure it out and pass it down. Luo Jiuyu even knew about it already? Of course, Luo Jiufu and Jinhao Zi, Boss Snake Woman are all foreign races. It's not unusual to know these secret stories quickly. What really makes Xiao Wuxi strange is that after Luo Jiuyu submitted to him, he should have been removed from the True Phoenix clan, and even if he didn't send anyone to hunt him down, he still delivered the information? Ignorant! Fighting me? How dare you go off on a tangent? True Harvest Sun let out a furious roar, feeling insulted. There had never been a heavenly pride that looked to belittle him like this. Xiao Wuxi just gave him a faint look. Boom! A punch is thrown. An extreme might that shook heaven and earth erupted. A peerless silhouette surfaced behind Xiao Wufei, like the immortal heavenly emperor, and next to it were the True Dragon, True Phoenix, Sword Character Grass, Thunder Emperor, and the 5-10 fierce figures of the Kuan Pang. The mighty pressure shook the 9 skies, and the divine energy swept through the 8 wastelands. as Xiao Wuxia threw a punch. That heavenly emperor's silhouette similarly swung out with a punch, and in an instant, a terrifying aura erupted, causing the void to crumble like a shocking wave. Ba Snake Woman and Jinhao Zi's faces changed drastically, and their pupils suddenly shrunk. They never expected that Xiao Wuxi would turn on the big one as soon as he came up. Moreover, wasn't that heavenly emperor fist created by Xiao Wuxia only able to fuse 410 fierce treasure arts? How did it become 5 now? It's only been a few days? Stronger again? This is outrageous. Pust. Without any surprises, the attack of the two men directly broke. Put. The two of them, Ba Snake Woman and Jinhao Zi, although they tried their best to resist, they were still suppressed by this punch from Xiao Wuxi, and dense cracks appeared on their bodies as blood and flesh flew. As the two landed, the mountains around them crumbled and the earth caved in. All the great emperors in a 1,000-mile radius had dropped tens of meters. It was also fortunate that this was within the passageway of the 10 Earth Source land. If it was in the outside world, there would certainly be countless deaths and injuries. Even so, the faces of the celestial pride who had summoned up the courage to break into the passageway were filled with shock, horror, and trembling. Among them, there were even quite a few forbidden heavenly prides. At that moment, a voice surfaced in the minds of the crowd. Invincible Xiao has gotten stronger again. The power of a single punch was as terrifying as it was. They couldn't imagine at all how much it would hurt if it hit them. Surprisingly not dead? Xiao Wuxi unexpectedly looked towards the two people, Ba Snake Woman and Jinhao Zi, who were spitting blood underground, their breath wilting, their vitality continuously disappearing, and pain and fear written all over their faces. Then it was time to add another punch. Xiao invincible. At this moment, a furious cry came from afar. The voice was light and agile, as if it was a larking bird, but it carried a monstrous pressure, like the wrath of the heavens, causing the 8 wastelands to fall silent. Subsequently, a woman clad in a green shirt, with green and purple eyes, a handsome body, and an overwhelmingly beautiful face appeared in the crowd's line of sight. However, an unimaginably terrifying aura was emanating around them. She was like a fairy in the sky, with heavenly divine light hanging down from her body. One step a golden lotus, as if every step had the power to shake the heavens, causing the void to tremble. She looked at the Ba Snake Woman and Jinhao Zi, who had been crippled by a punch, and was shocked and furious in her heart. How is this not what she expected? Not too long ago, when Xiao Wuxi went out to fight against the group, she had watched that battle and thought that she had roughly judged his battle prowess, and it was only after carefully selecting them that she had sent out these two. I had thought that I would be able to test out some of Xiao Wuxi's tactics. Unexpectedly, he was given seconds by Xiao Invincible. You're the one behind these two losers? Queen Qi's daughter. Xiao Wuxi slightly glanced at the green-shirted woman in front of him and indeed felt a strong aura. Needless to think, it was the person behind the two of them, Ba Snake Woman and Jinhao Zi, the first daughter of the most recent ancient emperor of the Qilin clan. The Qilin was already one of the 10 ferocious beasts, strong to the extreme, and she was the first daughter of an ancient emperor, so her talent would only be stronger. In the past, this kind of existence would only appear in the late stages of the emperor's path. Moreover, it only appeared in the late stages of the emperor's path in some great worlds. I didn't expect that the emperor's path would be revealed now, even before it was opened. Xiao Invincible. Damn it. On the ground, the two of them, Jinhao Zi and Ba Snake Woman, roared with hatred toward Xiao Wuhu. With this kind of serious injury, even if he recovered afterward, he would still have to fall sick, injuring his foundation and suffering damage to his natural talent. In particular, it was also suppressed by Xiao Peerless in full view of everyone, and even his face was completely lost, having been reduced to a laughingstock. Naturally, he hated Xiao Wuxi. Do you two want to die? Xiao Wuxi just glanced at them lightly, not caring. If you make an enemy of him, you're lucky you're not dead. How dare you put words in my mouth? The key imperial maiden at the front frowned slightly, staring warily at Xiao Wuyu. Are you sure you want to stop me? Xiao Wuhui could feel the other party's power, the invincible posture of the fifth world, cultivating an immortal qi, the Qilin treasure art, Mahayana, not good to deal with. His purpose was to enter within the source land and harvest the greatest treasure. Don't want to waste time on this stupid woman. 2 of my men were injured by you. If I let you go, what will happen to my face? Emperor Qi's daughter said angrily, a horrifying murderous aura overflowing from her eyes, and her supreme aura sweeping across her body, causing the heavens and earth to tremble dramatically. Instead, as she struck out, she spilled 2 channels of the mother Qi of all matters, dropping down on the Ba Snake Woman and the True Harvest Sun. In an instant, the injuries on these two people's bodies were repaired and their aura returned to its peak. Greedy and tyrannical, he stared at Xiao Wuyu, wanting to join forces with Emperor Qi's daughter to deal with Xiao Wuxia, but she was stopped by Queen Kir. You guys enter the source land and take the 5 elemental immortal seeds, and Xiao Wufei will leave it to me. Hearing this, Xiao Wuxi sneered. How stupid. Say it. The screams came. The boss snake woman in True Harvest Sun, who had just entered the 10 Earth source land, directly fell, letting out mournful and incomparable screams before they died. The pupils of Queen Qi's daughter shrunk. For his part, Xiao Wuxi was unsurprised. Why would you think that you are the first to arrive? Ridiculous. Qi Huang female, however, did not want to take care of Xiao Wao Xie, face anxious, about to kill into the 10 Earth source land, afraid of the 5 elements of the immortal seed, was taken away. Go, can you walk? Xiao Wuxi's attack, however, followed closely behind. Chapter 192, The Secret of All Characters reappears. Seek death. Emperor Qi's daughter said angrily, her beautiful eyes flashing with terrifying killing intent, and her body's peerless aura filled the air, causing the heavens to tremble. Plans change. She hadn't expected at all that there would be danger in the 10 Earth source land. It turned out that, as Xiao Wuxi had said, she really wasn't the first person to arrive. There were already quite a few ultimate powerhouses arriving in the 10 earthly origins, now that 2 of her beloved henchmen had fallen, and the chances within the 10 earthly origins might be lost. She was anxious to enter the 10 earthly origins, but she was stopped by Xiao Wuxi. The anger in his heart naturally could no longer be endured. He had planned to let Xiao Wao Xie go, but he didn't expect Xiao Wao Xie to seek death, so it was as he wished. Chick, you overestimate yourself. Xiao Wuxi opened his mouth indifferently and made a strong move. Since he had guessed the situation within the 10 Earth source land, he was no longer in a hurry to enter the 10 Earth source land. Needless to think, there were bound to be several other ultimate celestial pride within, fighting to the death. Each one of them was a 5-world invincible. All of them are hard fighters. In a short period of time, they can't be divided into winners and losers, so they don't have to worry about the chance to run away. And, odds are, he'll still get mobbed if he goes in there. It was better to settle this arrogant and cocky Qi imperial daughter in front of him first. In the sky, the Queen Qi violently swung her showy fist and slammed it against Xiao Wuxi. The posture of a 16 or 17-year-old girl was soft and delicate, but it contained the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. In an instant, a fire unicorn silhouette that seemed to come from the desolate ancient times flickered. Its breath was strong and ferocious, shaking the ancient and modern world, as if it was going to tear the heavens apart. Toward Xiao Wuxi, he suppressed. Xiao Wuxi frowned slightly. Even he had to square up. Is this the power of opening up an immortal qi? Xiao Wuxi said with a solemn expression. If, under normal circumstances, he consciously could easily suppress it, but I don't know why. But in the other party's body, I detected an inexplicable and terrifying power. One didn't need to think about it to know that that power was the so-called immortal qi. The world said that the human body had its limits, and at the sacred stage, even if an individual's natural talent was even more demonic, if they didn't cultivate immortal qi, it would be very difficult for them to be the opponent of a heavenly pride that had cultivated immortal qi. Now he's kind of experiencing it firsthand. However, he was not afraid. Heavenly Emperor Fist. Xiao Wuxi similarly handed out a fist, as if an immortal in the sky was beating a drum. 10,000 feet of thunder light streaked across the sky, with 4 overwhelmingly ferocious awnings within. It was like the 5 absolute 10 ferocious men descending into the world. It was none other than the 5 great 10 fierce treasure technique fusion technique. Boom! A violent and incomparable collision occurred, causing the void to explode, and a vast sound resounded through the dome, causing the 8 wastelands to tremble violently. So strong! What a terrifying power! Is this really just 2 heavenly prides fighting, instead of supreme beings? The faces of the crowd of celestial pride outside the field suddenly changed. Incomparably pale, they had come here in order to seize the opportunities within the 10 Earth source land. Before they came, they all felt that they were quite strong, but now they had completely recognized the reality. What a pure Kirin bloodline! To be able to receive a punch from me without losing the wind. Xiao Wao Xie was slightly surprised when he felt the overbearing power coming from the Kirin Emperor's daughter. It was the first time he had encountered a heavenly pride of this level. It was actually possible to be an even match for him. One must know that since his birth, his battles had never been horizontal pushes, and all of his enemies could not last past his 3 moves. And he was also able to sense that this Queen Qi still had cards that she had not revealed. Shut up! Although Xiao Wao Xie's words were completely complimentary in her own eyes, the Empress Qi simply couldn't stand it and felt that it was a heavenly humiliation. The reason is simple. She had already cultivated an immortal qi, while Xiao Wuhui had not. Logically, she should have been able to easily suppress Xiao Wuxi, but now she had no bottom in her heart. If we waited for Xiao Wuxi to cultivate his immortal qi, she was only afraid that she would be directly suppressed by Xiao Wuxia. A monster like you must die. Emperor Qi's daughter felt a strong threat and felt that Xiao Wuxia was too demonic to let the tiger return to the mountain and must be killed today. Qi Emperor treads heaven. The jade leg of the Queen Kirin suddenly kicked out. A fiery red Kirin on the bottom of her foot, burning the great Tao. The temperature scorching to the extreme. Even the sky wanted to ignite, and thousands of miles in every direction were filled with absolute heat, sweeping towards Xiao Wuxi. This was her father's Kirin Fire Emperor's best skill. With her father's blood flowing in her body, it could be said that she was the most suitable person for this jutsu besides the Qilin Fire Emperor. It is capable of exploding with power beyond imagination. After it was cast out, it was even stronger than the Qilin treasure art, even more so. And around her, an immortal aura filled the air. And once this strand of immortal aura appeared, heaven and earth seemed to darken. Space was stagnant for a few moments, and the pressure reached the extreme. She completely pulled out all her strength. This battle, she must win. Why all this fighting? There is no conflict between you and me. Xiao Wufei's body slightly retreated, raising his hand to strike the six-path reincarnation fist that he had comprehended from the six-path reincarnation plate, easily dissolving the other party's attack, and smiling indifferently. His wariness was not high. Within the 10 Earth Source land, it was obvious that it was surrounded by strong enemies, so it would be a good choice if he could turn an enemy into a friend with Emperor Qi's daughter. You want to cooperate? Empress Qi was not surprised and had the intention of stopping the war and cooperating in her heart. Only, her next sentence directly caused Xiao Wuxia's aura to skyrocket once again. It's no problem to want to cooperate, as long as you pretend to lose to me. Queen Qi opened her mouth. If he could defeat Xiao Wuxi, his own face would definitely light up, and even a little blow in the little fairy ancient. However, Xiao Wuxi's expression was indifferent, and the smile on his face disappeared almost instantly. The only thing that responded to the Kir Imperial girl was a fist. Boom! The battle between the two erupted once again. This time, Xiao Wufei utilized the perfect imperishable scripture, and his battle power climbed once again. Even if Emperor Kirin's daughter had activated the immortal chi that had been refined using her father, the Kirin Fire Emperor's innate heart flame, she would not be able to suppress Xiao Wuhu. Even, it was actually Xiao Wuxi who had the upper hand. This caused Queen Qi's face to change drastically. She could only clench her teeth and raise her might again, completely giving up. As things stood, this battle was already being watched by countless living beings. She could only win. She could not lose. Otherwise, she would be reduced to the laughingstock of the world, and her development in Little Immortal Ancient would be dealt a blow. Are you really unwilling to cooperate? Xiao Wuxi indifferently said. This was his ultimatum, for he had a premonition that the battle within the 10 Earth Source land was about to reach white heat. If he were to remain outside the door, fighting with Emperor Qi's daughter, he would likely miss this opportunity. But, Queen Qi had long since gone to her head, and at this point, she had already lost her mind. Putting his life on the line, he had to win over Xiao Wuxi just to save his face. In that case, as you wish. Xiao Wuxi's face sank. Although he didn't want to reveal all of his cards, he had to, directly swallowing a mouthful of thunderbolt liquid and waving the spells in his hand rapidly. All word secret. The body quickly dried up, the essence blood burned, and the mana compressed. While the result was a steep tenfold increase in battle power on the body, the power rushes to the sky. Chapter 193, Banishing the Immortals. Hunting the 9 heavens and 10 heavens. All character secret? Why are you still able to perform the arbitrary character secret? Emperor Qi's daughter's pupils suddenly shrunk. Her face changed drastically, pale and shocked as she opened her mouth. She was incredulous. It was unimaginable that under such circumstances, Xiao Wufei could still execute the arbitrary character secret. One must know that although the all-character secret could claim to dramatically increase battle power by up to 10 times, it could be called a divine skill. It was then that the body of Emperor Kir's daughter was shattered. Even if you succeed in casting it, you'll still have to fall. After all, there is no such thing as something that comes from nothing. Today Xiao Wufei was already strong enough to master all of the 10 fierce treasure arts, and the realm of perfect imperishable scripture had increased greatly, which was heaven-defying, beyond their imagination. It was conceivable that if Xiao Wuxi forced his way in, he would only have to pay some price. A tenfold of 1 point adds only 9 points, while a tenfold of 10 points adds 90 points. It's not true, is it? Queen Qi is defeated. It was actually going to retreat and not engage with Xiao Wuxi. Immediately afterward, the crowd saw that within the flesh and blood body of the Queen Qi, thousands of fiery red streams of light were drilled out, and these streams of light, which were fast to the extreme, vaguely filled with imperial might. Kirin treasure art? Xiao invincible. If it were me, not to mention whether or not I could control the amazing power after boosting it tenfold and not explode to death. I'm only afraid that just to put together this power, I would have already been squeezed into a dry corpse. His face was calm. A long purple and gold robe fluttered and shone between heaven and earth. His breath was domineering and majestic. Looking down on the world, all of Emperor Qi's daughter's attacks directly collapsed, but not dead. Boom, boom, boom. After Xiao Wuxi entered the 10 Earth's source land, he grabbed with a big hand, and countless spiritual energy gathered around him, transforming into a monstrous giant hand, with runes flashing like a net for catching dragons, containing endless mysterious power. Difficulty can be imagined. However, as the realm increased, the base of power possessed would be incomparably large, and it would become increasingly difficult to use the all-character secrets to skyrocket one's power. All of the powerhouses in the 3,000 immortal realms and the countless forces in the 10 lands of the Tao, all stared wide-eyed, utilizing their formations to feel this collision. These people on the field, naturally, could not imagine what kind of enhancement he had gained after living out his second life. Not to mention the others, the control of power, as well as one's own vitality, had accomplished a significant increase, and was supported by the Thunderbolt liquid. There would be no consequences at all for exerting the all-character mystery at full strength and boosting one's battle power tenfold. Looking at Xiao Wuxi was like looking at a heavenly immortal again. Xiao Wuxi smiled blandly at the sight, not moving in any way. The roar resounded through the firmament, and the Queen Qi's daughter stared with wide eyes, letting out a furious roar accompanied by an extremely terrifying aura as she hastened to put up resistance. The desire was to completely strangle Emperor Qi's daughter. Xiao Wuxi, on the other hand, had a smooth breath, and his eyes were killing beyond imagination as he attacked the Qi Imperial girl's body. Continuously, Xiao Wuxi's unicorn step had fallen. The most crucial thing is that he actually succeeded. This is too terrifying. Charging towards the 10 Earth source lands, there had long been other ultimate celestial pride in the 10 earthly origins, and those who came after would be attacked. My heavens, are you really not afraid of damaging your own foundation by frequently utilizing the all-character secret? Where to go? Even if they did force it, no one would be able to bear the cost alone. Xiao Wuxi's expression remained unchanged, having expected it, steeply grasping the worthless divine soul of the Kir Emperor's daughter in his hands. Surprisingly, he has performed the all-character secret again? Imagine, in a group of enemies, if you really fall into a period of weakness, isn't it only a dead end? The crimson defense armor in front of her chest steeply cracked into countless slits, and crimson streams of light spilled down to the heavens and earth, which was her blood. If the strength, once again, steeply increased tenfold, it was simply unimaginable. This didn't even open up the fusion refining immortal seed and cultivate immortal chi, and then hang the Qi Imperial lady who cultivated a single immortal chi and had an invincible posture in 5 worlds? However, without any accidents, without bursting into flames, Xiao Wuxi, who had exerted the all-character secret and gained 10 times her battle power, was able to vaguely suppress her, let alone the current Xiao Wuxi. Following behind Queen Kir would allow Queen Kir to draw fire for herself. The wisps of imperial might that sheltered the divine soul of the Empress Qi all dimmed a bit after meeting these attacks. Xiao Wufei, you're crazy. This Empress doesn't have time to accompany the little cutie. Play. The speed was so fast that it was like a fire-red divine thunderbolt exploding. Only, when they reacted, they laughed. Then, indifferently glancing at the surrounding heavenly prides who were shocked to the extreme and whose brains were blank, he took a step out and followed Emperor Qi's daughter to step into the 10 earthly origins. Shasta, carrying monstrous extreme Dao might, several quasi-emperor artifacts behind him blossomed with divine radiance, vibrating the thousands of stars in the 9 heavens. In critical moments, it can preserve the divine soul. Emperor Kirin's daughter had long known that Xiao Wufei possessed the 10 fierce treasure bones, but seeing him perform the Kirin treasure technique with her own eyes, she was still instinctively taken aback, and by the time she reacted and tried to dodge, it was too late. The heavenly prides who were always concerned about this battle were all shocked out loud, with shock and incredulity written all over their faces. A foot stepped out. The power is horrible to the extreme. The vastness of the force poured out, instantly crushed the surrounding countless want to get close to the heart and soul of the heavenly pride. Countless mountains and rivers in the vicinity, but also collapsed and crushed. Because, Xiao Wuxi is dead. Xiao Peerless ferocity once again overturned the world's perception. Boom! A light of hope flashed in the eyes of all the celestial pride, as if they had seen that Xiao Wuxi was going to die. As expected, several incomparably powerful attacks directly like heavenly divine thunder, great emperor's fury, and true immortal spears suddenly swept to kill. Can a firefly speculate on the light of the sun and the moon? Seeing that Emperor Qi's daughter wanted to escape, Xiao Wuxi's figure flashed. His feet stepped on the Kirin and his back was covered with Kuanpeng wings, and in one leap, he leapt 108,000 li, directly blocking in front of Emperor Qi's daughter. As the daughter of a great emperor, It was only right that Emperor Qi's daughter had some means of protection. Emperor Qi's daughter had obviously figured this out as well, and the panic in her eyes disappeared and turned into a cold sneer as she arrogantly said to Xiao Wuxia. Someone exclaimed. As he said that, his figure flickered and a pair of fiery red feathered wings grew out from his back. This was the means of preserving her life that the Kirin Fire Emperor, the father of the Kirin Empress, had left to her. This time, he can't escape after all, can he? With so many ultimate celestial pride present, if Xiao Wuxia executed the all-character secret, even if, afterward, he didn't die directly, he would only fall into a long period of weakness. In any case, in this situation, casting out the arbitrary word secret is not a wise move. Receipt verification of the previous year's record. Let go of me. The Kirin imperial daughter was humiliated to the extreme, wanting to struggle, but there was no use, incomparably desperate, but also opened her mouth and asked for help. Whoever helps me out of this, I owe him a favor from the Kirin clan. With a wave of his raised hand, Xiao Wuxi took out a dragon trap cage and sealed the Qi Emperor's daughter in it. Then, the human animal harmlessly smiled at the ultimate celestial pride in the 10 earthly origins. All of you can leave. The chance is here. This prince wants them. Chapter 194, You are surrounded by me. Come and die quickly. Inside the 10 Earth Source land, the scenes were light and strange, full of strangeness. Everything was as if it was in its original state, surrounded by a sea of chaotic and Hongmeng aura. Vast, vicissitudes, ethereal, full of ineffability, instinctively awe-inspiring. These chaos chi and Hongmeng chi, which represented the original, gathered together, incomparably deep, and spun rapidly, forming a dark vortex. Inside the whirlpool, a strange 7-colored luster flickered, and it was vaguely possible to see stars slowly being birthed inside. The ground cracked, space collapsed, and the chaotic aura was directly ignited. If there is an error in the paragraph, please visit it later with a major browser, Chrome, Safari, Edge. Using a fragment of an emperor's soldier of a strong ancient emperor of the Kuan-Pang clan as an immortal seed, an immortal chi was condensed. The voice seemed to contain some sort of unimaginable magic power, causing many people whose moral heart was not firm to directly sink, even wanting to go down to the realm, enter the 10 earthly origins, and make a move to decapitate Xiao Wuxi. Xiao Wufei looked calm as he swept in, suppressing Emperor Qi's daughter with thunderous means, standing blandly in the starry sky, overlooking the 10 earthly origins. A terrifying aura filled the air, causing the heavens and the earth to tremble and distort. This golden-winged rock king, equally legendary, as well as bullying, he was originally a special physique of the human race, awakening the incomparably strong Tsong Tian hegemony body. Within the 10 earthly origins, the ultimate celestial pride, their faces changed slightly, and their eyes were filled with ill will as they looked at Xiao Wufei. Wow! Heaven and earth are restless. Just look at this one image. Xiao Wuxi looked at these people. His face still didn't have too many ripples, but said, Do you really want to be my enemies? Maybe they'll even be directly revolutionized. Join forces with Fa Hai to stop Xiao Wuxi's attack. Being able to harness a large number of treasure artifacts at the same time, and their divine treasure chamber of commerce, being so rich, carried 12 quasi-emperor artifacts with them at all times. An indifferent voice rang out, driving layers of Dao waves. Countless runes flickered, containing a large amount of divine zephyrs. No one expected that Xiao Wuxi would directly strike without saying a word. Subsequently, Song Tian hegemony body plus Kuan-Pang bloodline, terrifying natural talent, unlimited potential. Next to him, there was actually another white-robed man with sword brows and starry eyes. His eyes were deep, and just standing calmly, he gave a sense of oppression that was hard to breathe. A golden lion, pouncing out of the chaos gas, bursting with golden streams of light around it, straight at Xiao Wuxi's face. The surrounding chaos gas raged, and some of the starry sky boulders that were born collapsed and crumbled, spilling countless rare divine materials onto the ground. There was also one dressed in a golden robe, with countless quasi-imperial weapons blooming with divine radiance behind his back, majestic and precious, his entire body revealing an aura of nobility. It's not hard to recognize. And in the center of the chaos, above the star that was about to be born, stood several figures with incomparably strong breaths and filled with terrifying pressure. Throughout history, the only Taoist lineage that had such an intensifying ability was the Buddha sect. The ability to degree is even more terrifying than those evil sects such as the Harmony sect and the Qingxiu Fox clan who use seduction to charm people's hearts and minds. Xiao Wuxi made a direct move. Xiao Wuxia has really run into a tough opponent this time. 5 worlds of invincible posture, cultivated with an immortal chi, mastered the Buddha sect's true meaning of degradation, and his brilliant battle record was to degradation the Golden Lion clan's heavenly pride who was also 5 worlds of invincible posture. A man in an emperor's robe. His mighty pressure swept across the land, shaking the 8 wastelands. A terrifying aura erupted from his body, blooming with Shakura light and blazing. A bully in the little immortal ancient. It's so bold. Strongly resisting Xiao Wuxi's attack. Active sweeps in all directions. The crowd exclaimed out in shock, stunned by the other party's origin, and each of them was shocked to the extreme. This dog left. Is the Golden Lion tribe pride that Fa High forcefully transformed? Only one shot. 5 invincible posture. Revealed undoubtedly. Countless heavenly treasures that had been bred from the chi of Hongmeng descended from the sky and eventually turned into mincemeat. It is said that he is a Buddhist lord of a Buddhist sect. Reincarnated. Rather, his body exploded and flashed like a terrifying divine thunder, sweeping across the 8 wastelands. After all, the same 5 worlds of invincibility, but there is a difference between the strong and the weak. 61223-133-197. In this situation, the answer was already clear. He was too demonic, and if he entered it, he would inevitably be besieged. This scene caused an unimaginable shock to countless heavenly prides and cultivators. Within the 3,000 immortal realms, another huge wave was created. He's Rasen King, the invincible posture of the 5th world. It was the first time they had encountered such a situation. Buddha's head in the sand. Subsequently, one of the ancient freaks of the divine treasure chamber. It's too bossy. This is the Buddha sect's ancient Buddha son Fa High. Perhaps one day, the 10 places in the lower realm would become the 11 places in the lower realm. But the beings in the field were destined to never see that day. These pressures swept across the 8 wastelands and filled the heavens, causing people's hearts to tremble. This progress, of course, is very slow. This Xiao Wuxi, too arrogant. Golden-winged rock king, Xiao Wufei fought against Fa High and the Golden Lion all by himself. His face unchanged as he turned to look at this person and blandly said, "Are you in a hurry to die as well?" And, among the Buddhist sect's heavenly pride, the only one who could achieve this was Fa High. Xiao Wuxi, are you planning to make an enemy of us? He is the sword beast, a magic sword, born with a spirit, constantly devouring its master, eventually cultivating into human form, and in the little immortal ancient, becoming a hegemon. Everyone in the 3,000 immortal realms could feel the power and terror of invincible Xiao. Is a human race? The body does not have a little Kunping bloodline, but I do not know where to get the amazing chance. Cultivated the Kunping treasure art, even a little bit of swallowing the Kunping genus of living beings, and then purify their own bloodline, and ultimately metamorphosed into a half-human half-Kunping special existence. Although his appearance was plain and featureless, he possessed a terrifying majesty beyond imagination, as if he had been in a superior position for a long time, permeated with an overwhelming aura that took people's hearts and souls. There were old ancestors of immortal forces who immediately recognized the owner of the voice. From the outside, one could see that the entire 10 Earthsource land was trembling violently. One of the 9 secrets of the ancient times, the secret of the word Bing, was mastered. Doggy, help me, Fa High roared. Roar! Countless heavenly prides trembled, and even some of the ancient clan elders had shaken faces. Fa High's pupils shrunk slightly, shocked at Xiao Wao enemy's strength, and even more shocked by Xiao Wao enemy's decisiveness. He hurriedly pinched his hand and a purple golden mantle behind him, blossoming with Buddha's light, directly circling the wagons. Meanwhile, no half-assing it. If they encountered an enemy, they would be able to smash them to death with a quasi-imperial weapon alone. Beyond that, and the shock of the crowd had not yet cooled. A breath rushed skyward. Fa High. Then, facing the siege of several ancient freaks of the 5th world's invincible stature, not only did he not panic, but he even turned the tables on them and questioned these freaks if they wanted to make an enemy of him. Fa High? Xiao Wuxi's expression remained unchanged, not responding to his words. When they were awakened by their elders, they were all in a cold sweat, incomparably terrified and greatly shocked. Golden-winged rock king? Instead of being besieged, it was better to just strike out and slaughter them. Boom! Xiao Wuxi directly exploded, a terrifying might sweeping through the 8 wastelands, light and splendor burning, extremely sublimated. A punch was thrown at Fa High. Chapter 195, 5 Worlds of Invincibility. Shocking Conspiracy. 196. Chapter 194, 5 Worlds of Invincibility. Shocking Conspiracy. Unsurpassed greatness raged and spread in an instant, causing the 10 earthly origins to tremble. The void trembles. Fa High's eyes were cold, and the pressure on his body radiated out as if he were a Buddha. He shouted angrily, "Retreat!" After saying that, he waved his big hand, and a decree scurried out from his sleeve, a Buddhist swastika on it. In an instant, a divine chain of order that seemed to contain the supreme Buddha Tao's pressure suddenly emanated, causing everything to recede in space and time to seemingly become clear. Even Xiao Wuxi's brows furrowed slightly as he detected a hint of threat. The body slightly retreated. without a hard shake. Roar! The golden lion let out a roar, and then after being rebuked by Fa Hai, it stormed back with incomparable reluctance. It's just the last words of a great emperor from the past. Xiao Wuxi figured out where the opponent's attack was coming from. His expression remained unchanged, and he swung his fist once again. 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist. Xiao Wuxia's fist subdued the air, overturning the 9 heavens and breaking all laws. The 6 paths of reincarnation disc behind his back flickered with divine radiance, and the strong and incomparable power of reincarnation swept over him, causing Fa Hai's Buddhist Dharma decrease power to dissipate, and his Buddha's light to dim, and he even retreated violently on his own initiative. Fa Hai's face changed slightly, feeling an unimaginable pressure. He gritted his teeth without any hesitation. The Buddha's light on his body flickered, and he directly fought for his life. And in an instant, the extreme pressure swept across. The heaven and earth avenues flickered, and the faint shadow of the Buddha sect appeared. Boom! A collision between the two occurred. The two supreme forces collided, setting off shockwaves of vibrations that spread out in all directions, eventually turning into ripples that not only caused the surrounding chaotic chi to boil, but also spread out to the 10 Earth's source land. The other ultimate celestial pride in the surroundings all changed their faces slightly as they vigilantly watched the two men on the field exchanging blows. Even frowning, he looked at Xiao Wuxi. This was because, at this moment, Xiao Wuxi was, surprisingly, still holding the upper hand. But no one made a move. They were all proud to the core of existence, feeling invincible under the heavens, and considered it an absolute disgrace to join forces against others. Thus, they would not join forces against Xiao Wufei as a last resort. In fact, even Fa Hai would not be happy with anyone else stepping in. Invincible Xiao, you've overestimated yourself. As the two of them fought, Fa Hai's body gradually dried up, and the sea of blood chi and mana filled the Buddha sect's architectural silhouette behind him. This mysterious Buddha sect building silhouette looked like it had come to life at this moment. There was endless golden light raging, emitting a vast and frightening aura. Invincible Xiao, turn into my wind lightning tower's nutrients. The Buddha sect's architectural silhouette completely solidified. The Buddha's light shone, and the supreme laws of order spread. It rolled up monstrous divine light, forming a divine light that contained the power of extreme destruction, sweeping toward Xiao Wuxi. Such divine light caused the crowd of ultimate celestial pride on the field to feel a strong sense of crisis. And in the meantime, Fa Hai's degradation divine power operated as if his words followed the law, taking in people's hearts and souls. Attacks from both the physical body and the mind simultaneously landed on Xiao Wuxia. Exactly at this time, the golden-winged rock king and the sword beast, as if their hearts were in sync, incomparably tacitly chose to strike at this moment, actively urging a monstrous attack to fall towards Xiao Wuxia. They were not pedantic and were unwilling to join forces to challenge Xiao Wufei, but they were willing to join forces to abuse Xiao Wufei. The former loses face, while the latter can open its face and still gain a great deal of opportunity. But, just then, Xiao Wuxi's aura surged once again. Luo Shangjin, who was watching from the sidelines, intending to find a more opportune moment to exterminate Xiao Wuxia, suddenly changed in color, and a wisp of panic flashed across his eyes. The 12 quasi-emperor artifacts behind him unexpectedly bloomed uncontrollably with overwhelming sharpness, erupting with countless destructive divine lights. Then, towards the sword beast and the golden-winged rock king, he swept out. The terrifying and extreme might caused the 10 earthly origins to boil, and the crowd of celestial pride and powerhouses outside all trembled in their hearts and showed fear. Roshanjin, what are you doing? The sword beast panicked and collected its attack, hastily fending off the sudden attack and letting out a furious roar, its mighty pressure sweeping across the room as it angrily rebuked Luo Shangjin. It wasn't just him, the golden-winged rock king was also rising in anger, staring at Luo Shangjin with a furious glare, itching to eat him alive. What a great opportunity! Just now, as long as the three of them landed their attack, Xiao Wuxi was bound to fall. However, Luo Shangjin had actually stepped in to help Xiao Wuxi and launched a sneak attack on them. It's a death wish. No, I don't know what's going on. My quasi-imperial weapon, out of control. It's Xiao invincible. He also grasps the secret of the soldier character. Luo Shangjin directly called out the wrongdoing, and hastened to explain. Just after thinking clearly about the cause and effect, his pupils suddenly shrunk, swallowed a mouthful of water, and his heart was incomparably horrified. How is this possible? He shuddered. He knew that Xiao Wuxi had mastered the secret of the art of war. The Ling Xiao celestial dynasty had been inherited for 10,000 years, was extremely brilliant, and had never fallen off the pedestal. So even if it possessed all the treasure techniques and secret methods under the sun, no one would be surprised. It's just that there are specialties and one's energy is always limited. He couldn't figure out why Xiao Wuxi had practiced so many treasure art mysteries. It was only right that he wasn't proficient at all. How could the use of the secret of the character of war be even more profound than him? Surprisingly, he was able to snatch the control of his quasi-imperial artifact from him. Xiao Wufei, you are indeed extraordinary. Grasping so many peerless treasure art mysteries and even managing to be this proficient. It's simply heaven-defying. If you are allowed to grow like this, in the future, cultivate 2 immortal qi, you might really be able to achieve mythic emperor. The Lingxiao heavenly dynasty might also rule the 9 heavens and 10 lands once again. Fa Hai noticed the changes in the periphery and was slightly startled in his heart, marveling at Zhao's invincible means of fighting him without immortal qi and not falling behind while still being able to divide his mind and grab Luo Xingjin's control over the quasi-imperial artifact. It's simply demonic. Xiao Wuxi was speechless. Punch after punch was handed out. At one point, using it as his own whetstone, he attempted to deduce his heavenly emperor fist to the point of fusing the 6 paths and 10 murderous treasures. The quasi-emperor artifact shone with divine might, and the supreme power of the extreme Tao filled the air, popping out the void, but it was still difficult to break that particular Buddhist architecture of Fa Hai. Boom, boom, boom. Every collision seemed to destroy the sky and the earth. But, for a short time, no one can do anything about it. Xiao Wuxi's comprehensive strength was indeed superior to these people, but he was under a lot of pressure to treat the other side as a team. Even just dividing his mind and controlling the quasi-emperor weapon of Luo Shangjin to deal with the golden-winged rock king and the sword beast caused his battle power to plummet. Fa Hai's entire body was stained with blood, and he was able to feel his own state, declining and getting weaker. Although Xiao Wuxi wasn't in a good state, he wasn't too passive compared to him. If this continued, sooner or later, Fa Hai would be obliterated by Xiao Wuxia. The golden lion on the side let out an anxious roar of worry. However, just then, Xiao Wuxi's face changed abruptly as he keenly sensed something. Fa Hai, do you really think you can threaten me with this? No, this will be your demise. Let your entire clan perish. Xiao Wuxi's eyes were bloodshot, and his killing intent was strong to the extreme. At the center of the 10 earthly origins, the mixed degree aura dispersed, and a stunning figure revealed itself. It's none other than Zhang Liui. At this moment, she was in a very bad state. Her face was pale, her breath was weak, and her vitality was fading rapidly. Above her head, a golden divine light divine hall, carrying monstrous might, suppressed her. She could only desperately mobilize her power to resist. Only, all the discerning people, can know that Zhang Liui's resistance is futile, and ultimately only the situation of being suppressed by the Golden Temple. Her death, or yours? A magnificent man who seemed to be proudly looking down on the ages walked out of the chaotic gas. His eyes were cold, his feet stepped on the Golden God Temple, and a terrifying aura filled his body. As long as he fully activated the Golden God Temple, Zhang Liui would surely die. Chapter 196, Zhang Liui's Fall. Fa Hai's Fall. Xiao Wuxi storms out. Xiao Wuxi's brows were slightly furrowed and his expression was grave. It wasn't until then that he thought back. In his previous life, after Zhang Liui was the first to find the source of the 10 Earths, he was never heard from again and disappeared from sight. At first, he just thought that too many incomparably strong celestial pride had come forth, and she was unwilling to compete with them, instead choosing to seal herself into slumber. Now, it seemed that Zhang Liui should have encountered danger in this 10 Earth source land. Originally, I thought that you and I would refine one of these 2 immortal flames, but now it seems that there is no chance. If you find an error in the content, please use your browser to access it. Everyone was a step slow. Farewell forever. If there is an afterlife, I would still like to be your wife, and make up for the wedding that was not held in this life. Zhang Liui closed her eyes, tears dripping from her eyes as she grew more and more reluctant to part. It wasn't until then that she realized just how much she loved Xiao Wuxi. Zhang Liui's jade hand had covered her forehead. Why is this? If it wasn't for the fact that she had long been an innate sacred body Tao fetus and had been supported by the 2 immortal flames, the water moon flame and the blazing sun flame, she might have been captured long ago. In the meantime, keep Kong Ryui under control. For this reason, he even ignited his essence blood, urging several quasi-emperor weapons, like a peerless Qilin, to leap forward. Even so, she couldn't support it at the moment. Don't mind me, kill them and avenge me. He wasn't even thinking. He heard determination in Zhang Liui's words. The difference is too great. It's a pity that I can't always be by your side. Zhang Liui sighed, her expression falling, completely out of the blue. It was a moment when time seemed not to flow. He's going crazy. Unfortunately, it had never been possible to hold a wedding with Xiao Wuxi. But, just as his domineering words had just fallen, invincible? Panic about what? Space seemed to turn solid. They felt unimaginably threatened. Wow! Everyone froze. It just collapsed on itself. As he was saying this, he abruptly realized that Jiang Liuyi had completely given up her resistance, and her slender jade hand was running monstrous divine power, fiercely falling towards her own head. As she spoke, she struck out the two immortal flames that surrounded her body. In stopping him, she had thought that she had obtained a heavenly chance, but who knew that just after entering the 10 Earth Source Land, she was surrounded by several ultimate celestial pride and was suppressed by the person in charge. The heavens and earth shook, and a terrifying aura rose up, shaking the entire 10 earthly origins. All trembling, Xiao Wuxi moved, his eyes bloodshot as he roared, "Boo!" Xiao Wufei's figure had already appeared behind him, like a ghost, and fiercely threw out a fist, as if the gods and men in the sky were beating drums, and his fist was thundering in the 8 wastelands, and his might was monstrous. Xiao Wufei's anger completely broke through the sky as if it had turned into substance. He had never been this angry since he descended into this realm until now. There are so many of us. If we can't help him alone, then we don't have to live. It's full of adoration, dismay, and regret. Didn't dare to push Xiao Wuxi too hard. The thing he loathed most was when people threatened him with his family. Her eyes were bloodshot and her face was determined. No, Xiao Wuxi's entire body was on fire as he ignited himself once again. Fear that Jiang Liuyi has fallen since. It was not so long ago that he was assassinated by the 10 Immortal Sect and besieged by countless Dao heavenly pride in the 3,000 immortal realms. And he wasn't even as angry as this. The aura of his body surged once again, like a round of sun that was about to descend and sweep across the 8 wastelands. Damn! Luo Xingjin's face changed drastically, panic written all over his eyes as he cursed angrily. I told you long ago that you can't threaten him like this, but now it's good to completely enrage him. Even Xiao Wei is invincible. Xiao Wuxi raised the sky and wailed hysterically. Even the invincible Xiao of his previous life had not been able to save her. 114-41-77-213. Jiang Liuyi said miserably to Xiao Wuxi. She was now at best a 4th world invincible, and if she had fused the immortal flame and cultivated an immortal qi, she might still be able to fight against the other party. You're all going to die. Without any surprises, Xiao Wuxia's fist went straight through Fa Hai's head and shattered it. However, she did not ask for help from Xiao Wuxi. Even if he's angry, is it hard to believe that his strength can still skyrocket? The terrifying pressure caused the surrounding group of ultimate celestial pride to change color in unison. It was as if a supreme demon god had been born from hell. He's scared. That magnificent man, Yi Bufan, had a slight change in his face, and a wisp of panic also surfaced. There was no hesitation. No one expected that Jiang Liuyi would really be so rigid. With hardly any hesitation, he turned to flee. She chose to self-fall. No good. The mighty pressure swept through the 8 wastelands, pressing all living beings to take a breath. He was completely enraged. Xiao invincible. Since the cost of a lifetime of invincible potential, I can spare her. However, the whole person seemed to be glowing, and a bright smile appeared on his face. In this way, not only would they not be able to threaten Xiao Wuxi, but they would instead completely enrage him. All of you will die. I'm afraid that Kong Ryui will do something stupid. In an instant, heaven and earth seemed to be silent, and everything came to a standstill. If the other party wanted to take her life, it would be entirely a matter of thought. No! Fa Hai's pupils suddenly shrunk and his body went cold. Panic and despair written all over his face as he hissed out, trying to resist. This kind of overdrafting itself is basically a suicidal explosion. And even if one acquires superb combat power and kills the enemy, one's self will be half wasted. But, yet, it was simply a dream. Thinking of this, the aura on his body once again skyrocketed, simply like an active volcano that was about to erupt, and heaven and earth trembled. Already have a death wish. You can't die. Yi Bufan similarly panicked, desperately trying to stop Jiang Liuyi, wanting to save her. Die. Fa Hai and Luo Shangjin and the others' faces changed drastically, their bodies retreated violently, and a wisp of panic surfaced on their faces as they panicked. Jiang Liuyi, who was desperately resisting the suppression of the Golden God Temple above, froze on the spot when she noticed the scene outside, despair and grief written all over her face. Looking straight at Xiao Wuxi, it's a real shame. The Buddha sect Fa Hai looked solemn and similarly roared out in anger, chiding Luo Shangjin. They also had their own pride. How could they be scared off by an aura like Xiao Wuxi's? With blood seeping from the corners of her mouth and her face pale and exhausted to the extreme, Jiang Liuyi was already planning to give up her resistance, not wanting to distract Xiao Wuxi. But, he could only do this in order to save Jiang Liuyi, just for the sake of not dragging down Xiao Wuxi. Get lost. Xiao Wuxi completely lost his temper. His monstrous qi and blood and roiling mana mobilized, acquiring an unimaginable amount of power after igniting himself, transforming into a true dragon, exerting haste, and desperately trying to save Jiang Liuyi. Stop. There's nothing anyone can do to stop it. A step back was made. Boom! Blood water from the depths of the jade lips. Vitality rapidly flowed. The soul is dissipated between heaven and earth. The whole person is like a puddle of mud, because there is no support. Fell from the air. Don't do anything stupid. I will save you. Blood splattered and screams rang out. Poof! In the last instant, Fahai was still arrogant and incomparable, standing in the firmament and looking down on the world's living beings, but now he was still lifeless. His body shattered and fell down. Fahai fell. Chapter 197, Kill all ultimate celestial pride, bury the sky, bury the earth, bury yourself. This moment, Xiao Wuxi's mixed body bloomed with light, as if within his body, every cell was burning, radiant to the extreme. There were even monstrous flames, burning, penetrating the body, burning the void, collapsing, trembling, and wailing, suppressing heaven and earth. This moment's Xiao Peerless was terrifyingly terrifying, a divine might as strong as that of a great emperor, as if it could sweep across the ancient world. It caused Luo Shangjin, Yi Bufan, and the Golden-Winged Rock King to touch their hearts. The Golden-Winged Rock King's qi and blood swept across, and the power of the Kunpeng bloodline and the Tsong Tian hegemony body intertwined to form a thick divine chain of order, just like a swimming dragon that acted on behalf of the heavenly Tao, as if it could not be resisted. If you find an error in the content, please use your browser to access it. Once again he felt the threat of death, and this time, but it is difficult to live out the third life. Then there is only a way to die. Kill. Countless invincible Tao lineages, heavenly prides and powerhouses of immortal forces in the 3,000 immortal realms were shocked. Although the 4 of them were repelled by Xiao Wuxi, the backlash that Xiao Wuxi received was even worse than their injuries. Your Highness, in any case, 4 against 1. The advantage is with them. Today shall be another day of death. It caused Xiao Wuxi's body to be shaken for a moment. His body was smashed, blood splattered, 3 huge holes appeared, an arm was broken, his chest was transparent, and half of his face was lost. The Golden-Winged Rock King and the others, seeing the curfew Peerless in this state, were also terrified. Luo Shangjin ignited the 12 quasi-emperor artifacts and erupted with unimaginable power, apparently also completely desperate to defeat Xiao Wuxi even if the 12 quasi-emperor artifacts gave up. At the very least, several ultimate celestial pride were taking shots at Xiao Wufei. Even those incredibly proud ultimate celestials have put aside their dignity and pride and joined forces to surround Xiao Wufei? No good. He forced his fiancée, Jian Liuyi, to die, and now that he saw him ignite himself and his natural talents suffered irreversible damage, having achieved his goal, he even wanted to stop the war. The Golden Lion finally woke up from his grief and indignation, feeling his state, incomparably chagrined, his inner despair and frightening to the extreme, in exchange for more power, completely dead. At this point, the internal fluctuations were too intense, and although they couldn't see what was happening inside, they were able to surmise the general situation through the fluctuations. The reason why he was in such a sorry state was not that the other party was too difficult and suffered injuries, but that he burned himself and suffered an unimaginable backlash. And then, only then did the other party get the better of him. Xiao Wuxi, you're doing this on the cheap. In this battle, you don't have to die, and we don't have to be seriously injured. Yi Bufan looked at Xiao Wao enemy and proposed sincerely. A huge force that swallowed the heavens swept through, wanting to churn and devour everything. Even space and time could not escape. The golden lion that pounced on him was directly penetrated through his chest. His entire body crumbled, and his vitality began to dissipate. It was almost like 2 great emperors were fighting. Either Xiao Wuxi died or they did. Xiao Wuxi glanced at him indifferently and blasted out a true phoenix shadow, mobilizing the 9 heavens divine flame and converging it into a beam of light that seemed to be composed of thousands of thunderbolts. Luo Shangjin and the others' hearts trembled with incomparable trepidation. Yi Bufan struck out. He was actually a chaotic body, and looking at the state, he had already developed it to the extreme. No, it shouldn't be like this. The Golden-Winged Rock King couldn't even dream of imagining that one day he would fall, or fall in this way. And, no matter what, you bastards, you're all going to die. He traded injuries for injuries. Boom! It ignites itself again. Only, his sincerity was as good as in the eyes of Xiao Wuxi. It was clear to them that Xiao Wuxi was in a very bad situation. Xiao Wuhui fiercely threw out his fist. The Heavenly Emperor Fist 7 Sec 10 Fierce Treasure Art Fusion, killing strong to the extreme. Therefore, to be able to ignite oneself so violently and still remain conscious is nothing short of astonishing. Great! Xiao Wuxi sneered. Either use this to live a third life. He swallowed a large amount of elixirs, trying to heal his injuries. The celestials outside, sensing the commotion, let out exclamations of shock and immense concern. Or die. However, his strikes became more and more severe, as if there was a great emperor sealed within his body. The desire was to completely annihilate Xiao Wuxi. 114, 41, 77, 213. The joint attack of Yi Bufan and the other 4 people directly shattered. And the 4 people also retreated violently in their bodies. How is this possible? Looking at each other, things came to a head, and there was only death to fight. Boo! He was killed by Xiao Wuxi with a raised hand. Roar! But, no matter what, in his situation, to harden himself against 4 ultimate celestial pride, even if he could defeat them, he himself would still end up dying. Being punched by that punch from Xiao Wuxi, it went straight through from the head to the chest. All 4 of them put their lives on the line and united in a burst of offense. He couldn't accept that his invincible master, the one who could become an unseen Buddha in the future, had fallen just like that. The price was also clear. In less than a tea break, he was going to wither away. In the end, there were no surprises, and the whole body exploded. Knowing that you've just released a demon, kill. In the 10 Earth Source lands, the destructive aura was rampant, and the extreme fluctuations shook the ancient and modern worlds. Endless waves of chi swept through, forming an unimaginable ripple that spread beyond the 10 earthly origins, causing heaven and earth to tremble. The 4 roared, rolling up a monstrous divine might, carrying infinite killing chi, as if the sky was descending divine punishment, causing people to tremble in awe. When the golden-winged rock king saw this, his expression was shocked. Going through the history books, it might be hard to find a second one. This kind of might was countless times more terrifying than the siege of so many heavenly prides not long ago. Xiao Wuxi's expression was resolute. The speed at which his body and divine soul burned, once again accelerated. A supreme divine splendor blossomed in his eyes, and a kind of astonishing vigor was brewing and permeating. Of course, they have confidence in themselves. With just one stroke, Xiao Wuxia's breath weakened and suffered a heavy blow beyond imagination, and his body was even swept by countless divine lights, with the overwhelming power of the 4 ultimate celestial prides still remaining on it. But, in front of him, the golden-winged rock king, who had been dealt a desperate blow by Xiao Wuxie, directly exploded to death. The Great War broke out. Xiao Wuxi fearlessly met the battle. Boom! They didn't dare to imagine what kind of siege their highness, again, was under. Igniting oneself is very painful. The body, soul, and will are all burning, as if going to the 18 layers of hell. No living being is willing to bear it. In particular, living beings have survival instincts. Fear of death. Self-fall requires great courage. But things have come to a head, and there is no way back for them. For strands of supreme power erupted, and a terrifying aura raged, causing the starry sky to tremble. Boom! Even, for the sake of a quick battle, Dingxing's boiling chi and blood spread out and swept through the heavens and earth to meet the attacks of the other 3. The golden lion roared angrily at Xiao Wuxi, baring its teeth in killing intent, wanting to avenge its master. Even space was shattered, let alone the divine soul of the golden-winged rock king. The golden lion, in particular, had bloodshot eyes and roared up to the sky in grief and indignation. The sword beast even transformed into its own body, a monstrous demonic sword that seemed to occupy the entire dome of the sky and was tens of thousands of feet in length, rolling up thousands of destructive divine lights and erupting with supreme power beyond imagination. Yi Bufan marveled. Each palm and punch caused the void to be imprisoned, causing Xiao Wuxi's body to be shaken. However, he also noticed problems. Xiao Wuxi's followers, sensing Xiao Wuxi's state, were all in tears, sad to the core, and incomparably grieving. As the words landed, the divine flames on his body once again skyrocketed, filling the heavens as if it was an absolute great sun. Ridiculous. Several ultimate celestial pride, hegemonic masters and the lesser immortal ancient joined hands and dared to ask who in the world would be able to take it? Perhaps, Xiao Wuxi would really have to fall this time. However, even if it was just a casual strike from Xiao Wuxi, it still possessed the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. And the residual power was continuously destroying his vitality, which he was unable to heal, accelerating again to ignite itself. Yet, he was not flustered. The thunderbolt liquid and immortal pill of immortality were sent into his mouth as if they didn't need any money. Your Highness, several surround one and get hammered. If he hadn't died, his Tao heart would only have shattered. Your turn. Xiao Wuxi laughed out loud, not caring at all about his injuries. The Willow God technique and Phoenix treasure technique were in operation. Vitality filled the air. The Nirvana flame burned, and he was back at his peak, his gaze falling towards the 3 Yi Bufan who were looking terrified. Chapter 198 Xiao Wuxian's collapse. Blood splattered and a terrifying aura filled the air. It caused the 10 Earth Source lands to tremble violently, and the countless divine materials that had been nurtured from the Hongmeng and Chaos Chi crumbled down, spilling into the spatial turbulence. The golden-winged Rock King was directly dead. Luo Shangjin, the Sword Beast, and Yi Bufan, all 3 of them, their entire bodies overflowing with blood, suffered heavy injuries, and their hearts and minds were terrified, looking at Xiao Xie as if they were looking at a flood beast, as the ultimate heavenly pride that was invincible for 5 lifetimes. They were absolute overlords even amongst the little immortal ancient, so he's actually the best of the 3 to kill. Xiao Xie would definitely kill him first. If you find an error in the content, please use your browser to access it. The strongest attack of the 2, without any surprise, landed on Xiao Xie. It's a million times worse than the state they're in just now. In order to kill the golden-winged rock king, Xiao Xie strongly received the joint strike of the 3 of them. Half of his body was shattered. Even if he could recover from his injuries, how much of his battle power could he regain? And for how long? However, Xiao Xie also grasped the secret of the word Bing. Although he didn't have an innate treasure body, he grasped a few other 9 secrets. The 9 secrets could add to each other, and Xiao Xie's secret of the word Bing's power wasn't weaker than his. However, before Luo Shangjin died, more emotions, or regret, everything in the source of the 10 lands was being destroyed. Yi Bufan roared. Countless divine chains erupted. His essence was on fire. His qi, blood and mana boiled and returned to the peak. But, in front of Xiao Xie, it was all just futile. In the 3,000 immortal realms, even more visions appeared. He forced himself back to the top and healed all his wounds. Xiao invincible. This, as a matter of fact, it was all like this, and Xiao Xie deserved to die. Boom! This was also the reason why they didn't flee and continued to fight to the death with Xiao Peerless. And after the golden-winged rock king was killed, it was too late for him to escape. If there is a celestial pride that is too dazzling and amazing, when it dies prematurely and falls, it will also attract this kind of vision. Luo Xingjin's face turned pale in horror. It's the battle in the source land of the 10 lands that has come to fruition. The 2 of them, Yi Bufan and the Sword Beast, saw this, but they laughed out loud with excitement. And at this moment, the only place where an astonishing heavenly pride could have fallen was the 10 earthly origins. Kill. In the 3,000 immortal realms, it was as if thousands of nuclear bombs had been detonated, and countless powerhouses were agitated and shocked. What is this situation? This kind of vision is something that even a Downlord who has fallen is not qualified to have. Xiao Xie's eyes shot out like the holy light of the great sun, and a blazing fire burned on his body, instantly igniting space. But is there a great emperor in the world? Invincible Xiao chose to explode himself. Desperately, he mobilized all his power to resist Xiao Xie. With the help of the True Phoenix Treasure Technique and the Willow God Method, as well as the Thunderbolt Liquid and the Immortal Pill of Immortality. Today, if we can't kill you, then there's no need for us to live. Yes, he knew that now. He realized that Xiao Xie would definitely kill him, and he would definitely die. Finally dying? At this moment, there was no more clamoring that he was invincible under the heavens and that he would surely become a powerful emperor in this life. Space burned, chaos gas dissipated, and the entire 10 lands shook violently. If Luo Shangjin dies, they don't have to die. At the thought of this, everyone was silenced, and they fell silent as their gazes looked towards the 10 earthly sources in unison. Without any surprises, Xiao Xie's heavenly emperor fist was terrifying to the extreme. Starting with the soldier character mystery, which briefly deprived these 12 quasi-emperor weapons of their control, and the heavenly emperor fist followed closely behind. The 2 of them, Luo Shangjin and the Sword Beast, did the same, blossoming with absolute divine light. Extremely sublimated, and also put up a fight. If you look at the numbers alone, 3 people lost 1 person, not a lot of casualties. Yi Bufan locked Xiao Xie in place. It's a vision of the great emperor's death. Luo Shangjin gritted his teeth. He is also a generation of lords. Invincible posture. Countless people in the heart of the legend. Things now also know that you cannot escape. Must die fighting. Boom! Xiao Xie's rapidly falling body abruptly disappeared. And when it appeared, he had already appeared in the center of the 12 great emperor silhouettes emerged. Endless light and heat, ravaging the world, like 100 rounds of suns exploding together in an instant. 114, 41, 77, 213. They had just joined forces to attack, and they already had a number in their hearts, knowing that if they wanted to kill Xiao Xie, at least one of the 3 would have to fall. At this moment, Xiao Xie was in a very bad state, because, infinitely close to death, thought Xiao Xie was going to die. The 9 heavens and 10 earths shook at this. He, on the other hand, mobilized 12 quasi-emperor artifacts at the same time, which was too draining. It was him, with his exceptional natural talent and resolute Taoist heart. If it were anyone else, he would have died violently long ago, because, even though he was an innate treasure body, he was able to fully utilize the secret of the 9 mysteries of the character of Bing, mobilizing 12 quasi-emperor artifacts, which were terrifying and monstrous in power. But, what if this one person, Is himself? Put! A mournful scream rang out. Before dying, Luo Shangjin was incomparably chagrined, regretful, desperate, as well as unbelievable, exuding an aura of near invincibility. Thousands of saints, the ancient divine beasts of the heavens, all looked up to the sky and wailed. Blood clouds covered the 8 wastelands, the stars shook, and the great Tao hummed. Countless living beings looked up violently and involuntarily shed tears. Supreme might erupted and immediately penetrated Luo Shangjin's chest. Rumor had it that such existences were capable of becoming immortals during the immortal ancient period. Even after fighting for a long time and being injured, he was still invincible and had absolute divine might. However, Luo Shangjin had already put everything together. I shall be immortal. It wasn't hard at all for Xiao Wuxi to grab it at the critical moment. The three of them, although they were afraid of Xiao Wuxi, were determined to win. Damn you! They are going to win this battle. Out of everyone's expectation. At me. At this moment, how could they accept and believe that several people had joined hands and were unable to help Xiao Wao enemy, and were even counter-killed by Xiao Wao enemy one after another? Any ultimate heavenly pride who thought that the little immortal ancient hegemon, the invincible posture of the 5 worlds, had set off countless storm clouds and was honored as a legend. Compassion filled the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Boom! Boom! Xiao Wao enemy was in this position, and he was still killed by Xiao Wao enemy. This was simply unacceptable to him. He also began to ignite himself. I hate it, said Roshanjan, who hadn't figured out the key until now. The 12 quasi-emperor artifacts ignited divine flames and converged together. Surprisingly, they vaguely erupted with true emperor might, with supreme power permeating them. Of course, the main thing was that he had underestimated Xiao Wuxi's vigor, daring to stand up to the attacks of the others and specialize in killing one person. Of course, it wasn't as desperate as Xiao Wuxi. Even so, when the aftermath was over, half of his life would be lost. Ah! Xiao Wuxia was once again heavily injured under these 2 strikes. His face was pale, blood and bones were splattered, and he no longer had much life left in him. With this punch, it shattered Yi Bufan's divine chain attack, hardened against the sword beast's attack, and chakra radical erupted with punch after punch, blasting at Luo Shangjin. No, restrained to death, so to speak. The heart of the word was trembling. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He blasted out with a fist, and supreme might erupted, piercing through the heavens and shattering space on the spot. Wear out all his vitality. Invincible Xiao has fallen. Yi Bufan and the others, although strong, should not be able to conjure such a vision. Xiao Wufan's natural talent and potential are clearly stronger than theirs. In that case, it can only be that Xiao Wufei has fallen. Chapter 199 Preparing to live the third life. Invincible Xiao has perished. This news resounded throughout the entire 3,000 immortal realms. Countless beings had complex expressions. Finally, has this day come? Xiao Invincible was not invincible after all. Died in the lower world. Died in the source of the 10 lands. In the celestial dynasty, compassion filled the air. Babies cried. Teenagers shed tears. Middle-aged and older cultivators. Emotions dripped and their eyes had turned red. And we are left to watch. If you find an error in the content, please use your browser to access it. Now, as Xiao Wuxi predicted, there is really a conspiracy behind it. And there is really someone pushing for it. Someone, and, not kind to them. At this point, they're probably not even a match for a chicken. Even so, his entire body was blown up and his flesh and blood crumbled. His soul was broken, and his vitality was weakened to the extreme. However, stupid people are blessed with stupidity, and it actually allowed you guys to kill Xiao Wuxi. It even contained the endless greatness of destroying heaven and earth. The reason why the news of the imminent emergence of the 10 Earth Source Land was circulating in the Little Immortal Ancient was only because it was spread by this person as well. The undead sword beast and Yi Bufan's faces twisted and trembled out in shock. They were completely scared. Their backs were cold, and they were desperate to the extreme. With Jiang Liuyi dead, he had nothing else to think about. They were terrified, desperate and at the same time, more than unbelievable. What the hell is going on here? Directly causing the 2 people, Yi Bufan and the sword beast, who were dying and waiting to be rescued, to have their pupils suddenly shrink, their faces terrified to the extreme. They didn't realize it until now. Putting his life on the line, although Xiao Wuxi was fighting for his life with Yi Bufan and the others was too much grief and anger. It was also for the sake of living out the third life. Then he gave up his life to take revenge. The exiled immortal smiled icily and raised his hand, about to grind out the wisp of life above Xiao Wuxia's body. That indifferent and mysterious voice sounded again. Some of the heavenly prides, too, were moved and infected by Xiao Wufei's amazing act. I hate it. Who is it? Fear of the Ling Xiao dynasty. Fear of being angered by the Ling Xiao heavenly kingdom, leading to extinction. Turns out, It was all a conspiracy. The two figures, turned into blood water and merged into the blood pool above his head. Is it going to be the end of the world? Always on the defensive. This is enough to appall the world at any time. As the voice landed, a voice like an exiled immortal appeared, standing on the celestial dome, his feet stepping on the immortal radiance, with a dusty temperament, dressed in white and holding a jade flute. So it wouldn't be too much of a worry about Kong Ryui's well-being. The emergence of the 10 Earth Source lands could all be attributed to this person. It was the perfect immortal seed that had made countless living beings in countless eras, all of whom had gone crazy for it, the 5 elements immortal seed. He banished the immortals, laying out in the 10 earthly origins, pitting 100 generations of millions of celestial pride, siphoning off their life essences and using them to help himself refine the strongest, and most perfect, immortal seed in the world. He was in no hurry to refine it. On his deathbed, he didn't even disgrace the heavenly kingdom. An indifferent voice came out. Between the doubts of all the celestial pride, steeply see the front of the terrifying God's might. If the same tidal wave like sweeping, horrifying light and heat swept through the 8 wastelands, on the way to all the celestial pride or all fall. It's just that he's been misled by the memories of his past life. By the memories of his past life. It was even stronger than when Xiao Wuxia was at his peak. What a monster this is. Boom. I don't know why. When it was clear that everything was straight ahead, they only felt that they had half a foot in hell and could die at any time. Countless birth like mountains of broken stone, turned into mincemeat, the birth of a variety of precious materials, but also dissipated in heaven and earth. The exiled figure shook his head slightly and laughed out coldly. Your invincible highness, fight to drain the last drop of blood, fight to the last bit of strength. Too much grief. Xiao Wuxi understood it at the very beginning. It is indeed a pity for him to die in this manner. Only, above his body, amidst the endless aura of death, there was a force of vitality that was weak but could not be ignored. It's only now that I realize that the two of you are far from that Xiao Wuxia. If my celestial dynasty is still in full bloom, who would dare to assassinate my celestial crown prince like this? After saying that, he directly raised his hand, transforming into thousands of streams of light that could easily pierce through space, killing the lingering sword beast and Yi Bufan, to go so far as to set up a killing formation here, using the 10 earthly source lands as bait to trap and kill countless celestial pride. All the heavenly prides reacted, desperate to the extreme, and frantically fled. 114, 41, 77, 213. No, trap, the threat of death is all around. Moreover, the strength of the other party was incomparably terrifying. In the sky above the blood pool, there was an illusory, deep, and vast, as if there was a heaven and earth within, surrounded by a light mass of 5 elemental chi that was like an ocean. Later, knowing that Jiang Liui might be in danger, he killed him without doing anything else. Unexpectedly, Xiao Wuxi was so crazy and terrifying that at the last moment, with a will beyond imagination, he returned to the light, mobilized his body, appeared beside them, and chose to blow himself up. Swish, too humiliating. Right, the two of us, we have always returned favors. Save our lives and you will definitely get very many treasures. The sword beast also hurriedly added. It seems to have an incredibly seductive magic. If he were alive, even if he couldn't achieve a mythical emperor, he would still be a figure that would remain famous in history and be celebrated throughout the ages. And it really almost worked for you. Who are you? Pity. I'm not dead yet. But, it was simply futile. One clan elder looked up to the sky and shouted. His breath rushed up to the sky. His killing intent was astonishing, and the heavens and earth trembled from the oppression. After Xiao Wuxi blew himself up, not to mention the two of them, the 10 earthly origins were nearly destroyed. Jiang Liui's body was intact. It was a self-fall, and it hadn't suffered much damage. What's going on here? There was temporal turbulence all around. That's not even dead. You too, you're tenacious. The two of them, the sword beast and Yi Bufan, changed color in unison, their faces showing despair and great panic, desperately trying to escape. It wasn't that they were vegetables, but the power of Xiao Wuxi's self-detonation was powerful enough. Run! However, all the celestial pride that came close to the 10 Earth Source land directly fell, turning into a puddle of blood and water, and were collected by the bloodlight in the 10 Earth Source land. Instead, they landed their gazes on top of the bodies of both Xiao Wuxi and Jiang Liui. This immortal wants the two of you dead. Help me. A celestial pride that had not cultivated immortal chi, forcefully killing several ultimate celestial prides that had cultivated immortal chi and were invincible in 5 worlds. Why does it feel that way? I'm afraid that everyone who sees it will honor it with a word of immortal. The voices of the sword beast and Yi Bufan rang out in the 10 earthly origins, but they were incomparably subtle. There is no way for an ordinary person to gain insight. The other side wants to kill them. He remembered that the 10 Earth Source land was discovered and opened by Jiang Liui, so he subconsciously assumed that Jiang Liui had reaped a great harvest. After all, he had gained the favor of the beings that guarded the 10 Earth Source land. It's the only thing that didn't just blow up. Boom! There will be a big thank you for saving both of our lives. As for Xiao Wuxi, because it was a self-explosion, his body was basically inhuman and tattered. Fortunately, they also reacted in time and fled immediately. Yi Bufan said anxiously. Luckily, the owner of this voice was not Xiao Wuxi. In this blood pool, there were the life essences of all the surrounding heavenly prides, which were refined and purified, and ultimately transformed into endless mysterious power. Too bad it met me. Xiao Wuxi was not undefeated by others and fell to his death, but suffered from a succession of sieges before he was finally undefeated and fell to his death. On this day, all the beings in the 3,000 immortal realms were silent, and none of them dared to celebrate. But at that moment, a figure descended into the heavens and earth, and as she appeared, the heavens and earth seemed to freeze. The great Tao no longer functioned, and the aura was powerful to the extreme. The visitor was no other than the imperial daughter. It's you! Exiled immortal was alarmed. Chapter 200 Banishing Origin. Perfect Grade Heavenly Pride. 201, Chapter 199 Banishing Origin. Perfect Grade Heavenly Pride. Heaven and earth were agitated. All of the forces in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, all of the Tao lineages, were shocked, appalled by the sight before them. They simply can't believe it. Perceptions have been turned upside down. The source of the 10 earths is, surprisingly, a trap. Someone had laid down an overwhelming killing formation in the 10 Earth Source land, and had continuously distributed news, luring generation after generation of top-tier heavenly prides in to be pitched and killed. The other guy is definitely a repeat offender. Too skillful. Hiss. It seems that ever since I have memories, there have been celestial prides who have been carrying the Jin Jian to the 10 Earth Source land. Every time, it's loud and powerful, and it all ends in misery, with no one spared. It happened a million years ago. It's been 100 lifetimes. In that case, that person has already pitted and killed teenage celestials for at least 1,000,000 years? What exactly is his origin? The crowd was shocked. Some ancient supreme beings, their voices were hoarse, their hearts set off shocking waves, being shocked by this speculation, shaking the heart of the Tao. It's too scary. Simply, it was even more terrifying than a great emperor killing his door. At first, they just thought that the 10 Earth Source land was incredibly dangerous and no one would be able to obtain the chances in it. Who knew that it was actually a man-made killing formation that pits and kills the heavenly pride? It has been at least 100 generations ago. The most crucial thing is that there is only this one secret realm in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Is that so? Or is it that the netherworld is harboring countless such secret realms? Fine thoughts. However, while they were shocked and their hearts trembled, a ray of expectation rose in the hearts of the people of the Lingxiao heavenly dynasty. Because the emperor's daughter has descended. You're going to break the rules and take a shot at me? The exiled immortal was not surprised, much less fearful, and looked straight at the descending imperial maiden with an indifferent expression, very emboldened. Rules? What rules? The imperial maiden sneered. The affairs of heaven's pride are handled by heaven's pride, exiled immortal said. Are you a heavenly pride? The imperial maiden said in a cold voice. Do you really think that you are a human being after giving up your corrupt immortal fetus, landing in the mortal world, and being reborn with a secret method? She was well aware of her opponent's heel. If she wanted to change her name from imperial daughter to empress, she could always do so. There is simply no one in the world who has nothing to ask for her insight. The banished immortal's eyes were deep. So, you are determined to intervene and break the rules? He came from the boundary sea and was fished out by the most powerful of the human race, an ancient immortal from the immortal ancient era, with heavenly strength and the hope of completely calming the boundary sea's strangeness. Therefore, the ancient supreme beings of the human race awakened him from his decaying immortal fetus, reincarnated him, and waited for him to cultivate and ascend to the boundary sea to suppress the weirdness. It can be said that not only is he a big heel against the odds, but the supporters behind him, too, are countless. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to pit and kill hundreds of worldly celestial pride in the 10 earthly origins. What rules? The emperor's daughter's breath spread out. Since when has there been a rule under the heavens that my father needs to abide by? There are people behind you who are creating immortals. Are there none behind Xiao Wuxia? Exile's face changed slightly. The emperor's daughter's words were clear. In the age of the great emperors, those ancient existences had made multiple preparations to suppress the boundary sea. Some of these ancient beings bet on him, therefore, condoning him to pit against the 100 worlds of heavenly pride. And there were also ancient existences that bet on Xiao Wufei. In that case, it would be impossible for him to kill Xiao Wuxi. Anyone could kill Xiao Wuxi, only he could not. Because The reason why he didn't die and lived until now was because of these ancient existences that gave him shelter. Then, those equally ancient existences that gave shelter to Shao Peerless. It was only right for him to support them as well. To do otherwise is to question yourself. I would not have killed him. After a few moments of contemplation, the exiled immortal said to the Empress, I hope this is what you really think. The imperial daughter sneered. Exile didn't say much. He needed the life essence though, to help him melt the 5 elemental immortal seeds and forge the foundation for becoming an immortal. Very eager to devour Shao Peerless' life essence. But, yet, it was clear that he lived not to become stronger, but to suppress the bizarre and unsettling. Shao Wuxi is qualified to suppress the bizarre and unknown with him in unity. Even if the Empress didn't come, he wouldn't take advantage of the danger, but rather watch to see if Shao Wuxi could survive the third life. Successful, he departed. If he was defeated, Shao Wuxi's origin would be devoured by him. Now that the Empress had come, he knew that even if Shao Wuxi didn't make it, didn't live out his third life, and died directly, he wouldn't have the chance to devour Shao Wuxi's origin. Believe it or not, it's up to you, Exile chuckled. After saying that, his body's breath emanated, and the immortal silhouette appeared behind him, transcendent and shocking the world, carrying the 5 elements immortal seed, and the massive amount of life essence refined by hunting and killing the 100 worlds heavenly pride. He left the 10 lands and soared into the 3,000 immortal realms. Boom, boom, boom. Without any surprises, the earth and sky shook, space opened up, and several incomparably terrifying auras filled the air, powerful to the extreme, attacking and killing. It's like the end of the world. In the eyes of countless people, it seemed as if the heavens and earth had directly cracked open. Wild winds roared, divine thunder rolled, and blood clouds enveloped the 8 wastelands. A horrifying pressure enveloped the entire 10 lands, oppressing countless living beings who could hardly breathe. There were supreme beings, eyeing these 2 treasures, decisively striking out to seize them, wanting to intercept the banished immortals who had ascended to the upper realm. Boom! Exiled immortal's expression remained unchanged, his face resolute, holding the horns of the 10 fierce heavenly horned ants, blossoming with monstrous divine light, exerting powerful and incomparable divine abilities, and hardening his attack. Although, coping with the situation was rather lousy, he was not injured. In the end, under the watchful eyes of everyone, the ascension was completed without any danger. Once you entered the 3,000 immortal realms, it was like a fish entering the sea. Everyone had lost their banishment and could no longer perceive it. The perfect immortal seed, the 5 elements immortal seed, has come out. That mysterious exiled immortal. Not only did he obtain the 5 elemental immortal seeds, he even hunted down the 100 worlds of heavenly pride in order to perfect the melting. There's no need to think about it. He'll definitely be able to perfectly fuse the 5 elements immortal seeds and cultivate the 3 immortal chi. Is this world really the legendary golden great world? Why does it feel like the final splendor before the end? Countless heavenly prides and cultivators marveled out, their hearts complex with 10,000 laws and very emotional. If, for example, exiled immortal had come out at the late stage of the Emperor's path, they might have been shocked and would have exclaimed that they were witnessing history and that exiled immortal was powerful. And now, the Emperor's road wasn't even open, but the exiled immortal made an appearance, came out too early. It gave people a feeling that there would definitely be more appearances one after another, and existences on the same level as the exiled immortals. Perfect celestial pride. Is this going to venture out one by one? Is it still over or not? The so-called perfect heavenly pride was an existence that could cultivate the perfect 3 immortal chi and live to become a mythical emperor. If Shao Wuxi can live a third life, he will also be in existence on the same level as the exiled immortal. Some people focused their attention on Shao Wuxi. They deeply knew that if Shao Wuxi didn't die and once again broke the miracle and lived a third life, it would be comparable to the exiled immortal, even more terrifying than the banished immortals. Because the exiled immortal has accumulated over hundreds of lifetimes to get to where he is today, and Shao Invincible only has 1 life off. There's no way he could have lived a third life. In history, there's simply been no one who has lived past 3 lifetimes under the Great Emperor realm. However, the majority of the living beings were not optimistic about Shao Wuxia. Chapter 201, 10 Earthly Sources Nurturing the Soul. Possibility of Shao Wuxi's Resurrection. Chapter 202. Chapter 200, 10 Earthly Sources Nourishing Souls. Possibility of Shao Wufei's resurrection. That's hard to say. Wasn't there also no one who could live a second life under the Great Emperor realm before Shao Wuxia? Didn't Shao Invincible still do it? If he can live a second life, he can live a third. There were followers and admirers of Shao Wuxi who spoke out in rebuttal, in anticipation of Shao Wuxi living a third life. It's just that, at the end of the day, even they don't have much faith. It's too hard. To live out the second life is hard enough, and to live out the third life is much more difficult than living out the second. more than a few times more. Before, it was so difficult for Xiao Wuxi to live out his second life. Now the third life. Maybe? Hope is really slim. Grief permeated the entire Ling Xiao heavenly dynasty, as well as its affiliated forces. And in the source of the 10 lands, the Imperial Maiden also looked apprehensive and a little nervous as she picked up Xiao Wuxi's broken and unbearable body. She believed that Xiao Wuxi would be able to though, and signs are also seen. But, just in case it doesn't work out, then she was only afraid that she would never be able to forgive herself for the rest of her life. Nui believes in you. You can definitely do it. Empress daughter took a deep breath, hugged Xiao Wuxi, and slowly walked forward. Walked to the center of the 10 Earth Source land. Infinity represents the chaos and the chasm tumbling in the distance. If a mortal were to stand here and just take a deep breath, he might be able to directly become a true god. This was previously the place where exiled immortals stored their 5 elemental immortal seeds. Of course, it was also the place where the 5 elements immortal seed was birthed. At this moment, without the 5 elements immortal seed to draw on the primordial power of the 10 Earth's source land, these precious and incomparable primordial powers were like a tidal wave escaping to the outside world. The 10 lands, although not as good as the 9 heavens, should not, by definition, have such a large gap. The soil of the 10 lands couldn't even breed a saint on its own, and above the 9 heavens, the weakest supreme being could exterminate countless saints with a single thought. Not to mention, there were several great realms above the supreme beings. Further up, there were great emperors. The real reason for this was that too much of the primordial force, which hadn't escaped to the 10 lands, had been intercepted by the 5 elements immortal seed. Otherwise, even though the 10 lands could not harbor great emperors, quasi-supreme emperors, or even supreme emperors, could still be birthed. And now, the Imperial Maiden placed Xiao Wuxi's body in the center of the 10 Earth's source land, allowing a constant stream of distant qi to imbue him with it. But, it's just an external thing. It's up to him whether or not he can live out the third life. While others were unable to see through the scene of the 10 Earth's source land, isolated by Empress Dowager, the Celestial Dynasty ancestors were able to, and although they agreed with Empress Dowager's approach, they were also worried beyond measure. Doing so only guarantees a silver lining. Whether or not it would work, it still depended on Xiao Wuxi. In short, it doesn't seem particularly hopeful to them. Sleep at ease. Even if you sleep for countless years, Nui will always be by your side and help you ascend to immortality. The imperial daughter looked at Xiao Wufei and whispered, and just as she stepped out of the 10 earthly origins, hiding her surroundings and guarding, instead, he found 2 dancing flames next to Kong Ryuti's body. It was, precisely, the 2 immortal flames that Jiang Liui had previously found in the passageway of the 10 Earth Source land. Could it be that a peck and a drink is really heavenly? The Imperial Maiden drifted off, then smiled. My lord, not only will you be fine, your wife, too, will be fine. Although she was an emperor daughter and could become an emperor at any time, and had struck across great emperors in the past, she was not omnipotent. Can't bring the dead back to life. The reason for burying Xiao Wuxi and expecting him to come back to life was because Xiao Wuxi was not supposed to be dead. Or not dead through. He comprehended the true meaning of moving from death to life. An ray of life was born in the midst of endless death. This strand of life, though tiny, was like a seed. As long as it exists, there is always hope that it will grow into a great tree. At that time, it would be the time for Xiao Wuxi to rise from the dead and live a third life. And Ginger Louie, when Ben dies, he dies. She couldn't save it either. But now, those 2 immortal flames, after Jiang Liui's self-fall, protected her divine soul and sealed it in the immortal flames. Therefore, it was considered not dead. Exactly. Not dead through. Although, saving her would require a great price to be paid, but all of these costs should be nothing to Xiao Wuxi. The couple, both of them, were like this, leaving a ray of life after their deaths, making the imperial daughter feel that this might be the providence of the underworld. Therefore, it was even more certain that Xiao Wuxi could pull through and live out his third life. The thought of it lightened her mood. A little. Collected Jiang Liui's body and immortal flame. Xiao Wuxi could withstand the massive amount of primordial force here. But she, Jiang Liui, could not. The Imperial Maiden left with Jiang Liui. Xiao Wuxi was dormant in the 10 Earth's source land. Outside. Why did it even turn out this way? Xiao Yuanmei's tears flowed and his eyes were red with incomparable grief. Although, she was forcibly suppressed by Xiao Wuxi and forced to become a maid, she had long returned to her heart and was completely loyal to Xiao Wuxi. And now that this was the case, of course she was grieving. Luo Zhoufu's situation was a bit better. She hadn't been following Xiao Wuxi for very long. But, instead, it didn't go. Instead, they stood guard in front of the entrance to the 10 Earth Source land. Of course, it was said to be the entrance to the 10 Earth Source land. But in fact, It was no longer possible to enter the 10 Earth source land. The temporary space channel that had been formed earlier broke off. There was no telling when the next 10 Earth source land would come out. More than that, I don't know where it will be. If your son doesn't come out of the world, I will also fall asleep again in guard for eternity, Luo Jiufu said. She was similarly stung by Zhao's invincible charm. Be willing to be a follower of the invincible Xiao Xiao. It's not just the two of them. A large number of Xiao Wuxi's followers descended from the sky and chose to station themselves here, waiting for Xiao Wuxi to come out. As long as Xiao Wuxi didn't come out of the world, they wouldn't leave. That's it. Time passes. In this world, there has never been a lack of legends, much less a lack of legends. The wind and clouds changed, and an ultimate heavenly pride, awakening from the little immortal ancient, shocked the world and drew the attention of countless people. As soon as they were born, they revealed their transcendent greatness. Explore all the secret realms and blessed places that come out one after another. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years passed. Xiao Wuxi's name had been briefly forgotten. The world, that is. The old king falls and a new king is born. Have you heard? The imperial road is finally opening. In this life, just who will achieve greatness? Is it the mysterious banished immortal? Or the 6-crown King Ningboat? Or maybe the 10 crowns ancient son of heaven? A message spreads that the imperial road is going to be opened. At that moment, heaven and earth were agitated, and the 9 heavens and 10 lands all set off shocking waves. All of the living beings, all of them were incredibly excited. Their faces showed excitement, and they were talking, very frantic, all of them very much looking forward to it. This world is the golden age. On the road of emperors, the fights of the heavenly prides would definitely exceed everyone's imagination. Not to mention, there might be even bigger surprises to follow. But those few heavenly pride giants that were stirring up countless storm clouds right now had already amazed countless people. Rumor has it that they all possess the perfect immortal seed, and, all about to be perfectly refined. It was unimaginable that one day, so many perfect heavenly prides, seeds that could become mythical great emperors, had come out all together. Chapter 202 The Immortal World Descends. Shocking Secrets of the Past. 203. Chapter 201 Immortal Realm Descends. Shocking Secrets of the Past. The rumor that the Emperor Road would open caused the entire 3,000 immortal realms to be unsettled. After another 3 months, 10,000 visions appeared in the sky above the entire 3,000 immortal realms. These visions formed a party of perfect worlds, as if they were immortal realms, full of immortal aura. There were mountain ranges, plains, deserts, oceans, sacred palaces, ancient forbidden places, and ancient beasts with strong and incomparably tyrannical breaths. These visions, very strange. For, in the past, there have been visions of this magnitude, but, with each other, there is no connection. For example, Xiao Wufei had attracted countless visions many times because he was too heaven-defying. However, those visions were all various independent individuals, such as purple chi coming from the east, saints worshipping, a bright moon on the sea, dragons and phoenixes presenting auspiciousness, and so on. And, at this moment, in the sky above the 3,000 immortal realms, countless visions formed the shadow of a world. This is a sign that has never been seen before. Could it be a vision of the opening of the Emperor's path? Wasn't it recently rumored that the Emperor Road was about to open? How? Before, the Emperor Road has been opened countless times without this happening. This kind of vision caused countless cultivators in the 3,000 immortal realms to be so alarmed and misplaced that they were actually scared, thinking that this could be an evil omen, worried that the shenanigans on the other side of the boundary sea are going to hit. Of course, there are those who feel that this could be an auspicious omen. Maybe it's the legendary immortal gate that's opening up. In this life, someone may have to become immortal. It's possible. This world is the legendary golden age. Countless heavenly pride juniors have come out. Even the perfection grade heavenly pride is suspected to have appeared several times. In the past, they were all capable of becoming perfect great emperors. If you don't do a good job as a perfect great emperor, why do you want to come out with a brain and then inwardly scroll? They're obviously trying to become immortal. The crowd of cultivators guessed. They went through their own speculations, and actually described these contents, giving a vivid description, as if they were real, without any surprises, directly in the 3,000 immortal realms. It set off shockwaves. It wasn't just the 3,000 immortal realms. The other 8 heavens and the 9 heavens were all like this. One was so excited that he almost orgasmed in place. Become immortal. This is what all monks must live for. Who doesn't look forward to this day? Even if one's own natural talent and strength were insufficient, it was a great fortune to be able to see someone ascend to immortality with one's own eyes. In the future, you can also brag to your children and grandchildren about how great you were and how you have seen immortals. Seen immortals in a time when there were no immortals. Especially, that immortal, Or the immortal who boarded the door and became an immortal under his own watchful eye? Of course, there are those who are worried. They were very terrified, incredibly scared, and emotionally dripping. Because, in their view, when the gods fight, mortals suffer. Those heavenly prides that were hidden from the world, now a brain, like a dumpling, came out in order to suppress all the enemies, and then became an emperor and an immortal alone. Naturally, the fight will turn upside down. At that time, if the war escalated, the forces behind these formerly unseen prides also went down, then all 9 heavens may be shattered. This is not alarmist and appalling. Rather, it really could happen. After all, this could involve the Tao fruit of immortality. In short, various versions of the perfect world vision that appeared in the sky above were rumored in the outside world, all sweeping across the 8 wastelands like a tidal wave. On the other hand, the various immortal forces and invincible Tao lineages were relatively calm, especially the old-timers. This is indeed an immortal projection. The immortal world might be opening up. However, it is only possible. The supreme beings, with their stony expressions, were not very happy. In the latter part of the immortal ancient era, the world was shattered and 2 fragments were formed, one of which, the smaller fragment, was the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This world fragment, after countless battles, eventually cracked into the present-day 9 heavens and 10 earths. The large fragment of the world, on the other hand, circled the earth and disappeared into the universe Qiankuan, calling itself the immortal realm. Although, the immortal world belonged to the larger piece of that world fragment. Initially, the cultivation environment of the 9 heavens and 10 lands was not too different from the immortal world, and after countless years of evolution, the 9 heavens and 10 lands continued to decline, and the environment for cultivation became harsher and harsher, and the fairy world stays the same. The cultivation environment, therefore, took on a state of crushing the 9 heavens and 10 lands. There is an original reason for all this. Originally, when the Realm Sea was in trouble and the weird army was pressing in, the immortal realm and the 9 heavens and 10 lands should have been fighting against it together. However, the fairy world ran away. The group of ancient and powerful existences in the immortal world thought that the 9 heavens and 10 lands would be able to fight against the Realm Sea on their own, and that they were not needed. So, decisively draw back, even if, in doing so, there was a high possibility of provoking dissatisfaction on the side of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, causing the 9 heavens and 10 lands to also give up resisting the Realm Sea. When that time came, the boundary sea would kill, and both realms would be bizarrely eroded and completely extinguished, because they were certain that the 9 heavens and 10 lands would not let go of their resistance to the boundary sea as they did. As expected, on the side of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, although they were incomparably indignant and annoyed to the extreme at what the immortal world side had done, but it didn't give up on itself and die with the immortal world, letting go of its resistance. In this way, the immortal world, because of its shamelessness, chose to seal itself and retain its strength, while the 9 heavens and 10 lands, over the countless years and the bizarre engagements in the sea of boundaries, had their underpinnings beaten away little by little. The environment of heaven and earth is becoming more and more hostile. In particular, as time passed, after the immortal world could completely crush the 9 heavens and 10 lands, it instead rode on top of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and not only did it not help to resist the bizarre army on the other side of the Realm Sea, and behind the scenes, constantly making small moves, the immortal trail was manifested without moving, and the heavenly prides within the 9 heavens and 10 lands, who had the greatest talent and had been born by seizing the creation of the heavens and earth, were guided within the immortal realm. Even more so, they would entice some ancient and dying supreme beings to enter the immortal realm and work as oxen and horses. With that favorable cultivation environment in the immortal world, naturally, there was not much need for these heavenly prides and supreme beings to join. In doing so, it was only necessary to siphon off the chi and Tao of the 9 heavens and 10 lands to make up for the decline of the immortal realm. Although the enclosure sealed itself, it was impossible to do so, completely sealing it without leaving a single gap, and there would be a small amount of origin and chi flowing out. Don't look, these losses are very small, but the timeline stretches out and there is a gradual decline. This is still the 9 heavens and 10 lands have not declined too much, and there are still big brothers sitting in the town. Similarly, the immortal world also needs the 9 heavens and 10 lands to resist the boundary sea, so they don't dare to do too much. Otherwise, the 9 heavens and 10 lands would only be completely enslaved by the immortal world. It was also because of these that those old antiquities of the peerless Tao system and the immortal forces who knew the inside story revealed boredom, their anger burning vaguely. Only, it is followed by sadness. A great world has descended and countless heavenly prides have come forth, and among them, there are many perfect heavenly prides with amazing fortunes. This immortal world is clearly beating them to the punch. If we really let them have their way, then we in the 9 heavens and 10 lands will only go straight to decline. Some of the grumpy ones even directly curse it angrily. A bunch of sons of ES. Believe it or not, we won't resist the realm C either. We'll just stop living. Chapter 203, Immortal Envoy's Pride. Opportunity to become an immortal. Chapter 204. Chapter 202, Immortal Envoy's High Pride. Opportunity to become an immortal. After that vision descended over the 9 heavens and 10 earths, it never dissipated. Not only did it not dissipate, but it became more and more solid. It was as if there really was a party of immortal realm that was about to descend. This kind of immortal miracle caused countless cultivators and living beings to become more and more restless, with apprehension, nervousness and trepidation in their hearts. After a few more months, a scene that shocked all living beings happened. In this immortal realm void, a line of people actually came down? Really? Could it be that this is really the legendary immortal world? Those people, are they the immortal ambassadors? The crowd marveled, and upon hearing the rumors, each one of them cried out in shock, swallowing their saliva in disbelief. If it were not for the fact that this scene had been seen by too many people and countless people had testified to it, perhaps the world would not have believed it at all. In fact, their suspicions were not wrong. Someone really descended from the immortal world. These filthy reptiles, they seemed to be happy. The line of people descending from the immortal world was incomparably arrogant, with a transcendent temperament. The whole body was holy, glittering with dazzling immortal light, and on the surface of the body was covered with a special transparent sphere, like a bubble hit. They're right in the middle of the big bubble. They felt that the 9 heavens and 10 lands were too dirty, and thus, not wishing to be involved with the 9 heavens and 10 lands, they created this treasure to isolate them from the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Although, it didn't really help, but it can discuss the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It's more than enough to show that they're different. As a result, they loved it, and almost all fairy angels wore such bubbles when they descended. We are the descendants of immortals. These dirty and lowly reptiles were not even qualified to look up to us in the past. Now, we have descended to give them a taste of our own medicine. They are naturally grateful. Moreover, we will give them the hope of becoming immortal. They're excited as crazy as they should be. A middle-aged man at the head of the group, immortal and very proud, said. Indeed, in the middle of the crowd, a young man wearing blue robes with arrogance written all over his face and contempt in his eyes looked around indifferently. Let Ningbot, banished immortal, an ancient celestial son, come and pay their respects. His name was East Emperor Blue Eucalyptus. He was the first son of a major immortal cultivation family in the immortal world, and he had the highest status among this group of immortal ambassadors. The immortal light on his body was the most piercing, and his nostrils were raised to the highest level, not looking at people at all, and his flamboyant aura was like substance. He opened his mouth and then asked several existences that were suspected to be perfect heavenly prides that were the most popular during this period of time to come and pay their respects to him. The condescending stance caused countless powerful people who were paying attention to them to burn with rage, but there was nothing to be done. Behind the other party was the immortal world. This group of people were all the sons of those several worldly families in the immortal realm that had immortals sitting on them. Honorable beyond measure. Not something they can mess with. Soon, the words of the Eastern Emperor's Blue Eucalyptus reached the ears of exiled immortal and the others. Several people didn't respond. Think answering to a bunch of cuties is a waste of time. So, after a long wait, this group of noble immortal realm members had displeasure written all over their faces and were burning with anger. What an ignorance! A bunch of lowly reptiles. When they see the immortal envoy, it's fine if they don't take the initiative to kneel and greet him. The immortal envoy summoned you and others to come and kneel to worship. How dare you not come? The Eastern Emperor's Blue Eucalyptus was furious, and he was almost ready to go on a rampage to punish the entire 3,000 immortal realm's living beings. In fact, they also knew that those few perfect celestial pride, with their pride, would not hibernate so easily. However, what made them truly furious was that they had descended until now, but no one had greeted them. Just leave them straight out to dry. Previously, they had been high and mighty, scornful of all living beings, treating the cultivators of the 3,000 immortal realms as reptiles. But now, the creeps weren't even bothering with them. It gave them a feeling of being punched in the face. The mind is irritated. It's just a matter of destroying a few forces. Let them know our prowess. There was a maiden, named Guru Tujiu, who opened her mouth in a high and proud manner. With that, he was about to make a move against several forces throughout the neighborhood, intending to teach the living beings of the 3,000 immortal realms a lesson with a thunderous strike. The other teenage girls from the immortal realm all had flashes in their eyes and intended to do so. May not. The middle-aged man who was leading the group, his face changed slightly and he hurriedly stopped it. There are no immortals in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, but there are existences that are infinitely close to immortals. That's a clear statement. The 9 heavens and 10 lands were indeed barren and dirty for the immortal world. Casually descending 1 or 2 immortals would be able to sweep across the entire 9 heavens and 10 lands. But this group of them were not immortals, just immortal ambassadors. If they really pissed off the other party, and the other party's old antiquity struck out and wiped them out with the lift of a hand, they would not even have a place to complain about their grievances. They did have honorable status, and the forces behind them all had immortals sitting on their backs. But were those immortals really willing to go to war with the 9 heavens and 10 lands for the sake of their group of juniors? Then, Dong Wang Blue Eucalyptus became more and more irritated. His forehead veins rippled. His face was fierce. He had never received this kind of aggravation. Don't worry. We come from the immortal realm and are immortal ambassadors. So why do we need to personally go out and just move our mouths? There will be countless people serving us. The middle-aged man laughed out loud. Then, to the front, noble and proud, posture held high, a slight hint of charity tone said, the immortal gate has been opened, and today 3 people will be chosen to ascend to immortality. These words were directly transmitted throughout the 3,000 immortal realms and the 10 lands, and had it not been for the fact that the 9 heavens and the 10 lands had long been isolated and only connected at specific moments, his words would have even been able to spread throughout the 9 heavens and the 10 lands, and as his words landed, the entire 3,000 immortal realms directly stirred. My God, really? Is it really the immortal world? The immortal realm actually came? To pick 3 people and enter the immortal world? To become the legendary immortals? I'm really not dreaming, am I? Becoming an immortal. This is the dream of countless great emperors. To have it happen to us one day. Countless cultivators and celestial pride. Dumbstruck. Their minds blank. Thrilled and excited to the extreme. One by one. All shouting. They're about to witness history. Originally, the only people who knew the origins of these immortal ambassadors, and even more so, the purpose of these immortal ambassadors, were the top-tier or ancient immortal forces and invincible Tao lineages. Now that they informed the world in this manner, countless forces and heavenly prides came alive in their hearts. If he kneels and licks his way up, he might get some reward. This is a fairy ambassador. Serve them well and reward them with whatever they want, and it's enough to get them off the ground. In particular, some of the heavenly prides were even more fired up about that immortalization quota. Here's our chance. These 3 slots are obviously reserved for exiled immortal and the 3 of them. But the 3 of them are so conceited that they even dare to ignore the call of the immortal envoy. If we do well, the immortal envoy might give us 1 or 2 of these spots. If we do well. Thus, without any surprises, a large number of cultivators who were self-consciously powerful, and celestial pride who were self-consciously amazingly talented, surrounded this group of immortal ambassadors with faces full of fawning and acted as lackeys. Ha ha ha, truly a bunch of lowly reptiles. The anger on East Emperor Blue Eucalyptus' face dissipated a bit, and the arrogance and disdain on his face became even more intense as he felt the compliments of these heavenly prides and powerhouses. Chapter 204, Offspring of Sinful Blood, Triumvirate Ningship. Chapter 205. Chapter 203, Sinful Blood Offspring, Triumvirate Ningship. The descent of the immortal envoys had indeed attracted a considerable amount of fluctuation. The attention of the crowd, however, did not last long in this regard, because the emperor's path had opened. Boom, boom, boom. First, purple chi came from the east, saints offered gifts, divine beasts cried, and countless visions covered the sky, suppressing the immortal realm's virtual shadow, causing the group of immortal ambassadors from the immortal realm to be extremely displeased, but they had nothing to say. Though they are proud of themselves, they do not try to compete with the heavens. The imperial road is finally open. This world is definitely an unprecedented great world. Not only have 3 suspected perfect celestial pride appeared, but the ultimate celestial pride are all countless, and even the immortal envoys have descended. Their fight is bound to be beyond brilliant. We're about to witness history. At this moment, everyone was concentrating and staring at the Emperor Road, wanting to see the heavenly prides enter the Emperor Road and fight, without any surprises. With the opening of the Emperor's Road, the heavenly prides of the various forces that had been snowed under, the hidden masters, all appeared one after another. There was an ancient imperial dynasty that sacrificed everything, whether it was dignitaries or commoners, and used it to extract the supreme dragon chi and give it to the inheritor of their dynasty, causing the dragon chi to stretch for 30,000 miles. Shocking the entire 3,000 immortal realms. There is also a horrible mysterious great religion's holy maiden came out of the world, refining the corner of the heaven and earth cracked open and fell into the immortal seed, immortal chi floating, compassionate and helpful to the world, attracting countless heavenly pride to follow. Others saw a young man, standing at the peak of 10,000 feet, feeding on the 9 heavens Xian lay to quench himself. It was rumored that this was a nearly pure-blooded descendant of the Thunder Emperor. using half of the Thunder Tribulation pool as an immortal seed. All in all, countless immortal realms, the terrifying heavenly pride of the roaming forces, all came out. No more hiding. In the past, they chose to sleep and seal themselves for today. On top of that, news came in from the burial ground. The corpse of an ancient half-step immortal, under the mysterious power of the burial soil, was born with a spirit and became a burial heavenly pride. Wherever he passed, the death aura swept for miles and miles, and there were thousands of saints' fallen silhouettes suspended left and right. Their breaths were terrifying to the extreme, comparable to top-tier celestial pride. On the foreign side, someone saw a true dragon come out of the world. It was definitely a supreme true dragon, and his dragon roar resounded through the heavens and earth, and it even caused 9 ancestral dragon shadows of different colors to hover in the sky. These 9 ancestral dragons were the children of the true dragons that were honored as the 10 fowls, and although they were all of the dragon race, they were each different. The body also represents 9 special powers. In the end, the 9 ancestral dragon shadows, converging together, fell into the body of that peerless true dragon. It was also said that a pure-blooded true phoenix had appeared in the true phoenix nest. The compulsion wasn't any worse than that absolute true dragon. All of them are legendary 10 fierce beings that are infinitely close to pure blood. The heavens and the earth were in complete agitation. In the past, it was difficult to see so many top-tier heavenly prides for hundreds of generations. But today, they were all seen. This 9 heavens and 10 earths is not useless, the immortal ambassadors said with incomparable pride. Although, the natural talent of these heavenly prides shocked even them. The moment they thought that these were lowly reptiles of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, a sense of arrogance came from within. So what if you're gifted? Still have to kneel to them? It's only because their family has an immortal sitting in their family. As you have seen the immortal envoy, why don't you kneel down and worship? We will grant you the opportunity to become immortals. The Eastern Emperor Blue Eucalyptus proudly said, as long as they serve as slaves for 1,000,000 years. The other immortal ambassadors also posed, intending to recruit a few slaves. However, there was not a single top-tier heavenly pride that came their way. All chose to ignore it. This upsets them more and more. Although, they had opened their mouths before and recruited the allegiance of quite a few heavenly prides and powerhouses, all of which were very flattering. None of them were in their eyes. Boom! After most of the top heavenly prides had entered the Emperor Road, a figure with a dragon walking and a tiger striding, with skyrocketing immortal light raging behind it and endless auspiciousness floating, stepped forward. With every step he took, the heavens and earth seemed to collapse by one point. The man was imposing and incomparably decent, causing everyone to be instinctively alarmed. It's him, minor immortal ancient giant, suspected perfection level heavens pride Ning Ship. The crowd gasped out in shock. This person was no other than one of the 3 giants of the lesser immortal ancient. Ning Ship. He was very ancient, sleeping for countless years, and even the forces behind him seemed to have perished, but with his strong natural talent, he had gotten the bets of countless bigwigs. The talent is unparalleled, and the immortal blood is incomparably noble. Even more so, he refined an immortal arm into an immortal seed, passing through the heavens and the earth. Just one appearance, the king's aura of dominance is leaking out, causing countless contemporary prides to willingly submit. Many royal maidens and saints have long been deeply convinced, secretly inclined to the heart. The heart sinks. He didn't directly enter the Emperor Road like those top-tier celestial pride before him, but instead, he was blocking the entrance of the Emperor Road. What's he doing? Someone was shocked and puzzled. He's looking for sinful blood. Rumor has it that he is a descendant of the immortals of our 9 heavens and 10 lands who fought off the weirdness in the Boundary Sea, and that his ancestor had created others to betray him. And the group that betrayed him has died though. But, we still have their descendants in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. He calls these descendants, the blood of sin. All these years, although he's been sleeping almost all the time, he's also been constantly searching for sinful blood to slay. A heavenly pride and strong man who knew the ancient secret explained. So it is. This is more or less unorthodox to do so, isn't it? What happened on the other side of the Boundary Sea still involves our side. People are dead, and they still want to cause trouble to their children and grandchildren? The Boundary Sea side isn't even pursuing the matter. It's him, Ning Ship, who's pursuing it all the time. Besides, there's no conclusive conclusion as to whether sin blood is sin blood or not. It's all just the Ning Ship side of the story. Some celestial pride and cultivators frowned. Thinks the Ning Ship went too far. In particular, there was no such thing as sin blood offspring on the side of the realm sea, much less any instructions conveyed down. It can't be helped. Who made Ning Boat strong enough? His bloodline, bearing in mind the karma of the past. If he encounters sinful blood, he can directly sense it, and he can also inspire the other party's sinful blood, drawing a long rainbow from the sky. Due to that, his natural talent is too powerful. Countless forces and heavenly prides, want to curry favor with him. Then the operation to clear the blood of sin was opened. Countless people died. Someone added, at the end of the day, this topic, the crowd tacitly chose to ignore it, not wanting to talk about it too deeply and then be retaliated against by the Ningboat. And in the meantime, the other two suspected perfect-level heavenly prides also finally appeared. One was an exiled immortal, who had pitted and killed 100 heavenly prides and used them to harbor the 5 elemental immortal seeds and perfected his own fusion of the 5 elemental immortal seeds. Dressed in white, holding a jade flute in his hand, he was transcendent, with a transcendent temperament, giving off a feeling as if he were an immortal descending from the heavens. Beneath his feet, the light of the 5 elements spread out into an avenue that continued all the way to the Emperor Road. The crowd's pupils shrunk. This is a complete fusion of the 5 elements immortal seeds. The suspicion in his title of suspected perfect grade heavenly pride can already be removed completely. There was only one criterion for the evaluation of the perfect heavenly pride, and that was the perfect fusion of the perfect immortal seed. Exile has done it. Chapter 205, There is nothing on earth that we share with the world. 10 Treasure Bone Immortal Seed. Chapter 206.204, Xiao Wushai emerges. 10 Treasure Bone Immortal Seed. In addition to this, another ancient celestial son, who was suspected to be a perfect grade heavenly pride, similarly appeared in the world, with an upright stance, a dragon's walk, constant visions, and thousands of meteorological signs, displaying imperial majesty beyond imagination, with an astonishingly flamboyant and incomparably gorgeous aura on his body. His appearance, even more amazing, majestic hair, soared eyebrows into the temples, eyes like a bright star, nose like a hanging gall, jade tree, as if a dragon-cold phoenix chick, figure upright. As he descended, the entire 3,000 immortal realms trembled and the great Tao shook, causing the hearts of countless living beings to tremble. If exiled immortal's aura was that of an immortal, and Ning Ship's aura was that of a king, then his aura was that of an ancient emperor, overbearing to the core. Every move looks down on the world. Today, the 3 suspected perfection grade celestial pride gathered together, and before the Emperor Road, countless figures appeared, densely packed. They were all immortal forces and invincible Tao cultivators from all walks of life, rushing to watch as they sensed the 3 of them descending. They looked in unison, each one shocked, worthy of being a perfect grade heavenly pride. You can tell it's extraordinary just by looking at the face. This is too handsome and charming, countless people exclaimed, not to mention the natural talent of these 3, just by looking at this appearance, which was handsome to the extreme. It was completely worthy of the title of perfect grade heavenly pride for the 3 of them. A perfect person at a glance. Pity. Heavenly Xiao is invincible and handsome too. Not worse than them at all. Even a little more handsome. If he's still alive, he might actually be able to match them. Some beings felt pity when they thought of Xiao Wuxi. This was supposed to be a perfect heavenly pride as well, or of their era. Not a pity. He's too high profile. If, like these 3, he also hides and is not so arrogant, he will be fine. With the background of the Ling Xiao dynasty, it's entirely possible to get him a near-perfect grade immortal seed. A heavenly pride commented. He thinks that Xiao Wuxi's death is not worth it, and that it is all his own doing. This world is a big one, and there are people beyond the sky. High-profile people never have anything but a dead end. What are you guys talking about? My Highness has not yet perished. He's just slumbering. Some of Xiao Wuxi's followers were very annoyed to hear these arguments and couldn't help but argue. But, as they talk, they are not getting up to speed. The reason was simple. Although Xiao Wuxi still had a little bit of life left in him when he was buried in the 10 earthly origins, it was still a bit difficult for him to use it to live out his 3rd life. Are you sure you want to block what you call sinful blood here? The exiled immortal descended to the world, seeing the Ning ship in front of the entrance to the Emperor's path, and indifferently said, Ning Boat's aura flourished, immortal radiance blossoming, and behind him there was a vague shadow of an immortal, terrifying breath, pouring out in all directions. What do you mean by that? Ning ship said icily. I am saving you. Exiled immortal laughed. What you call sinful blood is not sinful blood, but was once a former hero that we all went to honor. When you were in the little immortal ancient, you claimed the throne and killed a few sinful bloods. It was because someone characterized it as a heavenly pride fight, and you would be obliterated if you deliberately set off this kind of bloodline cleansing for no reason. Are you going to fight me? Ning ship didn't listen, but instead, his killing intent flared up, wanting to make a move against exiled immortal. Exiled immortal shook his head slightly, and seeing that Ning ship's mind was made up, he stopped dissuading him. Strictly speaking, on the Emperor's Road, all the heavenly prides were his opponents, but if they were in the realm sea, these heavenly prides, on the other hand, were all his friends, which was why he had advised him. Since, having been dissuaded, His mind had already been made up. He didn't dwell on it. Nodding his head with the ancient celestial sun, as if to say hello, he leapt and stepped into the Emperor's path. Fellow Taoists, let's show our true colors in the middle of the Emperor Road. Exiled immortal laughed out loud. Gutenberg followed closely behind. Junluo, Xiao Wufei has already fallen, and my boss is the perfect heavenly pride Ningship. You be my woman now. It's the right thing to do. Otherwise, the great world struggle. But your Jiang clan has no heavenly pride that can hold its own, and will be doomed to extinction. In the Jiang clan, a man with a feminine look and a shadowy brow looked at Jiang Junluo in front of him, the corners of his mouth rising, revealing an arc as his gaze was undisguised. He was the previous divine son of the Jun family, Jun Bashang, barbarian ancient saint body. Although, having developed the saint body to the extreme, it was still a bit worse than the barbaric ancient saint body, heavy pupil, and other physiques, with the limit being 3 lifetimes of invincibility. Then, he entered the little immortal ancient to slumber and seal himself, hoping to take his chances and get some chance to change his destiny against the heavens. As it turned out, it really did run into him. In the lesser immortal ancient, he chased down and killed a person who turned out to be a sin-blood offspring, and as a result, he was favored by Ningship and became his follower. Such as Ningship, this kind of heavenly pride, if you really count, that is the board of 9 invincible postures. The reason it's 9 generations is because 9 represents the pole. As long as Ningship wanted to, he could be invincible, not to mention 9 lifetimes, but even 100. Thus, Jun Bashang was considered to have reached heaven in one step. Feeling Jun Bashang's gaze, Jiang Junluo frowned slightly in displeasure, especially the words that came out of his mouth. Are you looking for death? Jiang Junluo didn't spoil the situation and directly frowned. She was originally in the lower realms as well, waiting for Xiao Wuxi to recover. However, it was recruited by the Jiang family. At first she thought there was something big going on, but she didn't realize that the Jiang family was trying to set her up with this Jun Bashang. She laughed outright in exasperation at the news. It's just ridiculous. Do you really think she's cargo? She was flamboyant, but not without a bottom line. Previously, the Jiang family had betrothed her to Jun Zizai without permission. She ate and drank from the Jiang family, unable to refuse, having no choice but to accept. But Jun Zizai's body fell. She has already made a choice, willing to follow Xiao Wao enemy, to be Xiao Wao enemy's common maid, and marry Xiao Wao enemy together with Jiang Lui, born as Xiao Wuxi's man, died as Xiao Wuxi's ghost. Now, the Jiang family was actually planning to set her up with Jun Bashang again. She left straight away. As a result, who knew that this Jun Bashang would be so insensitive as to directly block the door? Jun Bashang's face instantly grimaced. A terrifying killing intent filled the air. Xiao Wuxi is dead. But, he killed my clan's heavenly pride. This revenge will definitely be settled. When my son achieves mythical emperor status, that will be the time when the Ling Xiao heavenly kingdom will fall. Jun Bashang snorted coldly and arrogantly. He was already proud of himself. No matter what, he was an invincible heavenly pride of the 3 worlds, and now that he had embraced his thighs, he naturally became more and more high profile. Jiang Liui shook her head bashfully and said icily, you should still worry about the Jun family behind you. There was a time when she was as proud as Jun Bashang, but after she met Xiao Wuxi, she realized how foolish she was back then. Ningship was indeed amazingly gifted, but compared to Xiao Wuxia, it was nothing. With that, her breath soared and she charged across the room. She was also a saint body, only stronger and not weaker than Jun Bashang, and when she drove her quasi-emperor weapon to come, no one dared to stop her at all. By now, you still want to go to the lower world. It's not working. Invincible Xiao is dead through and through, and I will prove to you that I am the one who can shelter your Jiang family. At that time, you will willingly become my woman. The corners of Jun Bashang's mouth tilted as he laughed evilly. It was as if he had eaten Jun Bashang. As for Jiang Junluo, who was in the lower realm, a line of clear tears could not help but seep out of her eyes, incomparably aggrieved. Invincible, how much longer do you have to sleep? If you sleep any longer, your followers, all of them, will be liquidated. She landed at the place where the passage to the 10 Earth Source land disappeared. Here were a host of tracers of what Xiao Wuxi had once been. They're all waiting for the revival of Xiao Wei's invincibility. Though, as time passed, their hearts grew more and more bleak and desperate. They watched as the Emperor's path appeared and countless celestial pride made their magnificent debut, with only curtains falling in their hearts. Maybe there really is no hope. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, the Emperor's road had been opened for 3 years. At this moment, it seemed as if the entire world had forgotten about Xiao Wuxia's existence. And just then, the lower realm shook as the 10 Earth Source lands reappeared, and an aura familiar to the world swept across the 8 wastelands. Chapter 206, cultivating 3 channels of immortal chi. No one before or since. 207. Chapter 205, cultivating 3 immortal chi. No one before or since. On this day, the 10 earths were agitated, and a vast and incomparable aura rose up into the sky. It made the mountains shake and the space turbulent. It was like the descent of the immortal king and the return of the god of war. This movement is invincible. Jiang Jinluo's eyes snapped wide open, with nothing but shock and delight in them. It wasn't just her. All of the followers in the lower realms who were waiting for Xiao Wuxia to recover were all shaken and excited. In their minds, there was only one voice at the moment. That was that their male son, Xiao Wuxi, was going to be revived. This commotion directly drew the attention of the 8 directions, and all living beings were trembling in their hearts and minds. Incomparably unbelievable. No, is it hard to believe that he's really going to make it? Live out the 3rd life? This is simply harder than becoming a perfect great heavenly pride. An ancient supreme being exclaimed in shock. Not that he hadn't seen the world before, but this kind of scene was simply not there. Historically, neither existed. There were few perfect great heavens pride chi, but one would emerge every million years. But there had never been anyone who had lived out 3 lives in the non-great emperor realm. It was the immortal ancient, and it was only recorded that someone had lived a 2nd life, not a 3rd. Invincible. It's really coming true? In the heavenly dynasty, all the clan elders were spirited and excited, almost jumping up and down with excitement. The celestial dynasty clan elders had no regrets, but because they had failed to protect Xiao Wuxi, they had one more regret in their hearts, and the only regret. Now, seeing that Xiao Wuxi was vaguely showing signs of living a 3rd life, he was naturally ecstatic. Boom, boom, boom. This time, they didn't give anyone a chance, directly descending to the 10 lands and guarding the surroundings. The heavenly pride of the dynasty, the ancient freaks, also came out in all their numbers. Whoever dares to make a move will be destroyed. Inside the 10 Earth's source land, the surrounding energy completely disappeared and was refined by Xiao Wuxi. It's very scary. After all, this 10 Earth source land had the potential to spawn an 11th Earth realm. As a result, all of the primordial energy within was absorbed by Xiao Wuxi. The energy in here, how thick is it? It was the supreme powerhouses that could use this to absorb it and thus make a breakthrough. And even if becoming an emperor wasn't easy, becoming a quasi-imperialist would be a breeze, not to mention Xiao Invincible. At this moment, Xiao Wuxi's body was as good as new. A strand of vitality, wrapped in the sky of dead air, was like floating above the sea, but with the absorption of the original power of the outside world. This strand of vitality was like a fire that ignited the sea of oil. It skyrocketed. Countless runes filled with Tao rhythms shone all around, appearing and disappearing on Xiao Wuxi's side. Xiao Peerless' aura became incomparably terrifying, and was simply incomparable to before. The 3rd life. It doesn't seem so hard. Xiao Wuxi's voice rang out, encompassing the 8 wastes. It caused the entire 10 Earth's source land to tremble. His body blossomed with spiritual light. All the secret realms of life were filled with vitality. And finally in the sea of consciousness, a divine soul slowly revived. Invincible Xiao finally lived out his 3rd life. His white clothes were like snow, his black hair flowing, and his entire aura, strong to the extreme. Sage realm consummation. This is his realm. If, however, it is only that. It is nothing. After all, today's heavenly prides were countless in the saint realm. However, behind him, there were 3 immortal chi suspended, each of which was vast in vicissitudes, full of the majesty of the immortal Tao and possessing infinite possibilities. With a single immortal chi, one could be in the position of being invincible for 5 lifetimes, and be called the ultimate celestial pride. With 2 immortal chi, one could preserve the invincible stance of the 7 worlds and claim fantasy heavenly pride. If you have 3 immortal chi, you will be the invincible posture of the 9 worlds, and you will be called the perfect heavenly pride. The world only knows that the 10 murderous treasure bones, each of which is a top-tier immortal seed, are capable of helping one cultivate 2 immortal chi. The corners of Xiao Wuxi's mouth rose, incomparably proud, and the world doesn't realize that the 10 murderous treasure bones can be used as an immortal seed. If refined, it is no weaker than the 5 elements immortal seed. It was during his slumber that he melted the 10 fierce treasure bones into his own immortal seed, through which he cultivated 3 immortal chi. The 10 fierce treasure bones, when refined as an immortal seed, were incomparably difficult. However, Xiao Wufei already had the roots to become an immortal, and had the 3 great supreme physiques. So after 20 years of dormancy in this 10 Earth source land, fusing the 10 fierce treasure bones into the immortal seed was simply not too easy. His 3 lines of immortal chi, full and abundant, were obviously extremely perfect. This also caused his qualifications to skyrocket, reaching a point where he could claim invincibility among the invincible heavenly prides of the 9 worlds. A true perfect level heavenly pride. In particular, although 20 years had passed outside, he had been asleep. Even though he was now 40 years old, the time he had spent practicing was very short. A few great physiques that simply hadn't been developed to the extreme. Because, every time one lives out a life, their natural talent and strength can gain a substantial increase. Xiao Wuxi lived out his third life. Even if his own physique was far from developed, he was already invincible for 9 lives, a perfect level heavenly pride. And if he continued to develop those 3 peerless physiques, his natural talent would continue to skyrocket, ultimately beyond perfection, become the strongest posture in the ages. Developing a physique isn't difficult. As long as there are enough materials, it's possible at any time. Xiao Wuxi's expression tightened and did not fluctuate too much. His Ling Xiao Divine Emperor body, Heavenly Emperor bone, and Sun Heavy pupil, with the experience of his predecessors, were all fixed invincible paths that did not need to be planned, and by moving steadily forward, he could make waves to the end. He is concerned about the path of the body as a seed. Whether it's melting the strongest immortal seed or developing your physique to the extreme, you can only reach the limits of this world, not transcend it. Unless one walks out on an overwhelming path of transcendence that no one has been able to walk out on since the beginning of time, Xiao Wufei said blandly. And the only way to do that is to use your body as a seed. Good thing. Living out 9 lives and using one's body as a seed are dissimilar and have similarities. Xiao Wuxi's eyes flickered slightly. He had already lived out his third life and had a clearer sense of taking on the body as a seed. Knowing roughly how the road goes, to use one's body as a seed, although it is emphasized that one should not look outward, it also needs to be stimulated by external forces. I have enough internal power. External stimulus is needed now. When, internally and externally, a balance is reached, that is the critical moment for the fulfillment of the seed in the body. It's not hard to come to this realization. Some great emperors who had passed through the heavens and the earth were also able to comprehend it after living out their third life. But, even if they comprehended it, it was useless, because, having already become an emperor, the Tao has borne the fruit of invincibility, and long ago he could not use his body as a seed. However, Xiao Wuxia was perverted in that he had lived out his third life without becoming an emperor. Currently, in addition to developing one's physique to the extreme, one must fuse as many perfect immortal seeds as possible. Xiao Wufei's eyes flickered. The physique is the main internal part, and the immortal seed is the main external part. When both have reached the extreme of this world and are in balance with each other, it is the time to take the body as a seed. It's no wonder that throughout the ages, even during the immortal ancient period, no one has cultivated a body as a seed. Xiao Wuxi also found it difficult. Any one of these conditions would be rare in a million years, not to mention the conditions, which have to be combined. Boom! After Xiao Wufei sorted out the subsequent path, he didn't stay in the 10 earthly origin lands, but his breath shot up, straight into the sky, and he stepped out of the 10 earthly origin lands, descending into the world.